Chapter 1, Am I pregnant with my child? Let's break up. Li Maxin looked at Su Sinan with extreme indifference. Just because the child is gone? 3 months ago, Li Maxin, who was very tall, suddenly approached him. She said she was pregnant with his child. I hope we can have this child together. At the time, Su Sinan actually believed it. There was no hesitation whatsoever. They treated Li Maxin like a treasure. The reason for this is that 3 months ago, he did have a relationship with Li Maxin. Yes, our relationship ends here now that the child is gone. I can have another child even if I lose my first one. A look of disgust flashed in Li Maxin's eyes. She said coldly, Don't even think about it. I won't have a child with you. What's the meaning? What else could it mean? The miscarried child isn't yours. The child belongs to a rich second-generation heir. I'm contacting you because that rich second-generation heir dumped me, and I want you to be my savior. Boom. Su Sinan's mind went blank for a moment. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Now that things have come to this, I think you understand. From now on, let's part ways amicably and never see each other again. Li Maxin turned and left indifferently, leaving behind only her back view. He. Su Sinan shook her head with a bitter smile. She had thought the child was hers, but it turned out it belonged to someone else. She didn't even know when she had been cheated on. Rich second generation? Oh. Is it because she doesn't have money that she cheats on her boyfriend with a rich second generation? However, if it weren't for the miscarriage, I would still be kept in the dark, right? Buzzing. Suddenly, my phone vibrated in my pocket. He casually touched it. Hello, are you Su Sinan? Yes. Your girlfriend is giving birth in the obstetrics and gynecology department of our Longtian hospital. It's extremely urgent, and we need your signature. Su Sinan smiled. Are scammers using this kind of trick now? You're quite the con man. I wonder where you work. I'd like to visit you too. What scammer? Let me tell you. Your girlfriend is in dire need of help right now. If you don't sign. With a beep, Su Sinan hung up the phone. These scammers are quite good at acting. Their tone and mannerisms are almost identical to those of a real doctor. Just as he was about to go home, the phone rang again. He answered it and said, Don't lie to me anymore, I am Maxin Liu, come here quickly. Her voice was very weak, and Su Sinan was completely dumbfounded. Maxin Liu? One of the campus beauties of Tiandu University? An object of admiration for many? He vaguely remembered that he had only met Maxin Liu once. Are they asking him to be the one to take over their losses? Su Sinan was so angry she laughed. I'm not going. You should find someone else. I hung up the phone again, but it rang again. Su Sinan ignored him and walked about 100 meters. The phone rang about a dozen times. He couldn't help but sneer. This made him extremely eager to be the one to take over the mess. I'd like to see what tricks you're up to. Hello, I'm coming right away. He hung up the phone without waiting for the other person's reaction. He then flagged down a car and shouted to the driver, We're going to Longtian Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, I kept asking where the obstetrics and gynecology department was. When we were almost on the second floor, a nurse stood anxiously at the door. Is the obstetrics and gynecology department here? Su Sinan asked, slightly out of breath. Are you Su Sinan? A nurse who was about 1.6 meters tall walked over anxiously. Yes. Su Sinan answered subconsciously. Sign the papers right now, you're about to give birth. You must have made a mistake, right? Looking at the nurse, Su Sinan felt that it no longer seemed like a lie. He was asked to sign something out of nowhere. How could he possibly agree to it? No mistake. Isn't your girlfriend's name Maxin Liu? I don't have a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, many people's gazes towards Su Sinan changed. His eyes were filled with disdain. The nurse looked at him with disdain. Are you even a man? If she's not your girlfriend, why are you here? Su Sinan was speechless for a moment. How could it be his fault? The nurse looked terrible. Go in and see if that's your girlfriend. Su Sinan had no choice but to enter the ward. Seeing Maxin Liu's willow leaf eyebrows tightly furrowed, her face as white as snow. Su Sinan, have you signed the document? Ma Xinliu asked, suppressing her great pain, as Su Sinan entered. No. Without uttering a single word, Ma Xinliu seemed to be on the verge of collapse, shedding a single, crystal-clear tear. She knew it all along, there was no way Su Sinan would let her give birth to his child. She brought all this on herself. The female doctor in the operating room, wearing a white coat, looked unwell. Put down the tools you are holding. Holy crap! I didn't do anything, did I? Su Sinan was speechless. Why did he suddenly start crying? The doctor asked, "Are you the child's father?" "I don't know, I've only met him once." The female doctor was a little angry. "She said you were the child's father, and she also told us about the Huaxi Hotel 10 months ago." Huaxi Hotel? Su Sinan's hazy memory suddenly became clear. "After drinking, it seems we went to Huaxi Hotel." "What I did? I'm not quite sure. But when he woke up, he was all alone. Could it be that they had that kind of relationship?" Ding! Bloodline test 100%, host and baby successfully bound by blood. Or, the daddy system has distributed 100,000 red envelopes, please check your inbox. Please check your mail for a baby gift bag. The better you perform as a new dad in the days to come, the higher the system rewards will be. Keep it up. Holy crap, I'm a dad? Su Sinan was both surprised and delighted. He had thought it would be several more years before he could enjoy this kind of life. Chapter 2. This time it's not a surprise fatherhood. Is the child yours? What are you young people doing all day long? You're so clueless about such a big thing. Su Sinan interrupted the doctor's rant. "I remember now, it's mine, I am the child's father." The doctor's expression darkened further. "You just said no, but now you say yes. Is it yours or not?" His sharp gaze was fixed on Su Sinan. Su Sinan had no choice but to admit, "It's mine." "Then what happened to you just now? I called you, and you called me a liar? Didn't you know anything about your girlfriend?" "Huh? How should I answer that? Should I say he just found out?" The doctor waved his hand impatiently. "This is all your young people's business, why should I worry about it?" Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. But then another voice came, "Go out and sign the papers, pay the fees, and we're about to start the surgery." Left with no other option, Su Sinan left the ward. He was a little nervous. Will something happen to Ma Xinliu? What are their children like? My mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. Just moments before, he had broken up with Li Maxin, and she had been so arrogant. The next moment, he actually had a child with the school beauty Ma Xinliu, and he even had the support of a system. He was initially in a bad mood and feeling lost about the future, but suddenly he found his direction in life. The nurse outside the door shook her head. This couple is really incomprehensible. He took out paper and pen. "Sign here. You can come downstairs to pay the fee later." With a smile on his face and radiant with a dashing air, Su Sinan signed his name. Soon, the nurse brought out the form, and Su Sinan took it and went downstairs to pay the fee. Who are Ma Xinliu's family members? Soon after, a nurse came out of the delivery room. After paying the fees, Su Sinan rushed over quickly. "I am Ma Xinliu's family member. This is my older brother, weighing 5.3 gene 2.5 kilograms and born at 1210. This is my little sister, weighing 4.2 gene approximately 2 caddies, born at 1211. The two babies, thin and frail, with their faces covered in bright red marks, looked very endearing. Su Sinan felt somewhat uncomfortable upon seeing the two babies. He realized that although he was well prepared, the impact of the children was too great. It left him bewildered. But then he suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously, "Where is she, sir? Is she all right?" "Fortunately, our surgeon is stitching up the wound." Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly saw another person walk out of the door. She was about the same height as the nurse. She was the same female doctor from earlier. "Make way, the patient is coming out." Su Sinan immediately stepped aside and saw the door open. Two nurses carefully pushed Ma Xinliu, whose head was covered in sweat. Ma Xinliu lay in the hospital bed and saw Su Sinan, speechless. Her beautiful face was deathly pale, and her eyes held a hint of worry. Su Sinan quickly said, "You should rest first, we can talk about it later." Ma Xinliu closed her eyes, and the worry in her eyes seemed to disappear as well. I watched from afar as Ma Xinliu entered the room in the distance. Su Sinan let out a breath. Then the nurse next to her said, "Later you need to buy some food and medical pads for your mother. one to supplement her nutrition and the other to help with the discharge. You still need to take the babies for a checkup later, they need to get vaccinated. With so many things happening all at once, Su Sinan looked at the baby beside her. He can't leave this place yet, but he can't ignore Ma Xinliu. He quickly made a phone call to Qiangzi, asking him to lend a hand. About 10 minutes later, the babies had fallen asleep. It smelled so sweet it seemed that with Su Sinan as their father, they could sleep peacefully. The crib next door has everything prepared perfectly, including diapers, blankets, milk, and so on. He also felt the urge to take out the items from the dad gift pack. The new mother next door walked in and exclaimed, "Your wife gave birth to twins?" Su Sinan said with a hint of pride, "Twins? Oh, you've become parents at such a young age, that's amazing." Su Sinan smiled and continued taking things out of the gift bag. A dozen minutes later, Xiangzi finally arrived at Longtian Hospital and went to the nursery. "Brother Nan, whose child is this?" "Mine." Xiangzi blurted out, "No way, you're such a young dad?" After saying that, he was filled with envy. She has a child, yet she's still so young. Even when the children go to university, they can still enjoy life. "Go buy me some things, we'll talk later." "No. I just want to know." "No. It's not Li Maxin's child, is it?" Xiangzi realized something. Li Maxin and Su Sinan had been together for the past few months. It should be the two of them, no matter what. But isn't pregnancy supposed to last 10 months? They've only been together for 5 or 6 months. "No, don't ask anymore, you'll find out soon enough." Xiangzi looked at her with a puzzled expression, but Su Sinan didn't say anything and simply took the bill. "After this is over, you have to treat me to a nice meal." Su Sinan smiled, "We have Xiangzi." The pressure was greatly reduced. He turned to look at the two little ones he had already tidied up. Su Sinan burst into laughter. He's a father now. At this moment, Ma Xinliu slowly woke up and felt a little thirsty. He looked to the other side and realized that the child was already beside her. His gaze softened, but then became complicated again. "You're awake? Let me get you a glass of water." Ma Xinliu turned her head to look at herself, bit her pink lips slightly, and finally seemed to have figured something out. "I want to tell you something. Actually, 3 months after what happened, I found out that I was pregnant." Su Sinan was taken aback and brought over the water. "Wouldn't it be discovered within a month?" I've been writing my thesis, plus I've been staying up late a lot and busy with other work, so I didn't notice." Ma Xinliu lowered her head, her flowing hair perfectly obscuring her stunning face. Chapter 3, The Joy of Received Twins. "Then why did you give birth to it?" He refused to believe that there were feelings between them. It was just one night. But he couldn't think of any other reason. He also believes that Ma Xinliu knew what life meant after giving birth. Then he heard Ma Xinliu say with a complicated look in her eyes, "I have a naturally thin uterine wall. If I miscarry, I may not be able to conceive again." "Oh, that's how it is." Su Sinan understood. Suddenly, he subconsciously touched his head, feeling that life was truly amazing. Nothing happened between him and Li Maxin, but something happened between him and Ma Xinliu. Seeing Su Sinan touching his head, he seemed quite troubled. Ma Xinliu's eyes dimmed. "You can leave now. It was really difficult for you to sign today. Leave the child's matter to me." "What's going on?" Su Sinan frowned. "Have you considered that you can raise a child alone? Even if you can you give the child happiness?" "So what? I did it myself. I'll take responsibility for it." Ma Xinliu turned her face away, seemingly utterly heartless. What is this woman thinking? Such a stubborn mouth. Su Sinan said coldly, "I don't care. These children are mine too. Their existence is related to me. I absolutely cannot let you raise them alone. So I've decided that we will raise these children together." Ma Xinliu turned her head in surprise, pulling a handful of her hair aside. "You're willing? Doesn't Su Sinan know what it means to raise a child with him?" As far as he knew, Su Sinan's family background was very ordinary. Su Sinan asked, puzzled, "What's there to be unwilling about? They are my children, and they are your children too. How could I abandon them? Don't think of me as that kind of beastly man." Ma Xinliu was stunned by Su Sinan's serious expression. Is this man really thinking that way? Before she could react, Su Sinan smiled and said, "All right, you can rest now. Leave the child's affairs to me. How can someone who knows nothing take care of a child?" Ma Xinliu retorted. I can learn it. Xiangzi returned from shopping and found that Su Sinan was nowhere to be seen in the nursery. He asked the other nurses and came here. When he saw Ma Xinliu lying on the hospital bed, he found her there. Shock. Holy crap. How come it's Ma Xinliu, the campus belle of Tiandu University? This person is pursued by countless students. She's a universally acknowledged goddess. Did you buy the things? Su Sinan looked at Xiangzi. Bro. You're amazing. How did you manage to win over that girl? Xiangzi put down what he was holding, looking on with envy. Su Sinan's methods for pursuing girls were truly incredible. The previous school beauty was Li Maxin, now it's Ma Xinliu. If other people knew this, they would definitely be envious and jealous. I wish I could tear him to pieces. Su Sinan rolled her eyes. Be polite. Xiangzi slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing something but stammering, hello, school beauty, hello sister-in-law, no? Hello sister-in-law. Hearing this, Ma Xinliu felt a little embarrassed. Her face turned red. Su Sinan immediately chased away Xiangzi, who was openly watching the show. Put your things down, you can leave now. Xiangzi chuckled, brother Nan, sure. When you and your sister-in-law get married, no. Invite us to your wedding banquet. Su Sinan immediately told Xiangzi to leave in a serious tone, but she couldn't hide the smile on her lips. Let's talk about it after I'm done with my work. Xiangzi left, and Su Sinan rummaged through her things. I bought them all. Take out a medical pad and let Ma Xinliu use it. However, Ma Xinliu was under anesthesia, so her limbs could not move very easily. In a moment, he realized he still couldn't take good care of Ma Xinliu and the babies by himself. After quietly putting down the medical pad, she said, you take a look at our baby first, I'll go ask the doctor if we can do a checkup. The melancholy in Ma Xinliu's eyes disappeared, and she nodded, thank you for your hard work. Suddenly, I realized that Su Sinan's family background seemed to be just average. He quickly called out, do you have money? You don't need to worry about the money. Watching Su Sinan leave, Ma Xinliu couldn't help but smile. She finally felt relieved. Su Sinan was more responsible and reliable than he had imagined. We arrived at the nearby medical clinic. He quickly called Su's mother. Mom, have you been busy these days? Not at all. Could you come over here? My address is Longtian Hospital. Hurry up and come, it's urgent. I'm waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Su Sinan asked the nurse in the medical room, my baby was just born recently, do I need to have a checkup? Checkup? Oh, you might have to take the children to that place. The nurse pointed to a spot where many parents were pushing strollers, seemingly undergoing checkups. Thank you. Su Sinan quickly went back inside, glanced at Ma Xinliu who was already asleep, and smiled slightly. I pushed the stroller and let the babies experience the vibrations of the stroller in the hallway. When they arrived at the group of parents, many of them happily introduced their babies. An elderly man next to Su Sinan was showing off that he had a son, while the father next to him was showing off that he had a daughter. Su Sinan noticed that his son and daughter were both a size bigger than his baby. This made him feel very sorry for his baby. If possible, he hoped to take good care of Ma Xinliu for the next 10 months. Wow, are you twins or a boy and a girl? Twins. Congratulations. Are you the child's father? Yes. So young? My son didn't have a child until he was 30. I'm so envious of you. When the others looked at Su Sinan, they found that he was very handsome. Some people said, if the dad is so handsome, the child will definitely be very beautiful when he grows up. I think so too. This person has big eyes, while our family's eyes are small. How much does your child weigh? Oh, that's all right. The two I've seen together only weigh a little over 6 pounds. Su Sinan quickly adapted to the role of a stay-at-home dad, feeling increasingly proud and happy. But then a voice came. Have you heard? Today a college student came to give birth, and she was all alone. She called the baby's father, but he denied it at the time. Su Sinan didn't take it to heart, seeing that it was her turn. Pushing the stroller, I walked over. The supervising doctor glanced at Su Sinan, raising an eyebrow. You're that Su Sinan? Su Sinan subconsciously replied, yes. The doctor smiled and said, congratulations. You're a father at such a young age. This smile doesn't mean congratulations. The hospital is so small that you can find out about many things in just a few minutes. In addition, the school beauty, Ma Xinliu, gave birth alone. Su Sinan, the father, said things like it's a scam on the phone, and was still a bit confused when he arrived. Isn't this what it means to become famous? The doctor examined the 5 senses, limbs, heartbeat, and so on. Seeing the doctor handling the babies so carelessly, turning them over and over, Su Sinan became a little nervous. Doctor, could you please be a little more careful? The doctor immediately rolled his eyes. Are you the doctor or am I? Don't worry, I won't let your child get hurt. Upon hearing this, Su Sinan had no choice but to let the doctor do it. The babies didn't seem to cry much, they just made humming sounds, unlike the others, who cried very loudly. He asked with some concern, is there anything wrong with your health? The doctor didn't speak, which made Su Sinan uneasy. Could something really have happened? However, after putting down his stethoscope, the doctor flipped through the papers and said, they're all fine, they're all healthy. Hearing that everything was all right, Su Sinan breathed a deep sigh of relief. That just scared him to death. Chapter 4, A Little Skill Opening a Diaper. As she pushed the babies back, Ma Xinliu couldn't wait to ask, how did the babies do? They're very healthy. Su Sinan smiled and leaned the babies against Ma Xinliu. Turning her head, she saw the babies' lips curving upwards, looking like little angels, and Ma Xinliu couldn't help but smile as well. This is her baby. Are you feeling any discomfort right now? Su Sinan asked from the side, thinking that he should at least give Ma Xinliu something to eat now. Ma Xinliu shook his head slightly. Apart from feeling numbness in his lower limbs, he did not feel any discomfort. And my stomach feels a little bloated. Would you like something to eat? Su Sinan asked, taking out some fruit from the side. The new mother next door quickly said, you can't eat now, he hasn't passed gas yet. You can eat after he passes gas. Exhaust? Su Sinan didn't understand. However, since they had already said that, he naturally wouldn't let Ma Xinliu eat anything. Ma Xinliu was a little embarrassed, as she was also a new mother. How come she has so much experience while others have absolutely no experience? Is there a cafeteria here? Yes, whatever you want to eat I can make it for you, but naturally, the price will be higher. The new mother smiled. She actually really enjoyed talking to Ma Xinliu and Su Sinan. Both of them were exceptionally beautiful and handsome, which greatly improved her mood. Su Sinan said, oh. The new mother gently scratched a handful of her hair and smiled. Actually, you can have your family members cook and bring the food over. That's what I do. By the way, where are your parents? While Su Sinan was away, the new mother chatted with Ma Xinliu for a while. He had been talking to Su Sinan for so long, but he hadn't seen either of their parents. It feels strange. Su Sinan smiled and said, my mom will be here in a bit. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ma Xinliu's expression suddenly turned sour. She looked at Su Sinan with her big, dark eyes and asked somewhat uneasily, is your mother coming? Yes, she came to take care of you. After all, it's not enough for me to take care of the baby and you all by myself. Although that made sense, Ma Xinliu refused to listen and fell silent. From the sudden decision to have a child to now raising the baby together with Su Sinan, her mind has been pushed to the limit. Now that there's an extra auntie, she's finding it hard to bear. Su Sinan can accept him, but his aunt might not. Furthermore, the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has always been a difficult one, especially if the two don't get along well. How should Su Sinan proceed in this situation? Su Sinan glanced at it and knew what Ma Xinliu was worried about. She then reached out and placed her hand on Ma Xinliu's hand. Don't worry, my mom has a very good temper and is easy to get along with. Even if we have a disagreement, I will naturally stand by you and the baby. Feeling the soft warmth in her hands and hearing what Su Sinan said, Ma Xinliu felt much more at ease. There were also some touching moments. She trusted Su Sinan, after all, from taking the baby for a checkup to now taking care of her. Everything is very different from when I first arrived at the hospital. I know. It's good that you have the intention. Su Sinan smiled, then felt a pang of heartache upon seeing Ma Xinliu's still pale face. During these 10 months, a girl needs to write a thesis to prepare for graduation. He could not imagine the suffering he endured. But he knew that Ma Xinliu must have made this choice with love and unparalleled courage. He secretly vowed to treat Ma Xinliu and the babies well. Suddenly, the babies' smiling faces scrunched up, and they made ah-ah sounds. The new mother standing nearby carefully reminded her, this is your baby pooping. Sure enough, a scented odor wafted into Su Sinan's nose. Ma Xinliu frowned, did you buy diapers? I didn't see any. I bought it, it's in this bag. Su Sinin took out a diaper from the plastic bag next to her. The first time I tried this, I really didn't know how to do it, so I just tried peeling off the film. The new mother standing nearby smiled and said, "Let me tell you how to do it." After the new mother fiddled with her baby for a few simple steps, Su Sinin immediately understood what was going on. He was quite grateful. "Thank you for teaching me a little skill." This new mother is very enthusiastic, she's a good person. When he returned to his own baby, he was somewhat at a loss. Baby's bones are very soft, so if you don't hold them properly, what should be done if the bones become deformed? The new mother smiled and said, "Babies aren't as fragile as you think. Just carefully support him and gently hold his bottom." The new mother smiled as she demonstrated with her own child. Only then did Su Sinin dare to make a move. Seeing Su Sinin's clumsy and silly appearance, Ma Xinliu couldn't help but smile. Su Sinin didn't see the scene, his mind was entirely on the babies. Only after he felt that the babies were very safe in his arms did he dare to remove the diapers. When I opened the diaper, it was surprisingly green. Why is it green? What's going on? It's green. Just then, a nurse came over and, upon hearing Su Sinin's words, smiled and said, "That's normal. This is the baby's meconium. After breastfeeding, it will turn yellowish green, and finally yellow. By the way, did you guys wash your bottoms?" Su Sinin slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten? Seeing how busy Su Sinin was, the nurse had no choice but to fetch some warm water. Then she helped Su Sinin wash the baby's bottoms. Finally, wrap the diaper around it. You need to tie the diapers properly, not too tight, because the baby's skin is delicate and it will make them uncomfortable. I'll apply baby powder later to prevent the baby from getting little red spots. I'll give your baby a bath later. Remember to bring some clothes and diapers. Su Sinin repeated the nurse's words over and over until she had almost memorized them. Then she thanked the nurse, saying, "Thank you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known so many things." The nurse smiled, then her expression suddenly changed. She remembered she had important things to do. "New dad, go lift the blanket, I need to check the discharge." Su Sinin subconsciously said "oh," and then saw Ma Xinliu lift the thin blanket herself. "Ah!" She let out a scream. In a moment of panic, my fingers loosened their grip on the thin blanket and then tightened it again. Finally, place your hands on your face. Because the anesthesia was not administered during the surgery, there was no sensation below. She didn't know that was the case. Chapter 5 Care. Ma Xinliu's face turned as red as a ripe apple, overwhelmed with shame. He couldn't wait to leave this place and find a place where no one knew him. Su Sinin was also stunned. The powerful impact left him unsure how to react. The nurse standing nearby chuckled softly. Many new mothers and fathers were like this, and he was used to it. But seeing Ma Xinliu and Su Sinin as a handsome couple, one can imagine that they must have seen this kind of scene many times before. Could it be that these two? She couldn't help but tease, "Your kids are all grown up, and you're still shy." Su Sinin blushed, but he reacted quickly and changed the subject. Nurse, would you like to feed the baby something?" The nurse looked at the sleeping babies and said, "You can give the babies some warm water first, and then give them some formula after they wake up." Su Sinin quickly grabbed the small kettle next to her to fetch hot water. The nurse went to clean Ma Xinliu with iodine solution and suddenly touched her. She screamed, "Close the door." The bed was close to the door, so Su Sinin quickly closed the door and turned to look at the nurse. At that moment, the nurse drew the curtain, making sure Su Sinin couldn't see her. The nurse pressed her palm firmly against Ma Xinliu's lower abdomen. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt, but my stomach feels bloated and a bit uncomfortable." The nurse breathed a sigh of relief. "That's normal. I can help you drain now. By the way, did you pass gas earlier?" "No." The nurse asked again, "Have you eaten anything?" "No, I haven't eaten anything since I woke up." The nurse smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. You must wait until you pass gas before you can eat anything. And you can only eat liquids, and then gradually increase your previous intake so that your body can stabilize." After saying that, he raised his voice a little and added, "Did the new dad outside hear that?" A nervous Su Sinin immediately replied, "I heard you." Then, with a whoosh, the curtain was pulled open. Subconsciously, Ma Xinliu and Su Sinin exchanged glances. At this moment, Ma Xinliu's face was flushed red. The scene from just now was flashing through her mind, and she truly felt like she had no will to live. She had only met Su Sinin once and had a relationship with him. How? Let her die. Unexpectedly, a single sentence from the nurse nearly made her faint. This medical pad needs to be changed. Your wife needs to have discharge, so this medical pad needs to be changed frequently. Su Sinan was embarrassed. He didn't dare look at Ma Xinliu. But what the nurse said next left him dumbfounded. Oh, you also need to help her with breastfeeding so that the babies will have milk to drink. Su Sinan asked, puzzled, how do I start breastfeeding? Seeing Su Sinan's bewildered expression, the nurse couldn't help but think of her boyfriend, who was in a similar situation, and teased, you just need to have milk. If you don't, just squeeze it out and it will come out, then the baby can drink it. Su Sinan blushed, not expecting it to be like that. The nurse seemed to have thought of something else and said, if your baby can't drink milk, you can use some tools. If that still doesn't work, then you might want to see a professional breastfeeding therapist. It's better for the baby, and also better for the mother. After hearing such a long explanation, Su Sinan could only try to sort out her thoughts one by one. After seeing this, the nurse smiled and went to check on the situation in the next room. After she had sorted out her thoughts, Su Sinan stammered, then I need to change your medical pad. Ma Xinliu stammered, thank you for your trouble. I never imagined that I would face such an awkward situation in my life. She was a well-known ice queen at school, and her transfer from another city caused a huge sensation. The title of Chengdu University's most beautiful girl has changed hands. The internal online forum for studying him featured the most beautiful school beauty from City A. Not only that, but after several results, they both retained their number one position. Above the school beauty, there's also a super academic achiever. Later, due to health reasons, she had to suspend her studies. There are all sorts of opinions. I never imagined I'd be entangled with this man for the rest of my life. If I told anyone, who would believe me? Su Sinan glanced at Ma Xinliu's stretch marks. Very little, very shallow. Sometimes a woman's belly looks very big when she is pregnant, but the baby she gives birth to may only weigh 4 or 5 pounds. Stretch marks are an inevitable part of pregnancy, and some can be so numerous and severe that they can look quite unsightly. People like Ma Xinliu are quite rare. You don't seem to have many stretch marks. Ma Xinliu explained, I used pure plant-based olive oil. Wait, how do you know I didn't use much? Seeing that Ma Xinliu seemed to care a lot, Su Sinan casually changed the subject. I guessed it, I'll go get some warm water for the babies, in a bit, cough cough, to start breastfeeding. With that, Su Sinan left. Before leaving, they pulled down the curtain, which eased the awkwardness between them. Warm water was brought over, and Su Sinan also brought hot water. I'm afraid I might need something else later. He drew back the curtain and saw the babies fast asleep, and smiled broadly once again. Ma Xinliu felt slightly unwell. Su Sinan glanced at it. I've prepared hot water, do you want me to wipe you down? Ah. Great. Ma Xinliu took a deep breath, her inner defenses trembling. The thought that everything that was going to happen had already happened made her realize that even if she didn't look for Su Sinan, who else could she look for? This is something we'll have to face sooner or later. Su Sinan was more thick-skinned than Ma Xinliu, even though they shared similar feelings. But it was still a bit too light. He suddenly pulled open his hospital gown. Holy crap, that's amazing. Ma Xinliu quickly closed her clothes, her beautiful eyes glaring at her, somewhat ashamed and indignant. Su Sinan quickly looked in another direction, her expression somewhat suspicious. Just now, I didn't have any thoughts. Hearing this, Ma Xinliu became even more shy. But she only had Su Sinan as a man. The last time we had sex, there was a reason for it. Because I wasn't in a good mood during that time, I was in a daze the whole time. I suddenly found out I was pregnant. I want to have an abortion. She learned that if she had a miscarriage, she would not be able to get pregnant again. She gave birth with great determination. Therefore, she felt that her life direction seemed to be determined. If it weren't for the sudden delivery, the doctor would have required a family member's signature before agreeing to perform the surgery. She wouldn't approach Su Sinan either. After all, she had inquired about it indirectly beforehand. Li Maxin seems to be pregnant as well, and her original plan to tell Su Sinan has also disappeared. She has also made the decision to become a single mother. However, judging from this, Su Sinan seems very reliable. The impression I had of her from our first meeting overlaps with my current impression, which makes me feel even more favorably toward her. Chapter 6. The child is hungry. When Ma Xinliu smiles, her eyes always look like crescent moons. It's particularly appealing. When she's not smiling, she seems like a cold and aloof ice queen. the kind that's unattainable. He was about 1.7 meters tall, a head shorter than Su Sinin. It's said that if a girl weighs less than 100 pounds, she must be short or flat-chested. But Ma Xinliu is not. A slender body conceals something truly magnificent. This proportion is completely different from his weight. Some people say that Ma Xinliu has had plastic surgery and augmentation. Su Sinin knew that this was natural. However, he never expected that he would be the father of these babies and the husband of the school beauty. Just as they were being hesitant and awkward, the babies started whimpering. She just changed her diaper a short while ago, so she must be hungry, not have pooped. The two glanced at each other, setting aside their concerns and shyness. Ma Xinliu spoke first. You can put a damp towel on your breast first. I'll start breastfeeding later. It shouldn't be a big problem. Mothers with good physical health will produce colostrum in the later stages of pregnancy. Ma Xinliu had previously consulted with the nurses who conducted her prenatal checkups. Colostrum is very good for a baby's health, as it can improve their immunity and has high nutritional value. There are no problems with the baby's food supply. She experienced this during the later stages of her pregnancy. Su Sinin simply touched the babies' faces with a hot towel, and they reacted. They cried loudly. Su Sinin broke out in a cold sweat. Both babies need their mother's milk, and now it seems like he has a problem just holding either one. And the babies look so alike that it's hard to tell who's the older brother and who's the younger sister. Ma Xinliu asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Su Sinin had no choice but to move the crib closer to Ma Xinliu. How do I feed her? I don't know either. Su Sinin reacted quickly and immediately went outside, looking around anxiously. As luck would have it, the nurse in charge of this ward happened to be passing by. "Excuse me, nurse, my babies are crying so hard, I don't know how to breastfeed them." The nurse immediately came over and asked, "Has your milk come in yet? Do you have any colostrum?" This Su Sinin didn't know either. Fortunately, Ma Xinliu heard it. Yes. Then just let him go over and drink it. Oh, we don't know how. The nurse smiled immediately. Let me tell you how to do it. But the next second, she couldn't laugh anymore. Entering the ward, she then saw that Ma Xinliu was stunningly beautiful, and if she remembered correctly, the baby next to her was a pair of twins. And that figure is amazing. She was able to maintain this appearance even after becoming pregnant. That's really not simple. Looking at himself, he felt a mixture of envy and jealousy. His gaze was truly audacious. When they arrived at the crib, the nurse skillfully held the crying baby and went over to him. Just as the nurse had said, the baby was able to drink milk on his own. Seeing that Ma Xinliu's body was stiff, the nurse smiled and said, "Don't do that. Just lie on your side. It won't put any pressure on you." Ma Xinliu blushed and turned her body to the side. The nurse then placed the other baby aside. Subconsciously, Ma Xinliu made a protective gesture towards the babies. Even she herself didn't know why she did it. The nurse looked at Su Sinin. Su Sinin quickly came over and carefully brought the other baby, who hadn't yet had milk, closer. This is a good combination. Ah! Ma Xinliu cried out in pain and took a step back. What's wrong? Su Sinin was a little worried that it might be him, that he had acted too impulsively just now. We shouldn't let another baby go in such a hurry. It bit me. Newborn babies can't possibly have teeth. Su Sinin looked at the baby and noticed that the baby seemed to. Just bear with it, the child is just hungry. Su Sinin's tone was very gentle, and Ma Xinliu nodded. She also knew that she needed to breastfeed the babies. Before long, the babies were drinking milk normally. They ate with great enjoyment. Ma Xinliu had gotten used to it, but when she saw Su Sinin, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Her face flushed again. Su Sinin looked at him strangely. What's wrong? Did it hurt you? No. Before long, the babies were full. He turned his mouth away and spat it out. Seeing that mouthful of milk, Ma Xinliu said with a pang of heartache, "This is such a waste." Su Sinin quickly settled the babies and put them back in their cribs. At this time, the babies were fast asleep. So he gently wiped Ma Xinliu's body with a hot towel. Repeat several times. Su Sinin was drenched in sweat at this moment. He felt utterly exhausted. I checked the time. Less than 2 hours had passed. But it felt like a long time had passed. I looked at the pee bag. Machine Leo is still unable to get out of bed and walk around, so he needs to change the urination bag. So they started processing it again. The matter was almost over once the replacement was completed. He went over to the babies. A faint milky scent entered his nose. I carefully reached out and touched the babies with my fingers. It was placed on the babies' bellies, and the babies smiled happily. Su Sinan smiled with delight. It seems the babies are very happy to have come into this world. Just as I was having a great time, the nurse came over and said, "It's time to give the babies a bath." Suddenly, I saw the babies sleeping soundly, and there was a faint smell of milk. "Have you fed the babies? Then go back in half an hour." The nurse left. The babies smiled again. Seeing the babies' happy smiles, Su Sinan smiled happily. Just as Su Sinan was about to continue touching the babies' little bellies, Su's mother called. "Mom, you're here. Come to the 4th floor of the inpatient department, we're in room 20. Okay, we'll wait for you here." After hanging up the phone, Su Sinan wondered what her mother's expression would be like later. And just like that, he had a grandson. Is he angry or happy? Seeing how beautiful Machine Leo is, I wonder if he'll give her a beating. After all, mothers have a natural preference for girls. My mom will be here soon. Ah, we've arrived. Machine Leo suddenly became extremely nervous, hurriedly fixing her hair and clothes, wanting to make a good impression on Su's mother. Su Sinan smiled and said, "You're beautiful right now, you don't need to do anything." Machine Leo was stunned for a moment, then blushed shyly. They didn't dare look at Su Sinan. Chapter 7 Relief. After receiving the call, Su's mother was in a great hurry. They sent their perfectly healthy son to the hospital. Before leaving, she took the family's bank cards and ID card. When I arrived at the hospital, I answered the phone. She reminisced about it. What was that phone call about? That bastard son was still laughing. There doesn't seem to be anything else going on. And they said we. Who are we? Could it be that something happened to my son's girlfriend? But, you shouldn't be laughing. With these questions in mind, Sumu went up to the 4th floor. Seeing so many pink and adorable newborn babies made me a little envious, so I took a look. Then look around and walk towards the numbers 10, 11. Then we arrived at number 20. The door was closed. She listened intently. Suddenly the door opened automatically. I saw Su Sinan with a big smile on her face. Su Sinan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Mom, you're here. What's wrong? Why are you calling me in such a hurry? What happened?" Su's mother looked at Su Sinan with suspicion. The son is perfectly fine and very happy. It seems like nothing's wrong. Su Sinan suddenly didn't know how to tell her mother. He could only stammer, actually, this. Su's mother didn't have that much patience and said impatiently, "Just say it, don't stammer." Su Sinan couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, you're going to be a grandma." Su's mother didn't understand and exclaimed, "Ah." But then she suddenly realized what was happening, her hands hovering in the air, her eyes wide open. I was utterly shocked. I'm going to be a grandma? The baby? Where's the baby? Su Sinan smiled and said, "That's right, you're going to be a grandmother." At this moment, Su's mother finally came to her senses. This all happened so suddenly. She was not mentally prepared at all. However, decades of experience kept her calm, and she immediately launched into a tirade. "Is it Li Machine's child? What's wrong with you? You're so old, why don't you take precautions? Getting pregnant before marriage is something you can't do. How can you face her after that? Why did you two secretly give birth? I didn't object to you before, so why are you launching this surprise attack now? Never mind, let me see the baby." "Oh right. I didn't even bring a gift. I'm so angry. Oh dear. I'm going to be a grandma." As Su's mother spoke, she burst into uncontrollable laughter. She had always known that her son had a girlfriend and that she seemed to be pregnant. "I don't know much about it. However, my son has been quite busy lately with work and graduation matters." She didn't ask any further questions. Things are different now than before. Young people don't like being managed by older people. She nudged Su Sinan, just as she was about to check on the babies. I was stunned for a moment. She turned to look at Su Sinan, who knew that her mother had seen Li Machine's photo. The sudden change in roles is hard to adjust to. He could only whisper, it wasn't Lee Machine who gave birth. Sue's mother was speechless for a moment. I recall hearing someone talking about my husband when I first entered the room. There are people who are being protected, but no one is there to safeguard them. Could it be the prettiest girl in it? Sue's mother turned around and pointed to the prettiest girl. Upon seeing this, Su Sinin immediately pressed down on her finger and said, "It's her." "Please don't point like that, it's not appropriate." Sue's mother said, "Oh," her mind a little slow to process what was happening. They were probably still immersed in the transition between Lee Machine and this most beautiful woman. However, she was subsequently pleased the girl was beautiful. The person who just called herself Auntie said this. "Mom, her name is Machine Liu." Machine Liu? That's really good. She's at least much better than Lee Machine. Just as she was feeling satisfied, her mind suddenly cleared. That little brat, he dragged Su Sinin out. "Tell me quickly, what's going on between you and this girl?" With a slap, Su Sinin winced in pain. But Su Sinin couldn't help but smile. Seeing that he was still so shameless, Sue's mother lost her appetite. "Whether you talk or not, I can't discipline you here, but your dad can teach you a lesson." Su Sinin suppressed her laughter and honestly told him what had happened. When she first heard it, Sue's mother was very surprised, and then fell silent. What did this child do? She gave Su Sinin a cold look. "Tell me what you've done. How difficult it is for a woman to be pregnant for 10 months, and you just come here to take advantage of her." Su Sinin touched his head. He didn't want this to happen either. He could only argue, "I didn't know what had happened at the time. If he had told me earlier, I would definitely have taken care of the mother and children." "Don't you trust my character?" "What kind of character do you have? I heard just a few days ago that you and Lee Machine were getting along very well, but now, you really disappoint me." Su Sinin sighed. "We broke up, so we have no relationship anymore." Seemingly sensing something amiss in Su Sinin's sigh, Sue's mother changed the subject. "So what are your plans for the future?" "If she plans to get married, I will marry her and take care of the baby and her. If she doesn't get married, then I can only take care of them, and as for the future, I don't know how to solve it." Knowing that this was all that could be done, Sue's mother sighed. However, what made her feel fortunate was that Su Sinin was still clear about this matter. "She'll just take it one step at a time. Suddenly, I remembered that I had a grandson." She laughed heartily. "Grandma's here, my little grandson." In the ward, Machine Liu felt strange. Why Sue's mother had only met her once before leaving. Could it be that he is dissatisfied with himself? Chapter 8. Can you tell the difference between your sister and brother? When the ward door was opened again, Sue's mother smiled at her. She then opened her arms and walked over, saying, "Your name is Machine Liu, right?" "I'm Su Sinin's mother." "Just now. I thought I had gone into the wrong ward." Sue's mother was only in her 40s when she gave birth to Su Sinin years ago. In addition, she takes good care of herself, and her kind eyes reveal a gentle nature. She looks like a very easy-going woman. Machine Liu quickly greeted her. "Hello Aunt Su, are you tired? I have some water to drink." "I'm not feeling well here, I'm so sorry." Pointing to the bottle of water, Machine Liu looked apologetic. Su Sinin took out a chair from the side and came over to pour a glass of water. The cups were disposable and were separated from the babies and Machine Liu. Sue's mother sat down, looking at Machine Liu with delight. "This girl is very pretty and quite caring." Her face suddenly darkened, and she turned to Su Sinin, saying, "Look at you, you didn't even offer me water when you arrived." Su Sinin was taken aback. What was this? Sue's mother took a full glass of water and drank it. She was extremely anxious along the way. "I haven't had a proper rest." The bus was quite comfortable, with air conditioning on. But she felt a little dizzy on the way. Even after arriving at the hospital, the dizziness had not subsided. Su Sinin sent her this bombshell news, but after she received it, she didn't react at all. His mouth was incredibly dry. They waited for Machine Liu's concern before taking action. After finishing a glass of water, Sue's mother began to inquire about Machine Liu's situation. After learning that Machine Liu had started breastfeeding. Before he even passed gas, he immediately said, "No rush, you can eat after you've passed gas. Also, you need to rest and recuperate after giving birth. You must take good care of yourself, otherwise you may develop health problems later in life." Machine Liu nodded one by one, feeling a great weight lifted from her heart. Seeing that the conversation had gone on long enough, Sue's mother turned her attention to the babies. This is. Why two? Sue's mother was surprised. The new mother in the next ward smiled and said, "You don't know yet, your daughter-in-law gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. How lucky you are." Mother Sue was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. Her hands were outstretched in the air, and she didn't know which child to hug. Upon seeing Su Sinin beside him, he couldn't help but throw a punch. Su Sinin felt the immense force this time and couldn't help but touch his arm. "Mom, what are you doing? You silly child, you gave birth to twins and didn't even tell me, leaving me wondering what to do just now." Sue's mother blamed Su Sinin, and she now felt that she should have known sooner. Time to take care of these adorable little babies. Su Sinin smiled and said, "I just wanted to give you a surprise." Ma Xinliu couldn't help but find the interaction between Su Sinin and her mother amusing. "By the way, do you know which baby is the older brother and which baby is the younger sister?" "Mom, how did you know it was this kind of relationship?" Su Sinin was stunned. "Go away, I was just saying." "But is it really true?" Mother Su looked at it with great pleasure and fiddled with it a few times. Then Su's mother asked, "Have you given the child a name yet?" Su Sinin looked at Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu had naturally thought about it before. "I wanted to name it Jiangkanking, meaning healthy and healthy, but I hadn't decided on a name yet." Su's mother held one of her grandsons, her smile never fading. "This name is fine. It would be a great blessing if the child could grow up healthy." Su Sinin also thought it was a good idea, and Ma Xinliu had no objections. So Su Sinin looked at the two babies and suddenly noticed that the younger sister seemed a bit weaker. "Your name will be Jian Jian. And yours will be Kong Kong." She pointed to the older brother. "That's how we decided on the baby's name." Su's mother skillfully held her two grandsons. "It's very pleasant and comfortable to go back and forth like this." But just then, a sound like car exhaust came from inside. Ma Xinliu immediately blushed and lowered her head. Su Sinin smiled. "Now that you've passed gas, it's time to eat." This smile made Ma Xinliu even more embarrassed. Su's mother happily put her grandson down, then said to Su Sinin with a serious expression, "Go to the cafeteria and buy some delicious and nutritious food. I'll cook something at your rented apartment and bring it over later." After saying that, he looked at Ma Xinliu with a very kind expression and said, "What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." Su Sinin touched his head. She really was his mother. However, he still carefully instructed, "Mom, she can only eat liquid food." Su's mother slapped her forehead. "I forgot. How about this? I'll bring you some millet porridge and brown sugar water." Ma Xinliu didn't know what to say. She had expended a lot of energy since giving birth. "I haven't eaten anything since the beginning, and I'm starving." I could only nod. Su's mother was particularly concerned about Ma Xinliu, while waiting for Su Sinin to go to the cafeteria to buy food. "You can't let Xiaonan be idle. Postpartum care is the most important thing. He should do whatever you ask him to do. You can't stop him from working just because he's working hard. If a man can't even handle this much hardship, what is he good for?" Ma Xinliu felt a warmth in her heart and nodded. Upon seeing this, Su's mother smiled happily. "Then you should take good care of yourself first. You must rest well after giving birth." After glancing at the bottles and diapers around her, Su's mother quickly went to tidy up. After about 10 minutes, Su Sinin walked in with a lunchbox. It contained some vegetable porridge. There was also a small bowl of brown sugar water. He specifically asked the owner if it was hot. The shop owner said it wasn't too hot, just right. Therefore, these are all foods that can be eaten directly. As soon as Su's mother saw Su Sinin, she opened the lunchbox and gave it to Ma Xinliu to eat. He couldn't help but scold. "Didn't you see he was lying down? Don't you know to take a spoon and feed him?" Su Sinin had no choice but to take a small stool and sit next to Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu was a little shy. It might be easier if it were just the two of them. But now that her mother was here, she became a little hesitant. When Su's mother saw that Su Sinin's vegetable soup had not yet been served, she became a little anxious. "What's wrong with this child? Why aren't you sending it?" Fortunately, Su Sinin came to her senses. He gently scooped out a spoonful and placed it softly next to Ma Xinliu. "This isn't hot. I specifically asked the owner, and the temperature is just right." Su's mother was satisfied. She was quite thoughtful. "They even asked that." Ma Xinliu nodded and took a small sip. However, Susinin seemed to have noticed something and said to his mother, "Mom, why don't you go and take the babies to bathe? The nurse just told me, it'll be our turn soon." Sue's mother nodded quickly, thinking of her grandson. He laughed again, "Then I'll take him to get a bath." "Mom, do you know the place?" Sue's mother immediately glared at Susinin sternly. How could this child be so foolish? "I don't know, why don't you go ask?" With that, she pushed the baby crib away. Before leaving, he specifically told Machinlio, "Be sure to tell me what you want to eat." Machinlio nodded, and for some reason, her usually uncommon smile became more genuine. Chapter 9. A dense array of certificates rained down. Sue's mother asked the nurse where the babies were bathed. We arrived at a place where many people were queuing, all of them holding babies. They interacted with each other, coaxing the babies while smiling. A woman in front of Sue's mother glanced at her and asked, "Are you twins or a boy and a girl?" Sue's mother said with some pride, "Twins, a boy and a girl." The woman looked at it and frowned with some envy. "Twins are great. With a boy and a girl, you won't have to worry about having children in the future. My son's first child was a boy, and I wanted a daughter every time, but I didn't expect it to be another boy." Sigh. All Sue's mother could say in a comforting tone was, "These are all blessings. Aren't you two sons even better off?" The woman immediately shook her head. "No, 2 sons mean 2 houses and 2 dowries. The expenses are just too high. Our family doesn't have that kind of financial means." Sue's mother continued to comfort him, "We have to take it one step at a time. Who knows what the future holds? What if your child becomes self-reliant?" The woman shook her head again. Sue's mother's comforting words were clearly ineffective. However, the woman changed the subject and whispered in Sue's mother's ear, "Speaking of twins, I heard that there's a female college student here who also gave birth to twins." Sue's mother didn't speak, but continued to listen. "I heard that the baby hadn't been born by morning, and the doctor decided that a cesarean section by a family member was necessary. We waited for almost an hour. Finally, the female college student gave the baby's father his information, and the doctor had to make a phone call. But the baby's father was also a college student, and he seemed to know nothing. He came in saying he didn't have children, and only found out he was going to be a father after seeing it for himself. What are young people thinking these days?" Sue's mother didn't know what she was thinking, but she also felt that this person seemed to be related to her son. So, being very tactful, she didn't talk about her son. He simply said, "Young people nowadays value freedom, and teachers also encourage students to fall in love in college and work together for their families." Upon hearing this, the woman's mind went blank, filled with numerous questions. "You two go in and give the baby a bath." As the nurse spoke, Sue's mother quickly pushed the babies forward. The woman pushed the cart into another room. The babies are bathed in a small pool, about the size of a crib, with 2 nurses in each pool. One nurse was in charge of washing, and another nurse was in charge of dressing. The technique was very skillful. Sue's mother simply watched as the babies were held, and in less than a minute or two, their clothes were removed. Then it was splashed down by the pool and the shower. After a few more adjustments, the babies were all washed. The action was so swift that it didn't take long at all. Sue's mother stood there, looking somewhat worried and lost in thought. The nurse next to her smiled and said, "Auntie, we've washed them so many times, so we're very quick." Then Sue's mother realized, "Oh yeah. She's a nurse. I don't know how long I've been doing this job. How could there be a problem?" Suddenly a nurse asked, "Where are the baby's clothes?" Sue's mother quickly said, "Oh, and handed the clothes over." When it was almost finished, Sue's mother pushed the child away. I returned to my room. Upon hearing the door open, Susinin curiously looked towards the entrance. "Mom, you're back so soon?" Sue's mother seemed a little shaken as she said, "You're back. You have no idea how the nurse was handling the child." My heart was pounding. Susinin smiled. He had felt the same way when he examined the child just now. However, the doctors and nurses should be fine. They were overthinking it. He changed the subject, saying, "Mom, shouldn't you go and cook?" "Oh." Sue's mother suddenly realized. She touched her clothes, and Susinin took out his keys. "Here you go, there's a car outside the hospital, not far." Sue's mother glared at Susinin. "Do you have to tell me that?" As he spoke, he took the key and smiled at Machinlio, saying, "Alu, you should rest well. I'll come over after I've finished cooking." Hearing such a warm address, Machinlio felt a surge of emotion. "Thank you, Auntie." Sue's mother glanced at Susinin again and said seriously, "Take good care of him. I'm leaving now. As soon as his mother left, Su Sinin couldn't help but smile bitterly. This really was his biological mother. The difference between him and Ma Xinliu was like heaven and earth. However, Su Sinin had no complaints, only sighing that it was fortunate there were no problems with her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Suddenly, the door opened again. It's a nurse. This is to take the babies over for their vaccinations. They also need to get a birth certificate for the child, with the child's full name written on it, as well as the couple's marriage certificate, household registration booklet, and so on. There are many things going on. However, the two of them were suddenly a little confused and embarrassed. Su Sinin reacted quickly. Is it okay without a marriage certificate? Sure, just bring any documents you have. He breathed a sigh of relief, then wait a moment. Su Sinin did bring her ID card and household registration booklet, mainly because she needed them to complete some procedures at the department today. Ma Xinliu did not bring her household registration booklet, only her ID card. After Su Sinin obtained the documents, he asked, "Daming, we don't seem to have figured this out yet." This clearly leaves the decision to Ma Xinliu. But Ma Xinliu couldn't make a decision right away. Surnames are a very important issue, as nicknames and given names are different. She suddenly thought of something. Why don't we ask the doctor? Get the injection first, and then we can handle some paperwork later? Su Sinin nodded and ran out. She then quickly returned and said, "No, the vaccine contains the child's information. We can't do anything reckless." Ma Xinliu gritted her teeth, as if she was struggling with something. Her gaze fell on Su Sinin, who had satisfied her quite a bit today. Therefore, she couldn't go too far. And it would be difficult to explain to my aunt. Fine, I'll just leave it to this man. With his mind at ease, he relaxed his brow and said, "You can choose the name." Su Sinin was surprised. The surname Su is acceptable? Of course you can. You're the baby's father, so they'll definitely take your surname. With a slight smile, Ma Xinliu is very beautiful. Su Xiaonan paused for a moment, then thought about what name she should choose. But thinking about it, he still felt that it would be better to start with Ma Xinliu. Why don't you come and pick it up? You've been with the babies for 10 months, you must have some ideas by now. Ma Xinliu thought for a moment and said, "How about the brother is named Su Nanxiang and the sister is named Su Liuma? Yi Nan and Yi Lu are derived from one of their two names." Su Sinin had no objections and hurriedly began preparing to obtain birth certificates for the babies. Looking at the white expanse above her head, Ma Xinliu felt somewhat lost for some reason. She then looked into the next room, where a family was enjoying a happy time together. Thinking of Su's mother, who was relatively easy to get along with, and Su Sinin, who had a good personality and character, a smile appeared on her face. Chapter 10: Breastfeeding. The doctor is entering data into the computer. Because Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu were a perfect match, the news spread. The doctor couldn't help but take a few more glances. "You're quite handsome, young man. I heard your girlfriend is very beautiful too, and she even gave birth to twins for you. You can't let her down." Su Sinin smiled and said, "I don't even have time to spoil her enough." "That's good." After the birth certificate was issued, the nurse next to her looked at Su Sinin with much more approval. "All right, you can go take the baby to get vaccinated now." Su Sinin pushed the stroller forward, and the babies were all sleeping very soundly. But because the ceiling light was a bit bright, I couldn't help but open my eyes. Su Sinin saw this and stopped. "Take the towel next to the crib and place it over the baby's eyes." They moved gently, afraid of disturbing the baby's sleep. Then they continued pushing the cart, and soon arrived at the injection room. The doctor produced the birth certificates, entered the information into the system, and casually glanced at the two children before asking, "Which one is the older brother?" Su Sinin took the towel away and picked up Kong Kong. "This is your older brother. Another nurse is processing some vaccines." Then he came over with the needle. To be honest, Su Sinin was a little scared. He felt a sense of fear whenever he saw the needle coming towards him. But the thought of my baby needing to get a shot made me more determined. And to prevent the child from experiencing too much pain, carefully exposed the baby's arm. The baby still didn't wake up, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. The nurse saw this and gently inserted the needle. "Wah, wah!" Kong Kong woke up suddenly and burst into tears. Su Sinin immediately felt sorry for him and shook him in her arms. "Kong Kong is the bravest, don't cry, don't cry. It's over." "It's not finished yet," the nurse said, rolling her eyes. Su Sinin exclaimed "Ah" in surprise. However, the nurse quickly pulled up her clothes and gave her another injection in her other arm. Kong Kong was crying and making a fuss, and Su Sinan felt very sorry for him. After finally calming Kong Kong down, Jian Jian suddenly became troubled again. Suddenly, the two babies let out loud cries. For a moment, Su Sinan had a terrible headache. After the nurse finished administering the other injection, she said, "Pull up the other baby's arm." Left with no other choice, Su Sinan had to hold Jian Jian in her arms. Similarly, after being pricked twice, Jian Jian returned to the nursery. Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly calmed the babies down and patted their little bellies. Only then did the babies show a slight smile. The crying subsided considerably. Phew! It's finally done. Congratulations to the new dad for giving the babies healthy bodies and complete identities. A reward of 50,000 yuan is given. Su Sinan felt incredibly happy to suddenly have an extra 50,000 yuan. There is now a greater sense of certainty about the future of both the babies and the mother. Su Sinan pushed the babies back to the ward. Ma Xinliu was already asleep, and Su Sinan couldn't bear to disturb her. So they left the babies aside. The babies, perhaps smelling their mother's scent, instinctively moved closer to Ma Xinliu. It didn't take long for it to reach above the waist. Ma Xinliu, who was not sleeping very soundly, was suddenly awakened. She touched the babies and immediately calmed down. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she smiled and said, "Babies, are you hungry? Then mommy will feed you until you're full." Jian Jian and Kong Kong, one on each side. Ma Xinliu still felt some pain, but this was the second time. So I've gotten used to it. Su Sinan, who was standing to the side, felt sorry for Ma Xinliu and picked up a hot towel to wipe the sweat from Ma Xinliu's forehead. Ma Xinliu was a little shy and lowered her head. After wiping the area carefully, Su Sinan washed the hot towel. This small gesture touched Ma Xinliu. The embarrassment I felt earlier gradually faded away. Suddenly, Ma Xinliu moved slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Upon seeing this, Su Sinan asked, "What's wrong?" "I feel a little feverish, it seems." It seemed that Ma Xinliu couldn't say anything, and could only blush. But Su Sinan suddenly remembered the fine sweat on Ma Xinliu's forehead and realized that it must be because the temperature here was high, which was why she was sweating so much. "This is what caused me to feel unwell." Then they put hot water on a towel and said, "Wait, let me wipe your body." Upon seeing this, Ma Xinliu could only endure it. Suddenly, I felt a surge of indescribable shyness. Although the two have seen everything they should see, they have not yet reached that intimate state. She really wasn't used to it. Su Sinan didn't think too much about it. He only had one goal: to take good care of Ma Xinliu and the babies. After gently wiping Ma Xinliu's face, he then sat down. It took about 5 or 6 minutes to finish wiping. Ma Xinliu felt a huge sense of relief. She smiled at Su Sinan and said, "Thank you." Su Sinan washed the hot towel and smiled, "How can I say thank you? I should be thanking you for giving me 2 such healthy and adorable babies." As soon as she finished speaking, a warm feeling entered Ma Xinliu's heart, and her gaze towards Su Sinan was noticeably different from before. Chapter 11: The Envy of New Mothers. I thought I could finally take a break, but the babies suddenly started crying again. He went over to take a look. It seems to have a foul smell. When I pulled down the diaper, I saw a blue line coming out. Su Sinan quickly picked up the babies and prepared to remove their diapers and wash their bottoms. This time it was much faster than the first time, but Su Sinan was still a little reserved. I'm worried that his technique might have some negative impact on my baby. A little while later, her bottom was washed. These diapers are easy to find. I just grabbed one from the plastic bag next to me. The diaper was installed in just a couple of seconds. The same method was used on the other baby. It took about 10 minutes. The babies were settled and fell into a deep sleep. Ma Xinliu saw all of this, and a smile that would make many beauties feel ashamed appeared on her stunning face. Su Sinan didn't notice the beautiful scenery. The babies, who had just fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly started to react again. He carefully observed the babies' reactions. I noticed some red rashes. Oh dear, what happened? This sound immediately attracted the attention of the new mother next door. What's wrong? My child has developed a rash. Oh, that's normal. We need to apply baby powder so he won't get a rash. Where can I find talcum powder? Su Sinan carefully opened the newbie gift pack. Thankfully, they had talcum powder. Don't worry too much. Ma Xinliu was somewhat worried, as Su Sinan probably didn't know what talcum powder was. Maybe they didn't buy it. Given the baby's condition, going out to buy is clearly not a good idea. Do you want to use the baby powder from the new mom next door? Su Sinan was focused on her work when she heard Ma Xinliu's words and exclaimed, "Ah!" Then she realized, "We have them. Take out the talcum powder box." Ma Xinliu was somewhat surprised that Su Sinan had even considered this. For a moment, she felt relieved. I took a closer look at the two babies. He first applied a talcum powder to the weak Kong Kong, his movements extremely gentle. Kong Kong was also very happy to enjoy it and actually fell asleep. Meanwhile, her younger sister Jian Jian was also sleeping peacefully under Su Sinan's care. After all this was done, Su Sinan was also sweating. He couldn't resist picking up the water bottle next to him, pouring it out, and taking a sip. The new mom next door saw this and said, "Look how good your man is to you. You're so lucky in the future." Ma Xinliu smiled faintly, her eyes like crescent moons. After taking a sip, the slight fatigue disappeared considerably, and then I checked the time. Only an hour has passed. So many things have happened, and who knows what else will happen next. After thinking for a moment, he sat down to the side and stared at his beloved babies. Su's mother took a car and arrived at Su Sinan's rented room. It was her first time there. He took out his keys and opened the door. They were stunned by the chaotic scene before them. There were crumbs of snacks on the sofa, and some uneaten food on the table. Needless to say, the ground was covered in some dark stuff. This little brat, this isn't a house to live in, this is ruining someone's house. I'll definitely give them a good talking to later. Su's mother quickly went to pack up these things. It took about 20 minutes to tidy up. Soon after, they arrived at the kitchen and looked at the scattered plates. Su's mother's anger flared up once again. She was starting to worry about whether Su Sinan could take good care of his daughter-in-law. In case something happens? I dared not think about it anymore. I quickly tidied up so that my daughter-in-law wouldn't go hungry. She's been a cook for decades after all. In no time, everything was cleaned up, and one fragrant dish after another appeared. Steamed egg custard, meat broth, and a small bowl of rice porridge. With these 3 items, plus the help of insulated lunchboxes, I'm sure I won't be hungry by evening. Almost finished, Su's mother took a car to the hospital. This time, she knew her way around easily and went straight to the room. "Baby. My good baby." Su Sinan smiled foolishly, never expecting that he would actually become a father. Ma Xinliu looked helpless. He thought Su Sinan was a bit silly. However, I felt incredibly at ease. Su Sinan wanted to continue watching the baby, but her mother came over and said, "Why don't you tidy up the rented room properly? How can you take care of my daughter-in-law and babies like this?" Su Sinan felt somewhat embarrassed in the face of her mother's accusations. Only he knew how messy his room was. They also knew just how difficult things had been for Su's mother. Ma Xinliu spoke up for Su Sinan at this moment, "Auntie, Shanan, he takes good care of me and the baby." Su's mother was taken aback, then suddenly delighted. That kid's got something. Even the daughter-in-law spoke up for her son. "Good, keep going." Mother Su immediately smiled and said, "That's good. I was worried that this boy had never taken care of anyone before and might not have taken good care of you this time. Since you're satisfied, I won't say anything more about him. Here's some steamed egg custard, meat soup, and rice porridge that I made. You can eat whichever you like." Su Sinan looked around and realized there wasn't a share for her, so she asked, "Where's mine?" "No, you haven't. There's still a lot of stuff in your house that hasn't been cleaned. Go home and do it yourself." As expected of her mother, Su Sinan smiled wryly, "Then I'll go back." "Mom, you might have to work a little harder." Su's mother said, holding the steamed egg custard. "Would you like some?" Ma Xinliu nodded with a smile. Su's mother immediately scooped it out spoonful by spoonful, and even blew on it. They do have experience, after all. The way he took care of Ma Xinliu wasn't as stiff as Su Sinan's. The new mom next door was a little envious. "Not only is your husband good to you, but your mother-in-law is also so good to you." Su's mother turned her head and smiled, "Your mother-in-law will treat you this well too." The new mom next door immediately smiled happily. Seeing that Ma Xinliu was enjoying her meal, Su Sinan left. I only relaxed a little on the way home by car. He was busy and didn't pay attention to the messages in the phone group. As soon as I reached out and opened it, I found that the group chat had already exploded. Xiangzi, that big mouth, revealed that Ma Xinliu had given birth to his child. In Chapter 12, in the brothers' group chat, the big mouth. Su Sinan sat in the car, speechless. He knew Xiangzi would say it. But I didn't expect it to come out so quickly. After going through some chat logs, I realized that even those who were close to Su Sinan still couldn't believe it. Some people who don't pay much attention to this kind of gossip also think it's fake. You should know that she is the top beauty and top student at Tiandu University. How could she possibly be interested in a loser like him? She even had children. Besides these people, someone directly tagged Su Sinan. They inquired whether this was true, and what exactly happened with the breakup with Li Maxin. Su Sinan ignored some of the responses in the group. I plan to spend some time alone and rest. He closed his eyes. After a while, we finally arrived at the station. I returned home easily. Seeing the trash outside the door, I knew without a doubt, it must have been Mom who did it. It seems the room is almost cleaned up. Sure enough, the door opened. The rented room was so clean it looked like someone had just moved in. My mood improved, so I went to the kitchen to make a simple egg drop and meatball soup. Soon after, they sat down at the table and began to eat. It was almost evening. Su Sinan also missed these brothers. I opened the group chat and started a video call. This call seemed to cause an uproar. Brother Nan, is what Xiangzi said true? That Ma Xinliu gave birth to your child? Brother Nan, if you have any difficulties, you can tell us. Brother Nan, if it's true, you have to treat us to a meal, or we can treat you to a meal, as a way to celebrate. Despite saying all that, Su Sinan remained remarkably calm. It seems these verbal attacks had no effect on him. Xiangzi seemed to realize where Su Sinan was, and asked in surprise, "You've gone home?" Xiangzi and Su Sinan rented this house together, and at first they split the costs. Life is still manageable. But soon, it seemed that Xiangzi's company had given him a permanent position, and even provided him with a dormitory and a canteen. Xiangzi naturally wanted to go and stay there, saving such a large sum of money would allow him to do many things. Now I have to pay for rent and other expenses all by myself, which costs about 2,000 or 3,000 a month. The pressure increased significantly. He can't stay here, he still has 150,000 yuan in his hands. This is a suitable place for the babies and Ma Xinliu to live. It's like settling into a new home. Su Sinan put down his rice bowl and picked up his phone. It's true, Ma Xinliu gave birth to twins for me, a boy and a girl. This stunned the brothers, except for Xiangzi. Immediately, someone gasped and gave a thumbs up. Brother Nan, you really gave us face. Fine. We'll definitely pay back the money we owe you. Yes, Brother Nan has a family now, so we can't let him worry about money. However, some people were curious. Brother Nan, how did you and your wife get together? This question elicited smirks from many people. Su Sinan had no reason to care about these brothers, he knew their character all too well. I'm so poor I can't even afford to eat right now. You just said you'd pay me back, so don't forget. No way, we'll transfer it to you right now. Not long after, a ding-dong sound rang out. 5,000 yuan has been deposited into my account. Having received the money, Su Sinan smiled mysteriously. All right, thanks brothers for getting me out of this predicament. I'm off to take care of my business now. No way, you haven't told me yet. Before she could finish speaking, Su Sinan immediately ended the video call. This made the brothers extremely resentful. Turning to the thought that since Xiangzi knew about this news, he had come to Xiangzi again. After hanging up the phone, Su Sinan got busy. He wants to tidy this place up a bit more. Then go to the hospital. Although Ma Xinliu had Su's mother's care, well, how should I put it? After all, Su's mother is getting old and can't take care of herself alone. About 10 minutes later, the trash was cleaned up. Ready to depart. But just then, my phone rang. Speak, what is it? Brother, I was wrong. Can you tell us how you and sister-in-law got together? These brothers are driving me crazy. Faced with Xiangzi's tearful complaints, Su Sinan couldn't help but tease him. That won't do. You have such a big mouth, you can say anything. If you don't have anything else to say, then I'm hanging up. Brother, I was really wrong. How about I pay you back the money I owe you? Su Sinan rolled her eyes. Isn't it only right that you return my money? Yes, I'll give you more. Consider it my gift money for you and your sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Sinan felt he had teased her enough and smiled with satisfaction. Okay, transfer the money first. The payment arrived shortly afterward. 4,000 yuan. 1,000 more. Xiangzi really went all out this time, you know. He used to only give 100 or 200 yuan at most. Ha, since you're so sensible, I'll tell you. Xiangzi paused for a moment. Tell me quickly. Su Sinan smiled and said, before I speak, you mustn't go around telling everyone. We can't let a young girl be ruined by bastards like you. Xiangzi smiled sheepishly. I've only told my brothers and me, I haven't told anyone else yet. Seeing this, Su Sinan simply said a few words. Well, in the end, this is still my fault. I didn't control my alcohol intake, and we both fell asleep, so that kind of thing happened without us even realizing it. Xiangzi was stunned. Brother Nan, you're so lucky. You can run into such a stunning beauty just by having a drink? Why can't I ever do that? He exclaimed, I don't know either. Upon hearing this, someone exclaimed, Brother Nan, this is Versailles. But what about you and Li Machine? Don't you two already have a child? Su Sinan didn't explain, but directly told the story about Li Machine. Upon hearing this, Xiangzi became somewhat angry. It's a good thing she miscarried. If she had actually given birth, wouldn't you, Nan Ge, be wearing a huge green hat? Su Xi smiled and said, someone like her will eventually pay the price for what she did. Definitely. I'll present her with a banner later. He smiled and said, Xiangzi is still Xiangzi. A moment later, Xiangzi said that he would go with his brothers to see his wife and baby. Su Sinan felt there was nothing wrong with it. He thought to himself, look at Ma Xinliu and Bao Bao, brothers. I feel proud of them. He nodded in agreement. Chapter 13 The School Beauty's House, what a pity. Halfway there in the car, I suddenly received a call from Su's mother. Mom, what's wrong? Go to Xiaoliu's rented apartment and get some baby clothes, baby powder, diapers, and stuff like that. Oh, where is his house? In Jinqiu Residential Area, Building 2, 21st floor, door number 2. The password is 222222. Such a simple password? Isn't Ma Xinliu afraid of being followed? He said oh and hung up the phone. Master, could you please go to Jinqiu Residential Area? After about 20 minutes, we finally arrived at the legendary place where the school beauty was located, Jinqiu Residential Area. It has to be said that this place is truly a blessed land. Surprisingly, many birds were snacking on the ground. They didn't seem afraid of passers-by. Upon arriving on the 21st floor, one sees some couplets pasted on the door, indicating that Ma Xinliu has lived here for a long time. Just as we were about to open the door, a beautiful woman looked at Su Sinan, hesitatingly asking, where did the beautiful lady who lives here go? She just gave birth to her baby in the hospital and is there now. Su Sinan smiled, his smile radiant and sunny, and the beautiful woman was immediately captivated. He couldn't help but ask, then who are you? I am the baby's father. The beautiful woman couldn't hide her disappointment. Su Sinan carefully stopped the combination lockbox and began entering the password. He wasn't familiar with this beautiful woman, so naturally he wouldn't let her see the password. The door opened, so naturally one should enter the room. Suddenly, the beautiful woman seemed to remember something. I ran into the landlord today. The lease expires after this month. When are you moving out of this place? Su Sinan had no idea, but when someone mentioned it, she smiled and said, thank you for reminding me, I didn't know that. The beautiful woman shook her head, and sighed as she watched Su Sinan enter the room. This guy is so handsome, and he got married so early. Su Sinan closed the door, feeling that the beautiful woman's gaze was somewhat strange. It's really too dangerous for Ma Xinliu to live in this place, and the password is so simple. They really have a big heart. The room has one bedroom and 2 living rooms, mainly used for eating and resting. I looked at the pink sofa and saw some notes. I picked them up and started reading. I don't know if giving birth to this child was the right or wrong thing to do. God, will I be alright? Su Sinan felt a pang of sympathy. He couldn't imagine how Ma Xinliu, a single person, had spent those 10 months. After tidying up the things on the table and sofa, I started taking out some baby powder, diapers, and so on. By the time we finished cleaning up, it was almost dark. He carefully left the lights on in the room to prevent anyone from sneaking in if they saw that no one was home. Leave the room and set off. Go to Longtian Hospital. As darkness fell, Su's mother kept the food she had prepared that afternoon warm. In case Ma Xinliu gets hungry and needs something to eat, she will have to wait. Seeing this scene, Machine Leo was deeply moved and sometimes just wanted Sue's mother to get some rest. However, Sue's mother was busy with her work and seemed not to have heard Machine Leo's words. After finishing her tasks, Sue came over with a smile and said, "I'll have Xiaonan keep you company today. I've already put the food in the warmer place. If you get hungry, Xiaonan can feed you." Machine Leo nodded and reached out her hand to invite Sue's mother to sit down. At this moment, Su Sinan, who had been missing for about 2 or 3 hours, walked in. "Hey, don't stick your hand out, you can't stand the cold right now." He quickly walked to Machine Leo's side and carefully put his hand back under the thin blanket. Sue's mother gave Su Sinan an approving look. This child is good, he knows how to care for others. This way, the couple shouldn't have any major conflicts. She straightened her clothes and said to her son, "You need to be more alert today. If anything happens to the baby or your wife, you need to react immediately. Mom, don't worry, there will be nurses on duty at Longtian Hospital." "That won't do. You can't rely on the nurses. You need to pay more attention yourself and read more books about babies. That way, our baby and daughter-in-law can be healthier." "That's true." Su Sinan was speechless for a moment and nodded. Before leaving, Sue's mother looked at the baby. He was all smiles. The corridor seemed to be filled with Sue's mother's laughter. Seeing that Machine Leo seemed to have calmed down, Su Sinan brought up the matter of the house. "I learned from Machine Leo that she did not want to continue living in that place. Because he had a child, he had to give the child a free place to live. This requires going out for a stroll, exchanging experiences with other mothers, and ideally, having access to a kindergarten where you can communicate with the teachers." However, a month before his child was due, he asked a real estate agent to help him find his ideal house. But the apartment layout was the same as theirs, though there were some differences, and the price was over 7,000. This doesn't even include food and clothing. If a person is alone for a long time, their savings will be gone in just a few months. How could anyone possibly bear that? So I haven't been able to find a suitable house yet. Why don't you stay at my place? My lease expires in 2 months, it's a 2-bedroom apartment, and you can use those 2 months to look for other places." Machine Leo hesitated for a moment. "Won't that cause you trouble?" "No, if you live at my place, I can take good care of you and the baby." Su Sinan smiled. Machine Leo asked, somewhat puzzled, "I heard that Li Machine is also pregnant with your child." "That's not mine." Su Sinan smiled bitterly, having been cuckolded for 2 or 3 months. "Not yours? Then whose is it?" Machine Leo looked at Su Sinan hesitantly. In her opinion, how could a girl treat this matter so lightly? She's a rich second-generation girl I didn't know. She told me about it after she had a miscarriage today and we broke up because of it. And at that time you just happened to call me. Machine Leo looked at Su Sinan with surprise. Was this a story she was making up? She had a feeling that Su Sinan was lying. Seeing that Machine Leo seemed not to believe him, Su Sinan had no choice but to tell the whole story from beginning to end. Seeing Su Sinan's earnest explanation, Machine Leo said indignantly, "As a woman, how could Li Machine do such a thing? A person like her will not have a good ending sooner or later." Su Sinan grinned, "I find you quite cute." Machine Leo blushed. Su Sinan couldn't help but squeeze Machine Leo's hand, feeling its soft, boneless texture. "Oh my god, my heart is beating so fast." Chapter 14 Brother Xiaodong, help! Machine Leo withdrew her hand and gave Su Sinan a beautiful eye roll. Suddenly, the pink and tender babies started crying again. She had no choice but to hold the babies beside her and start breastfeeding them. Su Sinan stared blankly at Machine Leo, who had just become a mother, and thought she was so beautiful, so beautiful. "Hey, don't look at me like that." Perhaps Su Sinan's gaze was too direct, because Machine Leo couldn't help but blush and retort to Su Sinan. Su Sinan just laughed it off, not caring at all. His sharp retort just now had charmed everyone, making him feel sweet inside. Suddenly the babies let go of the nipple, and white milk came out. "Ah!" Machine Leo cried out in embarrassment as she put her clothes back on. Su Sinan seemed to have thought of something and took out nursing pads from the plastic bag next to her. "It's so hot." Machine Leo's face turned even redder than before, and her breathing became rapid. Although the two of them had sex and he had touched her all over today, a feeling of shame arose spontaneously. She dared not look at Su Sinan. Su Sinan smiled, "So you're this shy?" Machine Leo immediately rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. "Your gaze is so direct, anyone would be embarrassed." Su Sinan laughed heartily, "Then why don't you do it?" Seeing Su Sinin flirting with her, Ma Xinliu was a little angry and annoyed, but for some reason she suddenly felt that the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Hey, I'm a patient now, isn't it your duty to take care of me? Seeing that stubborn smile, Su Sinin smiled and said, oh. Of course, I'll cover it for you then. Ma Xinliu didn't say anything more, but her gaze was somewhat profound. Once the padding was almost in place, Ma Xinliu relaxed considerably. Su Sinin tidied up. The new mother next door locked the door from the inside and carefully told Su Sinin to be more alert at night and not to sleep too soundly. This is the same as Su's mother. Su Sinin gave him a reassuring look. After chatting for a few more minutes, it was almost 9 o'clock. Su Sinin, who hadn't rested all day, suddenly felt a little tired. He turned to look at Ma Xinliu and found that she had fallen asleep with a smile and a happy expression on her face at some point. He grinned and lay down next to Ma Xinliu. This is a double bed, so 2 people can sleep in it. However, with the advice from his 2 mothers-in-law, he dared not sleep too deeply. But after an unknown amount of time, I vaguely felt something push me. In the dream, it felt as if I was weightless. I woke up with a start and saw an elderly face looking relieved. You're awake now, your child is crying. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. It was the baby's voices. Su Sinin felt a little apologetic. He had forgotten to change the children's diapers before going to bed. Thank you so much, Auntie. If it weren't for you, I might have slept until dawn. The aunt smiled and said, it's alright, it's always like this the first time. You'll get used to it once you've had the experience. Hurry up and finish it. As she spoke, the aunt returned to the new mother's side. Ma Xinliu was still sleeping, so Su Sinin didn't dare to disturb her and tiptoed out of bed. After the diapers were changed, the babies drifted off into sweet dreams. Su Sinin tidied up and lay down again. This time, however, he placed his hand on the crib so he could react immediately to any noise. But just as I closed my eyes, my phone rang again, and I gave a wry smile. What's wrong? How are the babies in Xiaolu doing now? Fine. That's good. I'll bring some liquid food over tomorrow. You better be careful. Okay, I'm hanging up. Su Sinin was really sleepy and casually hung up the phone. Hey, this kid's got some nerve, he actually hung up the phone. Somewhat unexpected and a little angry. However, Su's mother didn't call, in case it disturbed Xiaolu. He lay down again, in the same position as before. In my drowsy state, the babies started fussing again. I was busy with diapers, feeding, and so on, several times. Ma Xinliu woke up 3 or 4 times during the night. In the end, they all cuddled the babies while sleeping. The next day, Su Sinin woke up early. I didn't sleep well, but I can't sleep anymore. The babies started crying again. After finally changing their diapers, he went to the bathroom to wash his face. After one night, you've taken another step closer to being a good father. Hereby, you are awarded 50,000. 50,000. That's really good. It seems like working all night was worth it. There's also the cost of baby formula and other expenses, so it's been quite a lot of running around. After washing my face, I returned to my room. Then a doctor walked in. He had come to inquire about Ma Xinliu and the baby's condition. How is the discharge? Is it heavy? Not many, less than yesterday. Do you have any feeling in your legs? How much can you bend them? I've regained some consciousness and can move around a little. How are the babies doing with feeding? Okay, I'm going to drink my milk and go to sleep. After answering, the doctor nodded and wrote on the form in a handwriting that Su Sinin couldn't understand. I'll get the pain pump for you later and change the gauze while I'm at it. Su Sinin nodded in agreement, and then saw the doctor go next door to check on the situation. The woman next door had a natural birth and was able to walk with a wobbly gait on the same day. The doctor simply checked the discharge and performed an ultrasound to assess the situation. By the way, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to be discharged from the hospital around tomorrow. This made Ma Xinliu, who was standing nearby, very envious. He also wanted to have a natural birth and get back in shape as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a cesarean section. Just as the doctor left, Su's mother walked over, drenched in sweat. He was carrying a bag containing some soup and porridge. Go back and get some sleep. I can take care of things here. Also, come over at noon. Su Sinin nodded and explained the matter of renting a house. When Su's mother heard that the two were going to live together, she was overjoyed. However, his years of experience in dealing with people calmed him down. If you go back and clean the house, you definitely can't do it by yourself. You need to find a few people to help you and then treat them to a meal. Mom, I know. With a hint of helplessness, Su Sinin didn't need his mother to tell him these things. Okay, I know you've grown up, but I'll still check how you've packed and come over. Su Sinin nodded, and Su's mother began to take over the affairs here. After leaving the house, Su Sinin made a phone call. He had already decided who to contact yesterday. Xiaodong is the only son in his family. She's not in the best of health, and her family just wants her to grow up healthy, so she doesn't have any work anxiety. However, she's a very kind person. If you need any help, going to Xiaodong is definitely the right thing to do. However, because their son was too enthusiastic and they wanted to name him after all 4 seasons of winter, they gave him the nickname Little Winter. Chapter 15. Be polite. Su's mother carefully washed Ma Xinliu's face with hot water and then wiped her body down as well. I envy Ma Xinliu. No, that son of hers is truly blessed. Her skin was delicate and her figure was curvy and shapely. Su's mother scooped out a small spoonful of steamed egg and handed it to her, saying, "You've been busy for so long, have something to eat." There were tears in Ma Xinliu's eyes. The way Su's mother was so careful and protective of her was like that of a biological daughter. No, even a biological daughter might not be this good. Su's mother seemed to sense Ma Xinliu's emotions and smiled. "I've always wanted a daughter, but after Xiaonan was born, I wasn't allowed to have any more. If I did, I'd be fined. I was thinking I should just raise Xiaonan well, but this has become a regret in my heart." Ma Xinliu didn't know how to comfort Su's mother for a moment. Su's mother smiled, her eyes filled with kindness. "Now it's all right, I finally have a daughter." A warm sensation ran down her cheek as Ma Xinliu chewed on the egg drop soup in her mouth, feeling its scalding heat. Mother Su lowered her head again. "Come on, eat her, and I'll give you a massage." Ma Xinliu nodded and finished the bowl of steamed eggs seriously. After the meal, Su's mother was worried that Ma Xinliu's legs were not getting proper blood circulation, so she massaged them again. The aunt next door saw this and said, "Look, this mother-in-law treats her daughter-in-law even better than her own daughter." The mother next door just smiled, a hint of envy in her eyes. The two usually get along quite well, but when conflicts arise, the mother-in-law always takes the lead. Su's mother smiled and said, "That's right. I only have one son. If I don't treat my daughter-in-law well, who else should I treat well?" The aunt next door nodded, then suddenly sighed. "If I had the technology we have now when I gave birth back then, it wouldn't have been so complicated. Back then, once you gave birth, it was over, and whether the baby and the mother could survive was still an unknown." Upon hearing this, Su's mother also sighed. They started talking about things from that time. The two were deeply moved. As they were chatting, the doctor came over and removed the pain pump, and also changed the gauze at the C-section site. "If it doesn't hurt too much, it's best to move around a bit. If it hurts a lot, you can go to the office and call me." Su's mother thanked him repeatedly, and the doctor smiled meaningfully. In the hospital, everyone knows each patient, and many doctors gossip about their patients. Based on what happened yesterday, they concluded that Su Sinin must be a scumbag. Unexpectedly, aside from the fact that he didn't know his girlfriend was pregnant at first, which made him seem a bit of a jerk. From beginning to end, Su Sinin basically did what all new fathers do. No, he should say he did it even better than new fathers. Not only did they take care of Ma Xinliu's emotions, but they also went to great lengths to take care of the baby's food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The mother is also very good. In short, it's a very responsible family. After giving his instructions, the doctor left. Meanwhile, Su's mother also started to get busy, changing the baby's mats, applying talcum powder, and so on. Su Sinin arrived at the room where Ma Xinliu was staying. Without much effort, Ma Xinliu kept everything very organized, with each item placed in its proper place. He can tidy up and remember where those things were. If Ma Xinliu is looking for something, he will be able to find it quickly and know exactly where it is. Xiaodong brought a large suitcase, which could hold a lot of things. Su Sinin immediately put the clothes, underwear, cosmetics, and baby supplies together. When it came to underwear, Su Sinin felt a little awkward and shy, but thinking that Ma Xinliu had already let him touch it, what was there to be afraid of? So, without letting Xiaodong see it, it was placed together with the clothes. The other books and some small equipment could only be packed in small leather suitcases. After tidying up for a while, Su Sinin let out a sigh of relief, as if she had remembered something. "Xiaodong, have you contacted the moving company yet? How much time do they have left?" They've been packing for about an hour or two. The moving company should be here by now, right? Xiaodong quickly checked her phone. Oh, they'll be here soon. A dozen minutes later, the moving company finally arrived. Before long, the place where Ma Xinliu used to live was left with only a bed, dressing table, wardrobe, and other furniture and appliances. Oh, and there's some filth scattered around. Su Sinan will clean these up when she gets back. Back at the rented room, 3 or 4 large boxes and 5 or 6 small boxes were unloaded. Xiaodong looked around the room and said, "Brother Nan, what if the school beauty's wife is very disappointed when she finds out she lives in this place?" Xiaodong's concerns were not unfounded. Throughout history, it has always been easier to go from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. Even the school beauty lives in an apartment, and the environment is quite nice. How could I possibly get used to it? Su Sinan didn't care, since he and Ma Xinliu had already agreed to find a suitable house together. So just find a good one when the time comes. Xiaodong, however, was worried for Su Sinan. No, we absolutely can't let the school beauty's sister-in-law see this. What if you two get separated? How will you take care of the baby? Su Sinan was speechless. Was he really that incompetent? Never mind, there's no point in explaining. Once I'm done with my work, I'll go to the hospital. I checked the time, it would be noon in an hour. Time is running out. 30 minutes later, apart from clothes and some other private items that hadn't been dealt with, everything else. Su Sinan had placed everything in a very good position. He also knew where things were. This would make things much easier for Ma Xinliu. After we finish tidying up, we have 20 minutes left. Su Sinan was leaving, but Xiaodong wanted to see the school beauty's sister-in-law. He didn't want Xiaodong to see it, but Xiaodong really wanted to see it, and after a few pouting attempts, Su Sinan couldn't take it anymore, so he had no choice but to let him go and take a look. When you go, don't talk nonsense. She's still a girl. Xiaodong confidently assured him, no problem. But upon arriving at the hospital, seeing how beautiful Ma Xinliu was, he couldn't help but rush over. School beauty sister-in-law, you don't know. Su Sinan knew exactly what was going on and stepped in to stop him, asking, "What are you doing?" Xiaodong touched his head and came to his senses. He used to be able to say whatever he wanted about the school beauty and indulge in his whims, but he can't do that anymore. I'm just a little excited. Seeing that the boy had calmed down, Su Sinan warned, "It's a promise, don't talk nonsense or lay a hand on me." Xiaodong understood this principle, and he became much more restrained. "Hello, sister-in-law." Suddenly seeing the auntie coming in, he said, "Hello, auntie." Ma Xinliu was very shy, not expecting Su Sinan's friend to come. Chapter 16 Best Sisters. "Mom, leave this to me." Su's mother nodded, admitting that she was a little tired after taking care of her for so long. "Ultimately, it's because I'm getting old, my bones aren't as strong as they used to be." "Then take good care of Xiaolu. I'll go back and rest for a bit and then come over." "Okay." Su Sinan nodded in agreement, looking at Xiaodong. Xiaodong asked, puzzled, "Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you going back?" Suddenly realizing what was happening, Xiaodong touched his head. Su Sinan smiled and said, "Why don't you go see my mom off? She's been busy for so long, I'm worried about her." Xiaodong said oh and turned to Ma Xinliu, "School beauty, no, sister-in-law. I'll come see you another day." Ma Xinliu smiled with a slight blush. "Okay, take care." Xiaodong left, looking on with envy. It's unbelievable that such a beautiful school beauty is with Nan Gu. Su Sinan sat to the side and touched Ma Xinliu's belly. Feeling a pang of concern, she asked, "Are you alright?" "It's okay, childbirth was much more painful than this." Ma Xinliu shook her head and naturally tied her hair up. Su Sinan suddenly realized something. Did the doctor say anything? "It's nothing, just to get some exercise." Ma Xinliu blushed at the thought of it. "If it's an event, I'll definitely need to change into pajamas and check for any leakage." These are all things that need to be done in front of Su Sinan. Although she had it once, she could never let go of it. "Let me get you some new pajamas, these clothes of yours need to be changed." Su Sinan drew the curtain and carefully helped Ma Xinliu change her clothes. Ma Xinliu was extremely shy and kept her head down. When it was time to change the medical pad, Su Sinan was not allowed to do so. She said she would only be willing to change after her aunt returned. For a time, the situation remained deadlocked. In the end, Su Sinan realized that the two of them hadn't quite reached that level of intimacy yet. I decided to wait for my mother to come back. While Machine Leo was lying in the hospital bed, he went to the bathroom to wash his clothes. The bathroom was tiny, and even washing clothes required great care. Susinin always let the soap rub in the sink 3 or 4 times before she was willing to let her clothes soak in the sink. Hearing a few rustling sounds from the bathroom, the aunt next door said with envy, "Your boyfriend treats you really well. He's incredibly handsome and has a wonderful character. You're so lucky to have him." Machine Leo smiled but did not answer. She wasn't sure why Susinin was taking such good care of her. In her mind, her child definitely occupies a large part. As for her, perhaps in Susinin's mind, she was just someone he had to take care of, someone he brought along as a side effect. This thought popped into my head, and a feeling of sadness welled up inside me. Susinin, who had been washing dishes and clothes, came out and then went to hang the clothes to dry. They were so busy that they had no time to pay attention to Machine Leo. "When we get back, we'll sit down and check on Jiankangkung." Seeing these adorable little pink babies, Susinin sighed with a touch of leisure. "Why are you sighing?" Susinin didn't answer, but instead asked, "Can you tell these babies apart at a glance now?" "Of course, this is the older brother, and this is the younger sister." Machine Leo pointed with her finger, saying that her older brother, Kong Kong, liked to drool a little, while her younger sister slept more soundly and basically couldn't speak. Furthermore, the two babies' hair is different, and you can tell them apart just by looking at their hair. Susinin smiled and said, "That's amazing." "Humph. Of course." Machine Leo raised her head with a hint of pride, and at that moment her mood seemed to have improved. Susinin didn't find anything amiss either. Then, the two began to talk about how to educate their babies. Incidentally, the neighbor's mother also got involved in the conversation. The ward suddenly became less boring. It's unclear how much time had passed, but Sue's mother arrived at the ward. Everyone quieted down early, feeling somewhat tired. "You should go back. I'll take care of things here." Susinin looked up from her bed and said, "Mom, you're here. Okay, you should go back and rest." Sue's mother also felt sorry for her son. He must not have slept well since yesterday. He glanced at the thin blanket next to his son and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Oh," Shalu said, "he'll only be willing to change it if you come over." Machine Leo blushed, and Sue's mother seemed to understand something, immediately shooing her away. Go. Go back now." Susinin rolled her eyes. After returning to the rented room, I lay down. He looked at the white ceiling, which still bore some other markings, and frowned slightly. He did not ignore Xiaodong's words. "But it's too late to buy furniture and put up wallpaper now." As he thought about it, he suddenly felt tired and closed his eyes. However, I was still thinking about the babies and Machine Leo, and as time went by, this matter entered my dreams. A rumbling sound followed, and it's unclear how much time had passed. Suddenly, thunder roared outside. Susinin woke up with a start, got out of bed, and closed the window. Then I heard a series of ding-dong sounds and couldn't help but open my phone to check. "Is what happened between you and Machine Leo true?" It was Li Machine. Susinin didn't want to pay attention to her and blocked her directly. Then I checked the time, and only an hour had passed. "Go back to sleep." Li Machine sat on the pink bed, her face cold. Her best friend smiled and asked, "Is this really true?" Li Machine didn't answer at first, but Susinin didn't reply and coldly smiled. "This is absolutely impossible. Even if he is handsome, he is just a pretty face with no substance. Machine Leo would never be interested in him. Then you might as well continue looking for rich second-generation heirs. Anyway, they're 100 times better than Susinin." Li Machine smiled and said, "Of course, with my looks, as long as I regain my figure, there's nothing I can't find." Her best friend smirked. "Of course, I heard you've hooked up with another rich kid?" "Yes. But I heard he's a con man? A rich kid who can't even afford a watch worth 10,000 yuan?" Li Machine put down the mascara brush, her hand trembling slightly. The rain was getting heavier, and Susinin woke up an hour later. "And I told the brothers to find a decent 2-bedroom apartment. It's relatively close to the school." Then he went out with 2 umbrellas. "Mom, take a taxi home later." "I brought you an umbrella." "Okay, but I'm not in a hurry to go back right now, wait a moment." After Sue's mother hung up the phone, the doctor asked, "Is there anything wrong?" "If we follow your instructions, there shouldn't be any problems for now." "That's good." The doctor squatted down and removed the urine tube. "You can eat some minced meat now, but it should still be light." Oh, and move around more. Sue's mother nodded, holding the small notebook. She's getting old, and she can't remember many things. The doctor saw that Sue's mother had written it down and added at the end, "You can put underwear on her now." Ma Shinleo blushed immediately. Chapter 17: The phone call between Sue's father and mother. As soon as the doctor left, Su Sinan arrived. The heavy rain started, and I was a bit disheveled. "Are you all right?" Ma Shinleo asked with some concern. "It's all right, I just tried on the sleeve a little, I'll just use a hairdryer to dry it later." "That's good." Ma Shinleo breathed a sigh of relief. Sue's mother saw all of this, her eyes narrowed slightly. This son is really something, he actually managed to win over such a beautiful daughter-in-law. He turned and asked, "Do you know where her panties are?" Su Sinan was taken aback. It really was a perfect coincidence. He guessed that Ma Shinleo was about to start her activities, so there was a high chance she would be wearing underwear. So they took one or two items. When Su Sinan took out the panties, Ma Shinleo blushed instantly. There was even some shame and anger. How could she forget that Su Sinan was going to clean up her house? Naturally, I looked through all the private things. Just thinking about those things made her feel incredibly ashamed. Sue's mother took it and immediately pulled the curtain shut. Only Sue's mother and Ma Shinleo were inside. "Your underwear is nice, it's pure cotton. I thought it was made of synthetic fibers." Ma Shinleo felt a little embarrassed, while Su Sinan was still listening outside. Sue's mother seemed to realize she had said too much, and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "Put it on first, and then we can move around a bit." After putting on her underwear, Ma Shinleo did not immediately pull back the curtain. Instead, I tried to take a walk. I hadn't walked in a long time. It's a bit unusual, but still within my tolerance level. Seeing that Ma Shinleo was gradually getting used to it, Sue's mother pulled back the curtain and said, "Take Xiaolu with you and let her get used to it. I'll go back and make some dinner for you." Thump, thump. The insulated lunchboxes collided with each other. Su Sinan quickly helped Ma Shinleo up. His movements were very careful and steady. Ma Shinleo felt that powerful force and relaxed a little. "Be careful, it's raining now, don't go too far," Sue's mother instructed before leaving. Su Sinan smiled and watched his mother leave in a hurry. After he left, the atmosphere between the two seemed a little awkward. Ma Shinleo was still thinking about those shameful things. With Su Sinan supporting her, her heart suddenly started beating faster for some reason. "You can walk now." The new mother next door came over. She had already had an ultrasound, and the examination showed no problems. "I can be discharged tomorrow. In addition, he can now walk independently and go to the toilet. My mindset has improved a lot." Ma Shinleo thought to herself, "If only I hadn't had a C-section. This way, you can be discharged from the hospital sooner. Now, it hurts easily every time I walk. You can't make any big movements, or the wound will get worse. That means he can only walk back and forth in this room. Can you walk a little on your own now?" Su Sinan was a little worried that the wound would reopen. "Yes, I can. Let me try walking by myself first." Su Sinan had no choice but to let go, but he didn't dare to let go too much until Ma Shinleo could walk steadily before he felt at ease. Before long, the baby started crying again. As usual, Su Sinan washed the baby's bottom and changed his diaper. Just after finishing, Ma Shinleo suddenly needed to go to the toilet. And pressing his hand to the wound, Su Sinan anxiously stepped forward. "What happened?" "I need to use the restroom." "Is your wound all right?" "It's nothing, it just hurts a little from being torn." "It definitely hurts. Just thinking about the incision cut into his smooth belly makes him feel numb." I felt even more sorry for Ma Shinleo. "Let me carry you to the toilet." Su Sinan hugged Ma Shinleo tightly, his movements very careful. Ma Shinleo was extremely shy and at a loss for what to do. I can do it myself, I can get out of bed." Su Sinan's tone suddenly became more serious. "Don't move around. What will you do if your wound accidentally tears open a little?" Ma Shinleo blushed slightly, feeling somewhat worried. She weighed about 130 pounds when she was pregnant, and now that she's no longer pregnant, she weighs about 110 pounds. Can Su Sinan hold on? Seeing this, the new mother slowly walked over and opened the bathroom door. Su Sinan, who was still wondering how to open the door, couldn't help but thank him. This new mom has such a great personality, and so does her temperament. I've never seen him look melancholy. Put me down, I can manage on my own. Ma Xinliu pleaded, saying that she really couldn't accept something like this. Su Sinan was taken aback, and had no choice but to put it down gently. She breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought Su Sinan would persist. However, she couldn't continue thinking about this now and abruptly closed the bathroom door. I'm a little anxious. Su Sinan was afraid that Ma Xinliu would aggravate her wound, so after a dozen seconds she asked, "Do you need my help?" "Ah. No need." The sound was very loud, so it seemed like there wouldn't be any problems. Su Sinan went to see the babies again. I must say, the babies were really quite quiet. Like princes and princesses in a fairy tale. Babies, don't worry. Daddy will definitely give you a safe and carefree world. A short while later, the bathroom door opened. Ma Xiliu's complexion looked much more normal than before. She was touched to see Su Sinan staring blankly like that. "Ah, you're out." Su Sinan finally realized what was happening. Ma Xiliu went back to bed. It was okay to take a walk outside occasionally, but she couldn't do it often. She was exhausting herself too quickly. Su Sinan touched the kettle next to her and found that it was empty. So he got up, took the kettle, and left. Just as they left, Su's mother arrived at the ward, smiled at Ma Xinliu, who had her eyes closed, and placed the insulated lunchbox aside. "Hello?" Su's mother went outside to answer Su's father's phone call. "I won't be going back for a few days, remember to cook for me." "Why are you making things so complicated? I told you I'm not going back. Just find a friend yourself. I won't cover your food expenses for the next few days. I really can't do anything with you. I'll be staying with my son for a few days. He's about to graduate, so I'll be looking after him." Okay, that's it. That old man is really. Su's mother hung up the phone, somewhat resentful. But she immediately cheered up. The old man had no idea what had happened. "Oh, I can go see my adorable little grandchildren now." Chapter 18 has been taken down. As usual, Su's mother fed Ma Xinliu and then went home. That night, Su Sinan took care of Ma Xinliu. Around midnight, for some reason, Ma Xinliu suddenly grabbed his thigh and squeezed it hard. Hiss. Su Sinan wanted to shout, but then she remembered that the babies were still sleeping. I forced myself to hold it in. "I'm in some pain," came Ma Xinliu's pained voice. Suddenly, Su Sinan became anxious. He carefully touched Ma Xinliu's stomach, not placing it on the wound. "What's wrong? What happened to you?" "My wound seems to be a bit." "Wound?" Su Sinan whispered to the doctor on duty. "Doctor, my girlfriend's C-section incision is very painful." The on-duty doctor went over to examine them, applied some iodine, and immediately calmed them down. "It's normal. I just removed the pain pump, so it's like this. It'll be fine in a few days." "In a few days?" Su Sinan looked at the pained Ma Xinliu. Somewhat anxiously, she said, "Could you alleviate the pain? After all, if she can't sleep well, it's a considerable burden for her. If it doesn't help, the babies need to breastfeed. If you take the medicine, they can't breastfeed, and you can't let them drink formula, can you?" Su Sinan was stunned for a moment, watching the on-duty doctor leave quietly. Ma Xinliu glanced at the baby. "Since the doctor said it's not okay, then it's not okay. I'll endure it for now, in exchange for the healthy growth of the babies in the future." "It hurts." Su Sinan couldn't imagine that this recovery process would be so painful. How much pain the child must be in. The doctor was helpless, but he couldn't just watch Ma Xinliu suffer like this. After thinking for a moment, he subconsciously placed his hand on Ma Xinliu's leg. "I squeezed it hard. That felt really good. Could you give me a foot massage?" "Oh." Su Sinan squeezed hard and gently pounded. Ma Xinliu gradually drifted off to sleep. But this massage can't go on forever, even for massage therapists who have been doing it for years. Loosen your grip and let it hang down naturally. Perhaps he was too tired at this moment, his eyelids became heavy, and he couldn't help but lean against the bed and fall asleep. She didn't know how much time had passed before Ma Xinliu woke up again. The pain returned. Su Sinan, who had fallen asleep, woke up again. At this moment, Su Sinan dared not go to sleep and could only think of another way. "I'm sorry, I woke you up." Ma Xinliu felt very embarrassed. "It's okay, why don't we chat? What are you going to talk about?" Ma Xinliu asked nervously, but she suddenly felt that the wound on her stomach didn't hurt as much anymore. I don't know much about your family yet, tell me about it. Ma Xinliu didn't know whether he should say it or not, but he knew that Su Xinen's family situation wasn't very good. If I were to say it? Seemingly feeling awkward, Su Xinen smiled and said, if you feel awkward, we can change the subject. It seemed that Su Xinen's carefree attitude relieved Ma Xinliu's pressure. She shook her head and said, no need. My dad runs a logistics company, and business is pretty good. My mom runs a dance training class and is busy all day long, so she rarely has time to take care of me. I see you're from Shanghai. Why are you studying so far away? Ma Xinliu seemed somewhat embarrassed and swallowed back the words that were about to come out. In the end, she just pursed her lips. If you're having trouble, then don't say anything. I'm not forcing you. Ma Xinliu thought about it and decided that she still had to say it. He's the child's father after all if they wait until later to find out. In addition, Su Xinen had spoken frankly about Li Maxin's situation, so she had nothing to hide. After all, who hasn't had their share of troubles in the past? Actually, my parents arranged a marriage for me, wanting us to get to know each other for a while before getting married. But I disagreed. So I decided to leave them and came here. Arranged marriages? In this day and age, some parents still hold such views. Su Xinen wanted to say something for a moment, but when she thought that they were Ma Xinliu's parents, she held back. He changed the subject. Now that you've had babies, will it affect your marriage plans? You want me to marry him? Ma Xinliu frowned. Su Xinen quickly shook her head and said, that's not what I meant. It's just that if your parents insist, what should we do? A cold laugh rang out. They dare to do this? At worst, I'll move to another city and they won't be able to find me. So domineering? Su Xinen's impression of Ma Xinliu seemed to have changed again. He previously thought Ma Xinliu was a very passive girl, after all, she only told him about having a child now. But now I think she's a very proactive and courageous girl. Most girls can't even do 1/10 of what Ma Xinliu did. Have you thought about what will happen to us in the future? Later? Ma Xinliu frowned. She really hadn't thought about it. She had assumed that Su Xinen would leave her after signing his name. But I never expected that after 2 days of busy work and taking such meticulous care of her. Furthermore, both Su Xinen and her mother are very kind and responsible. But 2 short days is just too short a time. He didn't know what to do. Su Xinen just smiled and said, I was just asking. I will respect whatever decision you make. That night, the two talked a lot and became even more familiar with each other. Early in the morning, Su Xinen had large dark circles under her eyes. Su's mother came over and asked, what's wrong? What did you do yesterday? Let us chat. Su Xinen said instinctively. Su's mother immediately glared at her, what are you doing? Xiao Lu needs to rest properly. How can you, as her father, be so careless? Su Xinen felt somewhat wronged, but seeing that Ma Xinliu was sleeping soundly, he had no choice but to stop arguing. But that pitiful figure was very obvious. Su's mother rolled her eyes, look how wronged you are. Go back and get some sleep, as usual. Nu. Get out of this troublesome place as soon as possible. Su's mother didn't wake Ma Xinliu. Seeing that she was healthy and well, she beamed with joy. Based on her years of experience, she'll definitely be beautiful when she grows up. Suddenly, the babies started crying. This startled Ma Xinliu awake from her sleep, and for some reason, she inexplicably called out Su Xinen's name. Seeing this, Su's mother smiled with satisfaction. They're awake. The babies seem a little hungry. Why don't you feed them? Oh, Auntie, you're here. Ma Xinliu said a little shyly. I'm here. I saw you didn't sleep well, and it breaks my heart. Ma Xinliu smiled gently, thank you for your concern, Auntie. The babies must be hungry too. I'll feed them first. Yes, yes. We'll talk about it after breastfeeding. So the babies went to be fed. After eating, it fell asleep again. Suddenly, Ma Xinliu felt she couldn't hold it in any longer and said shyly, Auntie, I need to go to the toilet. Come here, let me help you. Su's mother quickly stood up and asked Ma Xinliu to put her hand on hers. When she reached the door, Ma Xinliu suddenly stopped. Chapter 19 Exhaust. We're all women, so let's not be shy. Ma Xinliu blushed, and even Su Xinen carried her to the toilet, so Su's mother was even more willing to do so. After using the toilet, he lay down on the bed with the help of his mother. Sue's mother washed her hands with hot water. Just then, a strange girl came in, holding a business card. "Hello, Auntie, we are the Little Angel photography team. We can take a photo of your baby for free and send it to you later." Sue's mother responded with an "oh" without any apparent reaction, and glanced at the business card. After taking a photo of Jiankanking, the other party said some words of congratulations and blessings, and then took a photo of the person next door. After they finished taking the photos and left, the new mother next door said helplessly, "They said it was free, but they just wanted us to come and take full-month photos." Mother Sue was also aware of this marketing tactic, and smiled, "Let them take pictures, otherwise they won't leave so easily." The new mother smiled, seemingly agreeing with Sue's mother. Not long after, the new father from next door arrived to complete the discharge procedures. The old lady next door started packing her things. While I was getting ready, Ma Xinliu could only watch longingly, her face showing her anticipation of my discharge. Then, seeing that everything was almost packed, the new mother smiled at Ma Xinliu and said, "We'll be going now." "Goodbye, sister," Ma Xinliu said enviously. Sue's mother simply smiled and nodded. After exchanging greetings, the new mother and mother-in-law next door left. The nurses quickly started changing the sheets and cleaning. Su Sinan didn't go to sleep, but went to Ma Xinliu's old house. Tidy. They also cancelled the room booking. The 2,000 deposit was resold. Suddenly feeling hungry, I turned around and went to eat breakfast. As soon as they sat down in the small restaurant, Sue's father called. "What's wrong, Dad? Your mom is with you, right?" "Yes, I've been quite busy lately, so I'm asking my mom to take care of things for a while." That was a very tight-lipped statement. He is indeed quite busy right now. That way, I'll have a reason to cause trouble for my dad in the future. My dad's a real old-fashioned guy. If he finds out about this, he'll definitely give me a beating. "Tell me the truth, is it true?" "Really, I'll be done with my work in a few days, then you can ask your mom." Become. After hanging up the phone, Su Sinan was a little worried about her father. My dad's health has never been very good. He even fell down recently, so my mom has been taking care of him for 2 years. Now he has lost his ability to work. He can just take care of himself. After thinking for a moment, he made a phone call. "Mom, why don't you go back for a bit? Dad needs to be taken care of here." "No need? But that won't do." "Okay, I understand." It turned out that Sue's mother had arranged all of this long ago, and found a good uncle to take care of her. However, Sue's mother gave him final instructions on how to explain the matter clearly. Su Sinan was also troubled. After finishing our meal and paying the bill, we arrived at the hospital. I knew the woman in the next room had already left, and a new pregnant woman who was about to give birth had arrived. She looked younger than Ma Xinliu and was eating takeout, showing a very good appetite. After finishing the meal, I saw the healthy twins next to me and exclaimed with envy, "Twins! They're so lucky." Ma Xinliu smiled, while Su Sinan sat to the side without saying a word, watching the babies and thinking. The pregnant woman seemed to be very outgoing and said, "You two are so handsome and charming, your child will definitely be very good looking." Ma Xinliu happily replied, "You're good looking too." The pregnant woman's gaze was fixed on Su Sinan, and she only nodded subconsciously when she heard Ma Xinliu's words. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, "Are you taking care of her all by yourself? Where are your parents?" "They should be here by now," Ma Xinliu said subconsciously, as Sue's mother seemed to have gone to the restroom. The pregnant woman seemed about to say something when she suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. "Oh dear, my stomach is starting to hurt." Ma Xinliu had experience with this, that means she's about to give birth. The neighbor's mother-in-law immediately came over, beaming with joy, she's finally going to give birth. A little while later, the husband from next door arrived. She was carrying some baby supplies, similar to what Su Sinan had brought. "Ah!" the pregnant woman cried out. Just then, the nurse who heard the noise came in from outside and examined the situation carefully. "Not yet, it's not time to produce yet." "Is he in so much pain right now?" the neighbor asked, sounding a little worried. "So I need to take her to the delivery room, please make way." The nurse fiddled with the bed, and everyone immediately made way. The bed was moved out, and it seemed much quieter afterward. Ma Xinliu and Su Sinan exchanged a glance. "Why don't you take a break?" Ma Xinliu said, seeing that Su Sinan was still staring at the child and thinking that he must be tired. "Okay." Su Sinan sat down to the side. He was indeed a little tired. He fell asleep leaning against the wall. I don't know how much time passed, but the wall seemed to be hit by something. Su Sinan woke up and looked. It turns out that the mother next door had successfully given birth. It feels so fast. He checked the time. 1 hour had passed. That's pretty fast indeed. Ma Xinliu was very envious. This new mother was in excellent condition, and it was as if she hadn't given birth at all. It's so much easier without kids, the new mom smiled. Just then, Su's mother returned. She smiled and greeted the new mother. Hello. Hello, Auntie. The new mother greeted him warmly. Su's mother turned to Ma Xinliu and said, I'll go tidy up first, and I'll bring you lunch later. Auntie, you've worked hard. Ma Xinliu nodded. Su Sinan's gaze returned to the baby. And so it goes, over and over again. On the 4th day, Ma Xinliu decided to get some exercise. The wound still hurts, but it's much better than before. The neighbors next door eat a lot every day. He doesn't worry about exhaust or anything like that, which shows he has a very optimistic personality. At this moment, the old lady next door saw this and couldn't help but pout. All you do all day long is eat. Su's mother smiled. She had seen similar scenes many times before. Ma Xinliu suddenly felt a little touched. For some reason, Su's mother treated her exceptionally well. To be honest, Ma Xinliu had considered factors like her looks and education at first. But if they've been like this for 4 days, then they really are treating her like their own daughter. Chapter 20 Pushing and Passing. The old lady next door said, New mothers don't seem to care. The new father walked in, not knowing what to do, and was a little confused. Su's mother was kind enough to lend a hand. Ma Xinliu sat on the bed and then felt like moving around a bit, so she slowly got up. She can actually walk on her own now, but Su's mother put aside the matter of the new mother next door when she saw her. Want to participate in an event? Yeah, lying in bed all day long, my bones are starting to feel like they're going to fall apart. I almost forgot, you also need to exercise. Su's mother quickly helped Ma Xinliu move around. When it was almost time, he returned to his hospital bed. Would you like some water? I'm not thirsty, I'll take a nap first. Mother Su smiled and said, then I'll draw the curtain. Su Sinan woke up after sleeping for a while in her rented room, touching her head, which was still a little groggy. It reminded me of the scene of Jian Kong and his baby squeezing into the crib. He patted his head and hurried off to buy a crib. There was a decent baby store near the rental apartment, so I took a look. Su Sinan was not very satisfied, mainly because there was no double bed. It seems that because twins are very rare, this type of crib is also rarely purchased. I searched for a long time, and found about 3 or 4 shops. Finally, we found it in a larger store. The boss kept praising how great it was, hoping Su Sinan would buy it. Look, even if I pull it this hard, it won't break. It won't break even if you step on it hard. Let me test its security for you again. Su Sinan smiled. This boss is quite interesting. No wonder he's been traveling for so long, and this baby store has everything. It's also quite large. It's summer now, can the crib protect against mosquitoes? Otherwise, if the baby keeps getting pricked with needles, it might hurt, but what if the baby gets infected with some virus? Sure, there are mosquito nets here. You're a new dad, right? Just disinfect your room first, and when you come back in a few hours, hang up the mosquito net. That's a good idea, Su Sinan nodded. How much do you want? 800, I guess. It's so expensive. Boss, could you make it cheaper? This is expensive? This is a brand name product. Look at the most reputable outlets, this kind of brand costs more than 1,000. Let me see. Su Sinan casually opened an e-commerce platform, and sure enough, the price on it was over 1,000. The reviews are all very good. Despite its good qualities, Su Sinan still felt it was too expensive. Boss, I'm a new dad. It wasn't easy having 2 babies, could you give me a lower price? Twins are rare these days, and if you just leave it sitting there and it gets damaged, wouldn't that be even more of a loss? Upon hearing this, the boss said, I'll give you a 50 yuan discount, it's 750. Su Sinan, 700, I guess. That won't do. I've already lost several hundred. I've been understanding towards you, so you should be understanding towards me too. Upon hearing this, Su Sinan smiled and said, how about 720? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper couldn't help but smile wryly. I'll just give you 700 directly, round it up to a whole number, it'll be auspicious. Thanks. And so, I bought it for 700 yuan. And have someone deliver it to the rental apartment. After finishing, we went to the hospital. Ma Xinliu and Su's mother were chatting, and they seemed to be having a great time, though they didn't know what they were talking about. He smiled as soon as he saw Su Sinan arrive. Su's mother, then I'll head back now. You two can continue your conversation. I just bought a crib, Su Sinan said with a smile. This is great. Is the quality good? You don't want to buy the wrong one. I know that. Su Sinan had just sat down when his mother gave him a wink. Sure enough, Su Sinan left before he even had a chance to sit down properly. She took a card out of her bag and placed it in Su Sinan's hand. This is 50,000 yuan. We don't have much money at home. Su Sinan quickly declined, saying, Mom, I have money. Bullshit, do you think I don't know your ways of making money? She rolled her eyes and forced Su Sinan to take it. But Su Sinan nimbly dodged, and said with a wry smile, Mom, I have no use for this money. I really have money now. During this stalemate, Su's mother looked incredulous and said, Let me see your bank card. I want to see how much money you have. Left with no other choice, Su Sinan opened the app. I was stunned when I saw the number 200,000. Where did you get the money? Su Sinan had already prepared her explanation. It's money I earned in college. You know I'm smart and make money quickly. Su's mother was somewhat skeptical. Was her son really that outstanding? You still don't believe me? Su Sinan was speechless. I don't know whether to believe it or not, but it's true that you've been hiding something from me. Otherwise, how could I have gone from being a mother-in-law to a grandmother? Mom, please stop talking. Su Sinan covered her face. Since he had money and it didn't seem to be from illegitimate sources, Su's mother decided to believe for the time being that her son might be hiding some kind of ability. He said, Since you have 200,000, how about I give you 100,000 so you can use it as a down payment for an apartment in city A? Buying a house is a certainty, but he doesn't want to use his parents' money. My dad needs money, a lot of it, but just in case he needs it someday. Therefore, being able to live a good life is a blessing. You don't need to worry about this. If I really run out of money, I'll just come back to you then. Su's mother didn't say anything and took back the bank card. So, Su's mother went back to cook. Su Sinan is here to guard. The babies in the next bed started crying, and the new mother didn't seem to have any colostrum. You can only let the baby drink formula first. The forgetful father went to buy a vacuum cleaner. The new mother didn't take it to heart and smiled, The babies and the formula are doing fine. I probably don't have much milk. The neighbor's mother-in-law was dissatisfied. When are you going to pay attention? The babies still don't have colostrum, so their immunity will naturally be weak. Don't you know this basic common sense? New mother, I know, but I don't have any milk right now, so the babies will have to suffer. The mother-in-law added, Honestly, let me tell you something, your temper is even worse than mine. I don't know if you've ever cared about the babies. Seeing this, Ma Xinliu felt that she was really lucky. He encountered Su Sinan and her mother. Chapter 21 Taking care of Su's father, Su's mother leaves. Soon, the new dad from next door arrived, but after a long time, he still didn't know what to do. As soon as the nurse arrived, she smiled and said, This definitely won't work. You'll need to find a lactation consultant. Or you could let the baby feed you. Babies are very strong, and they might be able to drink it out. After exchanging a few words, the family went back to their busy work. In this matter, I couldn't help but have a few words of debate. The family clearly has many problems. In the evening, Su's mother came to bring dinner. The babies next door still have to drink formula. The mother-in-law insisted that the new mother start breastfeeding. The two argued incessantly, and the muddle-headed father, seemingly afraid of offending either of them, stood aside, not daring to intervene. Su's mother, who had just arrived, kindly offered a few words of comfort. The two then stopped, and in the end, they had no choice but to pay a lactation consultant. After a lot of commotion, the new mother screamed in pain. Ma Xinliu was shocked. Was starting breastfeeding really that painful? Then the mother-in-law smiled and said, She's out. She's out. The baby can finally drink the mother's milk. But the new mother wasn't happy at all. She turned to look at Ma Xinliu, her face full of envy. It goes around in circles, endlessly repeating itself. On the seventh day, Ma Xinliu was finally able to undergo a checkup. The doctor said that if there were no problems, she could be discharged from the hospital. As a result, the outpatient department of the inpatient ward was busy running around, taking the test results to the doctors. The doctor who examined the patient looked at the patient and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, there are no other major problems. If there is any discomfort, you can have them come in for a checkup. If not, then you can go home after being discharged." Sue's mother thanked her repeatedly, and the doctor who examined her smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you being such a good mother-in-law that the new mother recovered so quickly." In the past few days, news of Sue's mother and Sue Sinan's actions has spread among the nurses and doctors. Sometimes you really can't jump to conclusions. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a major problem in the man's family when a woman comes to the hospital to give birth. It's not that the man has any problems. There must be a reason for this. It's something they don't know. Upon hearing that he could leave the hospital, Sue Sinan quickly packed up. They also called a car to wait for them. Since Ma Shinleo was physically unwell, Sue Sinan carried her directly into the car. Then Sue's mother handed the child over. Sue Sinan was in front, so the child was handed over to Sue's mother and Ma Shinleo to hold. The driver glanced at the car and exclaimed, "These are twins. Congratulations." Mother Sue smiled and said, "Thank you." After about 20 minutes of driving, Sue's mother gave her a red envelope containing 66 yuan. At first, Sue Sinan and her mother carried the baby upstairs and placed him in the crib, leaving Sue's mother behind. Then Sue Sinan carried Ma Shinleo upstairs with her suitcase on her back. Ma Shinleo felt bad she could actually leave now. "Put me down, I'm very heavy." Sue Sinan laughed, "What's this? Are you afraid I'll drop you?" "No." He shook his head, feeling touched. Upon arriving at the door, Sue Sinan put Ma Shinleo down. "This is an old community, it can't compare to your apartment. Let's make do for now, and then we can find a place to live later." Ma Shinleo didn't care about that at all. "It's okay, I'm not picky." Upon entering, I found the house to be very clean. And it's a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. There is also plenty of space to put a crib. It was hot, so Sue Sinan turned on the fan. After seeing this, Sue's mother placed the fan at the door. "This willow is in confinement after childbirth, so you must not let the wind blow on her." Sue Sinan nodded, and Ma Shinleo heard it too. Sue Sinan began bustling about, helping with everything. After working for a while, they still managed to sort out half of the baby's and Ma Shinleo's belongings. "If you're tired, take a rest. Or you can take a shower. Remember those clothes." Sue Sinan took out her clothes from the closet and went to take a shower. The two people were left in the room. Sue's mother sat down and asked, "Are you a little disappointed?" "Disappointment, there is. The house here is incomparable to his family's villa or the apartment he rents." But she didn't care about material things. Sue Sinan and her mother treated her so well. If she found another family or went back to her parents' place, she might not receive such good treatment. So, if the conditions aren't great, so be it. She shook her head, "It's all right." Sue's mother could see through it all. She sighed and said, "We are just an ordinary family, but I believe Xiaonan will give you the best. So just make do for now and we'll find a suitable house later." At this moment, Sue Sinan came over. "Mom, are you staying to cook or going back?" "You rest, I'll cook some dishes." Ma Shinleo looked out the window and saw 3 or 4 pots of succulents. Sue Sinan didn't rest, she started working again. In the sweltering summer heat, I was sweating profusely in no time. Sue's mother was the same. He was worried and told Sue Sinan to treat Xiaolu well. Sue Sinan was speechless. "Mom. Even if you didn't say it, I would still do it, okay?" Suddenly remembering something, she frowned and said, "Mom, you should go back and take care of Dad. He has some difficulty moving around now, and if he falls again, it will be a real problem." Sue's mother paused, she had actually been worried for a while. "Leave this place to me." Sue's mother frowned slightly. "Can you take care of things here? Aren't you graduating soon?" Sue Sinan went into the kitchen and asked his mother to put down her spoon. "Mom, just let me try. If it really doesn't work, then you can come over. That works too, since my son is already this old." "That should work too." Seeing that Sue's mother was tempted, she said, "You should go back and talk to Dad. What if he wants to hit me one day? That would be bad. This is also because we didn't do some ideological work with that old man. This kid is in trouble. At that time, will Xiaolu. Then take good care of Xiaolu." I know, you've said it several times already. Su Sinan urged his mother to leave. Su's mother rolled her eyes. This child is so impatient. Do you think I don't understand that little scheme of theirs? Chapter 22. A house delivered from heaven, obtained without effort. Instead of leaving, Su's mother continued to chat and ask about Machine Leo's well-being. Meanwhile, Su Sinan prepared some more dishes. Su's mother stayed to have dinner with them. Perhaps she was tired, because after dinner, Su's mother went to sleep in the second bedroom. Only Machine Leo and Su Sinan remained in the master bedroom. It got a bit muggy in the evening. Su Sinan could only turn on the electric fan and point it at the wall, but found that this had no effect. The wind won't reach Machine Leo. I'm a little worried. Machine Leo didn't say anything, and lying in bed actually calmed her emotions. Seeing Su Sinan so busy running around, drenched in sweat. Don't bother, I'm fine. It's the child who needs your help. Surprisingly, Machine Leo didn't blame her at all. Su Sinan was somewhat surprised. Then Machine Leo added, you should go take a shower quickly, it wouldn't be good if the babies got your sweat on them. Su Sinan quickly went to take a shower. I washed the dishes, took a shower, and found some cool clothes. Then slowly fanned Jianjiankun little by little. The child, who had initially looked somewhat distressed, seemed to gradually calm down. However, at this moment, Su's mother woke up and, seeing Su Sinan fanning himself, scolded him, you can't fan the child like that. If you let him get chilled, what if he catches a cold? You know, a cold can be fatal for a child. Su Sinan was unaware of this and apologetically put away the fan. But now that the hottest days of summer are almost here, we have to think of a solution. We can't let the babies in Shaolu continue to be so hot. I'll turn on the air conditioner later, set the temperature a bit high and the fan speed a bit low, what do you think? Su's mother said, holding the air conditioner remote. Su Sinan seemed indifferent, but glanced at Machine Leo. Machine Leo's eyes lit up, okay. I turned on the air conditioner, adjusted the fan speed, and directed the airflow towards the ceiling. This way, the wind won't blow directly on Shaolu and the babies. There's no need to worry about the cold air coming out. After a while, the room was no longer so stuffy, and the previous irritation disappeared. Machine Leo lay on the cool mat, closing her eyes comfortably. She smiled healthily and slept very peacefully, like a little angel who had been left behind on earth. Everyone felt comfortable, and Su Sinan felt comfortable too. But this comfort immediately brought back the fatigue of the past few days. He's been very tired these past few days. Not to mention during the day, besides taking care of Shaolu and the babies, I also have to walk around to various gates. At night, I would wake up 5 or 6 times in the middle of the night. I can't even sleep well. He immediately lay down beside him. This was his own home, and an indescribable sense of security and comfort washed over him. I drifted off to sleep. But Machine Leo couldn't sleep, he had already slept enough in the hospital. And the babies will need to be taken care of later, in case something goes wrong if they aren't taken care of properly. I glanced at Su Sinan next to me, she was sleeping soundly. She couldn't help but sigh. Su Sinan has been too tired these past few days, go to sleep. Suddenly, I felt a little lost again. Things had come to this point. Now I could only take it one step at a time. Not daring to disturb the two, Su's mother tidied up the trash and quietly left. Su Sinan didn't sleep for long, as her phone kept reminding her. Upon opening it, I found that it was a message sent from the group chat. It says there are good houses for rent. However, the rent for these nice houses is too expensive. Or it's very remote. None of them met Machine Leo's requirements. In the past, Su Sinan would have been a little better off. But now that he has a family to support, that's definitely not an option. Everyone's feelings must be taken into account. Thanks, brothers. We'll take our time with the housing situation. Once we find a place, I'll treat you to dinner. You really need to eat properly. You're the winner in our lives. Yes, are you sleeping with your sister-in-law now? The group chat fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a barrage of insults. Seeing the commotion in the group chat, Su Sinan couldn't sleep either. Get up and check on Jiankong. I was so engrossed in looking at it that I became quite lost in thought. The babies are sleeping very well, they've basically gotten used to it. Many images flashed through his mind. The first time I called him Dad, the first day of school, the first exam. Gradually, the corners of her mouth turned up. Wow! The babies' voices were like a thunderclap, bringing Su Sinin back to her senses. Oh dear, it's time for milk. Turning to look at Xiaolu again, I suddenly realized that Xiaolu was sleeping very soundly. He couldn't bear to disturb them. So she carefully fed the babies herself. This busy work lasted until almost midnight. The babies continued sleeping. Su Sinin was also going to sleep and had just lain down. Congratulations, Dad. You've taken care of the children for 7 days now. Your reward is the ability to enter a deep sleep at any time. Congratulations, host. You have provided the children with a new home. As a reward, you are entitled to a 120 square meter apartment in Tianshan community. This system has already provided you with all your credentials. They are in your office bag. Holy crap! They already have a house? It's still a super large apartment of 120 square meters. It allows for deep sleep anytime, which is fantastic. Is it really true that they're sending me whatever I need these days? If it weren't for the fact that Xiaolu and the babies were sleeping. At this moment, Su Sinin was so excited that she couldn't help but jump up and celebrate. But now he could only clench his fists obediently, clenching them excitedly. Celebrate it in your heart. Chapter 23 Shocking News. But I don't know if I got too excited. He couldn't fall asleep for a while. Can't sleep? Then get up. I tiptoed over to open the office bag and take a look. Sure enough, upon opening it, there were household registration books, property ownership certificates, and even floor plans of the apartments. Su Sinin naturally wanted to open it and take a look. Upon looking at the floor plan, I was very satisfied. I thought the system had a very good eye, so I put it back into the small office bag. I went back to bed once again. I don't know if the initial excitement has worn off. I fell asleep as soon as I lay down. Su's mother arrived early in the morning. After buying groceries nearby, I quickly went to take care of the babies and Xiaolu. He knew his son had been very tired these past few days, and yesterday, he must have slept very soundly. So early in the morning, I made up an excuse to trick Su's father into coming here. More importantly, she still wanted to see the babies. You're still sleeping. I'll go make you something to eat first. He said this to Ma Xinliu. Okay, Auntie. Ma Xinliu had taken a nap and was in good spirits. In the morning, there is plenty of oxygen here. It's not that stuffy. However, not long after, the sun baked the ground with its scorching heat. The heat then entered. Fortunately, Su's mother made some vegetable porridge, which could help reduce her internal heat. It's a bit more nutritious, with some small bits of minced meat inside. It was placed on the dining table. Dinner's ready. He called out as he approached the door. Ma Xinliu had already gotten up, while Su Sinin was still sleeping. This child. Su's mother said with some reproach. They even said they could take good care of the child in Xiaolu. If she hadn't come today, wouldn't Xiaolu have gone hungry? For women in postpartum confinement, going hungry is the last thing they should do. Something bad is going to happen. At this moment, Su Sinin also woke up. He didn't go to sleep until almost 3 o'clock. I slept for about 4 hours. My energy and spirit have been restored these past few days thanks to deep sleep. Normally, he would never wake up. If you force yourself to wake up, you will definitely be unable to close your eyes, feeling dizzy and extremely uncomfortable. Hurry up and eat. You're a father now, why don't you be a little more diligent? Su's mother glared at her. Then, with a grin, he pulled Ma Xinliu aside and said, Xiaolu, let's eat quickly. You can't let yourself go hungry. Ma Xinliu was somewhat moved. Su Sinin smiled wryly now they had a grandson and a daughter-in-law. They forgot about him, their son. Really? Never mind, never mind. Men can be tired, so what? These are nothing. There was plenty of porridge, and Su's mother served it to her bowl by bowl. Ma Xinliu was initially quite polite, but in the end she could only helplessly give up. Auntie, this is enough for me, I can't eat too much more. Hey, eat well. What if the baby doesn't have enough milk? The soft-hearted Ma Xinliu had no choice but to eat it. However, after finishing this bowl, Su's mother did not continue. Instead, she tidied up the dishes and said with a smile, I'll bring you some local specialties when I go home later, so you can be nourished and made to look fair and tender. Ma Xinliu nodded, watching Su's mother busy herself, a warm feeling flowing into her heart. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Sue's mother asked in confusion, is it Xiaodong who has arrived? Su Sinan shook her head, I don't think so. It's not the weekend. They're busy right now. As they were speaking, Su Sinan opened the door. I was shocked when I saw it. Sue's father stood at the door, looking at Su Sinan with a very serious expression. Dad, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Sue's mother was somewhat surprised. The old man has arrived. Ma Xinliu tensed up immediately, not expecting Su Sinan's father to arrive. Sue's mother patted Ma Xinliu's shoulder and gave her a reassuring look. He looked towards the door and said, Old man, what brings you here? What else could it be? Didn't you say you were taking care of the child? I just wanted to see what kind of situation you two were in. Su Sinan wiped his sweat. Didn't Sue's mother try to talk to his father about it yesterday? This is terrible. Then Sue's father said, You've been gone for 7 or 8 days, and this old woman still went out early this morning to come here. I had to see what was going on. Oh no. Looks like I can't stop my dad. Su Sinan covered her face. Since Su Sinan wasn't very big, Sue's father could easily see Ma Xinliu from the distance between him and the doorway. He was taken aback. Who is this girl? Sue's mother stammered, it's Xiao Lu. Ma Xinliu didn't know how to respond, so she awkwardly said, Hello, uncle. Su Sinan no longer stood like a door panel at the doorway, she turned her body to the side. Father Su nodded, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. He knew that Xianzi and Su Sinan lived together, and he had also seen photos of Su Sinan's girlfriend. No one is as pretty as this girl. Could this be Changzi's girlfriend? Upon entering the room, Su's father casually glanced around. Su Sinan asked nervously, Have you eaten? Would you like some vegetable porridge? Where's your Xiangzi? Su's father asked back. Xiangzi moved out a long time ago. Oh, moving out? Su's father suddenly paused, something was wrong. Since she's moved out, who is this girl? Suddenly, the healthy baby cried out, and Ma Xinliu didn't know how to face Su's father for a moment. Fortunately, she said, I'll go see the child. Su Sinan was very familiar with this matter, and in the blink of an eye, she entered the room. Faced with this situation, Su's mother smiled awkwardly, Why don't you sit down? Mr. Su sat down and asked with some doubt, When did you have a child? The truth can't be hidden anymore. Fortunately, Su's mother didn't bother to explain further. They are 2 children, Su Sinan and Xiao Lu's children. What? Su's father stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say for a moment. This expression reminded Su's mother of how she looked when she first learned the news. That's about right. However, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat oppressive. What exactly happened? How come they even have a child? Su's mother knew this as soon as she saw it, but she could only slowly explain, actually, Xiaonan didn't do it on purpose. Before he could finish speaking, he said, Not on purpose? Let Xiaonan tell me properly how he did something unintentionally. Don't bother explaining to me, I know you'll come up with a different story. Su's mother rolled her eyes, somewhat annoyed. I told you, but you still didn't believe me. I just don't believe it. If it weren't for you, how could Xiaonan, such an honest person, have done something like this? Su's mother got even angrier and spit out, It's all my fault, you're the only one who's not at fault, you're making me so angry. He turned around and went to find Su Sinan. Chapter 24 The Stubborn Father of Su. The baby's poop has turned yellow. And because it was drinking breast milk, it hadn't yet developed a foul odor. Su Sinan handled the 2 babies with ease. Ma Xinliu watched from the side. Although she didn't participate, she still wanted to learn how. When it's almost finished, Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. Then I wondered if my mom had done enough to talk my dad out of it. Just as she sat down, Su's mother rushed in. Seemingly to be considerate of Ma Xinliu's feelings, she restrained herself and slowed her pace considerably. She walked up to Su Sinan and tugged at him, saying, Come out for a moment. Su Sinan immediately stood up, gave Ma Xinliu a reassuring look, and walked out. But I knew in my heart that things were going badly. Mom hadn't managed to sort this out. Your dad said I changed my story and was biased towards you. You should tell him the whole story. These words were spoken with anger. Upon hearing this, Su Sinan knew that her mother was quite upset with her father. He quickly tried to appease her. Mom, don't be angry. You know what kind of person Dad is. He's a bit old-fashioned, but he's definitely a good person. Su's mother immediately rolled her eyes and coldly retorted, Do I need you to tell me this? You should handle your own affairs yourself. As she spoke, she turned her head away, becoming even angrier. He has taken great care of Sue's father over the years. Instead of receiving a single kind word, the old man's temper flared up even more. Su Sinan stuck out her tongue and looked towards the door. Finding that Sue's father was not in the living room, he looked towards the door. Sue's father was staring at him with a very serious look. Obediently, he walked over. What exactly is going on? How did you suddenly have a child? And what's the deal with your ex-girlfriend and your current girlfriend? What else could Su Sinan say? She could only repeat what her mother had told her to say in detail. This made Sue's father even angrier. How could you drink with just anyone? And you even dared to get drunk? Su Sinan dared not say anything and could only obediently let her father vent his emotions. Otherwise, if one of them talks back, the two of them will start arguing. He couldn't afford to take any more unexpected consequences. After saying several emotional things, he seemed to calm down. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Sinan said, I will never drink again, not ever again. Actually, he didn't drink much to begin with, but that day Su Sinan was in a bad mood, just like Ma Xinliu. The two of them chatted for a while, and that's how it ended. Sue's father glared coldly at Su Sinan before entering the room. Su Sinan became a little anxious and stopped her, saying, This is all my fault and has nothing to do with Xiao Lu. If you have any temper, take it out on me. Sue's father said coldly again, How long are you going to stop me? Even if I don't see you, does that mean I won't see you in the future? These words made Su Sinan waver. However, he was still afraid that Sue's father would be angry. Then could you please not be angry? A cold laugh rang out. If you don't want to make me even angrier, then don't stop me. Su Sinan smiled bitterly and could only watch as her father went inside. Sue's mother didn't say anything when she saw Ma Xinliu together. It was simply to relieve Ma Xinliu's inner tension. Seemingly hearing Sue's father enter, Sue's mother turned her head, saying nothing but looking to see what the old man wanted to say. Su Sinan stood nervously at the door and gave her mother a wink. If Sue's father says anything that hurts Xiaoliu's feelings, then things will be really bad. Unexpectedly, Sue's father ignored the two people in the room. Instead, she walked over to the crib and looked at her two chubby grandsons. She is healthy and very clean. You can tell at a glance that she will grow up to be a very beautiful person. This scene still shows Su Sinan as an infant from more than 20 years ago. Thinking about it, I realize how fast time flies. My own children have all grown up, and I even have chubby, healthy babies. Su Sinan was surprised, but he gave his mother a wink. Sue's mother was initially angry. Seeing Sue's father like this, I couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. The anger in my heart has lessened considerably. Su Sinan tugged at Ma Xinliu's clothes and whispered, Let's go out for a bit. Ma Xinliu did not hesitate. But just as he moved, Sue's father's authoritative voice rang out, None of you should leave this room. Ma Xinliu stiffened slightly, and Sue's mother rolled her eyes at Sue's father and said, What are you doing? You scared Xiaolu. Sue's father continued speaking, but his tone was much gentler than before. Xiaolu, I've told Xiaonan about your situation. This kid has made such a big mistake. Tell me, how do you think I should punish him? Ma Xinliu was a little nervous and embarrassed, and more importantly, she didn't know how to answer the question. Su Sinan scratched his head, Why don't you hit me? Father Su immediately snorted coldly, Beating you is too lenient. Don't think you can get away with this so easily. This. Ma Xinliu shook her head, Uncle, this is not just his fault, I am also at fault. Sue's father understood Ma Xinliu's meaning perfectly well, but he shook his head, This matter was originally a loss for you girls. Although our family is not that rich, we still have family rules. It won't do if this matter is just left like this. Ma Xinliu clutched her clothes tightly. She really didn't know how to answer. However, considering how meticulously Su Sinan had taken care of him these past few days, how could he bear to let Su Sinan be punished? Let's just forget about it, Uncle. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have done this, so if you're going to punish someone, you might as well punish me too. Sue's father was taken aback, glanced at Ma Xinliu, and his gaze held a meaningful look. Suddenly, she glared at Su Sinan again, Since you said that, I'll give him a chance to take good care of you and the children. Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across her face. But Sue's father wouldn't let it go. If Xiaonan bullies you and lets this family down, come find me. I'll definitely teach this brat a lesson for you. Ma Xinliu nodded. Mr. Su smiled, somewhat calmly, Then after you've finished your postpartum confinement, go ahead and get your marriage certificate. Um? Su Sinen's mind went blank for a moment. This was too fast. He hadn't even thought about it yet. Ma Xinliu was at a loss for words. Su's mother's eyes lit up, and she gave Su's father an approving look. Xiaonan, it wasn't easy for Xiaolu to have a child. You can't let her be a single mother. You need to work hard on this aspect. Otherwise, how will you solve your household registration problem and the baby's problem? You two must get married. Su Sinen smiled wryly, not expecting her father to say this so quickly. Actually, he was willing to get married, but he didn't know what Ma Xinliu was thinking. He had already told Ma Xinliu about this before. If he's unwilling, then even if his father tells him to try harder, he'll have no choice but to give up on this marriage. Turning to Ma Xinliu, Su's father said, Xiaolu, our family's circumstances are not very good, so it's been a bit hard on you. Chapter 25 Turning Point. Ma Xinliu didn't know how to answer, and clenched her fists slightly. Her feelings are complicated. She never expected this day to come so soon. Father Su smiled kindly, you can speak your mind. If you disagree, I won't interfere in your affairs as young people. Perhaps after hearing this, Ma Xinliu's blank mind began to work. In the past few days, she has actually come to accept the existence of Su Sinen and Su's mother. Well, how should I put it? I don't disagree with anything, I just feel it's too sudden. Mr. and Mrs. Su's expressions immediately softened, their smiles revealing their true feelings. During this time, Su's mother was extremely satisfied with Ma Xinliu. I never gave her a bad look, on the contrary, I was very understanding and always wanted to help her. Ma Xinliu is beautiful, has a good temper, and her abilities are beyond question. Su's mother was still worried that such a person would ultimately be unwilling to marry Su Sinen. As a woman, and also as a mother, she very much hoped that Ma Xinliu and Su Sinen would get together. We'll hold the wedding after you finish your postpartum confinement, and we'll apologize to your parents. Ma Xinliu's face stiffened, and her expression clearly turned sour. Upon seeing this, Su's mother gave Su's father a look, take it one step at a time, don't rush. Oh, no rush, no rush. A moment of silence fell over the room. Su's father and mother tactfully left, giving Su Sinen a meaningful look. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Su Sinen felt helpless. Her parents had already set things up and now left the rest to her. However, he could clearly see that Ma Xinliu seemed somewhat unnatural when she heard about her parents. He knew the inside story, and then comforted him, saying, my dad just spoke too hastily. I, his son, apologize on his behalf. As he spoke, Su Sinen made an apologetic gesture towards Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu shook her head, I'm fine, and I don't object to marrying you, it's just. So, you agree? Su Sinen was overjoyed and subconsciously ignored what followed. You really agree? Ma Xinliu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, if you can continue to treat me this well, I will naturally be willing to marry you. Of course. I'll give you the best of everything I have. Su Sinen patted his chest and laughed heartily. Will you cheat on me? Or will you only ever love me? Ma Xinliu asked again. Su Sinen replied bluntly, what nonsense are you talking about? If I were to cheat on someone, how could I possibly be played by Li Ma Xin? Nodding in satisfaction, Ma Xinliu smiled. Su Sinen was relieved and looked at Ma Xinliu's stunning face with a silly grin. Instead of cherishing such a stunning beauty, he's thinking about other people. Isn't that something only a fool would do? On the other hand, Su's mother was no longer angry. Unexpectedly, Su's usually conservative father managed to handle the wedding so well. With this settled, she felt much more relaxed. You old man, you're really something. I've been thinking about how to bring this up these past few days. I thought it would take 10 days or even a few months. This matter can't be delayed any longer, don't you understand, you old woman? Get lost, I've praised you so many times, and you've become so arrogant. Su's mother rolled her eyes, but she was still very happy. With her son's wedding finally settled, she can now proudly say she has 2 grandsons. I want to see my grandson, Su's father suddenly said, having been preoccupied with discussing the wedding. I haven't seen the babies much yet. Then why don't you stay here? Father Su shook his head, young people have their own ideas and habits. These days, don't they all dislike living with their parents? We shouldn't be the bad guys, so it's better to go back. Otherwise, if a lot of conflicts arise, we'll just be causing trouble for Xiaonan. If they have a good relationship and can live a good life, it will save us some trouble. Su's mother was somewhat displeased. Are you saying we're not taking the child with us? I didn't say we wouldn't bring it, it's just that after the postpartum period, we can come every few days or every 2 weeks, that's fine. Sue's mother became even more dissatisfied. You old man, you've considered the conflict between us and them, but have you considered, what if these 2 children go off to pursue their careers? Who will take care of the baby in this house? Won't we be the ones to take care of the baby then? So, you can't escape this debt. Do you want the whole family of 5 to live together? With housing costs so high these days, how can a family of 5 possibly live together? We should just go back to our old house and let the young people handle things themselves. If you want us to take care of them, we'd be willing, but we can't live there. Sue's mother was displeased. Is it wrong for me to want to take care of the babies? Sue's father remained silent for a few moments. I'm going to check on the baby. Sue's mother left, and Sue's father followed me. Dad, why don't you stay here? Seeing how intently Sue's father was looking at the babies, Su-Sinan smiled. He hadn't seen Sue's father's gentle gaze in a long time. No, I have some things to do. I'll come over when I have time. You're going back alone? Your mom gave it to me. Su-Sinan turned to her mother and said, Mom, why don't you go back and take care of Dad? If we need your help, we'll naturally come to you. Sue's mother was initially a little angry after Sue's father said that. Unexpectedly, Su-Sinan also wanted to get rid of her, and coldly asked, Are you also trying to get rid of me? No way, it would be great if you could take care of us here. But Dad really needs some care here. What if something happens to him? Sue's mother was still somewhat unhappy, but since Su-Sinan had already said so, he had no choice but to compromise. Alright then, if you need my help, just let me know. Especially Xiao Lu, if that kid has a fight with you, you must tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson. Ma Xinliu nodded, smiling. Sue's mother looked at the babies and couldn't help but kiss them a few times. Babies, Grandma is leaving now, you must remember Grandma. Upon seeing this, Sue's father slowly left the room. Only then were Sue's father and mother able to leave. Chapter 26 Unexpected Accident. After leaving, Su-Sinan explained that her father had some injuries, so her mother had to take care of him. Ma Xinliu expressed her understanding, saying that she would take care of the child in the same way. Su-Sinan scratched his head, thinking that Ma Xinliu was really too understanding. This relieved him of a lot of burden. I wish things could stay like this forever. Banishing the random thoughts in her mind, Su-Sinan smiled and said, I'll go cook. With that, he hurriedly walked out. The groceries have all been bought. New mothers in their postpartum period naturally need some nourishing soups to help their bodies recover. So Su-Sinan made mushroom and pork rib soup. Wash the pork ribs, bring them to a boil, skim off the foam, add shiitake mushrooms, ginseng, and other mushrooms to a pressure cooker, and finally add salt. Turn on the switch. The movements were performed in one smooth motion. He was very familiar with these ingredients. He even made some improvements to the mushroom and pork rib soup because he particularly liked eating shiitake mushrooms and knew that ginseng could replenish qi in blood. Therefore, the combination of the two must be wonderful. While Su-Sinan was busy here, Ma Xinliu suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. She can still only move around a little, carefully, leaning against something or a wall. Generally speaking, it's better for new mothers to sit up, so as not to pull on the wound or cause too much pain. But Su-Sinan is squatting here. It's very inconvenient. She could only crouch down carefully. The kitchen and toilet were not far apart, and Su-Sinan saw that Ma Xinliu had closed the toilet door. So he asked, Do you need my help? The person on the other end quickly replied, No need. Ma Xinliu slowly squatted down. She was really slow. There was a very fast moment just now, and she gasped. It's still hurting. Now that I've finally managed to squat down, the problem is solved. Suddenly, a feeling of powerlessness arose. Try placing your palms against the wall and using the wall's support. But for some reason, her hands also felt somewhat weak. She panicked. After Su-Sinan finished stewing the soup, she arrived at the door early. These past few days, it's been Sue's mother who's been taking care of Ma Xinliu when she goes to the toilet. This shows that it is still somewhat inconvenient for Ma Xinliu to go to the toilet. And since they squat down, their movements are actually quite large. He was worried. Seeing that Ma Xinliu hadn't come out for 10 minutes, she asked worriedly, Are you alright? Should I come in? There was no sound. Su-Sinan hurriedly opened the door. Then he saw Ma Xinliu, her face flushed, trying to get him up. They quickly went inside, and Su-Sinan gave Ma Xinliu a push. With the strength restored, Ma Xinliu's complexion quickly returned to normal, and she was able to stand up. It truly feels like surviving a disaster. Ma Xinliu breathed a sigh of relief, her beautiful face covered in fine beads of sweat. What happened to you just now? Su Sinan was about to help Ma Xinliu clean up, and Ma Xinliu didn't stop him. Her face was a little red as she said, I don't know what happened, but it seems like it aggravated my wound, and it hurts a bit. Su Sinan was a little scared. From now on, you have to call me when you go to the toilet. I'm worried something might happen to you. Ma Xinliu nodded. She was also a little scared. If Su Sinan hadn't come in time, who knows what might have happened next. Just as Su Sinan was dealing with and tidying up for Ma Xinliu, Su Sinan suddenly noticed the cushion and asked, do you want to change this? The mat is a bit damp, and the doctor said there might still be leakage. Ideally, you should change it every day until the discharge stops, that's the right approach. Ma Xinliu still had many thoughts in her mind, but Su Sinan cut them off at this moment. I subconsciously looked down. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he was somewhat hesitant to face Su Sinan. It needs to be changed. Wait for me a moment, I'll go get my things. As he spoke, Su Sinan took a tall stool and placed it in the toilet. I'm getting busy now. Ma Xinliu sat down, touched the wound on her stomach, and looked somewhat worried. Did I accidentally reopen the wound? I heard that the abdominal wound was stitched up with many stitches. Once it cracks, won't it be very difficult to repair? What should we do? Fortunately, Su Sinan was thoughtful and brought a first aid kit and medical pads. After removing the medical pad, Su Sinan was extremely careful. He had already had this experience several times, so he was quite familiar with it. Seeing that Su Sinan was very comfortable, Ma Xinliu also relaxed a lot. After finishing, Su Sinan put the medical pad in a plastic bag and sealed it tightly, planning to throw it away later. Then I washed my hands and opened the medical kit. Come here, let me see the wound on your stomach. I want to see if it has reopened. Ma Xinliu pulled it up slightly. A gauze strip came out from under her stomach. Su Sinan felt heartbroken watching this. How much suffering must have she endured to be like this? Carefully handle the gauze and slowly remove it. Then, a red line appeared. Compared to other normal white lines, it's so terrifying. This was the first time Su Sinan had seen the cesarean section scar, and she looked at Ma Xinliu with some heartache. That was really tough. Ma Xinliu didn't seem to care much. Mine is relatively good. I saw a mother's wound, which was even more terrifying than mine. It seemed to be from a second child, and the scar seemed very difficult to remove. Su Sinan didn't say anything for a moment. He thought Ma Xinliu was really too brave. It's as if there's no scar at all after a C-section. Seeing that Su Sinan remained silent and aged, Ma Xinliu asked cautiously, do you think my wound is too ugly? Su Sinan shook her head repeatedly. No, I just feel sorry for you having such a big incision in your belly. I don't think it's ugly, I just think the scar represents that you are a very great mother. Ma Xinliu's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, as if she had thought of something. She smiled slightly and said, that's what I think too. He was satisfied with Su Sinan's answer, even if Su Sinan remained silent because he felt his wound was ugly. That really meant they misjudged Su Sinan. Looking back now, he wasn't wrong about him. Chapter 27 Neighbors Chat. I applied iodine to a small cotton swab and gently dabbed it onto the thin red line of the wound. They were very careful, as if they were protecting their own child. Does it hurt? Ma Xinliu nodded. It hurts a little, but it's still bearable. Su Sinan continued applying the ointment, and when it was almost done, she said, stand up, I'll help you tighten your pants. With his pants now snug against his skin, Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happens, he'll be in deep trouble. She gently helped Ma Xinliu all the way to the bedroom so she could lie down. I'll go check on how the soup is cooking. Ma Xinliu nodded. During this process, Su Sinan gently placed her inside the cake, as if she wanted to eat it, and also wanted to feel the warmth inside. The aroma of mushroom and pork rib soup wafted over, but the rice cooker didn't indicate that it was ready to eat. So Su Sinan started making another dish. We can't just let Ma Xinliu drink soup, can we? Nutrition still needs to be maintained. He took the eggs, mixed them, and made a small stir-fried egg with vinegar. In no time, they had a lively and bustling activity in the kitchen. Suddenly I heard the babies crying, so I immediately turned the heat down to the lowest setting. Slowly fry the eggs until the sauce thickens. After washing my hands, I went into the room and saw the two little ones crying and fussing, and then being held by Machinlio to drink milk. Seeing that Machinlio was having some difficulty, Su Sinan quickly came over. She was holding two little ones in her arms. Could it be a little higher? Su Sinan quickly lifted them up a little, and the two little ones were able to nurse peacefully. I don't know how long they ate, but the little ones finally stopped. Even the stopping motion was the same, slightly tilting to the left. A mouthful of milky white milk came out. She fell asleep peacefully. Su Sinan carefully carried the two little ones and placed them by the bedside. If I remember correctly, this crib can be raised a bit. In this way, Machinlio doesn't need to bend down to see the babies at all. It's also quite good for wound care. The stroller spun around and suddenly rose higher. Machinlio's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. This way I can take care of the children without worry. She smiled and said, I hope you like it. I'll go prepare the dishes now. After placing the two babies in the stroller, Su Sinan hurriedly started making fried eggs. After about 10 minutes, the kitchen was almost done. The soup from the rice cooker came out, along with some fried eggs. Get up and eat something. A bowl of mushroom and pork rib soup and a fried egg are simply placed together. Machinlio's eyes lit up. The clear soup was transparent and had no oil at all, making it look very tempting. Fried eggs go without saying. He ate it in small bites. Wow, this is so delicious. I especially love the shiitake mushrooms inside. Su Sinan smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. To be honest, I haven't bought any postpartum diet recipes yet, so you'll have to make do with this for now. Machinlio smiled, feeling much more at ease. Su Sinan's dedication is understandable. It doesn't need to be too complicated, as long as it can help improve your health and keep the babies healthy. Hey, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Upon hearing this, Machinlio smiled and continued eating in small bites. Su Sinan wasn't very hungry. She took a sip of soup and then put it down. Walking over to the babies, I saw the two little ones fast asleep. They were overjoyed. Babies, grow up quickly and protect your mom and dad. After finishing her meal, Machinlio lay down on the bed. It seems that after eating something, my energy level is significantly higher than before. Su Sinan took these things back to the kitchen and began to tidy up. With all this work done in such hot weather, Su Sinan was sweating profusely. My chin was covered in water droplets. I couldn't tell if it was from water splashing while washing dishes or from sweating so much. I washed my face, and it felt cool and refreshing. But he wasn't idle. I also need to tidy up the house. Seeing Su Sinan so busy taking care of everything, Machinlio felt extremely sorry for him. I always feel like I have to do something. Is there any chores around the house that I can do? Su Sinan knew what Machinlio was thinking. You should focus on your postpartum recovery now, take good care of yourself, ensure the babies are healthy, and leave everything else to me. Machinlio didn't know what to say for a moment. She shrank back into bed. Actually, these household chores don't need to be done for too long. However, when Su Sinan lived alone before, she rarely tidied up. Basically, after eating, I would throw it in the trash can and then throw it out a few days later. Now, for the health and safety of the babies and Machinlio. He had to wash himself thoroughly from head to toe. Only in this way can one be considered a responsible man. While I was working, I received a call from Su's mother. Have you got a meal yet? I've eaten. I'm busy with things at home right now. What did you eat? Su's mother asked, somewhat worried. A bowl of mushroom and pork rib soup and a fried egg. That's more like it, but you need to give Xiaolu more collagen and things that promote lactation. A new mother can't recover well without these things. Oh. I know. Su Sinan had forgotten about it. Alright, since you've taken good care of things, I'll hang up now. Your dad and I will come visit you again sometime. After hanging up the phone, Su Sinan continued with her work. The phone kept sending messages, but Su Sinan ignored them. It took about 2 or 3 hours. Finally clean, Su Sinan went to take a shower. Then throw the clothes in the trash can. When I got back to the room, the cool air from the air conditioner felt wonderful. Remember not to use disposable diapers anymore, just use cloth diapers instead, otherwise the babies will be very uncomfortable. Wash them after use, they will dry in no time. Su Sinan opened her phone and started looking online for good diapers. Over here, Su's mother is chatting with an aunt. The two were practically neighbors and had a very good relationship. You could say that they help each other out whenever something happens at home. This child doesn't even reply to my messages. I wonder if he's taking good care of my grandson, Sue's mother sighed. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, I've seen Xiaonan, he's much more composed than before, so you can rest assured. He'll definitely be able to get things done for you. I may be worrying too much. From the time this child was born until now, I have never had a day without worrying about him. Who isn't? Me, well, I won't talk about my son. Every family has its own troubles. As they talked, the sky grew quite dark, and the two of them went home separately. As soon as she got home, Aunt Zhang made a phone call. When are you going to give me a grandson? The person on the other end of the phone was completely bewildered. I don't even have a girlfriend, how could I possibly have a grandson for you? Chapter 28 Looking at the house. You're really making me angry. Do you know that Xiaonan gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl? And you've been working for so long and you don't even have a girlfriend. As Aunt Zhang spoke, she couldn't help but feel envious. She wanted to restrain herself, but she couldn't. According to Sue's mother, the babies were absolutely adorable. I heard that Xiao Lu is a very beautiful girl, with a lovely and delicate appearance. I also heard that she is very well educated, reasonable, and understanding. Girlfriends and babies like these, how come they can't find any? No way. Xiaonan hasn't even graduated yet, how come she already has a baby? Xiaonan's parents saw it and took care of her for several days. You know Xiaonan's mother, right? She would never lie. This matter is probably true. This is too bizarre. How could there suddenly be a child? This is none of your business. If you find a girlfriend now, I'll be a grandmother. Zhang Lei wiped his sweat. When his mother got angry, he was helpless. Why aren't you saying anything? Is it so difficult for you to bring a girlfriend home? No, never mind, I'll try. I'll try my best to make you a grandma, okay? Aunt Zhang smiled and said, that's right. You and he have a good relationship. Just give him a call and ask how he is. I see. Zhang Lei touched his head, put down his phone, and frowned in thought. He still can't believe Xiaonan has a child so early? He hasn't even finished college yet, has he? Sigh, that kid, he didn't even tell me he had a baby. In the afternoon, Su Sinan, who was taking a nap, was still lying in bed in a daze. The phone rang, instantly snapping me back to reality. How did you become a father? Dude, you kept that a secret for a long time. It's all right. Su Sinan was a little embarrassed. The reason he didn't call Zhang Lei was because Zhang Lei, like Aunt Zhang, was quite gossipy. Zhang Lei then asked a few more questions, which Su Sinan answered casually. When they were almost done, the two hung up the phone. But as soon as he hung up the phone, Zhang Lei gave him the money as a gift. 500 yuan. He knew Zhang Lei's financial situation. He had only been an intern for a year. Not very well off, with a monthly salary of just over 3,000 yuan. If other subsidies are added, the monthly income is only 5 or 6,000 yuan. The company doesn't provide meals or accommodation. The monthly rent, utilities, and other daily expenses are around 3,000. So this is not easy at all. After glancing at the red envelope, Su Sinan looked at her phone and laptop. Unlike others, he doesn't seem to be worried about housing these days. He still has several 100,000 yuan in savings. With summer approaching, there are many things going on with the baby and Machine Liu, so we definitely need to respond promptly. He's been using this phone for 3 years, and the battery is draining very quickly. If you accidentally shut down or your computer freezes, that will be incredibly frustrating. But then I thought about it again, and realized that 200,000 of that was a system reward. Only 100,000 is his own. What if the system suddenly spends a large amount of money one day? Well, I'm not exactly broke right now, so I'll just have to save as much money as I can. Then he made a phone call. Xiaodong, I have something for you to do. Xiaodong arrived without saying a word. The journey is not short, but it's not far either. Xiaodong drove here. I touched some of the sensors next to the stairs. Brother Nan. He was calling urgently from outside the door. Su Sinan ran over and opened the door. Brother Nan, what do you want me to do? Su Sinan took out the key and told Xiaodong the password to the building in Tianshan community. Xiaodong wondered, what's going on? Go and take a look at this place. After you get there, send us a video so I can see what you think of the house. Oh, so it's a rented apartment. Xiaodong seemed to understand everything and patted his chest with a smile. Don't worry, leave this to me. Yeah, don't tire yourself out. Watch out for cars on the road. And you absolutely can't drink alcohol. Don't worry, I never drink and drive. After finishing all that, Su Sinan heated up the soup a bit and made vegetable porridge. Xiaodong is really enthusiastic. If his brother gets into any trouble, he will definitely go to help without hesitation. He knew the Tianshan residential area even while driving. It is one of the houses that many students have always wanted to live in. The main advantage is its good location. It's very close to the school and the supermarket, and most importantly, the transportation is very convenient. Generally speaking, only wealthy people can afford to live in this kind of house. We arrived in no time. Brother Nan. Su Sinan was eating alone, while Ma Xinliu and Bao Bao had already finished eating. Looking at Xiaodong on the video call, Su Sinan smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" I wanted to ask how much the annual rent is for this apartment. I took a look, and the decoration is really beautiful. Let me show you around. The house is 120 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms. The house is very large, and the decoration is very high-end, with a very good visual effect. After just one glance, Su Sinan was very satisfied. Xiaodong, you know the situation here. Can you check if there's anything here that could be harmful to a pregnant woman? Oh, you mean formaldehyde? Let me take a look. Thank you for your hard work. I'll definitely make sure you treat me to a big meal later. Forget about the big meal. I know you're a bit strapped for cash right now. Once your wife is taken care of, you'll have more time to come out, and the brothers can just get together. As she spoke, Xiaodong hurriedly went to find something that could test for formaldehyde. It has to be said that it was a bit muggy at night. The wind doesn't blow into their area. This is not a good thing for the new mother and the baby. Fortunately, the air conditioning was still on. Xiaolu and the babies can finally get a good night's sleep. However, at this moment, Ma Xinliu woke up, obviously needing to use the restroom. Su Sinan walked over. Ma Xinliu was faster than before, and it seemed that after a day of rest, she felt much lighter. Suddenly a gust of wind came in from the balcony next to the toilet. The clothes fell just as it was falling. It was about to land on Ma Xinliu's head. Su Sinan rushed over and grabbed the clothes. Chapter 29 Late Night Snack. Are you alright? It's alright, luckily you caught the clothes. Su Sinan felt much relieved the clothes had just fallen from the sky. It was right on Ma Xinliu's head. If something went wrong, she would fall to the ground. That would be troublesome. Ma Xinliu seemed unable to hold back any longer and hurriedly walked over. This is even faster than in the morning. Do you need me? Su Sinan strode over, and Ma Xinliu's face turned slightly red. I can do it myself. Half believing, half doubting, really? Didn't you need my help this morning? How about this, I'll help you, after a few days. Seeing Su Sinan's insistence, Ma Xinliu blushed and said, No need, I can manage on my own. Frowning, why is he so stubborn? It seemed that the stalemate had lasted too long, and Ma Xinliu suddenly broke through Su Sinan's arm with a burst of strength from who knows where. Su Sinan staggered and felt a little embarrassed. If you need me, just say so. No one spoke from inside the restroom. The door closed, and there was a rustling sound. Now that everything is alright here, Su Sinan still can't sleep. Looking at the babies, I couldn't resist taking pictures. These are all photos from when I was young. The album is very precious. He wants his children to see photos of himself as an adult in the future. It can be considered as making up for some of the regrets from my youth. Touching the baby's tiny palms and toes, Su Sinan smiled. These really are little angels on earth. After using the toilet, Ma Xinliu had a lingering odor. There are no windows in the toilet, so it's not ventilated. I saw Su Sinan snapping photos of the children, her face beaming with joy. I really love these babies. Ma Xinliu's eyes softened as she walked into the master bedroom. But he seemed to be a little tired, and not long after, he closed his eyes. Xiaodong searched for about 10 minutes before finally finding something that could test for formaldehyde. Then they rushed to the test and gave up. Brother, there's no formaldehyde, so you can rest assured. Thank you so much. It's so late and you still went out to help me. How about we grab some late night snacks? It's about 7:30 now, and you'll be here around 8. Okay, I'll bring some braised food and beer. How about that? Okay, buy whatever you want to eat. At 8 o'clock, Xiaodong arrived with some braised dishes and a few bottles of beer. The main door was closed, you could only knock. I'm worried that it'll disturb my sister-in-law and the baby's so late. So he made a phone call. Brother, how about we eat out? You can put the table outside the door so it won't disturb your wife and the babies. Okay, I'll open the door for you first. The corridor outside the main gate is very large, which is why Su Sinin chose to stay here. Because I usually get together with Xiangzi and some other brothers. If you have a drink in the hallway and keep your voice down, there shouldn't be any problems. Be careful. Move the table out. Don't use one of those big tables, just a normal one will do. Hee, I know. Xiaodong glanced at the closed door to the master bedroom and tiptoed around. When it's almost done, put some braised dishes on top. Su Sinin then brought out some of the remaining mushroom and pork rib soup, along with some fried peanuts and side dishes, and placed them on the table. You've worked hard today. This stir-fried pork with chili peppers is your favorite, so I made it especially for you. Hee, you're too kind. You're too kind. I love your stir-fried pork with chili peppers the most. I don't know why, but the way you cook it always has that texture that I like. Xiaodong grabbed a handful and ate it directly. Su Sinin chuckled and picked up some braised food. Can you drink alcohol? It should be fine, I'll just drink a little, a few cups and then I'll stop. Alright, Brother Nan, you have children now. It's not good to be drunk if something happens to the kids. As they ate, the two of them got full. About 30 minutes have passed. Su Sinin thought it best to let the babies and Ma Xinliu go to sleep first. There were still many suitcases in the second bedroom that hadn't been opened yet. It would be better to send those things to the house first, and then packing would be much easier the next day. Xiaodong, how about you help me move later? Moving? So late? Can your wife handle it? Don't disturb them. There are 3 or 4 large suitcases and 3 small suitcases in the second bedroom. Just pack those things over there. The next day. I'll take the rest of my things by myself. Xiaodong nodded. I have no objection, it's just a bit more walking. But then she seemed to think of something. Your rent must be very expensive, right? At least 4 or 5,000? No need, I bought this house. Su Sinin smiled. Xiaodong was shocked. You bought it? You couldn't have bought it without a down payment of at least 300,000 yuan. I was lucky. I was looking for a place to live these past few days, and I heard that someone was selling their house. Plus, I had some money saved up from part-time jobs and other work over the years, and with my parents' help, I managed to scrape together the money. Okay, Brother Nan, you're keeping this under wraps. But for something this big, why don't you ask us brothers for a loan? We may not have 70,000 or 80,000, but we can still afford 10,000 or 20,000. Ha, if I'm not pushed to that point, why would I borrow anything? After saying this, the two smiled. However, Xiaodong frowned again. You've spent so much money now, what about the child's money? Your sister-in-law is probably too good to you. If your finances can't keep up, then conflicts between you two are bound to happen. As she spoke, Xiaodong was about to transfer the money. Su Sinin didn't know how to explain that he still had money. Seeing Xiaodong act so quickly, he stopped her, saying, I still have money. I won't go hungry. Fine, you're just too stubborn, Xiaodong said, raising her voice in her excitement. The sound of babies crying could be heard. Su Sinin had no choice but to walk to the master bedroom and open the door. He then saw Ma Xinliu looking at him with a resentful expression. What are you doing? You woke up the child. Su Sinin touched his head. Well, that's good. Ma Xinliu has woken up. Chapter 30. How is the quality of the house? Do the children have any other problems? Ma Xinliu shook her head. She had just checked and there was no sign of her needing to poop or drink milk, so she must have been woken up by the noise. You, keep your voice down. Su Sinin scratched his head sheepishly. I'm sorry, I was a little emotional just now, I'll definitely be more careful. Ma Xinliu asked, who are you talking to just now? With my brother. Oh, sister-in-law, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to just now. Xiaodong peeked out, looking apologetic. Pay attention to this. Ma Xinliu didn't care why Xiaodong came, she just gave him a look. Upon seeing this, the two wisely closed the door. I know your intentions, and I appreciate your generosity. If I really need you. I will contact you. Okay, Xiaodong didn't mention this matter anymore. After they had almost finished eating, Su Sinan began to pack up her things. Xiaodong first put the 3 large boxes in the car, and then drove around a bit more to get the rest. During the tidying up, we dared not disturb Ma Xinliu and the babies, and tried our best to walk in a silent direction. Why don't you find the other guys later and help carry it upstairs? Yes, I've already contacted Xiangzi. I'll go to his house later. Seeing this, Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll trouble you. Please be careful on the road and don't drive too fast. I know. I looked around the room, aside from Ma Xinliu's things. He actually had nothing to take with him except some electronic devices and clothes. He didn't want to bring the things from the kitchen with him. After all, a new home should look like a new home, and the kitchen is full of grease, which is very troublesome to clean, so it's better to just leave it here. Ma Xinliu woke up midway through the night and checked the time. It's already 9 o'clock, and Su Sinan is still outside the room. Do we still need to take care of the babies? I went outside and was stunned. Many things in the living room had been packed up, even his suitcase had been taken out. What are they trying to do? What are you doing? Without even thinking, he replied, of course, we'll move. Moving? How come I didn't know? Did you and your brother, just now? I just found a house, so I didn't have time to tell you. Besides, it's already late, and it wouldn't be good to wake you. Oh, by the way. Did I just wake you up? Ma Xinliu shook her head. There hadn't been a sound just now, and the babies had been sleeping very quietly. Should I pack my things? No rush, you and the babies go to sleep first. There's not much stuff anyway. I'll move all this stuff out tonight and clean it up tomorrow. Nodding, Ma Xinliu returned to her room. Soon after, Xiangzi and Xiaodong arrived at the room. The first wave has clearly been completed. Xiaodong, who was very experienced, said, "Don't wake up your sister-in-law. Let's take these 5 or 6 little ones with us." He pointed to 5 or 6 suitcases, and Xiangzi picked up 2 of them without saying a word. Xiaodong was the same Su Sinan originally wanted to help as well. But then I thought, what if something happened here? Does that mean it's not his fault? By the time I finished tidying up, it was almost 10 o'clock. The room suddenly felt empty. It seemed like we could just move in tomorrow. Xiangzi and Xiaodong did not return. Instead, they each went back into their rooms. They were all tired after a long day, especially Xiangzi, who was still working today and worked overtime until 7 p.m. before he could finally rest. Upon hearing that someone wanted to help, he came over without hesitation. Su Sinan felt bad about it, so he sent 2 large red envelopes, each containing 300 yuan. Neither Xiaodong nor Xiangzi accepted it, nor did they reply. It seems she's gone to sleep. Su Sinan ignored it and returned to her bedroom. Ma Xinliu, who had slept for a while, was actually unable to fall asleep again. He saw Su Sinan return. "How's that house?" "Let me take a look." I haven't even told her about the house, and she moved out without my permission. She was genuinely worried that the house wasn't of good quality and that there might even be formaldehyde in it. Wouldn't that kill her and her babies? Although Su Sinan has been very careful these past few days, and generally speaking, wouldn't make such a mistake, it's hard to say how this matter can be explained. This Su Sinan didn't have the information and couldn't get it right away. Ma Xinliu frowned slightly at his stammering. The house is a very important matter. You're just moving in so casually. She didn't continue speaking. Ma Xinliu was not one to say anything so harsh. Don't worry, Xiaodong showed it to me. It's just that we were video chatting at the time, and I forgot to give her the photos. Real? Really, do you think I would be so careless about something as important as a house? Seeing how serious Su Sinan was, Ma Xinliu believed him. Then tell me, what should the house look like? I need to have a general idea. Su Sinan immediately described the house's floor plan and its interior design style. When Ma Xinliu heard that the house was 120 square meters and had a modern decoration style, she felt relieved. However, she was a little puzzled as to where Su Sinan got the money to rent this house. As far as she knew, shouldn't Su Sinan's family background be very ordinary? Just as they were about to ask, they saw Su Sinan lying down beside them, looking tired, and falling asleep. Ma Xinliu didn't ask any further questions. He knew that Su Sinan had been busy all day, and with the heavy labor involved in moving that evening, he must be exhausted. Go to sleep. Ma Xinliu got up and turned off the lights in the house. They also drifted off to sleep. Chapter 31 Finishing Blow. Early in the morning, Su Sinin woke up and started tidying up the rented apartment. Xiaodong left the key with the property management yesterday. So you can just go to the property management office to pick it up later. 5 or 6 small bags appeared in the living room, mainly containing clothes and office documents. There's nothing else. How are we going to get on the bus later? Ma Xinliu asked. Su Sinin knew what Ma Xinliu was asking. The crib is foldable, so there shouldn't be any problem putting it in the trunk of the car. Oh. It turns out that Su Sinin had considered all of these things. When Su Sinin bought the bed, besides the double bed and mosquito net, this was the only reason she bought it. I'll go down with you and the babies. He held Ma Xinliu in one arm and then picked her up. Going downstairs is much harder than going upstairs. However, it passed by without any major incidents. Wait until the babies and some other things are taken out. Su Sinin's car also arrived at the roadside. Let's go up. In the brothers group chat, I heard that Brother Nan has moved to Tianshan community. It costs at least 4 or 5,000 yuan there. Where did Brother Nan get the money to live there? Xiaodong, that wasn't rented, Brother Nan bought it. Everyone was shocked and fell silent. It then exploded like boiling water. Impossible. How did Brother Nan manage to buy that house? You know he doesn't have much money in his bank account, and his parents don't have much savings either. Xiaodong, it was indeed Nangu who bought it. He said someone was in a hurry to sell the house, and he happened to be there, so. Xiangzi didn't quite believe it, but Xiaodong had absolutely no reason to lie to them. Then this matter is true. I moved yesterday. I thought I was renting a place. I never expected it would be a house purchase. The house is close to the school and the supermarket, and it's easily accessible from all directions. What student wouldn't like that? Apart from Xiaodong, whose family owns 3 houses, the other 3 are all striving to make a living. But now that Su Sinin suddenly has a house, while they are happy, they are also very sad. In this city, it's really difficult to buy a house on your own merit. Xiaodong chuckled. Let's all get together, my treat? The two had no objections. As for Su Sinin, everyone knew he was busy, so they didn't bother him. The 3 of them were eating and drinking at a barbecue restaurant. Unfortunately, they ran into Li Maxin and some of her girlfriends. The other person looked like a student. Xiaodong was a bit chubby, Chang Zi was thin, and Xiao Wan was in the middle. The 3 of them couldn't attract many beautiful women in this place. If you have money, that's a different story. While they were eating, they heard the voices of Li Maxin and the others coming from over there. We can't eat such greasy food in the morning. What if it ruins our figure? Xiaodong and the others were surprised and turned to look. Isn't that Li Maxin? Yeah, that handsome guy next to her is really good looking. I wonder what kind of tricks he's up to. Xiangzi sneered, his face full of disdain. Li Maxin turned her head and her expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? The girl next to me said, yeah. You're crazy. Xiangzi suddenly became furious. You're the one who's crazy. Don't you know what you've done? Li Maxin's expression changed, filled with resentment. Xiaodong added insult to injury, glancing at the male classmates. Hey guys, I think you should be careful. Back then, Li Maxin got pregnant and started dating my brother. My brother even thought the child was his, but he miscarried a week ago, and this girl coldly broke up with him, saying that the child belonged to a rich second generation, and that she only dated you because of your looks. Li Maxin was furious. You're talking nonsense. How could I, Li Maxin, be such a person? He slammed his hand on the table, seemingly to shut Xiaodong and the others up. Other male classmates couldn't stand it anymore. Bro, I won't say anything about you two having a grudge, but you're slandering a girl like this, isn't that a bit much? The other girls giggled and leaned against the male classmates. However, the male student seemed a little uncomfortable and took a few steps back. Xiangzi sneered, Li Maxin, you're really something. I really admire your ability to spout nonsense. So, do you dare to swear an oath to us? Xiao Wang added insult to injury. Do you dare? Do you dare? The situation suddenly became deadlocked. The male student suddenly remembered something. Is the person you're talking about named Su Sinin? Yes, he is indeed very handsome, but wasn't it said that they broke up because their lifestyles didn't match? Li Maxin replied, yes. Ha ha. Li Maxin is really amazing. Our brother Nan hasn't even mentioned this yet, but you've already told others about it and even come up with such a seemingly flawless reason. Li Machine was also one of the school beauties. She broke up with Su Sinan, which was quite a big deal. After the breakup, Su Sinan encountered the situation with Machine Liu. They'd been so busy with all that, where would they find the time to find out what Li Machine did after the breakup? Li Machine thought of countless reasons. He felt that any ordinary breakup would always lead to speculation, and things might get blown out of proportion by busybodies. If it's about cheating, then that's definitely not acceptable. Dumping Su Sinan would be even worse. Does that mean I'm a bad girl? In order to cultivate a good reputation and the image of a school beauty, she had no choice but to choose a lifestyle that went wrong. Only then can it be considered perfect. Upon seeing this, the male students immediately wanted to pay the bill. They tied their own knots, and none of Li Machine and the others were there. Absolutely brilliant. Li Machine and the others were so angry they were itching to get back at them. The handsome guy who was supposed to be handed over has suddenly flown away. Unable to swallow this insult, Li Machine pointed at the three of them and said, "What business is it of yours what we do? I did find Su Sinan as a backup option, but it was willingly done by him. Is that my fault?" The girls pointed at the three of them and said, "That's right, they came here willingly. You guys are the most disgusting people. You want to force yourself on what you can't have?" Chapter 32 Anger. Who told you that my brother Nan did it voluntarily? Li Machine, you're amazing, and so are you all. When my brother Nan took over, he really got himself into a lot of trouble, and I never thought he would be defiled by people like you. Xiangzi sneered. Xiaodong, let me tell you, our brother Nan only took on the job out of a sense of responsibility. Since you've turned out like this, it just means brother Nan misjudged you. You don't deserve to be the school beauty at all. Look at your face, most of it has been plastic surgery, right? The two of them launched into a tirade against Li Machine, giving her and the others no chance to retaliate. This is infuriating. Finally, after finishing speaking, Li Machine sneered, "Look at what you all look like. You're his friends, but you're just poor bastards. I guess this is all you'll ever be." The three of them hated hearing this, especially Xiangzi, who was furious. Bullshit. Brother Nan isn't a poor bastard anymore. He's way more successful than you are now. Him? Li Machine sneered disdainfully. Having spent so much time with Su Sinan, she already knows his personality and family background. How could someone be a winner in life? The Hermes handbag in her hand is something Su Sinan can't afford. Yeah, brother Nan has bought a house in Tianshan community, and his wife is the campus belle of Tiandu University. Do you know who she is? Xiao Wang, yes, do you know who it is? All three of them exhaled in one breath, and Li Machine and her friends burst into laughter. How could Su Sinan possibly buy a house in Tianshan community and marry some campus beauty? It's a joke. I think you're even better at lying than we are. That poor bastard Su Sinan, I saw through him a long time ago. Ha, fine, don't believe me then. But once you see brother Nan's wife and house, don't let your eyes fall out. The girl next to her sneered, "We're watching." Wife. Do you think the campus belle of Tiandu University would fall for Su Sinan so easily? You don't even think before you speak. Oh, you're jealous, aren't you? Let me tell you, that school beauty's wife even gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and she's living the dream now. Li Machine didn't believe it. You're talking nonsense. The campus belle of that day should be Machine Liu, right? She's the legendary academic beauty. She doesn't even look at any of the rich guys in City A. How could she possibly be interested in little Su Sinan? Xiaodong, standing to the side, gave a cold laugh and took out her phone. Let me show you, so your resentment will die. The phone contained a photograph of Su Sinan and Machine Liu taking care of the baby. All four of them smiled. This photo was taken during the move. I took more photos because they were commemorative. Looking around the familiar room, Li Machine was suspicious. Is this for real? That's unbelievable. The top student in school beauty actually likes a handsome guy who has nothing? She sneered, "This is just your own wishful thinking. I never thought Su Sinan was that kind of man, photoshopping such a picture yourself. Fantasizing? You really look down on people, don't you? Is it true? Let me show you another picture." Another photo came out. It was taken last night in front of the Tianshan residential area when we were moving. The buildings and people coming and going in these photos require a lot of effort to Photoshop, and even to make them look natural, many experts can't do it. These three clearly lacked the ability. Li Maxin's expression kept changing, and she looked extremely ugly. Xiangzi chuckled, some people look down on others, but they don't realize that their own lives are getting worse and worse. Xiaodong added, exactly. I wonder if this school beauty will still be able to stay at school after what happened today. I'm so glad she had that miscarriage in time, otherwise our brother Nan wouldn't have met such a good wife. Suddenly, Xiangzi slapped his forehead, how could I forget? I'll find a shop to deliver something to you tomorrow. Laughing and joking, the three paid the bill and left. Li Maxin's face turned pale with anger. The other girls comforted her, saying, don't be angry. Those photos must be fake. I know Ma Xinliu too. How could she possibly be interested in Su Sinan? This must be a made-up story. Exactly, didn't they say they were going to send something? We can send something too, and then we'll see who's better at it. Li Maxin was upset and didn't want to talk. She knew the personalities of Su Sinan's three brothers. They rarely tell lies. This time they even brought out photos. Whether they're real or not, we'll find out when we get back. Therefore, it's even less likely that he would tell any lies. Hosting that. Sigh, I clenched my fist. How could that kid possibly have such good luck? Her best friend comforted her, don't think about it. If it's true, then it just means that this so-called top student in campus beauty from Tiandu University is pretty stupid. Li Maxin nodded, that was true. If she gave birth to twins, it means that the so-called academic star in school beauty had a relationship with Su Sinan before. Stupid. Su Sinan is just handsome on the outside. Why did that top student in school beauty have to choose Su Sinan, who is only good looking? What kind of life can a poor person provide for themselves? You must have had to pay for that house yourself, right? There will be a time when this top student in school beauty regrets it. Seeing that Li Maxin had lost her appetite, her girlfriends quickly paid the bill and left. Over here, Xiaodong and his two companions happened to run into the boss. Su Sinan and his group were very familiar with their boss. I've been eating barbecue here since I came to this school, and I've been doing it for almost 4 years now. Why are there only 3 of you? Where's your brother Nan? He's incredibly busy right now. Are you preparing for work or a graduation thesis? No, he's a father now. The boss exclaimed in surprise, you're going to be a father? What happened? How could this be so sudden? The boss was extremely envious. His son also attends this university, but apart from having a girlfriend after graduation, nothing seems to be going smoothly for him. To this day, he hasn't even had a girlfriend. In the past, I was a bit arrogant because my family business was doing quite well. But in recent days, and throughout the year, house prices have increased. That makes the rent more expensive. With the emergence of many delicious foods, their barbecue restaurant is facing considerable pressure. He's been under a lot of pressure these past few years, and if it weren't for Su Sinan and a few others frequently taking care of his business, he really would have given up. Chapter 33 The Babies Need Medicine. They talked to the boss about Li Maxin, and the 3 of them laughed and joked. I've just recorded a video, and we'll upload it to the school forum in a bit. Well done. As they were leaving the barbecue restaurant, the 3 of them said goodbye to the owner. The boss, busy with his work, smiled and said, next time you come, I'll give you a discount. Boss, what kind of discount do you offer? Xiangzi asked. 20% off, is that okay? The shopkeeper casually said a number. That's too little. If our brother Nan comes, how about you give it a 65% discount? Xiangzi said. The 2 people next to him tugged at Xiangzi. With a 65% discount, would the boss still make any money? Okay, come on over there. Chatting and laughing, the crowd dispersed. Here, Su Sinan opened the door to their new home. The first thing you see is an extremely modern style. It's very comfortable. The lighting conditions are excellent, as everything faces south. And it has basically everything it needs. They only need a few details. Good. Ma Xinliu nodded slightly, thinking that the house was really nice. But she pursed her lips, thinking, this must be very expensive, right? She knew about the apartments in Tianshan Community 5 or 6,000 was a normal price. Su Sinan's family was not well off, and his salary was probably not high either. How could anyone possibly afford that? Su Sinan didn't think too much about it and walked into the house with a smile, pushing the stroller. Then the babies were taken to a very quiet and comfortable room. Come in, we need to tidy up now. Ma Xinliu naturally couldn't tidy up, he only needed to take care of the babies. So Su Sinan basically did all the dirty and hard work. Almost a morning has passed, and everything that needed to be tidied up has been finished. He's no longer a novice at housework. They are very skilled at some things. Let's have some pig's trotter soup today, to give the children a good rest and make them feel more comfortable. He skillfully put the pig's trotters into the rice cooker, but his method was different from the usual way of making pig's trotter soup. He just put them in the rice cooker and cooked them. Then start stir-frying the pig's trotters, which only requires adding some Shaoxing wine, star anise, and so on. Then put the peanuts into the rice cooker and start cooking for the second time. This method results in incredibly tender pig's trotters that melt in your mouth. The soup was also white. After preparing the pig's trotter soup, I took a short rest. How are the babies doing now? I completely forgot to change his diaper and wash his bottom. Ma Xinliu smiled, while Su Sinan was busy as a bee. How could she possibly go and disturb her, especially since she was feeling much better than yesterday? Changing a diaper shouldn't be a problem. I just didn't wash my little bottom. Oh, then I'll do it. Su Sinan carefully turned on the shower and began washing the babies while holding them. I don't know if it's just psychological, but this water feels very comfortable for the babies. With a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, she looked like an angel. But at that moment, Ma Xinliu suddenly called out. What's going on? Su Sinan was taken aback and turned to look at Ma Xinliu. Seeing that Ma Xinliu seemed to be pointing at something, he turned his head to look again. It turns out the baby's skin was red, which shouldn't be the case. Su Sinan felt a little sorry for her. What happened? Didn't we apply talcum powder? Both of them felt very sorry for him. Su Sinan quickly took the babies and had them dry cleaned. Then I wrapped myself in clean clothes. How about we make a phone call? Yes, we can call. Let me find the doctor's phone number. Su Sinan clearly remembered that the doctor seemed to have given her a business card, which was located in her briefcase. I hurriedly entered the room and found the business card. Call. We finally found it. Doctor, please tell us our child has red skin. We've applied baby powder, but we don't know what's wrong. This is normal. Your baby is probably just too hot. If possible, you can apply comfrey to the affected area, and that should help. Which brand is better? You can go to the pharmacy for this. They're all pretty much the same. Oh, and you should apply it after you've bathed your baby. That way, it's better for the baby. After finding that everything was alright, Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the water quality here was not very good. That's why baby's skin turns red. After all, this had never happened before. I went downstairs to buy medicine. The doctor said there's nothing wrong. Ma Xinliu nodded, looking at the babies with a pained expression. After hanging up the phone, Su Sinan went to the pharmacy and bought the purple herb. This herb is very cheap, you can buy it for 20 or 30 yuan. After buying it, Su Sinan came up. Chapter 34 Panic. Once home, Su Sinan quickly washed her hands. Ma Xinliu asked, did the doctor say to take a shower before applying the ointment? Ma Xinliu just checked how to handle this situation. That's why I asked that question. Su Sinan slapped his forehead and said, yes, I just washed their little bottoms. I'm going to take them to the toilet. With that, he hurriedly left. Ma Xinliu asked again, do you have any of the baby's toys? Okay, right away. In those few short minutes, Su Sinan was so busy that she was almost dizzy. Fortunately, things have finally been sorted out. Soon the bathtub was filled with children's ducks, thermometers, and other items. As for bathing, it's mainly done inside a small shelf. These were all washed with disinfectant by Su Sinan. So there's no need to worry about bacteria. Call. Nervous. Although Su Sinan had washed the children's bottoms and changed their diapers before, he was still a little nervous for some reason. Ma Xinliu pushed the stroller over, and the babies didn't cry at this time. He just smiled. These little angels on earth have relieved the pressure of becoming parents for the first time. I'll give it a try first. Su Sinan held Jian Jian in her arms, and Jian Jian seemed to be amused by Su Sinan's nervousness, making a face. Look, Jian Jian is going to make fun of you now. Ma Xinliu smiled. It's just a joke, I'm not going to let anything happen to her. Su Sinan didn't care at all. After removing the diaper and other things, she carefully put her into the water. Once it was put in the water, its little feet started hopping around. Jian got used to it quickly, but seemed to be a little uncomfortable. His smile vanished instantly, replaced by a bitter expression. Is it? Ma Xinliu didn't know what to say, but she was a little worried about Jian. It's alright, there's a shelf under your feet, and the bathtub isn't that deep. As he spoke, he placed Kong Kong inside. Kong Kong wasn't as happy as his younger sister Jian, both of them showed some resistance. That was quite strong. Su Sinin was kicked hard. Hey, this strength is kind of like mine. Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes, you think you're so strong. But you can't keep doing that. Hee, put some ducks in, kids love those things the most. After releasing the ducklings, Ma Xinliu carefully teased Kong Kong, who immediately burst into laughter. They were amused and even splashed water. Seemingly influenced by Kong Kong, Jian also laughed. The two little ones were having a blast playing in the bathtub. After washing for a while, Su Sinin finally finished washing the two little ones. Using the children's bath towels. I'll leave it here in the stroller and go get the medicine. The medicine was on the living room table. I grabbed it. Kong Kong and Jian immediately looked distressed, as if they could smell the medicine. They don't seem to like it very much, Ma Xinliu said with a hint of helplessness. You can't dislike it, it's for their health. Su Sinin held Jian and started applying the ointment. At first, Jian resisted a little, but once it was applied, he burst into laughter. See? It's still somewhat useful. You're so arrogant. Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes. However, he was deeply moved by Su Sinin's thoughtfulness and gentleness. While applying the ointment, Su Sinin was genuinely worried that her pressure might puncture the skin. I was very careful, basically being as gentle as possible. Okay, I'm so tired. It took Su Sinin about 20 minutes to settle the babies down. Those who haven't experienced it can't even begin to describe the effort involved. Ma Xinliu felt a pang of sympathy, but didn't know what to do. After all, Su Sinin had been really tired these past few days. Leaving aside the hospital, I was actually even more tired when I got home. Basically, I was taking care of her, and after that, I had to take care of the babies. The man didn't complain at all about these chores. The babies are all clean now, let's dress them so they don't catch a cold, and you can too. He shrugged and relaxed his neck. It seems that things have only gotten a little better. Giving children new clothes for free seems to symbolize that they have entered a new home and a new life. Su Sinin smiled with satisfaction. Hurry up, the babies seem to be feeling a little unwell. Ma Xinliu called out, and the two babies huddled together, seemingly cold. Su Sinin quickly came over and wrapped the children in clothes one by one. Jian seemed fine, but Kong Kong was frowning, as if he wasn't feeling well. This startled Ma Xinliu. Could something have happened to Kong Kong? Su Sinin was also a little worried, but she felt better after dressing Kong Kong in new clothes. His previously pained face broke into a smile. They were terrified just now. If anything had happened to Jian and Kong Kong, it would have been their fault. If something really happens, they can't afford the consequences. After tidying up, I put it back in the crib. Su Sinin was already covered in sweat. It was too hot outside. Sit in the living room and feel the natural breeze coming from outside. Ma Xinliu had already seen this scene, and holding a fan, she said, let's rest and come back later? Su Sinin originally wanted to get some rest. But at this time the babies were hungry. She was crying for milk. Helpless, Ma Xinliu had no choice but to return to the master bedroom to take care of the children. Two little arms hold Jianking, allowing the children to nurse. Su Sinin brought over a pillow and let him lean against it. Leaning against it made me feel much more comfortable. Next, Su Sinin had to fan the baby. With the gentle breeze and the mother's milk, the two babies were very quiet. This scene seemed to have occurred a long time ago. Ma Xinliu was a little embarrassed. But perhaps it's because we're too familiar with it that we've become accustomed to it. After the babies finished feeding, they turned their heads away. The milk dripped onto the babies' clothes. Su Sinin quickly grabbed some tissues and placed them on the ground, then patted the children. I want the milk to burp out. Soon, both babies started burping. Only then did Su Sinin feel at ease enough to let the two babies fall asleep peacefully. Chapter 35 Pig Trotter Soup. I checked the time. 40 minutes had passed. The pig's trotter soup should be ready by now. Open the fragrant pig's trotter soup, and a milky white liquid comes out. After the milky white color appeared, Susinnen smiled and said, "This is the taste." Gently remove the pig's trotter soup and set it aside. Next, I'll make some porridge. Congee is easy to make, nothing complicated. Seeing Susinnen so busy, Machinlio felt a little sorry for him and thought it wouldn't do. But for the time being, there was no other way. Suddenly, I smelled a delicious aroma and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "I'm making you vegetable porridge now, and I'm also going to stir-fry some pig's blood for you to help you replenish your body." "Oh, it smells pretty good. But I won't stir-fry the pig's blood. Could I put it in the pig's trotter soup instead? I think pig's blood and pig's trotter soup taste pretty good together." "Ha, that's for sure." Susinnen smiled, made the porridge, and then put the soaked pig's blood aside. Start cutting. The pieces of pig's blood were first treated with boiling water before being added to the pig's trotter soup. The pig's trotter soup was still quite hot, around 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. The color was noticeable as soon as it was put in. I heard that new mothers need to supplement certain things. I'll ask the doctor this afternoon to see if he can prescribe some for us. If I can buy it at a nearby pharmacy, I think I don't need to go to the hospital. Susinnen smiled, feeling that being able to connect with Machinlio was truly his good fortune. He had imagined this scene before. The child was sleeping, and he was cooking in the kitchen. Then I looked at Machinlio. "Oh dear, why are you drooling?" Machinlio looked disgusted, while Susinnen laughed heartily. "I was just thinking about some scenes, sorry. Her face turned pale, and Machinlio went to get chopsticks and a small soup spoon. Pig's trotters and blood soup with vegetable porridge. This is their lunch. Machinlio handed the rice bowl to Susinnen. "You've really worked hard these past few days. I want to thank you properly." "What's there to thank me for? Isn't this what I should be doing?" Without saying anything, Machinlio took a sip from the bowl. "This pig's trotter soup is surprisingly delicious. It's incredibly flavorful." She narrowed her eyes crinkling like crescent moons. "Not bad, really not bad. If you like it, that's fine." Machinlio glanced at Susinnen and walked into the master bedroom. I don't know what he was doing, he didn't come back for a minute or two. "You can keep this." A blue bank card appeared. Susinnen asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by this?" "Just take it. I know you've had a very tough time." Susinnen was touched. She never expected Machinlio to actually take out her bank card. From the very beginning, he never intended for Machinlio to pay for it. When it comes to children's affairs, I try to take on as much responsibility as I can. After all, Machinlio suffered a lot of losses in October. In addition, there are things to do at home, which will definitely make many things very inconvenient. Possible. He felt that he liked Machinlio. A fondness for pretty girls. After taking care of the child, I grew to like Machinlio even more. However, he was not quite sure what Machinlio thought of him. He felt there was absolutely no need to be together if it was for the sake of the children. After all, if two people spend a lot of time together, the conflicts will definitely intensify. This is also very bad for the healthy growth of babies. "Never mind, I don't need your bank card." "But your house costs at least 4,000 or 5,000 a month, how could you possibly afford that?" Susinnen had no choice but to tell Machinlio the truth. "I bought this house." Machinlio was shocked. "You bought this house? This house must have cost at least $1 million, right?" "That's right, the owner of this house is in a hurry to sell it, and I just happened to run into them." "You?" Machinlio couldn't help but think that Susinnen was really lucky, but she suddenly smiled. "It seems like a burden has been lifted. That won't work either. Baby and I have quite a lot of expenses. I have 350,000 yuan in my account. You can use it." 350,000? That's way too much money. How exactly does Machinlio make money all by herself? Before he had access to the system, he could only have 3,000 yuan in savings. It wasn't that he didn't want to save, but rather that his father's illness was quite serious and had cost a lot of money. "I borrowed from a friend. Then you pay back the money, and there's not much left." However, he sounded a little uncomfortable, feeling like he was a gigolo, a kept man. "You can keep it for now. I don't need it right now. I'll ask you for money if I run out." Machinlio took back the card and put it back in her bag. Susinnen's behavior was somewhat unexpected. However, she has always been quite settled and doesn't ask too many questions about why. After finishing her meal, Susinnen called the doctor. Ask the new mother what she needs to eat. The doctor didn't say anything special, just advised eating more vitamin A, vitamin D, and vitamin E, etc. In addition, eat more animal liver and some vegetables. This way of supplementing vitamins will be better. After asking all these questions, Susinin wanted to go outside to buy vitamins. She had only taken a few steps when her mother called. Have you eaten anything? Don't let your guard down just because I haven't asked you this morning. Her mother's first words were accusatory, and Susinin couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. Have eaten. What did you eat? There is also pig's trotter soup, pig's blood, and vegetable porridge. That's good, but she still needs to eat more. You should buy her some fruit, okay? Speaking of fruit, Susinin had actually forgotten about it, and nodded repeatedly. I'll go down and buy some right away. Yeah, I know you're busy. Do you want me to come over later? I'll bring you some fruit. No need, there's a fruit shop downstairs. Oh, the two talked for a while and then hung up the phone. Susinin hurriedly went to buy fruit and medicine. Along the way, I ran into a former classmate, but we just exchanged a brief greeting and left. When we got home, we found that Machinlio and the babies were already asleep. He then found a place to rest. Chapter 36: Su's mother and Aunt Zhang. After resting, I continued to tidy up the house. At first, the rented room also needed to be tidied up. It took about a day or two to tidy up like that. Every day, Susinin saw many potted plants in the market. Knowing that Machinlio liked plants so much, I bought 1 or 2 potted plants on a whim. The shop owner was very hospitable, giving them some ornamental stones and a carrying rack. Take care. Susinin nodded and strode home. In a cheerful mood, Machinlio must be very happy to see these plants. A touch of greenery has been added to the house, and Machinlio comes out. Somewhat surprised, you bought this? Yes, aren't they pretty? I thought you liked them so much, so I bought 1 or 2. Of course I like it. Machinlio walked over, her steps unsteady. After a day or two of tidying up, Susinin's health improved considerably, and he is now able to support himself and do some things. I'm going to cook. Okay. He went into the kitchen and started chopping the beef wildly. Today, he's going to make beef vermicelli. I heard that Machinlio used to eat this often and has a natural love for beef vermicelli. He glanced at the recipe and decided to start cooking. The heat control was fine, but since this was my first time making it, I didn't really get the hang of it. Machinlio watched from the side, then went back to take care of the babies. The babies are doing very well, they are already fair and tender. She is very cute. There was no sound in the living room, so Susinin thought that he couldn't let Machinlio get too bored. Would you like to buy a TV? I'd like to, but I can't watch for too long. I need to go to sleep after about 2 hours. Then we can buy a TV. No need, I think a projector will suffice. These days, projectors aren't that much different from TVs. After thinking about it, Machinlio was right. That's fine too. Anyway, our living room has white walls, so there won't be any problem using a projector. It'll be better for your eyes. Let me see if I can find any good projectors. I'll share them with you when I find some. As she spoke, Machinlio began searching on various platforms. Knock knock. Susinin was still chopping meat and cutting some ingredients. When it was almost done, I put it in a pot and started simmering it. He clapped his hands and came out. Seeing that Machinlio seemed to be investigating something, she asked, Have you found anything? Have you found any good projectors? Found it, come here for a second. I think this projector is really good. Susinin walked over, smiling broadly. A person nearby said, I think this is really good. It has intelligent voice control and can also project via mobile phone. This way, we basically don't need to rely on the remote control anymore, we can just say it. It's really good. This projector is priced at 3,000, which is quite cost-effective. Susinin smiled, he was very satisfied. Then I'll place the order. Machinlio nodded a few times, overjoyed. Seeing Machinlio so happy, Susinin was also happy. Although there haven't been any conflicts these past few days, it's clear that Machinlio isn't actually that happy. It seems like there's something troubling you. He thought about it and figured it was probably something to do at home. As far as he knew, Machinlio had not yet told her family about this. I'm going to sleep. Just wake me up whenever you've made the beef vermicelli. Su Sinin took a small blanket from the side and placed it on Ma Xinliu, then went to check on the kitchen. Meanwhile, Su's mother and Aunt Zhang took a car to Su Sinin's rented house. That's strange, why is no one inside? Could something have happened? Why don't you just call your son and find out? Oh, she said, and quickly made a phone call. Son, where have you been? Why won't you open the door when I get to your house? What, you moved? Where did you move to? Tianshan Community. Oh, let me check the address. You moved without telling me. Okay, I got it. When we come over, you have to pick me up. After hanging up the phone, Su's mother said with a hint of reproach, This child, you didn't even tell me you moved. It's all right. Tianshan Community is only about a 30-minute walk from here, it won't take long. Despite saying that, both of them were actually quite tired. They are, after all, getting on in years, and their physical strength is far inferior to that of some young people. Congratulations, system. You've been taking care of the babies for 10 days now and have been awarded a Zhongtian Star 128. The necessary documents have been arranged for the host, and the car is in parking space number 99 at Tianshan residential area. Holy crap, it's a Zhongtian Star. Is this a plan to let him take the baby on a trip? After thinking about it, it tastes pretty good. Everything was handled in the car. In addition, this model costs at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. It's not that I don't welcome them, it's just that they feel both strange and familiar. It left her feeling lost and confused. Okay, I'll feed the babies first. Upon reaching the master bedroom and seeing the children sleeping, Ma Xinliu smiled. Meanwhile, Su Sinin had already cooked the rice noodles. It will take another 20 minutes or so for the beef broth to be ready. While waiting, my once peaceful mind suddenly became restless. How about we go take a look? Chapter 37 RV. Su's mother and Aunt Zhang changed cars, and the back and forth motion made them feel a little dizzy. In addition, it's hot outside but cold inside the car. Alternating between the two is taking a toll on my body. This kid, he should have told us he was moving sooner. He made us make an extra trip. Su's mother took a sip from the thermos. The thermos was filled with medicinal herbs to replenish qi and blood, supposedly because the mother didn't take proper care of herself during her postpartum period, which caused her health problems. So every time she went out, Su's mother would bring a thermos. Now that I'm older, sometimes when I drink too much from my thermos, I also tend to experience urinary urgency. So I don't dare to drink too much anymore. Aunt Zhang is alright, she hasn't developed any lasting health problems. Call your son, it's quite a distance from here. Okay, I'll get right away. Son. Where are you now? We've reached the nearest bus stop, but it's still a bit of a walk. Could you pick us up? We looking at the name of the bus stop, we are at bus stop number 3 in Tianshan Community. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. I wiped the sweat from my brow. Thankfully, there were seats available at the bus stop. Once the two of them sat down, they felt somewhat more at ease. Su Sinin touched the steering wheel. It felt a little unfamiliar at first, but after driving for about a minute or two, he figured it out. After going around in circles, we finally found platform number 3 of Tianshan Community. Beep beep. He was honking his horn. Who is this? So rude. There are no cars ahead. Su's mother muttered a few words, somewhat annoyed. Aunt Zhang, who was standing to the side, shook her head and said, Don't worry about it. There are all kinds of people these days. Let's just bear with it. Su's mother didn't say anything, and once again took small sips of her thermos. Just as I was feeling agitated, the car window opened. Mom, you guys get in the car. Su Sinin originally thought that he could attract the attention of his mother and Aunt Zhang and get to know him sooner. Unexpectedly, I was even scolded. He gave a wry smile. Xiao Nan? Xiao Nan? Aunt Zhang exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Su's mother was taken aback. This car? When did your child get a car? Get in the car, I can't stay here any longer. Su's mother and Aunt Zhang nodded repeatedly and came in. Upon entering, I was immediately stunned by the sight before me. Why, is there a bed, a mirror, a table, and so on? Is this a car? Su's mother had lived for so many years and had never heard of such a thing. Aunt Zhang, who was more knowledgeable, exclaimed in surprise, Is this a motorhome? Yes, this is a motorhome, Su Sinin said with a smile. Is it your friend's? Aunt Zhang was skeptical that Su Sinan had bought it. After thinking it over, Su Sinan decided to tell everyone the truth, since hiding it like this would eventually be exposed. I bought it myself. Shocking. Aunt Zhang's mouth dropped open. Su's mother asked in the same way, how much money is this? Son, where did you get the money? Su Sinan wanted to tell him, but a bus was approaching in her rearview mirror, so she turned around and said, I'll drive now, otherwise I'll get a fine for blocking the bus. Oh. The two had no choice but to find a place to sit down. Aunt Zhang sat down, her face full of envy. Such a nice car, I never dreamed of it. This child has really made something of himself. Your son is really successful, unlike my silly son who still doesn't have a girlfriend and drives a car that's 2 or 3 years old. Su's mother hadn't even realized where her silly son got the money. Could it have come from robbery or gambling? They clasped hands tightly, feeling somewhat nervous and uneasy. Hearing Aunt Zhang's words, he just kept saying oh a few times. Aunt Zhang seemed to notice Su's mother's nervousness and smiled slightly. What are you worried about here? I've watched your Xiaonan grow up since he was a child. He doesn't gamble or rob, and he often helps others. Nothing will happen to him. Only then did Su's mother's thoughts return to normal. He began to wonder where the money came from. As I was thinking, I thought of Machine Liu. This car, could it be Machine Liu's? Right, only Xiao Lu can buy it, right? Oh dear, this is quite expensive. Su's mother looked at Su Sinan with some reproach. She wondered where this boy got the good fortune to actually meet Xiao Lu. They were almost at the parking lot when Su Sinan smiled and said, let's get out of the car. Su's mother nodded and tapped Su Sinan. Did you spend Xiao Lu's money to buy this car, child? Su Sinan felt a little annoyed after being hit. But upon hearing what Su's mother said, Su's mother was both amused and exasperated. Mom, this money wasn't Xiao Lu's. I bought it myself through investment. Investing? You're so young, do you have that skill? Su's mother looked incredulous. Do you look down on your son that much? Let me tell you. I talked for a long time, and it was all technical jargon. This left Su's mother completely bewildered. Finally, Su's mother was willing to believe that what Su Sinan said was true. Aunt Zhang was even more envious. She never expected that Su Sinan, at such a young age, would have learned how to invest. He'll definitely be a talented person in the future. How much did you spend on this car? Not much, maybe 200,000 or 300,000. Su's mother asked in surprise, you made so much money from your investments? Yes, but it was a loan, I paid 100,000. Oh. That's more like it. Making 100,000 from an investment is quite normal. But this is too expensive. The thought of losing 100,000 yuan made him feel uneasy. My heart aches a little. Why don't you buy a house? Wouldn't it be better to settle Xiao Lu down in a house? Or are you going to let the child and Xiao Lu wander around in a camper van? Su's mother scolded, and Aunt Zhang nodded in agreement. Xiaonan, your mother is right. Settling the child down in a house is a very important matter, and you can't be careless about it. Mom, please don't be angry. At this point, Su's mother's anger flared up. How can I not be angry? Xiao Lu is such a good girl. You just want her to wander around with you? That's not what I meant. So what do you mean? Su Sinan scratched his head. Actually, I bought this house too. Su's mother didn't hear clearly. What? I said I'll buy this house too. He raised his voice a little. Aunt Zhang had already heard it clearly and asked incredulously, really? How did you buy this house? Su Sinan immediately told him about buying a house, which was similar to what he had said before. At that moment, Su's mother lost her temper and fell silent. Aunt Zhang patted Su's mother's thigh and said, your daughter-in-law is really lucky for her husband. It hasn't been long, and she already has a child, a house, and a car. Su's mother, who was at the center of the matter, frowned slightly. Although Su Sinan's explanation seemed flawless, something still felt off. It doesn't seem like a lie. After all these years, how could she not know what expression her son wore when he lied? Mom, let's go upstairs. Don't worry about this. Chapter 38. I want to see the baby. After arriving at the main gate, I entered the password. I didn't show it to Su's mother or Aunt Zhang. He was mainly worried because Aunt Zhang was around. Mom, Aunt Zhang, let's go inside. When Aunt Zhang opened the door, she was a little surprised to see that the balcony was directly visible from the front door. Part of the house is visible in the distance. He nudged Sue's mother. Isn't this house so beautiful? Sue's mother was also somewhat shocked. Was this the house her son bought? At first, I thought this house was not much different from ordinary houses. I never expected it to be decorated so well. It seems they're about the same as those wealthy families. Mom, here are some slippers for you, please come in. Aunt Zhang and Sue's mother walked in after putting down their slippers. The more Sue's mother looked around, the more hesitant she became. Seeing Aunt Zhang looking around, she pulled Su Sinan aside and whispered, "Tell me honestly, did you earn this house and car yourself?" She was a little angry if it really was through a loan. Whatever illegal means she used, she would send her son to turn himself in first. Mom, don't worry. I have a family to support, how could I do such a thing? Swear to me. Sue's mother still believed in oaths, or rather, the older generation generally believed in oaths. Based on past experience, Sue's mother usually made him swear very serious oaths. Su Sinan's expression was serious. Mom, even if you make me swear an oath, it can't be too heavy. I am your son. It's fine if it's not serious. Sue's mother sighed. This was the first time she had compromised. If you lie to me, you are a child without a mother. Su Sinan smiled wryly. How could I possibly lie to you? You have to believe me. I would never lie to you. You bought a house and a car in such a short time. Never mind me. Your dad knows, right? He'll definitely ask all sorts of questions. Mentioning his father, Su Sinan gave a wry smile. Let's talk about the future later. Anyway, I'll fool whoever I can. Then Sue's mother said, since you've already promised me, I won't ask any more questions. As long as we can live a good life, that's fine. Su Sinan smiled and said, of course. Turning her head, Sue's mother looked at the house and was overjoyed. This house is really beautiful. Aunt Zhang came over with a hint of envy. Your son is really lucky. He ran into them when he was getting his rent refunded. I don't know when my silly son of mine will have such good luck. Hey, your son is pretty good. He works for a state-owned enterprise. If he does well, he'll have plenty of houses to buy in the future. These words pleased Aunt Zhang greatly. You all sit down first, I'm going to check on Xiaolu and the babies. Aunt Zhang and Sue's mother nodded. Aunt Zhang lowered her voice, afraid of disturbing the babies in Xiaolu's rest. Ma Xinliu had actually woken up long ago. Hearing the sounds from the living room, you know who the guests are. The baby needed her care, so she didn't go to greet her immediately. My mom and Aunt Zhang are here, Su Sinan greeted them. Should I go? When asked if he should go say hello, Su Sinan shook his head. No need, you can just rest here. Just as I finished speaking, I saw Aunt Zhang peek out from the door. After glancing at Ma Xinliu, he returned. Holding Sue's mother's hand, she said, your daughter-in-law is so beautiful. Mother Su smiled and said, good luck. Good luck. No, how did your son meet him? How about you teach my silly son in a few days? Well, you'll have to ask him, I can't make that decision myself. Aunt Zhang had no choice but to put it down, feeling incredibly envious and secretly heartbroken. How come such a beautiful girl isn't one of our own? Mom, you're making too much noise. The two of them were speaking quite loudly, and Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu both heard them. Aunt Zhang looked embarrassed and said, I'm sorry, let's keep our voices down. Then Aunt Zhang tugged at Sue's mother, can I see the babies? I want to see what your grandson looks like. At this moment, Su Sinan came out and said with a smile, Xiaolu just said that you can come in. Really? That's great. Aunt Zhang went inside and greeted Ma Xinliu with great envy. This child is so beautiful. Hello, Auntie. Great, great. You're so beautiful. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. Ma Xinliu had heard these kinds of things many times before, and should have been indifferent to them. But for some reason, she felt a little embarrassed when Su Sinan's acquaintances came. My face is flushed and burning hot. Wow, this baby is so beautiful. Aunt Zhang liked it very much at first sight and carefully rocked the bed. The babies seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely, drooling from their mouths. It seems I dreamed of something delicious. As she swayed back and forth, Aunt Zhang felt a pang of sadness in her heart. When will she be able to have her own grandchildren? I originally thought she would pass away before Sue's mother, holding her grandson early and having completed most of her life's journey. I never imagined I'd be almost 50 now. There's not even a shadow yet. She was even overtaken by Sue's mother. They've completed a major stage of their lives ahead of schedule. What are the babies' names? Oh, healthy and strong, the older brother is Kong Kong, and the younger sister is Jian Jian. Aunt Zhang could tell at a glance which one was the younger sister and which one was the older brother. Oh my, this must be my older brother Jian Jian. He's really handsome, just as handsome as his dad. This little sister is really pretty too. She inherited her features from her mother. She'll definitely be a beauty when she grows up. As she continued to shake, Aunt Zhang's eyes narrowed with laughter. At this moment, Sue's mother came over. Come on, have some water. You've had quite a journey. Aunt Zhang got up, she was indeed thirsty. He took it and gulped it down. Sue's mother walked over to the babies and saw them drooling. She smiled. After wiping away the baby's drool, she whispered very softly, "My babies, you must all stay healthy, just like your names. Grandma is here to bless you." The sound was so soft, it seemed like just a gentle breeze. Seeing such a heartwarming scene, Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu couldn't help but smile. Chapter 39, Taking Care of Xiaolu. After checking on the child, Su's mother and Aunt Zhang tactfully left the room. The two bought some food. Su's mother was worried that Su Sinan wouldn't be able to take good care of himself, so she bought pig's trotters and a hen. Others are eggs. The pig's trotters were already cut up, while the hen was alive, walking freely in a corner of the balcony. I'll take care of the hen, you go and prepare the pig's trotters. If the hen is alive, then naturally someone will have to handle the procedures such as cutting its throat, plucking its feathers, singeing its feathers, and removing its internal organs. It's a rather troublesome job, after all. Su's mother could do it, but she wasn't strong enough. Aunt Zhang, on the other hand, was very skilled at it. She knew exactly where the chicken was weak and where it was strong. Su Sinan scratched his head. How about I find someone from the market to handle this? Doing it on this balcony doesn't seem quite right. Su's mother glared at Su Sinan. You're already complaining? We're doing it on the balcony, where there's a drain. It'll only make your house dirty. After being glared at, Su Sinan had no choice but to remain silent. Actually, he didn't care whether the balcony was dirty or not as long as the dirt didn't get into the living room. There was nothing else to worry about. Seeing that Su's mother and Aunt Zhang hadn't rested since they arrived, I felt a little guilty. Aunt Zhang is a sensible person. I know what Xiaonan means. He said that because he saw how hard we were working. But don't worry. We're not tired. Staying in the house all day isn't a good thing. Then I misunderstood Xiaonan, and for that, I must apologize to you. He quickly shook his head and stopped, saying, It's nothing, Mom, you're just being too polite with me. Su's mother smiled and said, Wrong is wrong, and I won't do anything to you just because you're my son. Aunt Zhang nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. That's true. I've known your mother for a long time, and she's always been like this. Su Sinan knew, of course, that there was a math problem he had solved correctly when he was a child. But Su's mother was wrong, and even went to the school to check. In the end, Su Sinan won, of course. At that time, Su's mother apologized to Su Sinan. I still remember the scene of him bowing and apologizing. Bring me the knife and some hot water. I'm going to start processing it. A voice immediately brought Su Sinan back to his senses, and he repeatedly said, Oh. 1 kettle of water wasn't enough. You need 7 or 8 kettles of water to kill a chicken. Su Sinan quickly lit the fire. Then he took a sharp, large knife. At this moment, Aunt Zhang said, I just noticed that your toilet is quite big. How about we go to the toilet? It'll be easier to clean that way. The toilet is about 8 square meters, so killing chickens shouldn't be a problem. In addition, the bathtub and tub are 1 meter or 2 away from the hand-washing area, and there is also a glass door blocking the view. It will never be splattered with blood or fur. Sure, you can do whatever you want, Su Sinan said casually. Aunt Zhang grabbed the big hen and went straight to the toilet, sharpening her knife. On the other hand, Su's mother's approach was quite simple. The pig's trotter soup is ready. Her approach differs from Su Sinan's. She uses traditional techniques. But it tastes so good. Sometimes, when Su Sinan got tired of the food she made herself, she would take a bite of what her mother made. That smells so good. I'm going to help. Bring the boiled water and those other big bowls over. We'll be using them to hold the internal organs and blood later. Oh. Su Sinan began to wash the unused large bowls. Then I heard, Bring me a bowl, I'm going to start killing the chicken. He hurriedly went over and grabbed a large bowl, about the size of 2 fists. Keep boiling the kettle, and stop boiling it when it's finished. Su Sinin busied herself boiling water again. A large bucket of water was boiled and carried into the toilet. Don't rush, I'm still bleeding you out. Well, you should leave first. You can't help much with this here, but once we're done, you can go and rinse off the smell in the toilet. Su Sinin had no choice but to say, shall I go buy groceries? No need, you just need to take good care of Xiaolu and the babies. Su's mother said impatiently. Su Sinin could only say oh and leave. I washed my hands, some chicken feathers had just landed on them. He turned and looked around, but there seemed to be nothing for him to tidy up. So they had no choice but to come to Ma Xinliu's place. Ma Xinliu had already fallen asleep, but she was startled awake as soon as Su Sinin opened the door. He touched her head, which was a mix of lucidity and confusion. You're here. Yes, my mom and aunt are killing a chicken, saying they're going to give you some nourishment. When are they leaving? Ma Xinliu asked. Well, I'm not too sure, but it wasn't easy for my mom and Aunt Zhang to come here. Even if they have to leave, they should stay for a couple of days. Su Sinin didn't mind if her mother and Aunt Zhang stayed. Anyway, he still has several other bedrooms that are not open. There's no problem living here. It even reduced his burden to some extent. Our projector seems to have arrived. We're here? Great. Su Sinin smiled, now she could watch TV. But what if they don't know how to use it? The older generation is naturally used to things from the past. The projector has many complex functions, which the elderly person probably cannot understand. So there will be a lot of inconvenience later. But that's not what Ma Xinliu meant, she just wanted to watch it alone. Although Su's mother treated her very well, so did Aunt Zhang. But she couldn't let go of many things that are typical of young people, and especially in front of her elders. Su Sinin smiled and said, isn't there a TV in the living room? My mom and Aunt Zhang may be old, but they're not so old that they don't know how to use it. Seeing that Su Sinin still didn't understand, Ma Xinliu had no choice but to ask directly, could you put it in the master bedroom for me to see alone? Startled, Su Sinin realized that Ma Xinliu meant that, but she didn't think too much about it, of course, but you'll need to buy a Bluetooth headset so it won't disturb the babies. Phew, what a relief. Ma Xinliu was actually a little scared Su Sinin was overthinking things. Actually, she just wanted to be alone for a while. After half a month, I need to sort out many thoughts and ideas in my mind. I have Bluetooth headphones here, but I just looked at your mom's phone, and it seems to be 5 years old. Do you want to get her a new one? This means that Ma Xinliu wanted to buy a cell phone for Su's mother. While at the hospital, Su's mother was busy taking care of everything, and her phone was also malfunctioning, freezing several times. Su's mother could only pass the time by watching the baby and Ma Xinliu. She felt sorry for him. Su Sinin was taken aback. Change your phone? That's fine. I was just about to get a new one anyway. Chapter 40 Aunt Zhang is here. Ma Xinliu had no objection to Su Sinin also wanting to change his phone. However, she already knew which phone her mother should choose. I browsed through an e-commerce platform and pointed to it. I think your 4,000 yuan iPhone 11 is pretty good. Why don't you give it a try? 4,000 yuan? So expensive? Su Sinin looked at Ma Xinliu with a pang of sympathy. This means that I spent 7 or 8,000 yuan on phones for my mom and myself, which is a huge loss. Seemingly sensing Su Sinin's emotions, Ma Xinliu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I'll pay for Auntie's expenses. This Su Sinin was surprised. This isn't a good idea. You're buying my mom such an expensive phone all at once. I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it right away. It wasn't that Su Sinin was unwilling to give his mother such a good phone, it was just that his mother wasn't very tech-savvy and her memories were still stuck in the days when she used a flip phone. Some of these fancy things are just not my thing. That would be such a waste. What's unacceptable about it? This is a gift I wanted to buy for him, not something you bought for her. Ma Xinliu said slowly, and Su Sinin could only smile bitterly. Over here, Aunt Zhang sharpened her knife and quickly prepared the large hen. I have to say, this hen is really something. The blood flowed out to fill almost a bowl. This is a very nutritious food. You really made the right choice with this hen today. If we eat it, it will definitely help your daughter-in-law get a good, healthy baby. Hee, of course. Su's mother was very pleased with herself, and then the bleeding stopped. They directly boiled water and plucked the hen's feathers. The toilet, which was originally clean, suddenly became dirty and messy. Aunt Zhang's face turned slightly red. The house was decorated so nicely, wouldn't his actions leave a bad impression on people? Why aren't you moving quickly? Hurry up and finish, we need to clean this place up as soon as possible. Oh. Aunt Zhang came to her senses and made up her mind. Ma Xinliu suddenly smelled something and became curious about what Aunt Zhang and Su's mother were doing. So he came out. A bowl of fresh blood, and lots of chicken feathers. A strong sense of discomfort arose spontaneously. Wah! Ma Xinliu went to another bathroom and vomited up the bitter liquid inside her stomach. It relieved the pain a bit. Look, your daughter-in-law doesn't seem to like it very much, Aunt Zhang said softly. Su's mother smiled and said, "What's the big deal? I was just like her back then, but I got used to it afterward." He didn't take it seriously and continued to wash the plucked chicken clean. At this moment, Su Sinan came to another restroom. What's wrong? Ma Xinliu shook her head palely. It's nothing, it's just that it's the first time I've seen a chicken being killed, and I'm a little not used to it. Ha! I didn't know. Su Sinan wanted to apologize, but Ma Xinliu shook her head understandingly. No need to say that. I want to ask why the chicken was killed here. Wasn't it a pre-processed chicken bought from the supermarket? Ha! Su Sinan laughed. Ma Xinliu blushed and wanted to give Su Sinan a warning, but then she felt the gesture was a bit too intimate and loosened her grip. Seeing how adorable Ma Xinliu was, Su Sinan continued to smile. At this point, they began to explain, a chicken that has just been killed, in our terms, is fresh, and whether it is cooked or prepared in any other way, it will be very delicious. Nodding repeatedly, Ma Xinliu was hearing this kind of statement for the first time. When she was little, she would always bring a clean chicken from the supermarket to her parents to cook. Oh dear, we've taken care of it, there's no smell anymore, you two little ones can come out now. Su's mother smiled, her smile very kind. Mom, what are you doing? Su Sinan came out. I'm going to make some nourishing soup. Let me tell you, you're in for a treat. Aunt Zhang's cooking is absolutely amazing. Do you remember the chicken soup from when you were little? That was Aunt Zhang's cooking. Chicken soup? Su Sinan thought back carefully. Oh, that's what it was. That was done by Aunt Zhang? That's right, you silly boy, haven't you been saying that my cooking skills have declined? Because my cooking isn't as good as your Aunt Zhang's. Wow, Aunt Zhang is so amazing. Su Sinan exclaimed in surprise. He had been wondering why his mother's skill level seemed to change every few days. Yeah, you silly boy. Su's mother smiled and saw Ma Xinliu come out to ask, how about we make you some clear broth stewed with a big hen? I'm fine with anything. Ma Xinliu blushed slightly, feeling touched that Su's mother always took her feelings into consideration. Wah wah. Wah wah. Finally, the children got hungry. She cried and made a scene in the room. Let's get back to what we're doing. Xiaonan, you need to take good care of Xiaolu. I see. The children need to eat, and they are anxious. Baby, I'm here. Su Sinan moved quickly and carefully held the babies in her arms. Ma Xinliu then rushed over to feed the babies. I'm incredibly busy right now. That's how it is during postpartum confinement, sometimes you're free, and sometimes you're incredibly busy. I just rested for about half an hour, and now I have work to do again. Su Sinan didn't care, the most important thing was that Ma Xinliu was in a hug for who knows how long. Sit down, it's better for you after all. Ma Xinliu slowly sat down, afraid that the babies would get hurt. I don't know how long it's been, dinner's ready, this is the chicken soup I brought for you. Su's mother brought over chicken soup, freshly made. And so, Ma Xinliu slowly sipped her chicken soup. Aunt Zhang put the chopped chicken in the refrigerator so she could make more if she finished the chicken soup. Then they packed up some chicken eggs and duck eggs. Su's mother seemed to have something to do and was taking a phone call in the bathroom. What's wrong? I just wanted to check on the kids. How could you do this? I haven't seen you for days, let me tell you. Why did you hang up on me? Su's mother touched her phone, somewhat angry. Su Sinan, who was tidying up the living room, came over and asked, Did you two have a fight? Su's mother sighed. Your father wouldn't let me come, saying it would disturb you. Su Sinan didn't know what to say. Her father was stubborn, and even 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. However, I know it was done with good intentions. Fortunately, Su's mother didn't dwell on these things and got back to work. I'm busy with some housework. Around 7 p.m., Aunt Zhang found a bedroom to rest. Sue's mother pulled Su Sinan, who was throwing out the trash, and said, "Tomorrow, take Aunt Zhang to Longtian Hospital to get a prescription for Uncle Zhang." That. I will take care of the child and Xiaolu when they are young. Su Sinan nodded. Has Uncle Zhang already made an appointment? Registered. Chapter 41. Sue's mother questions. Su Sinan turned on the computer and asked the teacher to check which doctors would be at Longtian Hospital tomorrow. He knew Uncle Zhang's health had never been very good. But he didn't know exactly what illness it was. Only through. Why aren't you asleep yet? At 8 o'clock, it was time for Machine Liu and the babies to go to sleep. I have other things to do. I'm going to sleep right away. Machine Liu turned off the light next to her, feeling sleepy. The room suddenly became much darker. The next day, Su Sinan packed her things early in the morning. Machine Liu and the babies were still sleeping, so she didn't dare to disturb them. Su Sinan and Aunt Zhang walked and spoke in a low voice. Go out, then come back. It was almost noon. At this moment, Sue's mother was preparing dishes in the kitchen, while Machine Liu was lying in the hospital bed. Looking at the babies' smiling faces. The babies pooped this morning. It was Sue's mother who handled it. In addition, Sue's mother also made some milk powder. If the babies are hungry, give them some formula temporarily. However, Machine Liu did not do that and directly fed the baby. I've been busy all morning, and my back is starting to hurt. Mom, I'm back. Su Sinan smiled. You're back. Yes, I really owe it all to Xiaonan today. If he hadn't taken me to the hospital, I really wouldn't know what to do. Mother Su came out with a smile. You're too kind. It's good that you're back, have something to eat. After lunch, the family takes a nap. Su Sinan had just dozed off when she heard her phone vibrate. Hello, are you Xiaonan? I am you. Your package has arrived. You can come downstairs to check it, or I can deliver it to you. Oh, you should still bring it over. We're located on the 21st floor of Building 2, door number 2. A short while later, the delivery man arrived. With the projector on, Machine Liu found it hard to fall asleep. I wanted to take a look right away. Su Sinan said, my mom and Aunt Zhang will be going back in a day or two. Why don't you wait? Machine Liu's expression changed, and her smile froze on her face. But in the end, she compromised, okay, then we'll wait until Auntie leaves before we install it. Her lips were pouting, she looked a little disappointed, and her eyes even welled up with tears of grievance. Very pitiful. Su Sinan took one look and also felt that this was not a good solution. It's softened. I'll install it for you now. Machine Liu cheered up, but considering Su Sinan's feelings, she said, let's forget about it. Need not. Never mind, I know what you mean. Su Sinan looked at Machine Liu's gentle expression and laughed, I was just teasing you, don't take it to heart. Seeing Su Sinan smile, Machine Liu angrily slapped him. She was annoyed, but also shy and angry. How could you do this? You're so mean. Ha, I just wanted to see you. Machine Liu pouted angrily, indicating that she didn't want to see Su Sinan anymore. Soon, Su Sinan had already installed the projector. This thing isn't difficult. It took quite a bit of effort to complete just a few steps. If even a young man like him has to go through so much trouble, then how could Su's mother and Aunt Zhang possibly use it? Let's watch a movie together. This room has a similar feel to it. Su Sinan nodded, he didn't care. It's been a long time since I've watched a movie with such a beautiful girl. Imagine spending most of your college years hanging out with those buddies. I don't know when, but Su's mother and Aunt Zhang woke up and started talking here. I'm so envious of you. This house must be so comfortable. If you want to stay, of course you can. That one do, I'm just an outsider after all. I just wish my son could buy a house too, not like it is now, but enough to cover his daily expenses, that would be fine. Su's mother didn't say anything, but praised Aunt Zhang's son and offered some words of comfort. Finally, the two agreed to take a walk in the neighborhood, since they had seen the scenery of the neighborhood after being here for a day or two. The entertainment area and children's play area are excellent. They went out to have some fun and had a great time. After I've had enough fun, I'll go check out the supermarket. I've never been inside before. Aunt Zhang smiled, seemingly very satisfied with the place. After watching TV, Su Sinan and Machine Liu wanted to go to sleep. Machine Leo kicked Su Sinin. Go get me some apples, I'm a little hungry now. I'm hungry now, didn't you just drink a lot of chicken soup? I'm just hungry, Machine Leo pouted. Helpless, Su Sinin had no choice but to peel the apple. Looking around, I realized that Aunt Zhang and Su's mother had gone out sometime earlier. It is 5 o'clock now. That's strange, where would those two go? Worried, Su Sinin made a phone call. Where did you go? When will you be back? You're lost? Where are you all? Have no idea? Never mind. I'll come find you. After quickly peeling the apple, Su Sinin walked out. Seeing Su Sinin's hurried departure, Machine Leo didn't dare to ask. You know, we're getting old, and we don't even know the way anymore. Luckily your phone has battery. I almost forgot to charge it today, otherwise Xiao Nan would have been worried sick. The two sat chatting and laughing in one spot. There were some bags of vegetables next to it. After a while, Su Sinin came running up, panting, I've finally found you. Come with me. In a short time, I returned home. All three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you were here, otherwise we really would have been lost. Su's mother seemed to hear something and walked towards the bedroom. Su Sinin inwardly cried out, Mom, could you make me something to eat? I'm a little hungry. Having spent so many years with Su Sinin, Su's mother knew perfectly well what Su Sinin was thinking. Get out of my way. Unable to bear seeing such a domineering mother, Su Sinin knew that today was going to be terrible. Open the door and you'll see the image projected on the wall. It looks rather ugly. Machine Leo quickly turned off the projector, somewhat nervous. What was that just now? Su's mother asked. Oh, that's just a projection tool. What are you doing? Su Sinin thought about how to come up with an excuse. With a gloomy face, Su's mother asked Su Sinin, how long do you plan to keep this from me? Chapter 42. The daughter-in-law is going to give her gemstones. Su Sinin really didn't know what to do and was somewhat panicked. Machine Leo was a little nervous and gripped the blanket tightly. Then Su's mother sighed helplessly, you guys really don't put my mind at ease. Don't you know that you can't look at this during postpartum confinement? Neither Su's mother nor Aunt Zhang have turned on the TV for the past few days. Su Sinin scratched his head, there shouldn't be any problems, right? You. Su's mother poked Su Sinin's chest, and Su Sinin's face contorted in pain. Mom! You've hurt me so much. I can put in a lot more effort, I'm telling you take this projector off the screen, it's unusable. Su Sinin was taken aback. This projector doesn't emit radiation, does it? It's just light reflecting off the wall. Besides, it's just something to look at, right? This thing is much safer than a TV. Machine Leo looked somewhat aggrieved. I feel a little disappointed. This was the first time she had ever seen Su's mother like that. Mom, Xiaolu is so boring. All she does all day is sleep and eat and sleep. This won't do. Besides, this projector has almost no radiation, so you can rest assured. Su's mother immediately shook her head, that won't do, you must take him off. He glanced at Machine Leo and noticed that Machine Leo's eyes were already wet. Having no other option, Su Sinin had to ask the doctor for help. Mom, let me ask the doctor. If she says it's okay, then you can't stop me. Sure. I asked the doctor, and he said there was nothing wrong. Su's mother compromised. Machine Leo cheered up again, and the little incident passed just like that. However, Su's mother was still worried. You all, watch less of this stuff, if you hurt your eyes, you'll suffer. Su Sinin nodded, we only watch it for 1 or 2 hours a day, we won't watch it for too long. Su's mother nodded and left the room. Then, I started preparing dinner. Machine Leo was a little scared, won't your mom have a problem with me? Su Sinin was taken aback, then smiled calmly, don't worry, my mom was just really concerned about you, that's why she acted that way. But, what if I leave a bad impression on Auntie? Su Sinin was slightly surprised and somewhat puzzled. Unexpectedly, Machine Leo, who is usually gentle yet firm, is so concerned about other people's feelings. This made him feel a little sorry for him. Don't worry, this is just a very trivial matter, my mom really won't take it to heart. Oh, if that's the case, that's great. Machine Leo closed her eyes slightly, seemingly a little sleepy. Su Sinin then tiptoed away from the place. They dared not easily make a move against Machine Leo. When Aunt Zhang arrived at the kitchen, she seemed a little tired, so she went to rest. Sue's mother was making some kind of chicken soup by herself. Mom, let me handle this. After all, you've been working down here for so long, you must be exhausted. Sue's mother rolled her eyes. If you really think we're working so hard, then you should take good care of your little family and not be so careless. What do you mean? Haven't I already managed to hold on? Bullshit, let me tell you, the baby's 1-month birthday, your dad's coming over, and I'll tell you, get things settled between you and Xiaolu. If you're willing, get the marriage certificate, register the baby's births, and as for the wedding, we'll ask about it later. I didn't expect it to be like this, Su Sinan nodded slightly. Aunt Zhang came over at this moment. Now that Uncle Zhang's matter has been settled, I feel relieved. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll come to see you when I have time. I'm leaving too, you can't leave me behind. Sue's mother spoke somewhat reluctantly. Why don't you go spend some time with the children? What do you mean by accompanying me? That old man told me to go back. I'll go back with you tomorrow. You can't leave me behind. Su Sinan, how about I take you to the station tomorrow? No need, we can just take a taxi. You should get some rest later. Sue's mother didn't want Su Sinan to be so tired. Although she told Su Sinan to take better care of Xiaolu, he was still her son after all, and he had been busy for so long, so she still felt sorry for him. I'll take you and Auntie there tomorrow, that's decided. Su Sinan was unwilling. She had even gotten lost in her neighborhood today, so what kind of big problem would arise if she didn't personally deliver the package? Sue's mother smiled, and Aunt Zhang beside her also smiled and said, "You've really raised a good son." Inside the room, Ma Xinliu seemed to be working on something. Su Sinan walked in and looked at him with some confusion. Seemingly noticing Su Sinan's gaze, she said, "Why don't you take me to give this to Auntie and Aunt Zhang?" What is it? Su Sinan asked, somewhat puzzled. It's just some small trinkets, you can't open them. Also, this one is for Auntie, and the other one is for Aunt Zhang, you can't get them mixed up. She pointed to 2 small boxes, the one on the left belonged to Auntie, and the other belonged to Aunt Zhang. Su Sinan was curious about what exactly this was. I opened it subconsciously to take a look. It turned out to be 2 necklaces, and these necklaces contained many gemstones. Sue's mother's was red, while Zhang's was green. The gemstones are different, and the necklaces are different as well. But they are all very beautiful. Each has its own unique beauty. I can tell that Auntie and Aunt Zhang have a very good relationship. This time they came in such a hurry. I don't have anything good to give them, so I just picked out 2 things that are suitable for them. Su Sinan didn't quite understand the beauty in it. However, if this is true, it might be worth a lot more money. I don't know if they like it or not, but I like it very much. You want one too? Ma Xinliu almost looked at Su Sinan. No, what I mean is, I really like how understanding you are. Ma Xinliu blushed and rolled her eyes. You've known me for so long, and it's only now that you realize I have this kind of personality? Hee, but I won't give it to them. I think it's yours, so you should deliver it to them yourself. Ma Xinliu thought for a moment and nodded. Next, it will be time to eat. Sue's mother gently knocked on the door. You're ready to eat. Oh, Mom, wait a minute, Xiaolu said. He has something to talk to you about. Oh. Sue's mother asked, puzzled. Chapter 43, A Glimpse of Glory. Auntie, this is a gift for you. I hope you will accept it. Upon opening the box, I found a beautiful ruby necklace. Let's talk about whether it's real or not first, but this necklace is really beautiful. Sue's mother blurted out instinctively, so beautiful. Ma Xinliu smiled and said, I'm glad Auntie likes it. I love it. I really love it. Sue's mother was getting impatient. However, he was rather reserved in front of Ma Xinliu when it came to becoming her disciple. You're wearing it around your neck, let us see. Sue's mother touched the silver necklace around her neck. It was a gift from Sue's father when they got married. She has always cherished it very much. It's been over 20 years. But this necklace is really beautiful. How could a woman not be tempted by such a beautiful necklace? And judging from the color, for some reason, it's much prettier than those gemstone necklaces I buy outside. I'll give it a try. She finally couldn't resist. When the ruby necklace was placed around her neck, Su Sinan exclaimed, Mom, this looks so beautiful. Mother Su was overjoyed, really? Of course it's true. Xiaolu, am I really that pretty? It really is that beautiful. Ma Xianliu smiled, and that smile made Sue's mother like her even more. I like it too, but I don't know how to return the favor. You wait, I'll do it. Ma Xianliu smiled and said, Auntie, please don't be so polite. This is for you. I'm very touched by how busy you've been these past 2 weeks, so I've always wanted to give you something. At this moment, Su Sinan subconsciously asked, Is this ruby real? I feel like it's a little different from the rubies outside. Of course it's true. What? It's actually true. Sue's mother immediately became nervous. This is too valuable, it's worth a lot of money. Ma Xianliu shook her head slightly. No need, Auntie, you should still wear it. Su Sinan thought to herself that her mother hadn't dressed herself up like this in a long time. She was a top-tier beauty when she was young, after all. They may say they're unwilling, but deep down they're probably very willing. Yes, you should wear it, Ma Xianliu continued Su Sinan's words. Sue's mother hesitated for a moment, but finally relented and accepted the gift. Thank you, Xiaolu. At this moment, Ma Xianliu smiled and took out another box. Auntie, this is a box for Aunt Zhang. I don't know if it's okay. Sue's mother immediately understood and felt that Ma Xianliu had really gone to too much trouble. But this is their good intention, you can decide for yourself. I think Aunt Zhang will be very happy to know. Ma Xianliu glanced at Su Sinan, who then had no choice but to take the box. But then she suddenly looked at her mother and said, Mom, I'll leave this difficult task to you. You two have a good relationship and are of the same generation, so you'll definitely be fine. Sue's mother did not refuse. She couldn't be happier that her good friend could get such a wonderful thing. Aunt Zhang, who was lying on the bed, was just about to turn over and fall asleep. Then they heard that the front door was open. My dear sister, I have some really good news for you. What's wrong? This is a gift from Xiaolu to you. Open it and see, do you like it? Aunt Zhang sat up in surprise. How can this be? I didn't do anything. She was touched. She hadn't expected Ma Xianliu to give her a gift. Open it and see, is this what you want to do? Good. Upon opening it, I saw a green gemstone necklace. This. How can this be done? Aunt Zhang shook her head. No, this gemstone necklace is far too valuable. This is Xiaoliu's thoughtful gift. She thinks you're a good person, which is why she gave it to you. Sue's mother gave a random reason. Aunt Zhang was taken aback, then shook her head. She knew better than anyone how to be a decent human being. If you accept a gift from someone, you will eventually have to return it. It would be impolite not to return it. Sue's mother seemed to know what Aunt Zhang was worried about, so she smiled and said, If you don't think it's okay, then you'll be letting Xiaolu's good intentions go to waste. Besides, if you really feel guilty, you can come and visit Xiaolu. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. That's certainly true. Then I'll accept it. He then looked at Sue's mother with some envy. You really found a good child. Aunt Zhang really grew to like Ma Xianliu more and more, and rummaged through the gems in the box. This gem is so beautiful. Now I can show off to my relatives. Mrs. Su smiled and placed the box in Aunt Zhang's hands. Ma Xianliu rummaged through the box. It was surprisingly large. It can be said that everything related to girls, such as rings, necklaces, and earrings, exists. The gems and bricks inside also shimmered under the light. Su Sinan looked at it and was somewhat astonished. With so much jewelry, it must be very expensive. Ma Xianliu is working hard in this city all by herself, and she doesn't come here very often. How could someone possibly possess so much wealth? Ma Xianliu turned her head. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing, I was just a little surprised to see so many things in your jewelry box. Ma Xianliu didn't say anything and closed the jewelry box. Seemingly a little tired, she closed her eyes again. Knock, knock. Just then, the door opened, and Sue's mother brought in some food. It's no longer inspirational quotes, it's fans. This was done by Su Sinan yesterday. However, after Sue's mother's improvements, the taste became even better than before. This is the fan I just improved, and then there's some motivational stuff. Thank you. You're welcome, Xiaonan. Be careful, the noodles and chicken blood soup are still a bit hot. I understand. Su Sinan felt slightly helpless. However, he suddenly noticed the black ring on Ma Xianliu's hand and was somewhat puzzled. Isn't that the black brick he saw a year ago? I remember, back then the advertisements were everywhere. Chapter 44 is much easier. Su Sinan checked the black bricks and found that they were worth 200,000. This. You're rich. A wry smile. He had thought Machine Leo was rich, but he hadn't expected her to be this rich. Miscalculation. After finishing their meal, Machine Leo and the babies fell asleep. Su Sinan tidied up the living room and bathroom and then went to sleep. The next day, very early in the morning, Su's mother and Aunt Zhang then left the house. They moved quietly and didn't disturb Su Sinan at all. Su Sinan didn't know how long she had slept before finally waking up. "Mom!" I called out when I got to the living room, but no one answered. My mind wandered over there in a daze. Nobody's here. There wasn't a single person there. Su Sinan touched her head. "Mom, why didn't you say goodbye before you left? I wanted to see you off properly. I know you feel sorry for me, but your safety is my top priority. Alright, now that you've all arrived at the station, I have nothing to worry about. Okay, we will definitely give the chicken soup to Xiaolu." After hanging up the phone, I went to the kitchen. It was still a relatively warm chicken soup. It looks like Su's mother and Aunt Zhang got up early this morning. Alas, the hearts of parents are always full of love and worry. Su Nan came over and drank some. It tasted the same as yesterday. Very comfortable. "Su Sinan, come here for a moment." Machine Leo's voice suddenly rang out, like a thunderclap. Su Sinan put down the soup in her hand and walked over quickly. "What's wrong?" Machine Leo, pulling her hair back, said, "Look at you, what's wrong with you?" Looking closer, I noticed a bump on the baby's arm that had appeared out of nowhere. Could it be a mosquito bite? Impossible, I just checked. Su Sinan turned on the light and drew back the curtain. Seeing the wounds on the babies, it suddenly dawned on me, those look like the vaccination sites. I'll ask the doctor what he said. I asked a doctor, and he said it's a perfectly normal natural phenomenon. So don't worry about it too much. Machine Leo breathed a sigh of relief upon learning this. I forgot, I read about this in a book. I was just too nervous. Machine Leo wanted to apologize, but Su Sinan immediately shook his head. "No, I have a bowl of chicken soup here, you can have it." "Yes, it will form a boil again in a while, so we need to be careful." Not daring to be careless, Su Sinan simply ate her meal there. After a while, I started to feel a bit bored. Su Sinan opened the window to let the cold wind in. Unexpectedly, while the air became much more comfortable, it became even hotter. The sun streamed directly into the bedroom without any obstruction. So I had no choice but to pull the curtain closed. Machine Leo felt a little unwell, so they turned off the air conditioner that night. I'm sweating a bit when I wake up now. This is true for adults, let alone babies. I was wondering if I could take a shower. Su Sinan seemed to sense Machine Leo's discomfort and the baby's frowning unease. He then suggested, "The bathroom has a large bathtub, how about we let you go to the bathtub area? Take a bath?" Machine Leo was somewhat tempted. If she could take a bath, that would be the best thing ever. Yes, it can also be used to wash the babies. Alright then, even though we can't wash our hair during postpartum confinement, we can't say we can't take a bath. Su Sinan smiled and quickly went to drain the water. Also prepare some small toys for the children. That's almost done. I touched the water, the temperature is just right. It's not very hot, so I think the babies and Machine Leo should be able to handle it. Machine Leo walked in, looking somewhat embarrassed. However, she felt itchy all over and was already quite impatient. Wearing a bath towel, soaking in the bathtub. Could you turn the temperature up a bit? It would be better for the mother to have a higher temperature. Su Sinan quickly adjusted the temperature, and when it reached about 50 degrees, Machine Leo nodded, "It's okay." Next, I took the babies to the bathtub. The babies seemed very happy, with some of the pool collars around their necks. They can swim freely in the water. Look, how cute our little babies are. Su Sinan smiled, touching and playing with the babies. Suddenly, the babies swam to their mother, and Su Sinan lost control for a moment. I touched it by accident. Ah! What are you doing? Machine Leo's face flushed red, her beautiful face showing surprise and shyness. I'm sorry. I didn't think of that just now. How should I put this? Sigh, never mind. I'd better not say anything more. Anyway, it's getting darker and darker. You can leave now, we don't need you here for the time being. Alright, I've given you the boot. Su Sinan had no choice but to leave. After tidying up outside and having breakfast, Su Sinan chuckled foolishly. I never imagined I'd marry the school beauty and have such an adorable baby. More importantly, he can provide a safe haven for the babies and Machine Liu. This is far more important than anything else. After a long while, Machine Liu finished tidying up and let Su Sinan in. Su Sinan skillfully wiped the babies' bodies. Machine Liu was going to blow dry her hair, though she didn't actually get it wet. But you should still blow on it, and blow on your body after you're done. It's actually quite good for your health. However, she needs help now. I took a bath towel and dried myself off. Blow it for me. It's coming right away. Su Sinan took a dry towel and wiped the clean babies' bodies. Put it in the stroller. Please blow it nicely for me. It can't be too hot, and you can't stay in one place for too long. If you don't know how, it's best to just use a gentle breeze. Su Sinan never expected it to be so troublesome, but he knew this was just the beginning. After thinking about what to do, she pulled on her soft hair and blew on it. All right. Give it to me. You can't enter the bedroom without my permission. Machine Liu's face flushed slightly. Su Sinan felt confused, then suddenly noticed the white bath towel. You're not allowed to look. Honestly. Machine Liu took a sip, and Su Sinan smiled. Seeing that Su Sinan had obediently left, Machine Liu began to blow on her body. Then I applied some essential oil. Make your hair feel more comfortable. When it was almost time, you can come in now. It seems the wound on my stomach has reopened. Bring me some iodine. Several days have passed, and nothing should have happened. Maybe I moved too much just now. Su Sinan immediately applied the ointment and covered it with fresh gauze. That's much better now. I feel so much better now, thank you. Machine Liu stretched comfortably, and a voice came from within her body. Su Sinan smiled, a gentle smile emanating from her. Chapter 45 Postpartum Photos. In the blink of an eye, the full moon has arrived. Su's mother made a phone call early in the morning. They said that Su's father was coming and had given some instructions regarding postpartum care. Spicy food should be avoided, and children should not be given cold foods. She recounted everything that Su's mother could think of in detail, including the backlash. Next, the topic of postpartum wine came up, and Su's mother had already chosen a date. They said they would hold a postpartum celebration at Su Sinan's place and asked Su Sinan to book the hotel as soon as possible. Here is a list of relatives. They also went to Su Sinan's place early. Today is your 1-month birthday. What did your auntie say to you? Machine Liu didn't want to ask these questions, but the baby's 1-month birthday is a very important event. He told me he wanted a postpartum banquet, so I'm going to check if there are any hotels nearby, like this. Su Sinan hesitated to continue, as he hadn't mentioned this matter for the past 10 days. Now that this has been said, it's unclear whether Machine Liu is willing to accept it. Oh, then you should prepare well. Machine Liu's feelings were complicated, but she had come to terms with it over the past few days. Things had already come to this. Not long after, a team of little angels who claimed to take photos of babies called. They said they wanted to send them photos taken at the hospital that day. Su Sinan told them the location and asked them to send it over. Then I got busy making breakfast. Machine Liu sat on the balcony, letting the last rays of sunlight shine on the babies. Absorb the warmth and gifts of the sun. After finishing the meal, I heard a knock on the door. Su Sinan opened the door and saw a person carrying fruit walk in. These are some fruits I bought downstairs from you, and these are photos I took of your baby. Su Sinan smiled and said, "You're too kind." The man felt that Su Sinan was kind and said some caring things about the baby. In addition, he said many complimentary things in order to meet his performance targets. After we finished talking, I casually took out the photos of the babies right after they were born. These are photos of your baby. We have many full-month celebration packages available. You can take a look. Let me tell you about them. 2 flyers were placed in the hands of Su Sinan and Machine Liu. The packages range from a few hundred to over 1,000. They come in all shapes and sizes, with a dazzling array of styles. Su Sinan looked at it and asked, "What price do you think we should pay?" "Well, I think this 1,000 package would be suitable for you. Let me show you what the results of our 1,000 package are like." He took out some photo albums from the bag next to him. This album contains many, many babies. Those who see it are basically melted by its cuteness. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu smiled broadly. These little angels were so adorable. Their babies must be even more beautiful than these. What would it look like if I chose the 1500 option? The man was taken aback, then smiled and said, actually, they're pretty much the same, it's just that the album processing is a little different. Do you think you should choose 1000 or 1500? I think 1000 is fine. Didn't he say, the effect is about the same? The man chimed in, yes, they're pretty much the same. In the end, the two chose the 1000 yuan package, which also came with some small gifts such as small toys and tools for collecting baby hair. The man made a phone call to a colleague. Judging from the efficiency just now, it shouldn't be too slow. After a while, some props were brought up. The same goes for clothes. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu quickly went to change their clothes. However, the babies didn't have that. At first, Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu were worried about the quality of the clothes and whether they had been disinfected. After all, it would be unacceptable if the infection were transmitted to the babies. Fortunately, the staff told them that they could wear it without worry. These materials have all undergone several high-temperature sterilization processes, and their quality is entirely natural. It will not harm the baby's health. The first set was a simple picture of blue sky and white clouds, with the babies having some wings attached. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu simply made a heart shape with their hands. But that's not all. The babies also have to make a flying gesture. These can only be addressed by using small tools to move the babies. Fortunately, these staff members have some experience with these things. So the process was very natural. The photographer kept taking pictures. After this set was finished, it was time for another set. This time, it was in a sea of flowers. The babies are lying in this sea of flowers. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu are like celestial beings amidst a sea of flowers. They played the roles of a divine couple. Su Sinin is very good looking, and when she puts on ancient costume, she does have a remarkable presence. On the other side, Ma Xinliu is very beautiful. This hasn't even started yet. With just a slight movement, one can feel a wisp of celestial energy drifting over. Many staff members were extremely envious. This male homeowner is truly blessed. He actually managed to marry such a beautiful wife. After striking a pose, they took a series of photos. The staff breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, the photos are almost done. Su Sinin straightened her posture and checked the time. It was almost noon. Thanks for your hard work. Okay, let's continue this afternoon. Su Sinin knew that the staff did not want to disturb the babies and Ma Xinliu's peace and quiet. So I didn't try to stop them. The babies seemed to have pooped. Ma Xinliu glanced at Su Sinin. I'll handle this. You go and change your clothes. Ma Xinliu shook her head. No need, I'll do it too. You go and prepare the food. Both of them were quite exhausted that morning. He had been resting for almost a month and his wounds had healed, so he was willing to bathe the babies. More importantly, the babies have grown so big. I've never taken a bath. As a mother, I still feel a little guilty. Then be careful. I'll give you those diapers and disposable diapers, that will make things better. After tidying up, Su Sinin simply prepared a meal. Chapter 46 Cooking Skills. After they finished eating, the staff returned. Take the photo album and discuss with Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu how to make things better. The parents in the photo album are very good looking, and Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu are also quite attractive. So you can see at a glance which ones are suitable for them. We filmed for about an hour or two, during which time the babies became more active. Most of them were candid shots. However, these photographers are quite skilled. The snapshot technique is also very good. After finishing their work, Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu were selecting photos to see which ones were better. The staff member looked at Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu somewhat embarrassedly. Could you please make a backup of these photos for us? Su Sinin didn't seem to mind, and Ma Xinliu also nodded in agreement. Okay. Next, we chose photos. All the babies were very cute when we were choosing photos. In fact, in the eyes of Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu, these photos could all be included in the key list. These adorable moments of babies are captured unintentionally. If you try too hard, you won't be able to show the baby's innocence and cuteness. I think they're all so cute, I don't know which one to choose, Su Sinin said helplessly. The babies are perfect no matter how you look at them. I think so too, Ma Xinliu said, looking troubled. Before we could finish selecting, the staff member smiled and said, how about this? I'll print out all these photos for you, and I'll also give you some extra perks. If you book photos for your child when they're 3 and starting school, I can give you a family portrait instead. Upon hearing this, the two thought it was quite good. This way, the family can be considered reunited, and everything is beautiful and wonderful. I think this one is perfect, you can each hold one. After selecting a framework, Susanne and Machine Leo nodded, this is indeed very good. Then, the photos were taken. It certainly satisfied them, they both seemed to have babies and their own lives. The baby, surprisingly, started laughing at that moment. The overall feeling is that of a loving family. Is it alright? Okay, then I'll book your 3-year-old photos. Okay, I'll write up a form for you. The staff member smiled and grinned. I've almost paid and taken the photos from the album. Machine Leo suddenly felt sleepy. Over the past month, she had developed a habit that she wasn't sure if it was good or bad. I get a little sleepy whenever I'm busy at lunchtime. Susanne led the babies into the stroller, glancing at Machine Leo but not daring to disturb them. He checked by himself to see if there was anything he hadn't dealt with, then lay down on the sofa in the living room and fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept. Susanne woke up groggily. Congratulations on taking care of the babies for a month now. Because you've been a very responsible dad during this time, you've earned this special culinary skill. Specialty chef? What's that? At least give me a higher skill level, right? No, is it just that you can cook certain dishes? Congratulations on acquiring the special culinary skill, flipping pans, flipping woks, carving, and certain dishes. Wow, why is it like this? Interestingly, after mastering so many special skills, his already decent cooking skills improved significantly. Whether he's a master chef or not, he doesn't really care anymore. After checking the time, Susanne walked into the master bedroom. I saw Machine Leo reading a book. What kind of dishes are you craving lately? When the topic of food came up, Machine Leo frowned slightly. I don't want to eat right now, but I've been in this room for too long, and I don't know when I'll be able to get out. Susanne remembered that he had asked the doctor, who seemed to have advised Machine Leo to move around more. It's been so long, it's time to get some exercise. Okay, then I'll take you to get some exercise. Wait for me a moment. Since Machine Leo is going to have activities, she also needs to have children. It also helps children learn more about the world. Should we go to the hospital to get it checked out? Suddenly, Susanne remembered what the doctor had said. Machine Leo frowned slightly, then suddenly remembered, that's right, the doctor did say that, and also said to take the baby for some kind of physical examination. Let's go tomorrow. Let's go for a walk first. After tidying up, Susanne led Machine Leo and the babies out for some activities. As a result, many young couples felt a sense of envy towards Machine Leo and Susanne. The main reason is that the two of them are really too young and very beautiful. What a perfect couple. Some of the older people were whispering among themselves. They seemed to be discussing whose house it is. Neither Susanne nor Machine Leo paid much attention to these things. They found a secluded spot to stroll around, soaked up some fresh air, and then returned home. As soon as I get home, I have to start cooking. Machine Leo was also a little hungry, so she sat in the living room watching the babies. Susanne immediately started cooking, and once she started cooking, wow! They started slicing by hand very quickly, it didn't take long at all. The same applies when slicing into strips. Every slice is cut the same, and the shredded carrots are exactly the same too. This seems to have become his instinct. He was secretly delighted. Getting this skill was really great, at least he didn't have to go through the hardship of cutting it piece by piece like before. I'm going out for a bit. Machine Leo suddenly said, mainly because she had a pretty good time just now. I want to continue breathing in some outside air. Oh, be careful, don't let anyone bump into you. Okay. I understand. Machine Leo stuck out her tongue, her face slightly flushed. She didn't go anywhere, she just sat on a chair downstairs. Suddenly, a girl saw Machine Leo and asked in surprise, "You are Machine Leo?" "Ha?" Machine Leo was a little embarrassed, it seemed she had run into a student from the school. Let me introduce myself. I am a third-year student at Tiandu University. Oh, nothing else, so let's not go into too much detail. As always, she remained aloof and cold, and the girl looked at Machine Leo with some envy. Being good-looking means you can do whatever you want. Then leave. Machine Leo just felt that since she and Machine Leo weren't familiar with each other, and Machine Leo introduced them like that, she wouldn't get too close to Machine Leo. If you get too close to her, it will only cause her dissatisfaction. It's even possible that Machine Leo will show no mercy whatsoever. In his mind, there was only himself. Therefore, to some extent, Machine Leo earned the title of cool and aloof school beauty. Suddenly, the girl returned, looking curious. Can I ask you a question? Chapter 47, Improving Culinary Skills. Machine Leo wanted to leave immediately, but it wasn't illegal for someone to ask a question. He then coldly asked, "What's the problem?" "I heard you're with Su Sinin, is that true?" Machine Leo's expression grew even colder. "What does this have to do with you?" At this point, Machine Leo was actually a little angry. "Therefore, I want to ignore this person even more." He turned and left. The girl felt slightly wronged when she saw Machine Leo's indifferent expression. She was just asking out of curiosity. "Why do you put on that aloof attitude? Could it be that this matter is still?" "Fine, I won't say it then." Watching Machine Leo's stunning figure disappear into the distance, the girl's eyes welled up with tears. "Why, you're bullying me." However, when she saw that Machine Leo had taken the same route back as her eyes widened slightly. "No way. I don't think so. They live in the same building as me." Machine Leo's anger stemmed from a very simple reason. Why couldn't she manage her own affairs, yet she was so curious about other people's? She has never been curious about other people's affairs. So I don't quite understand it either. A moment later, the elevator doors opened. Machine Leo pressed the button subconsciously. Just then the girl arrived. The girl spoke very cautiously, her voice trembling slightly. I also live in this building." Machine Leo ignored it. The girl had no choice but to come in. I gently pressed the button for the 20th floor. Somewhat surprisingly, this unknown girl was only one floor below him. "Sister, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to ask these questions. I apologize for being so abrupt in asking you just now." After apologizing, Machine Leo's anger subsided. He shook his head. "It's okay." The girl felt much relieved when she saw that Machine Leo was no longer angry. When we reached the 20th floor, I said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Su Sinin had already finished cooking and was now taking care of the babies. Upon seeing Machine Leo return, they began preparing dinner. He seemed to notice that Machine Leo was not happy and looked slightly puzzled. However, he didn't dare to ask, and simply placed the chopsticks on the table. "Here you go, have some food." Machine Leo felt a sweet feeling in her heart and started eating the food. I took a bite, and for some reason, my mood improved. I just ran into a classmate, who seems to be from our school. Su Sinin didn't care much, he had actually met many classmates already. After all, quite a few students have settled down in Tianshan community. "Did they ask you anything?" "They're just asking if you and I are together." "Oh, what did you say?" Su Sinin put down her chopsticks, somewhat curious. "Wouldn't this upset Machine Leo? Why are you looking at me like that? Would you be happy if someone asked you about this?" Su Sinin smiled and thought Machine Leo was quite cute. "I won't be happy." "If you're not happy, why are you still staring at me like that?" "Oh, I was just curious, how you treat other people." Machine Leo suddenly froze, unable to understand what Su Sinin was saying. Then Su Sinin added, "Before we got together, I heard that you were a rather aloof person who liked to study, so you must be a very successful person in some industry." "Huh? What do you think?" Machine Leo was a little confused. She was just not good at making friends. She didn't have that many strange ideas, right? "Actually, I believed you at first, but after talking to you, I realized that you are not like that at all. You are very considerate, and also very..." Machine Leo's face flushed red instantly. Su Sinin spoke so slowly. This made her wait until he finished speaking. "Stop talking, let's eat something." Su Sinin didn't continue speaking, but suddenly thought of something, and her gaze softened. For some reason, Machine Leo couldn't figure it out today either. He actually ate 3 large bowls. Was today's food delicious? It seems there is a little bit. But there haven't been any major changes, have there? Did you do something? The food you made today seems so much tastier than before. Su Sinin smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just learned some skills. What should I do if I gain weight?" "You've gained weight, but I can still take care of you. But you're quite cute when you're chubby." Ma Xinliu was somewhat surprised. Really? But don't boys usually prefer thinner girls? Yes, but you're not one of them. I think you're attractive even when you're chubby. Ma Xinliu was overjoyed. Although what you said sounds nice, I will still lose weight. Is this a girl's obsession? Ma Xinliu isn't actually fat now, she's more like plump. If you're trying to lose weight, there's really nothing to look good about you. It's just a pile of spare ribs. It was so delicious that Ma Xinliu ate another bowl before she couldn't eat anymore. Suddenly, my stomach felt a little bloated. Ma Xinliu lay in bed feeling extremely uncomfortable and said with some resentment, "Can you help me digest this? I really can't move right now." Su Xinin burst out laughing. "You ate 4 big bowls today, you really can eat a lot." Ma Xinliu blushed and said reproachfully, "It's all because your cooking skills have improved, otherwise how could I have eaten so much? Take it easy next time, don't eat too much." After tidying up the kitchen, Su Xinin went downstairs to buy some digestive pills. I don't know what flavor Ma Xinliu likes, but she seems to have been eating more peaches lately, so how about peach flavor? Here you go, this is for you. Su Xinin opened the stomach medicine and poured a glass of water. He looked helpless and a little heartbroken. Ma Xinliu smiled happily. After taking a bite of the stomach medicine, Ma Xinliu rubbed her stomach. Actually, I felt a little better when Su Xinin came back. After taking this stomach pill, I can stand up. After moving around a bit, I definitely felt much more comfortable than before. Chapter 48 Hospital. I was still feeling dizzy when I woke up. The babies pooped again last night, and Ma Xinliu had to breastfeed them in the middle of the night. The round trip took almost an hour. However, he touched his head and felt as if he had forgotten something. Seeing that Ma Xinliu was dressed, he asked dumbly, "Where are you going?" "Go to the hospital. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the hospital to get checked out?" "Oh, right. You need to go to the hospital to check on the situation." Su Xinin quickly went to tidy up. Fortunately, boys don't need to pack much, they only need to brush their teeth and wash their faces. Ma Xinliu, on the other hand, was somewhat concerned about her appearance, wondering if it was appropriate. Su Xinin, standing to the side, was speechless. She's already this beautiful, why does she still need to wear makeup? He thought it to himself, but he had no complaints about Ma Xinliu. I just feel it's better to have a boy. After packing up, we set off. This was Ma Xinliu's first time riding in the Zhongtian Star 128 bus. I must say, it's really very comfortable inside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about when you put the child inside. And now she can lie in bed and comfortably read books. I'm thinking of going on a trip with Su Xinin and the baby. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Xinin found a parking lot to park. Take the babies to the hospital. We arrived early, so registration was very quick. The doctor took a look and asked some questions. Then I went to do some tests, ultrasounds, and so on. For the babies, it's a comprehensive checkup, including weight, height, and blood tests, etc. The babies were checked quite quickly. Su Xinin pushed the babies to Ma Xinliu's place and saw that Ma Xinliu was still waiting there. Seeing the baby, Ma Xinliu smiled. "Finished the checkup?" "The check is complete, and there are no problems." I breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing went wrong. She was worried that the 10 months of pregnancy would affect the health of the children. The two of them stood here, with their baby beside them. Many people are envious of the two of them. One is too handsome, and the other is too beautiful. They seemed like a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Many new fathers and mothers looked on with envy, feeling that they were holding them back. Ma Xinliu looked into the ultrasound examination room. It won't be long before it's her turn. After going in, they came out again. He was holding a report in his hand. "Then go see a doctor." The doctor had a very good impression of Ma Xinliu and Su Xinin, so he smiled and said, "Not bad, you've gained some weight these days." Ma Xinliu blushed and held up the report. "Doctor, please take a look." "Is there anything wrong?" When the other nurses heard that Su Xinin and Ma Xinliu had brought the babies, they all came over to see the babies. They kept praising the babies for being beautiful, saying they would definitely resemble their father and mother in the future. Su Xinin smiled. "There's nothing wrong. You're recovering quite well. But when you get back, you still need to pay attention to what you eat and keep an eye on your wound." Ma Xinliu nodded, feeling happy. "Also, you haven't lifted anything heavy in the past month, have you?" "No. My husband has been doing it for me lately." "Oh, okay. Your husband is a very thoughtful person, you won't go wrong following him. Ma Xinliu breathed a sigh of relief, thanked the doctor, and left. It was almost 11 o'clock. I hadn't eaten much in the morning. Su Sinan thought about buying some delicious food in the cafeteria. The cook recognized Su Sinan. Haven't seen you for a month, how are you? It's all right. Okay, I'll give you a little more. Su Sinan smiled and did not refuse. When it comes to social obligations, it's not about shirking them, but about accepting them. I can return it when I have time. Su Sinan understood this principle from a young age. I went back and brought some food with me. Su Sinan carried the babies inside, and Ma Xinliu also sat in the dining area. Beep beep. The car started immediately. Ma Xinliu was eating in the car when she suddenly realized that the food was much worse than what Su Sinan had cooked. I don't really want to eat some of it. Unaware that he was driving, Su Sinan arrived at the parking lot of Tianshan Community and saw that Ma Xinliu had gone to bed early. It has been discovered. It's time. If the food isn't good, I'll cook it for you when we get home. Good. Back home, Su Sinan didn't throw away the food, he actually thought it was alright. Someone will take care of him in a bit. Knock knock. An hour later, the meal was finally ready. Su Sinan carefully reminded him, be careful, don't overeat. Helplessly, your cooking has suddenly become so good, I also. You blame me? Isn't it because you made me eat so much? Otherwise, why would you prepare so much food? Su Sinan shrugged. There really isn't much you can do when a woman gets unreasonable. However, Ma Xinliu suddenly had an idea. I think you cook so well, why don't you open a small restaurant? No. Su Sinan refused. Ma Xinliu was somewhat disappointed. Then Su Sinan said something that broke her down. It's already very difficult for me to take care of just you, and you want me to take care of so many other people? You're so funny. Ma Xinliu laughed heartily. Su Sinan frowned. Was what he just said really funny? He really didn't quite understand what girls meant by humor. After finishing the meal, Su Sinan began to clean up. By the time they finished working, it was almost 2 p.m. Ma Xinliu lay on the bed, watching the projector. A person is quiet and alone, seemingly without needing anyone to disturb them. Su Sinan went to the living room, intending to play some games. Take a break. But then Su's mother called. Have you booked a hotel yet? Reserved? By the way, how many of us are coming this time? Not many, just a dozen or so relatives came. But, son, are Xiaolu's family coming? It's not good if the bride's parents don't come to the postpartum celebration. Su Sinan smiled bitterly. Mom, Xiaolu has fallen out with the family and probably can't come. I don't dare to ask her. Alright, we'll do it. Anyway, we can't delay the baby's postpartum celebration. Su Sinan nodded. Then I'll ask the hotel. I need to make a reservation now. Okay, we can't be careless about this. For a dozen or so people, I suggest you sit at 2 or 3 large tables together. Su's mother handled these matters very efficiently. Now, handing over the reins to Su Sinan is also a sign of concern. Okay, that's it. Chapter 49. Let's go get our marriage certificate. After finding out the number of people, I called the hotel. A table costs about 1,000 yuan. The people there knew it was a full moon celebration, so they launched a promotion that the hotel had always had. For example, sing some fun songs to the children, and take photos of everyone to print in an album as a keepsake. Su Sinan thought the hotel service was excellent, so she asked about the price. Around 1,500. That's considered a pretty good deal. Can I add you on WeChat with this phone? Of course you can. Then I'll add you on WeChat later, and we can chat on WeChat. Su Sinan finished his business, but Ma Xinliu was not in a good mood. It seems we've encountered some difficulties. Seeing Ma Xinliu in such a bad mood, I instinctively wanted to ask her what had happened. Hello, this is Ma Xinliu. Without waiting for any questions, Ma Xinliu made a phone call. Are you Luer? The person on the phone was surprised, then burst into a tirade. How dare you call us? I thought you hadn't been in touch with us at all. You're shameless. The sound was so loud that Su Sinan heard it. Su Sinan frowned, wanting to tell Ma Xinliu to stop talking. Listen to me. Listen to what you have to say? What's there to say? Let me tell you, if you don't explain this to me clearly, this is never over between us. Ma Xinliu felt somewhat helpless and conflicted. I don't know if I should say it, but if I do, it might affect our relationship. If I don't say anything, things will only get worse. I'll tell you later. Ma Xinliu hadn't made up her mind yet when she hung up the phone. An angry woman on the other end of the phone slammed her phone onto the sofa. Ma Xinliu, how dare you hang up on me? I'm so angry. But why did it take you so long to call? Something's not right. Could it be that we've encountered some kind of difficulty? But the fact that they called me means there are still feelings between us, but it's so annoying. What should I do? After Ma Xinliu finished breastfeeding the child, she called again. This time, the woman was very calm and asked, "Tell me, what is the purpose of your call?" Actually, Ma Xinliu still didn't know what to say. Just tell me where you are. I'm in City A. Oh, you're in City A. I'm buying a plane ticket. You'll have to wait for me. Originally, the woman just wanted to see if the feelings between the two of them were still there. As a result, Ma Xinliu agreed. Okay, once you arrive in City A, I'll arrange for someone to meet you. Then you just wait. Prepare more money for me, I need quite a lot of money right now. Heh, you only remember me now. I know. You sent me here just to deliver money, didn't you? Ma Xinliu hung up the phone immediately. The woman angrily slammed her phone onto the sofa again. Ma Xinliu, you just wait. If I find out you're playing me, I'll never forgive you. Su Sinan, who was listening from the side, found it a bit strange. Why was this woman so familiar with Ma Xinliu? Then he heard Ma Xinliu say, "The person who just spoke to me is my best friend. She's also going to the full moon celebration later. This means..." Okay, I understand. Ma Xinliu suddenly stared at Su Sinan. Su Sinan hadn't noticed at first, but once she did, she suddenly felt a little dazed. What are you doing? I think that being with you is actually my good fortune. Heh, I also feel that being with you is my good fortune. Su Sinan answered with a smile, and the two of them smiled sweetly, filled with happiness. Just as Su Sinan was dealing with things in the kitchen and preparing to hang up the clothes, Ma Xinliu slowly approached Su Sinan's side. It seemed that he wanted to talk to Su Sinan about something. What do you want to say? I'm thinking, shouldn't we get our marriage certificate? Upon hearing the news, Su Sinan didn't quite catch it. What? Ma Xinliu's expression changed. You don't want to? Oh, it's nothing. I'm willing. I was just a little hesitant to believe it. Ma Xinliu smiled sweetly. Actually, we've been together for so long that even if I didn't want to, I would have. So I thought, even if we get our marriage certificate later, it's better to get it now. Su Sinan smiled and said, "Actually, I wanted to say it first because I feel that this is something that should be said by a man, not by you." Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes. It's all the same, but if you're willing, we can go tomorrow? Su Sinan smiled and said, "Okay." After finishing up in the kitchen, I hung the clothes to dry. I have so many clothes lately. These were clothes that Ma Xinliu hadn't washed for many days. The reason I haven't washed for so many days is that the washing machine hasn't arrived yet. For the past 10 days or so, he has been taking care of the baby and Ma Xinliu, as well as preparing vegetables and other chores. If he also has to do strenuous work such as washing blankets by hand, he really can't handle it. Thankfully, the washing machine finally arrived today. It can wash 10 days worth of clothes clean in one day. Do you want me to help you? No need, you can't carry anything heavy yet, so let me do it by myself. The most troublesome things are the blankets and sheets. If the balcony weren't big enough, I really can't let go of some of them. After finishing her work, Su Sinan lay down. Ma Xinliu didn't disturb them, gently rocking the stroller to help the babies fall asleep. Then, after who knows how much time, the babies finally fell asleep. Ma Xinliu was also a little tired and immediately turned off the projector. Chapter 50 Inquiry. When night fell, the two of them woke up. Not daring to turn on the master bedroom light, the two simply went to the living room and sat on the sofa. The two stood there, somewhat awkward and unsure of what to say. Ma Xinliu, who was rather impatient, spoke first. I want to ask about your family situation. Isn't it time to celebrate your baby's 1-month birthday? Su Sinan then began to talk about her family situation. Su Sinan's father, Su Fu, had 2 older brothers and 1 younger sister. The relationship between the siblings is not very good, they basically don't keep in touch. We used to keep in touch after holidays, but now that something happened, we don't keep in touch anymore. They no longer keep in touch with each other. However, this time they actually got in touch with them. They are also willing to attend this postpartum celebration. They also said they would give some red envelopes. This surprised Su Sinan quite a bit. As far as he knew, his uncles and Su's father didn't get along, so how could they possibly attend this postpartum celebration? I don't know what method Su's mother used. My aunt's situation is normal, although she doesn't come over for holidays. But I'll still ask when I have time. It might only happen once a year, or even never. On Su's mother's side, there was an older sister and an uncle. My older sister and uncle are both nice, they'll help me with anything. When Su's father had the last accident, Su's mother borrowed money everywhere. I only managed to borrow about 50,000 yuan from my older sister and uncle. In this way, Su's father was able to walk normally. However, these relatives either left or scattered. They were the only family left to stay in City A. The others settled down in various places. After listening to all this, Ma Xinliu seemed to be deep in thought. It seems that Su Sinan's family is having a tough time. That's the situation in our family. When my grandparents were alive, the relationships between relatives were quite good. But after they passed away, the relationship soured, and the conflicts between them deepened, so. After Su Sinan finished speaking, she couldn't help but think of her grandparents. When his grandparents both passed away, they held his hands tightly. I hope he can be more successful and bring his parents into a happy and fulfilling family. He worked very hard back then, and he still does now. He also never forgot his grandparents' dying words. The two elderly people have given Su Sinan a great deal of care since she was a child. Therefore, Su Sinan was very enthusiastic about the two of them. Even now, recalling those scenes of passing away still brings tears to my eyes, and I feel a deep sense of reluctance. Seemingly sensing Su Sinan's distress, Ma Xinliu patted Su Sinan's shoulder. Don't be too upset. Getting sick and dying are normal occurrences. If you really feel very uncomfortable, you can lean on my shoulder, you can lean on me however you like. Su Sinan smiled and said, never mind, so much time has passed, I'm used to it now. Although that's what she said, there was still an unconcealable sadness in her expression. Ma Xinliu felt sorry for Su Sinan, she had never seen Su Sinan so sad. He grabbed Su Sinan's head with one hand and hugged her, saying, lean against me if this makes you comfortable. Su Sinan was stunned, she hadn't expected Ma Xinliu to be so proactive. This is the first time in a month. For some reason, he felt his heart suddenly race. Especially under the cover of darkness and the embellishment of lights, it becomes somewhat mysterious and enigmatic. Ma Xinliu didn't feel anything at first. But suddenly she felt something amiss, and her face flushed slightly. He didn't want to move, letting Su Sinan lean on his shoulder. Wow! The baby's crying broke the tranquility. Su Sinan was the first to react. I'll go take a look first. Ma Xinliu's face turned unusually red. Seeing Su Sinan carrying the babies out, she subconsciously forgot her shyness and asked, did the babies poop? Yes, the babies have pooped again, and I need to wash them now. Ma Xinliu nodded and told Su Sinan to handle it. Babies. Be good. Su Sinan grabbed the babies and started washing them. Perhaps it was because the babies had grown up, but they had become very lively. It kept churning in the pool. She even tried to get a hug from Su Sinan by making cute little noises. Su Sinan was overjoyed and started playing with the children. After he had had enough fun, Su Sinan finally put down what he was doing. The babies are stronger than before, and they will definitely grow up to be healthy children. That's what I think too. Ma Xinliu smiled happily, then suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. She touched her cheek, I'm going to sleep now. Remember to wake me up early tomorrow so we can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Sinan touched his head, he also needed to go to sleep early. Turn off the lights and lie down. Chapter 51. You can call her your wife now. Early in the morning, Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu took their babies to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for their marriage certificate. We're too early, the Civil Affairs Bureau isn't open yet. So we sat down to eat at the small restaurant next door. The owner of the small restaurant was incredibly envious of Su Sinan, who was very handsome, and Ma Xinliu, who was very beautiful. They came over warmly and asked what dishes I wanted. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu ordered simple dishes like porridge and rice noodles. We finished eating. Then I saw some procedures written on the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau. I went to take a look. If you want to take a photo, there should be a photo studio nearby. I went to check nearby and sure enough, there was a photo booth a few buildings next to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The two carried the baby over. The shop owner's eyes lit up when he saw Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu. He's quite knowledgeable. Some people take wedding photos just for fun, while others part ways because of family issues. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu are both beautiful, and it's quite rare to see them with a baby. After the couple had their wedding photos taken at the shop owners, they made some minor modifications. There's really nothing to change, since their looks are what they are. Next, photocopying some documents will be necessary. After all that was done, it cost 20 yuan. I used to hear that it was very rare to get married, and you could get it done for less than 10 yuan. It turned out to be a lie. However, both of them were very satisfied with the photos. When the Civil Affairs Bureau opened, the staff first sent them to get a physical examination. Actually, there's not much to do during the inspection. Ma Xinliu had already undergone examinations. As for Su Sinan, he needs to undergo various tests, including blood tests and internal organ examinations. This process took about 3 hours. I arrived at 7 o'clock, and now it's 10 o'clock. Did you bring your photos, as well as your household registration booklet and ID card? I brought it, just take a look. Su Sinan took out these documents, and the staff only glanced at them before starting to prepare the formalities. Take a close look at this document. If you have no objections, sign it here and write the date as well. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu didn't look at it for long anyway, they knew they couldn't get a marriage certificate without signing it. In addition, after reviewing it, there was nothing that they could object to. The staff glanced at it but didn't pay much attention. He has seen quite a few couples handle things this way. The staff then confirmed repeatedly, you two formed this partnership voluntarily, right? Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu nodded. The staff then retrieved some documents and gave them a number. The two could finally breathe a sigh of relief after working so hard for so long, they could finally rest. You should know that during this time, the babies got hungry, and Ma Xinliu could only use something to shield them from view while feeding them. And the babies' diapers have turned blue, which means it's time to change them. In order to properly take care of the babies, Su Sinan specially went to the RV to deal with them. Fortunately, he had anticipated all of this. The babies were very well behaved, although they were a little uncomfortable, they didn't cry or fuss. But something unexpected happened to him. Jian actually peed. This forced him to grab a bag to catch it. It almost got on my body. After taking care of it, Su Sinan packed up the trash. Luckily, I ran fast. You guys are really clever. After Su Sinan finished taking care of the situation, she put the babies in the car. After all, they won't be back for long. After throwing the trash into the nearby trash can. Are we almost there? We're almost there, look. Ma Xinliu and Su Sinan, you two are here to get your marriage certificate. The two walked over quickly, their faces beaming. The staff member glanced at the two of them and carefully handed them the marriage certificate. This is yours, this is yours. You two are now husband and wife, congratulations on your marriage, may you live a long and happy life together. After offering their blessings, Ma Xinliu and Su Sinan gave some candy they had brought earlier to the staff. Finally, after stumbling and falling, they finished all the preparations and got into the car with peace of mind. The staff member touched the wedding candy, those two are really something. One is very handsome, and the other's husband is very beautiful. Amazing. Before leaving, the staff were still praising Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu got into the car and saw the babies sleeping in bed. She walked over lightly, a smile on her face. Seeing that Mr. Su was focused on driving, she couldn't help but blush. Upon arriving at the residential complex parking lot, Su Sinan suddenly turned to Ma Xinliu and asked, "Wife?" Ma Xinliu instinctively exclaimed, "What? Wife, can I call you that now?" Ma Xinliu nodded, her face flushed. "Husband, of course you can. From today onwards, for the rest of my life, I ask for your guidance." A hint of shyness appeared on Ma Xinliu's stunning face, "Please give me your guidance." Now they're not just friends, they're a couple who will stay together until they grow old. Chapter 52 Conversation. After returning to his apartment complex, Su Sinan slapped his forehead, speechless with frustration. He completely forgot to buy a ring. Today is such a wonderful day, how could I forget? But seeing that Ma Xinliu seemed a little tired, he didn't disturb her. They secretly drove the car out. He knew exactly where to buy a ring. About 10 minutes later, I found a roadside to park. Su Sinin woke Ma Xinliu up so they could choose a ring. The two then went downstairs to choose rings, while the babies were placed in the car with the air conditioning on. Hello, are you here to choose a ring? Yes, that is right. Come and see. Su Sinin handed the document to Ma Xinliu. He knew that Ma Xinliu had a natural sensitivity to jewelry, while he himself was rather indifferent to such things. Ma Xinliu glanced around casually, then pointed to one of the rings. Could you please get me those rings so I can take a look? The salesperson looked at it and exclaimed in surprise, "You really have a good eye. This ring is one of our best-selling items." Ma Xinliu smiled, quite used to such praise. Then I heard the salesperson say, "This ring is about 90 points, while the southern side is 50 points. It's very simple and would be perfect for someone like you." Ma Xinliu tried it on, and a dazzling light appeared. Su Sinin thought Ma Xinliu would like it, so she put it on and tried it on. But after trying it out, I realized that this style is really too ordinary. I don't really like it. Ma Xinliu took it off and looked at it again. The staff member put it back in the cabinet. Suddenly, something seemed to be carved on the almost circular ring, giving it a hazy, mysterious feel from a distance. Ma Xinliu pointed and said, "Let me see this one." The staff were somewhat surprised, as many people considered this design to be very beautiful. It was an endorsement from internal staff. Ma Xinliu found it in just a few moments, which shows that she has a very high aesthetic sense. After trying it on, Ma Xinliu was very satisfied. This ring is not only beautiful, but also very smooth, so it will definitely not scratch anyone. This makes it easier to do things this way. For example, when taking care of a baby, there is no need to take it off at all. Su Sinin looked at the ring and was very satisfied. He didn't think too much about it, he just felt very comfortable with the ring. They are very comfortable to wear and don't pinch your fingers. Some rings can get stuck on your fingers, and over time you may have to take them off and wear them on another finger. Many mothers tend to gain weight after giving birth. I had to get a different finger. What size bra do you think I should wear for this finger? Oh, let me see. The salesperson glanced at it and took the ring out of the cabinet. This is size 10, it should be ready to wear around now. Ma Xinliu tried it, and it was indeed number 10. Fortunately, my fingers are still about the same as before and haven't gotten fat. Is this price the same as what's written here? It's the same, just 10,000 yuan. Ma Xinliu looked at Su Sinin. After spending a few days together, Su Sinin knew exactly what Ma Xinliu meant. But these are their wedding rings, so discounts and such, let's forget about it. Will you be paying by card, cash, or QR code here? Ma Xinliu understood something from his eyes. Scan the code. And so, the ring was bought, the marriage certificate was obtained, and almost everything was ready. All that's missing is a perfect wedding for Ma Xinliu. How about we have a big meal to celebrate this day? Ma Xinliu nodded with a smile. He was very confident in Su Sinin's cooking skills. The two returned to the RV, the air conditioning was on, and the baby seemed fine. It's time to go back. After arriving at the residential complex, the two took the babies upstairs. There shouldn't have been anything else going on. But the scene of them taking the baby upstairs was witnessed by Li Maxin's best friend. Was that Su Sinin just now? Yes, I just saw it too. The two best friends were very excited, while Li Maxin was a little confused. What are you doing? How could Su Sinin possibly come to this place? How is it impossible? I'm telling you, Su Sinin lives right here. Li Maxin was completely dumbfounded. No way, where did he get this money? I wouldn't know about that, but I also heard that Ma Xinliu seems to be staying here too, just now. With a slight frown, Ma Xinliu and Su Sinin are together? However, he found it strange that Su Sinin's salary was only 3 or 4,000 yuan, and it was already very difficult for her to make a decent living after deducting rent. How could Ma Xinliu, such a top student, possibly be interested in Su Sinin? That's what I thought. No, I need to go check the rented apartment. If it really is, I'll go check out the rented apartment. Why go to a rental place? How about we look around here? Li Maxin shook her head. She would know the truth once she got to the rented apartment. If we keep searching like this, I don't know how long it will take. Leaving her best friend behind, Li Maxin spent more than 10 minutes getting to the rented apartment. Knocked gently on the door. Su Sinin, you come out here right now. Then a gruff voice came from inside the door. Who are you looking for, girl? What's Su Sinin? Where is Su Sinan? Doesn't he live here? I moved here a month ago, you've got the wrong person. The door slammed shut with a snap. Li Maxin then had no choice but to believe that Su Sinan seemed to have really settled down in Tianshan community. I felt a sense of dissatisfaction. How come Su Sinan was able to find the school beauty after being dumped by her? Just then, my best friend called, "Are you sure?" Li Maxin remained silent. Let me tell you, even if they get together, it won't last long. Su Sinan is a poor guy after all. What kind of happiness can a poor guy bring? Just wait and see, they will definitely break up. With comfort from her best friend, Li Maxin felt noticeably better. Li Maxin then came downstairs and said, "I understand. Just wait and see. Anyway, graduation means breaking up, and that ironclad rule won't change." Her best friend's tone was very confident. Meanwhile, Ma Xinliu and Su Sinan returned home and turned on the air conditioning. Ma Xinliu seemed to have relaxed a lot, and lay down on the bed. He looks like a lazy bum. Ma Xinliu, where are you? I've been looking for you for so long and I still can't find you. Having arrived at a hotel near the plane, Wang Yu, who had been searching for a long time, was getting quite angry. She had originally thought that Ma Xinliu would pick her up from the hotel. Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes. "You can stay at the hotel first. Come talk to me when you've calmed down. You have no conscience. I'm just heartless." Chapter 53 Strange Relationship. Honey, how much longer until we can eat? That husband made Su Sinan feel extremely comfortable. Su Sinan smiled and said, "There are still 20 or 30 minutes left. We're making a big meal today, so it's going to be a bit complicated to get things ready. Then I'll be waiting for your feast." Ma Xinliu continued to lie there, while Wang Yu kept sending messages. "I'm not angry anymore, send me your location. Are you out of your mind? I've been here for so long, and you haven't even seen me. You've just left me hanging here. I was wrong, come here quickly. We're best friends, please believe me. When have I ever betrayed you?" After such kind words, Ma Xinliu replied with a text message, "I'll send you my location, you can come find me." Wang Yu rubbed her forehead. Why did she feel like she was being a bit of a simp? "You're not lying to me, are you? Let me tell you, if you dare to lie to me, I'll show you what I'm capable of." Ma Xinliu did not answer. Wang's tone was aggrieved, but she pretended to be coquettish. "I know I was wrong, I will never dare to say such things again." Ma Xinliu smiled and sent her location. After sending her location, Wang Yu immediately hailed a taxi. But then Ma Xinliu asked her to bring some gifts, which made her a little angry. "I haven't seen this guy since he left Shanghai. It's been so long since we last met, and I actually had him come to my door with a gift. What kind of world is this?" In the end, they compromised. Looking at the series of messages, Wang Yu selected the best fruit packaging at a nearby fruit shop, then got into her car and left. "I'm so hungry, I wonder if they've made me lunch." Wang Yu touched her pretty oval face and smiled slightly. "I looked in the mirror and thought I looked pretty good. Although Ma Xinliu is very beautiful, she is also very good looking." After driving for about 10 minutes, Ma Xinliu sent a message, "I'll have lunch at my house, so you don't need to eat out. She's still my best friend. She would never abandon me like this." Wang Yu smiled slightly, her pink lips curving upwards in another direction. Her stunningly beautiful face left the driver speechless. Fortunately, the driver had a strong mentality. He only glanced at the vehicle a few times before continuing to drive. Ma Xinliu smiled slightly. "Honey, my best friend is coming over in a bit. Cook some more food and show off your cooking skills." "Okay." Su Sinan said it was nothing, just cooking a few more dishes. "Where does your best friend live?" "My best friend doesn't live in City A anymore, she is from another city." "Is it that far? Should we let her stay at our house?" "No need, let her stay in a hotel, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble." Su Sinan responded with an "oh," not seeming particularly concerned. Anyway, she's Ma Xinliu's best friend, so there's no problem with how things are arranged. After about 1 or 2 dishes are prepared. Seeing that Ma Xinliu was already lying on the sofa without regard for her image, Su Sinan suddenly smiled and said, "Wife, I hope you can call me husband a few more times." Ma Xinliu blushed with embarrassment. "Are you trying to kill me? Hey, just call me a few times." Unable to resist Su Sinan's insistence, Ma Xinliu stammered, "Husband." "Hey, that's not enough, shout a few more times." "Honey, that's enough, don't push your luck." Ma Xinliu jumped off the sofa and quickly went to the bedroom. It had a sense of fleeing in disarray. However, Su Sinin was not in a hurry. There is ample time. Ma Xinliu covered her chest, still feeling extremely shy. It wasn't that he wasn't used to it, but Su Sinin's smile was really a bit unfair. Even her smile is so captivating. Then she called Wang Yu, "Where are you now?" "No. The hotel at the airport is quite far from you." "But I'm really stupid. How could you possibly be at the hotel at the airport? I should have just called you directly." Ma Xinliu covered her mouth and laughed. "Who told you to do things alone? If you had just been more inclined to curry favor with others, you wouldn't have saved me, your best friend." "Humph, you're the same way. If you were loyal, how come you only have me as your best friend?" As they spoke, the two of them burst into laughter. We ended up talking about some things from our childhood. The two of them were fighting the first time they met when they were children. From the very beginning, they were the kind of people who were not easy to get along with. However, once again, the two were bullied by their companions, so they teamed up and beat the others to a pulp. In this way, a very deep friendship was formed. No matter how much they argue, they still sit together peacefully. "I think you were really weak when you were little. If I hadn't found you that day, I guess you would have. You even said that if I hadn't found out you were being..." "Stop talking, I want to ask, what are you doing in City A?" Ma Xinliu suddenly fell silent. Wang Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, somewhat puzzled. "I really didn't expect you to transfer schools, and I certainly didn't expect you to transfer to such a remote city. Haven't you wasted all those years of studying poetry and literature? Let's talk about this later. Call me when you get to the neighborhood. I'll have someone pick you up." "Okay, I'll wait." A dozen minutes later, Su Sinin had finished preparing the meal. Wang Yu had almost arrived at the residential area. Ma Xinliu recently bought a lot of things, and just as Wang Yu arrived at the community, a package arrived. He told Wang Yu to go and get it, and Wang Yu got furious. These are true best friends. After going around in circles, I finally found the package and called. Didn't we agree to have someone pick her up? Why isn't she answering? Where is the person you found for me? Oh, it'll be down soon, just wait a moment. Ma Xinliu, honey, my best friend is downstairs, why don't you go pick her up? Good. This girl is so pretty, I wonder which building she lives in. Yes, her looks seem to be almost as good as a big star. Wang Yu proudly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exuding an air of superiority. She likes being told that. Sister, can I take a picture with you? Wow, what an adorable child. Wang Yu was immediately overwhelmed. She simply couldn't bear to refuse such an adorable child. After the photo was taken, many children came over. They wanted to take a picture with such a beautiful woman. Going downstairs, Su Sinin looked curiously at the crowd gathered around, but only glanced at them before searching around. I looked around while holding my phone, but I couldn't find it. That's strange, where did this person go? Just as I was wondering, a child stepped out from the crowd and exclaimed, "Wow, the older sister is so pretty." Chapter 54, A Baby? Looking in the direction where the child was, Su Sinin smiled. So it's always been here. I slapped my forehead. It really was true. After taking almost all the photos, Su Sinin walked over and asked, "Your name is Wang Yu, right? You're here to pick me up?" After looking Su Sinin up and down, wow. He's quite handsome. No wonder, it turns out there was such a handsome guy hiding there. Hey handsome, what's your relationship with my best friend? Are you classmates or boyfriend and girlfriend? Stop talking, I want to ask her myself. How could she play me like this? Su Sinin smiled and said, "Shall we go up then?" Suddenly, she looked at the fruit basket in her hand and said, "You're really being too polite. You don't need to be so polite when you come to my house." Humph. It's all because my best friend made me bring it. Su Sinin fell silent at the mention of Ma Xinliu. Obediently lead the way. Not long after, I arrived at my doorstep and saw the interior decoration. Wow, this is great. Ma Xinliu walked over, and Wang Yu excitedly hugged her immediately. You know what? You almost made me so angry. Su Sinin was somewhat puzzled about the relationship between the two. I had no choice but to tidy up my shoes and come in. Here are your slippers, please put them on. Wang Yu put on her shoes and wandered around the living room. Upon seeing the dishes on the table, she exclaimed, "Did you cook this?" Your skills are just as good as those of professional chefs. His skills are no worse than those of the top chefs. Enough said. Honey, go get the rice. Ignoring the word husband, Wang Yu was completely captivated by the dish. As soon as she heard it was time to serve rice, she went to the kitchen and said, "Handsome, let me do this. You look so tired, let me do the work." Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes. How could her best friend not know what her best friend was thinking? Seeing such a handsome and capable guy, naturally, my legs went weak. The three of them sat down and began to eat. During the meal, Wang Yu started chattering away, asking this and that. More importantly, Wang Yu was leaning against Su Sinan, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Ma Xinliu naturally gave a stern warning. Wang Yu then stopped flirting with Su Sinan. Su Sinan could only smile wryly. This Wang Yu really was quite the chatterbox. On the surface, she is a very quiet girl, with a breathtaking beauty. But actually, her personality is that of a very short-tempered girl. It seems like he could draw his sword at any moment. It's truly unbelievable that Ma Xinliu, who is so quiet, could become best friends with Wang Yu. I'd like to ask how you two got together? When this was brought up, Su Sinan didn't know what to say. How can you not call it a one-night stand? Ma Xinliu coughed a few times. Of course, we were each attracted to each other's talents. Talent? Oh, his cooking is indeed quite delicious, but that's not enough to impress you, Ma Xinliu, is it? It seemed that Ma Xinliu was about to mention some of her former suitors, but Ma Xinliu quickly glared at them. Wang Yu had no choice but to remain silent, only looking at Su Sinan with a meaningful gaze. Feeling a little embarrassed under that gaze, Su Sinan said, "I'll go wash the dishes first." Good. With that, he packed up and left this place of trouble. With the two of them here, they can say many things. I was wondering why you fell for him. Was it because he's handsome? That's why you went to see him? What nonsense are you talking about? Ma Xinliu retorted, but then admitted it somewhat sheepishly. Wang Yu immediately understood what was going on and gave a mysterious smile. You two have been living together in the same house, has something happened? Ma Xinliu's face turned even redder. Some were at a loss. Wang Yu shook her head. I never expected you to be like this, Ma Xinliu. You're even faster than me. I really misjudged you. If you say that again, I'll kick you out of this house. Wang Yu waved her hand. I know, I won't say anything more. But this house looks so nicely decorated, is it a rental for you? Ma Xinliu did not reply, and Wang Yu seemed indifferent. Looking at the ring on Ma Xinliu's hand, he said, "That's pretty good. You two must be very much in love now, right? Did you come here just to make me feel like I'm being fed dog food?" As she spoke, Ma Xinliu didn't reply to a single word. Wang Yu was also a little tired, so she simply stopped talking. Ma Xinliu stopped tidying up the living room and said to Wang Yu, "Come here for a moment, I want to show you the most important treasure in my life." Wang Yu was immediately excited, wondering what kind of treasure it could be. Follow me. Seeing Ma Xinliu walk to the bedroom and shake the stroller, he stood blankly at the door, hesitant to approach. What's this? Look, these two little darlings are named Jiankangkeng. Wang Yu asked incredulously, were you adopted or are you your own? She rolled her eyes, do you think I would adopt? Wang Yu screamed in shock, you two have a child. You, how could you be so fast? Seeing Jiankang crying in fear, Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. Don't speak so loudly. Can you please keep your voice down? You've been gone for so long? Just to have a baby? I remember that 10 months ago, Ma Xinliu and I were still in contact. But 10 months later, there was no contact at all. I guess so. Wang Yu's words were somewhat complicated, and I didn't know what words to use to express them. But he felt it necessary to get to the bottom of things. Ma Xinliu ignored Wang Yu, seemingly noticing something, and pulled on her diaper. I think I smell something. Honey, the babies need their diapers changed. Now, Wang Yu clearly noticed the word husband. He looked at Ma Xinliu with some shock. Did you two get a marriage certificate? Yes. I'm shocked, I don't know what to say. Su Sinan finished washing the dishes and rushed over. I took the toilet and went to get some warm water. Seeing how skillfully Su Sinan handled these matters, Wang Yu finally believed her best friend's words. After changing the diaper, Ma Xinliu breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know what happened just now, but even though they've already pooped, the babies didn't cry or fuss. Su Sinan suddenly sensed that Wang Yu's attitude seemed to have changed. She was no longer so frivolous around him. It seemed like they were guarding against him. This feeling is very strange. What Wang Yu was thinking was that this person was already her best friend's husband. He can't go flirting with her anymore. Otherwise, at that time. Chapter 55 Praise. I just changed the diaper, and I thought I could finally get some rest. Su Sinan heard the babies crying again. Oh dear, it's time for milk. With another girl here, he felt too embarrassed to go to the master bedroom, so he could only stay in the living room. Ma Xinliu looked at Wang Yu. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pick up the child. Wang Yu really didn't want to do this job. There has been some slackening. Ma Xinliu, could you please use a little more effort? I can't exert any force here, so please help me. Looking at the pink and tender babies, Wang Yu had no choice but to hold one of them. However, she was actually a little flustered when she picked him up. This baby is so pink and tender, if anything unexpected were to happen, she couldn't possibly bear the responsibility. So I felt a little flustered when I held him. You can just leave it with me. Ma Xinliu pointed to the bed and leaned against it, her upper body slightly protruding. Oh. Wang Yu was flustered, afraid that something might happen. Ma Xinliu found it somewhat amusing. What's wrong, Wang Yu, the lawless witch? You're so helpless when facing a child. Wang Yu's face turned red. He couldn't stand such words. Because it's really embarrassing. But for a moment, he didn't know how to refute it. It's all a bit confusing. Okay, I'll just leave it here. After putting the babies down, Wang Yu felt much more at ease. This isn't difficult at all. It seems I was just being too cautious. Ma Xinliu smiled, deciding not to expose her best friend's stubbornness. The second time, Wang Yu was noticeably better. However, there were still some bumps along the way. I don't know what to do. Only when everything is alright can I finally let go. He let out a sigh of relief that scared me to death, but I completed the mission perfectly. It seems I do have some talent after all. Your hands were shaking just now. How can someone be like this? Wang Yu blushed, somewhat unconvinced. Seeing Wang Yu compromise like this for the first time, Ma Xinliu laughed again. This is the first time I've ever seen you like this. You're not like the person you used to be at all. Oomph, laugh at me all you want. Wang Yu tilted her head, looking very arrogant. After a short while, the children turned their heads away and finished drinking their milk. Ma Xinliu put the child back in the stroller. It's me again. I finally know why you sent me. Please help me, didn't I just tell you? I can't move anything heavy right now. Wang Yu gently held the baby, her heart melting with warmth. I didn't feel anything when I first watched it. But on the third occasion, it felt like the baby and they were destined to be together. What's the baby's name? I feel like he'll definitely grow up to be a handsome man or a beautiful woman. That's Jian Jian, she's a girl. A girl, that's wonderful. Can I be his godmother? The more I look at it, the more I like it. This little baby is just too cute. She's starting to want a baby of her own. Of course, but shouldn't you, as the godmother, give her some gifts? Of course. But I'll give it to you after you call me godmother. Wang Yu chuckled and put the adorable baby back into the stroller. Next was the older brother, Kong Kong. Wang Yu asked, is this also a girl? Then you're not a twin? I have twins, a boy and a girl, and after all this time, you still don't understand. Is this the older brother or the younger brother? Brother, Ma Xinliu said, then suddenly noticed Wang Yu drooling and said with a look of disgust, what are you doing? Do you have any improper thoughts about my son? No, I've always had no resistance to children. I'm even a little envious of you, having a son and a daughter. That way, you'll have someone to rely on when you're old. Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes, then why don't you have one? Are you and that person doing all right now? We broke up, damn it. I couldn't stand his jerk attitude. Wang Yu then returned to normal, exuding a tyrannical aura. Don't scare my child. By the way, don't you want to find one? What's the rush? I'm not like you, having a child at such a young age. But how will you face your aunt and uncle? Ma Xinliu did not want to answer this question. She didn't actually have any answers in her heart. All I can say is that we're taking it one step at a time. What else can we do? Wang Yu realized she had asked an inappropriate question, so she changed the subject. What are the names of the healthy and strong? The older brother's name is Su Nanxiang, and the younger sister's name is Su Liuoma. Wow, this sounds wonderful. Qiangqian, Momo, your godmother is here. She walked in gently, and the stroller, rocked by Wang Yu, formed a certain rhythm. The babies also really like this rhythmic shaking, and smiles can't help but appear on their faces. The baby's smiles made Wang Yu even happier. Look, this child likes me. Yes. I'm getting a little excited, can I kiss them? Are you crazy? They just went to sleep. If they start crying again, then we'll have some trouble. Hee hee, that I'll wait until they wake up before kissing them. The two chatted and laughed for about an hour or two. Su Sinan, sitting in the living room, scrolled through her phone. These are all about the situations of some of my brothers. Xiaodong, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying herself and didn't seem to care about work. He's a pretty relaxed person. As for Qiangzi, he's still working hard. There was no word said about some company matters, and things seemed to be going very smoothly. Xiao Wang continues to study as always, he's going to pursue a master's degree anyway. The same is true of the family's expectations. So no one bothered him. Su Sinan, I forgot to burp the babies. Can you come here for a moment? I walked over quickly and found that the babies were in great discomfort. Su Sinan hugged Jianjian and patted him a little harder. Then Su Sinan said to Wang Yu, you should pat his body like I am now. The situation was extremely urgent, but Wang Yu remained calm and composed in her actions. And the movements were very standard. Su Sinan didn't pay much attention and continued patting him gently. Finally, the babies let out a sigh of relief. Okay, there's basically nothing else. I'll go give the babies some water. Wang Yu watched Su Sinan leave, smiling slightly. Your husband is really good, so calm and collected. I thought we were going to the hospital. Ma Xinliu raised her head with a hint of pride. Chapter 56. Boys are good. Even after this incident, Su Sinan still felt that the responsibility of taking care of the baby should fall on his shoulders. Otherwise, if any problems really arise, neither he nor Ma Xinliu will be able to bear the consequences. Back in the kitchen, Su Sinan began to cook some food. The two chatted for about 3 hours. Sometimes Su Sinan really admired that the two of them could talk for so long. I have no idea what they were talking about. It's better for him to listen less to what his best friends say to each other. About an hour later, the food was finally ready again. With one more person, preparing the meal became a bit more complicated. However, neither of the two girls ate much dinner that evening. After setting the plates out, Su Sinan knocked on the door to call the two people to eat. The two were engrossed in something and didn't hear Su Sinan knocking on the door. This forced Su Sinan to open the door. Upon opening the app, you'll see two people wearing Bluetooth headphones watching a projector. Dinner's ready. I spoke softly, so as not to disturb the baby's normal sleep. Ma Xinliu said oh and quickly got up. Wang Yu, who was standing to the side, felt sleepy and closed her eyes slightly, looking somewhat drowsy. You've eaten. Come back to sleep after you've eaten. No one will bother you. I don't want to eat, I just want to sleep. I'm exhausted today. Ma Xinliu shook her head indifferently, grabbed Wang Yu's soft spot, and Wang Yu burst into laughter. Oh, stop it, stop it. I'm really itchy. The spring scenery was so beautiful that Su Sinan was stunned as she stood at the door. Seemingly noticing Su Sinan's gaze, Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes. They let Wang Yu go. There's a pervert here. Satyr? Wang Yu looked towards the door and touched the short-sleeved shirt that was showing. Slightly red. You're going to die. Get out of here. When they arrived at the dining table, Wang Yu was really angry. The way they looked at Su Sinan was not kind. Su Sinan smiled wryly. She couldn't really blame him for what happened just now. He didn't do anything, it was just the two of you fighting. Honestly, did you just see something inappropriate for children? Where? Su Sinan didn't know how to describe it, so she remained silent. Ma Xinliu sat down next to Su Sinan and ladled out a bowl of soup. Have some. Unexpectedly, Ma Xinliu even served her soup. Su Sinan was somewhat surprised. Ma Xinliu didn't seem to care. I didn't see anything just now, except that your short sleeves were showing a little bit. I still know my limits. Hearing Ma Xinliu say that, Wang Yu's expression softened. From now on, try not to get involved in our affairs. Su Sinan shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't handle Wang Yu's personality. Forget it, with a formidable opponent like Ma Xinliu here, no matter how powerful Wang Yu is, he's no match for his wife. I'm letting the babies get some fresh air. After finishing her meal, Su Sinin went to take the babies for a walk. It's a cool time of year now, so we can't let the babies stay in air-conditioned rooms all the time. What if someone so young gets that air conditioning sickness? At that time, the body will be weak. Ma Xinliu also wanted to go out, wait for us. Wang Yu didn't want to go out, but the babies were just too cute. She's also the baby's godmother. We can't miss any of the moments we spend with our babies. After getting ready, the three of them went downstairs. The two walked in the small park. Wow, what a beautiful young lady! Some children covered their mouths in amazement. Ma Xiliu's beauty is the kind of gentle beauty that makes people feel comfortable and at ease. Wang Yu's beauty is somewhat passionate and unrestrained, and she dresses very provocatively. It looks like a rose with thorns. An elderly man exclaimed, "These two young girls are really quite pretty. It's a pity they seem to have children." It's impossible that they both have children, right? Look at the one who looks more outgoing, her belly is flat, she doesn't look like she's pregnant. The elderly folks have a keen eye, they know who has had children and who hasn't. Su Sinin felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing these words. He didn't want Ma Xinliu to be commented on. Shall we find a quieter place to do this? Su Sinin inquired. Ma Xinliu won't be able to walk for long, after all, she has only recently completed her postpartum confinement period, so it's best to avoid strenuous activity as much as possible. Then they found a place to sit down. After resting for about 10 minutes, I returned to my room. Wow, finally we're in the room. I'm exhausted. You have 2 bathrooms here, right? Su Sinin was taken aback and looked at Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu came over, you can't sleep here. Our other bedrooms aren't ready yet. Seriously? I came all this way, and this is what you say to me? I'm so angry. This is a true best friend. Ma Xinliu shook her head. It's not that we don't want you to sleep, but firstly, we haven't arranged a bedroom for you here, and secondly, we have to take care of the children in the middle of the night. Maybe 3 or 4 times a night, which will disturb your sleep. This perfectly reasonable reason left Wang Yu speechless. She stretched and said, "Okay, where are you going to put me up? Let me tell you, if you put me in some cheap hotel or something, I won't let you off so easily. I've arranged a hotel for you, so you can settle in without worry. Also, would you like to take some food with you? I have some that I can heat up tonight." Great. Wang Yu smiled. The food Su Sinin prepared was truly delicious. The braised pork belly was very well made, the texture of the meat was handled exceptionally well. The steak was also good, the knife skills were excellent, cutting along the tendons. Without years of experience, it's simply impossible to cut it like that. The food was prepared and packed into insulated containers. Wang Yu hugged Ma Xinliu and said, "That's wonderful. I think you seem much happier than before." I'll be very uncomfortable after I get married. Right now, it seems, it mainly depends on what kind of person I marry. Wang Yu glanced at Su Sinin, then turned and smiled. There aren't many boys this good these days, you should cherish him. There was happiness in Ma Xiliu's eyes. Su Sinin walked over and said, "Let me take you there. The hotel is quite a distance from here, and I'm afraid you won't be able to find it." Chapter 57 is about to begin. The hotel is about 1 kilometer away from Tianshan residential area. So Su Sinin simply drove the RV to take Wang Yu there. Wang Yu was quite talkative in the car, and seemed excited when she looked at the RV. "Your car is nice." Su Sinin casually replied, "It's alright. My little Lu shouldn't suffer too much if she stays with you." "Of course I won't let her suffer. She'll only enjoy happiness with me." The two chatted for about 10 minutes before arriving at the hotel. "Park your car in the hotel's parking lot." "Hello, have you made an appointment before?" "Yes, we do." "Let me show you." Su Sinin held up her phone and showed the order number to the staff. The staff member nodded, "Follow me." The hotel is quite nice, it's a 4-star hotel. Wang Yu didn't say anything, but just looked around. Upon reaching the 6th floor, outside a small room, someone said, "This is the room you booked. Here's the room key. If you need anything, just call me. My phone number is on this." "Okay." As soon as the staff left, Wang Yu felt a little hungry. Eating too little at night is definitely not a good thing. In addition, there's the fact that you get so much exercise throughout the day. Could you heat up my food for me? Su Sinin was puzzled. You're hungry already? He then ran to the microwave in the room to heat it up. However, the microwave oven was sterilized before heating. This scene made Wang Yu somewhat envious. This man is so handsome, and so responsible and considerate. I wonder what kind of good luck Xiao Lu has encountered. Okay, the food is all heated up for you. If you need anything, you can give me a call. It took about 20 minutes, with some traffic, before I finally got home. As soon as the door opened, Ma Xinliu was already asleep. They seemed to be tired. Su Sinin had no choice but to go to the living room and play on her phone. She didn't know how much time had passed when Ma Xinliu suddenly felt hungry. I was awakened by a feeling of hunger. She touched her rather large belly, trying to bear it. Honey, could you make me a diet meal? Still half asleep, Su Sinin didn't hear clearly and walked over, asking, What? I'm a little hungry, could you make me some diet food? Looking at the rather large belly, Su Sinin burst out laughing. Ma Xinliu retorted, annoyed, You're still laughing? It's all because you've spoiled me too much. Okay, it's my fault. I'll make you less oily food in the future, and make you something more nutritious that can help you lose weight. Ma Xinliu's eyes lit up, yes. You must make this kind of dish for me in the future. I don't want to keep getting fatter now. Immediately, Su Sinin went to pack up. Diet meals are both easy and difficult to prepare. Su Sinin himself had never done it, after all, he had never been fat. I can only look at the recipes on my phone. I suddenly realized that soy milk seems pretty good, and if you add some fruit, it would taste even better. Xiao Lu, where's your soy milk maker? My soy milk maker should be in the second bedroom. Look for it. I think you put it in that little suitcase. Oh. Su Sinin slapped his forehead. He remembered. I took out the soy milk maker and cleaned it thoroughly. This soy milk maker can automatically filter and heat. No excessive operation is required at all. After making the soy milk, Su Sinin started cutting fruit. Add apples, pears, and a little honey. This combination forms a fruit, honey, and soy milk set. This is fruit and soy milk for you. Drink some, and maybe you won't feel hungry anymore. Ma Xinliu took a small sip, and it was really delicious. The different flavors of fruit come together. A very strange chemical reaction occurred. It's pretty good. I just drank some, and I feel like my lost energy has returned. But this doesn't seem to fill me up. Ma Xinliu looked at Su Sinin with a bitter face and a pitiful expression. Su Sinin smiled and said, Why don't you just eat? No, I'm going to eat a diet meal that will fill me up tomorrow, so don't forget. Okay. I'll go check the recipes. They'll definitely help you lose weight without missing any nutrients. After drinking the soy milk, perhaps due to its sleep-inducing effect, Ma Xinliu quickly fell asleep. Su Sinin is looking for good recipes. Su Sinin skipped over the meal replacement powders, slimming teas, and other products available online. Regardless of whether these things are useful or not, feeding them to pregnant women is tantamount to murder. After all, nutrition is the most important thing for new mothers. As for losing weight, you can definitely wait until you've fully recovered before trying to lose weight. We're looking. Su Sinin didn't know when she fell asleep. The babies woke up again in the middle of the night. The crying forced Ma Xinliu to get up, and he turned to look at the other end of the bed. Su Sinin, who always cuddled him while he slept, was nowhere to be found. Su Sinin, the baby is fussing again, where are you? In the living room, Su Sinin, half asleep, seemed to be awakened by something. Huh, what? Some were at a loss. Ma Xinliu said helplessly, If you want to sleep, can you go to your room? The babies have been crying for a long time. After regaining her composure, Su Sinin breathed a sigh of relief. He had a strange dream, the contents of which he has forgotten over time. Shake your head, shaking off the things that happened in that chaotic state. It's time to change diapers again. How many diapers do we have left? Ma Xinliu asked with some confusion, Aren't you almost out of diapers? It seems so. I'll go to the supermarket tomorrow and buy more. All right. After changing the diaper and wiping the baby's body, Su Sinin couldn't fall asleep, so she went to the balcony to get some fresh air. Early in the morning, Ma Xinliu tidied herself up, and this time she dressed herself up beautifully. Her lips were crimson red, and her skin was as white as a baby's. In addition, there are long eyelashes. She seemed to be a little princess in the world. It's beautiful, so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off it. When Su Sinin woke up, he saw Machine Liu dressed like this and stared at her for a long time. Upon seeing this, Machine Liu blushed and said shyly, "What are you doing? You've been staring at me for so long." Su Sinin laughed, "I was just admiring how beautiful my wife is, so I took another look." "Oomph, why don't you hurry up and get ready? I just made plans with my best friend, I'm going to her place later." Su Sinin nodded and put on his best suit. Then they put cash into a dozen or so small red envelopes. He was a little nervous meeting so many relatives for the first time. Chapter 58. My wife is pretty good, isn't she? At the hotel, Wang Yu dressed herself up very beautifully. From a distance, it makes one feel somewhat ashamed. The equally beautiful Machine Liu walked by, and the two flowers bloomed so beautifully. Many people can't take their eyes off it. A young couple. She's so beautiful. Is she a celebrity? It shouldn't be, but you can't look at her. Do you see that girl with long flowing hair? Her belly is quite big, she looks like she's about to give birth. Oh, new mother. I'm so envious. She's so lucky to have married such a wonderful woman. Su Sinin walked over. Are you ready? Everyone looked Su Sinin up and down. This young man was quite handsome. Could it really be some kind of celebrity? But if they are celebrities, they should know that. The middle-aged couple standing nearby shook their heads and said, "Young people these days are really something." Who can argue with that? Machine Liu turned her head and smiled slightly. That smile seemed like the bright sunshine of spring. Su Sinin was stunned. We're all ready, but what about your relatives? Wang Yu rolled her eyes. What are you looking at? Oh. Coming back to her senses, I just called my parents. They'll be here in about 10 minutes. Why don't we go in first? Then let's go in. Even Machine Liu would find it unbearable to stand here for so long. The staff quickly led the three to the room where they had ordered food. You can bring the dishes up now. Okay. Su Sinin looked at Wang Yu. Would you like a soft drink or some wine? I don't want either of them, just give me a glass of water. Su Sinin had no choice but to pour a cup of tea for the two of them. Just then, the three brothers arrived. They were downstairs at the hotel. Brother Nan, where are you? We're already downstairs. We are in room number 2 on the 5th floor. Oh, it's on the 5th floor. Let's hurry over there. Xiangzi smiled broadly. A moment later, the three of them came in and greeted Machine Liu one by one, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law." They were both enthusiastic and respectful. This made Machine Liu feel a little embarrassed. These are red envelopes for the babies, sister-in-law and brother Nan, please don't think they're too little. Su Sinin handed over the package. Brothers, I won't say any more. You can just sit here. I checked the time, there were still a few minutes left. Su Sinin pointed to Xiangzi. Let me introduce you, this is my brother Xiangzi, who is also my classmate. He has a quirk, he likes to talk big. Despite being called a blabbermouth, Xiangzi didn't care, and tried to make amends to both of them. I was very envious. This sister-in-law is really beautiful. She's gained a lot of weight, but she's still an absolutely stunning beauty. This is Xiaodong, he's a very warm-hearted person. If you need his help with anything, you can ask him for it. This is Xiao Wang. Although he doesn't talk much, he's a warm-hearted person despite his cold exterior. He's currently pursuing a master's degree. After a long introduction, Machine Liu and Wang Yu nodded. I greeted them one by one. I now know that Wang Yu is Machine Liu's best friend. Therefore, with Wang Yu dressed so beautifully, the three of them dared not take any action. However, the conversation was still normal. Beautiful lady, are you from around here? Xiaodong asked. Wang Yu casually replied, No, I'm from Shanghai. Are you studying too? Yes, I'm graduating soon. Wang Yu's speech was very pleasant, which is not something that can be cultivated innately, it requires a very wealthy family background. Everyone could see that although Wang Yu was very comfortable, he was also a rather arrogant person. Ordinary people are not worthy of her attention. Finally, Su's mother, father, and some friends and relatives arrived at the hotel. Most of them were middle-aged or elderly people. None of the young people have turned white. Su's mother couldn't stand the hassle, mainly because the bus was too crowded with more than a dozen people. I have difficulty breathing. Upon receiving a call from his father, Su Si went downstairs to greet him. Seeing that Su's mother's face was pale, she asked with some concern, "Mom, is there anything else wrong?" "It's nothing, I just had a long bus ride." "Okay, eat some food and drink some water later, and you should feel better." Su's mother nodded. It's an old problem. Today, Su's mother was dressed very elegantly and even wore the ruby necklace that Ma Xinliu had given him. Originally, Su's mother was very beautiful when she was young. Now, with a little dressing up, she still retains some of her charm. Su's father was also wearing a suit. It had been a long time since he had seen his father dress like that. It's rather disappointing. This child is truly wonderful. He knows to be filial to his parents first, and he even gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. He's so lucky. Yes, I heard that this kid also owns a house. Hearing his relative's words, Su Sinan smiled and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. Let's go upstairs and talk some more." Soon after, everyone took the elevator. We arrived at the room. By this time, more than a dozen dishes had been served. Many relatives were very surprised to see how beautiful Ma Xinliu and Wang Yu were. They had heard before that Su Sinan's wife was very beautiful. "I never expected her to be so beautiful, she's just as stunning as any of the celebrities on TV. This is Xiaolu, and these are Xiaoliu's friends." Su Sinan introduced them briefly, and Ma Xinliu and Wang Yu responded simply. Everyone sat down, constantly glancing at Ma Xinliu and Wang Yu. Many thoughts came to mind. The first question was why Ma Xinliu's parents hadn't come. Su Sinan had discussed this with Ma Xinliu, Su's mother, and Su's father. "My parents are very busy with work and can't get away, so I had to ask my friend to come over." Su's mother quickly replied, "Yes. Their parents are really too busy, and they live very far away from here, hundreds of kilometers away, right?" Ma Xinliu nodded. "Yes, that's right. It's too much trouble to take a plane back and forth." Once Su's mother and father said this, the other relatives stopped paying attention to Ma Xinliu's parents. He then inquired about Ma Xinliu's situation. Wang Yu, who was standing to the side, would always chime in when Ma Xinliu was in an awkward situation. He managed to send off many relatives. Su Sinan finally understood why Ma Xinliu and Wang Yu had such a good relationship. Despite their apparent irreconcilable differences, the two are not without their challenges. But they also have an exceptionally good understanding and will absolutely not allow anyone else to bully each other. Or perhaps this is a special kind of sisterhood. Chapter 59. Going home to take a look. After the conversation, many relatives and friends had gained a deeper understanding of Ma Xinliu. I have a fairly good understanding of Wang Yu. Then we went to see the babies. The staff nearby quickly went to prepare. After a while, the babies' photo albums appeared and flashed repeatedly in the room. This hotel is amazing. How romantic. Some people quickly took pictures of this heartwarming scene. "Baby, you are so lucky." Su's mother shook the babies, and some relatives watched from the side, looking very envious. These babies are so beautiful. If they weren't so small, they would probably be kissing the babies right now. Su's father was eating. His legs weren't very strong. But I was also very envious. Su Sinan smiled and said, "Dad, when we get back later, you can look at the babies without any worries." Su Sinan understood her father's heart best, and her father, who had been somewhat disappointed, smiled happily. Like a little child. Ma Xinliu was a little afraid of Su's father, but she also wanted to do something. So he picked up a piece of meat and handed it to Su's father. "Uncle, eat more, these dishes are delicious." Su Sinan winked at Ma Xinliu, who immediately corrected herself. "I called you the wrong name just now. Dad, please eat more." Su's father had no objections. After hearing Ma Xinliu call him dad, he was overjoyed. "Great. With you as my wife, my Xiaonin is so lucky." Aunt Zhang, who was standing nearby, knew the three Chang brothers. After all, Su Sinan's mother knew exactly how many brothers he had. Su's mother also said a lot about this brother. "When are you three going to find wives? Your brother Nan has already beaten you to it." Xiangzi scratched his head sheepishly. "Auntie, we should focus on work for now. Work is something to talk about, but don't you also want to find girlfriends? Are you going to wait until you get a job? I wonder if you'll even be able to find a good woman then." That's true. If the job isn't good, you feel unworthy, but at that stage, women aren't really after that. But if the job is good, your standards rise, and you start to think everyone else is unworthy. Finding a wife is harder than before. As the old saying goes, catch as many as you can, as long as you don't just grab anyone randomly. Aunties, please don't scold me. We're still students, there's no rush. Xiangzi didn't know what to say. He had no way to deal with these older women. Su Sinan smiled and said, "Aren't you usually the most talkative? Why are you suddenly speechless? This isn't like you. Brother Nan, it's fine if you won't help me, but you're still criticizing me like this. I'm your guest today." Su Sinan smiled and stopped teasing Xiangzi. "Alright, auntie. Let's eat something. We can worry about their fate ourselves." Aunt Zhang smiled and shook her head. Although the young people among our relatives and friends didn't come, the children did. There was a lot of chattering around, and it was quite noisy in my ears. Besides this, I also want to travel around. One you could have held back, after all, he was just a child, it's normal for him to make a fuss. But a little child bumped into a cup. The drink in the cup spilled out and landed right next to Wang Yu. Wang Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her face cold. "Little friend, please be careful." Startled, the child immediately returned to the adults' side. But the adults had no interest in that at all, they were happily chatting with some relatives and friends. Seeing this, Xiaodong stepped aside to make way for him. "Why don't you come over here for a moment? I'll call a waiter." Xiaodong then called a waiter to handle the situation. Wang Yu smiled and said, "Thank you. Xiaodong, it's nothing, it's just that kids are a bit naughty, which is normal. Sometimes we adults feel helpless too." We ate and drank for a while, and the morning passed by. Friends and family, that's about enough. Wang Yu originally thought she could rest well and wait for these relatives to leave. At this moment, an old man smiled and said, "I heard that Xiaonan bought a house. It's very beautiful. I heard it's not far from here, only a 20-minute walk away. It's time to look at houses." Su's mother smiled and said, "Of course you can look. Xiaonan, why don't you take your relatives to see your house?" Su Sinan glanced at the table and saw that there was still a lot of uneaten food. Wei Wei felt a little regretful. "How about we pack these dishes up? We haven't finished them yet. Let's pack it up, we can't eat anymore." The waiter quickly went to pack it up. After packaging, we arrived at the hotel parking lot. Many relatives and friends wanted to see what kind of car Su Sinan had bought. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a motorhome. It's worth 300,000 to 400,000. Xiaonan knows how to enjoy life. She bought a motorhome. It would be so comfortable to travel there. Yes, Xiaonan is really good. Many people were incredibly envious, as they had originally thought it was just a used car worth a few 100,000 or tens of thousands of yuan. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a motorhome worth 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. The level of sophistication has been significantly improved. Many relatives and friends took the bus or hitchhiked. Anyway, I just want to go and take a look at Su Sinan's house. The three brothers didn't have the time. Xiangzi had to go to work, Xiaodong had promised to help others with something, and Xiao Wang still had to study. Time was tight. They couldn't waste a single minute. After saying goodbye to his brothers, Su Sinan drove home. Perhaps it's because returning home has a special meaning. The babies suddenly started crying. Su Sinan pushed the stroller and breastfed together with Ma Xinliu. The others looked around the living room and even went to check out the second bedroom. This was the first time Su's father had seen the house, and he couldn't help but take a closer look. "I'm satisfied." Many friends and relatives are very envious of this 120 square meter apartment with 4 or 5 bedrooms, and the decoration is still so luxurious. It has almost all kinds of equipment. Listen to the sound of the tiles, they're made of the finest materials. Su's mother and father are truly blessed in their later years. Su Sinan had just boiled water for everyone. Some relatives and friends waved their hands and shook their heads, saying, "No need to give us water, we'll be leaving in a little while. You still need to take good care of your home. You've set such a good example, don't let others fall behind." Su Sinan smiled and responded to each question. Before I knew it, I had been here for about an hour or two. The group checked the time and said, "Well, let's not disturb their rest any longer. It's time to go back." Yes, we're going back now." Some relatives and friends spoke with smiles. Su's mother looked back at the house, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. She really wants to be with the babies. Chapter 60: The gift package from Su's father and mother. Sue's mother wanted to stay there a little longer, but Sue's father pulled her away quickly. Before leaving, Sue's mother gave the red envelope meant for Jiankanking to Ma Xinliu. She said that from now on, Ma Xinliu would be in charge of the family's money. All you need to do each month is give Xiaonan a small red envelope. Men should spend less money outside and leave the rest to Ma Xinliu. This scene made Su Sinan extremely jealous. Now that she has a daughter-in-law and a grandson, she seems to have forgotten about him, her son. Mom, you can't do this. I'm a man too. What's wrong with letting me spend a little more money? Spend more money? What are you planning to do outside? Sue's mother rolled her eyes, showing no respect for Su Sinan whatsoever. Ma Xinliu smiled slightly and accepted the responsibility. Su Sinan naturally wanted to see off his mother and father. So they delivered it to me by bike. Only after seeing Sue's mother and father get into the car did he feel relieved and return home. Wang Yu said in the room, I think Su Sinan is quite nice, and his mother-in-law and father-in-law are also nice. They didn't try to make things difficult for you at all. Ma Xinliu nodded, yes, they all care about me a lot. My mother-in-law even took care of me in the hospital for 7 days, so I am very grateful. If it weren't for them, I can't imagine what my life would be like. Don't think about those things, just keep looking ahead. Wang Yu offered some words of comfort, as she was actually aware of Ma Xinliu's family conflicts. So she knew what Ma Xinliu was referring to. However, Su Sinan is clearly able to give Ma Xinliu enough love, so she probably won't suffer too much grievance. Ma Xinliu didn't want to continue on this topic. I'd like to ask what your upcoming schedule is? When asked about it, Wang Yu was somewhat reluctant to talk about it. However, under Ma Xinliu's gaze, he still spoke up, I'm going to perform all over the country, but I'm not very happy about it because I feel a little lost. Oh. Ma Xinliu didn't know how to comfort Wang Yu. It was Wang Yu's own idea to form a band. Giving up or moving on to something else would be a very irresponsible act. Your phone call is pretty impressive. I just had a break and came right over here. If you're tired, you can rest here for a few days. Wang Yu shook her head, never mind, I'd better not disturb your lives. Alright then, are you leaving now, or will you take another time? I'll be leaving soon, I've already bought my plane ticket. Silence. It seems that when it comes to their future and prospects, the two of them have chosen this approach without prior agreement. Su Sinan opened the door and came in, would you like some fruit? I'll peel some for you. No need, I'll be leaving soon. So fast? Yeah, I can't exactly stay in a hotel. She retorted. Su Sinan quickly apologized, it was my mistake. I shouldn't have gone to stay at the hotel with you. Nodding in satisfaction, Wang Yu said to Ma Xinliu, see? Your husband is much more conscientious than you. Ma Xinliu said shyly, next time Let's not talk about this anymore, I'm leaving. Wang Yu tidied up and touched the baby's skin with some envy, I really didn't expect you to have reached this stage so early. When I was little, I thought I would have reached this stage before you. Then why don't you hurry up and find a boyfriend? Am I not good enough now? Wang Yu rolled her eyes. Afterwards, Su Sinan saw Wang Yu off downstairs in the residential area. The two then said goodbye. Just as Su Sinan was leaving, Xiaodong appeared out of nowhere and said, Brother Nan, your wife's best friend is so beautiful. How could I not know what Xiaodong was thinking? You're going to chase after them? I do want to, but it seems like they're not interested in me. Su Sinan smiled. Xiaodong's family was one of the best off in their area. With 3 properties, the annual rental income is enough to support a family. However, Xiaodong did not become a spoiled brat because of this. Instead, he enthusiastically helped some people. Although he's a bit simple-minded, he still has many good points. I can't help with this. I don't know her very well, but if you try your best, there might still be some hope. Su Sinan didn't help Xiaodong, he mainly helped his brother pursue his wife's best friend. Isn't this relationship a bit too complicated? And if Ma Xinliu knew about this, she would definitely be uncomfortable. I didn't ask you for help, I was just talking to you. Su Sinan smiled and said, then I wish you all the best in advance. Xiaodong is quite clever. She realized he was in a bit of a predicament. Back home, Ma Xinliu asked, why did you send her so quickly? Didn't you take her directly to the airport? He won't let me take him, saying he can manage on his own. Upon seeing this, Ma Xinliu had no choice but to give up. However, I was still a little worried about this sister, so I made a phone call to her. Why didn't you let Xiaonan see you off? What? You're at the airport already. Alright, now that you've arrived, I'm relieved. Remember to let me know you arrived safely. Ma Xinliu suddenly felt strange. It had only been 20 minutes, how did they get to the airport? Is this a lie? Or has something unexpected happened? Just then, a message popped up on Su Xinen's phone. Upon opening the door, one finds Xiaodong and Wang Yu sitting in the car. Holy crap! This kid's got guts. They actually took Wang Yu to the airport. Don't you find it strange? How did we get to the airport in just 20 minutes? Oh, maybe that's just to brush you off. I just asked my brother, and he's taking Wang Yu to the airport right now. Ma Xinliu didn't think too much about it for a moment and nodded with relief. I knew it, how could it be so fast? She turned around and went to look at the babies again. I don't know when it started, but Ma Xinliu developed a particular fondness for watching babies. It seems that if she doesn't see the babies even slightly, she feels very sad. This feeling is very strange. Perhaps it's because she's become a mother. Baby, mommy's home. Su Xinen walked in and smiled. Seeing the red envelopes on the side, I couldn't help but open one to see how many I had received that day. A long string of red banknotes came out. This touch alone is worth at least tens of thousands. After glancing at the red envelope and seeing the familiar technique of using rice as tape, Su Xinen fell silent. Su's mother and father have never been in a good financial situation. This is such a sudden gift. Chapter 61: A Small Shop. Please accept this. It's a token of our parents' love and care. We'll visit them more often when we have time. Su Xinen nodded, then took out her notebook to jot it down. Make a record of who exactly gave out the red envelopes. After finishing the accounting, I carefully placed it in a drawer. These all need to be returned. We must not forget human relationships. Let's watch TV and then go to sleep. Su Xinen nodded. There was nothing else to do now, so she could take a break. A long time has passed. Su Xinen and Ma Xinliu woke up early in the morning. A cool breeze came out today, which felt very comfortable. After setting the alarm, Su Xinen decided to start exercising. I haven't exercised in a long time, and carrying the baby every day will be a problem in the future. So he went out, first to run, and then gradually worked on his endurance. After finishing her workout, Ma Xinliu woke up. They are washing something in the bathroom. It must be said that Su Xinen was particularly manly after the movement. The strong scent of hormones made Ma Xinliu's face turn red. Su Xinen felt nothing and went into another bathroom to take a shower. Damn it! Ma Xinliu bit her lips lightly and pursed her lips. Force yourself not to think about those things. Finally, as a heavy rain fell, Ma Xinliu's hair got wet, and she finally came to her senses. Su Xinen walked in and was surprised to see the wet hair. You can't wash your hair yet. I. Ma Xinliu blushed and didn't know what to say. But if I don't say anything, it seems a little inappropriate. Thank goodness, your hair is warm. Was it hot water just now? Yes, that's right. I don't wash with cold water. He blushed. Thankfully no one pressed him on why he was washing his hair, otherwise he would have been mortified. Let me blow on it for you, and then I'll make some diet food. After drying her hair, Su Xinen went to make breakfast. Breakfast was very simple, just some pig's trotter soup and some eggs. These are all substances that can replenish collagen. Dinner's ready. Have some pig's trotter soup. I'll eat yesterday's leftovers at lunchtime. Yesterday's meal was quite plentiful and highly nutritious. It's very good for new mothers. Most importantly, they cannot be wasted. On the table, Ma Xinliu looked at some advertising flyers. Congratulations on achieving a small goal, successfully celebrating your child's 1-month birthday. In preparation for the next stage of success, and considering your recent performance, you have been awarded a shop in the commercial district. The documents and materials are already in your work bag. Are we finally going to start making money? Su Xinen has been quite anxious lately, even though he still has over 100,000 yuan. However, this money will definitely not be enough if things continue like this. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I returned to the master bedroom. He glanced at his briefcase. Sure enough, there were very complete documents inside. From above, it appears to be a small shop of 40 square meters. The location is also excellent, right in the center of the pedestrian flow, which means that you don't have to worry about not making money if you come here. But what kind of business should he start? Tiandu University is right in front of this shop, and many college students come here. On the other side is a building called Tiandu Building, which is where many college students start their businesses. On the other side is a park called Tiandu Park. It's a place where many people relax. It can be said that this place has the perfect combination of favorable timing, geographical location, and human resources. If you can't come up with something truly amazing, you'll be completely disgraced. After thinking about it, it seemed that he had no other skills besides cooking. Do I really want to open a small restaurant? Su Sinan decided that she should still ask Xiaodong. Xiaodong is quite young, but having traveled all over the country, he has a broad perspective. Brother Nan, why are you looking for me so early? Let me ask you, if you were in business, what kind of business do you think you should do? Opening a food stall? This kind of thing doesn't require much brainpower, and the profit is quite considerable. Su Sinan suddenly thought, why not let Xiaodong give it a try? I have a shop here that I'd like you to try out. Would you be willing? Brother, you're not kidding, are you? These days, it's really not easy to make money in shops. Xiaodong wasn't lying, he's been making money in the virtual economy lately. The real economy is getting worse and worse. It's fair to say that many shops in these places are just thankful they've survived. Didn't you just say you wanted to open a food stall? I think you should know how profitable that is, right? A wry smile, Brother Nan, are you trying to trick me into telling me something? Hee, let's just say whether you're willing or not. Anyway, your job hasn't been easy lately, so why don't you come work for me? I'm a bit short-staffed here, and with the baby here, I really can't manage to run it properly. Xiaodong is a warm-hearted person, and she was very kind when she heard about Su Sinan's many difficulties. As a brother, it's natural to help. Brother, stop talking. I can't stand seeing others in trouble. So tell me what kind of business you want to do. Snacks, I mean whatever kind of snacks you want to make, I'll see if I can figure out how to make them. Xiaodong thought for a moment and said, I think we can do a good job with malatang spicy hot pot, barbecue stalls, and stinky tofu. These are not difficult to do, as long as we master the recipes. These are a bit tiring. Can you imagine doing this all by yourself? Xiaodong smiled and said, what's so special about these? Those who don't have shops ride their bikes around all day, afraid of getting caught by the city management officers. It's good for me to just run around in the shops without any worries. Su Sinan frowned slightly, you should find someone to help you. After all, one is a hot pot stall and the other is a barbecue stall, that way you won't be in such a mess. Hee, I can ask Xiao Wang for this. You know, it's not a good idea for Xiao Wang to just study all day. He needs to experience life too, otherwise studying will become a problem, and he'll really become a bookworm. What do you suggest? Su Sinan nodded slightly. After several conversations, Xiaodong had already made up her mind. He could have easily given the job to Xiaodong. I need to take care of my child now, so you guys will get more of the profits. I'll take 2 and you guys will take 8. No rush, let's get it started first. Xiaodong chuckled and hurried off to find Xiao Wang. Su Sinan was thinking about what a good approach might be. There are still many students from other places in City A, and they may not be able to eat spicy food. Therefore, we must adjust the flavor. I've finished eating, what are you doing? Ma Xinliu walked over after finishing her meal, let out a burp, and suddenly felt very impolite, blushing slightly. However, for some reason, she had become accustomed to being so rude in front of Su Sinan. Chapter 62 Ma Xinliu's Skills. Su Sinan recounted the story of opening the shop. Ma Xinliu frowned slightly, are you sure you can make money? I know that commercial street, there are a lot of food stalls, including the barbecue and spicy hot pot stalls you mentioned, so... Although she didn't quite understand the money-making logic behind it, Ma Xinliu instinctively felt it was extremely difficult. Su Sinan also knew what Ma Xinliu meant, but he had already thought it through. These barbecue stalls and spicy hot pot restaurants naturally can't be run in the traditional way. Otherwise, things would be too boring right now. However, he still wanted to ask Ma Xinliu what she thought was the best course of action. So what do you think would be a better option? I think opening a bubble tea shop would be great, since the weather in City A is always quite hot. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Su Sinan's bitter smile. She stopped talking, somewhat embarrassed, and asked, did I say something wrong? Honey, I don't know how to make milk tea. You don't know how? But I do. Ma Xinliu loves milk tea, so she has learned many different types of milk tea. Su Sinin was stunned. She never expected Ma Xinliu to have such skills. If that's the case, wouldn't it be even better to mix milk tea, barbecue stalls, and spicy hot pot together? Is your milk tea complicated? A little bit. My milk tea is all natural, tastes great, and is very healthy. Su Sinin thought it best to forget it. If it were complicated, it wouldn't be easy to handle. Ma Xinliu still needs to stay at home to recuperate. She can't do those kinds of things. But how can I tell Ma Xinliu this? I glanced at Ma Xinliu's somewhat excited face. Ma Xinliu was very perceptive, and seeing Su Sinin's somewhat troubled expression, she felt a little disappointed. If you don't want to, then forget it. He sighed as he finished speaking. Seeing that hint of disappointment, I instinctively felt a pang of heartache. Su Sinin felt that even if Ma Xinliu couldn't go, he could go. As this is my first shop, I should at least incorporate my wife's cooking skills. Otherwise, he is willing to sacrifice some things for Ma Xinliu. Why don't you teach me how to make milk tea? I'll learn and then teach my brothers. Okay. Ma Xinliu was surprised that Su Sinin agreed, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Immersed in the halo of happiness. So, Su Sinin went to buy some fruit, milk, and other ingredients needed for milk tea. Once we got home, the babies started pooping again. I washed my face and quickly went to get the babies ready. Seeing Su Sinin so busy, Ma Xinliu considered giving up several times. But she is also a very serious person. Since she has agreed to do it, she naturally cannot give up easily. Su Sinin smiled as she gently placed the babies back into the stroller. They didn't seem tired at all. On the contrary, they were very happy. Babies, give Daddy some time to work. When I'm done, Daddy will give you delicious milk. Ma Xinliu blushed. This milk wasn't given to her by her. Honey, I've bought the materials, but I don't know what we should do. Let's start with something simple, like fruit milk tea. First, blend the fruit into a puree, then add milk, preferably whole milk, and then add a little. The operation is simple and doesn't seem that complicated. You need to remember the correct proportions of fruits and other ingredients in the formula. The rest can be done with your hands. It's banana milk tea. The blended puree, combined with milk and cold tapioca pearls, has a milky aroma. This simple milk tea tastes much better than what you get outside. She is also very healthy. Is it delicious? It tastes good and is quite healthy too. I'll write down some recipes later, and you can try them out. Su Sinin nodded and quickly got to work. Before Ma Xinliu could come up with some milk tea recipes, his task was to perfect the flavors of barbecue and spicy hot pot. Fortunately, he already had an idea in mind. One type is mild, while the other is the more common spicy flavor. Over here, Xiaodong found Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang is reading a book in the library and making some notes. Upon seeing Xiaodong arrive, he touched his eyes and asked, "Brother Dong, what can I do for you?" "There's something I won't hide anymore. Brother Dong hopes you can come and do business with us." Xiao Wang hesitated, "But I still have to study, so I might not be able to stay with you." "I knew you would say that the shop is near the school. You can't be studying all day long. Just help me out when you're resting." After touching the frames, Xiao Wang felt there was nothing wrong with them. "Okay, I'll go take a look when I have time." "Oh, that's right. Let me tell you about our business dealings." And so, Xiaodong began to discuss some details of the business. Xiao Wang listened carefully, and it didn't seem to be difficult for him. "It's just quite tiring. Brother Dong, I'll just work for you. As for the profit sharing, I'll pass. After all, I haven't been here as long as you have." "That won't do. How about this, you and Brother Nan will each get 20%, and I'll get 60%. What do you think?" Xiao Wang was somewhat tempted. The reason he took the postgraduate entrance exam was to make his family's life more comfortable. After all, his family's circumstances were quite difficult. It's already quite an achievement that his parents supported him in attending school here. Don't refuse. By the way, I don't know where this shop is located yet. Let's go to Brother Nan's place later. It'll be more comfortable for the three of us to talk. Su Sinin worked hard for a long time and finally got the flavor right. It's really spicy, and it's really mild, but both taste great. Once you've had one bite, you'll definitely want a second. Fortunately, the cooking skills the system gave him did have some effect. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to season it. The recipe is written out. I typed it on the computer, and I'll send it to your file later. Okay, send it to my phone in a bit. Su Sinin brought over 2 bowls, one with red soup and the other with milky soup. Next to it were some cooked meat. Which one do you think tastes better? Somewhat curious, Ma Xinliu rarely eats these things. However, for the sake of his future life, he tried eating a light meal first. The moment it enters your mouth, a subtle saltiness combined with umami explodes on your taste buds. It's so delicious. Really? Su Sinin knew it was delicious, but she didn't expect Ma Xinliu to react so strongly. It's true, I'll try another one. The other one looked extremely spicy, but Ma Xinliu only touched it lightly before putting it in her mouth. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you could open a shop with these 2 seasonings. Su Sinin smiled upon receiving such high praise. If your wife says there's no problem, then there must be no problem. Chapter 63 Arrangement. He trusted his wife, just as she trusted him. The two were immersed in happiness. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Brother Nan. Xiaodong dared not speak loudly, lest she wake the babies. Then Brother Nan is going to strangle him. Su Sinin walked over. As soon as the door opened, Xiaodong and Xiaowang were seen standing properly. Come in, I was just about to have a chat with you. Upon entering, Xiaodong and Xiaowang politely greeted her as hello, sister-in-law. Ma Xinliu then went back to her bedroom. I didn't interrupt the conversation between the 3 men. Brother, where is our shop? It's right near the university, in the center of Tiandu Commercial Street. Holy crap! All I could think was holy shit. Xiaodong originally thought that even though Su Sinin's shop was near Tiandu University, it was still a relatively remote place. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be the center? What kind of mess is this going to make of? He looked at Su Sinin with a complicated expression. Brother Nan, have you made a fortune recently? No, it's money I made from investments during my 4 years of university. I've never told you about it. Awesome. Xiaodong immediately gave a thumbs up, having initially thought Su Sinin's condition was extremely bad. Unexpectedly, ever since he married the school beauty as his sister-in-law, his life has been on an incredible upward trajectory. She's had a child, bought a house, bought a car, and now she's even taking over the most valuable shop. Your sister-in-law is really lucky for her husband. Xiao Wang said with some envy. He suddenly wondered if he should also get married so that she could bless him to pass the postgraduate entrance exam. That's true, but let's not talk about that now. We can run a hot pot stall, a barbecue stand, or a stinky tofu stand, but we don't seem to have any skills right now. That's what we're here to talk about today. Xiaodong already knew about Su Xiainan's skills. It's just average. That won't keep customers. Su Sinin smiled and pushed 2 bowls of soup towards him. This is my own recipe. There are cooked slices of meat next to it. You can try it. Xiaodong was rather impatient and wanted to see what Su Sinin was up to, so she picked up her chopsticks and put them into the soup with the red pomelo oil. Xiao Wang was moving slowly, only picking up slices of meat, waiting for Xiaodong's reaction. He didn't really believe that Su Sinin could come up with anything delicious. Wow! As soon as it entered her mouth, Xiaodong almost got burned by the spiciness. She saw some water next to her and reached for it. He took several sips and said, Brother Nan, what kind of seasoning did you make? This is really burning me. But the taste is amazing. If you can maintain this flavor, it will be a huge hit even in remote places. Xiao Wang was surprised and tried a lighter soup base. After this trial, even the usually somewhat taciturn Xiao Wang nodded. Brother Nan, this is really good. I think it will definitely succeed. Su Sinin glanced at the water beside her. Was that milk tea good? Milk tea? Xiaodong looked to the side and saw that it was indeed milk tea. But why did that milk tea taste so good, and after drinking it, he didn't feel so spicy anymore? This milk tea is your sister-in-law's recipe. She said, she wants to open a milk tea shop, so I'm wondering if we should make some trade-offs, or perhaps combine the spicy hot pot and barbecue shops into it? When it came to this question, Xiaodong, with his extensive experience, immediately asked about the size of the house. Su Sinin naturally told the truth, 40 square meters. Xiaodong stroked his chin. I think either way is fine. A regular barbecue stall will do. We'll leave that to Xiao Wang to handle. He can set it up every night and go to sleep after midnight. Also, we can set up a separate small room to make the milk tea, so it will be fresh and nutritious. However, I estimate that we won't have as many customers as those at regular milk tea shops, because our milk tea is quite expensive. The rest is to give the Malatang stall some space. 40 square meters minus 10 square meters, that means you can put 4 or 5 large tables for the Malatang, that's about right. After clarifying things, Susinin did feel that they could do it together. Then let's make a happy decision. We'll go check out the shops tomorrow, and you must come. Brother Nan, we're all fine, the biggest problem is still you. The babies need you to take care of them. Xiaodong smiled, while Susinin rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely be there. The three of them chatted for a while, and then the topic of barbecue seasoning came up. Xiaodong clapped his hands with a smile and said that he would take care of it. Xiao Wang thought about it carefully, and he also felt that this business deal might actually have a chance. I feel much happier now. Alright, let's stop here for now. Okay, we can discuss it in the group chat. After seeing the men off, Susinin breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is ready now. No, we still need to see what the situation is like with the shops. It was too hot, so Susinin took a shower. Then I turned on the living room fan. Originally intending to take a good rest, Ma Xinliu decided to go out for a stroll instead. He only needs to bring the baby with him. These past few days, I've been walking around down there a few times, and most of the older women and men in the neighborhood have gotten to know these two. Seeing such adorable babies, I couldn't help but say hello. They got along quite well through their interactions. Everyone was in a very good mood. Ma Xiliu's initial anxiety eased considerably. Faced with this anxiety, Susinin could only offer Ma Xiliu more love. He had inquired about it, and it turns out that this kind of postpartum anxiety is very common in every family. This requires more care for new mothers and more opportunities for them to go out and about. This will help alleviate postpartum anxiety. I feel much better now, let's go upstairs. Ma Xinliu smiled happily, and when she saw the baby smiling quietly, she was even happier. And so, we returned to our room. Susinin lay down in the living room, finally able to rest. However, the group chat was incredibly lively. Is Brother Nan going to do business? Yes, we were planning to call you, but we saw that you have to go to work, so we decided not to bother you for the time being. I want to participate too. No, you have to let me participate. Xiaodong laughed. Brother, it's not that we didn't want to call you, it's just that we're working on this all day long, and you might even have to work overtime after get off work. Do you think you can handle it? With a long face, she said, I'm so angry. Seeing the brothers group making such a fuss, Susinin smiled. These few lively characters have really been put together. You can join us. But you'll only be able to work there, and we can only pay you hourly wages. Yes, Brother Nan is right. We can only pay you as an hourly worker. Heavens! Chapter 64 Inquiring about Information. The next morning, around 5 or 6 o'clock, the four brothers arrived in front of the shop. Xianzi clicked his tongue a few times. This place is really great. It's right in the heart of the student area. I heard a few days ago that one of the shops closed down, and as soon as it closed, someone bought it. The speed was incredible. Many people are furious. Brother Nan, you're really amazing. I really admire your hand speed. Susinin ignored Xianzi's sarcastic remarks. The door was opened. Upon opening, it was very clean, as if it had been washed. There is also a small room, which is about 10 square meters. The decor is also quite refreshing and doesn't feel oppressive. Susinin and Xiaodong exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts. Brother, you're really lucky. We don't need to renovate anymore, we can just open the shop right away. Xianzi learned about Susinin and Xiaodong's ideas in the group chat yesterday. Of course I know what they're talking about. He said with a hint of envy, you're really lucky it's exactly the same as what you wanted. Seeing Xianzi's envy, Susinin smiled and said, why don't you come work for us? Xianzi was a little stubborn. No need, my job is quite stable, I can come and work here whenever I have time. Ha ha. Xiaodong laughed, knowing that Xianzi was feeling terrible. However, they are all brothers who have walked together, and they would be willing to let Xianzi join them in the future. This goes without saying, it's easy to understand everyone's feelings. We chatted for about half an hour. Xianzi checked the time, I have to go to work now, I'll come back later tonight. Go! After leaving, Susinin knew she needed to make breakfast for Ma Xinliu. So he gave some instructions and then let Xiaodong and Xiao Wang do it. Baby! Don't cry. Ma Xinliu was at a loss. He had just fallen asleep when he accidentally spilled the water from the glass onto Jiang Kangking's body. If the water cup hadn't been knocked to the other side, Jiangking might have been injured. Where is Su Sinan? Ma Xiliu's first reaction was to go find Su Sinan. She nervously grabbed a tissue to wipe her body. Seeing that Su Sinan was not there, he remembered that Su Sinan had gone out today. He was holding the phone at that moment. Something's happened to the baby, come back quickly. Yes, you'd better hurry up. 5 minutes? Okay, then I'll wait for you. Ma Xinliu gently wiped the healthy body. After the wiping was finished, Jiangking suddenly stopped crying. Her lips were pouting. Ma Xinliu smiled, the babies are ready to drink milk. Breastfeeding is a very skilled process for Ma Xinliu, who gently holds the babies. The babies are quite heavy. It weighed about 10 kilograms, and the doctor warned her not to hold heavy objects. But these short 10 seconds shouldn't be a problem, right? Soon, there was a baby on each side. Ma Xinliu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the children putting in a lot of effort. After a while, Su Sinan came over anxiously. He was covered in sweat, and a wave of heat emanated from him. Are you all right? It's okay. After you finish feeding the babies, you can change their clothes. Their clothes are all wet. Su Sinan nodded and went to the crib. Put these clothes in the washing machine to wash. Then, as if remembering something, she said, you were just holding the baby, weren't you hurt? Didn't the doctor say you can't hold anything too heavy? Hearing this, Ma Xinliu did indeed feel some pain. I touched my belly. Su Sinan checked it nervously and saw a small red line. It's not very long, maybe a centimeter. Su Sinan quickly brought over the iodine solution. This busy work took about 10 minutes. Let me check if there are any other injuries. Ma Xinliu blushed. How could she just look at other places like that? He shook his head and said, no need, I don't feel anything wrong with the rest of the body. Seeing that she was unwilling, Su Sinan did not force her. After feeding the babies, I took them to wash up. After washing, I put the baby back in the stroller and made some notes. He has to factor in all the family expenses. In addition, with the opening of another store, the costs of meat, fruit, and other items must be factored in. Xiaodong didn't mention this matter here. But we can't let Xiaodong suffer a loss. Seeing that Su Sinan was so busy, Ma Xinliu did not disturb him. Just then, her best friend Wan Yu called, we're going to a concert, do you want to check out our tour online? Of course we want to, but are you guys making such a big deal out of it? Of course not, I just wanted you to give me your feedback so I could have someone do a live stream. Alright then. Ma Xinliu turned on the projector and connected it to her phone. Wan Yu is wearing a simple denim outfit today. He appears to be very unrestrained and dissolute. It is full of wildness. Ma Xinliu watched with a smile. After about an hour or two, the live tour finally came to an end. Ma Xinliu frowned slightly. Wan Yu didn't seem very happy. But as a sister, he knew Wan Yu's personality. If she doesn't want to talk about it, then it's best not to. Soon after, Wan Yu sent a message, is it alright? It's possible, but I can tell you're not feeling right. There was a pause on the other end, you still found out, huh? You really are my best friend, my best confidant. But I don't want to talk about this. Your mom and dad want to ask me about you, and I'm wondering whether I should tell them. Ma Xinliu fell silent for a moment, and Wang Yu sent a message, I know what you're thinking. If you're unwilling, I'll just send them away. Let's deal with them first. I really don't know how to face them. Okay, that's settled then. I have other things to do here. After the two finished talking, Ma Xinliu's mood was clearly not good. A tear seemed about to fall. So pitiful. Xiaodong plans to buy some tables here. The tables for Malatang spicy hot pot can't be bought at the furniture store next door. She has to go to the factory. It's not only cheap there, but also offers excellent value for money. And so, he arrived at a factory he was very familiar with. Chapter 65 Couples Walk. Xiaodong, what brings you here? A thin man walked over with a grin. Uncle, I'm doing business with you. What kind of business? I want a table like the ones used for making malatang, a type of spicy hot pot. Can you give me a discount? Yes, I can give you a discount. Thank you, uncle. Once this was settled, we saw one or two young people walking over. He was holding something in his hand, but I don't know what it was. Xiaodong looked at them suspiciously. Based on his experience, these two people didn't seem like good people. Uncle, I've sent a few more people over today, so we can move them all together later. The two young men glanced at Xiaodong, then turned and left abruptly. That's when Xiaodong realized something was amiss. I quietly took out my phone to take a picture. Before long, several malatang tables were brought out. The thin man was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? He noticed that Xiaodong looked very serious. Uncle, do you know this person? Upon opening the photo, the man smiled and said, I know him. He's my nephew. I know what he's here for money. I can't let him get away with this, or where will I live? I just found out he was going to hit you. Let him fight if he wants, but once he's in the police's office, he'll regret it. Xiaodong didn't care. Since the other person was so calm, it probably really was just a small matter. Just then, Xiao Wang arrived and crossed paths with a driver. After working for more than 10 minutes, the two finally managed to deliver the table. It was almost noon by then. Su Sinan carefully played with the babies in the living room. Jian Jian, come here. Daddy's here. The two little ones came over, seemingly vying for something. Mother Machine Liu came over with a small bell. The two little ones turned and went in another direction. They teased and joked around for about 30 minutes. Machine Liu was panting a little. I've definitely gained weight. I wouldn't have been so weak before. Go back and rest. The children have been playing for over an hour, and their energy has been depleted. Okay, I'm going to take a shower first. You should give the children a good scrubbing later. Machine Liu and the babies have finished their bath. Su Sinan looked at her phone, which was fluttering around. I had no choice but to go to the living room to look. Brothers, I've already bought the tables and equipment for the barbecue stall. School starts in about 10 days, so we need to make some money before school starts, first. Really? How do you prepare the meat? Yes, what to do with some of the materials is a problem. No rush. We'll have the supermarket staff prepare the meat, and then we can just skewer it. Xiaodong's idea is good. Let the supermarket worker handle it for us. If he doesn't, we'll find someone else to handle it. Anyway, 100 yuan should be enough. Xiaodong is indeed more out and about. Some difficult problems seem to be no problem for him. Su Sinan was relieved. I'll put the recipe in the group chat later. You can try it at home and see how it tastes. Brother Nan is out. You don't need to worry about the shop. Just pay what you need to pay, and we'll take care of the rest. Su Sinan smiled bitterly, just as I thought. Okay, I'll provide the money, you guys provide the labor, but we need to change the profit sharing in our contract. I'll take 30%, and the rest of you can do whatever you want. Xiaodong chuckled, I knew you were going to change the contract, but I still benefited. You're so cunning. Su Sinan doesn't need to worry about the shop for now. Su Sinan was relieved. 10 days later, Su Sinan and Machine Liu brought their babies to the hospital. The hospital nurses still hadn't forgotten Su Sinan and Machine Liu. Upon seeing the couple arrive with their baby, she couldn't help but smile and exclaim, wow, this baby has grown so much. Yes, I've been eating quite a lot lately, Machine Liu said with a touch of happy resentment. It's good that you eat a lot. It seems you're quite pampered by your husband at home. Machine Liu blushed, and Su Sinan also felt a little embarrassed. Everyone says this nurse is very open-minded, but I really didn't expect her to be this open-minded. Alright, I'll stop teasing you guys. The nurse smiled gently and left. Machine Liu breathed a sigh of relief, her face turning even redder. The two registered at the hospital and then waited. It took about an hour before it was finally our turn. The doctor looked at Machine Liu and nodded slightly. You're doing well, you're taking good care of yourself. Thank you for the compliment, doctor. Actually, if it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have been able to recover so well. Oh, I really like what you said. Let me see the children. I looked at the list and flipped through the list of babies. Good, it's being raised quite well. Let's get it checked out again. If there really isn't anything wrong, then there's nothing to worry about. A series of tests revealed mainly issues in the liver and blood. Machine Liu was a little worried and clenched her fists. The doctor then said, you don't feel weak anymore, do you? It's okay, I feel very energetic every morning. That's right. Once this month is over, you can start doing normal things, but don't overdo it at first, Just do some light exercise. Also, don't lift anything heavy, and it's best to come back and check on me again in 2 months. Really? Ma Xinliu was overjoyed. She could finally go out and get some exercise. Staying at home every day wasn't a good solution. The doctor nodded, and Su Sinan took the babies for a checkup. This busy work lasted until almost noon. I went to the doctor's office again when it was almost time to leave work. The doctor just glanced at it and said there was nothing wrong, so I could relax. Now, Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu could finally relax. Because we can move around freely. After Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu returned to the community with the babies, it took them about 2 hours to walk back. I didn't get home until 4 p.m. You'd better be careful, Su Sinan said helplessly as she pushed the stroller. Ma Xinliu seemed to have been relieved of some burden. The once aloof goddess had become so lively. Chapter 66 Prosperous and Thriving. School starting soon, what are your plans? Lying on the very soft sofa, Su Sinan asked about this matter. Ma Xinliu is a top student in campus beauty at Tiandu University. Now that I've taken a year off from school, I have to make up for it with my previous studies. However, for top students, these are all minor matters. The main thing is, I don't have any plans, I'll just go to school. Ma Xinliu had already made up her mind. She didn't care about what others were saying. Su Sinan hadn't expected Ma Xinliu to be so much stronger than she had imagined. However, if she weren't strong, how could she have been pregnant for 10 months on her own? Baby. Baby. Mommy is here. Ma Xinliu held the baby's toys and kept coaxing them. Jiankong stretched out his hand and shook it continuously. Seeing how happy Ma Xinliu was, Su Sinan quickly joined in. Baby, do you like mommy or daddy more? Get lost. The baby is so small, and I'm the one breastfeeding him, of course he likes me. Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes. That's not necessarily true, babies, maybe they just like me. I. At Tiandu commercial shop, Xiaodong shouted, Xiaowang, someone at table number 4 wants barbecue. Hurry up and deliver it to them. Xiaowang wiped his sweat and skillfully sprinkled the seasonings, etc. A set was delivered smoothly and directly. This is broad daylight, yet the business is so bustling at night. The other shops were incredibly envious. Xiaowang was supposed to continue his studies, but he's been too busy these past few days. As soon as it opened, many people came to eat. They tried both the barbecue and the spicy hot pot. It's really great. This immediately attracted many customers. Most of them still have some teachers. Xiaowang wanted to get along well with the teacher, so he came every day. And just like that, it became a habit. I can only continue reading during breaks. This business is booming. I'm worried that the two of us can't handle it. How about we call some more people? Who are you calling? Brother Nan is doing well with the baby, and Shanzi still has work to do. If we send other people to work here, do you think they won't leak our formula? That's a troublesome matter. To find someone, you need to know some of the recipes. Once someone knows a recipe, others will follow suit and imitate it. That's how this incident happened. I know you're tired right now. When we're done selling, we'll call Xiangzi and Nango to come over and see what they think. Xiaowang nodded, that's a good idea. If they make decisions on their own, it will affect the relationship between the brothers. Shall we have a barbecue? Hey, I'm coming right away. Don't rush. Xiaowang quickly got to work. That evening, Su Sinan received a message from the brothers' group chat. Then I went to check on the babies. Thankfully, the babies slept very peacefully. Ma Xinliu was a little tired after being active for so long. They didn't bother the other party. A table was set up in front of the brothers' shop. Xiangzi and the other two have arrived, only Su Sinan is missing. Your business is pretty good. You've made 70 or 80,000 in just over 10 days? Xiangzi was tempted. This was a net profit of 70 or 80,000. Isn't this better than working a regular job? Brother Chang, I know what you're thinking, but if you join us, you won't be able to take care of your job anymore, so you should think it over carefully. Yes, I will. I'll think about it. Xiangzi smiled and took a bite. Actually, if his job becomes stable, it would be quite comfortable. At least we don't need to worry too much about the future. But this small stall is different. The job is very likely to be unstable. Even making money might only be possible for a short time. After that period, you might not be able to make money anymore. It's quite complicated. Xiao Wang glanced at him and said, Brother Chang, if you're going to join sooner rather than later. Let me be clear, if you wait until we're rich before joining, you might not be able to enjoy the same treatment we offer. Yes, that's right. Xiao Dong agreed. Actually, he was the one who should have said that. But since Xiao Wang brought it up, it's probably for the best. Xiangzi frowned. I know what you mean, but I, Xiangzi, am not one to take advantage of others like that. Let me think about it for a few days first. Xiaodong smiled and said, I'll give you time, a month. I bet you're too confused to think straight after seeing how much profit we're making. Just as they were chatting and laughing, Su Sinan arrived. Everyone beamed with joy upon seeing Su Sinan arrive. Xiaodong came over with a bottle of wine. Brother Nan, want a drink? We've made a great start. Su Sinan refused. He couldn't drink. Otherwise, how will I take care of the baby and Machine Liu at night? Xiaodong patted his head and apologized to Su Sinan. After apologizing, the four of them ate and drank. Su Sinan was stunned when she learned that they had earned 70 or 80,000. That works. No wonder the shops here are so expensive. The rent is about 10,000 yuan a month. Fortunately, the system has already covered the cost for him, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Sister-in-law's milk tea is the best. You don't know, everyone who eats here who drinks that milk tea gets diarrhea, and the taste is excellent. It's become one of our signature dishes. Xiaodong recounted what had happened over the past 10 days. Su Sinan originally thought it was because of the good taste of the dish. But unexpectedly, it was milk tea that made the difference. However, that milk tea is indeed very healthy and has a beneficial effect on digestion. And then what? Are you busy? Xiaodong immediately pointed at Xiao Wang. Look at him, has anything else changed? Looking at Xiao Wang, he seems to have gained a lot of weight compared to before. And he also had some beard. This isn't the same Xiao Wang from before. He's incredibly busy. This kid's gotten fat from absorbing all that barbecue oil every day. Xiao Wang rolled his eyes. No way, they clearly made me stay up all night, that's why I gained weight. Hee hee, Xiao Dong chuckled. Seeing his brothers so happy, Su Sinan was a little curious about why Xiao Dong had called them all over. When she stopped talking, Xiao Dong knew it was time to get down to business. He immediately recounted the whole story. Busy? I didn't expect to be this busy. Xiao Wang hasn't read a book for several days. Xiaodong has been running around the market lately, and it's getting a bit too much for her. Su Sinan said, we can hire people, but I think hiring one person is enough. I think so too, but... Xiaodong was worried about the recipe being leaked, but Su Sinan smiled and said, that's easy. Just have your employees make some skewers, buy some seasonings, and you can handle the rest yourselves. Xiaodong patted his head. My brain has been so foggy lately. I didn't think of such a simple method. Everyone burst into laughter, teasing, when has your brain ever been sharp? Chapter 67 The arrival of Su's mother and father. Early in the morning, Su Sinan started feeding the babies and Ma Xinliu. School starts tomorrow, are you worried? Ma Xinliu inquired. I'm worried. I'm worried that no one will take care of my babies. How about letting Mom do it? Mom refers to Su's mother. Su Sinan smiled and asked, then who will take care of my dad? What will happen if the children don't have enough milk? Then I'll take the kids with me, Ma Xinliu said, pouting slightly. Su Sinan smiled and said, don't worry about that. I'll take care of the child. How will you take care of him? You can't just stop going to school, can you? Ma Xinliu was somewhat surprised if Su Sinan did this, the sacrifice would be too great. You still need to work hard to complete your studies. As for her, all she needed to do was pass the exam. She had already completed her university courses thanks to his hard work. All that's left is to prepare for graduation. These things were not told to Su Sinan, mainly because they didn't want to put pressure on her. Of course I go to school, but I can skip some classes and attend others. That won't do. I'll take care of it. Actually, I've already finished all my university courses and passed the teacher's assessments, so I just need to quietly wait to graduate. What? Su Sinan wondered if she had misheard. Did Ma Xinliu complete all the courses on her own? This is incredible. Don't be so surprised. Actually, if I wanted to graduate, I would have graduated a long time ago. I just don't want to be so high profile. Alright, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You can handle things at home then. Yes, don't worry. Even after finishing the meal, Susinin was still unable to calm down. He felt incredibly lucky to have married a campus beauty like Ma Xinliu. However, this pressure is too great. It wasn't about comparing myself to Ma Xinliu, but rather about proving to everyone that I was capable too. I tidied up my things. My brothers sent me a group text message. Xiaodong has found someone. She is a beautiful woman. Xiaodong didn't seem interested in this person, but Xiao Wang seemed to be somewhat interested. The group chat is now buzzing with excitement. Everyone's talking about Xiao Wang, but the iron tree has blossomed. Xiao Wang felt embarrassed and didn't refute it. Seeing the brothers group making such a fuss, Su Sinan smiled. What was initially some pressure has now been transformed into motivation. Just then, Su's mother called, "Your school starts tomorrow, and it's hard to take good care of this child. Your father and I have discussed it, and we'll have him stay with you for a few days." Great. I'm a little worried about things here too. It would be best if you could come. Okay, your dad and I will book the train tickets today. Can you prepare a room for us? We old folks would like to sleep in a nice room too. Don't worry. I'll definitely get you a good room. After hanging up the phone, Su Sinan smiled slightly. He walked into Ma Xinliu's room and said, "My parents are coming over today. They said they want to take care of you and the child." Oh, is it that hard? Then should I just stay here quietly? My mom and dad just really like looking at their grandson. Su Sinan saw right through their thoughts at a glance. Ma Xinliu smiled secretly. I understand now. I'll go to school with you tomorrow. Okay. Su Sinan also felt there was no point in hiding it. Even if these classmates didn't know now, wouldn't they find out later? Making it so complicated will only lead to more speculation. When it was time to start, Su's mother and father arrived. But they got lost and didn't know where they were. Oh dear, I told you long ago. I definitely had to call. Let my sons pick us up. Su's mother was very unhappy. Su's father also sneered, "You remembered it in the car, but you don't remember it now. Who can you blame for that? You old man. I really want to have a big fight with you." Su's mother rolled her eyes and called Su Sinan. Su Sinan listened for a long time, but still didn't know where her mother and father were. However, although this community is relatively large, it is generally not dangerous. I walked from building 2 to the main entrance, but I hadn't reached there yet. Su Sinan went to another place. We've walked past about a dozen buildings. Finally, I saw the two of them. Mom! What did you do in that place? Su Sinan ran over, and Su's mother rushed over as soon as she heard the news, very excited. Su's father, on the other hand, was quite composed, walking slowly. My son, I always remembered it was building 2, but I don't know why it came to building 20. After this turn, I'm here in building 12. Su Sinan patted his mother's shoulder and said, "Mom, it's all right. Let's go back. Dad is here too." Su's mother disliked Su's father's bad temper and walked ahead with Su Sinan, talking to him. It's mainly about talking. How is the baby? Can I call in Dad and Mom now? Then they asked Ma Xinliu about her recent health condition. And so on. We're almost home. Only then did it stop. Oh my little babies. I can't believe you've all grown up so much. Have you missed Grandma? Ma Xinliu was pushing a stroller in front of this house. He had a big smile on his face. Su's mother hugged and kissed the babies. Su's father was a little jealous. "Why is it all for you? This grandson is also part of my family." Father Su came over, holding another baby, beaming with joy. Su Sinan thought to herself, "Thankfully there are 2 little babies. If it's just one child, the parents will surely fight over the baby. Come in, you must be tired. I'll pour you some tea." No need for that trouble. We drank a lot of tea when we got in the car. Su's mother held up her teacup, which was still half full, indicating that she had indeed drunk quite a bit. Then make whatever you like. I'll cook some food for you. Su Sinan went to cook, while Ma Xinliu sat in the living room watching Su's parents play with the children. The 2 elderly people sometimes even get jealous and quarrel over trivial matters. Ma Xinliu found this somewhat amusing. At the same time, it felt warm and soft. A warm feeling welled up inside me. Alright, don't disturb the children anymore, let them get some sleep first. Sue's mother put the child down and kissed him. Not to be outdone, Sue's father also gave him a kiss. Xiaolu, I need to ask about some things. Let's go to the master bedroom to talk, Sue's mother whispered in Ma Xinliu's ear, making Ma Xinliu's ear tickle a little. My face flushed red instantly. Women, they know what's going on. Chapter 68 So beautiful. They were whispering to each other while Sue's father and Su Sinan cooked together. Sue's father hadn't cooked in a long time. Since becoming physically unable to cook, it has been Sue's mother who has been doing the cooking. But today he suddenly felt like cooking. How could Su Sinan possibly let her father do it? But her father was just too stubborn. Su Sinan's stubbornness also kicked in. The two argued for a long time in the kitchen. In the end, Su Sinan cooked the dishes, while her father supervised from the side. A potato was easily shredded. The smooth speed astonished Sue's father. What's even more terrifying is that the shredded potatoes are also very beautiful. Every single one is the same. This. How did you become so amazing, kid? Su Sinan raised her head smugly. I've been cooking for myself in college, and I'm already that good? How about it? You can trust me with your meals now? Sue's father slapped Su Sinan on the butt. You brat, stop showing off in front of me. Your skills are indeed impressive, but I wasn't any worse than you when I was young. That's true. When Sue's father was still able to walk, his cooking skills were the best in the family. Basically, whatever dish you want, he can make it for you. It tastes much better than what you get outside. Su Sinan smiled but didn't say anything. The meal was ready, and the whispered conversation between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was over. Ma Xiliu's face was still a little red. Old man, did you go to cook? Sue's mother went out but didn't see Sue's father. No, my son's cooking skills have really improved a lot recently. Why don't you give it a try? How could that be? A month ago, he was even worse off than me. Sue's mother didn't quite believe it. Didn't she know her son's limitations? When I arrived at the kitchen, I saw so many dazzling dishes. I was shocked. Did my son make this dish? How come it feels like the chef is even better than the average chef? Question, son, who did you learn this from? I can learn it by looking at the recipes myself. You're kidding, right? When you were looking at recipes before, I didn't see you improving this fast. Unable to explain, Su Sinan could only smile. Father Su, standing nearby, walked out with a shaky gait, saying happily, serve the dishes. It's almost dinner time. The children still have to go to school tomorrow. Okay, I know. Look how happy you are. The food was served, about 7 or 8 dishes. They are all very exquisite. Ma Xinliu didn't dare to sit down first, but Sue's mother made her sit down and even helped her up. It's like being afraid of getting hurt. This heartwarming gesture deeply moved Ma Xinliu. What mother-in-law in the world would treat her so well? They really treat her like their own daughter. Mom, Dad, please sit down too. All right. Let's sit down. After Sue's father and mother sat down, Su Sinan arrived. Su Sinan sat in the center, while her father sat on the left. This means that from now on, some family matters will be handled by Su Sinan. Su Sinan did not refuse the continuation of the family line, and the succession of power have been the way of things since ancient times. He's so young and has a child, how can he not take on some responsibility? Let's eat. Sue's mother immediately took a small soup spoon and gave it to Su Sinan. Quickly go and get your wife a bowl of soup. She can't eat too much tonight, but she still needs to drink the soup. Ma Xinliu lowered her head, shy. This family doesn't often eat together. So I was a little reserved. However, his mother's kindness and warmth immediately broke through his initial restraint. Let me serve you some food too. First, Sue's father picked up a piece of braised pork, and then Sue's mother picked up a piece of spare rib. The two elders were overjoyed, feeling that having such a daughter-in-law was truly wonderful. As for Su Sinan's serving of soup to Ma Xinliu, it had no effect whatsoever. Sue's mother scolded him, and Sue's father added insult to injury. With no other option, Su Sinan shrugged and surrendered. This amusing and heartwarming scene was accompanied by a slight smile from Ma Xinliu. Finally, it was time to eat. Seemingly remembering something, Su Sinan took out 2 large cups of milk tea from the refrigerator. Normally, older people shouldn't drink milk tea. But Ma Xinliu's milk tea can soothe the throat and is also good for the stomach and intestines, aiding digestion. Therefore, there is absolutely no problem giving it to the elderly. This is milk tea made by my wife, it's all natural. You guys should try it, this milk tea has been a hot seller in our shop lately. Neither of the elderly couple noticed that Su Sinan had opened a shop. When I saw the milk tea being offered to me, I took it. He praised Ma Xinliu, saying how good she was. The compliments made Ma Xinliu feel embarrassed, and because of the kindness of Su's mother and father, Ma Xinliu even made a joke for the first time ever. It immediately made everyone laugh. Su Sinan went to clear the dishes, and Su's father placed the milk tea on the table. I haven't gone to drink it yet. Su's mother felt the same way, wondering if she could take the baby out for a walk. The Tianshan residential area is large, and the greenery and environment are very well maintained. Letting children take walks is good for their health. Since it was time to take the babies out, Su Sinan asked Ma Xinliu to come along. Ma Xinliu was naturally willing. Both Su's mother and father were quite nice. Go downstairs. Ma Xinliu was wearing cute pink pajamas. It attracted countless children. Sister, is this your baby? He's so cute. These kids are so clever these days. They say they're watching the baby, but their eyes never leave Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu smiled and said, if you like the baby, you'll have to take good care of him when he grows up. Sister, you are so beautiful. A child suddenly spoke his true feelings. Ma Xinliu blushed. Seeing Ma Xinliu having so much fun playing with this child, Su's mother said to Su's father, look how good this child is. I don't know where that brat got such good fortune from. Mr. Su said coldly, is my son lacking? Look at how many people can be more handsome than my son. Yes, I knew it was your son. I still prefer my wife. Su's mother rolled her eyes and took the babies for a walk. Ma Xinliu followed behind, looking rather content. She suddenly realized that if such a pleasant life could continue for a lifetime, that would be incredibly blissful. Su Sinan had just finished washing the dishes. Then I received a message from the brothers group. Brother Nan, school starts tomorrow. Has anyone thought about what to do? Su Sinan, I think we should just go to school as usual. Everyone should prioritize their studies. Besides, aren't we graduating soon? Apart from the thesis, there shouldn't be any other courses. Just attend the classes that are required and go back to the shop when needed. That's all we can do. We can always hire more people if necessary. Yes, yes. Chapter 69A Banner. Early in the morning, Ma Xinliu and Su Sinan went to prepare for school. The children's affairs were entirely left to Su's mother and father. However, Ma Xinliu didn't have many courses because she had basically completed all of them. Once you get to your counselor, you'll understand what you need to do. I went home and got ready. There's absolutely no need to worry about breastfeeding your baby. Wow, isn't that Ma Xinliu? She's gotten so fat. Really? Could it be that the legendary thing is true? It's probably true. Didn't you see that he and Su Sinan are already together? What a shameless woman. I thought Ma Xinliu was so pure. Me too. Faced with so many voices, Su Sinan felt apologetic. I shouldn't have asked you to come with me. You should have gone when no one was around. Ma Xinliu shook her head, a smile playing on her beautiful face. She didn't care much about these things, as long as Su Sinan treated her well. If you can genuinely support your family, what does this amount to? And speaking of public opinion, Su Sinan has probably never experienced so much public opinion in her life, so she is the one who should be protected the most. It's okay, I'm going to the other side. The two went their separate ways. Upon arriving at the small teaching building, Su Sinan encountered someone she knew very well. He was slightly taken aback. Li Maxin walked over, clenching her fists. Su Sinan, you are really ruthless. What did I do? He frowned. You dare not admit what you did? I think you're just a scumbag. Just wait, I will definitely make you get the punishment you deserve. Li Maxin left coldly. It seems that he has some deep-seated hatred towards Su Sinan. After a moment's thought, Su Sinan decided to go to class first. Whatever deep-seated grudges we have, we can discuss them another day. At this moment, Xiangzi walked over and said, Brother, I've avenged you. Revenge? Su Sinan asked, puzzled. Yes, I presented her with a banner in front of her. So that's why Li Maxin was about to cry. Xiangzi did a good job in this matter. Let's go inside. When Su Sinan first appeared in front of her classmates, their gazes were filled with complex emotions. I felt a mixture of envy and disdain. There were things the boy wanted to say, but he didn't say them. And so, Su Sinan and Xiangzi spent the morning in this strange environment. Around noon, Su Sinan went back and made a phone call. Ma Xinliu is back, and according to her counselor, she can now start writing her graduation thesis. Together with my classmates, we passed our graduation thesis in defense. Then you can graduate with peace of mind. Don't worry too much about the child. Su Sinan still needs to go back. However, before going back, we went to the shop first. Xiaodong arrived early. By this time, many guests had already taken their seats. Xiao Wang didn't come, he was mainly studying. Seeing Xiangzi and Su Sinan, he smiled and said, "You finally arrived. Why don't you lend me a hand? Xiangzi can help out here, but I still need to cook when I get home. I stopped relying on you a long time ago." I was telling Xiangzi. Xiangzi was willing, and he had thought it through. He thought he could work with his brothers for a while and then see how it went. Anyway, there's still a semester left, so we can observe whether they can do it or not during this semester. More importantly, he's young. There's a saying that goes something like this: youth means endless possibilities. He has endless possibilities. I've thought about it, and I'll join you guys. Xiaodong chuckled, "That's great. My pressure has been greatly reduced. Come on, get to work. We'll talk about the work assignments later." Xiaodong and Xiangzi were busy here, so Su Xiainan inquired about some recent developments. "Great, you can earn at least 3,000 or 4,000 every day. Like yesterday, I made over 10,000 yuan directly. The main reason is that with more students, the flow of people has increased. However, the bad news is that Xiaodong feels that the work pressure is too great. I get up at 4 o'clock every day and start making skewers. Then I went to prepare the broth for the hot pot. When I get busy, I only get 4 or 5 hours of sleep." His health wasn't very good to begin with. A problem has recently arisen. Fortunately, Xiangzi joined. Then he can return to normal. I'm leaving now. If anything comes up, we can talk about it in our group chat. When Su Sinan got home, she thought it would be tough. Unexpectedly, the food was already on the table. He was the only one in the family who hadn't eaten. Su's mother came over and heated up the food. Su Sinan took this opportunity to check on the babies. None of what happened at the school was mentioned. Oh dear, 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The babies are so much bigger than before. When do you think it would be a good time for us to send them to kindergarten? I touched the babies' rosy cheeks, and they smiled so happily. It seems that it's because Su Sinan is their father, and he's the one who will protect them in the future. Ma Xinliu smiled kindly from the side. Do you think it's better to send them directly to primary school or directly to kindergarten? Su Sinan found this question really difficult to answer. However, he instinctively felt, it's better to go to kindergarten. I don't care if the child is smart or not, but it's better for him to learn how to interact with people as early as possible. Ma Xinliu nodded. Su Sinan's thoughts were similar to hers. More importantly, there are many adorable little babies in the kindergarten. With more friends, children will be happier in the future. Let's do it this way then. Let's look for some kindergartens and schools in the area and find out about them as soon as possible. Ma Xinliu also agreed that even if it's not needed now, understanding it sooner rather than later provides an extra layer of security for the baby's growth. Chatting, looking at the baby. It took 10 minutes. Su's mother knocked on the door and told Su Sinan to hurry up and eat, then she spent some time having fun with the children. Su's father did not go in, he simply sat in the room reading. These are some habits he developed after his legs became weak. It was almost noon. Su Sinan ran off to class. Some of Li Maxin's close friends brought her a banner. Place it on the blackboard. The sign above read, Su Sinan is such a good man, Su Sinan is such a good man, and the horizontal inscription reads, he slept with the school beauty. This caused a sensation throughout the entire school. Many people began to discuss the grudges and love-hate relationship between Su Sinan and Li Maxin. They even dragged Ma Xinliu into the discussion. Chapter 70: Escalation of Conflict. Su Sinan was very angry when she heard the news. You can talk about him, but you can't talk about Ma Xinliu. This is the bottom line. But Xiangzi was quick-witted and took the banner back. And having known all along that Li Machine would pull this stunt, they spent money to ask some of their dorm buddies to pin what Li Machine and her brothers had said at the barbecue restaurant that day. Now everyone knows who's good and who's bad. As soon as they entered the classroom, some people took the initiative to apologize to Su Sinan. Su Sinan expressed her forgiveness and continued the class. Xiangzi laughed from the side. How was it? I handled this matter well, didn't I? You shouldn't say it. Su Sinan didn't want to talk about it in the classroom. After that, everyone listened attentively to the lesson. On the other hand, Li Machine was furious. She never imagined that what happened that day would be recorded. Su Sinan and his few good brothers were indeed no good. Her best friend comforted her, saying, "Don't cry. Things have gotten this far, and it's beyond our control. Don't you have connections at school? You can ask someone to help you sort this out." Li Machine instantly thought of someone. That was her second uncle. Her second uncle deserves most of the credit for her being able to attend school here. She avoided her best friend and went to a secluded corner. At this moment, Li Machine's second uncle also became anxious. How could such a thing have happened out of nowhere? If this is very serious, it might mean dropping out of school. Second uncle. The phone rang, and Li Machine's voice came through. What happened to you? How could this have happened? Li Machine pursed her lips slightly. Second uncle, I really didn't mean it. Please, second uncle, can help me resolve this. How am I supposed to solve this for you? Li Fei was so angry he couldn't say anything. This matter has now escalated to the point of public discussion. Once their school's images. This kid didn't study hard once he got to college, and now he's the one who's getting things sorted out. How is that possible? After thinking it over, I realized that it was up to Li Machine's own fate. He's getting a promotion next year, so he can't afford to make any mistakes at this crucial juncture. You'd better figure it out yourself. If you drag me into this, you're not going to school anymore. The final warning. Li Machine was completely plunged into despair. In this little corner, I felt so helpless. Li Machine's best friend laughed and said, "She really is an idiot. I think Li Machine is pretty much ruined. Everyone should stop hanging out with her. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. If you're not smart enough, that won't work either." The group of close girlfriends chatted and laughed. The door suddenly rang, and the group fell silent. He only glanced at Li Machine. "Best friend, how's it going? Can you fix it?" Li Machine's mind was in complete chaos, and she remained silent. Such an attitude and hesitation drew sneers from others. They looked at each other, and their eyes understood each other perfectly. "Let's go, we need to go to school." He was very arrogant before he left. Li Machine gritted her teeth slightly and clenched her fists. After finishing a class, Su Sinan saw that the matter had spread to the point that the whole school knew about it. I have mixed feelings. He was kind-hearted and didn't want a girl to be subjected to such a huge public opinion storm. But Li Machine's actions were too much, so he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Xiangzi didn't care about any of that. After class, he dragged Su Sinan straight to the shop. It seemed as if nothing had happened. There weren't many people at 3 p.m. Xiaodong has rested for a while and knows what happened at school. Seeing Xiangzi laugh, he said, "That was a brilliant move of yours. You completely crushed Li Machine under your feet. Who told her to have ill intentions?" Xiaodong smiled, noticing that Su Sinan was unhappy. "Then you'll know what's going on. Brother Nan, we all know you have a kind heart, but this matter has nothing to do with you at all. Xiangzi and I were the ones who made this up. But isn't it a bit much to ruin a girl's reputation like this?" Xiangzi burst out laughing, as did Xiaodong. "Brother Nan, what good reputation does she have? In the eyes of those rich kids, Li Machine is just a prostitute. We just exposed her. Yes, if you feel guilty, think about your sister-in-law. She is such a good person. How could she be defiled by someone like that?" When Su Sinan thought of Machine Liu, his gaze softened considerably. Looking back on the time we spent taking care of the baby together, he knew what he had to do. A smile appeared on his lips. Xiangzi patted Su Sinan on the shoulder. "Seeing you smiling so happily means you figured it out, so we're relieved." Once Su Sinan's inner conflict was resolved, she felt much more relaxed. "Then I ate mala tang spicy hot pot at this restaurant. Then I remembered that there was milk tea here, so I quickly brought a few cups for my family. Before leaving, Xiangzi and Xiaodong got busy. Because 4 o'clock is a time of leisure for many people. Back home, Mr. and Mrs. Su were exhausted and had to rest. Ma Xinliu pulled Su Sinan aside and whispered, "What's going on with Li Ma Xin? I just heard about it in the class group chat." "What else could it be?" Xiangzi gave her a banner, then gave me a banner, and exposed what happened that day. Ma Xinliu already knew the whole story. She just didn't understand why he had to be so cruel to Li Ma Xin. She's just a girl, she'll be getting married someday. If things are done this way, which family would still want Li Ma Xin in the future? Is it just because of her pretty face? You guys are too impulsive. Did Li Ma Xin go to school today? Su Sinan frowned slightly. He felt they hadn't done anything wrong. If they wait a while before going out, it will be a huge blow to Ma Xinliu. He believed that Ma Xinliu was intelligent enough to figure this out. And he should also know that he would never allow anyone to defile Ma Xinliu. If you don't answer, that means you're not going to school. Let's leave it at that. You and your brother shouldn't talk about it anymore. If mom and dad find out about this, think about it? Su Sinan listened to Ma Xinliu, so she never discussed the matter again. Instead, she took care of the baby. The babies were laughing so hard that they started drooling. A week passed like this. After Su Sinan told his brothers not to discuss the matter, it seemed that everyone had forgotten about the grudges and entanglements between Su Sinan and Li Ma Xin. Prepare normally for graduation. Chapter 71 Warning. Baby. Mommy's here. Early in the morning, Ma Xinliu got up to play some soothing music for the babies. The baby was very willing to listen at first. Finally, he drifted off to sleep. But I'm hungry. They were yelling wah wah, there. Ma Xinliu had no choice but to let Su Sinan hold the children and breastfeed them. The babies, amused by this, started babbling and hugging Ma Xinliu. And it keeps climbing. Especially her younger sister Jian Jian, who has better stamina, made Ma Xinliu feel pain. Ma Xinliu could only drag it slightly upwards. That made me feel a little better. My older brother, Kong Kong, is someone who doesn't like to move around much. She nurses quietly and peacefully. Like a handsome man. This made Ma Xinliu somewhat melancholy. My brother's health isn't very good, why is he so quiet? Really? Didn't the doctor say there was nothing wrong? Besides, don't you think my brother has always been so quiet? Maybe it's just his natural personality. When it came to personality, Ma Xinliu glanced at Su Sinan and said, "This child's personality isn't like yours, is it? Don't they say sons resemble their mothers and daughters resemble their fathers?" Su Sinan smiled wryly. He really was very quiet when he was a child. That year, Su's mother thought he might have some kind of illness. The examination revealed that there were indeed no symptoms. That's just her innate personality. Later, his personality improved a bit after he met some people and learned some things. After going to university, I became more outgoing. The child really does resemble me when I was a child. I told you, but you're not that introverted, are you? Yes, a lot has changed. Ma Xinliu didn't dwell on the issue any further. Since he resembled his father, there was no doubt about it. Let's all get healthy and strong. Su's mother walked in and saw Ma Xinliu breastfeeding. She blushed slightly. It just so happens that fate is rather mysterious. Upon hearing that they were going out for a walk, Jianjiang stopped breastfeeding and turned her head away. Su Sinan was holding one of the children, who was still hiccuping. Su's mother also started holding another child. Both were very skilled, but Su's mother's movements were gentle and the force was just right, and she struck out in one go. On the contrary, Su Sinan seemed a bit clumsy here. Fortunately, the baby burped soon after. The babies were put in the stroller. Su's mother became happy. Every day, taking the babies out for a walk is her happiest time. After Su's mother finished taking care of the baby, she pushed the baby out. Ma Xinliu started reading. Very focused. Su Sinan didn't want to disturb them, so she packed her things and prepared to go to school to read some books. When he went to the school, he happened to run into Xiangzi. Xiangzi chuckled and said, "I've realized we can open a chain store." Su Sinan glanced at it in surprise and asked, "How much money did you make?" Su Sinan hadn't visited the shops for a week, so she hadn't checked on their condition. However, judging from the messages in the group chat, it seems pretty good. That's terrifying. You don't know, our milk tea and your recipe have already been approved by us students. Seeing Changzi still rambling on, Su Sinan said coldly, "Make it clear, how much money did you actually make?" He chuckled and said, "Well, let me tell you. We made about 180,000 from this one deal." What? Such exorbitant profits? No wonder Changzi's face looked unusually excited. Not bad. Su Sinan said calmly, not because he was unhappy. He was quite happy, but before the system gave him this thing, he had already made a prediction. It started at 70,000 or 80,000, and now it's 180,000. To his surprise. But it was also expected. Machine Liu's milk tea is something that, to say the least, is healthy and delicious. There are very few milk teas that can compare. Why are you so calm? This is so boring. Xiangzi was very dissatisfied with Su Sinan's attitude. It's as if this has nothing to do with Su Sinan. I'm very happy. Let's go to class. We can talk about this later. Xiangzi gave a disdainful look. You really didn't take it to heart. Upon entering the classroom, many students were preparing for their graduation as usual. In addition, I absolutely cannot fail this final exam. If I fail this time, then next time I might have to repeat the year. Nothing happened during class. After class, Su Sinan left alone. Xiangzi simply took the book back to his dormitory and went to the shop. Upon arriving at the school gate, Su Sinan originally intended to buy something at a nearby supermarket. But at that moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. She paused slightly, then asked, "Li Machine, what are you doing here?" Li Machine was wearing a very light-colored outfit today, decorated with some green leaves. The skin is also white. She seemed like an elf. Even someone with nearsightedness would find it irresistible once they see it. Su Sinan. Li Machine stared coldly at Su Sinan, although Su Sinan's brother did not escalate the matter further. But once her reputation is damaged, it is damaged. It cannot be remedied. She had always wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Let that vile woman Machine Liu and that scumbag Su Sinan get the lesson they deserve. Just a day or two ago, a former admirer came to her. The admirer was also a wealthy second-generation heir. After hearing about her story, he then decided to avenge her. Today, Li Machine came here, just to tell Su Sinan's good days are over. Li Machine, what do you want with me? Su Sinan was somewhat wary. He had been on guard ever since the last incident. But a week passed and nothing happened. He instinctively thought that it was over. But now it seems, no. Li Machine must be planning something. I'm just telling you, your good days with Machine Liu are over. That's all? Su Sinan was a little confused. He thought Li Machine had some powerful move in mind. Seeing Su Sinan's confusion, Li Machine didn't explain. He left coldly. After standing there for a while, Su Sinan smiled calmly. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. We'll see what Li Machine is up to. When I got home, I saw Machine Liu, wearing a short skirt that revealed her smooth thighs, dancing. Su Sinan was completely stunned. Is this still the same Machine Liu who appears aloof and cold in public? Chapter 72 Dancing Little Willow. Machine Liu felt incredibly embarrassed. Her face was flushed, like a peach. And her crescent-shaped eyes had become watery. From a distance, it looked as if someone had bullied this little girl. Su Sinan sat to the side and laughed. I think Machine Liu is so cute. You're still laughing at me. How could you bully me like this? Machine Liu glanced at him resentfully, then lowered her head. A person is counting something. Su Sinan listened carefully. You big bad guy, why didn't you tell me you were coming in? Why didn't you tell me you were coming in? Why? Upon closer inspection, Machine Liu's reddened ears had not yet faded. Su Sinan walked over to Machine Liu and sat down. Do you want to dance? Bringing this up again, what will she do in the future? If you want to dance, you can, just be careful. Surprised, Machine Liu could hardly believe it. Su Sinan actually made her dance. You should know about that dance just now. Then Su Sinan smiled and said, could you teach me how to dance? Men are all the same, just like everyone else. Machine Liu, somewhat arrogant, was thinking to herself. However, she felt much more at ease. I'm not so nervous anymore. That dance I just did. I only danced it for you, you can't tell anyone else. This is your first time? Su Sinan was also astonished. The dance they just did was so skillful that it was clear they weren't beginners. How could that be? No, I usually dance with my dance teacher. Oh, then I'm relieved. Don't tell mom and dad, I'm afraid they won't be able to accept it all at once. No, that's not true. When Sue's mother and father were mentioned, Sue Sinan became a little confused about what they had been up to. It's almost noon now, shouldn't we be getting lunch ready? Over here, Sue's mother is talking to an aunt downstairs. Let's talk about some experiences with babies. The two of them talked for quite a while. The father's coughing did not dampen the mother's spirits. This made Sue's father lose his temper. He pulled Sue's mother away. Sue's mother was very unhappy. All right, I know. Seeing that the two were about to argue, the aunt apologized and left. Having finally made a friend in this place, only to have it broken up by Sue's father, Kai, how could he possibly feel good? Father Sue said coldly, "It's noon now, we need to eat." Eat, eat, all you ever think about is eating. Sue's mother rolled her eyes, but then cheered when she saw the babies. Babies. Don't pay any attention to your awful grandpa. Father Sue gave a cold snort. I just got home. Then they saw that Sue Sinan had already returned. And I cooked several elaborate dishes. Mr. Sue coldly snorted, our child is about to graduate, how can we let him do these things? Hearing these words, Sue's mother became angry. There was still some grievance. For all these years, he has taken care of Sue's father every day and gone to work. He dared not mention anything about his family when he was out. It's also that I can have a quiet environment at home. I finally got a chance to relax and said a few more words. Is this also wrong? The more I thought about it, the more wronged I felt. She dropped the babies and rushed into the room alone, with a smack. Sue Sinan was startled and came out. What happened? Mr. Sue felt somewhat embarrassed and guilty. He sighed and pushed the babies into the living room to ponder alone. Sue Sinan noticed that it seemed her parents had been arguing. He asked, "What's wrong?" Sue's father wanted to answer, but he didn't dare to. He definitely made a mistake today. The old woman wanted to say a few more words and make some friends, so she did. This is perfectly normal and nothing out of the ordinary. I'll cook this dish. You go and comfort your mother. Sue Sinan was taken aback and shook his head. You can't do that, Dad. You should comfort him now, because once this time is over, the medicine won't work anymore. Sue's father listened to Sue Sinan's words and knocked on the door with a limp. Ma Shinleo was chatting with her best friend in the master bedroom. The two didn't talk much. Ma Shinleo mainly wanted to learn about things outside. So I still managed to find out how some people have been doing lately. When we had finished talking, we heard a noise. It sounded like the door was being slammed. She chatted with her best friend for a few minutes, then put down her phone. As soon as the door opened, Sue Sinan was standing at the entrance. What's wrong? This was spoken in a breathy voice. Sue Sinan also responded, it seems that my parents are having a conflict, but there are no other major problems. Why is this happening? Ma Shinleo was very puzzled. In his opinion, Sue's mother and father should be very wise and cheerful old people. There haven't been any conflicts this week. After Sue Sinan simply said it's nothing, Ma Shinleo frowned and asked in a low voice, what would you do if you made me angry too? Sue Sinan had no idea what Ma Shinleo was thinking. He gave it a gentle tap. Do you think I'd make you angry? If I do, just hit me. Sue Sinan's doting response made Ma Shinleo feel happy. I knew you wouldn't do that. Two pairs of eyes stared at each other, as if trying to see through each other's souls. Ma Shinleo was the first to lose her temper. She lowered her head shyly. And then, somewhat embarrassed, he playfully punched Sue Sinan's broad chest. Okay, stop staring like that. I need to see the baby. Following this, Sue Sinan smiled. Since Sue's mother had stopped crying and the old man had already apologized, there was no need for her to continue dwelling on the matter. However, I still feel a little uncomfortable. From now on, whatever I do, you can't act like you did today. Okay. As long as you can calm down. Sue's mother rolled her eyes at Sue's father, then smiled again. He's going to see the baby. Oh, it's such a blessing to see my grandson every day. Chapter 73 Urgent Matter. We're having dinner here. Sue Sinan then ran to the shop. I heard something happened. Ma Shinleo was a little worried because she left in a hurry. I sent a message asking what happened. Sue Sinan replied, I don't know either. We'll talk about it when I get back. Xiaodong put down what she was doing and coldly said to a very well-groomed young man, "What do you mean? Does our business interfere with your business?" It turns out that the boy ordered a large skewer of lamb. They also ordered a whole table of spicy hot pot. Xiaodong initially thought that some important client had arrived. Then take good care of them. But to everyone's surprise, this person fed everything they made to the dogs. Normally, he could have tolerated it in this kind of situation. After all, the other party has already paid. But then a group of people, who seemed to come from nowhere, said that what they made was only good for feeding dogs. This is undoubtedly a blatant provocation against them. He couldn't stand it. However, he has been out in the world for so long and has met many people. I instinctively restrained myself. The young man ignored him and walked away indifferently. The same is true for others. It was as if nothing had happened. Xiaodong frowned. What was he trying to do? Or is it? "Boss, let's fix this up, otherwise we won't be able to do business." "Okay, close the door. I'll look into it after I've figured it out." On the other side, Li Maxin saw that the shops were closed. She glanced at her best friend beside her and said, "See? So what if this shop makes money? If he dares to mess with me, I'll make sure he can't open his shop." Some of her close friends were wary of her. Li Maxin is the kind of person who always seeks revenge. It seems I shouldn't speak ill of Li Maxin so casually in the future. After thinking it over, they smiled obsequiously. "You really do have a way. I think Su Sinin is in for a headache." Seeing her best friend change her attitude, Li Maxin felt relieved. "I'm going on a date with my boyfriend. Let's meet again later." After he left, the faces of his close friends turned sour. Su Sinin arrived at the shop and found that the door was already closed. And there was a lot of oil on the ground. Xiaodong and the shop assistants are handling it now. "Xiaodong, what's wrong?" As soon as Su Sinin's voice came, Xiaodong put down what she was doing. "What else can we do? We've been harassed. I'm in a bad mood. I lost several thousand yuan today. Who the hell is causing trouble?" Su Sinin was a little angry. It had only been a month since the store opened, and someone was already making a scene. Is it because someone sees their business is doing too well? That's why you did it? Who did it? Have they found out? "No, I've been greeting people at various stores lately, so it shouldn't be any business rivals trying to get me." Su Sinin nodded. He knew about Xiaodong's methods. "We've basically given them a heads up, so it shouldn't be any competitors trying to cause trouble." Who could it be? Suddenly, Li Maxin's image appeared in his mind. He subconsciously said, "Could it be Li Maxin who did it?" Upon hearing Li Maxin's name, Xiaodong suddenly said with certainty, "It must be her. We've offended her recently. Brother Nan, this matter is not easy to handle. Last time, they didn't stop Li Maxin from leaving school, so there must be someone in the school who can help her." Su Sinin nodded. He knew about his brother's situation. The backgrounds are all very ordinary. If Li Maxin has some kind of background, then it really is impossible to touch Li Maxin for the time being. But we can't just say this is unworkable and give up trying to find a solution. The brothers still need this to make a living. I'll contact Li Maxin and ask if she did it, and then I'll spend some money to settle this matter. Xiaodong nodded. This was the only way to do it now. A little while later, the group of friends learned that something had happened to the shop and asked what had happened. After Changzi and Xiao Wang found out about this, "I feel a little uncomfortable. If it really was Li Maxin who did it, that would be very uncomfortable. Now Brother Nan is asking, and we must trust that Brother Nan has the ability to solve this problem. It's not a matter of whether I believe it or not, it's just that I feel uncomfortable having to bow down to that bitch Li Maxin," Xianzi said. If he had known that this would happen, he and his brother would have just endured it. "I know you're upset, but there is nothing we can do now if we want to do better in business. We shouldn't make more enemies, but rather make more friends." Xiaodong lit a cigarette in solitude. Xiao Wang said nothing, only an angry expression conveyed everything. At this moment, Su Sinin was asking questions. Li Maxin admitted that she was the one who did all of this. Su Sinin wanted to resolve the matter as it was, but Li Maxin was unwilling. "There's nothing we can do about it." Su Sinin then stopped talking to Li Maxin. But he didn't tell his brother about these things. He caused all this trouble if he hadn't pursued Li Maxin in the first place. Such a thing will not happen. But the brothers waited for a long time, especially Xiaodong, who sat in the shop asking anxiously. So Su Sinin had no choice but to tell the truth. What? She still refuses? If she dares to do that again, I'll have someone beat her up. But will they take back the shop? Xiao Wang asked a calm question. The other party must be rich. If they find the landlord and take back their shop, it will be a real problem. Yes, it would be troublesome if the shops were taken over. While the discussion centered on whether or not to acquire the shops, Su Sinin asked the system, will my shops belong to me forever? That's right, the shop will always belong to you alone. Oh, that's good. Su Sinin shared this good news with everyone. Now, the brothers, who were originally filled with gloom, seemed to be bathed in rays of sunshine. Everyone is possessed by some kind of force. This is great. I didn't expect Brother Nan to actually buy this shop. I want to see how long Li Machine can be so arrogant. That's right, I'll find someone tomorrow, Xiaodong said. He has been out and about, so he certainly doesn't lack people. The other brothers also said they would go over there. Li Machine smiled smugly over there. She returned to her dorm carrying her Hermes bag. I saw some of my best friends in the dorm. He then told him about Su Sinin's attempt to make peace with him. Her best friend was shocked. Su Sinin had just given in like that? She glanced at the baby in Li Machine's arms and felt a pang of envy. Being beautiful really does give you the freedom to do whatever you want. When will they be able to string together one rich second-generation heir after another and become winners in life? Chapter 74 Finding Trouble. Su Sinin breathed a sigh of relief upon returning. He had just finished 2 classes. Su's mother was cooking, and Su's father was reading. Su Sinin opened the door to the master bedroom and hurried to see the babies. Then Machine Liu put down the book in her hand and said lightly, "You're back?" Su Sinin knew what Machine Liu wanted to ask, so she explained the matter of the shop. After saying that, Machine Liu became very angry. I never imagined that Li Machine was that kind of woman. Su Sinin offered a few words of comfort. Although Machine Liu's emotions had calmed down, she was still somewhat uncomfortable. You should be careful, Machine Liu said, sounding somewhat worried. I know, you should be careful too. Su Sinin wasn't worried about what Li Machine could do. He thought about it for a moment. Even if a rich second generation has money, it is also impossible to violate the law. If they cause trouble like this again, I'll just call the police. Anyway, the public security is pretty good now, especially near Tiandu University. Babies, Daddy's going to sleep now. Be good in a bit. Su Sinin smiled and then lay down on the bed. I'm really tired today. Seeing how tired Su Sinin was, Machine Liu also went to sleep. He gently held Su Sinin in his arms. Su Sinin smiled and hugged him back. A shy feeling welled up in Machine Liu's heart. Normally, she wouldn't have done something like that. But for some reason, she subconsciously did this. And it looks very natural. Did she really fall in love with Su Sinin? You know, the reason I was with Su Sinin before was because I saw that Su Sinin was a good person, and that he was quite responsible. With her mother's exceptional care and attention, she agreed. But that's not liking, it's just acceptance. Now. How embarrassing. After sleeping for about an hour or two, Su's mother called out from the kitchen, "Dinner's ready." Only then did the two of them wake up. The family sat together in harmony. Su Sinin suddenly realized what would happen to her mother's job. We can't possibly stay here and take care of them forever. Mom, what about your work? It's been more than half a month. When work was mentioned, Su's mother put down her chopsticks. I have already resigned. What? You quit your job? Su Sinin was somewhat shocked. Her mother's job. Yes, I'm thinking of taking good care of you first, and then I'll find a job. Su Sinin nodded slightly. He did indeed need people here. If you've resigned, then you've resigned. Mom has worked hard for a long time, so it's good for her to relax for a while. Don't you want Mom to quit her job? Su Sinin shook her head. No, it's just that I really admire you for being able to do such a thing. Su's mother glanced at Su's father. Look, the child speaks much better than you do. Su's father didn't say anything. He had never really approved of resigning directly. Even if it's for the sake of taking care of the children, this kind of risk shouldn't be taken. This will put too much pressure on Xiaonan. After living there for half a month, he still thought the same way. Although Xiaonan didn't mention money, he trusted his own judgment. The fact that Xiaonan brought this up now most likely means there are funding problems. Ma Xinliu watched from the side, wondering if Su Sinan was having financial problems. She tugged at Su Sinan, wanting him to talk to her about it later. Su Sinan didn't understand this sudden twist, left him feeling somewhat confused. I had no choice but to continue eating. After finishing his meal, Su Sinan went to read a book. Ma Xinliu lay on the bed, her brows slightly furrowed. She didn't want to disturb Su Sinan's reading. But the economy is a big problem. If you don't have the money, she can pay for it. Wait about an hour. Su Sinan put down the book. This knowledge wasn't difficult. There are just too many. All of a sudden. Su Sinan, is there something wrong with your finances? No. What problem could possibly occur to me? Then why did you suddenly ask about mom's job? Shouldn't I have asked? I just asked because I was wondering. Su Sinan was puzzled. Why would Ma Xinliu care about something so simple? Then they saw Ma Xinliu take out a bank card. There's over 100,000 yuan in here, please give it to my mom for me. Su Sinan was somewhat taken aback by the sheer amount of money involved, tens of thousands of yuan at a time. However, he shook his head. No need, you have to trust your husband's abilities. Ma Xinliu, this is my heartfelt gift. No need, there's really no need. If I run out of money, then I can come to you for help, okay? So determined, Ma Xinliu didn't want to hurt a man's pride. I had no choice but to put the bank card down. More than 10 days later, on August 2nd. The shop has not encountered any problems in the past 10 days or so. But Xiaodong never let her guard down for a single day. Every day, one or two very strong middle-aged men guard the store. Perhaps it was because they saw that Xiaodong was ruthless and decisive in her actions. Without hesitation, they came up with a way to deal with them. Nothing happened. There was also an unexpected surprise. These two men were both muscular and handsome. It suddenly became a source of wealth. Many beautiful women come here to take photos every day. If Xiaodong hadn't offered a relatively high salary, the two of them would have left long ago. Boss, give us a milk tea. I want banana flavor. Boss, I'd like some grilled meat skewers, and some stinky tofu too. One voice after another came from Xiaodong and his two brothers, who were extremely busy. His face was full of smiles. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the three brothers. Boss, give me 100 skewers of mutton, and I'd also like a table full of spicy hot pot. Looking up, a beautiful young girl stood in front of Xiaodong. The lower half is JK uniform, and the upper half is school uniform. Sexy and beautiful. After seeing it, everyone else couldn't resist taking a picture. Xiaodong's expression changed. You are not welcome here. What? Can't I even have a meal here? Do you business people discriminate against me? The argument slowed Xiaodong down. I don't know how many times I counted. A young student who was about to pay said, Boss, could you hurry up? Good. Xiaodong felt uneasy, counting as she thought about how to deal with this wretched woman. Li Maxin walked in and found an empty seat to sit down. There were both men and women around. Everyone was staring at Li Maxin. I couldn't take my eyes off it. With a slight upturn of her lips, Li Maxin was extremely pleased with herself. As expected, her charm is irresistible. Chapter 75 Chunzi's counterattack. After settling accounts with the guests one by one, Xiaodong came to Li Maxin. Without a doubt, Li Maxin's arrival here is definitely not a good thing. Li Maxin has already eaten more than a dozen of them. This was her first time eating malatang, a spicy hot pot dish here. I've always heard from my classmates that Su Sinan and his brother run a spicy hot pot and barbecue stall. It's incredibly delicious. She felt disdain in her heart. I ate more than a dozen of them and I still wasn't tired of them. That told me she liked the taste. But where did Su Sinan and his brothers get the recipe? Who has that ability? I felt a mix of envy and jealousy. We don't have 100 skewers, nor a whole table of malatang. You'll have to pay for the dozen or so malatang skewers you're eating later. I thought you were going to kick me out. I'm kicking you out right now. Li Maxin's face turned cold. Do you really want me to take action? Xiaodong laughed. Was he, a grown man, afraid of a woman taking action? Not to mention, there were two bodyguards outside. Suddenly, Li Maxin made a phone call. Come over here quickly, I've taken up a table here. You know the location, come over quickly. Okay, I understand. Xiaodong smiled coldly. Call someone? He wanted to see what tricks Li Machine was up to. What can we do to them? At this moment, Xiangzi, who had finished his work in the small room, came out. He heard Li Machine's voice early in the morning. I also overheard their conversation. He wondered what this woman was up to. Are they here to cause trouble? Brother Chang, you're out. Xiaodong glanced at it and said. Come here for a second, Xiangzi beckoned. Xiaodong had no choice but to leave, and Li Machine smiled gently. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Inside the room, Xiangzi leaned against the table. What's wrong? Why is that stinky woman here? I don't know, I thought she was here to cause trouble, but judging from her appearance, she wasn't here to cause trouble. Really not? Believe me, I can tell that Li Machine seems to have another idea. Xiangzi didn't know what to say either now, he just had to see what tricks Li Machine would pull. He patted Xiaodong on the shoulder. I believe in you. Then I'm leaving. That bitch, she's really smug right now. And so, Li Machine ate more than 20 skewers at this table. The more you eat, the more addictive it becomes. Xiaodong watched coldly from the side, leaving the rest of the work to the recruited service staff. 10 minutes later, 5 or 6 young people dressed in casual clothes walked in. Li Machine. You're here. Come on, sit down. When Li Machine turned around, her attitude immediately changed. She had the appearance of a petite woman, and was a very well-dressed young woman. He sat down quickly. Xiaodong raised an eyebrow. He knew why Li Machine had come here. This well-dressed young man is the same one who caused trouble that day. Li Machine invited him over to eat spicy hot pot just to disgust him. Oh. Does this bitch really think I have no other options? I'll show you what I'm capable of in a moment. Xiao Wang, who runs a barbecue stall, is really busy. Big skewers of grilled meat came out. That aroma was incredibly enticing. This resulted in him standing there in the sweltering heat, drenched in sweat. I have no idea what happened inside the shop. Xiangzi was also busy making milk tea. It was almost evening by then. They had been busy all day and it was almost time to pack up and close their stall. Li Machine and some young people were talking about something. I ate about 200 or 300 skewers. There were some beers on the table. Her belly was already round and bulging. Let's go. The young man in the lead yawned and left. Li Machine leaned against the young man, her fragrant scent, which made the young man have no choice but to play around with her. Xiaodong stood at the door and gave a cold smile. You finished eating, aren't you going to pay? Pay up, my brother will pay later. Heh, none of you are leaving now. You can only go after you've paid. Xiangzi also came out. Xiao Wang had just turned off the engine when he heard this. He walked over with a serious expression. The 3 brothers stood there, along with 2 muscular men. To be honest, it's still quite frightening. How much? I'll only know if I calculate it. Xiaodong ran off to calculate it. Li Machine gave a cold laugh. Are you worried we won't pay? Xiangzi gave a cold laugh. We are indeed worried, especially about people like you. Kid, watch your mouth, the young man said, pointing at Xiangzi's head. Xiangzi gave a cold laugh. Seeing that Xiangzi had stopped talking, Li Machine was extremely pleased with herself. Even if I can't do anything to you, so what? One sentence from my profile picture has terrified you all. 2 minutes later, Xiaodong finished counting. You only need to pay 500 yuan. 500? Li Machine exclaimed in surprise. They ate so much all at once? Yes, you ate 200 skewers, most of which were 1 yuan or 1 yuan and 50 cents each. Plus, you ordered 5 or 6 cups of milk, which brought the total to about 100 yuan. What about the other 200? Xiaodong smiled and said, the other 200 is an extra fee. You didn't think that just because you smashed my shop last time, you could just forget about it, did you? Xiangzi gave a thumbs up in his heart. Xiaodong was really capable. They actually used this trick. Li Machine couldn't believe that Xiaodong dared to blackmail them. We can't pay 200 yuan, Li Machine whispered to the rich kid. The rich second-generation heir naturally obeyed Li Machine's every word. He gave a cold laugh. I'll pay you 300, and you think you can take advantage of me? No way. Xiangzi sneered, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I'm just asking you to repay our losses. If you're unwilling, fine, I'll call the police. I believe you, Li Machine, are about to graduate, you don't want to get yourself into this mess, do you? Li Machine's expression changed. Her second uncle had warned her not to cause any more trouble. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the school. Li Machine gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I'll pay 500. The young man was puzzled and said, "Why? Just call the police. What are you afraid of? I can protect you." "Oh, please listen to me, okay?" Li Machine coaxed him, and the young man's legs went weak. He laughed repeatedly, "Of course I'll listen to you." And so, Li Machine paid the money with resentment. The three brothers watched the departing figures and gave a cold smile. After they had almost left, Xiao Wang asked, "Brother Chang, why did Li Machine give in after you said that?" Chapter 76 I want to show off. Xiangzi, Li Machine was able to get into our Tiandu University because of our vice principal. Didn't that incident suddenly calm down last time? It was because the vice principal put in some effort. Just a few simple sentences. Everyone understood. Li Machine didn't want to cause any more trouble. All I want to do now is graduate properly. Then Xiangzi added, "This Li Machine shouldn't be underestimated. That young man just now seems to be the son of a wealthy family in City A. He's not well known in City A, but he wields a certain amount of power." Everyone nodded. Xiangzi is knowledgeable and enjoys learning about gossip. Whether these messages are true or not, as long as you're careful, there shouldn't be any other problems. Su Sinan was watching TV with her mother and father. "I have absolutely no idea what happened today. This cartoon is good. We should let our children watch more cartoons like this in the future." Recently, I don't know when it happened, but Su's mother has started to care about cartoons. Each animated film was personally selected. Su Sinan didn't take this seriously at first. But as it turned out, Su's mother, who was nearly 50 years old, actually took a liking to watching cartoons. This lasted for 2 or 3 hours. This forced Mr. Su to go back to his room to check his phone for live news. Su Sinan was speechless. The way Su's mother chose this method is beneficial for both him and the baby. At least it won't send any wrong messages to the babies. This gave him some insight into some of the news he had seen before. Why would parents report inaccurate information in cartoons? Ultimately, it all comes down to concern and anxiety. Su Sinan, it's time to change the baby's diaper. 3 months later, Ma Xinliu gradually regained her strength. She tried doing some yoga to get back in shape. "They're here." Su Sinan skillfully began wiping the baby's bottom and changing the diaper. Seeing that the baby seemed to have grown even bigger than before, she said happily, "The children seem to have grown up, it's just a pity they can't talk. I wish they could talk." Ma Xinliu, who was practicing yoga, rolled her eyes. "How can it be so fast? It's only been 3 months. It's good enough that it can cry and fuss. I know it won't be that fast, I'm just saying." Su Sinan smiled, changed the diaper, and took the baby's trash out. "When you go downstairs, go to the supermarket and buy some fruit. I want to eat peaches." Ma Xinliu likes to eat peaches, and he naturally knew that after spending so much time together. "I went downstairs and threw away the trash. Go to the nearby supermarket." The supermarket near Tianshan Community is very large. It's about 5 or 6 times the price of a regular supermarket. It has everything. If not, please tell the staff here. They can deliver it to you tomorrow. It's evening now, so there aren't many people around. Su Sinan walked directly towards the fruit section. The peaches were still juicy and fresh. Su Sinan touched them and put them into the bag next to her. That would have been the end of it. But I never expected to run into a classmate. "Su Sinan, what are you doing here?" "Oh, it's you. I live in Tianshan Community. This classmate is from the next class and has a pretty good relationship with Su Sinan. She's quite pretty." However, Su Sinan just wasn't interested in this female classmate. Therefore, their relationship did not develop further. Upon hearing Su Sinan's words, the female classmate looked somewhat disappointed. "I heard you're with Ma Xinliu, is that true? Why are people still asking about this news? Isn't it already quite obvious?" Why did you suddenly ask this question?" "It's nothing, just wishing you well." "Thank you. If you don't have anything else, I'll be going now." The female student's eyes dimmed, and she nodded. "I left the supermarket." Su Sinan didn't take the matter to heart. After a leisurely journey, I finally arrived home. Once home, Machine Leo came out. Did you buy the fruit? I bought it. I'll wash it for you. We washed 4 peaches, 1 for each person. I have something to tell you, Machine Leo said while eating. What is it? There's actually an alumnus living downstairs from us. Su Sinan nodded, somewhat puzzled. Tianshan community is home to many students and teachers. Having alumni isn't anything unusual, is it? When did you run into him? Su Sinan asked. About a month ago. I don't know if you ran into her. A month ago? Su Sinan still thought it was some kind of secret. Machine Leo deliberately created this mysterious, intense atmosphere. What are you trying to do? However, he didn't want to think about these things and changed the subject. Hey top student, I wanted to ask how your graduation thesis is going? It's fine, there shouldn't be any problem graduating. So what should you do next? Su Sinan asked, and this was the question he wanted to ask. Taking care of children. Don't you think that if the babies were separated from us, they wouldn't be the happiest babies? All right. Su Sinan didn't want to leave the babies either. Machine Leo thought the same thing as him. Congratulations on perfectly meeting the standards of a new dad after 3 months. As a reward, you're awarded master-level singing skills. Sing. So good? Su Sinan has never been a very good singer. You could even say that if he were to sing, then the demons and spirits of hell will leave. That's how exaggerated and amazing it is. Now that he has acquired this master-level singing skill, it can be said that he has fulfilled part of his dream. I'm thinking, should I play some relaxing music for my baby? That way, we can start developing their language skills earlier. As Machine Leo spoke, she scrolled through her phone. She didn't do this job well during her 10 months of pregnancy. I feel an innate sense of guilt towards the baby. Now, 3 months have passed, and the babies have grown quite a bit. If we don't provide children with parenting training, she felt even more guilty. Sure, we have some time, why don't we sing some songs for the children? Su Sinan wanted to show off her singing skills. Machine Leo didn't think too much about it. Okay. It's almost 10 o'clock now, we can start tomorrow. Su Sinan felt a strong urge, but she didn't know what else to do. I had no choice but to go to sleep. Chapter 77. Does this kid have some kind of conflict with me? 2 tigers, running fast, running fast. Early in the morning, Machine Leo played this rather childlike children's song. The babies are so chubby and have such big teeth. He even chuckled a few times. Machine Leo's heart melted instantly. The babies are so cute. Su Sinan, who was standing nearby, was looking at a KTV device online. He was thinking about the 4 bedrooms in the house. Let's just convert one of the bedrooms into a karaoke room. What are you looking at? Isn't our little baby adorable? Yes. It's really cute. Su Sinan put down her phone and shook it beside her. When I hear 2 tigers, running fast, I can't help but sing along. The babies were overjoyed. He chuckled again. As soon as he finished singing, Su Sinan expressed his thoughts. How about we turn one of the rooms into a karaoke room? KTV? That's not really appropriate. It's better to give the kids a quiet environment and let them listen to some light music. But you sang really well just now, it was just as good as what you hear on a phone. Su Sinan was somewhat disappointed when he heard that Machine Leo was unwilling. But if he doesn't want to, he can't sing every day anyway. Since you can't sing every day, then karaoke might just be a decoration. Su Sinan smiled smugly at the last compliment. If you like listening, I can sing it for you every day. I like listening to your singing voice. How about I stop playing soft music and let the babies and I listen to your singing instead? Then let me see what songs you have. Before long, Su Sinan found some children's songs. Sing softly. On the other side, Su's mother was preparing some food. I heard a series of beautiful songs. And she sang happily. Su's mother wasn't a very good singer either, and Su Sinan inherited this trait from her. Su's father, however, sings quite well. When he was young, it was because of this talent that he won over Su's mother. Who sang this? It's just a little children's song, and they sang it so well. While Su's mother muttered to herself, Su's father came to the front door to listen. He could tell that it was Su Sinan singing. He could never forget that voice. When I was a child, I taught Su Sinin to sing, and the sound could be heard for miles around. It's incredibly loud and can reach high notes. But I just can't sing a song properly. Now Su Sinin can actually sing a song well, and at such a high level. To be honest, he couldn't believe it at all. Old woman, has Su Sinin been working for me since he was a child? She's no longer called Shan'an, she's called Su Siainan. Su's father was clearly a little angry. Su's mother smiled and said, "How would I know?" Suddenly, she was surprised again, as if she had thought of something, that singing just now was Xiaonan's. Yes, I've been teaching him to sing since he was little, but he just couldn't learn. I didn't expect it wasn't that he couldn't learn, but that he was just causing trouble for me. Upon hearing this, Su's mother burst out laughing. He didn't know how Su Sinin was doing. However, it's true that the two had a falling out. She rolled her eyes and said, "Who told you to be so old-fashioned? It makes the child unwilling to show off his skills in front of you." "Humph, I'm strict with him, it's for his own good, unlike you who dote on him in every way." It's true what they say, a doting mother spoils her son. Upon hearing this, Su's mother immediately flew into a rage. "What do you mean?" Su's father left without saying a word. He rolled his eyes. Su's father's skills hadn't improved, but his strange temper was getting worse. Feeling displeased, Su's mother served herself 3 bowls of rice. He knocked on the master bedroom door. "Dinner's ready." Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu pushed the babies out. With a grin, she said, "Mom, you've had a hard day. What's so hard about it? I'd do anything for my precious grandson." Su's mother rolled her eyes, but the anger in her heart immediately subsided when she saw the chubby little baby. "Babies, Grandma is here. When you grow up, I will definitely let you watch good cartoons." As soon as Su Sinin sat down, she noticed a problem. Su's father did not come. There were only 3 bowls of rice on the table. "Mom, why don't you call Dad?" "What should I call him? That old guy is so old-fashioned, I don't want to call him that." Su's mother's expression changed, she was in a bad mood again. Ma Xinliu tugged at Su Sinin. Su Sinin smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just a normal argument." Knowing that she had given off a bad mood, Su's mother apologized, "I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean to." "Mom, please don't say that. If anyone should feel embarrassed, it's me." Ma Xinliu was very grateful, as Su Sinin needed to study. And so did she, even though she was taking care of children. "I plan to become a full-time housewife. Without income, everything is out of the question." During this period of recuperation, he can certainly take on some part-time jobs in physical fitness skills. This can be considered as easing the pressure on the family. Su Sinin's mood will get better and better. Ma Xinliu had thought a lot about these future things. I am also very grateful that Su's mother did not bother me too much during this period. On the contrary, they showed meticulous care. Okay, let's eat." After finishing her meal, Su Sinin went to school. Upon arriving at the classroom, Xiangzi pulled Su Sinin to the back. Some students looked at the two with great envy. Everyone knows that Su Sinin and his brothers, including Xiangzi, opened a shop together. The store is currently doing incredibly well. Some people are already planning to cooperate with them. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Hey, I heard that our school is going to have a singing competition at the graduation ceremony, and I want to participate. If you want to participate, then participate. Why are you dragging me into this? I just wanted my brothers and I to participate together. You know, we're about to graduate, and this stage of our lives will be over. We can't leave with any regrets, right? Su Sinin nodded, agreeing with what he said. How many times can one attend university in a lifetime? Most people can only go once. So we can't leave any regrets. Chapter 78 Animation Theme. The singing thing was posted in the brothers group chat. Xiaodong, Xiaowang, and the others smiled wryly. "We all have to work, how could we possibly have this time?" "Hey, I don't care how good you guys are, okay? Just participate. Don't I know your skill level? Forget it, I won't sing. I'll just play the guitar. Then I'll play the drums, I know a little bit." Xiangzi said smugly, "Then I'll be the lead singer." Su Sinin scratched his head. Xiangzi has become the lead singer, so what is he doing? Suddenly he remembered that Ma Xinliu was also graduating. How about the two of them sing a duet? Thinking about it, Su Sinin walked excitedly down the main road. The brothers hadn't forgotten Su Sinan. Why are you talking about Brother Nan? Brother Nan can't do anything. Indeed, it's quite difficult for Brother Nan. The three remained silent. Su Sinan, who had found a place to rest, rolled his eyes when he saw how little confidence his brothers had in him. My wife and I will sing together, the three of you can team up. Holy crap! This is dog food from heaven. The three of them were instantly drained of health by this attack. My sister-in-law is a campus beauty, and I heard she's learned quite a few musical instruments and is a really good singer. Maybe she can really help Su Sinan out of his way. Xiangzi recovered and said with disdain, "Humph, abandoning your brothers. You're not human." Yes, abandoning your brothers is unbecoming of a human being. The three of them said something coldly. Su Sinan laughed loudly, looking sly. A man should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days' absence. He is no longer the Su Sinan whose singing could kill. The class is over. Su Sinan leisurely returned home. I need to plan this out with my wife. I need to prove myself, no matter what. Back home, Su's father and mother were still in a Cold War. However, the two reconciled temporarily in front of Ma Xinliu and the baby. Little baby, I'll play some music for you. Your mom said you should listen to more good things. Su's mother kept shaking him. Upon seeing Su Sinan return, Su's father's expression darkened. Hey kid, come here right now. Su Sinan was taken aback. What had happened? Why do you seem so emotionally off? Su's mother pushed the stroller into the second bedroom. Suddenly only 2 people were left. Feeling a little nervous, Su Sinan sat to the side and asked, Dad, what are you doing? What else can I do? I just wanted to ask if you had any issues with me when we were kids? No. Su's father's face turned even uglier. If there's nothing wrong with that, why can you sing so well, but you just won't sing it well for me at all? Oh, so that's what it was about. Su Sinan laughed. Still laughing? You better explain yourself clearly. How can this be explained? Su Sinan can't exactly say that his voice suddenly got better, can he? He simply brushed it off, saying, Do I sing well? I don't know yet. Can't you tell? Su's father looked at him coldly, as if he wanted to see Su Sinan clearly. When she was a child, Su Sinan was most afraid of this kind of look. The memory has been etched on his mind, and he smiled bitterly. Dad, please don't look at me like that. I really can't tell. Then sing me your song 2 Tigers from this morning. Su Sinan had no choice but to sing, and his father clearly enjoyed it very much. After he finished singing, Su's father recovered and said incredulously, It's really strange. The feeling you had when you sang just now seemed no different from those master singers. Did you take some kind of magic pill? Su Sinan smiled bitterly, not wanting to explain. Then, Su's father imagined, could it be that your voice suddenly got better? I remember some people's voices got better after an accident, and you're one of them? Dad, don't think about it. I need to rest for a bit, then I'll go work on my graduation thesis. If Su Sinan stayed in this place, she felt that her secret would be uncovered. So they simply ran away. Su's father didn't pay any attention, completely lost in a bubble of questions. As soon as she entered, Ma Xinliu put down her books and said, You're back. Did anything else happen at school today? Nothing happened, but there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Ma Xinliu sat cross-legged. You said. Our school is going to hold a singing competition at graduation, and I'd like the 2 of us to participate, and if possible, maybe with our baby too? Ma Xinliu frowned slightly. It was the first time her relationship with Su Sinan had been exposed to the public, and she was still a little unaccustomed to it. You don't want to? There's nothing we don't want to do, it's just a matter of what kind of songs we should choose. Ma Xinliu compromised. This is university. This might be the only time Su Sinan and she will ever have. There will absolutely not be another one. Graduating with the children is a very memorable experience. What do you think we should do? I heard you're quite good at this, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. Since we're going to be with the baby, why don't we go sing the theme song of an animated film together? Su Sinan's eyes lit up. This is a good idea, but which one should we choose? As for animated films, Su Sinan only remembers some older ones like Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit 7 Heroes, Big Head Son, and Inuyasha. The music tracks in that anime are all very good. As for the current animation, I don't understand some of it anymore. He didn't go to see it either. When I was a child, I watched an animated series called Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, The Seven Swordsmen, and I thought the characters in it were great. It's a very classic animated series. You're thinking about the same thing as me. I just thought of that too. And just like that, the music was decided. Ma Xinliu and Su Sinin were in contact in the room, thinking about how to make things better. Meanwhile, the brothers' group chat is about to erupt into a fight. Xianzi loves to show off too much. I hope to blow the whole place away. There was nothing wrong with that, but the requirements for Xiaodong and Xiaowang were immediately raised several levels. Xiaodong and Xiaowang didn't practice much on a regular basis. How can this be satisfied? Adding to the shop's affairs, they felt they were very busy. Being able to set aside an hour or two to practice is already quite good. Chapter 79 Re-Inspection. Why don't we take the baby for a walk? Su Sinin hadn't taken the babies out for a long time with Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu was quite willing. She hadn't been alone with Su Sinin in a long time. Although we sleep together in the master bedroom every day. But with Su's mother and father present, things felt a little awkward. Su's mother was comforting the babies, while Su's father looked at his grandson with a smile. Mom, we're going to take the baby for a walk. Su Sinin walked in. Okay, you guys go and come back quickly, and don't wander around too long at night. After taking the baby with them, Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu went downstairs and sat down in a certain place. There are many mosquitoes during the summer and autumn seasons. Fortunately, the babies have mosquito nets, so there's no need to worry. Ma Xinliu and Su Sinin were heartbroken. There are too many mosquitoes. Let's go back. Why go back? If we keep walking, the mosquitoes won't be able to keep up with us. Su Sinin was unwilling to go back, so Ma Xinliu had no choice but to follow. The two went to a crowded place and talked. We chatted for a long time, then went back. My phone kept vibrating early in the morning. Su Sinin woke up groggily. I went straight to sleep as soon as I got home yesterday and didn't check the messages in the brothers group. Now open it. That's my opinion. We can hire some people to provide accompaniment, which will make up for our shortcomings. Then I have no objection, since I'm not the one paying for it anyway. Then it's settled. Once I've put together the accompaniment, we'll practice together. Su Sinin finished reading it. The three guys in the group chat spent hours discussing the performance plan. Bored, he initially thought he had nothing to do. Unexpectedly, Xianzi asked Su Sinin. Brother Nan. How are your preparations going, brother and sister-in-law? Clearly, Xianzi was making fun of Su Sinin and had ulterior motives. Su Sinin said indifferently, it's fine. Can you give us some information? We'd also like to know what kind of performance you and your sister-in-law are planning. How could Su Sinin possibly tell Xianzi, that big mouth? The response remained lukewarm, no comment. The other brothers, Xiaodong and Xiaowang, were overjoyed. Only brother Nan is so capable, making Xianzi feel frustrated. Xianzi rolled his eyes and then dropped the subject. Soon, another 10 days or so passed. Everything seems to be progressing at a very comfortable pace. Su Sinin's graduation thesis has also taken shape. School courses have gradually decreased. In addition, campus recruitment is about to begin. Many students are wondering whether it's better to find a job on their own, or to participate directly in campus recruitment. However, another piece of good news is that in just over 10 days, the first campus singing competition at Tiandu University will begin. Along this road, you can hear the sound of musical instruments at any time. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu took the baby to the hospital. This is the third inspection. The nurses and doctors still remember Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu. They all gave him smiles. About an hour later, Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu's examinations were completed. The same goes for babies. Everything was perfectly normal, and the doctor even went out of his way to praise Su Sinin. This dad did a really good job. Generally speaking, new mothers experience some anxiety after giving birth. But Ma Xinliu had no such symptoms at all. On the contrary, they are very cheerful. From just a few conversations, you can tell that he has read quite a lot of books. She possesses the refined elegance of a well-bred lady. Alright, we've checked 3 times, and there are no problems all 3 times. We can now prepare for the next stage. As Su Sinin spoke, she gripped Ma Xinliu's hand tightly. Ma Xinliu blushed and gripped it tightly as well. Back home, Su's mother and father were cleaning up some of the trash. Ma Xinliu went to work in another bedroom. The job involves singing and playing some musical instruments. These will all be turned into songs. Mr. Su really enjoyed hearing these things and said to Mrs. Su, "Look at our daughter-in-law, how amazing she is. Her looks are stunning, and her talent is just as impressive." Su's mother was overjoyed. "Our son married him, he's truly a lucky man." Su Sinan smiled when she heard these words. "As long as my parents are happy." However, after checking the time, Su's mother realized it was time to cook. "Mom, go cook. I'm in a good mood today. My wife, the babies, and I are all fine. Let's make a big meal." "You're right, kid. It's a blessing if there are no problems. I'll get you a handyman today." Su's mother's specialty was clear broth turtle. Those who have eaten it find it very pleasant. Everyone's saying that if Su's mother were to become a chef, she could really make a name for herself. Even Su's father, unusually, started drooling. Su Sinan couldn't help but smile when she saw it. The old-fashioned father didn't see it, and pretended to drink water, letting some water stains drip onto his clothes. The atmosphere here is very harmonious. On the other side, Li Machine smoked a cigarette, clearly in a bad mood. Her best friend comforted her, saying, "Don't think about it anymore. You're graduating soon anyway. What's done is done. Exhale a smoke ring, then put it back in your mouth." His movements were very practiced, suggesting he was a seasoned smoker. "I don't have anything I can't figure out, I'm just not convinced." "Forget it. How can we let it go? Su Sinan is able to be with Machine Liu because of me. If I hadn't miscarried, how could this kid have gotten such a good deal? The crux of the problem lies here. Recently, I don't know what's been going on, but people are saying that Su Sinan and Machine Liu are a perfect couple. One of them opened a shop, bought a car, and owned a house. It can be said that many people have already achieved what they have worked hard for. Machine Liu also gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and her own physical condition is excellent. Being with Su Sinan is auspicious for her husband. Li Machine already had a thorn in her side, and now that she heard this, she was extremely unhappy. "I heard that Su Sinan and Machine Liu are singing a song together. But think about it, Su Sinan isn't known to be a very good singer. I guess Machine Liu is the one leading the way. Won't this so-called golden couple break up on their own soon?" After her best friend said that, Li Machine felt that it made a lot of sense. Su Sinan's speaking is alright, but her singing is a completely different story. It's the kind of thing that's absolutely unlistenable. A slight smile played on his lips, and his mood instantly improved. Chapter 80. I'm sorry. Baby, shall we smile? Machine Liu is taking photos here with her phone. To make their performance better, she made a PowerPoint presentation. He even personally created a simple animation between them. It presents the grand effect of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit 7 heroes. Su Sinan was very impressed with this after seeing it. At least, he can't do it. "Babies, give mommy some face." The babies were there with their adorable eyes wide open, seemingly wondering what their parents were doing. Seeing that the babies weren't smiling, Su Sinan deliberately made a very funny face. Suddenly, the baby angel's smiles appeared. In an instant, this scene was captured on the phone. Machine Liu opened it, took a look, and exclaimed, "Wow! The babies are so cute and beautiful. Their adorable appearance is truly heartwarming. It's so beautiful." Su Sinan was a head taller than Machine Liu, plus the height Machine Liu was sitting. You can see the phone screen right there. Machine Liu couldn't resist taking another photo. After they were almost done, Su Sinan took more photos with the babies. It took about an hour. The photos of the baby and her parents are ready. "I want to add your voice imitating Kong Kang's voice to the accompaniment," Machine Liu said, looking up with a happy expression. "Sure, but are you going to imitate Jianjian's voice?" "Of course, but we'll talk about that later. I'll make a PowerPoint presentation first." Machine Liu went off to work, and her work was very fulfilling. Su Sinan also went to work on her graduation thesis. His graduation thesis actually has many issues that require him to ask his teacher. So after sorting out those questions in my mind, I went to school. Inside the room, an elderly man was discussing something with some students. During the discussion, they burst into laughter, as if they had encountered something amusing. Su Sinan went inside and observed carefully. After listening for a minute or two, he realized that the young man in front of him, who was neither tall nor thin, had actually won a school scholarship. and he has already become one of the prospective graduate students under his advisor. I have to say, that's amazing. Xiao Wang is still studying hard. Teacher, I'll be going now. We finally arrived and watched the top student leave. The old man saw Su Sinan and said with some regret, "What a pity about you." Su Sinan didn't know what to say. Teacher Mu values him highly, or rather, he has valued him since the beginning of the semester. Because he was a very hard-working student at the time. Her grades are good, and according to a normal life trajectory, she should be going on to graduate school. Unfortunately, too many temptations distracted him. So we didn't continue. However, Su Sinan did not regret it, but felt sorry for Teacher Mu. "I'm sorry, Teacher Mu. I've let you down." "Hey, you can't say that," Teacher Mu smiled. "I heard you have a baby. Can I see your baby?" With a smile, Su Sinan took out her phone and showed Teacher Mu the photos of the babies one by one. This is a photo of the baby right after he was born. This is a photo of the baby at 1 month old. This is a photo of our child whimpering. There are nearly 100 varieties, which shows that Su Sinan really loves babies. Teacher Mu noticed it too and gave a blessing. "Great. The babies are very cute and beautiful. You are so lucky. Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Mu. If I have time, I can bring the babies to see you." "Hey, good. I haven't seen the babies in so long. My son, why don't you find me a girlfriend? I'm so anxious." Indeed, all parents in the world share the same heart. Su Sinan said, "Your son must want the best for you, so you'll definitely have this baby." Teacher Mu was overjoyed. Su Sinan is known for her eloquence. After chatting for a few minutes, the two started discussing their graduation theses. After this conversation, Teacher Mu felt even more sorry for Su Sinan. The topic for this graduation thesis is excellent. Su Sinan majored in civil engineering, and the topic she chose was, "Which materials and structures can effectively resist future super winds?" This is a very broad topic, and it's difficult to conduct on-site investigations without doing so. I really can't write it. Even now, only a very small number of graduate students can write such works. Fortunately, Su Sinan had been working on various construction sites since college. I learned a lot of skills. He doesn't need sophisticated calculations or theories, he just needs to apply his insights to the theory. I've taken a look at your paper, and it's well written. You've actually investigated some of the things involved. If you organize your writing and calculations properly, I think your paper could be included in a book as a template for reference. I will go back and revise it carefully. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Oh, don't be so polite. Remember to bring your baby when you see me. Teacher Mu was still as kind as ever, even after Su Sinan left. He even hugged Teacher Mu. Upon returning, Su Sinan bought 4 cups of milk tea at the shop. The brothers were so busy that they had no time to chat. It was just a slight joke. "You're back," Su's mother said with some concern as she opened the door. "Mom, I have some good news to tell you. There are no problems with my graduation thesis. I just need to organize the text and calculations properly." Su's mother was proud her son was indeed clever. He praised her, saying, "That's really good." Mr. Su still looked serious. "Is that good enough? You should thank your teacher properly. Otherwise, you wouldn't be where you are today." He immediately launched into a lecture. He really was the same old Su father. Su's mother rolled her eyes and told Su's father to step aside, saying, "You never serve the dishes, I have to do it for you." This put Mr. Su in an awkward position. He coughed several times in succession. Su Sinan glanced at it and secretly smiled. Mr. Su noticed and glared at him, saying, "What are you laughing at, you brat? Go and serve the dishes." After the playful fight, the family ate dinner. Ma Xinliu breathed a sigh of relief. He had spent almost 2 hours working on the PPT. In order to achieve the best results. "Come over here in a bit and see how my PowerPoint presentation turns out." Su Sinan nodded, somewhat expectant. What kind of effect would his wife's work have? Chapter 81. I am just appreciating. Su Sinan opened the small and pink laptop. There were many photo booth pictures hanging on it. So many memories. Soon, the screen lit up and a PowerPoint presentation appeared. "Well done," was Su Sinan's first impression. If it were him, he felt he couldn't achieve such an effect. As I turned the pages, I grew to love the work more and more. That's wonderful. It was the best PPT he had ever seen. Machine Leo walked over, having changed into a long green dress and a fitted t-shirt. Is it all right? What can't my wife make? Machine Leo blushed, seemingly a little embarrassed. Su Sinin was looking at her computer and didn't pay any attention to these things. Suddenly it dawned on me that they haven't rehearsed yet. The competition starts in just over 10 days. They should at least give it a try, right? We haven't practiced for so many years, shouldn't we give it a try? Wait a minute, you can go out for a bit. Without any hesitation, Su Sinin went out. I heard Su's mother telling stories to the babies. A smile was on his face. Su's father was sitting in a rocking chair with music playing nearby, looking very relaxed. She would occasionally tease the babies. Soon after, Machine Leo asked Su Sinin to come over. 2 microphones were already hung in the room. It was connected to a computer, which had software he didn't quite understand. We're trying to imitate Jianjianking's voice, why don't you try it first? Su Sinin tried to make a sound. The result was not quite right, his voice was too deep. It doesn't seem like it. I tried again, and it was much better than before, but the pitch seemed a bit low. I tried again, and this time it looked similar, but something still fell off. Su Sinin tried countless times, but still failed. You should rest and think it over carefully. Su Sinin nodded, then suddenly thought that since he couldn't think of the voice, why not just imitate it when he heard it? Thinking about it, he quickly walked out. Su's mother was already asleep. Father Su was the same, peacefully enjoying the swaying sensation in the swaying chair. The 2 elderly people seemed to have expended a lot of energy. I'm a little tired. This is a good opportunity for Su Sinin. Walk to the side of health and wellness. The babies are sleeping peacefully. Su Sinin gently shook him. The babies are so cute. I checked the time, it's 5 p.m. now. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be another 10 minutes or so. He should poop soon. A father was waiting for his babies to cry. What a bizarre scene this is. But that's how it happened, and it felt so natural. After Machine Leo finished recording the audio, she saw Su Sinin standing next to the babies. He smiled and walked over. What are you doing? Shoo. Su Sinin put her hand to her mouth. He wanted to hear the baby's first sounds. Machine Leo seemed to understand what Su Sinin was going to do, so she carefully returned to her room. More than 10 minutes passed. The babies suddenly started crying. Su Sinin immediately recorded the sound that came out in that instant. Once it's almost done, save the file. Startled awake by the sound, Su's mother asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong with the babies?" 2 in a row, what's wrong? Plus the anxiety, it shows that Su's mother is extremely concerned about her babies. Su's father also woke up and turned off the music next to him. Is it time to change the diaper? Yes. I'm changing his diaper right now. Okay, hurry up and change them. It wouldn't be good if the babies weren't comfortable. The children were busy. Su Sinin returned to the room and played the sounds of the children crying. A healthy voice doesn't actually make much of a difference. They're all children. Su Sinin felt that she was overthinking it and that a childlike voice would suffice. Machine Leo secretly smiled inside the room. Su Sinin is so funny, she actually recorded Kong Kang's voice on purpose. However, she felt a warm current in her heart, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. After this mix-up, Su Sinin recorded Kong Kang's voice. The 2 then began practicing some pieces of music. This practice session lasted for 2 hours. It was already dark. These 2 kids are really good, they sing very well in here. Su's father sat by the door, listening attentively. He nodded slightly. Su's mother rolled her eyes. Don't disturb these children. How could I be disturbing them? I was just enjoying their music. Humph, you old man, all you can do is play music and you don't know how to take care of the babies. I think you're really neglecting your duty as a grandfather. Su's father blushed, somewhat embarrassed. Su's mother added insult to injury. Aren't you going yet? Father Su had no choice but to obediently leave and come to the baby's side. Music is playing. Su Sinin and Machine Leo were unaware of this incident. After finishing the song, he smiled with satisfaction. Machine Leo was so surprised by Su Sinin's singing ability that she was speechless. Originally, she was thinking about whether she could bring Su Sinin along. But Su Sinin is too busy, she basically has no time to practice. In addition, he doesn't sing much on a regular basis. Just from the melody of Two Tigers, you can tell it's good. But it doesn't test one's skill level. But this time, she finally realized just how skilled Su Sinin really was. Honey, shall we go to school to practice? Ma Xinliu nodded slightly. The school and the room are still different. In memory of the babies and Su Sinin, whom I met in my life. After finishing their meal, Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu went to work on their graduation theses. By the time all of this was finished, it was almost 10 o'clock. Chapter 82. I will not enter the entertainment industry. Early in the morning, Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu arrived at school. On this road, Ma Xinliu ran into an acquaintance. That person was the girl Ma Xinliu met in Tianshan community. They lived downstairs from them. The girl was wearing ordinary casual clothes today. They look very cute. After saying hello to Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu, he went to another place. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu still didn't know where the rehearsal would be held. So I decided to ask around along the way. He happened to run into a female classmate, so Su Sinin naturally struck up a conversation and asked her questions. After figuring it out, they discovered that the direction the girl had just left in was the very direction they had rehearsed. If I had known, I would have just asked that girl directly. Look, that's Ma Xinliu. She's really beautiful. Yes. But why would you like Su Sinin? Don't underestimate Su Sinin. He has a car and a house, which is much better than those of us who still have to worry about finding a job. 2. People around whispered among themselves. Su Sinin didn't pay much attention. Ma Xinliu still had a cold and aloof expression, seemingly unapproachable. The rehearsal was held in the school's dance hall. Some people have already started rehearsing. It seems they are taking this competition very seriously. The two found a place to queue. Luckily, they arrived early. There weren't many of them, a dozen or so people went over, and that was them. Hey! The school beauty is here. Li Maxin walked over coldly, wearing a long black dance dress today, her upper thighs faintly visible, her body pale, possessing a very fatal attraction. Su Sinin subconsciously turned her head away. Li Maxin was very pleased with herself. Ma Xinliu looked at Li Maxin coldly, having no good impression of this girl at all. She got pregnant, but her first instinct wasn't to look for the child's biological father. They actually found a backup plan. If you have a miscarriage, then break up with her. Seeing that their ex is doing very well, they start causing trouble everywhere. This kind of girl is simply wicked to an extreme degree. They're both school beauties, so why is there such a big difference in their rankings? Ma Xinliu turned her head away aloofly. Li Maxin was furious. Ma Xinliu's tall figure and disdainful attitude. It was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. But she knew, she was no match for Ma Xinliu. I had no choice but to endure it. About 30 minutes later, it was finally Ma Xinliu and Su Sinin's turn. What kind of performance will this pair, known as the school's golden couple, bring? Many people are very curious. However, a minute or two later, they suddenly saw what appeared to be an animated scene appearing behind the dance hall. Wow! This baby is so cute. Yeah, she's so cute, I'm thinking of getting married now. Look at those features, don't they look a bit like Ma Xinliu and Su Sinin? Really? Could this be their child? It must be. Many people were confused by this sudden display of affection. I can't tell the difference between Northeast China and Northeast China anymore. Because these little babies are just too cute. Li Maxin was also charmed by these little babies, and suddenly a sense of loss, which she had never felt before, arose. If she hadn't miscarried, her babies would be just as adorable. Why didn't she protect the babies properly? The sense of loss lingered for a while, then a powerful, resonant voice rang out, "However you live it, it's just one lifetime." Everyone was shocked. What happened to my ears? How can there be such a beautiful singing voice? In an instant, everyone wanted to see who was singing inside. Then, like the voice of a lark, it struck straight to my heart, live life to the fullest, live life to the fullest. The yellow face turned, and some animations appeared immediately. The first image shows Su Sinin from the animated version fighting a martial arts demon, while the second image shows Ma Xinliu from the animated version falling off a cliff. The scene unfolds quickly, depicting a life or death struggle for a beautiful woman's smile. The crowd was so shocked they could hardly breathe. Then, as the song began, a scene appeared depicting a legendary swordsman and a stunningly beautiful woman living in seclusion in the mountains, caring for a child. The animation is very smooth throughout. Their skills are superb, not much worse than those of domestic animators. Then a black light appeared. That concludes the relationship between Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu. The environment turned dark. The overwhelming feeling in my heart lingered for a long time. The scene where she retires to the mountains and grows up with her baby is especially beautiful. It gives them the feeling that this is what life is all about. Good. One person's voice was like a stone thrown into water, creating ripples. Everyone snapped out of their daze and instinctively clapped. Li Maxin clapped as well, but then she realized something was wrong. How could she applaud the enemy? That baby was so cute. So cute it melted her heart. For a moment, Li Maxin felt lost, unsure whether she should continue living like this. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu were very satisfied with their performance today. If we can achieve this effect in one go, then the performance will proceed very smoothly. A middle-aged man, a talent scout. Tiandu University is a top university in City A, and it can be said that it has an abundance of beautiful and talented women. So I thought I'd try my luck here. Ma Xinliu is truly amazing. He just watched it, and the arrangement and animation design were all done by Ma Xinliu alone. Amazing. In addition, she has an outstanding appearance. That would be even more remarkable. This girl is worth a try. Hello? Just as Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu were about to leave, they suddenly encountered a middle-aged man waiting for them. Su Sinan pulled Ma Xinliu behind him. What do you want to do? It's nothing. It's nothing. Please don't misunderstand, I'm not a bad person. I'm a talent scout, and I saw that this girl sings really well, and she's very talented, so I was wondering if she had any interest in entering the entertainment industry. Su Sinan was stunned. A talent scout? He looked at Ma Xinliu, unsure whether she was willing. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm ready to enter the entertainment industry yet. She remained aloof, her expression revealing nothing. The middle-aged man felt a little awkward. Was he being so aloof? His gaze involuntarily fell on Su Sinan. May I ask what your relationship with her is? Before Su Sinan could answer, Ma Xinliu interrupted. This has nothing to do with you, does it? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man sensed a growing impatience. Embarrassed, they had no choice but to make way for each other. Chapter 83 Babies, they're so cute. You have no idea how adorable Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu's baby is. Really? I've heard about it recently too. I'll show you the photos, and you'll understand. Wow, so cute. This is the baby I've always wanted. I don't know when it happened, but baby has become the hottest word at Tiandu University recently. Some people have written the legend of Ma Xinliu. Some people wrote the story of Su Sinan, the Frog Prince. After Su Sinan's close friends found out about this, Shanzi, the big mouth, went on to say several things about Su Sinan. If it weren't for Xiaodong and Xiaowang stopping them, I'm afraid this will cause a lot of trouble. These things happened 3 or 4 days ago. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu were busy at home. Baby, do you like the song that mommy and daddy wrote for you? The baby grinned, drooling. Su's mother, standing to the side, chuckled and said, Your 2 songs are so good, of course the baby will love them. Su's father closed his eyes and enjoyed the beautiful music. The family gathered around the babies and chatted for over an hour. Only then did things finally calm down. Su Sinan wanted to go back to sleep. He needs to think carefully about his graduation thesis. Ma Xinliu seems to have finished her work a long time ago and is currently making some music of her own. After the talent scout returned, Ma Xinliu discussed this matter with Su Sinan. Ma Xinliu doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry, but she hopes her songs can be heard by many people. She even thought that Su Sinan's singing voice was so beautiful that if possible, the 2 of them could form a duo. Su Sinan couldn't understand it at first. In his opinion, becoming a singer would be a great choice. Doesn't that mean entering the entertainment industry? Ma Xinliu patiently explained that she could simply create a pen name and publish it. Su Sinan then realized that Ma Xinliu wanted to keep a low profile. Earn money solely through the platform. Su Sinan had no objections, his focus was entirely on the baby. I just sat down to think about that paper. Then Su's mother and father started discussing something. Inside the room, the 2 elderly people shook the baby's door. Su's mother, our child is graduating soon. We can't stay here taking care of the baby forever, can we? We're both over 40. Are we living like old people so early? It turned out that Sue's mother felt that life was a bit boring. Life was indeed quite tough. But with Aunt Zhang around, she could confide in her. Let me share some of my pain. Life is better now. But I always feel a bit empty. It lacks the warmth and human touch it used to have. In addition, Aunt Zhang missed her. I'll probably find some time to visit Aunt Zhang. Then what do you want? Sue's father said coldly. Upon seeing that cold expression, Sue's mother rolled her eyes. Do you want the child to support you so early? Sue's father was somewhat embarrassed. How could I? Aren't I taking care of the child? Sue's mother rolled her eyes again. I'm the one who takes care of the children most of the time. How can you take care of them with your lame leg? Sue's father was unhappy, and Sue's mother kept mentioning that he was lame. She turned her face away, and her expression was clearly not good either. Look at you, old man. I'll go home after the kids graduate, Sue's mother said, expressing her thoughts. Sue's father, who seemed to have known this outcome all along, said nothing. Say something, you old man. What are you talking about? I think the same way you do. This child is all grown up. He has his own space. We old folks shouldn't bother him, or we'll just be a nuisance. He spoke of the most helpless reality, and Sue's father seemed to have aged a lot. When people get old, they just want to see their grandchildren. But she also had to consider her son and daughter-in-law. Mother Sue nodded. You're never confused about such important matters. Anyway, there are still a month or two left, so we're not in a hurry. After we finished discussing things here, we took the babies downstairs for a stroll. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu worked until noon. By noon, the shops were packed with people. Xiangzi and his two companions were all very happy. Earning 10,000 a day is so exciting. Before long, they will be able to buy their own houses and get married. Boss, please give us the bill. The group finished eating. They had probably eaten several hundred skewers. This would generate a profit of nearly 1,000 yuan. Take care. Check, please. Xiaodong said. Just then, Li Maxin arrived. A pure and innocent school uniform look. She appears both innocent and alluring. Xiaodong glanced around and asked, Why are you here? Of course, it's for eating. Li Maxin rolled her eyes as she walked in and found a seat. Just then, Xiao Wang walked over and asked, Are you here to cause trouble? Don't worry, she doesn't have the guts, Xiaodong said, seemingly having seen right through Li Maxin. Li Maxin actually ate her food quietly. Even when others tried to provoke them, they ignored them. After eating for about several tens of minutes, Li Maxin paid the bill and left. It seems they came and went quietly, without taking away a single cloud. Xiaodong was puzzled. Could Li Maxin have put something in his soup? Subconsciously, I looked towards where Li Maxin was and found that the guests were all normal. There were no other symptoms. But he still wasn't sure, because some poisons take longer to take effect. Xiao Wang, do you think it's possible that Li Maxin poisoned him? Xiao Wang, who was grilling skewers, was sweating profusely from his work. I didn't hear what Xiaodong said at all. Xiaodong had no choice but to give up. However, we can't let this table of guests continue eating. He gave everyone a discount and told them to leave. This move left the other two completely baffled. Xiangzi, in particular, came out and asked, What's wrong? What happened? Li Maxin was eating quietly here just now, and then she left quietly. I'm worried that she might have poisoned it. Really? Li Maxin may be a bit wicked, but she wouldn't dare to do something like this, would she? Who knows? Let's change the soup base. At noon, Ma Xinliu actually wanted to cook. This surprised the family. Why did I suddenly decide to do this? Ma Xinliu's cooking is truly superb. It's as if she's never cooked before. Su Sinan carefully instructed him from the side. He still couldn't do it, which made Su Sinan laugh. This shattered Su Sinan's impression that Ma Xinliu was omnipotent. Ma Xinliu also found her current situation amusing, albeit somewhat silly. Chapter 80 for the Silly Chef Wife. Let me tell you, this is how you should cut it. Don't pay too much attention to the details the first time you cut it. This is how it should be cooked. You should add more oil to this dish of stir-fried pork with chili peppers. Yes, that's it. I think this is pretty good. After working for 2 hours, Machine Liu, under Su Sinen's guidance, finally made 3 main dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and winter melon soup. It's obviously not enough for 4 people. However, everyone was starving. Su Sinen had no choice but to reluctantly take on this responsibility. I stir-fried some green vegetables. Su's mother and father kept praising the dishes Machine Liu had cooked as being extremely delicious. As for Su Sinen, none of them were mentioned. This left Su Sinen somewhat frustrated. I wonder if I came to the wrong family. Otherwise, the difference in treatment between the two would be so great. Machine Liu smiled and said that Su Sinen had taught her all of this. Su's mother and father nodded and praised Machine Liu. Our daughter-in-law is really good, she even knows how to protect her son. This made Su Sinen even more depressed. After finishing her meal, Machine Liu seemed particularly interested in the food. I've been looking at recipes. Su Sinen found it strange, why was Machine Liu suddenly interested? Walking up to Machine Liu, Su Sinen asked curiously, why did you suddenly decide to learn to cook? Machine Liu didn't hide anything and told him the reason directly. It turns out that when she saw that Su Sinen's cooking was delicious and that Jiang Kanking really liked the taste, she hoped to cook a very delicious meal for Jiang Kanking herself. Su Sinen saw Machine Liu like this. So he didn't bother Machine Liu. Baby, Mommy made you some food, do you like it? At 3 p.m., Machine Liu tried making some vegetable juice and fruit juice. I tried it, and it's pretty good. Su's parents were overjoyed to see Machine Liu cooking by herself. With such a wonderful mother, these 2 little ones will only become more and more adorable and wonderful. Kong Kong tried his best to move his hands and gave positive feedback. Jian Jian is still the same as always, quiet and still. He slurped it. Kong Kong sucked the vegetable juice into his mouth. Then he smiled. Machine Liu was overjoyed by the smile. I think my first time cooking was a success. Unexpectedly, Kong Kong vomited. I cried. The juice spilled onto my clothes. This left Machine Liu with no choice but to let Su Sinen handle the situation. Su Sinen smiled helplessly and took care of the little guys. Machine Liu was somewhat discouraged, unable to even make a simple vegetable broth properly. It even made the cute little babies cry. After dealing with all of this, Su Sinen sensed Machine Liu's frustration. I tried this sauce. It tastes good, but if the leaves aren't blended finely enough, babies won't be able to drink it easily. It's okay, you can do it for your first time. Su Sinen walked to Machine Liu's side. Machine Liu said dejectedly, am I really that bad? I can't even cook such a simple dish well. Forehead. Seeing Machine Liu so heartbroken, Su Sinen wondered what could be done to cheer her up. I knew I couldn't do it. From now on, you can cook for the baby. I won't interfere. Machine Liu was heartbroken. There was still some grievance. He followed the exact same steps, so why didn't it work? For some reason, Su Sinen suddenly burst out laughing. This surprised Machine Liu. Explanation: I just think you're so adorable. You work so hard so that the babies can eat the best food. When the babies grow up and find out about this, won't they be touched? Hearing this, Machine Liu felt a warm current flow through her heart. I feel a little better now. It seems that some courage has been rekindled. Then what do you think I should do? Of course you should stand up and continue. Your taste is good, it's just that the juicer wasn't used properly, so the leaves are still there. After the problem was pointed out, Machine Liu suddenly realized the truth. Only then did I realize where I went wrong. Su Sinen returned to her room and continued revising her thesis. The group chat also fell silent. It seems like they're doing something big. Su Sinen did not disturb his brothers. I don't know how much time passed, but finally the day before the singing competition arrived. After several days of revisions, Su Sinen's thesis has been shown to her supervisor. It has been approved. All that's left is to prepare for the graduation defense. In other words, Su Sinen became the most relaxed among his brothers. Hey guys, my thesis has been approved. How's your thesis preparation going? At first, no one responded. Later, Xiao Wang replied, Brother Nan, you're fast. I still have one last hurdle to overcome. Then you'll be there soon too. The last hurdle is easy to pass. Yes, that's why I'm not in a hurry. Xiao Wang's family pressure has recently eased, and he gave his family 20,000 yuan to be able to study and build a career in peace. Overall, it has entered a virtuous cycle. Even if he doesn't get into graduate school, he won't run around because of financial pressure. All of this was brought about by Su Sinan. He was very grateful to Su Sinan. Xiao Wang is relieved, and we are relieved too. All of this is thanks to Brother Nan. Xianzi sent a message. Yes, we should treat Brother Nan to a nice meal. I wonder if Brother Nan has the time. Su Sinan smiled and said, I'm not going to get together with you guys right now. I'll find you when I have time. The crowd was disappointed and somewhat sarcastic. Brother Nan is now under his sister-in-law's strict control, but there's nothing that can be done about it. See you tomorrow. I hope to see your wonderful performance then. Mentioning tomorrow sparked another heated discussion in the brothers' group. It's simply saying that this place is extremely powerful. No, she's tall and beautiful. Xiaodong eventually withdrew from the discussion. Xiangzi is incredibly talkative. He knows every single girl in that class like the back of his hand. He's no longer interested in these things. They secretly shifted their target. As for Xiao Wang, seeing that Xiaodong had left, he also made a hasty retreat. This left Xiangzi somewhat frustrated. As long as you also leave the group chat. Chapter 85 Improved Livelihoods for the Brothers. Tell me, how's your preparation for the singing competition going? Her best friend spoke with a hint of flattery. Li Maxin has been doing better and better lately. The rich second generation who secretly loves Li Maxin even plans to gradually raise her. The speed was so fast that even her best friend was speechless. There was also some jealousy. But jealousy was useless against Li Maxin, especially since Li Maxin had some connections. They naturally dared not offend them. It's great, you'll see when you see me live. Su Sinan and Ma Xiliu's amazing rehearsal. This ignited Li Maxin's competitive spirit. This time, we invited a famous band from City A. I also wrote lyrics for a song specifically for her. If we don't win, it would be an injustice. The best friends looked at each other and smiled at Li Maxin. You can definitely succeed. Of course, alright, it's almost time. I'm going to check out the dance hall. Li Maxin left quickly. My best friends continued to tidy themselves up. They were somewhat resentful, wondering when they would finally be able to snag a rich second-generation heir. At the dance hall, many students dressed lightly. Only Li Maxin adopted the band approach. Their formation was large, and many people dared not provoke them. This is quite a show of force. If we compete like this, how could we possibly be a match for him? I heard that Li Maxin wasn't like that before. It was Su Sinan and Ma Xiliu's performance that changed her mind, someone whispered. The others scoffed when they heard this. Even if we win like this, we won't gain their approval. If Su Sinan and Ma Xiliu could truly win, that would be the only way to truly convince them. However, Su Sinan and Ma Xiliu are too confident. There have been no rehearsals since that one. They all need to rehearse 3 to 5 times. I only felt at ease after I was sure I was familiar with the stage. Li Maxin went on stage with her band. I have to say, the band was pretty impressive from the start. Many people have forgotten Li Maxin's abnormal behavior. The moment the drums sounded, it was intoxicating. I have to say, Li Maxin is shameless. How are we supposed to play like this? Xiangzi stroked his chin, feeling annoyed. Xiaodong shrugged, what can you do? They're rich. Forget it, we can only play around this time. As for the prizes, I don't really care. Xiangzi gave up immediately, while Xiaodong and Xiao Wang didn't care. They both had a pretty relaxed attitude, they were just having fun anyway. After most students finished rehearsing, it was already 10 p.m. The shops closed early. A sign was hanging above, this employee and the boss are participating in a school competition, so we are temporarily closed. This has frustrated many migrant workers, who simply love the food here. But I'm also a little curious, are the shop owner and employees all students? Those must be some very thoughtful young people, right? Their performance is worth watching. Around 11 p.m., many people knew their performance order. Li Maxin was the last to appear. Su Sinan and Ma Xiliu were the first. This is a good order for Su Sinan and Ma Xiliu. Their purpose was not to compare anything. I just wanted to commemorate it. Xiangzi's show was 5th from the bottom. A total of 60 people participated. It starts at 9 a.m. It ended around 5 or 6 p.m. After learning the news, Ma Xinliu dragged Su Sinan to practice. As soon as it got light, many staff members began their work. The same applies to students. Some of them found a spot early, sat down, and started playing the game. By 8 o'clock, the number of people occupied half of the seats. Some teachers arrived backstage early. The host is ready. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu had only just begun their journey. Since they felt no psychological pressure, Ma Xinliu and Su Sinan were very calm when they arrived at the scene. A young girl walked over quickly, letting out a sigh of relief. "You finally arrived. We're not late, are we?" "No. I'm here to confirm something. Can the file still be played the same way as before?" Ma Xinliu nodded. The girl quickly left, seemingly engaged in some kind of negotiation. "Brother Nan, you finally arrived. My brothers and I are closed for business today." Xiangzi had been looking for Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu for a long time, thinking that they should be the first to appear. That must have been prepared well in advance. Unexpectedly, Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu arrived at that moment. "How about we have a big profit-making business tomorrow?" Su Sinan smiled, fully aware of Xiangzi's thoughts. Xiangzi laughed and said, "It's because Brother Nan understands my thoughts. Let's find a place to sit down." Su Sinan nodded, but Ma Xinliu couldn't stand there for long. Once they found their seats, Xiaodong and Xiaowan were playing a game. Upon seeing Su Sinan arrive, she immediately greeted him, "Brother Nan, hello sister-in-law." Ma Xinliu was a little reserved, she didn't know how to answer. Su Sinan laughed and scolded, "Get lost, you've made your sister-in-law and I unsure how to answer." "Hey, Brother Nan, that is not right of you," Xiaodong said. "What did I do wrong?" Su Sinan was surprised. "Brother Nan, you've really improved our financial situation. Look at us, we're earning thousands or tens of thousands every day." Xiao Wang's family was already struggling, but now they've become the richest family in the village. As for Xiangzi, he is planning to save money to buy a house. And I can finally do what I want without having to run around all the time. These were all brought to us by you. Xiaodong spoke sincerely, and Xiao Wang nodded emphatically. Even Xiangzi, who is usually quite outspoken, was serious. Seeing this scene, Ma Xinliu felt a warm current flow through her heart. Are these Su Sinan's brothers? I silently applauded in my heart. Su Sinan didn't say anything, he just gave his brothers a big hug. The more hardship you endured before, the happier you are now. Good morning, distinguished guests. Finally, it began. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu went backstage. A tense atmosphere permeated the air. Alright, that's about all for the introductions. Now, let's welcome our first contestant to the stage. Everyone was somewhat expectant, wondering what surprise the first contestant would bring. Chapter 86, shocking all sides. Would you be willing to go through fire and water for the one you love? A line of words appeared on the white wall, surrounded by complete darkness. I do. When you achieve great success and fame, will you shed all worldly glamour and retreat to the mountains and forests? I do. Many viewers were immediately drawn in and couldn't wait to find out what the next performance would be. The three Xiaodong brothers were shocked by the sight. What a talent! They actually came up with this idea. As the words were finished, Su Sinan's singing began, "How to Get Through." A scene of a boy practicing martial arts appears in the background. Day and night, all for the sake of achieving what I desire. Su Sinan's singing is very emotional and has reached its peak. Then it evokes a vivid image. Many people were deeply moved and shed tears. In their youth, they also dreamed of venturing into the martial arts world and vanquishing evil. Once you've mastered martial arts, leave the bamboo forest and venture into the martial world. Ma Xinliu's voice rang out, "Live life to the fullest." A series of bloody battles ensued, the actions fluid and seamless. A hint of chivalry was faintly present. At some point, Su Sinan took out a bamboo hat, with a white veil underneath. The ancient-style landscape painting adds a touch of chivalry. Suddenly, words appeared, and Ma Xinliu read them aloud. Are you willing to go through fire and water for the one you love? Su Sinan said loudly, I do. The two singers' voices and lyrics blended naturally, making it impossible for listeners to resist. Some people clenched their fists tightly. It seems something has been triggered. The scene changes, showing a journey through mountains and rivers, all for the sake of being with the one they love. In the end, he became a great hero. The scene of winning the heart of the beloved appears. Machine Leo also took out a bamboo hat and hugged Su Sinan. The scene has changed from bloodshed and adventure for love to a life of seclusion in the mountains. A healthy, cheerful voice came from inside. Look at our children. It's so beautiful. From now on, they'll be called Healthy and Healthy. After that, a healthy photo was displayed before everyone, then gradually turned black. Those present couldn't help but smile like doting ants. Su Sinan and Machine Leo said, "Thank you for watching." Everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. That's great. That's really great. I have never seen such a wonderful performance. Su Sinan and Machine Leo, you two must be happy together. The baby is so beautiful. But this is their best blessing. An elderly man suddenly stepped forward and asked Su Sinan excitedly, "Excuse me, have you studied music somewhere before?" The question, "Excuse me," shocked everyone. The old man was their renowned music professor. She is a national-level singer. They were surprisingly polite to Su Sinan. Machine Leo quietly clapped her hands beside her. Today, Su Sinan has elevated this song to an incredible level. She was also infected by the infection while she was there, which is why she was able to exert 200% more power than before. I haven't studied it. This is impossible, you know your level is already about the same as mine. What? Everyone was utterly shocked. The three Xiaodong brothers were terrified. How come they didn't know that Brother Nan was so amazing? Li Machine was even more incredulous. Su Sinan had indeed given her a lot of shock today. He never expected that Su Sinan, who was usually terrible at singing, could sing so well. But no one expected that Su Sinan's skill level had reached such a pinnacle. Could it be that Su Sinan had been hiding his true strength all along? Thinking of this, Li Machine's face turned ugly. The song she painstakingly prepared probably won't have a chance to be performed. I really don't sing much, teacher. Please let the competition proceed as scheduled. The other students are waiting. Machine Leo, teacher, let the competition finish first, and we can talk privately later. The old man carefully took out a business card from the side of his pocket, saying that if anyone had any ideas, they could contact him. The remaining performers are under immense pressure. Some people originally came here just to have some fun, but this whole mess has caused trouble. It seems like I can't afford not to sing well. Back at Xiangzi's place, Su Sinan said, "We're going back first. Your sister-in-law isn't feeling well. Machine Leo cannot stay in this environment with stale air." So Su Sinan found an excuse. Xiangzi asked in surprise, "Then how are you going to explain this to that teacher?" "I'll be there in a bit." Back home, Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. Machine Leo was excited and hugged Su Sinan. Su Sinan was slightly surprised and subconsciously returned the greeting. "What's wrong, honey?" Machine Leo blushed and said, "You did a really good job today. We'll save this video and show it to our babies when they grow up." Ha! Su Sinan was still a little unaccustomed to the sudden hug. However, it was a very pleasant surprise. Wah! The babies started crying again, apparently because they were hungry. Machine Leo tidied herself up and then went to breastfeed. After tidying up this side, we need to rest on the other side as well. Everyone should eat and drink as they please. Regarding today's performance, apart from the first show which they found incredibly impressive, they didn't feel much about the others. Xiangzi sighed, "I think if we can't reach the same level as Brother Nan, the rest of the audience won't want to watch it. Just have fun, don't compare yourself to Brother Nan in everything. You know, your wife is a lucky charm for her husband. It is said that his sister-in-law brings good fortune to her husband." Everyone immediately became envious. Brother Nan got up immediately. They even helped them make money through payments. This sister-in-law's birth chart is really auspicious. Let's go eat. On this journey, the three encountered Li Machine, who was wearing a black dance dress. "You look absolutely stunning today." Many people couldn't help but take another look. However, it seems he is discussing something with his team. Xiangzi was unhappy. "Who do you think is more powerful, our Brother Nan or Li Machine?" Xiaodong added, "Of course, it's our Brother Nan who's amazing. Who else could get such high praise?" "Yeah, some people are better off not wasting your energy on," Xiao Wang added. Li Machine was furious on the spot. These three people will only cause her trouble. The three brothers exchanged glances and left smugly. Chapter 87 My Beloved Little Motorcycle. In the shop, the three Chang brothers talked about some interesting things. They finished their meal chatting and laughing. After drinking a cup of milk tea, Xiaodong thought to himself, this life is really fulfilling and fun. I used to just run around all the time. I used to only think about improving my skills and getting promoted. I just want to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Why don't we buy some flowers for Brother Nan? Xianzi suddenly suggested. The other two seemed slightly awkward. Sending flowers? Why send flowers? We'll keep these sentiments in our hearts. Xianzi agreed that it made sense. What flowers should you send between brothers to show your brotherhood? If there are girls here, then sending flowers might be. Kong. You said you're 5 months pregnant. Can you try eating with chopsticks? Ma Xinliu brought over some dishes, speaking in a childish voice. Kong Kang's tiny fingers reached out and grasped at the air. I'm a little anxious. Ma Xinliu fed him little by little. Meanwhile, Jian Jian started crying loudly. They seem to want this precious food. Oh dear, you all want this gift, what should mom do? Mommy, I'll put it in your mouth later, Jian Jian. Ma Xinliu plays with the baby. The chattering made Su's mother, standing to the side, smile like an ant. Su Sinan went to the dance hall to watch as an audience member. Many people who saw Su Sinan wanted an autograph. It was a huge scene of fans chasing after celebrities. The match was very ordinary, with nothing particularly exciting. Xiangzi's performance brought everyone back to their senses. He sang quite well, especially the melody of the accompaniment, which was quite exhilarating. Even if we don't expect them to be in the top 3, making it into the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. After they finished singing, the three brothers came to Su Sinan's place. Su Sinan smiled but didn't say anything. Continue watching the game. Soon, it will be Li Maxin's turn to make her grand finale appearance. Many people know that Li Maxin had spent a long time communicating with her team in preparation for this competition. It should be a very good performance. Many people came to listen with renewed enthusiasm. The four brothers suddenly became more talkative. Xiangzi, Brother Nan, your and your sister-in-law's song was absolutely amazing. I don't think anyone can surpass you and your sister-in-law. Xiaodong added, of course. If Li Maxin wins, what will that old professor think of his reputation? Xiao Wang, who was standing to the side, didn't say anything, but just nodded. Rumors circulate that Su Sinan is a genius with exceptional talent. Otherwise, he felt he couldn't win Ma Xinliu's heart. This also led to Su Sinan's romantic affairs with several school beauties becoming a laughingstock. No longer being remembered by anyone. Take a good look around. After we're done, we'll pack up. Su Sinan smiled nonchalantly. Li Maxin was just a passerby. Soon, Li Maxin's performance began. It's a rock song. The song choice was very clever. Many people were already asleep. These explosive melodies finally woke the audience up. Many people find it hard to resist Li Maxin's alluring long legs. The body moved in rhythm. The three Chang brothers sensed a threat. Could this really mean Li Maxin will get first place? Unlikely. Xiao Wang shook his head, speaking very calmly. After Xiao Wang said that, Xiangzi and Xiaodong felt relieved. If there's nothing wrong with Xiao Wang's output, then there must be nothing wrong with it. Who told Xiao Wang to be the smartest person here? This is really good. Her stage presence and singing skills are excellent, and she's also very beautiful. If a student like this focuses on developing her musical career, she'll definitely make a name for herself. Some teachers nodded. They gave Li Maxin extremely high praise. Seeing the teachers' expressions, Li Maxin relaxed even more. Even after the song ended, many students were still swaying their bodies. Immersed in it, unable to extricate myself. This Li Maxin. Xiangzi didn't know what to say, although the overall effect was not as good as Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu. But even if we lose, it won't be a humiliating defeat. Xiangzi originally wanted to see Li Maxin on the road and give her a good mocking. But now we no longer have the right to mock them. It must be said that although Li Maxin's character is flawed, her professional skills are still quite good. After the competition ended, the host said a lot of things. Then they began announcing the rankings in the teachers' minds. Then, they are ranked according to the quantity. The top 3 will receive a reward from the school. First place, a computer. Second place, a mobile phone. Third place, an electric scooter. The rewards for the top 3 places are very generous. The results came out quickly. Su Sinan came in first place, Li Machine came in second place, and Xiangzi and the others came in third place. Xiangzi doesn't like electric cars. Brother Nan, I already have one at home. Why don't you give us your computer? Then give me an electric scooter. Brother Nan, you're the best. Li Machine was still somewhat unconvinced. She can do even better. But a loss is a loss, and there are no excuses to make. But for Su Sinan, a complex mix of emotions continued to swirl within her. After the school competition ended, some school officials posted videos of the competition on the school's website. Some students immediately saved Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu's performance today. And this performance was then uploaded to the platform. Riding my beloved little motorcycle. Su Sinan rode her electric bike home. To be honest, the RV is too big, and she has to find a parking lot every time. But electric vehicles are different. After taking care of the adorable babies, Ma Xinliu can also enjoy the breeze from nature outside. It has a very good conditioning effect on both body and mind. It would be better if it recovered. I took the electric scooter and rode the elevator to my apartment building. As soon as the door opened, I couldn't wait to go to the babies and see their cute little faces. Seeing that the babies were all asleep, Su Sinan didn't disturb them. I want to show Ma Xinliu today's ranking. Let's share the joy of victory. But as soon as the door opened, they saw Ma Xinliu curled up in a corner, looking rather unhappy. Chapter 88, The Discussion Results of the 3. This was the first time I had ever seen Ma Xinliu looking so pitiful. Su Sinan immediately went to comfort Ma Xinliu, even though he didn't know what had happened to her. Perhaps it was Su Sinan's gentle actions that moved Ma Xinliu. He held Su Sinan's hand tightly. This change relieved Su Sinan. What's wrong? Did my parents say something to you? No, Ma Xinliu said sadly. Is it convenient for you to tell me now? If it's not convenient to tell me, how about I tell you some good news? Ma Xinliu shook her head. No need, I feel very sorry for you. What have you done to wrong me? You gave me an angel baby and gave me such a beautiful and virtuous wife like you. I am already very satisfied. These are all Su Sinan's true feelings. With his good looks, he could theoretically find a beautiful woman, but women like Ma Xinliu, who are well-bred, virtuous, and talented, are extremely rare. He cherishes Ma Xinliu more than he can bear to have her. Am I really as good as you say? Ma Xinliu said with self-doubt. Of course, tell me what's on your mind. We're already husband and wife, we'll share the burdens together. Ma Xinliu was moved, and after thinking about it, she decided to tell him what had happened. After everything was explained in detail, Su Sinan was somewhat surprised that Ma Xinliu's mother was coming. We need to prepare well. He also remembered that Ma Xinliu came from a well-off family. My mother is a dance teacher, and my father owns a logistics company. There's a saying that goes, to win over your mother-in-law, you must win her stomach. When Ma's mother arrives, he must prepare a grand feast. It's nothing, your mother is here, so what? Are you going to keep it from her for the rest of your life? Ma Xinliu was somewhat surprised. Aren't you worried that my mother will make things difficult for you? Su Sinan was somewhat amused and exasperated. They're here, so what can we do? But my mother is very strict with me. If she finds out I had a child, she might beat me to death. Ma Xinliu said with some fear, her eyes filled with unease. Su Sinan thought to herself, could it be that Ma Xinliu came from a very strict family since childhood? Otherwise, why would she be so afraid of her mother and father? A pang of heartache mixed with a surge of masculine pride. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Ma Xinliu remained silent. Su Sinan, you're mine now, and we're married. I will never let you leave my side. Ma Xinliu remained silent. Su Sinan thought for a moment, realizing that he couldn't let Ma Xinliu continue like this. So they used Su's father as an example, saying that Su's father was also a rigid and traditional person, but for him and the babies, he was willing to give up those traditional ideas. Taking care of the babies and Ma Xinliu. Perhaps Ma's mother was very strict, but in this respect, she shared the same mentality as Su's father. Hearing this, Ma Xinliu's mood improved. The pained expression on his face gradually disappeared. He hugged Su Sinan tightly. I'm going to follow you from now on, you can't abandon me. Of course I won't abandon you. You silly little thing, let's go for a ride on electric bikes, let you get some fresh air. Yeah, I haven't ridden an electric bike in a long time either. The two had just come out of the room. Sue's mother exclaimed in surprise. When did an electric scooter arrive? It was a reward from our school. When Sue's mother heard this, she was astonished. This is a reward from the school? That's amazing. I won first place in the singing competition with Machine Leo. Sue Sinin said with great pride. Mother Sue gave a thumbs up. Not bad, my daughter-in-law is really amazing, she really brings good fortune to her husband. Shannon, who has never won first place before, actually won first place. Rolling her eyes, Sue Sinin knew that her mother only had eyes for Machine Leo. Mom, we're going out for a bit, to get some fresh air. That's fine, staying home every day isn't good either. Be careful when you ride your electric bikes. And so, Sue Sinin and Machine Leo went out for some fresh air. Machine Leo didn't drive the electric car, and Sue Sinin tried to drive as smoothly as possible. Make Machine Leo more comfortable. A gentle breeze slipped through the clothes and approached the body underneath. Cool and comfortable. It seemed to dispel the worries in my heart. Sue Sinin strolled around the Tianshan residential area and then arrived at the shops. Xiangzi and his two companions were eating skewers. I plan to train for 3 or 4 hours, then take a break. Let me tell you, that computer is amazing. I looked it up online, and it costs about 8,000 yuan. It'll be so awesome to play games on it. Xiangzi said happily, extremely satisfied with his milk tea. Xiaodong rolled her eyes. Your computer wasn't built by us, let me tell you, don't even think about monopolizing it. Exactly, if you guys don't use it, I'll use it to write my thesis. Why do you need such a good computer to write a thesis? Go play games. So you really want to monopolize it all? Xiangzi rolled his eyes. These two were going to drive him crazy. Finally, he said helplessly, how about this, we'll decide by the week, whoever wants to use a week first. I'll try it out. I want to see what it's like to write a paper on the new computer. Xiao Wang said. Xiangzi had no choice but to reluctantly give it up. Fine, you can use it for the first week, but you can't look at those shady things. Xiao Wang blushed. How could I possibly look? Amidst the laughter and chatter, Sue Sinin knocked on the door and entered. So the three of you are here. Upon seeing Sue Sinin arrive, the three greeted him cheerfully. Brother Nan, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be taking care of your wife and the babies? I took your sister-in-law out for some fresh air, so we came here. Xiaodong, sister-in-law, you'd better not come in. The smell here is a bit strong, which isn't good for a new mother. Well, she didn't come in from outside. Honestly, how much money did you guys make? The three exchanged a strange look and let out a wicked laugh. That seems like an exciting number. Brother Nan, I'm telling you this, but don't be shocked. Sue Sinin kicked Xiangzi. Spit it out, stop being so wishy-washy. Xiangzi immediately stretched out his finger. Chapter 89. The Family's Worries. Sue Sinin never expected that he would earn nearly 400,000 yuan in just over a month. If divided among 4 people, it will cost 100,000 yuan. My goodness! This is such a lucrative industry. Xiaodong, if we can maintain this number throughout the year, I think we can achieve financial freedom ahead of schedule. 400,000 a month, even if it's 35,000 a month. Over the course of a year, everyone could easily buy a house and a car. Xiaodong said this because he doesn't need to worry about a house or a car. More than 1 million yuan, if you keep it in the bank every year, that's a salary. For Xiao Wang, as long as he builds a house for his family and finishes his postgraduate studies, he will be set for life. The same applies to Xiangzi. Brother Nan, we really need to thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to. Sue Sinin smiled and said, get lost. You guys do your jobs well here, and don't try to get me emotional. I, Sue Sinin, can't stand this kind of thing. After saying that, Sue Sinin walked out happily. I feel so much lighter now. Brother Nan, take care, sister-in-law. The three of them were shouting in the room. Sue's mother took pictures of the children. It seems that Jian Jian can now hold some things and play with them, which is something to be happy about. She wanted to capture this moment quickly. Mr. Su was all smiles, having just interacted with the babies. It was incredibly fun. I really want to kiss him. Knock knock. Just as the two elderly people were having a great time playing with the babies, there was a knock on the door. Sue's mother put down her phone and hurried over. Upon opening the door, I found a young girl dressed in casual sportswear. Seeing that the little girl was quite pretty, Sue's mother asked with some concern, little girl, did you knock on the wrong door? The girl frowned. Is this Ma Xinliu and Su Sinen's home? Yes, who are you? Su's mother asked, puzzled. The girl touched the object in her hand, a little nervously. Oh, I've come to ask you something. Ask for advice? Whom are you asking for advice? I want to ask Su Sinen for advice. This unfilial son. Has he ruined this little girl's life? Su's mother looked serious. He's not here, you should leave. Ah. The girl was a little scared. Su's mother's gaze had been truly terrifying. Seeing how timid the girl was, Su's mother scolded herself inwardly. She changed to a gentler tone. He just took my daughter-in-law for a walk, and I don't know when he'll be back. Oh, I see. I'll come back later. Wait a minute? What would happen if Xiaolu heard this girl? Has the relationship that the two of them worked so hard to build broken down? Su's mother was very anxious. The girl, oblivious to her mother's emotions, turned and left. As soon as they left, Su Sinen and Ma Xinliu came out of the elevator. We happened to run into each other. The girl exclaimed in surprise. I never expected such a coincidence. Su Sinen didn't recognize the girl and was slightly puzzled. Ma Xinliu had spoken with this girl, and her impression of her was neither good nor bad. Seemingly realizing she had been presumptuous, the girl playfully stuck out her tongue. Let me introduce myself. I'm Teacher Mu's student. After watching your performance today, I wanted to discuss with you why you can sing so well. Su Sinen glanced at Ma Xinliu, seemingly seeking Ma Xinliu's opinion. Ma Xinliu's face turned cold, and she left somewhat jealously. Scratching the back of his head, Su Sinen smiled and said, I didn't know either. Your teacher is such a famous national-level master. You should be looking for him. Well, but the teacher said, let me ask you first. He'd made his point so clear he simply didn't want to pay any attention to the girl. But the girl still wouldn't give up. Su Sinen felt a little embarrassed. How should I put it? Should I say that I suddenly acquired this ability? I won't tell, Su Sinen said as he pushed his electric scooter past the girl. The girl felt wronged, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. I can't understand what Su Sinen's cold tone is trying to do. I just came here to ask for advice. Su Sinen ignored the girl's condition and went into the room. Then we rested. Ma Xinliu's expression remained unchanged, but she ignored Su Sinen. But as soon as Su Sinen came in, she went to see the baby. This obvious action prompted Su Sinen to try and coax Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu's jealousy had largely subsided. Baby, are you happy today? I'll give you something good to eat. After feeding the baby some snacks, Ma Xinliu gave Su Sinen a wink. Su Sinen walked over quietly. He whispered in my ear, what do you want to do? How do I tell my mother-in-law that my mom is coming? Su Sinen scratched his head, let me say it. There shouldn't be any problem if I say it. Su's mother and father had long wanted to meet Ma's mother. And they even held a postpartum celebration for the baby. We absolutely have to hold a wedding. At least give Su Sinen and Ma Xinliu a proper ceremony. Otherwise, what would that be? Ma Xinliu nodded, a little nervous. When Su's mother arrived, Su Sinen sat down beside her and started talking. I dared not look. After learning about this, Su's mother also became nervous. Their family wasn't wealthy, so it was already quite an achievement for them to marry someone as talented as Ma Xinliu. If the mother-in-law is still very domineering. This marriage. What a worry. Even with her decades of social experience, Su's mother couldn't help. However, Su's mother had a stabilizing force. They quickly pulled Su's father, who was lying on the bed, over. I'd like to ask if there are any good solutions to this problem. After hearing the story, Su's father. She smiled and said, our children are doing just fine, aren't they? They have a house, a car, and now they've even opened a shop. I don't know how the business is, but Xiaonan can take care of the babies without worry, which is obviously not bad. If this still doesn't work, then it's not our problem, it's her problem. Su's mother rolled her eyes. Of course I know she has a problem, but how do we solve it? Mr. Su was a calm man. He smiled faintly and said, it's not appropriate for you to make wild guesses before anything has even happened. Upon hearing this, Su's mother immediately calmed down. She was too hasty. Even a wild beast or a tiger has its weaknesses. Besides, the old man is right. It's really not good to act like we're facing a formidable enemy before we've even arrived. Su Sinen calmed his mother down in no time, and he thought his father was really good at it. Xiaolu, I'm really sorry about that. We shouldn't have treated your mother that way. Once things calmed down, Sue's mother became gentle again. Ma Xinliu shook her head. She had seen Sue's mother and father's kindness and love. Mom, it's okay. I was just worried that you wouldn't be able to accept it. How could we not accept it? Don't worry, we will definitely treat our in-laws well. Hearing this, Ma Xinliu felt much more at ease. She glanced at the babies beside her, making little noises. Her eyes were gentle. Did I misread chapter 90? Human traffickers? In Shanghai, a woman with a stunning figure sits on a black and white sofa. I opened my iPhone and looked up the plane ticket. It takes about 3 hours to get from Shanghai to City A. The woman looked at the number with a complex expression. A year ago, I found a marriage for my child. If this marriage goes through, their family will rise to a higher social status. But the child was stubborn and transferred schools a year ago. They knew where the school was. But I kept thinking that if the child suffers, he will come back. Not only did the child not come back, but she also had babies. If they hadn't gotten the information from Wang Yu, their whole family would still be in the dark. The child's father ignored the matter, saying that he did not have this daughter. That's something women understand. After that marriage fell through, the logistics company found it difficult to operate. This year, many things did not go so smoothly. Despite all the hard work, I still lost money. If it weren't for a relatively strong family background, they might have gone bankrupt this year. Having booked a hotel in City A, the woman took a taxi and left home. Waking up early in the morning, Su Sinan took Ma Xinliu out for a walk by herself. Next, he went to the supermarket with Ma Xinliu to see what his mother-in-law liked, and then bought it for her. Ma Xinliu shook her head, saying that Ma's mother didn't lack anything. Su Sinan became anxious. It was abnormal that they weren't missing anything. Everyone has their own preferences, right? Ma Xinliu thought Su Sinan was a good cook, so she named a few dishes. They're all seafood. Seafood is particularly expensive in City A. It is mainly located inland, not near the sea. I bought a large lobster, which cost about 1 or 2,000 yuan. I also bought king crab, which cost about 5 or 6,000 yuan. Then there are some miscellaneous ingredients and seasonings. Su Sinan mastered these things without a teacher. Know what to buy. When it's almost done, put the 50 or 60 pounds of stuff on the electric bike. Fortunately, the electric scooter awarded by the school wasn't some no-name brand. The quality is exceptionally good. Adding the items from the two people's bag together didn't make much of a difference. Once home, Su Sinan took care of these things. When one person is busy running around, no one can really help. Sue's mother and father felt sorry for her. Unfortunately, I had no choice but to take care of the babies. While everyone was busy with preparations, Ma's mother had already arrived in City A. He didn't ask Ma Xinliu. Instead, she asked Wang Yu where Ma Xinliu's home was now. Wang Yu told him the truth honestly. Furthermore, Ma's mother warned her not to tell Ma Xinliu. So Ma Xinliu, who was lying in bed, was unaware that her mother had arrived. Ma's mother hailed a taxi and arrived at Tianshan Community. It looked pretty good at first glance. It wasn't as dire as she imagined. Could it be that my silly daughter is doing quite well? I found a place to sit down. The location was right below Building 2. He even deliberately wore a hat to cover himself up. While Su Sinan was busy here, Su's parents had no choice but to take the babies for a stroll. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw a woman with a very good figure. Su's mother and father didn't care much. When the topic turned to Ma Xinliu's mother, someone asked, "What kind of person is Xiaoliu's mother?" Xiaolu was so afraid of her mother. Has something happened? I don't know, it's best not to speculate about other people's affairs. Xiaolu and our Xiaonan are doing well now, and look at our babies, they're doing great too, they've grown quite a bit. Mentioning the baby is always a source of comfort for Su's father and mother. I believe that no matter how difficult things get, they will pass. Ma's mother initially had no idea about Su's mother and father. She noticed it when she heard Xiaolu and Xiaonan's names. I couldn't resist going over to take a look. When Su's mother and father saw this, they smiled. Another couple attracted by the babies. "Hello." Su's mother greeted her. Ma's mother felt a little embarrassed, realizing she had been too impulsive. But when she saw the babies, she had a vague feeling that these were her daughter's babies. "What's your child's name?" "He's so cute." Ma's mother touched Jinjian's cheek. This is Jian Jian, and this is Kong Kong. Sue's mother pointed and smiled. Sue's father looked at Ma's mother somewhat embarrassedly. He thought Ma's mother was really too beautiful. Wow, these two babies are really cute. What do their parents do? They are all students. Ma's mother paused for a moment, her lips stiffening slightly. I never imagined that this really was her grandson. Ma Xinliu really gave birth. One, you did not utter a single lie. A mix of anger and helplessness filled my mind. Seeing that Ma's mother was frozen in place, Sue's mother asked with some confusion, "What's wrong?" "Oh," Ma's mother simply said, then left and found a place to sit down. Several years ago, Ma's mother heard that some human traffickers specifically target children. That woman's behavior was so strange. Could she be someone who specifically targets children? After informing Sue's father of the situation, Sue's father pondered for a moment. "I've decided not to go out for a walk. How could two elderly people possibly be a match for human traffickers?" So they headed back home, proceeding with caution as they passed by Mamu's house. "Can I see the babies? They're here? They've arrived?" Sue's mother gripped the stroller tightly, breaking out in a cold sweat from nervousness. Only Sue's father remained calm. "Let's forget it, we need to go back and rest." Ma's mother was still somewhat disappointed that she hadn't received the consent of Sue's mother and father. Although it was complicated, she figured it out. She is, after all, the baby's maternal grandmother. Ma Xinliu is his own daughter, and he did this for the sake of his children's happiness. She was also willing to do something. Sue's mother secretly glanced at Ma's mother from the corner and saw the disappointment in her eyes. I became even more certain. This person must be a terrifying human trafficker. "Old man, we should take the babies out less often these days." Upon returning, Sue's mother brought up the matter. Su Sinan found it strange such a thing shouldn't happen in Tianshan community. He asked, somewhat doubtfully, "Mom, are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" "No. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, that scene was just too bizarre." Seeing that her father was nodding beside her, Su Sinan had no choice but to believe him. However, he found it strange and decided to investigate what exactly was going on. Chapter 91: An Unpleasant Family. Su Sinan arrived at the property management office. As a father, I naturally have to think about my baby's safety. After hearing about the incident, the property management staff investigated the surveillance footage. There was indeed a woman in building 2, but she was just sitting there playing on her phone. After having some contact with Sue's mother and father, I just sat there, doing nothing. Based on this alone, it's impossible to determine whether that person is a human trafficker. Su Sinan wanted to retrieve the video, but the property management staff said that Su Sinan did not have the authority to do so, and therefore could not retrieve it. Su Sinan had no choice but to record the video on her phone. Upon returning home, Sue's mother heard about this matter. I also felt puzzled, because there really wasn't anything suspicious about the video. Calling the police would definitely not work. Sue's father felt it was best not to tell Ma Xinliu about this. This will affect Ma Xinliu's mood and have a certain impact on the mother's recovery. Su Sinan did not tell Ma Xinliu about this. The family watched their adorable babies from outside the room. Su Sinan suddenly realized that there seemed to be some kind of tracking and positioning system. He can install this on the child. Sue's father and mother also strongly agreed. Although they did not want this to happen, it was right to be prepared. I think this is pretty good. It can be tied around the children's ankles. I think it's good too. Let's place the order then. I'm watching the babies here, and I'm worried about them. Ma Xinliu received a call from her mother, who said that she had arrived in City A. Ask where Ma Xinliu is. Ma Xinliu gave the address to her mother. I received word that Ma's mother will be arriving tomorrow. She walked out of the room somewhat nervously. The whole family was overjoyed when they saw Ma Xinliu come out. Sue's mother then brought over a bowl of soup. This soup is delicious, you should try it. Ma Xinliu sat to the side, carefully drinking her soup. During the soup drinking process, he revealed what had happened to Ma's mother. Su Sinan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already made the seafood soup. I'll cook it again tomorrow. It'll definitely be delicious. Your mom will definitely see how good my cooking is and agree. Yes, just trust Xiao Nan's cooking skills." Seeing that the family seemed to be under no pressure, chatting and laughing, Ma Xinliu felt less pressure herself. There was also a sense of warmth. The family chatted and laughed as Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu went home. Early in the morning, Su Sinin began preparing some dishes. Ma's mother arrived at noon. The family was a little nervous, and Ma Xinliu even changed into her beautiful clothes. Su's mother and father weren't too particular, but they still took out the new clothes they had recently bought at the supermarket and put them on. The kitchen is the most tiring place. Seafood is inherently difficult to handle, but Su Sinin had no complaints. On the contrary, it gives me a sense of happiness. Originally, he was a little worried that Ma's mother would forcibly take Ma Xinliu away. Would you like to come to my house for dinner? This indicates that the mother horse has accepted them to some extent. If the flavor were a little better, I think Ma's mother would like it even more. There's no need to make things too difficult for Ma Xinliu. Babies! Your grandma's here, aren't you happy? As if knowing some important person would be passing by today, Jiang Kanking had been smiling all morning. This made Su's mother and father extremely happy. Capture this beautiful moment on camera. This is the second time that Ma's mother has come to Tianshan community. This time she didn't wear a hat. She changed into a white casual outfit. It covers the body very well. However, judging from her fair and tender skin, Ma's mother is no less beautiful than that of an average young person. I've arrived. You're in building 2, right? Okay, I understand. Knowing which floor it was on, Ma's mother went over there. After hanging up the phone, Ma Xinliu straightened her clothes and carefully walked out of the room, saying to Su's father and mother, "My mother is here." Where are they? Should we go pick them up? Yes, we can pick him up. No need, she'll be up soon. Su's mother and father were also a little nervous, though they hadn't been so nervous at the beginning. Old man, why are you more nervous than us? It's nothing, I'll sit down first. Su's father took a sip of water before he calmed down. Su's mother rolled her eyes and went to the door. Soon after, the horse's mother arrived. After just one glance, Su's mother didn't know what to say. That's way too young. Is this the skin color a middle-aged woman should have? She felt inferior. Mom, you're here. Ma Xinliu approached somewhat shyly and cautiously. Ma's mother said coldly, "You've been gone for over a year, you've got some nerve." Ma Xinliu lowered her head. She was most afraid of her mother acting like this. Then he said, "What about home? Let me see how it is." Su's mother disliked his arrogant attitude from the start, but Ma Xinliu had already spoken to him about it beforehand. So we can only endure it. I won't put any pressure on Xiaolu. However, she wouldn't just stand outside the door. Instead, she greeted him with a beaming smile. "My dear-in-law, you finally arrived." Ma's mother ignored her and looked at Ma Xinliu. "Aren't you going to take me there?" It was truly unpleasant to be met with such indifference. The kind-hearted Su's mother felt her face burning. "Mom, please don't do this." Ma Xinliu also felt that her mother had really gone too far. Su's mother was a good person, so why treat her like this? If Su Sinin found out, how could she face him? "Oh, so you know how to protect your mother-in-law now, you've grown quite shrewd," Ma's mother continued, her words dripping with sarcasm. "Mom!" Su Sinin couldn't stand it anymore and raised her voice. Ma's mother didn't continue, and said coldly, "Take me there to have a look." And just like that, they passed by Su's mother directly. They didn't even give me a heads up. Su's mother was furious. This little Lu was so well educated and reasonable, how could Ma's mother be so unreasonable? Fine, I'll let it go for Xiaolu's sake today. Next time, she won't have that much patience. Hello. Su's father did not stand up. His face remained cold. He saw everything that just happened. The mother horse ignored them and went to the baby. When she saw the babies, for some reason, her heart softened a lot. I gently touched the babies' adorable little faces with both hands. The babies seemed to respond, giggling. Seeing this, Su's father, sitting to the side, felt conflicted, unsure how to face his icy in-law. When Su Sinin, who had just finished her work, saw Ma's mother, she was also surprised. Ma's mother looks so young. This is just as good as what young people do. He quickly greeted her, "Mom, I didn't expect you to come so early." Chapter 92. Ma's attitude. Ma's mother sized up Su Sinin. Handsome, with bright eyes. It looks pretty good. Ma Xinliu, who was standing to the side, saw how badly her mother had offended Su Sinin's parents. I felt a little sad and a little angry. "Mom, how could you do this? Everyone is greeting you so kindly, and you just give them the cold shoulder." Su's mother, being kind-hearted, didn't want the mother and daughter to start arguing so soon after arriving. He acted as a peacemaker. It's all right, it's nothing. She probably just wants to see the baby. Father Su didn't bother to say anything, he just kept looking at his book. He would never fawn over this aloof and cold-hearted horse mother. The mother horse remained silent, continuing to watch her babies. No one knows what she's thinking. Su Sinin felt a little embarrassed, then noticed that Ma Xinliu's eyes were filled with tears. I was anxious. Mom, how about we sit down and have a chat? Ma's mother turned around and said, I'll go with the flow. You can come however you like. Let me have a word with Ma Xinliu. This is something we need to discuss separately. Su Sinin had no choice but to put down her bowl and chopsticks. He looked toward Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu nodded. The two entered the room. Ma's mother's attitude was still as serious as ever, and Ma Xinliu lowered her head, not daring to speak. How did you suddenly become so bold? You actually had a child in just 1 year. If you knew this, you'd be furious. Mom! I didn't mean to. Ma's mother sighed. I don't know if you did it on purpose, but since you left home, things haven't been going well for us. Your father's business is struggling. If it weren't for his former customers supporting him, his company would probably have collapsed. Ah! Ma Xinliu was somewhat incredulous. That incredibly strong father actually encountered such a thing. Suddenly she remembered something. Was it before? Ma's mother nodded. Yes, you rejected them, and rejected them so firmly. Your dad's business will be in trouble. Ma Xinliu felt somewhat guilty and didn't know what to do. It's impossible for her to go back now. Fortunately, Ma's mother didn't dwell on the matter and changed the subject. Is this man treating you well now? You need to pay close attention and not just let him get away with it. All parents in the world share the same heart. Although Ma's mother was a bit harsh on Ma Xinliu, she still hoped that Ma Xinliu would be happy. Ma Xinliu's face was rosy. My husband is so good to me, and his parents are also very good to me. I basically don't have to do any housework at home, and I can do whatever I want. Seeing that hint of a happy smile, Ma's mother, who had been somewhat uneasy, felt relieved. He was worried that Xiao Lu would be deceived and end up in the hands of a bad family. Being ordered around and doing this and that. She raised him for over 20 years and never did that. The two chatted there, and Ma Xinliu talked about Su Sinin's family situation. On the other side, Su's mother and father didn't look too good. Su's mother, this Xiao Lu's mother, is too domineering. Oof. Father Su simply snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Su Sinin didn't know how to put it, but Ma's mother was indeed too domineering. Although I had mentally rehearsed it beforehand, this is still incredibly disrespectful. That's a bit excessive. Dad, Mom. Just handle things for me later, and don't say anything. Su Sinin was worried that if her parents continued to try to win her over but were met with indifference, they would definitely not be able to stand it. They might have other opinions about Ma Xinliu. He's in a better position. He's the younger generation, so no matter how much he tries to win their favor, no one will say anything. I didn't feel that much of a letdown. Soon after, Ma's mother and Ma Xinliu came out. As soon as she came out, Ma's mother walked over with an apologetic look. In-laws. I'm really sorry. It was my fault just now. I didn't take your feelings into consideration. Upon hearing this, Su Sinin was somewhat surprised and glanced at Ma Xinliu. Su's mother and father were also surprised. Was this the same cold and aloof Ma's mother from just now? However, after this apology, their previous grudges disappeared. It's all right, please have a seat, in-laws. Ma Xinliu apologized from behind. Dad, Mom, I'm so sorry. I apologize to you here. It's all right, Xiao Lu. Your apology really hurts my heart. This is a matter between adults, and it has nothing to do with you, a junior. Ma Xinliu felt a warmth in her heart when she saw how much Su's mother cared for her. A beautiful smile graced her face. Thank you, Mom. Mr. Su said from the side, let's not talk about what happened earlier. This is seafood that Xiao Nan has been getting for a day or two. Let's sit down and have some. Just as Ma Xinliu said, Su's mother and father were very close. There are no strange rules. Ma's mother felt a burning sensation. If Ma Xinliu hadn't pulled her to sit down, she probably would have remained standing there. However, it only lasted for a dozen seconds, and Ma's mother calmed down considerably. Xiao Nan, I know about your relationship with Ma Xinliu. You've always been responsible to the end, you're a responsible man. Su Sinin, Mom, Ma Xinliu is about to give birth, I can't bear to see her suffer. But I'm still grateful to you for giving birth to Ma Xinliu, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to come together like this. Su Sinin had a sweet tongue and made Ma's mother very happy. I think Su Sinin is even better now. In those few tens of minutes, Ma's mother learned about Su Sinin's current situation. They're still just students, yet they have enough money to buy a house and a car. Now that they've opened a shop, things are booming even more. This kid is so young, it's quite impressive that he's achieved such good results. He smiled broadly, his previous cold attitude completely gone. Not bad. My dear-in-laws, you've raised a fine son. Hearing this, Su's mother and father were quite pleased. They understand human relationships and social dynamics. He took the opportunity to praise Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu, standing to the side, seemed somewhat surprised. I had assumed this meal would be unpleasant. But the fact that everyone got along so well, especially the fact that Ma's mother seemed to have let go of something and was getting along well with Su's mother and father, moved her even more. She couldn't help but think of what Su Sinin had said to her before, and looked towards Su Sinin. He looked at him with an expression of admiration. Su Sinin didn't know what that gaze meant, she just smiled at Ma Xinliu, and then put some food in Ma Xinliu's small bowl. Ma's mother noticed this and nodded quietly. This kid is good. After the meal, everyone felt much closer together. Su Sinin went to wash the dishes, while Su's mother and Ma's mother chatted. Unable to join the conversation between the two women, Su's father went back to his room to read the newspaper. We chatted like that for about an hour or two. Su's mother was unwell and had to stop. The mother horse looked at her babies, her fingers constantly touching their adorable little faces. The babies also gave smiles. The little arms stretched out, grasping at the air. It seems to want to play with the mother horse. Chapter 93: The Hearts of Parents All Over the World. I'm sorry. Ma Xinliu apologized, regardless of how well Ma's mother got along with Su Sinin's family afterward. She always felt that she should apologize properly. Silly boy, why do you like apologizing so much? But my mom really did do something wrong. It's all in the past, there's no need to dwell on it anymore. Touching Ma Xinliu's hand, Su Sinin gave her a sense of strength. Ma Xinliu was touched. Su Sinin was really too good to her. The same applies to Su's mother and father. She is truly lucky to have met such an open-minded family. I just saw that Mom seems to really like the babies. Shall we go over and introduce our babies? Okay. Her healthy, rosy face never stopped smiling. The mother horse thought the two little ones were just too cute. Wah! Suddenly the babies started crying. The experienced horse mother naturally knew what was going on. The child has pooped. Hearing the noise, Su's mother quickly came out, holding a diaper in her hand. You're all healthy. Grandma's changing your diaper now. The mother also wanted to change the baby's diapers. She then asked, could you give me some diapers? I, as the grandma, haven't done anything for the babies yet. Su's mother was taken aback, somewhat surprised. I originally thought that Ma's mother was young and beautiful, and dressed in a very expensive way. I wouldn't do those things. But what Ma's mother said shattered her first impression. He took out a diaper and gave it to Ma's mother, saying with a smile, let's each change one, that way the babies will be much more comfortable. Ma's mother nodded. The two were dealing with diapers when Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu came out. I was stunned when I saw this. Su Sinin was stunned for similar reasons to her mother. Ma Xinliu had no idea that her mother loved the babies so much. You two are out now. Su's mother smiled. Only after hearing this did the two of them come to their senses. Su Sinin smiled and said, we're here to tell Mom about some things related to Jiankang. Ma Xinliu nodded in agreement. Ma's mother was changing a diaper. She hadn't done this in a long time. However, as a mother, she did not lose the skill. After quickly changing the diaper, he heard Su Sinin's words and turned his head, tell me what you think, I want to hear it. Su's mother tactfully left the scene. However, she was going to have a chat with the old man. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu went to Ma's mother's side and briefly introduced who was the older brother and who was the younger sister. Then she talked about the changes in the babies over the past few months and the funny things that happened. Ma's mother loved hearing these innocent words. She hadn't heard those words in a long time. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He even laughed when he heard something funny. Sue's mother peeked through the crack in the doorway. Old man, this little Lou's mother isn't that domineering, is she? I think she's quite kind and approachable. Father Sue coughed a few times. Let's not talk about her anymore, let's get some rest. We're going to take the kids out for a walk later. Why are you still running away? Didn't I tell you there are a lot of human traffickers around lately? Sue's mother rolled her eyes at her. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. Since Ma's mother was willing to eat at home and talk so much with Xiaolu and Xiaonan, does that mean that the marriage between the two has been accepted to some extent? If that's the case, it seems like wedding preparations need to be expedited. Old man, let's quickly check out that wedding dress shop. It looks nice. We need to make preparations for the baby. Mr. Su looked bewildered. The Lu family agreed? What's there to disagree with? They've already eaten and are chatting so happily, so it's settled, isn't it? But I still can't quite believe it. Sue's father felt that things weren't so simple, given how big a deal Xiaolu's situation was. If only the mother horse came, where was the father horse? Why don't you come? Ma's mother didn't mention it either, which might be because she was keeping it from Ma's father. After Mr. Su expressed his concerns, Mrs. Mai immediately became discouraged. Yes, the coachman hasn't arrived yet. It seems that Xiaolu and Su Sinan's marriage won't be so easy. Don't rush. It seems that our in-laws are very satisfied with us. If they go back and talk to us, things might work out. That's the only way. After chatting for so long, Su Sinan felt something was off. Why didn't Su's mother come? The two of them should have the most to talk about. Perhaps she was tired of talking, so Ma's mother stood up and gave Su Sinan an appreciative smile. Xiaonan, I think you are very good. Take good care of Xiaolu, she is my only daughter. Mom, don't worry. I will take good care of you. Ma Xinliu lowered her head, looking very embarrassed. However, she held Su Sinan's hand tightly. They seem unwilling to leave. Alright, I've been here for a while now. I have something to do at my dance class tomorrow, so I'll head back now. Are we going back already? Su Sinan was somewhat surprised. Ma's mother seemed to be very busy. Mom, why don't you stay here a few more days? No, please tell your in-laws that I was rude today and I will make amends another day. My mom won't mind. You're exaggerating. Ma's mother smiled but didn't say anything, then turned to leave. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu had no choice but to see Ma's mother off. But as soon as they reached the door, Ma's mother told the two of them to rest properly, her attitude very firm. The in-laws have left? While Su's mother was chatting with the old man, she heard some noise. When they came out, they found that the mother horse was not with the baby. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu stood at the door. Then, with a snap. Yeah, they're gone. Why so fast? If I had known he would leave so soon, I should have had a good chat with him. Mom, it's okay. They won't take it to heart. Mother horse isn't unreasonable. Su Sinan has just figured it out. The mother was simply testing the family's reaction. More importantly, we need to see if Ma Xinliu is comfortable and happy at home. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left so easily. Leaving so early. Just don't take it to heart. Su's mother pushed the adorable babies back into the room, while Su's father told them stories and played music. Chapter 94 goes viral online. Xiao Wang, I know you're very smart. Do you think we can take advantage of this opportunity? Xiao Wang touched his head. He knew what Xianzi was talking about. The songs by Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu have recently become incredibly popular online. For example, the number of likes on Douyin has reached more than 1 million. If they make good use of Brother Nan and his wife's spending, they can naturally make a lot of money. But Brother Nan has a baby, how could he possibly come out to make money at this time? For a moment, Xiao Wang remained silent. Xiao Don, standing to the side, chuckled coldly. Are you just killing time, Brother Chang? I'm not trying to be mean, but you've got a lot of nerve. Xianzi disagreed, saying that everyone wants to make more money. He believed that even Su Sinan thought the same way. If none of you are willing, then I'll have to ask Brother Nan. Just as I was about to make the call, Su Sinan arrived. I'm in a pretty good mood. It seems that some mental burden has been relieved. What are you talking about? Why are you looking for me? Brother Nan. You finally arrived. You haven't been here for a week since the singing competition. Ha, some things came up at home. I finally had some free time, so I came to see you all. Su Sinan found a place to sit down. Xiangzi rubbed his hands together. Brother Nan, I have some questions for you. You're so popular now, could we use your fame to help our careers reach new heights? Su Sinan was taken aback. How did he become famous? Seeing Su Sinan's puzzled look, Xiaodong touched her face and said, I told you, Brother Nan is busy right now, how could he possibly have time to deal with this? Yeah, let's just forget about it. Brother Nan is already being very kind to us. Su Sinan was confused, but it sounded like it was about making money. Of course, you should make money if you can. This doesn't seem like a big deal. Brother Nan, take a look at this platform. Xiangzi opened Douyin TikTok, and Su Sinan was surprised to hear the familiar voice and see the more than 1 million likes. It's gone viral already? Over 1 million likes. He had never dared to even think about this before. At that moment, I understood what my brothers meant. They made their fortunes by taking advantage of his fame. How do I do this? Live streaming? Su Sinan suddenly thought of this possibility. What are you thinking? We just want to use your fame to change the name of the shop, do some advertising, and then you can record your songs for the customers to listen to. Oh. Xiaodong and Xiaowang said, we don't have that idea. We're exhausted every day. Xiaowang added, I still have to take the postgraduate entrance exam, so I don't have that much time to work on it. Xiangzi rolled his eyes, I'm not letting you do this, can't I do it myself? It's just that the money won't be yours then. Neither of them cared that Su Sinan would never agree to it. Sure enough, Su Sinan shook her head and said, right now, I want to take good care of the children. As for what you're talking about, let's talk about it another day. Disappointed, Xiangzi looked at the sky in despair. Why not use such a good plan? Once this trend ends, this shop will be gone. At this moment, Su Sinan added, I think you could change your store name and do some promotion. I happen to have some ideas about the song. With a mysterious smile, Su Sinan's expression left the three of them completely baffled. Should we do it or not? Xiangzi, somewhat taken aback, asked, you mean, do it? Su Sinan nodded, let's do it, but we don't have much time, once or twice a week is enough. Yay! Xiangzi jumped up excitedly. Xiaodong and Xiaowang glanced at each other, somewhat surprised. It's unclear why Su Sinan changed her mind. Soon after, Su Sinan shared Ma Xinliu's recent thoughts. I want to become a singer. She didn't want to spend too much, she just wanted to quietly make money after launching the platform. Su Sinan thought that it would be great if he could play his wife's songs in the shop. Let's promote it properly. My wife's dream of becoming a singer might just come true. Xiangzi and the other two were somewhat surprised. Does your sister-in-law want to enter the entertainment industry? I'm not entirely sure, but let's do it this way for now. The four of them chatted here, and Xiangzi took charge of this matter. Su Sinan got home at 11 p.m. When he told Ma Xinliu the news, Ma Xinliu was very happy. A breathtaking smile spread across that stunningly beautiful face. Su Sinan hugged her tightly, and Ma Xinliu blushed. Li Maxin, wearing a black dress, arrived at a barbecue restaurant. The barbecue restaurant and Su Sinan's shop are not much different. The owners here, the three Chang brothers, also often go to patronize the place. This barbecue restaurant, which was on the verge of collapse, was miraculously saved. As soon as Li Maxin arrived, the barbecue restaurant owner smiled and said, I'm really sorry, this customer, we're closing up shop. Closing the shop? Aren't there still many customers inside? Yes, this is the last wave. Li Maxin rolled her eyes, her mood suddenly sour. I turned around and went to another store. The receptionist at the door looked puzzled. Boss, business has finally picked up, why are you turning away that customer? Don't ask so many questions. The boss seemed unwilling to talk about it, and they didn't dare to ask. After going around in circles, Li Maxin finally arrived at Xiangzi's place. Upon seeing Li Maxin arrive, they exclaimed, oh my, what a rare guest. You've come to eat here. Li Maxin rolled her eyes and walked in. I found a place to sit down. Give me 100 skewers of spicy hot pot, and I'll eat them myself when I get home. Take it yourself. I'll let you take it. Li Maxin rolled her eyes. The three brothers smiled when they saw this, and Xiaodong came over and said, since you want to do it this way, then I won't be polite. Xiaodong only chose those priced at 2 yuan or more. With 100 skewers, he could earn about 1 or 200 yuan. Why not? After making her selection, Li Machine didn't waste any time and scanned the QR code with WeChat. They left immediately. The three brothers didn't take this little incident to heart. They were almost done with their work, so they went to sleep. Let's fight again tomorrow. Chapter 95. The babies can finally interact. Tick-tock. Machine Leo was writing lyrics and playing music. The whole person is immersed in the world of music. Su Sinan didn't disturb him and played on her phone by herself. Xianzi recorded a video in the brothers' group chat. It was packed with people. Many people also take photos here. After that, there was no more news in the group chat. Everyone seems to be very busy. Wah! Su Sinan suddenly imitated the sound of Jiankong's crying. The healthy child, who was sleeping soundly, is now crying in distress. Su Sinan was scolded by her mother. So, he had no choice but to slink back to his room. Machine Leo finished writing the lyrics and a smile appeared on her lips. The lyrics described several feelings a mother experiences after giving birth. She had already decided that she wanted to commemorate her baby's daily life. They wrote all their actions into the lyrics. Then, through her own unique rhythm, she expresses the artistic conception in the lyrics. This requires a certain level of singing skill. Machine Leo immediately summoned Su Sinan. Su Sinan glanced at the lyrics and thought they were pretty good. I wonder what it would be like if the babies joined in. Should we add the children's voices? We did that last time and it worked really well. Okay. The quiet babies were thus used as test subjects by Su Sinan and Machine Leo. Su's mother was heartbroken. She came to Su's father's side and said, "What's wrong with this child? It's one thing to make music, but why did he add babies to it?" Father Su didn't care about anything else upon hearing the moving melody, he couldn't help but hum alone. This made Su's mother roll her eyes. All you do is get into your musical world, without even considering whether the babies are comfortable or not. Su Sinan and Machine Leo were unaware of the behind-the-scenes story. They completed their first single very smoothly. "Baby, do you like the music mommy made for you?" Wah wah. The babies didn't cry or fuss, they were muttering something, seemingly quite certain. Machine Leo was overjoyed to see it. Surprisingly, the babies were able to interact with them in a simple way. "Look, the babies seem to be able to interact with us now." Su Sinan walked over and saw that the baby's eyes were looking in his direction. "Surprise, it really is. His eyes were just looking in my direction." Machine Leo suddenly wanted to hold the babies, as if she wanted to do something. Su Sinan reacted quickly and took the child from Machine Leo. "This is one, you know?" The two babies were placed on the bed. The babies seemed to have some space now, and they kept crawling around all around. His simple and honest appearance made Machine Leo and Su Sinan burst out laughing. Wow! It seems like the babies only know this one sentence. Upon seeing Machine Leo and Su Sinan, they cautiously crawled over. Su Sinan took out the children's favorite toys from the stroller next to her. After seeing the small toy, Jian Jian shifted his focus. "You've finally become lively. I thought you were uninterested in anything." When her older brother Jian Jian was chasing after something, Machine Leo wanted to tease him. Seeing how much their mother loves their brother, I wonder if the younger sister has been jealous since she was little. He patted the bed, somewhat unwilling to give up. This amusing scene made Su Sinan laugh out loud. "Kong Kong, Daddy's here." Holding Kong Kong stopped being jealous and seemed to really like Su Sinan. It kept nuzzling against Su Sinan in his arms. The commotion inside the house could not be hidden from Su's father and mother. Su's mother knocked on the door from outside. "What's wrong? Why are you so happy?" Su Sinan opened the door with a smile. "It seems the babies can interact with us now." Just now. Kong Kong got jealous when he saw Jian Jian being held by Xiaolu. Su's mother happily patted Kong Kang's head. They'd been waiting for this day for so long. Su Sinan released Kong Kong and placed him on her mother. Su's mother held Kong Kang's favorite little duck and kept waving it back and forth in front of her. Kong Kong also responded positively. This made Su's mother extremely happy. "Old man, did you see that? Hey, let me try it too, I'm." Su's father held Kong Kong carefully, as he had difficulty walking and could only hold and carry Kong Kong. Suddenly, a sound came out. Jian Jian cried and looked this way. Everyone burst into laughter. After playing for about an hour, everyone was tired. Jian Khan was delivered to Su's father and mother's room. Now that the song is finished, Su Sinan will naturally deliver it to the shop. After briefly explaining my destination to Ma Xinliu, I left. This song is really good. I never expected Su Sinan to be able to sing such a grand and majestic song. What I didn't expect was that they actually added the babies' voices to it. Many of the guests were young students. Some are fans who enjoy listening to music. Xiaodong was busy running around when she heard these words. I envy Brother Nan's current fame. My sister-in-law is really good at bringing good fortune to her husband. Nan Gu, who was originally unknown, is now a well-known figure in the area. Do you have Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu's autographs here? We'd like them. Yeah. I want noodles too, just listening to music isn't enough. Xiaodong was in a bit of a dilemma. He can't make decisions for Su Sinan. Xiangzi, who was in the room, had a sudden inspiration. Of course, that's fine. How about this, we'll send out autographs tomorrow, but there probably won't be many, because Brother Nan has to take care of his child. Okay, is it available from the opening day? Make a reservation now, there are only 100 spots available. Xiaodong looked at Xiangzi in surprise. What was Xiangzi doing? Brother Nan is so busy right now, how could he possibly have time to deal with things here? Thinking about it, Xiangzi was sure to get a lesson from Brother Nan. Hearing that there were 100 spots available, many people started lining up. This line lasted for about an hour and a half. These fans bought a lot of skewers here and then left. The original inventory was also gone all at once. Left with no other option, Xiangzi announced that he would close the business ahead of schedule. Xiaodong counted today's accounts. This number is quite remarkable. I actually made almost 20,000 yuan. He estimated that he had earned over 400,000 in the past month. That's amazing. The star power of Brother Nan is terrifying. Chapter 96 100 Signatures. Su Sinan wore a mask. For some reason, as soon as he went downstairs, someone asked him to take a picture. He was completely confused. When he reached the door, the security guard also asked him for an autograph. He had no choice but to ask the security guard. The security guard explained what had happened recently. Only then did Su Sinan realize just how famous she had become. Surprisingly, people were asking him for autographs right downstairs. That won't do. You must wear a mask. So he went back, put on a mask, and changed his clothes. Ma Xinliu in the room felt that Su Sinan was acting mysteriously. When you want to ask something. Su Sinan told Ma Xinliu not to go out casually for a while, and Ma Xinliu agreed. Then I saw Su Sinan, who was acting mysteriously, leave wearing a black t-shirt. Upon arriving at the shop's name had not yet been changed. However, the door was closed. This made Su Sinan somewhat depressed. What are you doing? Are we not open for business today? It wasn't mentioned in the brothers group chat either. Just as Su Sinan was about to ask him some questions, she saw the shop door open. Xiangzi was holding some kind of card. Wow, Brother Nan, we really are on the same wavelength. Su Sinan asked warily, what are you doing? No, we just happen to need to talk to you about something. You want something from me? Xiangzi, you'd better just tell me honestly. Su Sinan knew the three brothers' personalities all too well. If Xiaodong and Xiaowang really needed to talk to him about something, they would do so directly in private. Only Xiangzi, with his big mouth, seems to want the whole world to know. I posted it in the brothers group. I need to talk to you. Come in. Xiangzi walked into the shop with a cheerful smile, and Su Sinan saw Xiaodong and Xiaowang sleeping on the chairs. He was clearly exhausted. Brother Nan is here, let's get things done. Xiaodong opened her eyes. I just fell asleep, how did you get here? Go to sleep, go home and sleep. What are you doing here? Xiangzi was all smiles, and Xiaowang picked up the book from his head and stood up. His hair was a bit messy. In the past few days, he has been reading until 3 a.m. and only slept for about 4 or 5 hours before waking up. I'm so sleepy. Tell me, what's wrong today, are you not open for business? Su Sinan asked, puzzled. She looked at the clean table, as if the business hadn't been open all day. We've sold out, what's the point of opening a business? Sold out? Su Sinan was even more puzzled. Based on the previous foot traffic, it's impossible for these to sell out. Xiaodong yawned, Brother Nan, you don't know, you're really popular. You've become the face of our Tiandu University. Everyone says that if you focus on developing your music career, you'll definitely have a bright future. Yes, we all benefited from your success. We sold almost all morning and noon, and then it was almost over, Xiao Wang said from the side. Xianzi slyly pulled out a piece of paper, which contained a group photo of Ma Xinliu, Su Sinan, and the babies. This photo was taken by Xianzi at the nightclub. I didn't expect it would come in handy. What are you doing? Signatures? You have no idea that your 100 signatures sold out all my stuff for today. So that's how it is. He finally understood. This is taking advantage of his celebrity status. Su Sinan nodded, having roughly understood what was going on. He then signed his name on it. He actually felt that this was a very meaningful thing. Many people would never have imagined that so many fans would witness his story with his babies and Ma Xinliu. Xiao Wang, who was standing nearby, looked at the photo and said, Xianzi, this won't do. The babies can't be used for commercial purposes. Just use a photo of Brother Nan and his wife, and forget about the babies. Xiao Dong nodded, you're right. If the babies grow up, they will definitely face a lot of pressure. We shouldn't put too much pressure on them. Su Sinan didn't think it was a big deal. However, the two brothers are right, excessive spending on babies is not a rational behavior. Then I'll reprint it, wait for me. After Changzi left, Xiaodong and Xiaowan were a little puzzled. Brother Nan, you don't usually come here, why did you suddenly come? I'm here to give you songs, mainly to record our life stories. Oh, here comes another display of affection. Xiaodong rolled her eyes, wondering why she had asked that question. Xiaowang covered his face, feeling that Brother Nan had really gone too far. However, Su Sinan looked at Xiaodong and asked, how's things going with you and Wang Yu? Xiaodong blushed instantly, feeling somewhat at a loss for what to do. What do you mean, what happened? Xiao Wang asked in confusion, who is Wang Yu? It's not anyone, just a classmate from before, Xiaodong tried to brush it off. However, the cleverest of them all, Xiao Wang, wasn't so easily fooled. He looked at Xiaodong with a sly expression and asked, so you have a girlfriend? You. Xiaodong completely surrendered. No matter what he said, it was useless. Su Sinan stopped asking about Xiaodong and Wang Yu. Judging from their reactions just now, they clearly hadn't won them over yet. Xiaodong's constant teasing made Su Sinan suppress a laugh. Brother Nan, I'm here. Xianzi finally arrived. After Su Sinan signed her name, she told Xianzi about the song. Xianzi patted his chest, don't worry, I'll definitely spread the word for you. Su Sinan then left the shop, giving his brothers a relatively leisurely time. Back in Tianshan community, Su Sinan was still wearing a mask. Suddenly, he bumped into what seemed to be the girl downstairs, and glanced at her for a few moments. The girl seemed to notice Su Sinan's expression and looked at him with some confusion. Then something was discovered. You are Su Sinan? Holy crap! They recognized it. Su Sinan made a shushing gesture. The girl's eyes were full of cunning. If you don't want anyone to know, you have to grant me one request. What are the requirements? You're the one who tells me how you can sing so well. This. Forget it, I'll just try to fool them. Okay, but you can't reveal my whereabouts. Once home, Su Sinan sped off like a whirlwind. Wearing a mask doesn't seem so safe. Chapter 97 Counselor. Upon entering the room, Su Sinan saw Ma Xinliu writing something. I sat down on the bed. They started talking about what happened today. Ma Xinliu was somewhat surprised, not expecting Su Sinan to be so popular now. Can their family still go out? Son, we're heading out now. Su's mother greeted them and had already put on her shoes. This means you should take a healthy stroll with your child. Recently, Su's mother also went downstairs to take a look, and it seems that the human trafficker has already left. And I haven't heard anything recently about that family's child being taken away. She felt relieved and also wanted to chat with some people in the community. Mom, you must wear masks when you go out. Su Sinan said with some unease. Su's mother asked, puzzled, why are you wearing a mask? We're not doing anything, this way you'll be a little safer. Don't be so paranoid. We haven't done anything illegal, why are we worried about this? Su's mother ignored her and Su's father took the babies out. Su Sinan sighed helplessly. The babies all looked pretty much the same, and neither Su's parents would know. There shouldn't be any problems. Knowing Su Sinan's helplessness, Ma Xinliu offered a word of comfort. This prompted Su Sinin to ask in return, "Aren't you worried about the baby's safety?" Ma Xinliu said she doesn't care too much about these things because they don't affect her normal life. Su Sinin went to sleep, and Ma Xinliu said so there's nothing to worry about. She is, after all, the school beauty, so her words carry more weight. I don't know how long I slept. When Su Sinin woke up, she found Jian crawling around on the ground. When they see him coming, they will crawl over. Babies. Do you miss your dad? Wow. I'm perfectly healthy and don't know what to say yet. All I could do was scream. Su's parents carried one baby in each arm and brought the healthy babies back to the crib. I don't know what's going on today, but there are so many young people talking to us. Su's mother complained somewhat, saying that it wasn't that he was unwilling to talk to these young people. However, these young people seemed to want to find out about her family, which annoyed her greatly. So I didn't wander around outside for long before coming back. Su Sinin asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" It was some young people trying to find out about our family, so I became wary and came back. Did you inform the property management? It's no use telling them they are the owners here. Su Sinin was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. He didn't have any good solutions to this problem. The best you can do is try your best not to offend anyone. At this moment, Su's father came over and said, "Have you offended someone recently? Why are so many people coming to see you?" When this was mentioned, Su's mother nodded. "Yes, some people gave us their business cards directly, saying that if you want to cooperate with them, you can just call them." Su Sinin smiled bitterly. Su's mother and father had never seen such a scene before. It's not surprising that they would ask such a question. But this is affecting their lives, which doesn't seem like a good thing. Mom, Dad. Didn't I tell you a few days ago? We went to participate in a singing competition, and we sang really well. Your son is very popular now. Su's mother has never used Douyin TikTok or reads entertainment news. He looked puzzled. However, it was Su's father who read the newspapers in City A and learned that Su Sinin had become famous. He quickly took out the newspaper and showed it to Su's mother. When Su's mother saw the contents of the newspaper, she was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Su Sinin became famous. This far exceeded his expectations. How could this child? Looking at Ma Xinliu, who was smiling, this daughter-in-law is really bringing good fortune to her husband. Now you know what happened? I understand. I didn't quite believe it at first, but the old man wasn't lying to me. Su's father, standing to the side, scoffed coldly, "I never lie, why would I lie to you?" Su's mother rolled her eyes. This old man would always show off in front of her. Su Sinin gave a briefing, telling him to be careful when going out recently. Another thing is to avoid letting the baby go out too often, to prevent it from being exploited by those with ulterior motives. After Su's father and mother found out, they became very careful. After watching a movie, Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu were just about to go to sleep. Then accept the information from the counselor. They said they wanted him to go to the school tomorrow. Unaware of what was going on, Su Sinin nodded in agreement. This morning, I saw Ma Xinliu sleeping. Not wanting to disturb them, I wrote a note explaining what I had been doing. Good morning, Teacher Gao. Don't call me Teacher Gao, I'm just a junior counselor. You're so beautiful, I'll call you Teacher Gao. Gao Hua was wearing a denim jacket, and his cool short hair made him look very capable. In the counselor's heart, she was like a goddess. Who is this Su Sinin? He quietly won Ma Xinliu over 4 years of university. And that's not all. Su Sinin actually has such advanced skills. Is he here to experience life instead of to study at university? That's right, Teacher Mu has taken a liking to this talent this time, you can't let him go. Gao Hua smiled wryly. Things were never that simple. In the first year of his 4-year university life, Su Sinin was someone he felt he could value. However, Su Sinin later let himself go and neglected his studies, which made him feel regretful. Sometimes, I completely forget that this person exists. If it weren't for the singing competition, Su Sinin would have displayed an amazing singing technique. She couldn't recall it at all. You guys shouldn't say that. A genius like Su Sinin is not that simple. Gao Hua tidied up the documents in his hand and left the office. We arrived at Teacher Mu's office. Su Sinin wandered around the school for a while and then made a phone call to Gao Hua. Once you know the location, walk over there. The door was open, and Gao Hua could be heard talking about Su Sinin's experiences at university. Su Sinin knocked on the door. I'm here. Teacher Moo smiled and said, "Come in, young hero." "Teacher, please just tell me what's on your mind. I'm sorry to bother you so much. I have a concert coming up soon, and I'd like you to come. I wonder if you would be willing to attend this concert." Su Sinin didn't expect Teacher Moo to think so highly of him, but he also had a baby to take care of. "Where would I find the time to attend a concert?" "Refusal, I'd rather not." "Why? This shouldn't have any impact on you, right?" "Yes, I'm a full-time stay-at-home dad now, and I don't want to leave my babies." Chapter 98 Some Things About Graduation. Su Sinin declined Teacher Moo's suggestion. Teacher Moo couldn't understand why they wouldn't seize such a good opportunity. Having received recognition from the show, Su Sinin's net worth must have increased tenfold or more. It's not too late to have a baby then. However, he admired the young man's spirit of not bowing down to money. At least Teacher Moo believes that he couldn't have been so pure when he was young. After declining Teacher Moo's suggestion, Su Sinin chatted briefly with her counselor. Then he walked out of the school gate. His advisor told him that he needed to prepare for his graduation defense soon. "I also hope he will give Professor Moo's suggestion a serious consideration. There is still 1 month left. When you're young, seizing opportunities is always a good thing." Su Sinin could only smile and let it go. The nearby supermarket has been crowded lately, and there are many children in the toy club area. They were taking apart the toys they wanted. "Visit here." Su Sinin looked at it while wearing a mask. Jian Jian is an older brother, so he must be very interested in cars and airplanes. Kong Kong is a younger sister, so she should be interested in things like painting and music. These are all based on the baby's reactions. A store employee approached. "What kind of toy are you looking for? And how old is your child?" "Oh, I want a toy car. My baby is about 6 months old." For a 6-month-old baby, I suggest just buying any toy car like this. More complex ones are too difficult for young children to operate. Su Sinin looked at the toy car and reached out to touch it. It's made of rubber, so it shouldn't be a problem for babies. I suggest you also buy some modeling clay. Kids love to sculpt and play with it. If your child can make a small airplane, it means they are developing in the arts. "Okay, give me some modeling clay." The mall staff were overjoyed they had encountered a big customer today. I took a rubber toy car and then some modeling clay. Su Sinin arrived near the musical toy. "You have excellent taste. Your baby is so lucky to have you. We have many musical toys here that can inspire children's sense of music." Su Sinin asked directly, "Which one is the best here?" "The best one is definitely ours. It can imitate many sounds and even compose its own music. But it's a bit expensive, around 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan is indeed a bit expensive. Will Kong Kong like it?" He recalled the adorable scene of Kong Kong listening intently to him and Ma Xinliu singing in bed. "She'll probably like it. I bought these 3 things. Please pack them in one of my nicer bags." "Okay." It cost nearly 2,000 yuan at once. Su Sinin felt a pang of regret, but then she thought of the adorable sight of the children. Suddenly, he realized that all this suffering was nothing. We should still spend the money. Back home, Su Sinin took out the toys. Su's mother, "Wow, look how many toys your father bought for you." Kong Kong and Jian Jian seemed to understand, and lay on the ground, staring longingly at Su Xiainan. Su Sinin picked up a toy car first, and Jian Jian seemed to like it very much. He was throwing his toy car on the ground. Another thing was modeling clay. When Jian Jian grabbed the modeling clay, he burst out laughing. He seemed very satisfied and happy. "Jian Jian, why don't you go play on the other side first?" Kong Kong watched from the side, and tears immediately streamed down his face. The woo-woo sound wasn't loud. Su Sinin took out another toy and placed it in front of Kong Kong. "This is a toy I bought for you. Do you like it?" After pressing a few keys on the keyboard, Kong Kong immediately stopped crying. Playing with this toy. The room suddenly became noisy. Su's mother and father could only play along. Ma Xinliu seemed to be reading a book and was completely unaware that Su Sinin had brought his beloved toys home. When I heard some noise outside, out of curiosity, I came out. "Oh dear, Grandpa told you to press this spot." Father Su was there instructing Kong Kong on how to play beautiful music. Kong Kong continued to ramble on, and Su's father was at his wits' end. I had no choice but to play around with Kong Kong. Gradually, they started throwing clay at the ground. Sue's father was trying to make something out, but after a few moments, he was gradually knocked to the ground. Jian seemed to be the kind of person who was ruthless and didn't talk much, constantly throwing and slamming toy cars and modeling clay. He didn't make a sound. Su Sinan wrote these down on the side. They even took photos. While they were busy, Ma Xinliu came up behind Su Sinan with a smile and asked, "Why did you buy so many toys? Isn't it because we can see that the children can interact with us now? If we strengthen their interaction with us, maybe one day, we'll see them calling us dad and mom." Ma Xinliu felt a surge of warmth she hadn't expected that after so much time. Su Sinan could still maintain his patience. "For the past few months, I've had to wake up in the middle of the night to feed the babies. This has caused her to need to sleep during the day, and her biological clock has become somewhat disordered. If it weren't for the love and care from Su Sinan, her mother, and her father, she felt she would definitely have a bad temper. I even feel a sense of weariness towards life." Yes. Wow. Oh dear, I need to poop. When Su's mother saw Jian crying, she quickly took action. Then Kong started crying too, and in an instant, everyone became busy. Once Su's mother and father have finished dealing with it, Jian and Kong seemed to be tired from playing, and they fell asleep on the ground. Su's mother and father wiped their sweat and said, "Finally, we can rest." Older people simply don't have the same energy levels as younger people. Especially children. After placing Jiankangking in the safe, Su's mother and father went back to their room to sleep. Su Sinan put the toys away. "After taking a nap, I'll make some delicious food." Chapter 99 Xiangzi goes solo. Beep beep beep. My phone was vibrating incessantly. It seems something urgent has happened. Su Sinan was still answering the phone listlessly. "Dude, our products are selling like hotcakes." "What? I don't understand." "Brother, we sold out of all our products this morning. We made almost 50,000 yuan today." "Oh." Su Sinan still wanted to sleep. This news didn't seem to sway him enough. "Brother, please give me another autograph payment. If it's like this every day, the four of us brothers could buy a villa." Su Sinan then came to her senses. "Are you out of your mind? How can you be like this every day? Just focus on making money honestly and stop thinking about these nonsense things." He couldn't help but curse. They're treating him like a money-making tool. How could anyone forget their original aspirations? Didn't we agree from the beginning that as long as we could live a good life, that would be enough? Upon hearing this, Xiaodong and Xiao Wang burst into laughter. "I told you, how could Brother Nan let you use his reputation?" Xiangzi said somewhat awkwardly, "Brother, I just got excited for a moment, please don't say that about me. I don't want to say anything to you, just don't forget our original purpose, and don't treat me as a tool to make money. What's the point of expanding a business based on my reputation?" This made Xiangzi even more embarrassed. He didn't think that much about it. They were just thinking of making a little money if they could. Once you put it that way, you'll realize how terribly wrong it is. He did not respect Nan Ji's personal wishes. Su Sinan didn't want to continue lecturing Xiangzi. After all, the brothers still cared about their reputation. "Brother Nan. I'm sorry. I was too short-sighted. Now that you've embarked on this path, haven't you considered expanding? I remember you said you were going to open some kind of chain store? Since we've brought this up, let's discuss it properly." He wanted to know what his brothers were thinking after a month or two. Xiaodong's voice came through. "Brother Nan, I don't think it's necessary to open this chain store. I had this idea before, but I feel that we brothers can't control a chain store." "Xiao Wang, I also don't think it's necessary to open it. I still have to study. If Tiandu University doesn't close down, our shop will still be very valuable. You could say that even when we're old, we'll live a more comfortable life than the average person." Xiangzi shook his head. "I think this place should be opened. If you don't think it's good, then I'll use my own money to open one." Su Sinan knew Xiangzi's personality. He was competitive and restless. "Since that's the case, sure, Xiangzi, you can open the shop all by yourself, but the recipe must not be leaked. It would be best to hire a lawyer to draft a contract so you can feel more at ease when hiring people. Then I'll look around for a couple of days." Xiangzi is leaving to establish his own sect. No one could stop it, but Xiaodong didn't care. He just needs to run his business here. Xiao Wang thought so too. After chatting for a few minutes, the brothers dispersed. Su Sinin had just returned home and wanted to continue sleeping in. Lying in bed is incredibly comfortable. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, a hurried and uneasy voice rang out. "Kid, come here for a second." Su Sinin opened the door and saw that her mother was very nervous. "What's wrong?" "Your Aunt Zhang has had an accident. I need to go back and take good care of her." "What's going on?" Su Sinin was also a little nervous. "I don't know, I'll only know what happened when I get back." "Alright then, I'll take care of the baby." "You all go back." Su's mother didn't say anything, just nodded. Ma Xinliu was also a little nervous when she heard that Aunt Zhang had an accident. The scene of Aunt Zhang coming to my home kept flashing through my mind. For a moment, my eyes welled up with tears. Unaware of what was happening, Su Sinin tidied up with her mother and father. The things that Su's mother and father had were very simple. A large bag of clothes plus other daily necessities, and that was it. "We're all packed up. You two can stay here." "Mom, don't make me go see you off by myself." "No need, Xiaolu can't take care of the babies by herself." Su Sinin had no choice but to give up. He dropped Su's mother and father off at the elevator and then left. Back home, Su Sinin was still a little unaccustomed to it. For the past month or two, I'd been constantly hearing Su's mother and father arguing. It's become much quieter now. Ma Xinliu emerged from the bedroom at some point, holding a bank card in her hand. "In the past month or two, Mom and Dad have spent a lot of money, and I can't let them bear so much alone. I was thinking, giving them some money." Su Sinin was somewhat touched, but still refused. "Keep the money yourself. I don't need it. I will send my parents the money they need for the next month or two." Ma Xinliu seemed reluctant. "You are you, and I am me. Su Sinin, aren't we husband and wife? Shouldn't we be one?" Ma Xinliu lowered her head, feeling that what Su Sinin said made a lot of sense. "Alright, since we're one, let's not distinguish between you and me. You can use this money for whatever you want, but I can handle the household expenses on my own." Upon hearing this, Ma Xinliu recalled many scenes of Su Sinin making promises to him. Su Sinin truly kept his word. Not ambiguous at all. Her eyes welled up with tears. She was deeply moved by this selfless love. Seeing Ma Xinliu's charming appearance, Su Sinin couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her smooth, fair forehead. "Ah!" Ma Xinliu shyly pushed Su Sinin away. Su Sinin chuckled foolishly. "I touched my lips that tasted really good." Ma Xinliu came to her senses, feeling both embarrassed and angry, and warned, "You can't do that again. You're my wife." Su Sinin said matter-of-factly, even giving a smile. Ma Xinliu returned to her room in embarrassment and grabbed a pillow to cover her head. Su Sinin stopped teasing him and tidied up his mother's and father's room. Then I played music for Jiankangkeng. He thought that listening to music would allow him to sleep peacefully. Knock knock. But then there was a knock at the door. It was a teenage girl, wearing a white t-shirt and black sweatpants. She was wearing pink slippers. Chapter 100. Driving away the girl. "Why are you here?" Su Sinin scratched his head, looking puzzled. The girl's eyes widened as she held the gift in her hand. "I'm here to ask you for advice. This is a gift of mine, I hope you'll accept it." The girl seemed quite proper. They know how to give gifts. After Su Sinin accepted the gift, he let the girl in. I thought about how to fool them. At this moment, Ma Xinliu, looking embarrassed and flustered, came out. Upon seeing the girl, he was suddenly taken aback. The girl was nervous. This Ma Xinliu, she wouldn't have any bad impression of her, would she? Su Sinin briefly explained why the girl had come here. Ma Xinliu coldly returned to her room and then took out a book. He handed it to the girl. "Here are some of my insights. Take a look. Don't bother Su Sinin anymore." Su Sinin was just thinking about how to refuse. As a result, Ma Xinliu pulled this stunt. I must say, well done. The girl felt somewhat aggrieved. It took less than 3 or 4 minutes in total. It seemed like they were about to be kicked out. She just came to ask for advice. Judging from Ma Xinliu's actions and eyes, it seemed that if you didn't leave, something bad would happen. She got scared and left with the books. She decided never to come again. Seeing the girl's somewhat disheveled and pitiful back view, Su Sinin felt a little embarrassed. Had she gone too far? The girl had only come to ask some questions. That's how you drive people away. How to put it, it seems like it's all my fault. Next time, I don't know if an apology will be enough to make up for it. Poof. Ma Xinliu looked at Su Sinan and snorted coldly. Su Sinan scratched his head, feeling bewildered. Why does Ma Xinliu still have a problem with him? From beginning to end, they didn't do anything. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Su Sinan didn't quite understand. I had no choice but to sit in the living room and watch TV. After seeing this, I couldn't fall asleep. A little while later, Jian and Kong started crying loudly. Su Sinan quickly went to take care of the children. You've worked so diligently by the baby's side for the past month, it's truly touching. You've acquired amazing origami skills. Su Sinan hadn't expected this reward. It's fine, though. How about Daddy makes you a paper airplane? Airplane? Their eyes lit up with health. Wow! Seemingly very interested, Su Sinan slowly started to fly the plane. Then he breathed on it and tossed it gently. The plane landed smoothly in the air. Su Sinan smiled and said, "Is this all right?" Wow! Jian Kong seemed to only know how to say that, but surprisingly, both of them learned to clap. It's unclear whether this action was learned from Su's mother and father. But it doesn't matter where it was learned from. He spent time with the children and became happier and happier. Ma Xinliu heard bursts of laughter coming from the living room and was somewhat puzzled. Why are the children still crying? Has something happened? As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Jian clapping. Then they saw Su Sinan make a paper airplane that could move continuously as the hands operated. Let alone the two little ones, even Ma Xinliu was a little curious. This is how it was carried out. See? Do you want to learn? Jian Kong simply clapped, and when he heard Su Sinan's words, he didn't know what to say, so he just mumbled wow and brushed it off. Su Sinan didn't mind and continued folding paper airplanes for the children. They transformed every kind of airplane for the children. The children's eyes seemed to hold a newfound wisdom. They looked at Su Sinan with a hint of admiration. Ma Xinliu looked at Su Sinan with a hint of admiration. So many paper airplanes? In his childhood, he only knew simple straight-line airplanes and curved-line airplanes. The flight window is also very short. Su Sinan's place is different. There are many more options, and there's still plenty of time. It brought a lot of joy to these babies. Wow! Jian climbed over without hesitation when he saw the airplane in Su Sinan's hand. Su Sinan looked at him and smiled. This little guy, Jian, why aren't you introverted anymore? Put! Ma Xinliu burst out laughing. Jian, you're so shy. You're not shy anymore. Ma Xinliu also joined this group. Kong got anxious and waved to Ma Xinliu. Kong is jealous. Mommy's here. Ma Xinliu hugged Kong, and Kong immediately beamed with joy. Jian kept staring at Su Sinan's plane, very curious. Su Sinan wondered if this child had developed a science and engineering mindset from a young age. I'm so curious about this plane. Jian, how about Daddy teaches you something else good? Wah, Jian said, but no one knew what he was saying. Su Sinan took it as Jian agreeing. I made a simple little boat and then took Jian to the bathtub. Kong didn't think much of it when he saw his mother, Ma Xinliu, flying the airplane. He patted his mother, Ma Xinliu. Hey, you little rascal, you're hitting me here. Kong seemed to have seized an opportunity and quickly got the plane. Ma Xinliu was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Kong to have learned to grab things so early. She quickly grabbed the plane and let go forward. The plane flew forward naturally. Kong imitated it, and the airplane naturally slipped from his hand. This scene completely surprised Ma Xinliu. Is Kong a genius? He learned to throw paper airplanes so early? She quickly went over, wanting to tell Su Sinan about it. Su Sinan had placed a small boat here, and Jian, being curious, insisted on staying in the bathtub. Su Sinan was afraid that something might happen to Jian, so she held him up with both hands. Feeling Jian's strength, he relaxed a little. Jian, holding the small paper boat in one hand, suddenly slapped the water in the bathtub. The paper boat got soaked and naturally couldn't float. Jian played for a while, then lost interest. You little rascal, you're quite the flirt. Su Sinan chuckled, unsure whether this personality trait was inherited from him or Ma Xinliu. Su Sinan, I'm starting to doubt whether our Kong is a genius. As soon as Ma Xinliu's voice came through, Su Sinan instinctively asked, "What's wrong?" "Just now, when I was about to fly the plane, Kong Kong tried it himself and successfully made the plane take off." Is Kong Kong that smart?" Su Sinan said.
Ma Xinliu quickly told Kong Kong to hold the airplane and try it out, but Kong Kong slapped Ma Xinliu away.
There's also a very insightful eye roll.
This made Su Sinan burst into laughter.
Chapter 101 Teacher Mu's Personal Invitation. I'm going to start cooking. We played together until almost evening.
Ma Xinliu also felt tired, but she felt that today was really fulfilling.
Jianjiangking is finally able to have some simple interactions with them. Today I'm going to make something delicious for Jianjiangking.
Su Sinan was preparing the meal when Ma Xinliu came over. He failed at making the sauce last time, but he's determined not to fail again this time.
Do you have any green vegetables left at home?
Yes, Chinese cabbage.
Are you giving Jianjiangking some food?
Yes, I failed last time, so I have to succeed this time. Su Sinan smiled and took out a large cabbage. We have a soy milk maker at home, which we bought a few days ago. The main purpose is to supplement the calcium of Su's father and mother. In addition, if Ma Xinliu drinks soy milk every day, it will also be very good for her health.
Having this thing really makes things much more convenient. Ma Xinliu gently chopped the vegetables and then put them in.
The soy milk function was automatically selected, and it will automatically grind the vegetables into powder and then heat it at a very high temperature.
The vegetable sauce is now ready.
Babies can't eat anything too salty yet, so Ma Xinliu added a little salt when the vegetable juice was almost ready.
There shouldn't be any problems now, right?
I think there shouldn't be any problems.
Su Sinan was cutting meat next to them while the two ate vegetables.
There's no need for so many formalities. All he needs to do is make a bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a winter melon in meatball soup. By the time everything was almost done, it was already dark. The once quiet group chat for brothers became lively again at this time.
Let me tell you, I just found a shop. The location is excellent, right near the middle school. Brother Chang, you're amazing. You actually found the vicinity of the school.
Of course.
Xiao Wang, I think you should do an on-site investigation now.
Xiao Wang is right, I'll go check it out tomorrow, but would Brother Nan be willing to come with me? Xiao Dong and Xiao Wang burst out laughing.
Xianzi was trying to share in Su Sinan's good fortune.
Su Sinan, who had just finished cooking, took out her phone.
I casually glanced at the group chat. This Xiangzi. Su Sinan couldn't help but find it amusing Xiangzi was really sticking to him.
He replied with one sentence, "I'll let you see it, but how will you cover the cost?"
Xiangzi immediately cried out, "Brother Nan, can't you be nicer to me? I'm your biggest fan.
Let's waive the fan price, I'll go with you to take a look tomorrow."
Brother Nan is the best.
The brothers started chatting about other things again, so Su Sinan left the group chat.
"Honey, dinner's ready."
Ma Xinliu came out of the room with a smile on her face. He seemed very happy.
"Honey, Jian Kong just now really enjoyed my vegetable juice."
"Really?
That's great. By the way, we need to give the kids some meat. How about you try lean meat porridge tomorrow?"
Is that difficult?" Ma Xinliu panicked a little, as he was the least skilled at preparing meat dishes.
That must be very difficult.
It's not difficult.
I'll tell you how to do it in a bit.
After a simple meal, Ma Xinliu was still checking the recipe and writing down each step one by one. Seeing Ma Xinliu so focused, Su Sinan went to clear the dishes. "When it's almost time, I want to take the babies out for a walk."
Ma Xinliu also wanted to go out. The two left wearing masks. Jian Kong is not very energetic at night.
It seems they played too intensely during the day. They slept peacefully. Even if there is a sudden noise around you.
Even when you're perfectly healthy, it's still the same. Wow, this baby is so cute.
A middle-aged woman, around 30 years old, was speaking. His eyes were filled with envy.
"Hello," Su Sinan replied politely. "Are you two a married couple?"
"Yes.
I really envy you guys. Your skin looks so young, right?
I didn't have a child until I was 30. Su Sinan didn't know what to say, but Ma Xinliu casually comforted her, "As long as you can marry for love, everything else can wait."
"Thank you for your comfort." Ma Xinliu shook her head, "It's okay, we'll be going now."
The middle-aged woman watched Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu leave. A slight sigh. These days, even young couples have babies. After walking for about 10 minutes, we arrived at the Tianshan residential area. Many students and teachers live in this area. The environment is very quiet, and generally there is no excessive noise. They strolled around the area and did indeed see some teachers from the school. However, Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu did not go to greet them. Firstly, I felt a little embarrassed. Rather, they didn't want to appear too conspicuously in front of the teacher. Just as they turned to leave, an old man came from the side path. They happened to run into Su Sinan. You look familiar. Su Sinan smiled and said, "Hello, Teacher Mu." "Oh, you're Su Sinan. Are you staying here?" As Teacher Mu spoke, she noticed the sleeping babies. "Wow, is this your baby? He's so cute." Su Sinan smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Mu. I just didn't expect you to be staying here too. Hey, lots of teachers live here. Why don't you come work at our place?" Teacher Mu sent an invitation. But Su Sinan was too tired today, so she played games with the babies. In addition, there's housework. I'm only out here to relax now. I don't really like visiting other people's homes. Teacher Mu may not be able to help today. I'm tired from taking care of the children. With an apologetic look, Teacher Mu smiled and said, "You really have it tough taking care of these two little ones." "It's all right. You can come visit us whenever you have time." Su Sinan nodded. This little incident passed just like that. Back home, Su Sinan suddenly realized that he hadn't asked Teacher Mu where he was. Never mind. I'll just ask next time I run into this situation. Ma Xinliu lay back on the bed when Wang Yu sent her a message. The above is a series of apologies. Ma Xinliu simply ignored it. Wang Yu told her family about her relationship with Su Sinan without her permission, which made her very unhappy. Although there was a little trick by the horse mother to get Wang Yu to say something. Wang Yu did not make many mistakes. But she was determined to make Wang Yu remember this lesson. I put down my phone, and before I knew it, I was drifting off to sleep. Su Sinan had just finished showering and was tired, so she collapsed onto the bed. He then naturally wrapped his arms around Ma Xinliu's waist. Chapter 102 Inspecting the shops, transferring 30,000. Xianzi arrived at Su Sinan's door early in the morning. After tidying up her clothes, Su Sinan naturally went over to take a look. The middle school is Tiandu Middle School. According to the local policy, students from Tiandu Middle School have a certain chance of being admitted to Tiandu University. The success rate is much higher than that of the college entrance examination. However, Tiandu Middle School is one of the most prestigious middle schools in City A. Those who are accepted are all exceptional talents, selected from among thousands or even millions. Their strength is naturally astonishing. Many parents are going to great lengths to rent a house near Tiandu Middle School. Let the children study at school with peace of mind. The place Changzi chose was a small shop near Tiandu Middle School. This place isn't facing the main gate. Exit through the back gate of Tiandu Middle School. There are usually not many students coming. The foot traffic is naturally not high. The shop is about 60 square meters. It's more than enough to open a small shop. Brother Nan, what do you think of this place? Xianzi looked at Su Sinan. If Su Sinan thought it was okay, then it would be settled. Su Sinan dared not say whether it was possible or not. He wasn't very familiar with the situation here. Just then, the landlord came over with a smile. "Shall I open the door for you to see?" "Okay." The landlord opened the door, and the layout inside was clearly visible. Because you can see the bottom at a glance. All of it is flowing freely. "Landlord, what is your surname?" "My surname is Chow." "Then I'll call you Mr. Chow." "You're too kind." Su Sinan didn't waste any words. "I'd like to ask how much foot traffic your store has?" The landlord smiled and said, "The foot traffic is naturally not good, otherwise the previous tenants wouldn't have been able to stay for more than a year. So how do you calculate prices in your shop?" "Hey, I know my foot traffic isn't great, so the prices are 30% cheaper than other places." 30% off? That's not enough. Can you even cut back on electricity and water bills? The landlord glanced at Su Sinan. "It's possible, but I have a requirement. You need to finalize things as soon as possible, otherwise none of what you mentioned will be available." Xiangzi, standing to the side, said with dissatisfaction, "You should at least give us time to think."
Su Sinan didn't know why the landlord was in such a hurry for them to settle down. He paused for a moment. I think we can finalize it. Tell me the price first. Xianzi was taken aback. How did Brother Nan make a decision so quickly? The price is negotiable, 1,000 yuan a month is fine.
1,000 yuan is not much, especially here at Tiandu Middle School. Xianzi also thought it was a good idea. He was just trying out this place anyway.
Then it's settled. The landlord was overjoyed and quickly retrieved the contract from a nearby room.
Xianzi signed without hesitation.
Another deposit was paid.
Once things were settled, the shop was rented.
Xianzi hurriedly prepared to go. They didn't ask Su Sinan why she decided on this place so quickly. Su Sinan's idea was actually very simple. The store is about a kilometer away from the main entrance. The back door is only a dozen meters away. There probably aren't many students coming here on weekdays.
But even when the flow of people is at its worst, it's time for school to let out.
I reckon it's still possible to make money.
Furthermore, he believed that with Xiangzi's intelligence and restlessness, he would never be foolish enough to open a shop here and wait for customers to arrive.
Xiangzi's group chat says it's all settled. Xiao Dong and Xiao Wang offered their congratulations. Then the pressure on them increased.
In the past, there was some pressure when there were 3 people, but now there is even more pressure when there are only 2.
Xiaodong had no choice but to hire people. Su Sinan returned home and did not go to Xiaodong's place.
He knew his brothers could handle these things.
Jian, this is your modeling clay. What shape do you like to make? Ma Xinliu is playing with the babies. Jian was patting the ground like a fool.
I was kneading the clay, not knowing what to do with it.
Ma Xinliu patiently taught him.
But Kong Kong, who was standing nearby, got jealous. Ma Xinliu, his mother, played with him.
Su Sinan walked over with a smile. Kong Kong, do you want to play with Daddy? Wow. Kong Kong waved to Su Sinan. Kong Kang's favorite thing to play with is musical toys.
Every time I press a key, I can't help but stare at it blankly. Su Sinan then carefully explained which sounds corresponded to which tones.
By the way, Mom said she might not be able to come back for a while. This morning, Ma Xinliu woke up and received a call from Su's mother. Su's mother explained Aunt Zhang's situation in detail.
Aunt Zhang appears to have broken a bone from the fall.
At this age, a fracture will definitely cause many problems.
Besides the fracture, he has been experiencing a series of minor ailments for many years.
Now I have to stay in the hospital.
Uncle Zhang, on the other hand, went to his relatives and friends to borrow money.
He hasn't returned in the last day or 2.
When Su Sinan learned of this, he immediately wanted to transfer the money to his mother.
Ma Xinliu stopped her, saying, I've already given it. You gave it? How much did you give? Su Sinan didn't expect Ma Xinliu to do this.
Aunt Zhang and Ma Xinliu hadn't known each other for very long. However, looking back, even when Ma Xinliu was alone, she did not give up on giving birth to the child.
This is perhaps the purest form of kindness that Ma Xinliu possesses.
They gave me about 30,000 yuan.
30,000, that's about right. Yes, that's what I was thinking too. If we need more money, we can transfer it elsewhere.
Ma Xinliu smiled faintly, a smile that shone with an angelic light. Su Sinan kept staring at Ma Xinliu, captivated by her profound personal charm.
What are you doing?
Ma Xinliu was somewhat at a loss because of that intense gaze.
Honey, you really are the kindest person in the world. It's all right, wouldn't you do that too? Su Sinan asked rhetorically, adding that she would do the same.
However, what puzzled him even more was, you haven't known Aunt Zhang for very long, so why do you have this idea?
Ma Xinliu explained.
Holding Kong Kong, she said, Aunt Zhang is such a kind person, why can't she get my help?
Besides, she and Mom have been friends for many years, wouldn't it be even more unreasonable not to help?
Su Sinan was surprised that Ma Xinliu was so understanding. He gave her a gentle hug and said, Wife, I never thought you were such a kind and wonderful person.
Then you'd better treat me well. A look of happiness and pride appeared on Ma Xinliu's stunning face. Chapter 103 Xiao Wan's First Love. May I work as a shop assistant here?
A young girl, wearing jeans.
He was holding a guitar. She's good looking. Xiaodong glanced at it and asked with some confusion, Why did you come here to work as a shop assistant? The girl was a little embarrassed. Actually, I came here to follow my idol. Stunning celebrities?
Xiaodong seemed to understand something.
I'm sorry, but if that's your purpose, I might not be able to let you become a shop assistant.
The girl was puzzled, her adorable face filled with confusion.
She'll naturally do a good job here, which doesn't hinder the boss's goal of making money. My brother has a wife now, and your idol worship, it's not a good influence. Xiaodong directly expressed his concerns.
The girl suddenly felt a little wronged.
She never thought about these things. At this moment, Xiao Wang, carrying 100 skewers of mutton, came out and was somewhat surprised to see the girl, Xiao.
The girl looked at Xiao Wang with surprise, feeling that Xiao Wang seemed very familiar.
But I can't remember its name anymore. Who are you?
I'm Xiao Wang, the Xiao Wang you bullied since I was little. Xiao Wang was overjoyed, never expecting to run into his childhood playmate in this place.
You're Xiao Wang? I didn't expect to meet you here.
Xiaodong shook her head. She hadn't expected to run into Xiao Wang's, well, let's just say he was her sweetheart, in this place. I've known Xiao Wang for 4 years, and I've never seen him fall for any girl. According to him, he needs to focus on his studies now, and he'll only consider dating when he has money.
But now, Xiao Wang has actually fallen for a pretty girl. Isn't this just meeting someone you like?
Xiao Wang chatted and laughed with the girl for a long time.
The girl's eyes clearly turned into admiration.
Unexpectedly, Xiao Wang is going to pursue a master's degree.
In addition, Xiao Wang is one of the partners in this store. Xiao Wang, I didn't expect you to be doing so well.
Xiao Wang said in a simple and honest way, it's all thanks to my brother, I'm actually not that capable.
Don't say that. There aren't many schools that can achieve what you have. I have high hopes for you. This sentence made Xiao Wang very happy.
Have the girl sit down in another place. Xiaodong rubbed his forehead.
Oh no.
Xiao Wang actually fell in love with him.
This is something Xiao Wang has never done before, giving a girl a bench to sit on. Where's my barbecue? Hurry up.
At that moment, the customers in the store started talking.
Xiao Wang immediately shouted, I'm coming right away. During this busy period, the girl also offered to help.
After all that work, it was almost time to pack up and leave. Xiaodong brought a cup of milk tea to the 2 staff members in the store. The 2 staff members politely said thank you.
He left with a happy expression.
Xiaodong began to tally up the day's events. It's unclear whether Xiao Wang and the girl had already made a deal. Xiao Wang walked in somewhat embarrassedly. Brother Dong, I need your help with something. Xiaodong rolled his eyes, he knew what was going on without even thinking.
Why don't you ask her what she's capable of? I can't just fire my employee right now, can I?
Xiao Wang quickly turned around and asked the girl what ability she had.
The girl said he could play instruments and sing, and even rap impromptu.
After I told Xiaodong this, Xiaodong said, you decide what to do. This statement was made partly out of consideration for Xiao Wang, but also because of his own considerations.
I've never sung or played instruments in a hot pot before. You can't open a Malatang spicy hot pot restaurant that's too traditional. It's only right to come up with something new. Otherwise, how can we inject fresh blood into these young people? Xiao Wang and the girl added each other on WeChat. The girl then left. It's almost over for Xiaodong.
So he chatted with Xiao Wang to find out what kind of situation the girl was. Hey you, I never see you talking to girls usually, why are you having so much fun with this one? Xiao Wang blushed, he was my first love.
Holy crap! Xiaodong exclaimed in shock. Does she know you like her?
I know, I confessed to you before, but I failed that time.
Xiaodong suddenly grinned mischievously, you've got a great opportunity. Look at you, you're doing pretty well now. You might just catch that girl.
Xiao Wang blushed, clearly thinking the same thing. However, he couldn't stand Xiaodong teasing him like that, don't talk about me like that, you're just trying to seduce your sister-in-law's best friend. There are no secrets between brothers, and Xiaodong left alone that day. Xiao Wang, with his clever mind, figured out what was going on as soon as he thought about it. Xiaodong was surprised that her secret had been discovered and felt a little embarrassed. Instead of pressing his advantage, Xiao Wang told Xiaodong about the girl's situation.
The girl is a music student at Tiandu University, and her name is Xiao Xiao.
Those who know him well call him Xiao Xiao. The name has remained unchanged for so many years.
After learning the girl's name, Xiaodong nodded, I understand.
Xiao Wang, you can't tell the other brothers about this, otherwise. Xiaodong smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not that mean. You should focus on pursuing your girl. Xiao Wang breathed a sigh of relief.
It's almost time.
The shop door was then closed. The guys here can finally get a good night's sleep.
Su Sinan wasn't so lucky. The babies kept crying out wah wah. I don't know what happened.
Ma Xinliu was worried that the child had pooped, but the diaper didn't look like that. Upon checking if they were hungry, it was discovered that the children seemed to have no interest in breast milk.
This greatly worried Su Sinan.
I quickly made a phone call to the doctor.
The doctor asked if there were any problems with the baby's heartbeats, skin, or urination. Su Sinan answered truthfully.
The doctor suggested that the child move around a bit.
Let the child expend some energy.
The explanation given was that the child might have been sleeping for too long.
So I couldn't help but make noise at night.
Su Sinan had no choice but to lead the children in origami and also prepare milk for them to drink.
This busy work lasted until 2 o'clock.
Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu's eyelids felt as heavy as if they were weighed down by tens of tons.
I can't hold on any longer. Honey, I'm going to sleep. Okay, I've settled the child in.
The two lay down on the bed and fell fast asleep.
Chapter 104 Flying Kites. Su Sinan went to buy groceries.
The supermarket and shops are not far apart, about 400 meters apart.
It's a good time to take a walk and relieve the fatigue from last night.
They had just arrived at the shop.
I just said hello.
Xiao Wang, Xiao Dong, and several shop assistants were making skewers.
In another hour or two, it will open for business.
The two brothers chatted for a while, and then Su Sinan left. I thought going to the supermarket would be an ordinary trip, but I never expected to run into Li Maxin. Li Maxin is wearing a white dress today. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders.
She was like an elf.
Next to him was a young man, who seemed to be the rich second-generation heir that Li Maxin had been dating.
Su Sinan had no intention of communicating with Li Maxin. I found a place, ready to miss it.
Unexpectedly, Li Maxin went in the same direction as him.
That's how the two met. Li Maxin didn't want to say anything. She had already embarrassed herself enough in front of Su Sinan. She didn't want to talk to Su Sinan.
Originally, Su Sinan was indifferent and silent when she saw Li Maxin.
That was the end of it. The rich second generation next to him chuckled coldly. You're Su Sinan, aren't you? Su Sinan looked at the rich second generation with surprise. What was he trying to do? So impolite.
Let me tell you, no matter how famous you are now, it's still quite easy for me to kill you, the rich second generation said disdainfully, as if Su Sinan were nothing more than an ant.
I really dislike it. Su Sinan disliked this tone. In addition, since he is the baby's father, he will be even less lenient with anyone who wants to kill him. But he wouldn't lay a hand on the rich kid's shoulder. He simply put one hand on the rich kid's shoulder and said, "Brother, give it a try." The words were spoken right next to my ear, in a cold tone. They seemed to completely disregard this rich kid. That rich kid never imagined that someone would threaten him. Enraged, he slapped her across the face. Su Sinan reacted extremely quickly during these days of taking care of the child. The slap was easily dodged. It's over.
Su Sinan slapped him across the face with her backhand, and a crisp smack rang out. The rich kid who was hit staggered backward. If you can't even threaten people, then the person you, Li Maxin, have your eye on is nothing more than this.
Su Sinan strode away.
Li Maxin felt annoyed. This so-called rich second generation was a good for nothing.
Even Su Sinan couldn't beat him. Are you all right?
Although she was reluctant to ask this question, Li Maxin didn't dare to offend this rich second generation, so she could only ask with concern.
It's all right, I'll remember the slap Su Sinan gave me. I believe you can definitely get your revenge. Snort. The rich second generation and Li Maxin left the supermarket in a disheveled state. Su Sinan happily went grocery shopping.
It's been a long time since I've had crushing carp and tofu soup. If Ma Xinliu were to eat this, it would be a good way to nourish her body.
Also, do you not want to stir-fry dried bean curd with meat? After looking around, I chose my dishes. After paying the bill, I went home. Honey, I want to go on a trip.
As soon as she returned, Ma Xinliu brought up this matter.
Su Sinan was very surprised. Why did he suddenly want to go on a trip?
Upon investigation, it turned out that Ma Xinliu had recently run out of musical material.
I want to go out and accumulate experience.
It's best to bring the babies along. Of course, Su Sinin agreed without hesitation.
Where should we go for fun? An amusement park in City A? No, that's too dangerous. Are you going fishing by the river? Su Sinin listed many places that could be visited. Finally, Ma Xinliu decided to fly a kite. Because Jiankang was very interested in Su Sinin's origami airplanes. Let's just be healthy and look up at the sky.
Let them realize how high and how vast the sky can be.
After packing my things, I found several packs of healthy diapers and some vegetable juice.
To ensure you stay healthy and don't feel unwell. The RV started moving. It hadn't been used for many days.
There was a lot of dust on the outside of the glass. Su Sinin wiped it off lightly, not paying much attention.
They soon arrived at a park.
This is the largest park in City A. Every day, parents with BMWs bring their children to play in the city park.
Some elderly women and men come here to cultivate their minds. In some places, matchmaking corners have even appeared, where adults introduce good and bad potential partners to young people who are working hard. Those who click with each other will chat together.
Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu arrived at the grass in the park. Being healthy is so wonderful. Rolling around on this clean grass.
Then, when it sees something, it pats it. You can't be like this, healthy and strong. Never mind, I'll put you in the stroller.
He patted his healthy clothes, then tried to brush off the dirt.
After spreading a cloth on the bed, Ma Xinliu took out the kite she had bought along the way.
You have to assemble the kite yourself.
Although Ma Xinliu is smart, she is still somewhat lacking in practical skills.
Ask Su Sinin to help her. After much effort, Su Sinin finally finished assembling the kite. Stay healthy and strong, I'll hold you in my arms. Look how your mother makes this little thing fly.
Jiankang looked at the small kite with a curious expression, as if he really wanted to see it.
After settling the two little ones down, Su Sinin took out her phone to take a close-up photo of Jiankang. Wow, what a beautiful baby!
A new mother exclaimed in amazement as she held her baby in her arms.
Su Sinin replied, "Thank you."
The new mother was somewhat surprised and blushed when she saw Su Sinin.
Su Sinin is really too handsome. She seems to be almost as good as the celebrities on TV. Honey, can you help me? Oh well.
The new mother left, blushing. Ma Xinliu ran little by little, glancing back at the curious babies. It's windy today. A short run is enough to send the kite soaring in the sky. As the kite flies in the sky, Jiankang can't help but clap her hands.
Su Sinin was delighted. Mom, did you fly well? Do you want to fly kites when you grow up?
Jiankang didn't understand much, but kept clapping.
My mouth is watering. Su Sinin took a tissue from the side and wiped it. How embarrassing, you're drooling.
Another new mother saw Ma Xinliu flying a kite and felt a little itch to try it herself.
Honey, I want to fly too. Help me assemble my kite. Okay, I understand. I'll assemble the kite for you right away. Chapter 105 Teacher Mu's Students. Hey, isn't that Su Sinin? Yes, it must be him. How did he end up here? Should we go over there? A couple chatted and laughed as they approached Su Sinin.
The girls wore hot shorts, while the boys wore long casual pants. Their clothes have the same pattern, making them look like a very unique pair.
The girl spoke first. Are you Su Sinin? Forehead? Su Sinin turned around in surprise. Hello, we are your fans.
We saw your school performance online and admire it very much.
Su Sinin said, Oh. What do you need me for? We just wanted autographs, we didn't know. Do you have a pen?
Yes, the boy said, taking out a pen first.
The boy looked at Su Sinin with great admiration. Su Sinin was a musician. He graduated from Tiandu University and was once a student of Professor Mu. Now I write and arrange songs for many people. I'm now able to support myself.
I used to keep an eye on things at Tiandu University during my free time, but I never expected this singing competition.
It's amazing that such a legendary figure was exposed.
After watching the video, he and his girlfriend felt like their heads were about to explode. I think this is the effect they should achieve in their future performances.
May I ask you some questions? Su Sinin said doubtfully, Go ahead and ask. There are some questions I might not be able to answer either.
The young man took out his business card. Let me introduce myself.
My name is Song Lingji. I'm a musician. The question I'd like to ask you is how you usually practice.
Su Sinin, I don't practice on weekdays, and I don't sing much.
Ha? This can't be a joke, can it?
Song Lingji said with a wry smile, Senior, what you're saying doesn't make sense.
If you hadn't made the contact, how could you have achieved this result? Su Sinin didn't know how to explain, so she simply decided not to say anything. Anyway, no one will believe it.
He signed his name quickly. The contract has been signed, and Ma Xinliu has arrived.
Holding a thin thread. What are you doing here?
Ma Xinliu looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. The girl was thrilled when she saw Ma Xinliu. He knew all too well that his last speech had been so perfect. Ma Xinliu deserves the most credit for this.
Hello, I'm a big fan of yours. Could you please sign an autograph for us? Oh well. Ma Xinliu chatted briefly with the girl and signed his name. During the chat, I also asked Ma Xinliu about music.
The answer was very professional, and it immediately enlightened the girl. The girl took out her business card, hoping to have a chance to talk to Ma Xinliu next time.
Ma Xinliu didn't care, it was just another friend. Song Lingji didn't know how to communicate with Su Sinin.
He sensed that Su Sinin seemed to be deliberately withholding the answer from him.
If they don't say anything, there's nothing he can do.
He had no choice but to leave with the girl.
Su Sinin could only breathe a sigh of relief.
He couldn't answer any of the music-related questions, all he could do was sing.
Why would I think that much? You scared me to death.
You have no idea how to answer that question.
Ma Xinliu smiled and said, what's the problem that's making you so scared? What else could be the problem?
He asked me how I practiced on a regular basis, but I didn't practice at all.
How could I possibly explain it clearly? Ma Xinliu laughed heartily. There are also some questions. Are there really people who are born with the ability to reach the level of a master? If that's really the case, then Su Sinin might be the first one. Wow! After playing for a long time, Jianjiangking started to cry. It seems she's hungry. It's not convenient for Ma Xinliu to breastfeed here.
So I ran to the car.
Su Sinin took the kite back.
The neighbor's mother seemed quite interested in playing with a kite, so she came over to borrow the kite from Su Sinin. Su Sinin had no choice but to give the kite to the mother next door. The other party's child appears to be 2 or 3 years old. She can already call out mommy, mommy there. Su Sinin was very envious, wondering when she could be healthy enough to call him dad for the first time.
After feeding the baby, Ma Xinliu left Jiankong in the stroller.
Arriving at Su Sinin's place, she said, I think we should go back.
I'm a little tired. Do you have any material in mind yet? Yes, thank you so much for today, honey. Ma Xinliu was a little out of breath, then smiled. Ha, it's good that you have the material. I hope you can make the song you want. It definitely will. Ma Xinliu held Su Sinin's hand tightly, seemingly unwilling to let go.
When Su Sinin was about to leave, the new mother thought of returning the kite to him. Seeing that the new mother was having fun, Su Sinin gave the kite to her. The new mother thanked her profusely. Back home, Su Sinin touched her clothes to see if there was anything she had forgotten.
I found Song Lingji's business card and put it in the drawer.
He was going to throw it away, but then he thought that it might be useful someday. So it was preserved.
Healthy seems to have pooped. Su Sinin then went to deal with the baby's affairs.
At this moment, the group chat suddenly became noisy.
Brother Dong, why won't you let me teach that guy a lesson?
They didn't do anything, they just said a few words.
What's going on?
Xiangzi asked, puzzled. Xiao Wang's crush was harassed by someone, and he was furious.
Oh, Xiao Wang has someone he likes now. It's like an iron tree blooming.
Xiangzi posted a picture of himself covering his mouth and laughing.
Brother Chang, do you think what I said is right? Yes. How could it be wrong? Dong Ge went too far in this matter. Xiangzi laughed as he spoke. How did I go too far? Never mind, I won't dwell on this anymore. Chapter 106 seized the opportunity.
After all the commotion, Su Sinin, who was so tired that her clothes were soaked, could finally rest.
I had a wonderful shower.
Lying in bed, Ma Xinliu said, your phone has been ringing the whole time.
I wonder what's going on.
Su Sinin opened her phone and smiled happily.
Then I couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Who would have thought that Xiao Wang would be so enraged for the sake of a beautiful woman?
That's quite rare. When did a young girl come into the shop? Ma Xinliu asked in confusion, what's wrong? You're smiling so happily.
Oh, it seems Xiao Wang is in love.
I'm so happy for him. Oh. Ma Xinliu didn't care much about other people's affairs, and then she started writing something. Su Sinan replied with a delighted message, Little Wang, you're amazing. Want me to play matchmaker for you too? Brother Nan is out. That's really something.
Xiao Dong said with a smile. Xiao Wang blushed deeply, unsure how to respond.
Upon seeing Xiao Wang emerge, Su Sinan asked, Xiao Wang, what are you thinking?
Xiao Wang, I've always had her in my heart, but I don't know if she feels the same way about me.
It seems it's still unrequited love, which won't do.
Su Sinan was thinking about how to give Xiao Wang and the girl more time to interact.
How about Xiao Wang and Xiao Dong switch jobs? Sure, Brother Nan. I have no objections. Xiao Dong said slyly, enjoying the spectacle. Xiao Wang blushed, okay. Then it's settled. I'll see what kind of person you like tomorrow. Xiao Wang is in love.
After the brothers finished chatting, Su Sinan happily began to choose what to prepare for Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang's family is not well off, although his life has improved in the past month or two. But Xiao Wang's old habits haven't changed. He still only buys clothes that cost less than 100 yuan.
Some of them have even been worn for 3 years. How can you be so perfunctory when you're going on a date with a girl? Honey, can you tell me, what kind of clothes do you girls like to see boys wearing? Ma Xinliu opened Su Sinan's phone and selected some fashionable and cool clothes. Su Sinan carefully selected. I think these clothes are really beautiful. My wife is definitely a campus beauty. Her taste in clothes is much better than his.
Then Ma Xinliu said, Xiao Wang is a rather shy person.
If he wears those cool clothes, it will create a contrast, and it can also boost Xiao Wang's confidence.
You're right, honey, you're really amazing.
Su Sinan chose the coolest one, and the platform's shipping speed is very fast now. And here in this city again. These clothes will arrive at Xiao Wang's place tonight.
He sent a message to Xiao Wang, telling him to prepare to receive the new clothes. Xiao Wang lay in bed, deeply moved. I never expected Brother Nan to do so much for him.
Even family can't be this good.
Xiao Wang received the clothes very quickly. It was the first time he had ever worn clothes like this, but he liked them at first sight. He immediately replied with a message, Brother Nan, these clothes are really nice.
Su Sinan sent a smiley face, I'm glad you like it. Thank you. You're too kind, brother. After chatting for a few minutes, Su Sinan went to sleep. Ma Xinliu also turned off the room lights. Zebra, zebra.
A young girl's voice seemed a little out of place in the bustling shop. Because it is incredibly quiet here, while the shops are incredibly bustling.
Two worlds.
Those who hear the voice always feel a sense of healing.
Xiao Wang. I'm entrusting this job to you today, and I've already told you the price. You can't make a mistake. Xiao Dong whispered slyly in my ear.
Xiao Wang blushed, I know, but don't tease me anymore, or I'll get Brother Nan to deal with you. Xiao Dong knew that Xiao Wang was a bit shy, so she stopped teasing him. Today, Xiao Xiao was wearing a white dress and her school uniform top.
Beneath this dress and school uniform,
she looked very clean and elegant.
Many people want to hear this girl's songs. Sometimes I can't help but want to tease them a little.
Xiao Wang saw these people harassing him, but there was nothing he could do. I just hope the girl doesn't take it too seriously.
Zebra, zebra.
The girl continued to sing softly for 2 hours.
It's obviously a bit dry.
Xiao Wang quickly brought over the milk tea. Xiao Xiao, if you've finished this, drink some water. Xiao Xiao nodded, took a small sip of her milk tea, and continued singing. Xiao Dong glanced at Xiao Wang with a sly look and saw what had just happened.
I chuckled to myself. Xiao Dong, what's wrong with you today? Su Sinan's voice came through. Xiao Dong waved to Su Sinan. After a few simple words, Su Sinan understood what was going on. He grinned slyly. I'll go in and see what's going on. Brother Nan, you're really naughty. Su Sinan walked in and sat in a rather secluded corner. Zebra, zebra. Wow, this girl's voice is really nice. Su Sinan looked somewhat surprised. The cleanliness was exceptionally thorough.
No wonder Xiao Wang likes this girl so much.
Xiao Wang brought over a cup of tea and said, Brother Nan, what brings you here? I came here to see what kind of person you like. It seems pretty good, but something about her feels familiar. No way, have you seen this somewhere before?
Xiao Wang asked in surprise.
Wait, let me think about it.
The girl was dressed simply, and also wore a layer of veil. People outside need to get closer to see someone's face clearly. Su Sinan was too far away to see clearly.
Xiao Wang, you'd better not think about it anymore. Just listen here and then go back. The babies still need your care.
Su Sinan nodded. He wouldn't be staying in this place for long either.
But why does this Xiao Wang seem to be trying to get rid of the guests?
Seeing Xiao Wang's slightly flushed face, Su Sinan immediately understood and smiled. You, be bolder.
If you don't see such a good opportunity, you won't have another chance like this in the future. Brother Nan, I understand. Just finish your drink and leave quickly.
Xiao Wang felt even more embarrassed after hearing this.
Okay, I understand. Chapter 107, Borrowing Money Again, Easily 50,000.
As always, the young girl Xiao Xiao sang in her clear voice. But her bright eyes remained fixed on the corner.
It seems there's so much to say to the person in the corner.
When Xiao Wang came out, the girl Xiao Xiao suddenly stopped singing. With this stop, it seemed that the cleanliness around them also disappeared.
Many people find it difficult to adapt.
Xiao Wang thought the same thing. He assumed that the girl, Xiao Xiao, had some kind of health problem.
So I quickly came over. What's wrong?
The girl, Xiao Xiao, blushed slightly as she moved closer to Xiao Wang.
I want to see Su Sinan.
Xiao Wang felt a little uncomfortable and complicated. The girl Xiao Xiao had been here for several days, but she had never taken the initiative to contact him. But Su Sinan's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the young girl Xiao Xiao.
Go ahead.
This was a sigh, and Xiao Wang was somewhat afraid to face it. The young girl, Xiao Xiao, seemed oblivious to the distress Xiao Wang was experiencing.
He stuck out his tongue and put the microphone aside.
Su Sinan had originally planned to leave, but she never expected to end up in such a place.
Why did they suddenly stop singing?
Just as I was about to ask, the clean-cut young girl walked over. As they got closer, Su Sinan immediately recognized the girl.
He couldn't help but smile wryly. Why are you here?
Yes, this person is the girl downstairs, the girl who was rejected by Su Sinan once. Originally, the girl Xiao Xiao wouldn't have come looking for him again.
Unexpectedly, they adopted this method.
Even more bizarrely, Xiao Wang also fell in love with this girl.
I can't go to your house, so I can only come here. Sigh, Su Sinan could only sigh helplessly. I never thought I couldn't get rid of it even here.
If Xiao Wang saw this, I wonder what he would think.
Xiao Wang walked over, looking puzzled. How did you get here?
Xiao Xiao blushed, somewhat embarrassed. I came to this store because of Su Sinan. Xiao Wang's face turned much uglier. Then I heard that he sings very well, and our teacher wanted to talk to him about it, but he really didn't have time, so I had to think of this method. Xiao Wang's complexion returned to normal, but he still looked surprised.
Xiao Xiao's teacher is Teacher Mu. Even Xiao Xiao had to ask Su Sinan for advice, so just how powerful must Su Sinan be? I see. Su Sinan sighed, I haven't practiced singing much, and you don't believe me even if I tell you the truth. So I really have no other choice.
Su Sinan walked past the girl Xiao Xiao and whispered in Xiao Wang's ear, Brother, I really have no other choice. You should talk to her properly.
This is your chance.
Xiao Wang was a little excited. He didn't expect Brother Nan to create such a good opportunity for him.
He must seize this opportunity.
The girl, Xiao Xiao, looked disappointed, but the teacher had said something. It is extremely difficult for such talented people to learn these skills.
It needs to be polished properly. She absolutely cannot give up. This is only the second time she's been rejected.
Su Sinan strolled along leisurely, wondering if Xiao Wang had seized this opportunity. However, it seems that the young girl Xiao Xiao didn't take Xiao Wang seriously at all.
That's a bit risky. Su Sinan shook his head again. Brothers have their own blessings, why bother with so much? Ma Xinliu is currently writing songs, mostly about babies lately. The melody is full of childlike fun.
She felt there was nothing wrong with the work.
But it always feels a little off. I can't quite describe the feeling.
She quickly went to check what the other songs were like. He discovered that the quality varied greatly, and some did not achieve the desired effect at all. So he frowned and thought. Suddenly she remembered the songs she had sung in the singing competition. Listen carefully, and Su Sinan has also returned.
Hearing the familiar song, Su Sinan smiled and said, why are you listening to this song? Is it something you're lingering over? Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes. Who said that? I just want to hear why there's something a little off about the songs I wrote.
Su Sinan didn't understand these things, he just checked to see if the babies had pooped.
Upon inspection, nothing was found.
The babies were all very quiet.
It seems to be taking a nap. I looked at the origami scattered all over the floor. Collect them all. Ma Xinliu hadn't eaten yet, but after finishing all this, I went to prepare dinner. But not long after, Ma Xinliu asked Su Sinan to come over.
After untying her scarf, Su Sinan nimbly entered the room. A very pleasant sound filled the room. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Boom, boom, boom. The captivating melody makes you want to move along. What's wrong?
Su Sinan swayed her body. I feel like the songs I sing for the babies are always a little lacking. I listened carefully to our previous performances and I think my singing skills are not as good as yours, which is why this situation has occurred.
Su Sinan was surprised. This light-hearted melody doesn't require much singing skill.
Besides, you composed this song yourself, and only you understand the emotions within it, so you should have no problem with it.
Anyway, give it a try first.
Ma Xinliu urged Su Sinan to give it a try, and Su Sinan had no choice but to give it a shot. As Su Sinan said, this song doesn't require singing skills, you just need to express the wishes that parents have for their babies. Ma Xinliu frowned slightly. That sounds better, but it's still not enough.
Let me think about what exactly is wrong.
After saying oh, Su Sinan returned to the kitchen. The kitchen was spotless, and the sunlight streaming in from outside made Su Sinan feel very comfortable.
Seemingly drawn by the aroma, the babies became a little restless.
He continued to cry loudly.
Su Sinan quickly comforted the babies.
After they calmed things down, the phone rang.
Mom, why did you call me?
Su Sinan was surprised, as her parents hadn't called her for at least 3 days.
Son, do you still have money? On the other end of the phone, I told you not to ask your son for money. Do you think it's easy for your son these days?
Su Sinan frowned slightly as she sat in the white chair. What's wrong?
Why do you suddenly want money?
Yes, yes. Su's mother wanted to say it but didn't dare, knowing that Su Sinan was under too much pressure. But now that Aunt Zhang has had an accident, she's still asking for money. If there's no money, Aunt Zhang's leg might become lame.
Keep in mind that Zhang Lei doesn't have a girlfriend or children yet.
If I have to take care of Aunt Zhang and Uncle Zhang, that would be too much pressure.
Mom, here's 50,000 yuan for you. I don't know if that's enough. That's enough, but son, do you have enough cash on hand? If not, then I'll borrow from someone else. Su Sinan laughed.
If Su's mother could borrow from someone else, she would have done so long ago.
Mom, it's okay. Didn't I tell you my shop is doing incredibly well? We made 400,000 last month. Chapter 108: The friendship between Su's mother and Aunt Zhang.
Su Sinan originally did not want to tell her mother and father about the shop. But just to be on the safe side. That was all he could say. When Su's mother heard that she had made so much money, she was stunned. Even the usually composed Mr. Su couldn't quite control himself.
400,000. This. Son, how could you possibly earn so much money? Nothing is impossible. My shop is in a very good location, which is why I've made so much money.
Oh my son has really made something of himself. He's earned so much money all at once.
Mom, just keep using it. I can manage on my own. Good.
As the two talked, Su Sinan learned about Aunt Zhang's situation. Unexpectedly, after returning home, Aunt Zhang accidentally fell to the ground while taking care of Uncle Zhang.
This old man must not fall. The fall broke a bone.
Fortunately, his head was not injured.
Otherwise it will be even more troublesome.
These past few days, Uncle Zhang hasn't dared to tell his son any of this news.
Otherwise, their family might go bankrupt. Aunt Zhang's family has had a tough time. Su Sinan sighed. If it weren't for the system, the outcome won't be good. What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood? Ma Xinliu walked over, wearing white hot pants, holding a bottle of baby formula in his hand. It's time to feed the baby something.
Su Sinan told Ma Xinliu about it, and Ma Xinliu frowned slightly. Aunt Zhang, help if you can.
Yes, I just gave them 50,000 yuan, so I think they should be able to get the surgery done without any problems. That's good. We won't rush to ask them to pay back the money.
We're all getting on in years, so we should just focus on doing simple jobs to support ourselves. Machinlio explained everything to Su Sinan bit by bit, and Su Sinan never expected Machinlio to be so kind. He originally thought that his wife would be very unhappy after he gave the 50,000 yuan to Aunt Zhang. He couldn't help but want to get closer to Machinlio.
Machinlio seemed to realize Su Sinan's intentions and said shyly, "Are you kidding me? You can't do this in front of the babies. I didn't do anything. I just got a little excited because I saw how kind you are. Have a meal." Machinlio rolled her eyes. Hey.
In the ward, Aunt Zhang lay on the hospital bed, tears streaming down her face, wondering why her life was so miserable.
Now that's a problem. I'm afraid I'll have to figure out what kind of work I want to do for the rest of my life. I can't do it anymore.
A doctor, who was about 40 years old, came over and said, "Your fees have been paid, and we are going to perform surgery on you."
Paid? We don't have that much money. Aunt Zhang was a little at a loss.
A friend of yours lent you a lot of money. You two should talk. Su's mother was outside. Upon hearing the doctor's words, she cautiously approached and said, "Just focus on your treatment.
I've scraped together 100,000 yuan for you. Once your legs are healed, there shouldn't be any problems." "Oh dear, how could you do this? How can I ever repay your kindness?" "Don't pay it back. Just focus on healing your injuries. If it weren't for you these past 20 or 30 years,
I would never have been able to send my child to college." Su's mother and Aunt Zhang talked for a long time.
They chatted like old friends. When they talked about the many hardships they had endured, they couldn't help but cry.
After a while, Aunt Zhang's emotional turmoil subsided.
"Old friend, I'm going to have surgery now, we'll talk later." "Okay." Su's mother and father sat outside the operating room.
As for Uncle Zhang, he's still at home, but he's not feeling well. He needs to sleep for a while before he can come. Many of the nurses at the hospital were very pleased to see how kind the two elderly people were. So they invited the two elderly people to come to the office to work. Furthermore, they also discussed the situation of Su's father and mother.
When I found out they had a son and babies,
they all sent their blessings. Su's father and mother were all smiles.
Su Sinan was washing the dishes, unsure whether he should tell Zhang Lei.
Once the dishes were cleaned up, there was nothing else to do. He suddenly felt it was better to tell him. But before that, let's ask Zhang Lei how he is doing.
"Brother Lei, how's work going these days?" "That went smoothly. Congratulations."
"I'm doing okay now, but I'm a bit too busy taking care of the kids."
"The children are all fine. When are you going home?"
"Aunt Zhang told me, she misses you very much."
"It's okay if I can't come back for the time being. I was just saying."
"Then you should work hard."
"When are you going to bring a sister-in-law over?" "I'll be waiting for your good fortune." Okay, I won't disturb your work anymore." Su Sinan hung up the phone.
It seems that Zhang Lei has now been promoted to a permanent position, earning 7 or 8,000 yuan a month.
Actually, it's not bad in City A. Now Su Sinan could rest assured Brother Lei was quite capable.
Aunt Zhang's mood will be much better after hearing this news.
"Su Sinan, let me play some music for you, see what you think." Su Sinan went to listen to it, and after listening, she actually thought it was pretty good.
"It's definitely much better than the previous version."
"Not bad." Machinlio laughed. "Didn't you notice that I added your voice?"
I just noticed, your voice seems to be able to create a certain mood, while mine, it's like I'm just saying something, without a strong sense of emotion."
"But with your voice, it achieves the effect I wanted." "I see." Su Sinan nodded. "Since it's good, I'll post it online."
Machinlio focused intently on her work.
Su Sinan then went to fold paper. Recently, Jiang Kangking can only fold paper airplanes. She doesn't know much else yet. He wants to gradually unlock the children's imagination. Jian, Kang. Daddy's here. Shall I fold you a little boat?"
The healthy babies stretched out their arms, humming softly.
Wow. Wow. Daddy's here. The babies will soon interact with Su Sinan. This place is filled with happiness and tranquility.
Xiao Wang, however, was a little unhappy. He didn't know what Xiao Xiao was thinking, and he didn't get a chance to talk to her several times.
Yes, but the two didn't seem to have much to talk about. Sometimes he hates himself for being useless. Girls should naturally be more proactive. Chapter 109. How did this movie ticket end up in my hands?
The thought of taking the initiative comes to mind.
Xiao Wang was a little uneasy. The first rejection was met with a second rejection. Xiao Zhao's attitude was already self-evident. If he continues to pester me, won't that give me a very bad impression? Even Xiao Xiao won't continue singing here anymore? Upon realizing this, Xiao Wang instinctively backed down.
They wanted to use work-related matters to delay the awkwardness between them.
Could you sing me some other songs?
One of the guests spoke up. The young girl, Xiao Xiao, still had that clean and elegant appearance, and nodded slightly. Of course. What kind of songs do you like to listen to?
I just like upbeat songs. Could you sing us a fast one? A fast song? The girl, Xiao Xiao, thought for a moment and nodded.
Xiao Wang was a little worried and couldn't help but come to Xiao Zhao's side. If you can't do it, you can just keep singing like before.
Xiao Zhao's expression was somewhat complicated.
Xiao Wang hasn't changed much from before.
At most, they've just matured a bit. I know how to take care of people now. But she prefers an interesting person, not someone who is simple-minded or silly.
The reason I rejected Xiao Wang is precisely this. She gently shook her head. No need, I can handle any song. It was casual, yet carried an air of indifference and rejection. Xiao Wang seemed to sense the indifference beneath the calm face of the young girl, Xiao Xiao.
Some retreated. Okay, I understand. The young girl Xiao Xiao began singing again. It's very fast, and it's rap. Many people couldn't help but get restless.
They easily took control of the situation. When Xiao Wang saw this cool and aloof girl, he suddenly felt a little sad.
He probably knows why he can't succeed. Brother, are you just going to give up? Xiao Dong saw all of this clearly.
Xiao Wang didn't want to talk and was busy preparing skewers by himself.
If you give up now, won't you look even worse in her eyes? Keep going, this girl is pretty good. As long as you change something for her, you might succeed. Boss. Give me 100 skewers of mutton. All right.
After Xiao Dong finished speaking, she started working. He had no interest in dealing with Xiao Wang's affairs.
A person was happily eating meat there. Good business makes me happy.
Only in this way can he almost find himself a girlfriend?
We can't just let Nango be the only one showing off his love. Now there might be another little Wang. No.
Xiao Wang also became busy without realizing it, and had no time to care about these matters between men and women. However, he was in a bad mood, so he miscounted several times.
If the guest hadn't been so kind as to point it out, I earned 1 or 2,000 less than before.
As she busied herself, the young girl Xiao Xiao also decided to leave. Upon seeing it, Xiao Wang couldn't resist taking out the movie tickets he had bought a few days ago. The young girl, Xiao Xiao, simply accepted the money and left without saying anything. Xiao Wang was somewhat anxious and insecure. It is unknown whether the young girl Xiao Xiao agreed to his request. Xiao Dong, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this.
In his view, this minor setback was nothing.
Furthermore, the fact that Xiao Xiao has already accepted the movie ticket means there's a chance for this to happen.
Xiao Xiao isn't to the point of being disliked yet. Honey, where are you going?
Ma Xinliu turned on the room light, somewhat puzzled. Su Sinan said, go throw out the trash and buy some baby formula. Ma Xinliu had no choice but to continue adapting the song in front of the computer. Like many mainstream singers, his previous song didn't make much of a splash.
I didn't earn a single penny.
She felt frustrated.
Is it that she lacks professionalism, or that her songs don't meet the public's expectations? Why did the video of him singing a duet with Su Sinan go viral? There are many questions he needs to figure out.
After throwing away the trash, Su Sinan went to the supermarket.
The supermarket is crowded. Especially in the baby formula section, many parents brought their babies to take a look.
See which formula the babies are more interested in. A middle-aged woman, around 30 years old, walked over. She was dressed very elegantly. It was also very clean, and its appearance made many people feel comfortable.
Hello, I noticed you've been lingering in the baby formula section for quite a while. May I ask what kind of baby formula you're looking for? Su Sinan nodded. Oh, how many months pregnant is your baby? 5.5 months.
Then I'll recommend this one to you, because it has comprehensive nutritional value and doesn't have any additives or anything like that. It's all natural.
Then I'll choose this one. Su Sinan actually wanted to buy this brand too, and the sales assistant also said it was good. Without hesitation, he did it. After buying baby formula, it's time to buy fruit. We've been using up a lot of fruit at home lately. Ma Xinliu eats many different kinds of fruit every day. He also wants to make some juice for the babies. That's how you can take good care of your family. After Su Sinan bought everything she wanted. Then I went home. Getting home was a bit awkward. To my surprise, I encountered the girl Xiao Xiao in this place. Su Sinan didn't take the initiative to greet him, but the girl Xiao Xiao did. Hello. Su Sinan could only respond awkwardly. At that moment, he felt the girl Xiao Xiao poking him with her finger. What are you doing? The girl, Xiao Xiao, took out 2 movie tickets. Upon looking at him, Su Sinan asked, You don't mean to go to the movies with me, do you? The girl, Xiao Xiao, blushed and said, No. I don't know how to tell you this. You can give this to Xiao Wang. For Xiao Wang? Did it work out? Wait, why are they giving away 2 movie tickets? Could it be? Su Sinan, forget it. If you're going to date him, you should give it to him yourself. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, and Su Sinan said, I have high hopes for you guys. After saying that, he made an encouraging gesture. The girl Xiao Xiao's face turned even redder, the redness spreading directly to her face. Some left feeling lost and confused. Ding dong. As soon as the elevator doors closed, Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. What's Xiao Wang doing, giving away 2 movie tickets? Could it be a false alarm? I wonder if what I just did will. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, interrupting Su Sinan's thoughts. As soon as he opened the door, babies, daddy's home. Chapter 110 Xianzi's Troubles. Ma Xinliu is analyzing the reasons for this incident. They even wrote some detailed analysis reports. In addition, it was compared with musical works from the same period. And so, Ma Xinliu got into the zone. Su Sinan's sudden shout instantly pulled her back to reality from that wonderful world. There was no blame. I'm just a little troubled. Although she doesn't make music to make money, who wouldn't want their music to be recognized? Honey, you bought so much stuff. Fruits such as apples, bananas, and watermelons, as well as some vegetables such as milk powder. It weighs about 50 kilograms. Su Sinan brought this place from outside by himself. Ma Xinliu walked over and rubbed Su Sinan's hand. Here are your favorite fruits. I'll peel an apple for you. After processing the fruit, I went to peel apples for Ma Xinliu. It took about 10 minutes. When Su Sinan returned to the room once again. Then they saw many papers appear around Ma Xinliu. We don't know what's written on it, but we can tell from the pieces of paper scattered around. Ma Xinliu was not happy. Here, your apple. Su Sinan didn't ask Ma Xinliu why she was unhappy. He knew that Ma Xinliu would need his help. They will definitely tell. Ma Xinliu took the apple and ate it bite by bite. Staring at the computer. Su Sinan then checked her phone. I haven't looked at my phone all day. Let's see what happened in the brothers group. I took a look, and they were just some trivial topics. Just when I was planning to take a break. Xianzi's WeChat call came in. In order not to disturb Ma Xinliu's work, Su Sinan walked out of the room. What's wrong? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Brother Nan, business here is really tough. Isn't this normal? You need to figure out how to attract people here. Brother Nan, things aren't as simple as you think. There isn't a single student at that back gate, and there are patrols there all year round, so getting students to come here is really difficult. Su Sinan thought about it and realized it was quite difficult. However, he thought Xianzi should have a way to handle this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen to work alone in the first place. Just tell me what you need, and I'll help you. Xianzi chuckled and said, I want to use your reputation. I bought a blank card, just like before. You just need to sign it. Sure, I'll just handle the signing, you can take care of the rest yourself. After Su Sinan chatted with Xianzi, the babies suddenly cried out wah wah. He rushed to check on the babies. He told Xianzi and then hung up. When they arrived, they found Ma Xinliu holding the children and breastfeeding them. Are you hungry? Yes, I didn't take good care of them today. I forgot to feed them. Su Sinan nodded, is something bothering you? Finally, Su Sinin asked the most sensitive question.
Ma Xinliu also admitted that she confided her worries to Su Sinin.
Upon hearing this, Su Sinin laughed. I thought of that before. You probably didn't make much money before. Look at you, you didn't promote yourself, and you didn't make any other short videos. How could you attract people? Isn't that normal? I know it's normal, Ma Xinliu pouted, feeling very unhappy. Su Sinin quickly tried to comfort her.
He shared his idea. The idea was to have Ma Xinliu create some mainstream music and make some short videos.
It might have some unexpected effects.
Ma Xinliu was also willing to give it a try. In fact, she had thought about whether or not to do live streaming before. However, the online environment for live streaming is inherently uneven, and she doesn't want to encounter any bad people. In addition, the babies also need his care, so how can he get away? Su Sinin's method is probably the best one at present. And so, Ma Xinliu started making short videos.
The first piece of music didn't achieve good results, not because it was of poor quality. She won't give up. Babies, here is a picture of you sleeping.
Ma Xinliu came over with her phone, her purpose very clear.
He wants to make a music video for babies.
Given his methods, the situation should be much better than it is now. The healthy animals were very cooperative, doing whatever they were told to do.
Coco's adorable appearance made Ma Xinliu completely forget what she was supposed to do. It's just constant interaction. Su Sinin found the scene very natural and heartwarming, so she recorded it. Soon, the babies became very sleepy.
But it seems to be to accommodate her mother. The pink and tender hand still reached outwards.
Ma Xinliu gently placed the healthy hand under the thin blanket and then set it aside.
Having seen enough, Su Sinin yawned and turned off the lights.
Perhaps I was too excited from playing just now. My emotions haven't calmed down yet. Su Sinin glanced at Ma Xinliu's stunning profile. Suddenly, I thought of Ma Xinliu's stunning appearance in a wedding dress. She couldn't help but say, it would be great if you could wear a wedding dress. Yi Hong, are you kidding me? Why did you suddenly decide to make me wear a wedding dress? Upon hearing this, Su Sinin couldn't help but ask, don't you want a wedding?
Of course I want to, but my dad seems a bit off, and my mom can't do anything about him.
Okay, no rush.
Once your dad agrees, we'll invite lots of relatives and friends, so they can see what our wedding will be like.
I think it shouldn't be too far off.
As Ma Xinliu said this, the two fell silent.
Gradually, my eyelids started to feel heavy.
It was as if someone had suddenly pulled back the curtain, closing the door behind them.
Open the door. Open the door. Xiangzi heard someone knocking on the door in the middle of the night. He couldn't help but open the window.
He was a boy, about 14 years old.
Thin and weak. What are you doing?
I brought a few of my buddies to eat spicy hot pot at your place.
Xiangzi was stunned. Was something wrong with this? Eating spicy hot pot in the middle of the night?
I'm close now, you'd better come tomorrow morning.
I'm a boarding student, so I can't come tomorrow morning.
Hey! Xiangzi became somewhat interested. How could these kids, who were being checked so strictly, still manage to get out?
Perhaps this is a way out. Then come in, I'd like to have a chat with you. Chapter 111. I want to participate in the origami competition. The boy and Xiangzi chatted quite a bit.
The two seemed to hit it off immediately.
Like old friends of many years. Xiangzi realized that the school's patrol personnel were just putting on a show.
As long as you escape during their break time.
They mostly don't really care. If you did manage it, it's just bad luck.
Xiangzi asked the boy how he knew he had spicy hot pot. The boy said that he saw it again when he took the back path after school. Xiangzi hoped the young man would bring more people, and he would give him a commission based on the number of people.
Young man, this costs 2,000 yuan.
Xiangzi gave it to him without hesitation.
Once the flow of people arrives, everything else will be easier to manage.
And so Xiangzi and the boy made their agreement. After finishing his meal, the boy left.
Watching the boy skillfully climb up, Xiangzi smiled. Back in the day, he was quite the expert at climbing walls. As soon as it was light in the morning, Su Sinin received the message. Xiangzi said he already has business. I think business will get better and better. Su Sinin gave some instructions and also asked Xiangzi curiously why he had business. Xiangzi told the whole story.
Su Sinan felt that Xiangzi was lucky there should be quite a few students coming this time.
Su Sinan, did you add too much water to this formula?
Well, his wife was calling him by his name, so he had no choice but to go over. Seeing that Ma Xinliu had almost filled a glass with water, Su Sinan couldn't help but chuckle. My wife seems unbeatable in other aspects, but when it comes to taking care of people, she's such a clueless idiot.
Is there too much water?
Of course.
Honey, didn't you drink baby formula when you were little?
No, my parents always give me milk ready-made.
Okay, I forgot my wife's family is rich. Naturally, she wouldn't drink formula anymore. Then add less water and less milk powder, just 1 or 2 spoonfuls is enough. With Su Sinan's gradual instruction, Ma Xinliu gradually learned how to do it.
Once the milk powder was prepared, Ma Xinliu poured it little by little into the sippy bottle.
Babies, mommy has made you some formula. I'm not feeling well today. Can you forgive me?
Ma Xinliu covered her stomach and held the pacifier up to the children. After that, Jianjiankan quietly sucked on the pacifier.
Su Sinan walked over. What's wrong with your health? You suddenly said you weren't feeling well.
I don't know what's wrong with me, I just feel like something strange.
Ma Xinliu clutched her stomach, which was aching. Su Sinan quickly poured a cup of hot water and drank it. Ma Xinliu has indeed improved a lot.
Maybe it's because I worked too late yesterday, and my body can't take it right now.
In that case, you don't need to worry too much.
Su Sinan carried Ma Xinliu back to bed and then covered her with the blanket.
Don't lift the blanket. Come out after you've sweated, it's better for your health that way. Ma Xinliu nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
After taking care of Ma Xinliu, they washed the baby's clothes, underwear, and pacifiers.
All of this is tiring work. After an hour or two, we were all sweating. If it weren't already autumn.
Su Sinan is going to stay in an air-conditioned room now.
Turn on the TV, the national origami competition is about to begin. This competition is mainly for people from various districts.
The top 3 can advance to the provincial competition, and then compete for the top 3 positions.
Origami contest? Su Sinan had heard of origami before, but he didn't have origami skills back then. But now that I have the opportunity, it seems like I can't not go.
I looked at him and saw a healthy smile on his face.
Su Sinan suddenly felt that she had to go.
If only the babies could see their fathers winning championships at this age.
I will definitely take that as a role model in the future.
Give your babies a healthy and confident growth process.
The official link and phone number for this competition are at the bottom of the screen.
We hope that any skilled players interested in participating will join this competition.
Su Sinan wrote down the phone number. Register now.
After registering, I discovered that the competition was only a little over 10 days away.
The location was also quite peculiar, as it was actually on the track and field of Tiandu University. I wonder if the last competition was also held at Tiandu University.
After expressing his feelings, he told Ma Xinliu the news.
Ma Xinliu also thought the event was good, but she was somewhat skeptical about Su Sinan's origami skills. These past few days have been spent folding airplanes and boats. If you encounter some more complex origami techniques, does that mean it won't work?
Faced with the doubts, Su Sinan smiled faintly, showing no emotion. I just felt that I had to give Ma Xinliu a surprise on the day of the competition. Xiangzi originally thought he would have to wait a while before any students passed, but he didn't expect that the boy from yesterday would be so capable. They brought more than a dozen students at once.
After eating the malatang, the students all said that it was really delicious.
The boy patted his chest and talked about how great spicy hot pot was. We must come over for a get-together when we have a holiday later, etc. Xiangzi smiled and said that if he could bring in people, he could give them a certain commission. This immediately stirred the interest of many students. They already had very little pocket money.
Getting enough pocket money is a source of pride at school.
And so, Xiangzi and the group of students made an agreement. These students were incredibly shrewd. They didn't talk about their commissions, they just kept soliciting customers.
As a result, Xiangzi was taken care of by many people. I'm having the time of my life today. My flow is almost as good as yours. In the brothers group chat, Xiangzi posted his results.
Xiaodong and Xiao Wang are still busy in the shop. It's still a long time before they get to rest.
However, Su Sinan had been busy all morning and was taking a break. Some people were puzzled, how could Xiangzi have earned so much money in just a few hours? How did you do that? When someone asked, Xianzi, who was already a big mouth, couldn't hold back anymore.
He explained today's plan.
Su Sinan sent a your strong emoji. Not bad, Xianzi is still Xianzi after all. Hearing such praise, Xianzi became even more elated.
If this situation continues to develop.
That was so awesome. Brother Nan, thank you for your skills and recognition. We wouldn't be doing so well without you. Su Sinan, stop being so sentimental and get back to work. Hee, I was just saying. I have to get to work. The group chat suddenly went silent. A day passed, and as Su Sinan lay down to rest, she thought of Aunt Zhang. So much time has passed, everything should be alright by now, right? Chapter 112 My happiness is in your hands, buddy. Oh my. How can I possibly thank you properly? What are you thanking me for? We've been best friends for so many years. I help you, you help me, and that's how life goes by. No matter what, I will definitely pay you back.
Aunt Zhang felt grateful and touched. If it weren't for Su's mother, their family would have been ruined.
The son still doesn't know what happened between them.
Su's mother was also somewhat relieved. Thankfully her son had been doing well recently. If it really doesn't work, then he really doesn't know how to raise the money for his good friend.
Su's father chuckled beside him. I'm chatting with Uncle Zhang right now.
Uncle Zhang was extremely grateful to Su's mother and father's family, and even wanted to kneel down.
Only then can their gratitude be expressed.
But Su's father refused, thinking that, rather than saying so much, taking good care of his health was the best way to repay him.
Son, why did you suddenly call? Oh, Aunt Zhang is doing very well.
She can be discharged from the hospital in another month.
Okay, I'm afraid the next month will keep you busy and I won't be able to take care of you and the baby. Okay, you're busy.
Su Sinan heard some great news. Aunt Zhang could be discharged from the hospital in a month. So, the surgery must have been done quite well. He was relieved. When the news was told to Ma Xinliu was also very happy.
I've decided to make a motivational speech. Aunt Zhang told Ma Xinliu about this chicken soup recipe.
Ma Xinliu was naturally unfamiliar with the techniques involved, but he had a master chef by his side.
Just ask the chef. Su Sinan felt a pang of emotion knowing that Ma Xinliu was making chicken soup. He thought he had married a goddess-like wife. So incredibly kind. They must have accumulated good karma in their past life. First, blanch this in boiling water to remove the blood, then you can make chicken soup. Yes. That's it. Be bolder. Oh, right.
Ma Xinliu breathed a sigh of relief when the chicken soup was ready.
I was so nervous just now. I was afraid of making even the slightest mistake. Did I look really bad just now?
Su Sinan glanced at Ma Xinliu looking in the mirror, demanding a perfect appearance from herself.
I burst out laughing. I think you're overthinking it. You're actually very cute when you're doing things. Really? You just sweated a lot. You won't. What can I do? Never mind, I won't say anything more, lest you overthink it.
Ma Xinliu couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Su Sinan was genuinely curious. What was he thinking just now? It's just sweat.
Forget it, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea.
If you don't know, you don't know.
As a student council assistant, Li Maxin naturally takes all school activities very seriously.
The annual origami competition is here. This event will be held at their school.
This naturally allowed those responsible for organizing the event to prepare.
She naturally wouldn't do things like moving tables. This is just to register who participated in this origami competition. This has only just begun. Bang!
Li Maxin slammed her hand on the table, extremely angry.
She didn't want to provoke that man, but why did he keep appearing in front of her?
The other person in the office was startled.
Why are you slamming your fist on the table for no reason?
However, when they saw that it was Li Maxin, some of them didn't dare to speak. Li Maxin controlled her emotions and continued the registration process.
After registering, I wanted to go out for a smoke.
I went to a nearby convenience store and bought a pack of cigarettes. The shop owner knew Li Maxin, and seeing such a beautiful girl smoking, he shook his head and sighed slightly. Then Li Maxin's best friend arrived.
Li Maxin invited them, saying she was in a bad mood and needed someone to keep her company. Her best friends were a little confused. Why did she suddenly become so upset?
One of my best friends was dressed rather provocatively. She was clearly not a well-behaved student.
She smiled at Li Machine and said, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly think of us?" Li Machine didn't say anything and gave everyone a pack of cigarettes. "How can you be so generous?
This bag of salt must cost at least 30 yuan.
I ordered you to do this, so investigate what exactly Su Sinan is capable of."
The two best friends looked at each other, somewhat bewildered.
"Why is Su Sinan being investigated again?" a close friend asked.
Li Machine had no choice but to tell the story of what had just happened in the registration room. This really shocked her best friend.
Could it be that Su Sinan's origami skills are also very impressive? But I've never heard of it before. I've already explained the matter. Now get to work on it. Once you've done it, I'll buy you bags. Bag? Several people's eyes lit up.
If they could get the latest Hermes bag, they might be able to hook up with a few rich kids. Several close friends agreed to investigate Su Sinan. Su Sinan arrived at the shop to deliver autographed cards.
Once or twice a week, this is the second time already. Xiaodong took it and grinned slyly. "Brother Nan, look at Xiao Wang's appearance." Su Sinan went over to take a look and burst out laughing.
Xiao Wang stood there dumbfounded, staring at the girl Xiao Xiao. Now, practically everyone knows that Xiao Wang likes the girl Xiao Xiao.
Su Sinan was also getting a little anxious.
You can't have such a strong sense of pressure when pursuing a girl.
He quietly walked up to Xiao Wang. I tugged at it. Xiao Wang and Su Sinan arrived at the doorway. "Why are you putting so much pressure on girls? Don't you know girls are more sensitive?"
He smiled sheepishly and scratched his head.
"Let me tell you. Stop pursuing her like this.
Try to understand the girl's gentle and vulnerable heart, and attack from her gentle and vulnerable heart.
Staring at her like this is just triggering her deepest defenses, isn't it?" Su Sinan explained it carefully.
Xiao Wang seemed to understand but not quite. But he never looked at the girl so intently and smiled again.
He sat to the side and began counting today's accounts. Su Sinan patted Xiaodong, "Be quick-witted.
Tell Xiao Wang to keep an eye on his behavior. This guy's happiness is in your hands." Xiaodong was puzzled, but then suddenly smiled slyly.
I patted Xiaodong on the head. Who knows what strange ideas Xiaodong might have in his head? Be serious, don't mess this up. I know, do you want to buy a milk tea and some skewers to take home? You haven't had spicy hot pot in ages, have you? Give me some, I can enjoy it when I get back. Chapter 113 Panic.
After taking 2 cups of milk tea and a dozen or so skewers, Su Sinan left with ease.
Before returning home, he went to Tiandu University.
I saw some tables at the track and field stadium of Tiandu University. He also saw someone he knew very well.
Li Machine. Li Machine is wearing blue jeans today.
In addition, the white coat perfectly concealed her stunning figure. It seems that Li Machine has recovered her figure quite well, even if she miscarried. And it remains just as proud.
Su Sinan originally intended to bypass Li Machine.
But after going around in circles, I found out that I had to go through Li Machine to register. Left with no other choice, Su Sinan had to go to Li Machine.
Cold-hearted is Li Machine's current attitude.
There was not a single exchange between them from beginning to end. However, from that look in her eyes, it seemed that Li Machine was very unwilling.
Unwilling to accept what? Su Sinan didn't care much, he just hoped that nothing would go wrong after the registration was completed. After registration was completed, Li Machine told Su Sinan to leave. Then one of them went back to a nearby room.
Su Sinan had no choice but to leave, as if nothing had happened.
Has Li Machine given up on the hatred between the two of them? I can't figure it out. Honey, I'm home. Su Sinan placed the milk tea next to Ma Xinliu.
Ma Xinliu was already very tired, and the shout just now did not wake her up.
Su Sinan had no choice but to eat skewers secretly by herself.
But the babies seem to know exactly what their dear dad is doing. She burst into loud sobs. This commotion woke Ma Xinliu from her sleep. Su Sinan looked embarrassed, not expecting the babies to have such a keen sense of smell.
They discovered he was secretly eating right away. You guys are so perceptive. How did you know Dad was eating?
Jian Kong continued to cry and fuss, and Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes. Why don't you hurry up and comfort the babies? When his wife spoke up, Su Sinan immediately picked up some origami and started playing with Jianjiankong. The baby was immediately drawn in, and the crying stopped abruptly. But this made Su Sinin suffer. Jen Kong seems to be getting more and more interested in playing.
I didn't feel tired at all. Su Sinin said helplessly, "What's going on with you guys?"
Jen Kong looked at Su Sinin with an innocent expression, seemingly unaware of why their dear father said that.
Jian, can you fold a paper airplane yourself?
Jian's adorable face was turned towards Su Sinin, and there was even some drool coming out of his mouth. Helpless, Su Sinin had no choice but to play with the babies.
Su Sinin finally got to rest when it was almost evening. During this rest, I couldn't help but fall asleep on the sofa.
Seeing how tired Su Sinin was, Ma Xinliu tidied up the computer.
I'm going to the supermarket to buy some groceries to cook a meal.
In the supermarket, Ma Xinliu wore a mask, but even that couldn't hide her beauty.
Many people couldn't help but look at Ma Xinliu. "Auntie, was this chicken freshly killed?" "Yes." "Then give me the whole thing."
Ma Xinliu rarely goes to the supermarket to buy groceries, she practically never does. Under normal circumstances, she would only buy some fruit.
Because she didn't want to smell the odor here. But when she thought of Su Sinin, who was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, she thought, what are these difficulties?
Her husband is much more tired than she is. After thinking about it that way, I figured I could just bear the smell and it would pass.
The chicken seller looked at Ma Xinliu and asked, "Did you just give birth? Where's your husband?" Unexpectedly, the master saw through it immediately.
"Ma Xinliu, my husband got tired from taking care of the babies and fell asleep." "Oh, I can't let you go grocery shopping no matter how tired you are."
"Never mind. I'll take care of it for you."
The master's so-called treatment was simply adding several large blocks of ice, saying that it would prevent the fishy smell from coming out.
Both postpartum women and pregnant women should avoid smelling anything that has an overly fishy odor.
Su Sinin never expected to meet such a good mentor.
He nodded repeatedly to express his gratitude. After buying some auxiliary materials, Ma Xinliu was getting ready to go back.
Arriving at the cashier,
many people were queuing at this time. As it happened, they ran into Li Maxin's best friend talking there.
"Tell me, where does Li Maxin's good luck come from?
Why can she always snag a rich second-generation heir, but I can't? Well, my looks are about, well."
With that, he slowly left the place. Ma Xinliu frowned slightly upon hearing this.
She didn't want to deal with such things. But for some reason, the name Li Maxin keeps floating around in my mind.
It seemed that the name held some attraction for her.
"Hello? Hello?"
The cashier called out twice before Ma Xinliu snapped out of her strange state.
"Hurry up and take your things to pay the bill." "Wife. Wife." Su Sinin woke up. He hadn't actually slept for long. His biological clock instinctively makes him wake up.
"I haven't seen Ma Xinliu all day."
He was about to make a phone call. Then I saw the note on the table. I breathed a sigh of relief.
"I'll sleep a little longer and cook when my wife gets back."
I yawned and then lay back down on the bed. Not long after, Ma Xinliu returned. I saw Su Sinin lying on the bed. So he didn't bother Su Sinin. "Take the chicken out and marinate it for half an hour."
Other ingredients were chopped up, such as scallions, onions, and shiitake mushrooms.
"Ready? Let's push healthy and bouncy along. My adorable little ones, do you miss your mommy?"
After pushing for a while, Su Sinin came over.
"My eyes are still a little hard to open. Why don't you go to sleep? You're really too tired." Hearing Ma Xinliu's caring words, Su Sinin smiled gently. "How could I possibly just go to sleep? I'll handle these things. Aren't you going to make some short videos? That's what you should be working on right now."
Ma Xinliu shook her head, insisting that Su Sinin go to sleep.
Su Sinin yawned.
"They say the babies are too noisy and it affects their mood."
In addition, Ma Xinliu has little cooking experience, so if she doesn't cook well, all the ingredients will be wasted. He explained the various difficulties and persuaded Ma Xinliu. I returned to my room. Su Sinin felt relieved. But Ma Xinliu didn't feel at all at ease.
She was thinking that if she were healthy, she would rarely play with her mother.
Will I feel a sense of estrangement from my mother when I grow up? The more I think about it, the more panicked I become. Su Sinin prepared the meal, and the family sat down. Ma Xinliu voiced her concerns.
Upon hearing this, Su Sinin burst into laughter.
I never expected my wife to be so sensitive. How could a child remember so much? The laughter stopped, and he paused for a moment. Honey, if you really feel guilty, you can learn origami with me. Chapter 114. I'm quitting. This should be flipped over a little from this side. Honey, you need to be patient. Yes, yes. That's it. Finally finished. At Su Sinen's suggestion, Ma Xinliu has completed the first origami technique. Small flower basket. The small flower basket is quite difficult to make. However, it's not that complicated once you learn it. Ma Xinliu blushed and placed the small flower basket next to Kong Kong. Kong Kong, you must grow up well. You are a girl, this small flower basket is a gift from your mother. Kong Kong opened his eyes, his big, bright eyes looking at Ma Xinliu. I'm very curious. Wow, wow. It seems to be calling for its mother. Ma Xinliu was overjoyed and hugged Kong Kong, giving him a kiss. Jian Jian seemed a little unwilling and started crying. Jian Jian, how about I fold you a paper airplane later? I hope you'll be like a real man, the kind who stands tall and upright. Jian Jian stopped crying. He stared blankly at Ma Xinliu. Su Sinen doesn't need to teach us how to make paper airplanes. This is something almost any child can do. However, Su Sinen's paper airplanes are different from ordinary paper airplanes. You can fly in the air for a minute. A typical paper airplane only lasts a few seconds. Anything over 10 seconds is pretty good. Ma Xinliu did one, and immediately fell to the ground. Jian Jian started crying, seemingly dissatisfied with his mother, Ma Xinliu. Left with no other option, Ma Xinliu had to ask Su Sinen for advice on how to make a good airplane. In a few moments, Su Sinen told Ma Xinliu the secrets of airplanes. It finally flew through the air for 30 seconds. Jian Jian then opened his arms, wanting to learn. The two of them were playing and fooling around here. Su Sinen then returned to her room and started scrolling through short videos. It's a way to relieve boredom. Upon refreshing the page, I immediately saw the song he and Ma Xinliu sang at school that day. There are already 2 million likes below. I don't know how many comments there are, but it's over 100,000. A great many. Who is this guy? Why is he such a good singer? This person is really unknown. Such amazing singing skills, yet he's just an unknown student. Plus, this student is also very handsome. It's really good. I can feel the grand spirit of martial arts. If this continues, I think this young man will be extraordinary. The countless compliments made Su Sinen feel incredibly happy. It was at this moment that he suddenly came across Ma Xinliu's short video. There are already 10,000 likes above. In addition, many people already need the copyright to this music. Even some famous musicians have demanded this copyright. In other words, the short video Ma Xinliu made became a minor hit. That's really great. My wife is successful at everything she does. Su Sinen was scrolling through videos, and Ma Xinliu naturally heard the song in one of them. How did you find my videos? Wife, your video is going to go viral. No way, I only sent it less than 3 hours ago. Look, it already has 10,000 likes. Ma Xinliu was surprised and somewhat incredulous. 10,000 likes in 3 hours? I turned on the computer and opened the backend data. Shock. It really is 10,000, no, it's already 18,000. It won't be long before it reaches 20,000. How could it be so popular? Clearly, Ma Xinliu was not prepared for this. I stood there stunned for a long time. Wife, what's wrong? Su Sinen touched Ma Xinliu's hair, and a fragrance wafted over. It's nothing. I just feel a little reluctant to believe it. What's there to be skeptical about? This is your ability, your achievements. Su Sinen watched the video from beginning to end, and found that the editing and the way the babies were recorded were all very skillful. Su Sinen felt that this technique was no worse than that of so-called great directors. He's even better than those so-called great directors. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't want to contact Ma Xinliu. Another thing is that the babies are just so adorable, they really evoke a desire to protect them. Many people were secretly pleased when they saw this. Under normal circumstances, it will not generate any hostility. The babies are so cute. Honey, your technique is really good, Su Sinen couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, I just found the babies to be so adorable, so I made them a part of my musical life. I believe we'll become famous soon, right?
Machine Leo frowned. She hoped more that her musical works could be seen by many people. I also hope that the baby and Su Sinin can stay in his life.
If he can continue creating until retirement, then his life will be very fulfilling. In other words, it's about being simpler. They only make money from music. Commemorating life is only one part of it. Su Sinin didn't think too much about it and just smiled as she watched the short video. An entertainment company in City A.
The middle-aged man looked somewhat worried, as he hadn't encountered a promising prospect in many days. The only promising prospect seemed to look down on their company. No, it's more accurate to say we look down on him.
A woman walked by, dressed in a flamboyant manner.
The whole thing smelled of rouge.
The middle-aged people were completely omitted.
The middle-aged man gritted his teeth slightly, walked over to the woman and said, "Sister Ming, I hope the company can persuade those two people.
This is a golden opportunity for our company." The woman glanced at them briefly. "Those two are already so famous. We're just a small company. Do you think they'd even look at us?" "Forget about it.
You've been in this business for almost 10 years, how can you say something like that?" With a tone full of disdain, the woman left arrogantly.
The middle-aged man clenched his fists. He was doing it all for the company. But it seems that the harder you try, the less likely you are to be valued by the company. Suddenly I realized that even if I helped the company win over those two people, it would only harm them. Why doesn't he resign? Going solo?
I felt quite excited as soon as the idea came to me.
Too stimulating.
That so-called top talent scout is nothing special. After 10 years, he's produced one or two decent people, but we haven't seen him achieve anything else.
Yes. A piercing echo appeared.
A sense of unspeakable frustration welled up in the middle-aged man.
Smack. I'm quitting this company. The entire company was immediately shocked. Why did that honest and unassuming talent scout say something like that?
Chapter 115. The city competition begins.
Baby, you're so cute. In the evening, Xiaodong was scrolling through short videos. The surrounding area was full of bamboo skewers and trash. These will be handled by the store staff. What's so cute?
Xiao Wang approached quietly, clearly feeling anxious and uncertain.
He and the girl Xiao Xiao never made any significant progress.
However, he also realized that truly liking someone doesn't mean restricting them. Instead, it makes the other person feel very comfortable.
Nan Ji's babies, you don't know that Nan Ji's music video is super popular right now. It already has 100,000 likes. My goodness, this is terrifying.
Xiao Wan was genuinely envious of Su Sinin, who became a father at such a young age. And he has such a good relationship with the school beauty's sister-in-law. Xiaodong didn't reply, but just listened to the song and followed the short video. He sensed that Su Sinin and Machine Leo, this golden couple, would definitely become a sensation online. I just wanted to witness this process slowly.
Boss. Do you still have any skewers left?
Li Machine walked over, speaking with obvious displeasure.
What a rare guest. But you're too late. We're all sold out.
Xiao Wang said, "You can go to the Malatang spicy hot pot place behind the Tiandu Middle School. It should be open."
I'm not going, it's too far. Li Machine left.
Xiao Wang looked at Xiaodong and said, "What does Li Machine mean by this? We've already done all this to her, and she's still so calm."
I felt it too.
Xiaodong put down the short video in her hand and thought for a moment.
Could it be that Li Machine has some feelings for Su Sinin? No way.
Nangu and Machine Leo have been together for so long.
After thinking about it, I still couldn't figure out what kind of medicine Li Machine was buying. Don't worry about her, let's focus on our own things. By the way, you can start thinking about the house now. You should be able to buy yourself a house in the next 2 months.
When this matter is mentioned, Xiao Wang becomes very happy.
He can finally buy a nice house for his family.
Although I may have to repay the loan later.
But if things continue like this, early repayment is not impossible. Thank you, Brother Dong. Don't thank me.
I'll go with you to visit Brother Nan another day and bring you a small gift.
Xiao Wang nodded. 1 week later. Su Sinin arrived at the track and field stadium unprepared. This place is a gathering place for origami masters from City A. Many children, youths, and middle-aged people are present. They were all very confident in their origami skills. Machine Leo brought the babies to the competition venue. Like the babies, she idolizes Su Sinin immensely. Su Sinin seemed to be good at everything, and couldn't help but make all sorts of strange and wonderful things. It is very exquisite and lifelike. Wow, what an adorable baby! The auntie standing next to her said. Machine Leo returned the smile. The aunt saw that Machine Leo was so kind and very beautiful. I couldn't help but ask, how old are you, kid? It's been 6 months. Wow, you've grown so much. You're really good looking. Thank you for the compliment, auntie. I don't know who your husband is? Machine Leo pointed, and the aunt looked at it. With a look of surprise, he exclaimed, this is really good. Machine Leo smiled, and then the aunt chatted with Machine Leo about some of her experiences raising babies. Su Sinin didn't feel nervous at all. He felt that everyone present was trash. You can't blame him for thinking that way. That's just how it is when you have master-level origami skills. The origami competition is judged based on difficulty and speed, and all participants are given blank sheets of paper on site. Then go and fold some more difficult objects. In Citier's competition, if someone can fold a large number of origami pieces within a certain time limit, they have a chance to join the provincial team. It's about to start. I've already shown you the origami catalog here. You need to fold these in order, you can't skip any. Many people were a little nervous, because some of the parts on the board were very difficult and couldn't be folded in a short time. Why does it seem like your husband isn't nervous at all? Unlike my child, whose hands are sweaty from nervousness. The auntie standing nearby spoke with some surprise. Machine Leo smiled and said, Auntie, we're just here to have some fun. This is my husband's first time playing this. Whether we make it to the provincial level or not isn't that important to us. I see. Li Machine is an inspector. He wanted to see if anyone was cheating. So everyone looks at it carefully, over and over again. He paused for a moment when he saw Su Sinin. They continued walking forward. You don't have anything else on you, do you? No. That's good. If you get caught, you'll be disqualified from the competition. I know. Li Machine walked to the next person, intending to find fault with them. You could see Su Sinin's faint smile, his confident and fearless demeanor. Then you'll know it's not easy to find fault with them. I decided to give up and look at other people. The inspection was completed shortly afterward. The competition then began. Machine Leo watched with great tension, as if she were the one competing. The aunt standing nearby said, Why isn't your husband making any moves yet? I see everyone else has already done it. It seemed that because Su Sinin was not moving, Jiang Kanking also started yelling Wawa. Unable to attend to anything else, Machine Leo had no choice but to take her babies to another quiet place to breastfeed. He was healthy and quiet, but seemed to be in great discomfort. Do you all want to see Dad win the championship too? Healthy and blankly staring. I knew that, but you need to give Dad some time. It's his first time participating in a competition like this, so he is a bit nervous. Machine Leo kept comforting Jiang Kankung. Su Sinin flipped through the origami patterns page by page. The others glanced at it and scoffed. There are always these kinds of people filling quotas every year. Li Machine sneered when she saw him, originally thinking that Su Sinin had some ability that could surprise her. I didn't expect him to be just a slacker. After flipping through a few pages, Su Sinin roughly knew what it was. He finally started moving. It's not very fast, but it has an unbelievable smoothness. There seemed to be no obstacles at all. Because it was so comfortable, his area was automatically ignored. When Machine Leo returned to the scene with her adorable babies, there was 1 minute left in the match. I saw Su Sinin folding paper there. Your husband has finally made a move. I wonder how his results will be. I just saw that my son has already made more than a dozen origami pieces. Maybe he has a chance to make the provincial team this year. Machine Leo offered her blessings on behalf of her aunt. The aunt was overjoyed, but also felt a little regretful. How could such a wonderful girl not be her daughter-in-law? Chapter 116 Genius? The match is over. We'll have the referee check it in a bit. You can leave now. Su Sinin approached Machine Leo and smiled slightly. Machine Leo, how many times have you broken your shoes? Is there any hope of making it into the provincial team? I don't know, but I think the others are pretty good too. Su Sinin shrugged. The guy next to him had already folded more than a dozen. Others wouldn't know. However, I imagine the difference in strength isn't too great. Son, how many do you have? Mom, 25. Upon hearing this number, those around him looked on with envy. The aunt was overjoyed and immediately said she would go back and cook something delicious for her son. Machinlio, that aunt's son is really amazing. Yes, it's quite impressive. Do you have this much?
I have 5 or 6 more than him.
Machinlio was satisfied she knew Su Sinin would not disappoint her. It's okay if we don't get in this time. Anyway, there will be another chance. We're already out here, why don't we go out and have some fun? Where should we go for fun?
Let's go to a quiet place where we can fold paper airplanes and play with them. The babies seemed to agree with the request, clapping their hands. Machinlio had no choice but to give it a try since the babies really liked it. Soon, the two arrived at a relatively quiet park.
This is where many students practice their English.
However, no one comes to practice now at noon.
Isn't that Machinlio? Yes, isn't that Su Sinin? It's been a long time since we've seen them.
1 or 2 fans of Su Sinin and Machinlio came over.
He was so excited that he wanted an autograph. Machinlio and Su Sinin told the two not to reveal their whereabouts. And it was signed. After getting the autographs, we chatted for a bit. Machinlio and Su Sinin took the babies for a stroll. However, they were wearing masks at this time. I don't want to be recognized again.
Li Machine and some others are conducting an investigation. She hadn't originally planned to check on Su Sinin, but she ended up doing so by accident.
Now that we've checked this contestant's origami, the next one is Su Sinin. Finished counting.
I thought it would end easily, just like that. When the gaze swept over Su Sinin, it was discovered that Su Sinin had folded a considerable number of origami pieces. Her eyes widened involuntarily.
How is that possible? Hasn't Su Sinin been inactive all along? There is a camera at each origami position.
This also ensures the fairness of the competition.
Li Machine hadn't yet considered using the camera. I counted them over and over again, and eventually I reached 35. This is definitely number 1. Because there are only 25 first-place winners. That's not right. With such a large time difference, how could Su Sinin catch up? Moreover, it was done in such a crushing manner.
I quickly checked the video recording. The unusual situation at Li Machine's place immediately attracted the attention of the examiners. The examiner was an old man, almost 60 years old. He is in very good spirits. Judging from his appearance, he should be able to live for a long time.
Shaoli, what's wrong?
Teacher, I just noticed something unusual. I noticed that this contestant didn't fold any paper for a certain period of time, yet still got first place.
I think. You think this won't work, right?
Yes, that's right. Then let's investigate thoroughly.
If there really is no problem, then we've produced a remarkable person here. The inspection doesn't require much effort.
Almost half an hour passed, and Li Machine carefully examined every detail. The feeling Su Sinin gave her was really too strange. When I started folding paper, I was surprisingly calm.
And I never looked at the origami catalog again. It's just folding them one by one. Until the time runs out. It was all very easy for Su Sinin. What a genius! He can actually remember what these origami are.
You know, some origami are very similar, but their structures are completely different.
Genius? Such high praise? Li Machine was feeling a little unwell. If this doesn't qualify someone as a genius, then what does it take to be considered a genius? What's wrong with Su Sinin? How come he's getting so many skills? Could it be that they were keeping their abilities hidden all along? Give me his contact information, I want to get in touch with him properly.
The other person nodded and gave Su Sinin's contact information to the old man.
Wow! The paper airplane that Su Sinin was holding actually flew for almost 30 seconds. This shocked Machinlio. What need is there for a remote-controlled airplane in 2 minutes?
You can just play with paper airplanes however you like. The babies were so happy that they were drooling.
How's Dad's paper airplane today? Wow, wow! The babies responded.
Suddenly, Jian started crying unusually. Su Sinin looked and realized it was because her diaper needed to be changed. Thankfully, they had brought diapers. Just find a secluded spot and change. But that's precisely why they felt they'd been playing outside for too long.
I'm planning to go home.
Upon returning home, he encountered Li Machine, who looked rather unwell.
Li Maxin's attitude put Su Sinan at ease. That's more like it. They're not friends, so why bother making up?
Although he didn't want to have another enemy, someone like Li Maxin, well, if she becomes an enemy, then so be it. Maxin Liu didn't care. Li Maxin was simply not in the same league as her
sister-in-law.
Arriving at the school gate, Xiao Wang returned to school. He'll be going to study for a while, so the barbecue thing might have to be put on hold.
Su Sinan asked why Xiao Wang had returned.
After Xiao Wang told Su Sinan about this, Su Sinan nodded.
This kid is quite rational. He knows that studying is good.
I chatted with Xiao Wang for a bit, and then we parted ways.
Xiaodong is hiring.
It immediately caught the attention of many students.
They all knew that although Xiaodong's job was tiring, the salary and benefits were quite good.
You can also pay your social security at this shop. It's always better to pay social security contributions as early as possible.
Some part-time students came to apply. It's lively here.
Xiaodong is having a tough time making a choice, with so many outstanding talents applying for the job. He didn't know which one to choose for a moment.
I feel like either one would offend someone. Brother Nan, what am I going to do? Nearly 50 people have come to me for job interviews. Xianzi asked in surprise, what happened to you? How come you suddenly have so much?
It's because Xiao Wang is going to study, and I'm hiring here.
That's easy.
Just find someone who can endure hardship.
If they can't, then you're raising a tyrant.
That's right, I'll see who has the best character.
Chapter 117. Li Maxin went to act. Su Sinan received a phone call as soon as she got home. It's an old man.
He sounded very kind.
They were also very enthusiastic.
I hope to discuss the next task with him. Su Sinan said he is now a full-time stay-at-home dad, and if things can be sent in electronic form, it is best to send them in electronic form. The old man didn't seem to mind and readily agreed with a smile. Maxin Liu was very happy when she heard the news. Unexpectedly, Su Sinan's origami skills were enough to qualify her for the provincial team. In her mind, becoming a provincial team member is pretty much the same as becoming a national team member.
I feel proud of Su Sinan. I made a watermelon milk tea for Su Sinan. Su Sinan was secretly delighted.
Wife, you are still the best.
Honey. I never expected you to be so amazing. There's nothing I can do.
Your husband is just that awesome. Su Sinan lay in bed, her mind filled with many thoughts. My baby will be 7 months old in a few days.
Time really flies. This kind of life is something I could never have imagined before.
Seeing that Su Sinan was lost in thought, Maxin Liu didn't disturb her.
I sit in front of the computer and create. And the name has already been decided, Mr. Origami.
The middle-aged man stood in front of the shop and ate several skewers. I looked at the girl and thought she sang well, but she still lacks skill.
We need to take some time to process this.
As soon as he saw Xiaodong walking over, he waved to her. There were few people at the middle-aged man's seat, so Xiaodong sat down immediately. What do you want with me? The middle-aged man introduced himself and explained the purpose of his trip. Xiaodong felt conflicted, because Nanga was taking care of the child right now.
How could they possibly have the time to participate in talent shows or anything like that?
He declined to reveal Su Sinan's actions.
The middle-aged man felt disappointed.
Just then, Li Maxin arrived and sat down directly in front of the middle-aged man. Li Maxin came here to eat malatang, a spicy hot pot dish. Although Su Sinan and his brother are really disgusting. But she likes the spicy hot pot here. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw Li Maxin. She was dressed very beautifully.
Like a little witch.
If a male fan saw this, he would definitely scream wildly. Such a person does have a certain chance of becoming famous.
The last time I saw Li Maxin's singing ability, it was quite good.
If you can get guidance from professionals, becoming a singer might be a good option.
Hello, let me introduce myself. I am a talent scout. Talent scout?
Li Maxin looked at the middle-aged man,
slightly surprised.
Seeing the two chatting, Xiaodong stopped sitting there.
I feel fortunate that I didn't agree.
If someone like Li Maxin can become a star, then...
Are you that talent scout from City A?
Li Maxin was surprised.
Didn't she hear that he had retired a few years ago? Why are you still doing this?
Somewhat embarrassed, the middle-aged man hadn't expected Li Maxin to recognize him.
Life forces us to work, life forces us to work. Would you like to join my team?
Li Maxin was very smart. She had seen the talent scout and Xiaodong chatting earlier.
The content of the chat is obvious without even thinking about it. Now that we've found her, she's probably been rejected. She sneered and scoffed. Su Sinen's brother has no discernment.
Although the talent scout has declined, he still thinks he's a good catch. But he still has a certain network of connections.
If she could become an overnight sensation, she wouldn't even look at Su Sinen. I'm willing, but I have one condition: you must do your best to train me. I believe I won't let you down.
Good. Not long after, the two paid their bill here. Xiaodong tidied up a bit and said casually, 50 yuan in total.
The middle-aged man gave the money.
After the two left, Xiaodong told the news to the brothers in the group chat.
Xianzi was shocked. No way, that talent scout actually took a liking to Li Maxin? Xiao Wang, can anyone become a star now?
Xiaodong, but Li Maxin is indeed beautiful, and she sings well too.
That's probably why the talent scout took a liking to her.
Su Sinen, whom we hadn't chatted with in a long time, appeared. This is interesting. What do you guys think will happen if Li Maxin becomes famous, and we brothers expose her dark past?
Brother Nan, you're so mean.
The brothers chuckled slyly. If Li Maxin wanted to become famous, she would have to give them some benefits first.
It's not that I'm mean, I'm just telling the truth. Besides, do you think anyone would let someone like Li Maxin go? Won't.
Amidst the laughter and chatter, Xiaodong revealed that the talent scout had originally intended to let brother Nan and his wife. Xiao Wang and Xiangzi spat out, that's nothing. Soon, the news that Li Maxin had been signed spread like wildfire.
Many people find it unbelievable that someone signed Li Maxin. That's their goddess. Many male otaku cried out in despair. I feel like my youth has come to an end.
This was a minor incident, and Su Sinen and Ma Xinliu ignored it. Su Sinen continued to take care of the babies.
The details of the origami competition have also been made public.
However, people weren't very interested in the origami competition, so much so that when Su Sinen was praised at school, it didn't make much of a splash.
You're going to the national competition in a few days. Are you nervous? Su Sinen didn't answer the question, but her eyes held a hint of affection. I'm going to the national competition. Would you like to come with me? We can bring the baby along. Of course you can. Really? We'll go in a camper van. A motorhome? Isn't that too tiring?
I think we should just spend the money. They say it's nice to go up in a motorhome, but who knows how tiring it is inside. Ma Xinliu rejected the suggestion. Su Sinen respected Ma Xinliu, so he had no choice but to spend money. Actually, as long as Ma Xinliu and the baby are always by his side, that's enough.
Don't think too much about anything else. Baby. Mommy and Daddy are going to take you to a nice place to play. Would you like to come with us? Healthy and happy, the flowers are in full bloom, adorned with smiles.
Su Sinen and Ma Xinliu enjoyed it very much.
Once these two little ones grow up healthy and strong.
He must be a very optimistic child. Seeing Su Sinen playing with the babies, Ma Xinliu suddenly had a completely different realization than before.
If Su Sinen's previous actions were driven by a sense of responsibility, now she clearly and subtly sensed that Su Sinen loved this family very much. Without realizing it, they and the baby seemed to have formed an inseparable whole. Chapter 118 Tension. I've bought the high-speed rail tickets.
The family began packing their things. When Xianzi and his brothers learned that their brother Nan was going to participate in the national competition, they were all shocked.
When did Su Sinen learn to fold paper? Could this be a hidden talent? They asked Su Sinen why she didn't demonstrate the skill during her university years. Su Sinen said, I'm not going to flirt with you guys, so what am I supposed to show off?
Now the brothers had no more doubts. Everyone envied Su Sinen, and one even said resentfully, he's really a wolf in sheep's clothing. Xiangzi was going out to buy some things, and he also wanted to go back to his hometown to see his father and mother. He hoped that Su Sinen could lend him the RV. Su Sinen, of course, did not refuse and gave the RV key to Xiangzi.
To be honest, Xiangzi is a man of action. He's quite a smart person.
It's just that fate has been somewhat unfair to him. His parents seemed to have a bad relationship, and he was raised by his mother from a young age. This mother was accidentally injured a few years ago while working. This injury naturally resulted in the loss of the ability to work.
They are now barely making ends meet with government subsistence allowances.
Xiangzi has finally made something of himself and can now live a good life with his mother.
Brother Nan, keep it up. We're waiting for your good news. Yes, I will definitely do my best. Su Sinan put down her phone and went to the kitchen door.
He's going to thoroughly inspect the house these next few days.
Under no circumstances should there be any leaks or fires. Let's use up everything in this fridge as soon as possible. Honey, it seems we only have a little meat and vegetables left. Should we go out and buy some more? No need, we're leaving tomorrow.
I need to turn off the refrigerator to prevent a fire.
Oh well.
Ma Xinliu took out the meat and made a vegetable and minced meat soup.
It's for the healthy ones, they only need to eat some fruit.
Ma Xinliu, your father seems to want to know your whereabouts. Finally, Wang Yu, who hadn't spoken to Ma Xinliu, appeared.
Ma Xinliu was busy and didn't hear it. Su Sinan glanced at the phone on the table and subconsciously picked it up to take a look.
His expression immediately became much more interesting.
My father-in-law is actually coming?
This.
Su Sinan hadn't figured out how to welcome her father-in-law yet.
We got through the last time with Ma's mother without any real trouble.
But dealing with Mr. Ma seems a bit tricky. If there's even the slightest dissatisfaction, wouldn't he send his wife back home? Call. Su Sinan suddenly became nervous and didn't know what to do. Honey, go mop the floor. Good. Su Sinan put down her phone and went to work.
Ma Xinliu, who is taking a break, is handling some short video matters. The platform's data traffic is quite good. Perhaps it's due to Su Sinan's celebrity status, but today we actually made over 500 yuan.
This is a pleasant surprise if things can continue like this. Thinking about it,
he opened his phone, and his expression, just like Su Sinan's, became quite interesting.
Is Dad coming? What's going on? Why would my dad contact you if he's coming? Miss, you finally replied.
I don't know why Uncle is looking for me, but you should still prepare yourself. I heard that Ma's mother is quite satisfied with your husband.
Hearing that Ma's mother was very satisfied with Su Sinan, Ma Xinliu instinctively relaxed.
But then she got nervous, because Ma's mother and father had always had different views since they were young.
While Ma's mother was satisfied, Dad was more than half dissatisfied. This. You didn't tell me where you live, did you? Do I have to tell you that? Didn't your aunt go to your place? I'm going to call my mom.
Just as he made the call, Su Sinan, who was mopping the floor, came over.
Ma Xinliu had no intention of hiding it from Su Sinan. Mom, what's going on? Why is Dad suddenly coming? You should have told me if you were coming. Why did you tell my best friend what happened? It's infuriating. My dad is still the same. You can't tell me his address, I won't be home for a while.
Yes, Su Sinan is going to participate in the national competition, and I'm going to go with him and my child.
Okay.
After making the call, Su Sinan said, Your mom is really nice, she hid your address from you.
Sai, don't you mind?
Why should I care?
We've done what we could. Let's leave the rest to fate. Su Sinan smiled.
Ma Xinliu was deeply moved, never expecting that Su Sinan wouldn't mind.
For a moment, she couldn't help but want to hug Su Sinan.
Su Sinan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently.
Honey, you're so wonderful. I've never had a man as good to me as you in my entire life. Ha, it's not that there aren't any. It's just that you have a really aloof appearance, so people are afraid to approach you. Yeah, I did that to protect myself. Otherwise, some people flirting with me, it really annoys me. Ma Xinliu nestled against Su Sinan like a kitten.
Finally, Su Sinan had to get to work, which broke the warm and peaceful scene.
Not long after, Su Sinan finished tidying up the housework.
Then we arrived at the shop. There was still no progress between the young girl Xiao Xiao and Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang was reading a book in the milk tea room. Make milk tea whenever guests come.
It's a relatively easy job.
Because of the distance, Xiao Xiao became much more relaxed when singing.
I don't get tired of this place.
Give me 4 or 5 cups of milk tea, and 100 skewers of barbecue and 50 skewers.
Xiao Dong was extremely surprised when she heard this. Brother Nan, aren't you going to participate in the national competition? Why did you buy so much junk food? I'm hungry.
I've been cleaning up all the fruits and vegetables these past few days to make the house safer, and I haven't eaten all day.
Oh, then you wait. It was all done in just over 10 minutes.
Su Sinan saw Xiao Wang, who was still studying, and said, "Keep it up." Undisturbed, Xiao Wang remained immersed in the knowledge in his book.
Su Sinan couldn't help but give an awkward laugh.
This young Wang is really obsessed with reading. I wonder if Xiao Xiao will like it if he continues like this.
Brother Nan, we're waiting for your good news.
Su Sinan turned his back and waved his hand.
Seeing that the two had finished talking, the young girl Xiao Xiao couldn't help but ask, what competition is Su Sinan going to participate in?
Xiao Dong glanced at Xiao Xiao in surprise.
Could this little girl be interested in Brother Nan? Now,
Xiao Wang is in big trouble. No, there's still a chance.
How could Brother Nan possibly be with this girl? He already has a wife. So he casually said, National Origami Competition. Origami?
The young girl, Xiao Xiao, didn't react for a moment. When I finally realized what had happened, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of emotions.
Xiao Dong was even more puzzled when she saw this. Chapter 119, Playing with the Baby. Su Sinan was simply wearing a t-shirt and shorts.
Ma Xinliu dressed rather conservatively, with her long skirt reaching mid-calf.
A simple floral print jacket on the upper body.
I took my baby to take the high-speed train early this morning. Many children are playing on the high-speed train.
When we meet someone we don't know, we'll introduce ourselves.
Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu accompanied the babies as they looked out the window.
These days are truly wonderful. A new mother was surprised to see Jiankang and exclaimed, "These are twins. Your family is so lucky."
Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu turned around and saw that the new mother was also with her baby. However, it wasn't a stroller, but rather some kind of cloth bag that was carried on one's back. When the new mother's baby looked at Ma Xinliu, he unconsciously drooled.
Ma Xinliu took out a tissue and went over to wipe it. "Your baby is so cute."
When the new mother saw her baby drooling, she couldn't help but cover her face and say,
"My baby always does this whenever he sees a pretty girl.
I don't know who he inherited it from, I'm so embarrassed."
"It's okay, I think your baby is quite cute."
The new mother wanted to chat with Ma Xinliu, but her mother-in-law looked impatient.
"Why aren't you coming over? You've been chatting all this time. What if the baby gets hurt?" New mothers should leave Ma Xinliu's place immediately.
However, once this incident occurred, many children flocked to Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu. On one hand, Su Sinan is a handsome guy, and on the other hand, Ma Xinliu is a beautiful woman. Both are incredibly eye-catching, and even children can't resist them.
"Sister, can you be my little brother?" "Yes, can this little baby be my little sister?" A boy and a girl walked over.
Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu looked surprised.
What were these children thinking?
However, he later realized that the children were just joking. "Of course you can."
The boy's eyes lit up, and he said slyly, "Could you tell me your family's contact information? If I have time, I'd like to visit my sister."
"Yes, me too." The girl smiled shyly. Ma Xinliu casually gave a number. Kids these days are incredibly smart, they can just ask someone else if a phone number is real.
So the boy asked Su Sinan, "Brother, what was Auntie's phone number just now?"
Su Sinan hadn't expected the little boy to be so clever. Fortunately, Su Sinan had a good memory and was able to recite the phone number.
Ma Xinliu gave Su Sinan an approving look.
Then the little boy wrote the phone number into his phone book. "Little sister, when you grow up, your brother will definitely take good care of you."
It seemed like a very solemn oath. Everyone else burst out laughing.
Su Sinan smiled, her eyes narrowing.
What's going on in this kid's head? Ma Xinliu looked helpless. Are kids these days really this amazing? Is he already chasing girls at such a young age? Oh dear, what are you doing here? We're about to get off at our stop. Mom has been looking for you for ages.
A woman walked over, looking somewhat angry. But this is her son, so she's hesitant to hit him.
We can only teach them a lesson.
Another little girl quickly went to the woman's side. "Mom, it was my brother who sent me. If you're going to punish someone, then punish my brother instead." This caused many people to burst into laughter.
This kid is really clever.
The woman felt embarrassed seeing so many people laughing, and quickly told the children to leave this troublesome place.
The car drove for about an hour. We're almost at our destination. The healthy kid seemed very obedient and didn't cause any trouble. She just slept quietly. Dear passengers, you have arrived in AB City. Please prepare to disembark. We've finally arrived. The speed is really fast.
I feel much more comfortable than flying.
That's right. You can see a beautiful view from this window. Su Sinan smiled and picked up her backpack.
When the bus slowly came to a stop at a certain station, I got off with my child. As soon as Su Sinan got off the bus, she felt a little lost.
Where are we going?
Finally, seeing that the crowd was all heading in that direction, he left with the babies and Machine Leo.
Master, are there really people here as powerful as you described? Yes, I just checked the data.
He can fold 35 pieces of paper in 15 minutes.
I can say that no one can match the speed. He might even be able to participate in the world competition.
No, this speed seems to be even faster than the world record.
Yes, this is a great opportunity for me to turn things around as a coach.
An old man and a young man were waiting there. The old man was too old to sit in a wheelchair.
The young people were watching from the people coming and going. Based on the timeline, they should be out by now.
Suddenly, a young man came out with a baby and a stunningly beautiful woman. At first, the young people weren't sure, after all, it was just too cool. That girl, too, if it weren't for her big belly, she would definitely be a very beautiful woman. When Su Sinan arrived, the young man realized what was happening and waved, "We're here."
Hello, teacher. Hello, classmates. Su Sinan said simply, and Machine Leo followed suit.
The old man looked at the adorable little baby.
My heart melted, this baby is so cute. Thank you for the compliment.
The old man reluctantly looked away. Come with us, we've already prepared a hotel for you. Also, the competition is the day after tomorrow, and tomorrow I'll show you what the difficulty level of national level origami should be like.
Thank you, teacher. The four people left the high-speed rail station.
They arrived at their private car.
The scenery along the way was beautiful. I saw skyscrapers and ancient trees.
They were resting in a hotel.
Many athletes rest here. Both national and provincial levels are included. Get some rest first. I'll go back and prepare your training program. Thank you, teacher.
The young man took out his business card. My name is Li Xiang, you can just call me by that name.
Then I'll call you Brother Xiang. We might have a lot to talk about in the future. Back at the hotel, Machine Leo completely relaxed.
The baby seemed to be a well-behaved child, and at this moment finally started crying loudly.
Wow, the babies are hungry. Let's make them something to eat.
Machine Leo hurriedly held the baby and breastfed. Once the anxious voice stopped, Machine Leo revealed a loving smile.
Chapter 120. Tired after a long day, time for dinner. Su Sinan and Machine Leo ordered takeout.
The baby's meals consisted of a bowl of vegetable juice made by Su Sinan from the hotel's canteen chef.
By the time I finished this busy work, it was almost noon. The old man also gave some documents to Su Sinan. Let Su Sinan take a good look. Su Sinan wouldn't care about such things.
If she could get it this time, she would. If not, so be it. He really didn't care much about these things. The old man was surprised that Su Sinan didn't take his hard work seriously, and he was all smiles in his room. Li Xiang frowned slightly after watching the video in the room.
I think Su Sinan is really amazing. It was folded out in just 15 minutes.
His strength was indeed inferior.
However, he was somewhat unconvinced, as some of the origami techniques described here were not found in books and only existed in their training teams. How did Su Sinan manage to fold it so calmly? If you have a problem, you should speak up. I told the old man about this problem. The old man chuckled, you shouldn't be so unconvinced. This is his first time participating in a competition.
According to our investigation, he didn't demonstrate this ability in college either.
Isn't this just self-taught? I don't really believe in self-taught talent. And what about you? Li Xiang didn't know what to do either.
However, he found Su Sinan to be truly incredible. These athletes have been preparing for this competition for a long time.
Does this mean they were surpassed by someone with talent? Tell this to other people, I believe they should know what to do.
The other person was another contestant.
This guy is a veteran. I have a great passion for origami. But he was very young, about the same age as Su Sinan. He's still practicing in his room.
Su Sinan was surprised to find such a hard-working person, and she went to sleep with the babies. Machine Leo took her notebook with her when she went out.
We arrived at the hotel ground floor, on a platform. What is Ma Xinliu doing in her office? People were coming and going around.
It's relatively quiet. Just as he was engrossed in his work, a familiar voice came from inside. He is a boy with very strong muscles.
He looks like an athlete. Teacher, my competition is in a few days. Do you think I have a chance to make it to the finals? It's tough. You've been training very hard, but I've noticed that you don't seem to have much talent. But I've already trained to my maximum potential. Does that mean I have to retire?
You should prepare to retire. Although not many people can achieve what you have now, it's not impossible.
Our superiors have decided to train younger athletes.
The middle-aged man, who appeared to be the coach, patted the boy on the shoulder. The boy was very upset. They've also won quite a few competition prizes.
I thought I had talent.
Ma Xinliu put away the notebook and looked at the boy with a surprised expression.
If she remembered correctly, this person was her classmate from high school.
The two of them were not familiar with each other. But this boy was too dazzling in high school. This made Ma Xinliu remember the name.
Meeting acquaintances can be a little awkward.
Furthermore, the two have had no contact whatsoever, either in the past or present.
Ma Xinliu planned to leave this place quickly. But coincidentally, the boy's gaze fell on Ma Xinliu.
Even more surprisingly, he immediately recognized Ma Xinliu, who was wearing a mask.
Ma Xinliu?
Ma Xinliu ignored it, even though she knew it was impolite.
The boy was puzzled. Wasn't that Ma Xinliu just now?
I took a closer look at Ma Xinliu's hurried back. She seems to have gained a lot of weight compared to before.
How could Ma Xinliu be so fat? It seems I really mistook her for someone else.
With a turn, he returned to the training field.
Su Sinan woke up and looked at the baby's happy faces. A warm feeling welled up in her heart.
At this point, the brothers should ask about Su Sinan's situation. After letting Su Sinan know that she was safe, she prepared to go to the cafeteria. But let's wait until Ma Xinliu returns before making any decisions. I looked at the TV, it had all sorts of channels.
Su Sinan yawned and looked on boredly. Suddenly, I remembered that the old man seemed to have sent him a file. He wanted to watch it, but he didn't want to watch it.
Out of courtesy and responsibility, he should look at it and also communicate with the other party.
But he really didn't want to watch it.
The main thing is that those things, the brain automatically knows how to fold them.
There was absolutely no need for the old man's training. Click.
The door opened, and Ma Xinliu, who was working outside, appeared as usual.
You're awake. You slept for quite a while. You must have been very busy these past few days, right? It's all right, I slept well. I feel much better than before.
Su Sinan stretched and then said he was going to the cafeteria to buy some food.
Ma Xinliu nodded, somewhat disappointed.
In fact, she had wanted some time alone with her boyfriend. But with the baby in this place, we have to consider the baby's needs. It's a great pity that she didn't have a proper relationship with Su Sinan. Su Si went south to buy food, and the chef prepared a small bowl of vegetable juice for her. Su Sinan was very grateful to the chef and specially ordered a more expensive dish to support the business. It turned out that after paying, I realized that ordering the more expensive or cheaper items wouldn't have made a difference. This put Su Sinan in a very awkward position, but her master had high emotional intelligence, saying that less waste was the best way to smooth things over perfectly. Ma Xinliu was investigating the classmate she had just met, and she was surprised to find that after graduating from high school, this high school classmate had won quite a few awards. There were many bronze and silver medals, but not a single gold medal was won. He has decent talent, but he hasn't made much of a splash in the last year or two. No wonder her classmates were very worried. After learning about it, Ma Xinliu put the matter aside. What fate awaits this classmate, and how far she goes in the future, is none of her business. He needs to take good care of the babies now, and when they turn 1 year old, he'll buy them better toys and snacks.
Baby, wife. I bought you lots of delicious things.
The waiter came in and placed the dishes on the table. Not many, 1 or 2 main dishes, 3 or 4 side dishes.
There is definitely not enough food for 2 people. But if you take the time to eat it, it's still possible. Ma Xinliu said resentfully, why did you order so many expensive dishes? Hee, we're here to spend money. Otherwise, what's the point of me bringing you guys out?
Ma Xinliu is very frugal. Even though her family was very wealthy, this was still the case.
Basically, they won't throw away a piece of clothing unless it's completely torn. Su Sinen's spending must be several hundred yuan.
That's several hundred yuan. That's enough to buy a week's worth of vegetables and fruits at home.
Chapter 121 Li Machine's Hush Money. Okay, honey. I know I was wrong. Su Sinen had originally planned to give Machine Liu a happy dinner. Unexpectedly, this made Machine Liu very distressed. He hadn't expected Machine Liu to be such a frugal person. No wonder, only someone so self-disciplined and frugal could be so kind and lovely. You'd better not make me unhappy again, or I'll bite you. Machine Liu made a threatening gesture. But even this threatening look made Su Sinen find it incredibly cute.
I couldn't help but hug Machine Liu.
Machine Liu, embarrassed, pushed him away, saying, "What are you doing?
The babies are still here.
Can't I even hold my own wife?"
I'm still angry, and you finished all these dishes by yourself today. Looking at all these dishes, Su Sinen looked up at the sky. I was just trying to make my wife happy, so why did I have to suffer such terrible torture?
Machine Liu seemed amused by this scene and couldn't help but smile. Despite the laughter, Machine Liu did not forgive Su Sinen.
After a simple meal, Su Sinen was left to handle the rest by himself.
After eating for almost 3 hours, Su Sinen finally finished.
He had never eaten so much in his life.
I feel terrible. After wiping Su Sinen's mouth, Machine Liu asked the waiter to clean it up.
When the waiter came in and saw that the two of them had eaten so much food, he was surprised.
Have you finished eating?
This proverb says that birds of a feather flock together. After giving the two a surprised look, he began to tidy up.
Wait for the waiter to pack up and leave.
Machine Liu was also a little tired.
He needs to think carefully about what happened with the short video. Unbeknownst to her, Su Sinen's phone kept vibrating. Something very urgent seems to have happened.
Brothers.
Something's happened. Li Machine has really become an entertainment star, and she's got a role in a movie now. What play? I don't know anything about it.
Xiao Wang, yeah, how did you find out about this at night?
Xiaodong, how else could we know? This matter has already been published on the official website of Tiandu University. Xiao Wang and Xianzi instinctively went to check the official website.
Xiaodong continued, Li Machine is amazing. I wonder who took a liking to her, otherwise, she could definitely become an entertainment star.
Xiao Wang looked at it and said, really?
But I don't think Li Machine can stay popular for long. Hey, I used to think the same way as you guys, but I don't think that way anymore.
Xiaodong sent an emoji of someone crossing their legs.
Xianzi yawned, we brothers don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Let me tell you, I just received a sum of money, and part of it is hush money related to Li Machine.
Tell me, what will happen if I don't accept it? It's obvious what happened.
Xiao Wang and Xianzi gasped. Seeing that there was no sound, he said, let me tell you. I think you will also receive this hush money.
We'll leave the money here and take it out whenever we can. Both brothers understood what Xiaodong meant. This is a hidden trick, providing favorable evidence.
At this point, Xiao Wang became curious, how much hush money did Li Machine pay?
A lot, 10,000.
Hiss.
Li Machine is rich. They actually gave me 10,000 yuan as hush money. It seems she really wants to enter the entertainment industry and clear her name. Why isn't Brother Nan coming out to speak? Is he already asleep? Nan Ge is probably taking care of the babies. That's true, Brother Nan is extremely busy.
Su Sinen was already fast asleep and no one could wake her up. But my legs kept shaking, which I could tolerate at first.
Later on, I simply couldn't stand it anymore. I looked at my phone and saw 50 or 60 messages. They're all from the brothers group. What are these guys doing? Upon opening the message, I couldn't help but send a message, I'm sleeping, could you guys please keep it down? Hey, Nan Ge, you're here.
We thought you went to take care of the baby, but it turns out you're just sleeping.
Su Sinen was speechless. This Xiangzi.
However, now that he has woken up, his energy has almost recovered.
Let's chat with these brothers and see what's making them so excited.
When his brothers asked him this, they told him to go and see for himself from beginning to end.
Surprising. Li Machine actually paid hush money. And she even became a star? What kind of road is this?
In Su Sinen's memory, Li Machine should only be a stunningly beautiful woman who sells her body. But unexpectedly, this elevated it to a whole new level.
No, it's probably not much different from before. This time, it wasn't just a rich second-generation heir who was targeted, but also some big shots in the industry.
I believe that with Li Maxin's abilities, she should be able to do it.
Please accept it, it's nothing. As Su Sinan spoke, Xiaodong grinned mischievously. I wonder if Brother Nan has received it yet? I didn't know yet. I was sleeping the whole time and didn't have time to look. Then take a look. Let me see.
Upon closer inspection, it turned out there really was hush money, and the amount was quite substantial, around 30,000 yuan. Wow, Li Maxin is really rich. These 10 or 20,000 are practically given away casually.
If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to stand it. I just received it. Li Maxin is really rich.
She just gave me 30,000 yuan.
Wow, why did they give Brother Nan 30,000? Perhaps it's because Brother Nan knows many of Li Mo's secrets. Su Sinan rolled her eyes. You people, be quiet.
My babies are still sleeping.
If you make a fuss, it'll ruin my mood for tomorrow. Brother Nan, let's not talk anymore.
Su Sinan was just saying that he had set up the group chat to accept messages but not send notifications.
I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow.
On the other side, Li Maxin took a deep breath.
A confident smile rang out. Alright, let's go to the filming location now. You're the lead now. Do your best in your acting. If you don't know how, you can ask me. Thank you.
Some of her close friends rushed over, thanks to Li Maxin.
They also entered into this play. You guys get ready. The car arrived shortly afterward.
Li Maxin and several close friends were sitting in a car.
Everyone was very nervous, especially Li Maxin. As the lead actress, she hadn't acted much before, and she didn't know how much criticism she would have to endure. After a long while, Li Maxin asked, "Have you sent the hush money yet?" It's been sent. Su Sinan and his group haven't replied, so they must have accepted it. That's good.
Li Maxin stared blankly into the distance, her expression unreadable, neither happy nor unhappy.
Chapter 122 The Old Man and the Baby. Knock knock.
The door opened, and Su Sinan saw that it was Li Xiang. They were dressed very casually.
There was another person I didn't recognize. Hello? We're about to start training. Do you have time to train now?
Su Sinan felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't even looked at how those things were trained. Also, last night was quite hectic, so I probably won't be in the best mental state to handle those training sessions. I don't have time to train, I also have to take care of the babies. Left with no other choice, Su Sinan had to use this reason. Li Xiang was slightly taken aback. This person was really strange. He had only asked politely and never expected Su Sinan to refuse.
Are you really not in time? I'm sorry, I really don't have much time. Alright then, I'll go back and talk to my master about it. The two left.
Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he hadn't come here to train.
Instead, relax and let others decide what to say. That's someone else's business.
Ma Xinliu also woke up and said somewhat seriously, "You can't act like that. Since you and your teammates are on the same team, then train hard.
Leave things here to me." Su Sinan smiled wryly. He really didn't know what to train them for.
However, his abilities are indescribable, so let's pretend he knows nothing for now. Having made up her mind, Su Sinan said she would take care of the child for an hour or two and then leave.
Ma Xinliu nodded. That's right. If we miss this competition because we don't train, that would be such a shame.
She is a serious person and takes everything she does very seriously. I also hope that Su Sinan will take this seriously.
He's not coming? Let's get back to training.
The old man was a little puzzled, but not disappointed. I just feel it's a pity that such a genius was wasted.
If I train hard, I might be able to reach the top of the world. But without training, even the greatest talent will fade into obscurity. There will never be any other possibility.
While they were training, the other origami coaches came over and said, "Old man, your origami training is still so old-fashioned. We have adopted the most advanced training methods now, and we believe our athletes can easily defeat you."
The old man didn't say anything. He had a very good temper. This level of stimulation wouldn't bother me. Congratulations.
If you win the championship, you have to treat me to a meal.
This old man. Upon hearing the old man's words, the coach left triumphantly.
Li Xiang felt very uncomfortable.
Why was his master so calm and collected? Focus your attention. What do other people's ridicule matter? What you need to do is defeat yourselves. If you want to defeat yourselves, you need to figure that out yourselves. No one can help you. The two nodded and continued training.
The training session lasted for about 2 hours. Both of them were a little tired, so they sat down at a table to rest.
Su Sinan searched for a long time before finally finding this place.
But this place is really too big, and he doesn't know where the old man is. So he called Li Xiang. Li Xiang originally had a problem with Su Sinan, but now that she was willing to come and practice, he realized that she was indeed quite busy taking care of her child, and his initial resentment disappeared. The old man was happy when he came over.
Asked Su Sinan if she had read the books from yesterday. Su Sinan answered truthfully, "I'm sorry, I didn't read yesterday, mainly because I was too tired." Hearing this, the old man smiled and said, "It's all right. I can tell you have a very high talent.
Take a look at these more complex origami techniques and see if you can master them."
Su Sinan glanced at it casually and found it very easy. But in order not to appear too monstrous, he couldn't help but read for about 30 minutes. Seeing that Su Sinan had been reading for so long, the old man asked with some doubt, "Do you always take this long to read?" "There's really nothing in it, it's just some origami steps. For an expert, it's something they can see through at a glance."
I'm trying to memorize how to fold these, just imagining it in my mind."
Imagine it in your mind? Even without mentioning the old man, Li Xiang and his companion were shocked. Su Sinan has such a good spatial imagination? How could someone imagine something just by thinking about it? Now that you've seen so many origami techniques, how many have you mastered? I've only just started looking at it, how could I possibly have mastered it already?
You really think too highly of me.
I breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know why being with Su Sinan always feels like a roller coaster ride. One moment I was surprised, the next I felt indifferent.
And so, Su Sinan trained here for about 3 or 4 hours. The old man looked at Su Sinan's origami skills with some regret and said, "If only you had joined my team sooner, you might have been the national champion this year. These origami pieces are not bad, but the folding speed is really too slow. If you can't win in both speed and quality, it will be too difficult to become a national champion."
Su Sinan smiled and said, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Then the old man told us the time and location of tomorrow's competition.
The 3 of them will compete in 3 different groups. After the group stage matches, it will be time for the semi-finals.
Then comes the final.
Therefore, every opportunity is very important. After learning about these rules, Su Sinan returned to the hotel.
Li Xiang ignored Su Sinan.
He had no interest in associating with someone who didn't care so much about the origami competition.
He was willing to communicate with another person, oh how. The two of them had clearly abandoned Su Sinan. "Let's go out for a walk. The babies can't stay in this hotel forever."
"Okay, I don't want to stay in this place forever either."
The two went around in circles. We arrived at a nearby park. There were already some people exercising here. What an adorable baby! How can someone be so cute? An elderly woman walked by, looking very energetic.
"Thank you," Ma Xinliu replied. The old lady praised Ma Xinliu, "She's really good looking, very beautiful."
Su Sinan, standing to the side, said, "Thank you for your praise, auntie."
When the old lady heard Su Sinan call him auntie, she laughed and said, "Young man, no wonder you married such a good wife.
You have such a sweet tongue."
Ma Xinliu smiled sweetly. She would be very happy when someone praised her husband.
"Thank you for the compliment, auntie," Su Sinan said.
The old lady said, "Is this your first time here?"
"I don't think I've seen you before."
"This is our first time here." "No wonder, but you're quite accomplished at such a young age. You still managed to come to this place even after having a child." With a long sigh, the old lady seemed to have a lot of emotions piling up inside her. Just then, a young man called out from afar, "Grandma, where are you going?"
Chapter 123. As long as you don't resent me.
The young man in front of me was very strong.
They were wearing the sportswear used during training. She is about the same height as Su Sinan.
The appearance of this young man surprised Ma Xinliu.
Do I really think the world is that small? I unexpectedly ran into a classmate here again.
Su Sinan didn't know who this was and didn't want to interrupt their conversation, so she turned to Ma Xinliu and said, "Let's go."
Good.
Ma Xinliu turned around and the old lady saw the beautiful girl and boy leave. She complained, "You scared me too much. That baby and the two young people were so beautiful." "Grandma, you're so old, why do you still like looking at handsome men and beautiful women?" the young man said helplessly, seemingly unaware of Ma Xinliu.
"What do you know? Grandma is so old, and you still won't give me a grandson. How can you face us? Let me tell you, if you don't find me a girlfriend and have a baby, don't ever see me again."
The old lady rolled her eyes at the young man. The young man was speechless. What kind of situation is this? However, when he saw the scene of the man and woman pushing the stroller, he was actually a little envious. The two arrived at a nearby swimming pool and saw many children practicing swimming.
I couldn't help but think of Jiang Kangkeng. I guess they'll be just like that when they grow up. Su Sinan held Jian and Kong Kong on her shoulders. Because the action was too dangerous, Ma Xinliu told Su Sinan to put the children down quickly.
Helpless, Su Sinan had no choice but to put the children back in the stroller.
This seemed to anger Ma Xinliu. "How could you do this?
The child is still so young, and you're putting him in such a dangerous situation.
This is not good." Su Sinan could only apologize and promise not to do it again next time. Ma Xinliu then forgave him. She also knew that Su Sinan just wanted to play with the babies. "I also know about a man's reputation in public." She tugged at Su Sinan's hand and said, "You can play, but wouldn't it be better if you waited until the children are a little older?" Su Sinan gripped Ma Xinliu's hand tightly. Ma Xinliu blushed. "What are you doing?" "It's nothing, it's just that seeing my wife speak so softly makes me feel very happy." You're a bad guy." "Yeah, I am a bad guy.
Otherwise, how could I have caught you?"
"I'm not playing with you anymore, I'm going home." Su Sinan realized he had gone too far and coaxed Ma Xinliu. "No, we've come all this way, how can we just leave like this?"
"Humph.
You're finished. You've made me angry."
Ma Xinliu turned her stunningly beautiful face to the other side.
Su Sinan knew perfectly well what Ma Xinliu was up to. Immediately, she took Ma Xinliu's small hand and said, "Don't be angry anymore. I'll cook you something delicious when we get back."
"Humph,
you think that's enough? Then I'll go back and warm the bed for you?" Su Sinan said slyly. Ma Xinliu blushed immediately and slapped Su Sinan, saying, "Are you really going to die? How can you tease me like this? Ha, finally you're satisfied. You bastard. I'm leaving." Ma Xinliu is really leaving. Their playful antics were witnessed by many people.
This made her feel a little embarrassed, because she is usually quiet and aloof in public. But Su Sinan's actions caused her to involuntarily break down.
Su Sinan chuckled and put his arm around Ma Xinliu's waist.
This made Ma Xinliu even more embarrassed, and she pushed Su Sinan away, saying, "Don't do this." Hearing Ma Xinliu's somewhat impatient tone, Su Sinan wisely withdrew his hand. After arriving at the hotel, Ma Xinliu coldly pushed the babies back to their room.
They locked Su Sinan outside the door. "Okay, I've gone too far today." Su Sinan scratched his head.
"I tried making a phone call, and Ma Xinliu answered, you should reflect on this carefully while you're out there, and think carefully about whether you should have done this or not." Seeing his phone being hung up, Su Sinan gave a wry smile. It seems we can only wait for Ma Xinliu to calm down. I couldn't help but chat with my brothers. Why are you all so quiet today?
The brothers ignored Su Sinan, seemingly busy with their own affairs. This is going to be boring.
Who knows how long we'd have to wait here?
Ma Xinliu wasn't actually angry, on the contrary, she felt a little sweet and shy.
Su Sinan simply didn't consider how she looked outside. She would be willing if it were just the two of them in this private room. But those people, apart from Su Sinan, had never publicly shown affection for each other in their entire lives. I checked the time, half an hour had passed.
Shouldn't we let Su Sinan in? He has a competition tomorrow. If he gets too tired, wouldn't Su Sinan be in a bad state? How do I participate in the competition tomorrow?
The more I thought about it, the more worried I became, realizing I had really gone too far.
Upon opening the door, I saw Su Sinan standing outside. Ma Xinliu choked up as she said, "Come in. Honey, you're finally over your anger, are you alright? Did I go too far just now? Isn't that a bit much?" Su Sinan wondered, why did she suddenly start crying? Is this still the wife he knew? You really don't resent me? Of course I don't resent you. Ma Xiliu's stunning face drew close to Su Sinen's, resting against his chest. If you really resent me, please tell me, okay? I think I really went too far just now. You were just joking with me, and you have a competition tomorrow. How could I treat you like this? Su Sinen hadn't expected this. He was about to say it was nothing, but then he suddenly realized that given Ma Xiliu's serious personality, if we don't do something, we probably won't be able to get rid of the guilt in her heart. Could you peel an apple for me? Okay, as long as you don't resent me. Sure enough, Ma Xiliu relaxed a lot. Peel the apple slowly. Very carefully, as if trying to perfectly reveal the pale yellow flesh of the pink apple. Seeing how serious Ma Xiliu was, Su Sinen took care of Jian Kan, who was standing next to her. On the other side, Li Xiang and Oh Hao were practicing their speed. They have almost memorized everything in the book. What remains is the memory in my hand. The old man watched from the side, shaking his head slightly. Although the speed looked fast, it completely lacked Su Sinen's composure. It was discontinuous. The thought process was interrupted midway. That won't work either. Oh well. You guys stop practicing and relax your minds. Also, Li Xiang, go tell Su Sinen to come to the competition venue a little earlier tomorrow so he can familiarize himself with it. That will be beneficial for our competition. I don't want to. Li Xiang refused. He wasn't interested in someone who treated the competition so casually. Chapter 124. Li Xiang's unconvinced. In the end, the old man went by himself. The old man came in and played with the healthy animals, seemingly enjoying it very much. Then I casually mentioned the competition. The old man's magnanimity and kindness made Su Sinen feel truly guilty. He thought he should practice a bit, at least it would look better that way. I have high hopes for you. You're so young yet so successful, and you have both a son and a daughter. You're so lucky. Most people don't have that kind of blessing. Thank you, coach. Su Sinen didn't know what to say, feeling guilty towards the old man. I can only do my best tomorrow. It would be even better if we could win a championship. Then I'll be going. The babies seemed unhappy after the old man left. They wore sad expressions, seemingly reluctant to let such a kind old man leave their side. Ma Xiliu, watching from the side, said, "Look, which old man do the babies think is the best?" Su Sinen nodded. Yes, I thought he would scold me, but he didn't. Instead, he played with us babies in a very open-minded way. I think he is a really respectable person. Seemingly with some regret, Su Sinen lay on the bed, her feelings complicated. The room fell silent. There was an added sense of guilt that was perhaps hard to explain. Ma Xiliu is alright. This matter doesn't really concern her. I figured it out quickly. He advised Su Sinen, you shouldn't be so sentimental. I'm not sentimental. I'll try my best to win the championship tomorrow. Yeah, why don't you win a championship and show him? It's strange, I only interacted with the old man a few times, so why do I feel so guilty? Su Sinen couldn't quite understand. Could it be that he and this old man had some kind of destiny? Forget it. The competition venue was inside a huge stadium. Each origami athlete here is very serious, and their attire also reflects their own style. All of this is so as not to affect their own actions. Su Sinen was the most relaxed, showing no tension whatsoever throughout the entire process. He kept greeting Ma Xiliu. When the camera comes on, point it at the babies. That's a bit of a public display of affection. The competition was about to begin. Su Sinen continued at her own pace. Li Xiang, Oh Hao, and the others nervously began folding paper. The old man focused his gaze on Li Xiang and Oh Hao, but as for Su Sinen, he didn't think she was anything special. Whether he would win or not, the old man already knew in his heart. Why isn't this player making a move yet? Has he given up? One of the commentators was puzzled, and the camera was pointed at Su Sinen. A few seconds later, Su Sinen finally moved. I began folding paper very calmly. The commentator's initial confusion deepened. Has he simply given up on the match? This is a speed contest, since there are only a few basic origami techniques. If it's about comparing artistry, then it's a different kind of origami competition. The camera then pans to other people. The atmosphere of the competition was very tense. Many people will have to start over. The old man nodded slightly. Li Xiang and Oh Hao's performances were relatively stable. If they can maintain this form, making it into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. They might even make it to the finals. He turned his gaze to Su Sinen,
and his previously kind eyes suddenly turned to shock.
Su Sinin had unknowingly lost more than a dozen of them. Her posture was as elegant as seen in the video. This elegance is like folding a work of art. Quick, and the movements are beautiful. Su Sinin was probably the only oddball in the entire room. Is this person really a genius? The old man looked at Su Sinin in disbelief. There had been no training yesterday. He thought Su Sinin had given up. I wasn't even thinking about winning a championship. Although Su Sinin achieved first place. But now he realized that Su Sinin wasn't incapable of winning the championship, rather, he had the ability to look down on his opponents. What a surprise! What a wonderful surprise! Babies, cheer for your dad, okay? Ma Xinliu didn't know what had happened to Su Sinin, but she felt a sense of pride and satisfaction just watching Su Sinin fold origami. The kids probably thought the same way, because they showed no dissatisfaction at all when they arrived at the competition venue. They had smiles on their faces the whole time, as if their responsible father was sure to bring them many surprises. Half an hour passed quickly, and the first group's match ended. Su Sinin's grades remained the same as always, in the 30s. Ranked first in the group. Li Xiang and Hao became the first and second place winners, respectively. We'll have to compete in a few more rounds. During her break, Su Sinin didn't go to the old man's place, but instead went to take care of the baby. The aunt standing next to him said, "Your husband is really good, he actually got first place." "Thank you," Ma Xinliu said with a smile. The aunt looked at the babies and found them very adorable. "May I touch these babies?" "Of course you can, but don't hug it, just touch it." Su Sinin smiled. The aunt gently touched the healthy little face. The little one was healthy and not afraid of strangers, and was very optimistic. This made the auntie extremely happy. At this moment, the old man came to Su Sinin with a cheerful smile. "Congratulations. I thought you had given up the competition, but I didn't expect you to be so skilled. I'm just in a better state of mind today, I wouldn't usually be like this." The old man chuckled and didn't dwell on the matter any further. "Also, may you be healthy and happy." In an instant, Jiangkangking became the most eye-catching place. Many adults can't resist touching such an adorable baby. Suddenly, Jiangkangking started crying. Ma Xinliu knew immediately what was going on. The babies had pooped. "Dear aunties and uncles, I'm so sorry, I have something to attend to." Everyone smiled kindly, muttering about how adorable the baby was. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu pushed the stroller to a quieter environment. Su Sinin stood in the way as a human wall. Ma Xinliu changed diapers with practiced ease. After the change, Jiangkangking started being happy again. It seemed as if nothing had happened. Seeing that there were seats nearby, Su Sinin invited Ma Xinliu and the babies to sit down together. Waiting for the next match to begin. "Master, is Su Sinin really that powerful?" Li Xiang found it hard to believe that someone who was unknown and unwilling to practice hard could be their opponent. The old man chuckled and said, "Try to keep a peaceful mindset. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. I hope you can understand." Li Xiang was not convinced, though he understood the reasoning behind it. "But I just can't stand Su Sinin. Oh, Hao didn't say anything, he's the quiet, honest type. I felt that doing my own thing was enough." The old man knew his disciple's personality, so he didn't try to persuade him and just kept smiling. Chapter 125. The competition begins, televised. After the baby's condition stabilized, Su Sinin went to participate in the next competition. As he expected, the following matches were even more brutal. The top 3 teams in the first group can enter. From the second group onwards, only the first place finisher can enter. So many top athletes from all over the country are competing. After several rounds, only the top 3 remained to advance. Su Sinin remained as calm and unhurried as ever. The old man looked at Su Sinin, wanting to see what Su Sinin's solution was. "How can you do 30 in such a short time?" Immediately, Su Sinin opened the origami catalog next to her, watching it little by little. "Once you've seen enough, put it down. I haven't read a book since." The old man was amazed by this powerful memory. There are people who compete like this. This is beyond what hard work can achieve, its talent at work. After the initial surprise, I was immediately struck by it. If he does this, Su Sinin should have no problem getting first place. "Your dads are competing right now, do you want to cheer them on?" They were laughing happily and clapping their hands.
Machine Leo then held the two babies in her arms and saw their father intently competing. The baby's bright, curious eyes were full of wonder. The aunties standing nearby, upon seeing the two children, suddenly stopped paying attention to the competition.
I'd like to ask if I can hold the child.
Machine Leo didn't let the aunties hold her, mainly because there were too many people. She was afraid that if something unexpected happened, things would be difficult to handle. The aunt understood what Machine Leo was thinking, so she sat down next to her and watched the babies.
Perhaps that's why the auntie's anxiety has decreased a lot. When watching the game, I won't feel as much pressure. The match is over. The second group finally ended, and Su Sinin was still in first place.
The score remained stable at 35. The other contestants looked at Su Sinin, somewhat puzzled.
How come this person's grades are so consistently good?
Keep in mind that there are only 37 such records nationwide. If Su Sinin continues to achieve this level of performance, then she will likely be in first place.
Good job. There are still a few rounds left. Here's some water for you to replenish your energy.
Su Sinin smiled and accepted the bottle of water. Then she returned to the babies.
Seeing so many aunties, I didn't bother them.
I watched the national competition too, and our brother Nan is really strong.
Of course it's powerful.
Our brother Nan always comes in first place. He'll have brother Nan treat us to drinks when he gets back.
He's been keeping a low profile. That's right.
The brothers were chatting in the group chat, and they played a video of an origami competition.
Origami competitions are generally considered a niche competition.
Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible for any TV stations to broadcast it. This year, two contestants suddenly appeared in City A who could directly enter the provincial level, so the TV station in City A broadcast this origami competition.
Su Sinin's calm attitude earned him the admiration of many.
Xiao Xiao, who was supposed to sing today, didn't sing instead. She watched the competition with everyone else.
Because everyone was watching together, Xiao Wang had the opportunity.
He sat down next to the girl, Xiao Xiao. This kid has finally figured it out. Chatting with the girl Xiao Xiao isn't so awkward anymore. On the contrary, it felt harmonious. Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. He practically pulled out all his secrets to explaining how to pursue girls.
Wow, what an adorable baby. On television, Machine Leo appeared before everyone holding her babies.
Seeing a healthy, innocent child with bright, expressive eyes, many people's hearts melt.
Yes, what an adorable baby. I wish I could have twins, a boy and a girl. Su Sinin will be my male god from now on. My idol is already a husband.
I don't care, I just like him. Su Sinin closed her eyes, wanting to rest. At this moment, the old man came over and joined the two team members.
You three are all great, you all got first place.
But now you three will be competing in the same group, and this time it's the top three.
Why don't you have a good chat and see if you can share some experience? This sentence means that we hope Su Sinin can draw on his experience. Su Sinin's achievement is truly dazzling, 35. He is truly outstanding among this year's contestants.
Li Xiang originally didn't want to communicate with Su Sinin, but when he thought about how well the other party had achieved such good results, he found it somewhat unbelievable.
How did someone who doesn't practice often achieve this result? Oh, Hao was also very curious. But he won't say it. Su Sinin didn't know what she was saying, and sensed that the atmosphere seemed a little different.
I didn't want the atmosphere to remain so awkward. My method is to read the book and memorize it first.
Sure enough, Su Sinin used her good memory as a method.
The old man nodded.
Li Xiang gave Su Sinin a strange look. Can you remember so many origami? Although origami is nothing new, just remembering it won't improve your hands-on skills, will it?
I have naturally strong hands-on skills, so I don't need to worry too much about these things. Besides, origami is just a piece of paper, it doesn't require a high level of hands-on ability. Li Xiang looked at Su Sinin strangely again. This person must be a monster, with such incredible talent.
If we put in a little effort, wouldn't we be able to break the national record with ease? He didn't quite believe it.
It's impossible for a person to maintain such a good state all the time. The three of them chatted here until they had finished talking. The competition then began. Machine Leo wiped away her sweat slightly, holding the babies, and felt a little hot.
I wonder if I'm wearing too many clothes today.
The baby also seemed to be a little hot and gradually became uncomfortable.
This child is probably too hot. Let's give the babies a well-ventilated environment.
They were all aunties and uncles, and they all had experience taking care of children. People slowly dispersed. A gentle breeze blew by, and Machine Leo and the babies felt much better. He took out a tissue and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Then wiped the babies carefully.
When we get back to the hotel, we'll need to change the baby's clothes. Thinking about it, I came to a well-ventilated place. When the aunt saw Machine Leo with the children, she warmly invited them to sit down. After chatting with these enthusiastic aunties, Machine Leo focused her attention on Su Sinin. The aunties didn't have much to talk about. Some talked about their husbands participating in the competition, while others talked about their sons or daughters. The match resumed. It wasn't until 4 p.m. that Su Sinin entered and defeated many masters. They've made it to the finals. Li Xiang and Oh Hao were both unfortunately eliminated. This time, Su Sinin accidentally tied the national record. This made many players realize that it wasn't that Su Sinin was in good form, but rather that Su Sinin's minimum level was this. Chapter 126 Victory, Fame Spreads. There will be a half-hour break during the match. Li Xiang and Oh Hao both looked at Su Sinin with admiration. Li Xiang, in particular, had previously thought that Su Sinin was just a boastful person. Unexpectedly, the clown was himself.
The old man was also very happy, having trained so many people.
Finally, someone has made it to the finals. Once Su Sinin's situation is over, he can also leave the coaching position. Enjoy a peaceful and comfortable old age. Baby, your dad made it to the finals. Do you like your dad? Wow! Kong Kong exclaimed as they exchanged messages.
Jian Jian seemed to only then realize what was happening, and cried out wah wah.
This scene made the other aunties keep touching it.
One of the aunties praised, "This family is really great.
They have high IQ and EQ. Their babies are sure to be promising."
It's true, I heard this baby's father participated in the competition for the first time, and he achieved such a result.
That's amazing. Many aunties are very envious. Machine Leo was overjoyed. I feel that being with Su Sinin is a great happiness.
The babies seemed to understand what the auntie said, and they couldn't help but clap their hands.
Alright, the match is about to start. We won't chat with you anymore. You should adjust your mindset. This time, your opponent will probably go all out. If you can be quick, then be quick.
The old man chuckled, seemingly not urging anyone but saying something mundane. It's very comfortable. At least Su Sinin really likes this feeling.
The game has started again.
Students from Tiandu University came to eat mala tang, a spicy hot pot dish.
Go for it. You must defeat them. Bring glory to our city, eh? Yes, all you need to do now is maintain the national record. Xiaodong and Xiaowan watched TV while working.
I felt incredibly proud. They originally thought Su Sinin was just there to make a cameo appearance. Unexpectedly, he overcame all obstacles and remained remarkably stable. It seemed as if none of these people were a match for him. Only Brother Nan could do that.
Shall I make you milk tea? The girl, Xiao Xiao, nodded, seemingly already liking Xiao Wang's presence.
Xiao Wang went off to make milk tea with a happy smile. Brother Nan really is his lucky star. I never expected that watching TV all day would bring him and the young girl Xiao Xiao closer together.
When I get back, I must thank Brother Nan properly.
Su Sinin still followed her own habits.
However, he got into the zone much faster than before.
Another opponent seemed to know what Su Sinin was doing, and sped up the attack to the point of annihilation.
They planned not to give Su Sinin any chance.
With quick hands, she quickly finished 1 or 2 origami pieces.
But this? Su Sinin hasn't even started yet.
Everyone was extremely nervous, as their opponent was also a master.
It has always been around 33. The difference in strength between him and Su Sinin is not that great. Finally, amidst the tense atmosphere, Su Sinin finally took action.
As soon as he made his move, everyone unconsciously relaxed a lot. The old man chuckled, glanced at the time, and understood.
Su Sinin's hand speed will not change at all. Because his speed is already considered fast. We just need to see how long it takes him to memorize the origami catalog. It's improved by about 5 minutes compared to before. So this time,
Machine Leo kept screaming in her heart, completely forgetting that she still had to take care of the babies.
The babies are quite well behaved and don't make a fuss.
She stood there in the stroller, staring intently at the strange world outside.
The 2 little ones were clapping enthusiastically. Brother Nan, kill him. You only have 2 more origami to surpass him. Xianzi shouted. There are 15 minutes left in the game. Everyone already knew the outcome of this match. A student, while eating spicy hot pot, asked, "Boss, who are those people on TV? Why are you so excited?" "He's my brother, how could I not be excited?" The students were surprised. Did this boss have such a powerful brother? This person is indeed not to be judged by appearances. Some students then inquired about the honors Su Sinin had received. Xianzi didn't want to talk about it, so he casually said, "I'll talk to you guys properly after the competition is over." Many students stared nervously at the television screen. With the final 15 minutes gone, Su Sinin won first place with an overwhelming victory. Xianzi jumped up. The same applies to Xiaodong and Xiaowang on the other side. Brother Nan is really awesome. That's the first move to win the national championship. If I told you so, this family is very nice, an auntie said. Another woman looked on with great envy. I wish we had such a wonderful child. Don't even think about it, that's a genius who only comes along once every 100 years. Su Sinin accepted the award and smiled. He saw Ma Xinliu's face and thought of having Ma Xinliu take a picture with the babies. Others didn't think it was a big deal either. So they asked Ma Xinliu and the babies to come over together. As a result, the other contestant in this photo went unnoticed. Basically, everyone is focused on health and wellness. Its adorable appearance seemed to melt something in this world. Baby. Daddy has become the national champion. Su Sinin was very happy. In fact, he had never imagined that he could become the national champion. After all, even master-level origami skills aren't invincible. There can't possibly be only one master-level player in the whole country, right? The old man smiled and extended an invitation, hoping that Su Sinin could participate in the training. Su Sinin politely declined the old man's suggestion, saying that he had to take care of the baby and didn't have the time. The old man didn't care, he was going to enjoy his retirement anyway. This time, the question was simply because the higher-ups wanted Su Sinin to represent the country in the competition. But Su Sinin didn't care about this opportunity, she cared a lot about the time she spent with the babies. There's nothing we can do about it then. As fathers, we can all understand. At the hotel, Su Sinin was biting her gold medal, and Ma Xinliu took a picture of the scene. I was extremely happy. Baby. We'll be a champion family from now on. I'll take this call. Su Sinin laughed, his phone kept ringing. It must have been those brothers who called. The video call brought up my brothers. The shop was brightly lit, suggesting business was good. I'm telling you, I'm a little tired. Just tell me what you want to say quickly. Xianzi, Brother Nan, you are truly our pride. Yes, you've become a big celebrity in City now. Hello, Brother Nan, many people shouted from behind. Su Sinin was annoyed by the large-scale display and said, "What are you doing? Such a big show." I'm not talking to you anymore. Brother Nan, you should go to sleep quietly. As the video went black, Su Sinin felt a mixture of helplessness and happiness. Chapter 127 Reporter Interview. Time to go home. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu did not stay in AB City for long with their baby. I arrived at the high-speed rail station early in the morning. I didn't tell anyone about my journey, including that old coach. After arriving at the high-speed rail station, the old coach called to ask where Su Sinin had gone. Su Sinin said she was going back. The old man had originally thought of having Su Sinin exchange ideas, but never mind. From any perspective, Su Sinin had absolutely no need to consider the old man's feelings. The old man spoke with some regret to those who wanted to communicate with Su Sinin. Soon, we arrived at the station. As soon as Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu got out of the car, they saw some strange slogans. Congratulations to Su Sinin for winning the National Origami Championship. Ma Xinliu, you've become famous. It seems everyone in City knows you. I don't want this kind of fame, let's go back. Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes, clearly seeing Su Sinin's cheerful expression. She also said she didn't want to be famous. Pushing the babies forward, Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu quickly exited the platform. During the identity check, some of the inspectors seemed to recognize Su Sinin. I couldn't help but feel a little excited. Could I have an autograph? A female inspector spoke eagerly. Su Sinin was taken aback. Logically speaking, this female prosecutor shouldn't be. Okay, let's write it on this card. Su Sinan took a pen and wrote on it. The other male inspectors, perhaps out of a sense of responsibility, did not come over. Those around Su Sinan looked at her with some confusion, wondering who this person was. Could it be some big star? Facing the gaze of the crowd, Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu left the place with the babies. Once outside, Su Sinan hailed a taxi and left. I heard that our national champion, Su Sinan, lives in this neighborhood, right? Of course. I saw them bringing their babies over a few days ago. It's amazing that a national champion lives in our neighborhood. That would be great. Many aunties and uncles were speaking very proudly here. It's as if their family received the award. Fortunately, Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu wore masks the whole way. So when I got back to my neighborhood, no one recognized me. Once home, Su Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. This really suffocated me. I never expected that I would be so popular now. Being popular is a good thing. Others would love to have your kind of fame but can't get it. I don't want that. I just want my babies to grow up healthy and strong. I don't dare to think about anything else. Ma Xinliu rolled his eyes. He thought Su Sinan was really like Versailles. Others can't achieve Su Sinan's results even with hard work, but Su Sinan seems to be able to do it with just a little practice. People like that would be the envy of everyone. However, since she is Su Sinan's wife, she naturally doesn't care too much about these things. I just went into the room and took care of the babies. Su Sinan planned to sit on the sofa and rest. Then the familiar system voice came out. Congratulations on achieving one of the dad honors. Your performance over the past few months has been outstanding. You are awarded the Clay Master skill. Play-Doh, that's great. Su Sinan thought about it and felt that she could make many interesting things. Take a shower, I just got back. I'm all sweaty. You go ahead and wash, I'll play with the clay. Ma Xinliu went to take a shower. Su Sinan then picked up Jianjianking's toy clay and started kneading it. He didn't know what to sculpt, but since it looked healthy, he just sculpted it. In a few quick movements, the outlines of two heads were roughly formed. Jiankong watched the clay change without moving at all. They all seemed completely absorbed in it, not daring to miss a single moment. Then Ma Xinliu came out of the shower and saw what Su Sinan was holding. She was surprised and said, "You made this look like it's made by a very healthy person." Really? Then I'll do my best. Su Sinan smiled and focused on her work. Ma Xinliu turned and went to work. It seems that he doesn't care too much about this skill. Wow! Jian clapped excitedly. Kong patted the stroller, but it didn't seem to hurt. The door was closed, so Ma Xinliu couldn't hear anything. Su Sinan smiled and placed the healthy-looking clay figure together with the finished clay head. Finally, I took a picture. The photo has a sense of tranquility, as if health and longevity are frozen in this moment. Babies, would you like to learn this skill? Jian and Kong can't speak yet, and they don't understand much either. Su Sinan was just a bit dazed. Su Sinan smiled and joined the children in making clay. During the playful interaction, a reporter from Tiandu University contacted Su Sinan. They said they wanted to give Su Sinan an interview. Su Sinan refused. This shocked many people at Tiandu University, who didn't quite understand why Su Sinan gave up this opportunity to become famous. After some investigation, some people found out where Su Sinan lived. Then they arrived at the door. There was a female graduate standing at the entrance. She was dressed quite properly, and her skin tone was neither fair nor yellow. It looks just right. However, there is a certain liveliness in his eyes. They seem to have a lot of clever ideas. She knocked gently on the door, carrying some gifts in her hand. She knew that it was very impolite to disturb someone abruptly. So I bought some gifts. The door opened with a click. When Su Sinan saw the girl, he asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "I'm a reporter from Tiandu University. You just hung up on the phone. I thought you must be busy, so I was wondering if I could come to your house to interview you." Su Sinan smiled wryly. People actually come to my door on their own initiative. He scratched his head and said, "Come in, I was just playing with my child." "I'm sorry to bother you." The two sat down on the sofa. Su Sinan carefully poured tea and then said, "If you have any questions, just ask quickly. We'll be cooking in an hour or two." "Okay, let me introduce myself. My surname is Tan, you can call me Xiao Tan.
Oh, Xiao Tan.
Then came the normal question and answer session between the two. They're all very ordinary.
Su Sinan answered very seriously, and Xiao Tan also asked very seriously.
Okay, that concludes today's interview. Thank you everyone.
Xiao Tan breathed a sigh of relief, stood up healthy and strong, and shook his head as he looked at Xiao Tan. Those big, expressive eyes made Xiao Tan, who was under a lot of pressure, smile instantly.
Is this your baby? He's so adorable. Thank you, this is for Jian Kan, brother and sister. Twins, congratulations. I'll definitely bring some toys next time I come. It's nothing, Su Sinan smiled.
The two talked about the baby for a while, and then Xiao Tan left satisfied.
Chapter 128 is finally here. It's time. Ma Xinliu came out of the room.
I think I just heard a girl's voice.
Honey, what happened just now? We're being interviewed by someone from the school. Oh, I'm hungry now, but you seem too tired. How about we order takeout? Su Sinan refused. Why order takeout? Honey, I'll just do the work.
Ma Xinliu chuckled, a warm feeling flowing through her heart.
Then I couldn't help but come over and give him a hug. Honey, I knew you were the best. My wife, you seem a little different than before. You've never been like this before.
Ma Xinliu immediately rolled her eyes and let go of her hand.
Su Sinan, this straight man, really has no romance whatsoever. Never mind.
She looked at Jiang Kangkung. Then I saw those sculpted clay heads.
The rubber head is very exquisitely designed. His expression and overall health are basically the same. Did you make this? Yeah, I made one when I was bored. Ma Xinliu looked at Su Sinan as if he were a treasure. Something wasn't right. Su Sinan has surprisingly acquired another skill that allows her to make a living. This is so realistic. Her husband is so talented. Why didn't anyone notice this before? Don't look at me like that.
I was just pinching it casually.
I don't know how to do anything else. Really?
Of course it's true. Ma Xinliu felt that Su Sinan had lied to her, but she couldn't find any evidence that Su Sinan had lied to her.
But she doesn't think about these things.
Seeing how healthy they were, I couldn't resist teasing them.
I also took a closer look at the modeling clay. That really does look like it.
The media department of Tiandu University has returned with its stall and is about to process this video.
An old man walked over. Is the matter settled? It's done. It's good that it's done. Su Sinan, please promote it well.
It's not easy for our Tiandu University to have such a promising student.
Xiao Tan nodded with a smile. It took about half an hour to finish this process. It was published on the school's official website.
Some student union leaders at the university naturally noticed the changes that had occurred on the official website.
I opened it and took a look. Did you win this national championship with an unwavering belief in victory? What is the belief in certain victory?
If there is such a thing as a competition that can be won, then it wouldn't be a competition.
So how do you manage to come in first place in every single game? Oh, I think I'm really lucky. This is probably not your luck. You mean strength?
Indeed, I only just realized how strong I am.
All of Su Sinan's words reflected his indifferent, uncaring, and apathetic attitude.
This made the students very happy.
I felt a mixture of envy and jealousy. This is definitely Versailles. If you don't have the determination to win, how can you defeat your opponent? With such incredible luck, how could he possibly be number one in every game? That final admission. What a Versailles! This Su Sinan is truly the Versailles himself.
I must say, his non-competitive attitude really attracted me.
Stop talking, I'm posting it online. The video was uploaded in just over 10 minutes. No one expected that this video would be released in such a way.
In less than an hour, it garnered hundreds of thousands of likes.
The name Su Sinan has become popular again. A national champion plus a casual attitude. This person is really interesting. Su Sinan was unaware of all this. They just ate their food in silence. Today I made 3-ingredient vermicelli and a simple poached egg. Let's not have such a lavish dinner tonight. I just tried it, and it's really difficult to get to your level. To be honest, how long have you been practicing this? Su Sinan shrugged. Is it that difficult? I haven't practiced for very long. I played it when I was a kid. Who didn't play that when they were kids? Don't tell me you mastered it back then. Oh, not really, it's just that I've had some inspiration lately, and if you ask me to do it next time, I probably won't be able to. Su Sinan didn't want to explain too much about this. He couldn't explain why he possessed such advanced skills. We can only try our best to bluff our way through it. Pregnant women are indeed the easiest to fool. Su Sinan just said that, and Ma Xinliu really had no doubts at all. Brother Dong, it seems that Brother Nan has become a sensation on the internet again. Xiao Wang came over. He had been reading for the past week. He felt like he had divine assistance for some reason. It seems that things that were incomprehensible before can now be understood. This gave him a lot of confidence. I felt that if I did a few more practice tests, I could pass the postgraduate entrance exam. Xiao Dong was cooking barbecue, which he couldn't quite understand. What's wrong? You'll see when you check out Douyin. Besides, your sister-in-law is really lucky. It seems like her songs are getting a lot of attention now. Xiaodong kept busy, feeling restless and eager to try. What exactly happened to Brother Nan? After a long time, we started to get busy. After I finished my work, I checked my phone. Holy crap! 800,000 likes. Holy crap! My sister-in-law's music has 200,000 listeners. Holy crap! Brother Nan is so Versailles-like. After watching the video and reading the comments from netizens, Xiao Dong was completely numb. Brother Nan, you're so outstanding, how are we supposed to survive? Finished reading? Don't you think Brother Nan has already fooled us a lot? That is right, I think we can't keep dragging Nangu along. How about we open our own shop like Chunzi did? Forget it, I don't want to open a shop. Xiangzi hasn't spoken to us for the past few days, look at him, he's so busy. I think we should just stay put. Faced with Xiao Wang's resignation, Xiao Dong had no choice but to give up. They could live like this, earning tens of thousands a day. There's no way you can make this much money starting a company. Let's just lie down and be honest. My dad's coming. Ma Xinliu looked at Su Sinan with some nervousness and unease. Su Sinan scratched his head. Didn't we talk about this last time? Yes, he's already at the hotel. Holy crap! This was a surprise attack. Su Sinan suddenly became nervous. It's not as casual anymore. Ma Xinliu swallowed hard. My dad is a very serious person. Please don't joke around if you can avoid it. Just be normal. This makes it sound like Su Sinan's father is a super devil. The kind that eats people. Su Sinan, who wasn't initially too afraid, was now completely bewildered. I don't know how to face the devil. Chapter 129. After several twists and turns, Father Ma agreed. Su Sinan quickly tidied up the empty room. This father-in-law is so difficult to deal with. Naturally, we should be a little more careful. Ma Xinliu has recovered, but she hasn't been able to work for several months. After just a few moments of activity, I was already a little out of breath. Her face was pale, and she was breathing slightly. Upon seeing this, Su Sinan felt a pang of heartache and said, "Leave things here to me. Go and dress yourself up nicely. If your father-in-law sees you like this, he might think I'm mistreating you." Okay. Ma Xinliu quickly went to see what nice clothes were available. The father-in-law checked into the hotel, but he was already on his way to their place. Tense, exciting. Su Sinan quickly got to work. It was already 9 p.m. Finally, all that could be heard was a thump-thump sound. Su Sinan's heart, which had been calm, suddenly began to pound violently, like a 100-meter sprinter. The same applies to Ma Xinliu. Su Sinan glanced at Ma Xinliu, whose face was pale, but Ma Xinliu ignored her and immediately returned to her room. Okay, looks like it'll be me again. Su Sinan slowly approached the gate. Open. A middle-aged man stood at the door, a head taller than Su Sinan. His expression was neither serious nor unserious, but in any case, very calm. Su Sinan asked in confusion, "You are? Didn't my Xiaolu tell you? Her father is here." Su Sinan nodded hurriedly and nervously. "Oh, it's you. I've already prepared a meal for you." "I didn't know." "I didn't come here to eat, and it has nothing to do with you, kid. I'm here to teach my girl a lesson." Lesson? Su Sinan's expression turned sour. Ma Xinliu is already quite old, can she still be disciplined now? Besides, what did Ma Xinliu do wrong?
It's clearly your father who arranged this marriage, leading to this outcome.
Sorry, but if you try to discipline my wife, I can't let you in.
Su Sinin didn't stand on ceremony, and the middle-aged man seemed to be encountering such a situation for the first time. His once calm face was now filled with astonishment.
What do you mean?
She's my daughter, of course I can discipline her however I want. As he spoke, he was about to push Su Sinin. Seeing that things were not going well, Su Sinin quickly closed the door.
Fortunately, it was very fast. The father-in-law didn't realize what was happening. Smack!
The sound of the door closing immediately jolted Ma Xinliu's tense nerves.
She quickly came out. What's wrong?
Su Sinin sighed. Your dad said he wanted to teach you a lesson, but I disagreed and just left him standing outside. Ma Xinliu was instinctively moved, but then she sensed that something was amiss. Her father never hit her when she was a child. When he said it was to discipline her, he was just a little harsh with his words.
It's absolutely impossible for her to hit him or her like Su Sinin just said. Are you mistaken? My dad has never hit me.
Ma Xinliu's words caused Su Sinin to crash.
Never fought before? Why? Caught off guard, Su Sinin didn't know what to do. Soon, Ma Xinliu's phone rang. Dad, why did you just say you were going to scold me? Did you really mean it? It's true.
I really misjudged you.
I won't let you in. What, a test? Ma Xinliu gave Su Sinin a strange look. I see.
After hanging up the phone, Ma Xinliu said, Open the door, my dad has something to talk to you about.
Really? What exactly are we talking about? I have no idea. He won't scold you, will he? Probably not. If you're really worried, we can talk outside.
Su Sinin nodded, opened the door, and looked at the middle-aged man with a serious expression.
Father-in-law, please step back for a moment, I have something to attend to.
Mr. Ma took a step back, and then heard Su Sinin close the door.
This surprised Mr. Ma.
Unexpectedly, in order to protect Ma Xinliu, Su Sinin chose to stay outside alone.
Interesting. This kid isn't afraid of trouble.
Su Sinin was actually very nervous, but he wasn't nervous when it came to Ma Xinliu.
There's a feeling of needing to fight. Finally, in this tense and eerie atmosphere, Mr. Ma spoke up. Do you know my daughter's family background? No. What makes you think you have the right to give my daughter a good life? I'm young. I know you've achieved some success, but I still look down on you.
There was nothing more to discuss at this point.
Since his father-in-law was being so polite, he wouldn't hold back either. I wonder what kind of person you need to feel comfortable entrusting your daughter to me? Not much.
If you have assets of over 100 million, I will feel at ease entrusting my daughter to you.
100 million. Su Sinin knew that her father-in-law's family owned a logistics company. 100 million might not mean much to the father-in-law.
But it's still a bit difficult for him.
He couldn't handle it. I won't do your unreasonable request. Besides, I think we're already very happy.
Mr. Ma was taken aback, not expecting Su Sinin to act unpredictably.
Someone with Su Sinin's achievements would have agreed immediately, wouldn't they? This is interesting. It's the first time Mr. Ma has met someone like Su Sinin. Calm enough. Very happy? Open the door. I'll ask her.
If she really feels very happy, then I won't stop you anymore.
Su Sinin was taken aback.
He had expected his father-in-law to say something like, if you can't do that, then you don't deserve my daughter.
Such a plot. Suddenly at that moment, Ma Xinliu opened the door.
She had just overheard Su Sinin's conversation with her father. She said excitedly, Dad, I'm so happy.
Ma's father stared intently at Ma Xinliu.
I haven't seen my daughter for a year. His appearance hasn't changed much.
However, her skin seems to be much better than before. Fair with a rosy tint. A very complex emotion was swirling in my mind.
I never expected my daughter would speak up for another man.
Yes, she is already very happy with me. Su Sinin held Ma Xinliu's hand tightly.
There was some tension. I was sweating profusely, afraid that my father-in-law wouldn't agree.
The father-in-law sighed, unable to accept the offer.
His previously serious face softened instantly, and he smiled, saying, All right, it's your own choice.
I hope you won't regret it. Dad, you agreed?
Humph.
You two should get married sooner rather than later. Getting pregnant before marriage, that doesn't sound good to outsiders.
It wasn't a case of premarital pregnancy, we already have a child. When the topic of children came up, Mr. Ma was eager to get to know them. He urged, I want to see what my grandson looks like.
Let me in quickly.
Chapter 130, Setting a Date, I'm going to lose weight and get in shape.
Your son's name is Kong Kong, right? And your daughter's name is Jian Jian?
Yes. All right, my dear grandson, your grandpa is here. The father-in-law's previously serious demeanor changed. Sitting on the ground, they were having a great time playing with Jianjiankam. This scene gave Ma Xinliu a strange and disorienting feeling, as if time and space were out of sync. She remembered that her father treated her this way when she was a child. She just didn't know when, but her father gradually became serious towards her. The demands kept increasing. So much so that they forgot that Mr. Ma was actually a loving father. Su Sinan scratched his head. This father-in-law was really strange.
Just like the mother horse. I wasn't very happy when I saw them.
But seeing how cute and healthy they are, my heart melted instantly.
It's all right. I'm healthy.
Without children, Su Sinan couldn't imagine whether things would have gone so smoothly for him and Ma Xinliu. They played around for about 10 minutes.
The father-in-law also put the children back in the stroller.
It's so late, the children should naturally be asleep. He was about to return to the hotel.
Boy, you're lucky to have married my daughter.
You'd better protect her just like you did today, or I, as her father, will never forgive you.
Don't worry.
Mr. Ma was very satisfied with Su Sinan's attitude and patted Su Sinan on the shoulder. Then I'll go back to the hotel, I still have things to do at the company. From beginning to end, Ma Xinliu finally understood her father's good intentions.
Ma's father was afraid that Su Sinan would bully Ma Xinliu. So he deliberately acted as if he wanted to bully Ma Xinliu.
Fortunately, Su Sinan lived up to expectations.
My first thought was how to protect her.
They say a father's love is as heavy as a mountain, and it truly is. It's been a year since we last met, and we both seem to have aged a lot. After seeing her father-in-law off, she saw Ma Xinliu sitting on the table crying.
Su Sinan sighed with emotion. Mr. Ma is a good man.
Don't cry, your tears are melting my heart.
I just didn't expect that my dad still likes me. What father doesn't love his daughter? Let's go to Shanghai sometime. Ma Xinliu shook her head. There was still Jiankanking here. Where did this time come from?
Also, they need to set a date for their wedding.
Ma Xinliu didn't say it, but Su Sinan said it. Let's set a date for our wedding.
If we don't get married, it will always feel like something's missing.
Ma Xinliu nodded. Let's choose a better day. Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu opened the calendar. The wedding needs to be planned. Su's mother and father found out from Su Sinan. He was overjoyed to hear that the two were getting married.
In the room, Su's father slowly turned the pages of the calendar. I'm carefully calculating which date would be best for my wedding. Meanwhile, Su's mother told Aunt Zhang the news.
Aunt Zhang was happy too. I was thinking of attending the wedding.
The two elderly people, both over 50, chatted happily for a long time.
It seems I've said everything I wanted to say in my entire life.
After Su Sinan and Ma Xinliu returned home, they did not go out again. I stayed at home for about 10 days.
Many people gradually forgot about Su Sinan's matter. That's just how things are sometimes when you disappear for a long time, people will gradually forget about you. Su Sinan really enjoys this kind of life. Sure enough, a little over 10 days later, Ma Xinliu and the babies came downstairs.
The wedding date has been set. It will be during the Chinese New Year.
What kind of weight loss equipment should I choose? Or should we hire a body sculpting specialist?
Let's go to the gym and see if there are any professionals who can help you get back in shape and restore your body to its former state. I wish I could lose weight in 2 months. As they talked, Jiankanking seemed about to stand up. Upon seeing this, Ma Xinliu had no choice but to hug Jiankanking.
You two, don't move around randomly. Whatever you do, don't move around.
Ma Xinliu said somewhat flusteredly.
Su Sinan, standing to the side, patted Jianjian's head and said, Good boys, you must listen to your mother. Otherwise, if you make your mother sad, I will spank your little feet.
Perhaps that's the idea. Only those who are healthy are willing to listen.
He lay on top of Ma Xinliu's body.
The gym first greeted a woman.
Hello, I'd like to ask if there's anything you need?
I need a body sculptor here. The woman's eyes lit up. If you're looking for a body sculptor, you can contact me. I've been in this industry for about 5 or 6 years.
Really? I don't know what to do about my situation. You've just given birth, right? If you want to recover, you might need postpartum correction and a few exercises. Can you help me lose weight?
Well, it would be better to correct your pelvis first. You can lose weight now, but first correct your pelvis, then you can start losing weight. After listening to the explanation, Su Sinin felt that the sculptor was quite reliable.
Ma Xinliu also thought it was good. I don't know how much you charge here.
I have to take care of my child every day, so I probably don't have that much time to come to the gym.
Don't worry about that.
Since you're going to register with me, I'll take full responsibility.
It's just that the price will naturally be a little higher. Oh, how is it calculated? Su Sinin asked. Let's talk in another room, it's too noisy here.
The three of them went to a relatively quiet room.
First, I took an advertising flyer. And some information.
You've just arrived just in time for our event. We have a 4-month program, generally speaking.
He said a lot. Su Sinin finally understood that the basic course cost 5,000 yuan.
If you add personalized services, it will cost 7 or 8,000. Ma Xinliu was also a frugal person, and she was thinking about whether she could reduce the amount. After several discussions, the girl also learned roughly what price range Ma Xinliu had in mind.
The final price was set at 6,600. This is an auspicious number. Ma Xinliu and Su Sinin also liked it very much.
You can call me Sister Hua, you don't need to call me teacher, I don't like the title teacher.
Okay, Sister Hua. Then it will be a pleasure to cooperate with you, Miss Liu. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu left with the baby.
I can finally get back in shape. As soon as they went outside, Ma Xinliu hugged Su Sinin. He was clearly very excited.
Su Sinin smiled slightly. What woman doesn't want to get her figure back?
Especially a beautiful woman like Ma Xinliu.
Chapter 131, The Interview at Home.
Yes, that's it.
You need to bring some over here. Remember to practice these movements every day.
That's it.
Ma Xinliu performed several pelvic correction exercises in succession.
I heard the bones cracking and popping. Ma Xinliu looked in the mirror, and in just a few moments, his figure seemed to have recovered somewhat.
That's great.
Sister Hua was very envious. Even though Ma Xinliu had gained weight, she was still stunningly beautiful.
If things returned to how they were before, that would make countless boys swoon.
Alright, just do 10 sets of the exercises for today.
I'll come back in a day or two. Thank you, Sister Hua.
Ma Xinliu personally saw Sister Hua off, making Sister Hua feel respected, and a warm feeling flowed through Sister Hua's heart.
Ma Xinliu is not only beautiful, but also has a wonderful personality. This family is truly blessed. You're too kind.
I didn't expect you to be so beautiful and have such a good temper.
Your husband is so lucky to have you. Thank you for your praise, Sister Hua. Anyone who has Sister Hua would be very happy.
The two exchanged a few polite words and waited for the elevator to arrive. They left with reluctance. Su Sinin wondered if she should take a picture of the child.
5 months have passed, so it's time to commemorate this.
Be healthy and strong, and Dad will take a picture of you.
Is that all right? Holding Jiankangking, my arms are a little sore. The two of them weighed about 20 kilograms.
It's growing so fast and healthy. Su Sinin sighed, her eyes brimming with happiness. When Ma Xinliu arrived, she saw Jiankang being held up by Su Sinin and couldn't help but complain as she walked over. How can you be so careless with the child?
What will you do if he falls down?
Su Sinin put Jiankang down and said with a grin, of course I'll listen to what my wife says. Ma Xinliu blushed and rolled her eyes. All you ever do is come up with these kinds of things.
He then said he was going to exercise.
Su Sinin chuckled and placed the healthy babies in the stroller.
I touched it and took a picture next to it.
While taking photos, she said, shouldn't we take pictures of the children?
It's been 5 months already.
Yes. I've already contacted the team that helped our angel baby team last time. Ma Xinliu had long remembered this day.
He's not careless, it was supposed to start last week. But Su Sinin needs to prepare for an origami competition.
She had to postpone the plan.
So you'd already set a date, honey? When is it? They'll come over tomorrow. New.
Now that the arrangements were made, Su Sinin had nothing more to worry about.
Keep playing healthy and strong. Wow.
Jian Jian said to Su Sinin, and then started slapping the clay in his hand.
It looks like they're fighting some kind of monster. Su Sinin smiled. Jian Jian, will you be a violent girl when you grow up? Why don't you even let a piece of clay go? Wow. Jian Jian seemed to be responding to something.
While Su Sinin was playing and having fun with Jian Kong, one or two people came towards Su Sinin. A woman, wearing white pants and a simple t-shirt. The short hair nicely concealed his somewhat listless face.
Clean and simple.
Another man was carrying a camera. He was thin but strong, and about 1.75 meters tall.
Sister Ting, do you think we can really interview Mr. Su Sinin? After all, we haven't even greeted him yet. I don't know, Su Sinin is graduating soon.
If we don't hurry up and interview her, we'll lose a lot of records about Su Sinin on campus.
Can. Stop talking. There's no harm in going through with this. Soon, the two arrived at Su Sinin's doorstep. The woman called Sister Ting took a deep breath. Knock on the door.
The man knocked on the door without hesitation.
The sound wasn't very loud.
But at least you can hear it.
Su Sinin opened the door, somewhat dazed.
Seeing a man and a woman standing in front of the door only made her more confused.
Who are you? We are reporters from Tiandu University, and we are here today to tell you something. Oh, what's the matter? Can we interview you? Su Sinin snapped out of her daze and glanced at the two of them. Why are these two people coming to my house for an interview? His wife is exercising. Healthy and at rest. This was not the right choice. No, I will not give any interviews.
When Su Sinin paused, Sister Ting knew something was wrong. As soon as those words were spoken, I felt a surge of tension.
However, she still insisted on interviewing Su Sinin. We must not back down because of one or two words. We'll only take up a few minutes of your time, we definitely won't bother you.
Su Sinin frowned. It seemed she should just say it directly.
Otherwise, these reporters wouldn't have left.
The cameraman next to him saw Su Sinin frown and knew things were going wrong.
He quickly blurted out, how about we do the interview here so as not to disturb you?
Sister Ting's eyes lit up. There were no other residents in front of Su Sinin's house.
It's only available next door. But there was already a corridor that had been isolated. Su Sinin thought for a moment and realized that if they stayed here, it didn't seem to matter much, so why not stay here? Okay, I'll pack my clothes. Su Sinin went back to her room and got dressed. Ma Xinliu looked puzzled in the living room. Was someone there just now? Honey, what happened? It's nothing, someone just interviewed me. I'm right outside here.
Upon hearing that guests had arrived, Ma Xinliu immediately thought of welcoming them. He came out of the living room and saw a man and a woman waiting cautiously outside the door.
Sister Ting was shocked.
The aloof and legendary campus belle of Tiandu University would actually call Su Sinin husband so affectionately.
If other people knew this, they would be absolutely shocked. Do you need some water? You all look very tired. No. How could they dare let the school beauty personally serve them water? If Su Sinin found out, she would definitely refuse their interview.
At this moment, Su Sinin came out and said, "Have some water. I just heard you guys breathing heavily, especially this cameraman."
No, I brought my own water. The cameraman took out a half-empty water bottle. Sister Ting also took it out. They were a little nervous. Su Sinin wasn't being this friendly just now. Something unusual must be going on. They dare not make any mistakes. Chapter 132 Healthy Changes.
But Su Sinin was really very polite.
Very kind. After an interview, it turns out there's no question that can't be asked.
The other two were very envious of Su Sinin's current family life.
She already had a child at a young age. My school beauty wife is still so gentle and considerate. During the interview, they even brought over some ice water.
Such a life of success is not something everyone possesses. I'm so sorry for taking up more than 10 minutes of your time.
It's alright, as long as you're satisfied.
Upon seeing this, Sister Ting realized she was also about to leave. After exchanging a few polite words, they slowly left.
The door slammed shut. Perhaps the door slammed too loudly, which is why Jianjiang started crying again. Su Sinin quickly went to comfort the healthy children. Back at school, Sister Ting and the cameraman immediately played back today's interview. No changes were made.
It's a kind of original, natural thing.
Many people's first feeling after watching it was that it was incredibly realistic.
On the other hand, they were extremely envious of Su Sinan for having such a beautiful and virtuous wife.
Many left messages on the school's official website. Su Sinan is so lucky to have married such a gentle and virtuous school beauty. I really didn't know our school beauty was like this. She's so beautiful. She'll become even more beautiful after she becomes a wife. Su Sinan, give me back my wife.
I don't know why, but the video is becoming more and more popular. Many people in City A have taken notice of Su Sinan, the recently popular national origami champion. Su's mother was supposed to rest, but after taking care of Aunt Zhang for more than 10 days, she was also very tired.
Fortunately, Aunt Zhang is recovering quite well and can now walk normally. If I rest for another month or two, I think I won't need anyone to help me anymore.
When Su's mother was resting, she liked to turn on the TV, and the sound from the TV always helped her fall asleep.
This news report is based on a viral video from Tiandu University.
The protagonist in the video is none other than Su Sinan, who has been the subject of much discussion these past few days.
Su Sinan?
Su's mother instinctively opened her eyes. His son's image appeared on the television.
I was immediately shocked. How did I end up on TV all of a sudden?
Su's mother didn't quite understand, but her son's appearance on television, and with such a grand report, was still surprising.
She was overjoyed. I don't really have any particular goals. I just hope that my family can live happily ever after. Actually, I haven't thought about participating in the World Origami Competition. I think I'll just leave it to fate. Taking care of my babies is more important to me right now. You think I sing well and that my wife and I can become singers together, but actually, my wife doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry, and neither do I. I just think it's enough if our work is liked by everyone.
It's not that I'm indifferent to fame and fortune, I feel that taking care of my baby is more important to me. Mother Su was extremely satisfied with every word she heard.
My son is indeed reliable.
Unlike others, he was somewhat impetuous. Overwhelmed with excitement, she quickly pulled Su's father to look at the news about Su Sinan.
Su's father walked over leisurely, unhurriedly. Hearing Su Sinan's words, he nodded emphatically. He really is my child. This responsible attitude, only I have it.
Su's mother immediately rolled her eyes. That old rascal is quite vain.
Ms. Li, your acting skills are really good. If you hone them properly, you will definitely have a very bright future in the entertainment industry.
A young director walked over.
Perhaps like most directors, he has a long beard. It has a very artsy vibe.
Li Machine smiled and said, "Thank you, director.
If there's anything I'm not satisfied with, please give me some pointers."
I wouldn't call it giving pointers, just keep acting the way you are now.
Okay. Li Machine took the script and went to study it carefully.
He was able to get into Tiandu University, so his ability to control the script is naturally good.
I also know how to act like a good actor. He went to a small room, intending to study on his own.
The small room has a television.
It's a color TV. This news is playing now. This is when artists are tired and need to relax. Su Sinan's voice came on immediately.
Upon hearing this sound, Li Machine instinctively put down her script and looked at the television. Gradually, his complexion began to look worse.
You could even say it's rather ugly. My feelings were incredibly complex. It was a feeling I couldn't quite put into words. Originally, after he entered the entertainment industry, everyone's lives shouldn't have intersected.
She thus left Su Sinan and that so-called aloof school beauty far behind.
But Su Sinan always seems to be able to appear anywhere.
His interest in studying the script vanished instantly. I opened the group chat with my girlfriends and found that they were discussing this matter.
This only adds to the trouble. Block directly.
After a long time, the director asked her to act.
She then went to check the script in a bit of a hurry.
Our Jian Kang is getting stronger and stronger, it seems like he can even pick up chopsticks now.
Su Sinan smiled as she held the chopsticks, placing one hand on them.
Let Jian Kang feel the strength of holding chopsticks.
Ma Xinliu said helplessly, "Could you please wash these chopsticks before letting Jian Kang play with them? I've washed it very clean, okay? You've been playing with this for so long, it's already filthy, okay? Okay. I'll wash up."
Su Sinin went to wash the chopsticks, while Ma Xinliu fed the healthy animals some delicious food.
Kong Kong, you need to eat more.
You'll have to protect your little sister in the future.
Kong Kong took a big sip.
After Su Sinin finished washing the chopsticks, she put them next to the stroller. He thought that if the children's ability to imitate was sufficient,
maybe one day they'll be able to hold chopsticks by themselves. Honey, are you full?
I'm not eating anymore, I'm trying to maintain my figure. So Su Sinin had no choice but to clean up by herself.
These dishes must not be left uneaten, otherwise a large portion of their nutritional value will be lost by tomorrow.
I also heard from the news that it will release some harmful substances.
That's even more unacceptable.
With a scrape, the dish was easily scraped away.
Ah!
Suddenly, after Su Sinin finished washing the dishes, Ma Xinliu screamed. The sound traveled from inside the room to outside. The previously drowsy and healthy person seemed to be frightened by the strange sound. She burst into tears.
Su Sinin hugged Jian Kong and comforted him. I have some doubts. What happened to my wife?
I opened the door cautiously and saw Ma Xinliu, who was usually quite calm, lying on the bed, her face flushed with excitement, rolling around.
Chapter 133 Explosive Popularity. Ma Xinliu excitedly covered her face. This shouldn't have happened.
But when she learned that her music had entered the top 10 of the charts and had tens of thousands of comments, she couldn't help herself.
These musical works are based on everyday life. Most of the stories I tell are about the babies.
Aside from that, there's her emotional life with Su Sinin. Logically speaking, it should be very niche, but unexpectedly, many people support her music. This also gave her great confidence. They have always adhered to the belief that music should be found in life,
instead of relying on one's own imagination. What's wrong?
Su Sinin walked over, somewhat puzzled. My wife is acting so strangely, I'd never seen her like this before.
3 of my musical works made it into the top 10. Hiss. That can't be.
You should know that even seasoned professionals can't achieve this result. A surge of ecstasy immediately flooded his mind.
My wife is really amazing. In that case, wouldn't my wife be facing a lot of contract signings with various companies? Will she enter the entertainment industry? Several thoughts flooded into Su Sinin's mind at once.
But regardless, he was happy. I am incredibly happy that my wife has achieved so much.
Honey, you're amazing.
I never knew you were so beautiful and so talented.
Of course I'm talented, but I should thank you properly.
Suddenly, Ma Xinliu felt excited and grateful. If it weren't for Su Sinin's care day and night, she wouldn't have been able to write those songs at all. There will be none of the joyful, happy, or lazy feelings inside.
In addition, the babies are just too adorable. It also inspired many people to create.
Therefore, neither Bao Bao nor Su Xiaonan can be missing.
Su Sinin felt confused. This has nothing to do with me? Of course it's related.
If I hadn't met such a kind person like you, I don't think I would have been able to create this song at all. Upon hearing this, Su Sinin hugged Ma Xinliu and said, "No need to thank me.
I'm a man, how could I see my woman crying like this?" Ma Xinliu blushed, but still took the initiative to give him a hug.
Without realizing it, she had come to regard Su Sinin as her intimate partner.
Looking back on those experiences, I can hardly believe it.
In October, a woman, somewhat panicked, hid in her room awaiting childbirth. How did I go through those days? Alright, let's go to bed early, tomorrow will be very busy.
Good. Actually, this night was not peaceful at all.
In the music industry, who would have thought that 3 songs that sound like children's songs could dominate the top 10 charts?
And the author is the same person, a happy family.
This is clearly the work of a free spirit or hermit. But after listening to it, they thought it was really good.
From a basic music theory perspective, there is no problem.
In addition, her singing is very charming.
It's a fairly complete song. It's not bad, but there are many similar songs on the market. But none of them became popular. How come the baby theme has become so popular? The aesthetics and pleasures of modern people are something he really can't understand, or even fathom. Teacher Mu, what do you think of this music?
A young man sent me 3 songs. He was a graduate of the music department of Tiandu University.
My master is Teacher Mu.
She was the same Song Lingji that Su Sinin had met last time. Teacher Mu listened slowly until the end. I thoroughly enjoyed it from beginning to end. He knew that his disciple usually only sought him out when he had questions, and he wondered what questions this time he would ask.
I've heard everything. You want a facial tattoo? Songlingji, teacher, this song is already in the top 10 on the music platform.
I really don't understand how such a song can become popular.
I think the song I designed is much more layered and richer.
Teacher Mu smiled at this question.
This conversation reveals that Songlingji was in a real hurry.
Having been out in the world for 5 or 6 years, I'm actually considered an old man now. But there are still no hit songs.
I'm so anxious. I hope I can become famous.
However, Teacher Mu felt he couldn't teach Songlingji how to solve this problem.
Because in addition to skill, luck is also required.
If it were true that anyone could become a sensation simply by following his guidance,
countless people begged to become his apprentices. Lingji, I know what you're thinking. This song is actually quite good. You should know that too.
On the other hand, this song is really very simple, so simple that I think I only needed to listen to it once, and I remembered it. The melody is also very catchy.
Don't you think it deserves to be so popular? I know it's good quality, but I think I can do it too. Ha, you're too impatient. If you could slow down, that would be great. Being in a hurry won't bring you any benefits, and it might even bring you some harm. I hope you can understand this.
Teacher Mu spoke in a gentle and amicable manner, and Songlingji lowered her head somewhat,
disheartened and disappointed. How could he not know that he was just a tiny bit short?
The anxiety stems from that tiny bit of worry.
Teacher, could you help me arrange a meeting with this creator? I believe your reputation should be enough to make an appointment. Teacher Mu was a little unhappy.
He had already said all that, but Songlingji still couldn't quite understand.
They're too focused on personal gain.
I don't know how to arrange meetings.
You'll have to find someone yourself.
As soon as he hung up the phone, Teacher Mu gave a cold snort.
Songlingji heard the dial tone. His face looked pale. I feel a little embarrassed.
Clenching his fists tightly, he couldn't help but smash his fist against the piece of wood beside him.
Damn it! Why can't you help me? No, I need to know who this person is. I definitely want to make good friends with them. Songlingji ran to the computer. Wow!
Don't worry, I'll make you something to eat right away.
That's a good girl. Okay. Daddy has already made the formula for you. It's really good. Two healthy people stood up. They're fooling around here. However, it can be crowded and difficult to turn over.
Upon seeing this, Su Sinan thought about buying 2 strollers for the babies. This way, the babies can sleep comfortably.
Knock knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Su Sinan was puzzled. It was only 8 o'clock. Someone's coming over now? Who is it?
The door opened, and there stood a man and a woman, none other than the adorable angel baby team. No, you can't come in now.
Ma Xinliu hasn't even properly tidied herself up yet. Hello? Oh, it's you guys. Wait a minute. My wife isn't ready yet. Then we'll wait outside. Smack. The door closed once again.
Chapter 134, The Belated 100-Day Photo.
Do I look good?
Ma Xinliu was wearing a black dress covered with many stars. It has a dreamy, girlish feel to it. Once this dreamy, girlish feeling emerged, Ma Xinliu was like an ethereal fairy. Su Sinan stared intently at him, her eyes wide with amazement.
My wife is so beautiful.
Even celestial maidens are no match for her. Ma Xinliu's face turned red, and she swayed her body slightly. She said coquettishly, "What are you still looking at?
Haven't you looked enough already?"
As soon as Su Sinan unconsciously uttered the word no, Ma Xinliu's face turned even redder.
Somewhat annoyed. Why is that idiot still looking at her?
At this moment, Su Sinan chuckled and looked away.
My wife is so beautiful. After that, he must. Hello, are you ready? As soon as Su Sinan opened the door, the cameraman asked cautiously. Okay, all right. Come in.
The angel baby team carefully slipped in their slippers. When I saw Ma Xinliu, I was quite stunned.
She's so good looking. Ma Xinliu blushed. Come in. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to.
Ma Xinliu shook her head slightly and found a place to sit down.
This is the second time the angel baby team has visited this home.
The house has changed a lot since then.
The table was covered with origami and various kinds of modeling clay.
The biggest change is that the baby seemed to have grown a size or two larger than before, and can now crawl and walk on the ground.
The baby has grown so big.
Sure enough, Susinnen and Machinlio both smiled very happily.
The way he looked at the angel baby team was very different from before.
We'll just take a simple photo, and then you'll have some borders and frames to choose from. You can see which ones you prefer, and we'll make it according to your needs.
Susinnen nodded. And the price?
We'll give you a 30% discount, so it'll be 400 yuan a set.
Okay, we'll do whatever you say. The price wasn't expensive. Susinnen could accept it.
Even if it's a little more expensive, it's fine. After all, these are photos of the babies during the day. He didn't want to haggle over the price, he just hoped the other party would do a good job. Susinnen held the baby and placed him in the middle.
There were two people on either side.
They all smiled. The baby seemed to be infected by the joy, showing their adorable smiles.
Fingers danced in the air.
It looked like it was trying to grab something. The photographer couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and captured the moment in a picture.
That's really nice. The scene in this photo is a picture of an optimistic and happy family. This can be used as the main image.
However, Susinnen, Machinlio, and the babies then had to do as the photographer requested.
Yes, could you and the baby make a heart shape with your hands?
Yes.
That's it. Oh, right. You can smile properly now. Excellent, very good. More than 20 photos in a row. I think that's about right. The photography team began selecting some borders. There are sample images of these borders for reference. Susinnen and Machinlio selected. I saw some really nice borders.
I think the flower sea theme, ocean wave theme, and mountain theme are quite good.
I think so too. Let's go with these two. Then let's take these two.
The theme of mountains and ocean waves was chosen in the hope that children will have aspirations. The angel baby team then showed the photos to Susinnen and Machinlio. They thought the photos were really good, very natural.
Everything that needed to be shown has been shown. With a little polishing, it can become a perfect picture.
The angel team thought the two looked good, so they saved the photo and will personally deliver it and a family portrait next week.
Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for your good news next week. It's alright, it's just that you're all so beautiful. You look good no matter how you take the photos.
You are probably our most worry-free customers. Hearing that they were beautiful made Susinnen happy.
Machinlio looked helpless on the side. Susinnen is so easily swayed by sweet words. After seeing off the angel baby team, Susinnen thought about making a baby profile picture. He just discovered something. He can make a clay sculpture. Gather the whole family together. Isn't that a meaningful thing in itself? Without hesitation, Susinnen first sculpted it with modeling clay. Everything in the room was as usual.
But the computer screen kept buzzing with notifications.
Machinlio's mood also improved. Hello?
Suddenly, Machinlio's QQ status popped up. Upon opening it, she discovered it was from her university classmate.
It's not from Tiandu University, but from Shanghai. This classmate was a decent person.
Machinlio and this classmate were the class monitor and vice class monitor at the time.
What's wrong?
Machinlio replied that she hadn't expected the other party to be so formal.
Hello, squad leader Lu. Hello? I wanted to ask if you've released 3 songs recently? Huh? You know? Of course I know, squad leader Lu, you're really amazing now.
I didn't expect your 3 songs to have already gained recognition from industry bigwigs.
I just started working here at a media company. Oh, what's wrong? I'd like to interview you. Where are you located? Machinlio frowned slightly. She didn't want anyone to interview her.
But this was a close friend from his university days.
If I refuse, will it make things harder for the other person to do their job? What industry are you in now? Why are you interviewing me? To be honest, I'm a reporter now, an entertainment reporter. But I don't plan to enter the entertainment industry. Interviewing me might disappoint you. Seriously? What's the point of releasing 3 songs then? Well, it doesn't really mean anything. I just wanted to commemorate some of the days I spent with my babies.
Upon hearing this news, the quiet young man in front of the computer was somewhat incredulous.
Machinlio is pregnant?
Holy crap! His sudden transfer to another school more than 2 years ago sparked a lot of speculation.
Many people say that Ma Xinliu's family has encountered some misfortune.
He also believes that by maintaining a non-disturbing attitude, they haven't been in contact for over a year. But who would have thought that she would actually have a child?
Did she marry a rich second-generation heir or something?
However, he quickly realized, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect you to be so averse to this. It's nothing, you can come to Tiandu University sometime, and my husband and I can meet up with you.
Okay.
Chapter 135, Inviting University Classmates, Xiangxi's Changes.
Ma Xinliu rarely invites people.
She appears aloof and reserved in public, and is always the one invited by others. The fact that she suddenly invited this college classmate suggests that this classmate has a relatively good image in Ma Xinliu's mind. The two stopped communicating because of that one sentence.
Xiaojiang, did you manage to contact Ma Xinliu just now?
The speaker was a woman who appeared to be in her early 30s.
She exudes the aura of a mature woman.
However, she is not someone to be trifled with. She was responsible for building half of the company's business.
It can be said that they have a certain degree of influence within the company.
Xiao Gang, who had just joined the company, naturally dared not hide anything.
Tell me honestly what just happened. He also used his own words to embellish the text. Come with me to Tiandu University.
I know you're new to this industry and can't convince others. If you come with me, you should be able to learn a lot.
Ha! We just finished chatting, and now we're going to meet at Tiandu University. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I am indeed a bit anxious, but this is in my name, not yours. Even if there is any blame, I will take it for you.
Xiao Gang smiled wryly. That's quite forceful of him. Ma Xinliu is also a very assertive woman.
Knowing Ma Xinliu as he did, how could she possibly be so easily conquered by the boss?
But since his boss had said that, he couldn't give up the job he had worked so hard to get.
I had no choice but to agree. Let's go the day after tomorrow. Good. Jian, it's time to eat. Su Sinan was making some dumplings.
When placed in water, Jiangkangking can only eat liquid food at present. But chopping these dumplings into smaller pieces will have the same effect. I haven't had dumplings in a long time, I really miss them.
I miss it a little too. Ma Xinliu sat down and took out some papers from the side. Su Sinan heard the sound and looked over out of curiosity. The lyrics and some melody are written on it. This seems. Are you this hard-working?
Of course I work this hard. You don't know I have 500,000 followers on music platforms now.
500,000. That's incredible.
Of course.
Ma Xinliu said proudly. Are you being pressured by your fans right now?
Yes, it's because of those fans urging me to sing. Su Sinan sighed and looked at Ma Xinliu, who had her hair down today. My wife is just too perfect, so positive and ambitious.
He couldn't stay idle in this house any longer. At the very least, they should make something of themselves, right? Singing or.
It seems that he has no other talents besides singing.
Ma Xinliu was so focused on writing the lyrics that she didn't even notice Su Sinan's gaze. He ate while drooling. The clear saliva fell.
Su Sinan laughed. He had never seen Ma Xinliu so adorable. This feeling is like seeing the same focused attitude Ma Xinliu had when she was in school.
Why are you laughing?
Because of that laughter, Ma Xinliu emerged from this beautiful world.
I'm laughing at you. You should just focus on eating. Why do you have to write lyrics?
Ma Xinliu had no choice but to put the lyric sheet in her bag.
You're always making fun of me. I was just getting into character. I was wrong. I'll never bother you again. It's good that you know you're wrong. Besides, do you think I should write a different style of music? Ma Xinliu knew that Su Sinan also had a high level of musical talent. Otherwise, how could it attract so much attention?
There are still rumors online that Su Sinan is a folk-singing god.
Su Sinan said he didn't know and was really confused about these things.
He can sing, but he hasn't been given any musical knowledge.
Sorry, I don't know how. Ma Xinliu frowned, disbelieving. You can't possibly not know how to sing, then how come you sing so well? I don't even know how to read sheet music, how can you expect me to? Real?
Ma Xinliu was puzzled.
Could there really be geniuses in this world who are far superior to others? Su Sinan doesn't even know how to read sheet music, so how did she sing so skillfully?
Puffing out her cheeks, Ma Xinliu felt a blow to her pride. Upon seeing his wife's adorable expression, Su Sinan couldn't help but reach out and touch her.
Upon being touched, Ma Xinliu said coquettishly, "What are you trying to do? I just couldn't resist touching you because you're so cute. Even if you think I'm cute, you can't treat me like this." Ma Xinliu was speechless. Why are all men the same?
He enjoys teasing his wife. Seeing that Ma Xinliu was angry, Su Sinan quickly went to coax her.
After much coaxing, Ma Xinliu finally calmed down. "We've almost finished eating." Knock knock.
A man stood outside the door, holding a lot of fruit.
"It's Xiangzi." Su Sinan ran over and opened the door, somewhat puzzled. "Xiangzi, what are you doing?" "Brother, I really want to thank you so much." "Thank me? Come in and tell me." Su Sinan was curious what good thing had happened.
Xiangzi bought bananas, apples, plums, and oranges, almost all the commonly used fruits. If it were the old Xiangzi, buying one type of fruit would have been enough.
Judging from the looks of it, there really is some good news to thank Su Sinan for. "Wow, you bought so much fruit." Su Sinan took one look and realized something was amiss. "Is your sister-in-law home? I have another gift for you." Su Sinan chuckled. "She's busy right now, you can just give it to me first." "Okay, then I'll trouble you to give this gift to your wife later." Xiangzi took out a box containing jewelry. Su Sinan was shocked. "Xiangzi, what are you doing? Why are you buying jewelry? You used to be reluctant to buy yourself even a nice watch." "That's why I really want to thank you, brother." Su Sinan was confused and pulled Xiangzi to sit down. Why send so many things out of the blue? He'll definitely make Xiangzi talk to him properly today. "Tell me properly what exactly happened."
A hint of undisguised joy appeared on Xiangzi's calm face.
"Brother, do you know how much I earned last month?" "No, you've only been driving it for a short time, haven't you?" "Yes, but it's been almost a month now." "Okay, tell me how much you made." Su Sinan really wanted to hear what amount could have made Xiangzi act this way.
"Brother Nan, I made about 500,000 last month, and the net profit was 300,000.
"Goodness." Su Sinan was also taken aback by this number.
Xiangzi has always wanted to buy a house in this city.
Now, plus what I had before, maybe I can buy a decent one. Chapter 136. Children have different tastes. "Xiangzi, you're amazing.
I thought it would take you a while to earn this much money if you worked alone. It was Brother Nan who gave me that confidence back then, plus I was also quite lucky that I made so much money without even realizing it."
"So what kind of house do you want to buy?" "That's a really good question."
He has a father, mother, and grandparents at home. There seemed to be no problem with the family living together, but he didn't like living with his family. "It's not that I don't like my family, but my grandparents and parents all have their own lives. He also has his own life.
Many things become much more difficult once you get home.
Therefore, try to have 3 houses.
Everyone just needs to keep a certain distance from each other."
But the money Qianqian had earned was only a little over 600,000.
"Buying 3 houses is still a bit too few." "No rush, I'll think about this after I've earned 1,000,000. "All right." Su Sinan didn't know what Xiangzi was thinking, but she respected Xiangzi's decision immensely. This person is healthy and doesn't know when they will stand up.
A pair of bright, large eyes looked at Xiangzi.
Xiangzi also noticed the 2 adorable little guys. She couldn't help but laugh. The babies have all grown so big. Have Xiaodong and Xiaowang seen it yet? I'm not the last one to see it, am I? No, those 2 guys. I guess they're busy with something right now. As long as I'm not the last one, that's fine. If you're all healthy and strong, wouldn't you like your uncle to come over?" Jianjian looked at Xiangzi with curiosity, when suddenly Xiangzi hugged Jianjian. Jianjian burst into tears, seemingly frightened by Xiangzi. "Wow!
The children's noise is really annoying."
But Su Sinan could only pat the children's heads. Try to appease them. As a result, the children suddenly became uncontrollable. She cried even harder.
Ma Xinliu, who was writing, had to come out as well.
"What's wrong?" Xiangzi looked embarrassed and quickly put the babies down when he heard Ma Xinliu's voice. "Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry." "Oh, it's you." "It's nothing, the babies are probably just shy and haven't seen you before, that's all."
Ma Xinliu smiled, then looked down and saw some fruit.
She was somewhat surprised. Were Su Sinan's brothers really that polite? did you buy so much fruit? She wanted to ask Su Sinin what exactly happened. But Su Sinin is comforting the babies. How could there possibly be that time?
Helpless, Ma Xinliu poured Xiangzi a glass of water. You drink the water first, I'll go back to my work. Xiangzi nodded, suddenly realizing how wonderful his sister-in-law was. Brother Nan is truly blessed to have such a wife.
When will I find such an absolutely stunning beauty? Now that I have money, surely I can find a pretty girl, right? Su Sinin spent a long time coaxing them, and finally managed to calm the babies down.
Xiangzi glanced at the time and realized that more than half an hour had passed. There were still many things in the shop that he needed to handle himself.
He then wanted to say goodbye to Su Sinin. Su Sinin knew that Xiangzi was also very busy. After chatting for a few minutes, he personally escorted Xiangzi to the elevator and then left. Call.
After returning home, Su Sinin washed all the fruit. Then put it in the refrigerator.
Fortunately, we have 2 refrigerators at home. One is for storing vegetables and drinks.
On the other side, fruit is placed. This way, the 2 flavors won't mix together.
It looks cleaner. Ma Xinliu opened the door to the room and took out her phone. There are 2 people in the phone video. Father and mother of the horse. The 2 elderly people looked very healthy.
He changed his previous serious attitude.
Dad, Mom. This is what it means to be healthy. Mr. Ma, this child really looks like me. Look at his eyes, they are exactly the same as mine when I was a child. Who said I'm the same as you? Aren't your eyes just like mine? Look at your beautiful features, only a beauty like me could have them.
Ma Xinliu felt helpless as her parents vied for her affections.
But a warm feeling washed over me. My parents seem to have changed. They're no longer the serious and rigid people they used to be. It felt like I was back in the days before I started elementary school. Hello, father-in-law and mother-in-law.
I'm preparing fruit now, and I'll make some fruit juice for Jin Khan later.
Ma's mother glanced at it and said, is that fruit any good?
It's best to wash it thoroughly.
There's so much pesticide these days. If the child eats it, it could be fatal. That remains unchanged.
What he said didn't sound very pleasant.
Ma Xinliu gave an apologetic look, but Su Sinin didn't take it to heart and said cheerfully, it's clean. My friend brought it to me.
I trust my friends.
Really?
Then you'd better wash it thoroughly, preferably 3 times.
Su Sinin nodded and quickly went to wash the fruit.
Seeing how busy Su Sinin was, Ma Xinliu felt a little sorry for her. Mom, I'll hang up now.
What are you hanging up? Let us see if they're healthy.
I want to see their tongues, palms, and so on, to see if they're doing well. Helpless, Ma Xinliu could only give her mother and father a careful look. Upon close examination, the tongue is rosy, and the palms and soles are full of blood and energy. This person is healthy and has no deficiency of blood and energy.
It's even quite thick. That's good, I'm relieved. Ma Xinliu, then I'll hang up. I have other things to do.
Hang up, I need to go teach my students now.
Then I'll cook for you at home.
The moment he hung up the phone, Su Sinin had already arrived, having washed the fruit.
The juice has been blended. Just drink it without worry and feel safe.
You feed the babies for a bit, I'll go put out some fruit.
Ma Xinliu is holding a juice bottle. Jian Kong seemed to smell something tempting and went over to it without hesitation. Wow! Kong seems to really like apple juice. He just tasted it. I couldn't help but inhale deeply. Jian could only stare blankly at the apple juice.
She seemed to be wondering why her brother liked this food so much.
After placing the fruit, Su Sinin turned and walked over. Upon seeing this completely dried up apple juice. Surprised, what happened? How did the apple juice dry up so quickly?
Kong loves apple juice so much, he finished it all in one go.
Kong?
Su Sinin's eyes lit up when she saw the rather thin Kong.
My brother has never been in good health.
He was afraid that it might cause him some kind of chronic illness. This love of food might just help to correct the underlying health condition.
I'll make some apple juice too. My sister seems to like bananas, right?
Yes, she was staring at the banana juice the whole time. Chapter 137, Choosing a Stroller, Unexpected Accident.
Su Sinin went to get banana juice.
In no time, the apple juice and banana juice were all blended.
Place it next to the babies.
The 2 little guys were so adorable, they even twitched their tiny fingers. I carefully held the baby bottle. Then it was poured onto my lips. This small gesture surprised and delighted Su Sinan. The healthy babies are now able to hold things while eating.
This is the first stage of children's proactive learning.
He quickly came over and tidied himself up.
He came to Jianjianking's side and said, "Can you hear what Daddy is saying? If you can, please nod, okay?"
She has a healthy pair of big, adorable eyes. His adorable and innocent appearance melted Su Sinan's heart instantly. I took a small rag and started wiping the two little ones' chins.
It was covered with banana juice and apple juice. Wow, wow. Seemingly referring to her father, Su Sinan quickly responded, "What's wrong? Is there something you want to say?"
I thought there wouldn't be any response, but Kong Kong actually nodded.
Not just once, but 3 times. Jian Jian didn't react much, he remained as adorable as ever.
I didn't expect that you, as the older brother, are indeed a few minutes older than your younger sister, and you understood what I meant so quickly. Su Sinan was pleasantly surprised the babies could finally interact with him more clearly.
Hearing Su Sinan's surprised voice from inside the room, Ma Xinliu couldn't help but come out. "What happens? Honey, it seems our child can interact with us in a simple way now." Su Sinan was overjoyed, the kind of joy that comes from being unable to contain her excitement. "Really?" Ma Xinliu was also quite happy and quickly came over. "Did the brother interact with the sister or the sister?" "It's your older brother. I'll cover for you.
Come on, you have to understand what I'm saying at all times."
"Nod if you don't understand, shake your head if you don't, okay?" Jian Jian stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly nodded. Su Sinan pointed at Kong Kong and said, "See? Can you interact with us a little now?" "Really?"
Ma Xinliu quickly hugged Kong Kong. This child was so young yet he already understood what they meant.
"That's so clever." "Would." Ma Xinliu hugged Kong Kong and gave him a kiss.
They kissed each other almost the entire time. Suddenly my sister started crying.
Jian Jian cried very sadly, and tears streamed down his face. "Oh dear, my sister is jealous." Su Sinan quickly hugged her younger sister Jian Jian.
But I couldn't soothe my younger sister, she kept crying.
"This is going to be a problem. We need to find a solution. This can't go on forever."
Suddenly he had an idea and changed his tone.
"Let me tell you, if you can nod and shake your head at your brother, I'll give you something your brother doesn't have, okay?" That one moment, and my little sister stopped crying.
She looked at Su Sinan with her big, tear-streaked eyes.
"Hey, there's actually a chance. If you understand what I'm saying, nod. If you don't understand, then I'm not giving you any reward."
The younger sister blinked and nodded.
Su Sinan was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Jian Jian understood what she was saying. "Good job. Here's some banana juice for you. Drink plenty later."
It was quite a struggle to coax Jian Jian into submission.
Su Sinan was going to look online for good strollers. This idea has been around for a while.
But I had to urge him on today. The children are all grown up now, and it's definitely not okay for them to continue sleeping together.
Ma Xinliu also put Kong Kong back in the stroller.
I saw Jian Jian drinking banana juice and noticed a pale white liquid around his mouth.
I couldn't resist wiping it.
Then she placed her younger sister Kong Kang's milk bottle on the table. "Sweetie, you should go to sleep early." As soon as he turned around, he saw Su Sinan seemingly muttering something.
Ma Xinliu couldn't resist going over to take a look. Upon closer inspection, they saw Su Sinan selecting something. "Are you choosing a stroller?" "Yes, we can't let them sleep together all the time. Boys and girls are still different."
"Then let's buy 2 strollers, and then see what good beds are available."
"Yes, I'm also looking at beds, but there's no rush right now." "Okay, I'm going to exercise now."
Su Sinan looked at it for a long time, and the more she looked, the more she felt that something was not quite right.
Buying this stroller online is not as good as buying it in a physical store.
The last place was good, and the stroller wasn't damaged.
You can also check the quality. I'll go out for a bit."
After packing her things, Su Sinan came to the room. "I'm going out first to choose a stroller for the children."
"Okay.
I can handle things at home all by myself."
"Well, if anything happens, it would be better if you gave me a call." "What's wrong with you, boss?"
"I bought this stroller from you, but now there's a quality problem, and my child is injured."
"Shouldn't you provide compensation?" "Yeah, you merchants are so unscrupulous. You think we're easy targets, right? You have to give us an explanation, or we will sue you. One of the bosses looked grim. What was going on?
He looked coldly at the other person. The other person, not daring to get involved, hid to the side. The boss had no choice but to handle it himself. Your car clearly shows signs of being in an accident.
The front is deformed, indicating that it has withstood tremendous pressure.
This is not a quality issue on my part, it's something you failed to notice.
What? You mean, this was our mistake? The boss shrugged, not wanting to say anything.
He sold the stroller to the other party even though he didn't make much money from it at the time.
I haven't made much money yet.
Instead, it caused trouble for the other party. There really is nothing more frustrating than this.
Seeing that the boss didn't want to talk, the woman sneered, "You're so arrogant. You think we won't dare to sue you? Let me tell you, you can forget about keeping this shop open. I'm calling the police right now."
As she spoke, the woman picked up the phone to call the police.
The people in the other shops watched with a hint of schadenfreude.
This is the only place around here where the owner's business is decent. They've been envious of it for a long time.
The boss felt that this matter couldn't be blown out of proportion, otherwise he really wouldn't know how to do business in the future.
But now he is even less able to admit that the car has anything to do with his quality.
What should we do? Just when the boss was feeling somewhat confused and anxious,
Su Sinen's cheerful voice came through.
"Boss, do you have any other strollers here? The nicer kind?" Chapter 138. There's a new bed. All eyes were on Su Sinen. Su Sinen was completely ordinary from head to toe. There's nothing noteworthy about it.
The boss still remembered Su Sinen and gave a wry smile. "Wait a minute, let me take care of this first." Only after this was mentioned did Su Sinen, who had been walking slowly, realize the truth.
Something about the surroundings doesn't feel right. It seems there are a lot of people watching the spectacle. The boss seems to be in trouble. A woman, arms crossed. She was wearing a long dress.
I don't know if it's because she's had a baby, but she's gotten a bit big.
She gave the boss a cold look and said, "You tell me how to handle this?" The boss looked slightly annoyed. It's definitely impossible for him to admit it. It seems the only solution is to call the police.
I believe the police can give him justice.
Su Sinen glanced at the woman and then at the deformed baby carriage. Puzzled, how did this stroller get into this state? Upon hearing Su Sinen's question, the woman seemed to harbor endless resentment.
She complained to Su Sinen, "The owner of this store is really heartless.
It's obvious that their stroller is defective. Look how deformed it is. If I hadn't pulled the stroller in time, my lovely little baby would have been in danger. How will the owner take responsibility then?"
After listening, Su Sinen felt slightly surprised.
I hope this boss won't have any quality issues. Those twin strollers are perfectly fine. Really? Let me see if this stroller has a quality issue. Touch him all you want, he's not going to escape today.
Su Sinen touched it. The front was iron, and the middle was dented. The surface layer of plastic has cracked. It's obvious that some kind of impact caused this.
Su Sinen gave a strange smile. This is considered poor quality?
If it were a different stroller, it probably would have already broken apart.
This woman is just looking for trouble. However, he had no interest in helping the boss out of his predicament. Adhere to the principle of avoiding provocation if possible. He began to walk around the stroller, keeping a certain distance from the woman. At this moment, the boss came over and said, "I have just called the police. We will wait for the police to make their judgment. I believe the police will give us a fair assessment." The woman's expression changed. "Why did you call the police first? Shouldn't I be the one to handle this? Since you're going to call the police, what difference does it make if I call the police too? Damn it. Fine, I won't bother you today. I'll come back in a few days." In a panic, the woman pushed the stroller away.
Su Sinen did not intervene and continued to look at the stroller.
Brother Jianjian's stroller is cooler, while sister Kankong's stroller is more dreamy.
I hope that my brother will be able to protect his sister in the future. In this way, the two can move on to the next stage peacefully.
Boss, I thought it would be something amazing, but it turned out to be just like this. I feel relieved now that I've said it. He glanced coldly at the surrounding shops.
This happened to him, and not a single neighbor was willing to help.
Although I can understand, I'm still heartbroken. Boss, how much are these two strollers? I'd like two. 2 units cost about 600. 600? That's fine. I'll take these two. Su Sinan didn't waste any words. The 2 strollers the boss provided were of very high quality. The appearance is also good, and 600 for 2 units is already very cheap. WeChat Pay is displayed on the door of this store. Thank you so much, boss. Su Sinan made the payment.
Only then did Su Sinan begin to ask about what had just happened.
The boss then told the whole story.
It turns out that the woman and the boss had some unpleasantness during their previous business transaction. This was originally a small matter, but I really didn't expect this woman to try to extort him. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough to stabilize the situation. However, he told Su Sinan that he might not be opening the shop in this location this month. After more than 10 years in business, they'd made quite a bit of money.
Go home and retire. Let Su Sinan see something, and take more. It can be given to Su Sinan at a discount.
Upon hearing this, Su Sinan took a look inside the shop. Bottle nipples, imported milk powder, educational toys, toy cars, etc.
Su Sinan basically takes whatever looks good.
When the shopkeeper saw that Su Sinan was carrying so many things, he said, "You look like you're on your way to a market.
But since we've run into each other today, how about I deliver them to your house later?" Okay, thanks boss. And so Su Sinan waited for the shop owner to close the door. Put some of the purchased goods in the car. The car then swayed and moved forward.
The music playing in the car was actually Machine Leo's music.
Su Sinan, boss, why do you listen to this song?
Now that we have a new grandson, I've been listening to nursery rhymes, and I think they're really good.
They remind me of the past. The boss started talking about the past. Su Sinan listened with a smile.
He and this boss really had a connection, but they might never see each other again after this.
A dozen minutes later, we finally arrived at Tianshan Community.
The boss parked the car outside. They gradually moved Su Sinan's donzi down from the ground. Fortunately, Su Sinan still wore a mask. Otherwise, seeing so many parenting products would surely have made Su Sinan a headline.
Whose child is this? So lucky to have bought so many toys all at once. Yes, I'm so envious. This must be a father. People who are loved so much by their fathers must be very happy. Yes, it's really blissful.
Finally, Su Sinan spent about half an hour carrying all of these things to her doorstep. The owner was very kind and waited for him to finish moving before leaving.
Wow, why did you buy so much stuff? Machine Leo opened the door and was shocked by the dozen or so items inside.
Su Sinan explained, and Machine Leo finally came to her senses. First, the stroller was pushed into the room. The outside things naturally need to be cleaned. Machine Leo does this kind of work. The children's eyes widened when they saw the stroller. Their adorable heads were tilted to the side, showing great interest.
Be healthy and strong, Daddy bought you a stroller. You'll be sleeping separately from now on. Wow wow.
As if in response to something, Jiankang unconsciously clapped his hands.
It seems to be welcomed. However, for some reason, the 2 little ones quickly became unhappy. She kept crying and making a fuss there. Su Sinan spent a long time tidying up when she heard Jiankang crying and making a fuss.
He stretched his back and regained some strength.
Walking up to Jiankang, she asked, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly start crying?" Su Sinan looked at the diaper, then at whether the baby was hungry.
"The diaper is fine, but I don't want to eat the food in front of my mouth."
Is he sick? Chapter 139 Sick? Li Machine's changes. The thought of being perfectly healthy seems to make me sick. Su Sinan became somewhat anxious.
He quickly made a phone call. The doctor on the phone asked about Jiankang's health. They also had Su Sinan check her healthy heartbeat and tongue.
The result was fine.
The doctor said it was probably something that irritated Jiankang.
Su Sinan was surprised. What triggered Jiankang's condition? I can't figure it out.
Finally, the doctor told Su Sinan that if she felt something was wrong, she could come to the hospital for a checkup.
Su Sinan had no choice but to agree.
Just after finishing the phone call, Machine Leo came out with the stroller. The sound of the tap was too loud, so she didn't hear Jianjian's crying.
Now that I've finished washing, I heard it. Looking puzzled, he asked, "What's wrong with Jiankang? Why is she crying so much?" "I don't know either." I just asked the doctor, and it seems there's nothing wrong. Let me see. Ma Xinliu pushed the stroller over, and Jian Jian cried even harder. Jian Jian even took the initiative to hug Kong Kong.
She seemed unwilling for her brother to leave her side.
Look, the children are even hugging each other. Is it because they know they're going to be separated that they're feeling a little sad?
Ma Xinliu was somewhat unsure.
This child is only a few months old, how could he know so much? Su Sinan believed this explanation, as he spent more time with the children. I know the children are already emotional.
Perhaps it was something she heard Ma Xinliu say that triggered her.
Babies, don't cry. You're not really separated, you're still in this family. Su Sinan tentatively said something, unsure if it would have any effect. Amazingly, the babies stopped crying immediately.
They stared blankly at each other.
Su Sinan chuckled. These kids were really sad because they were parting ways. What an adorable baby. That's really clever.
If it were other babies, they probably wouldn't even know what was happening at a few months old.
It's really hard for the kids to know they're going to be separated.
I never imagined their bond was so strong when they were little.
I don't know what will happen when they grow up. Ma Xinliu also sighed.
I was touched by the affection my babies showed me.
She suddenly didn't want the babies to be separated anymore.
Anyway, they are still quite young, and they probably won't remember it after this period of time.
Come on, the stroller has been washed clean, and you can have your own little house now. Isn't that wonderful?
Su Sinan held her older brother Kong Kong, but Kong Kong seemed to have no reaction.
Stunned.
But after being put into another stroller, she started crying loudly.
This crying gave Su Sinan a headache.
However, he hardened his heart and left Kong Kong to cry alone in the stroller. Then he gave Ma Xinliu a wink. Ma Xinliu understood what to do, and gently touched Kong Kong with her hands.
After these gentle strokes, Kong Kong's emotions seemed to gradually calm down.
Finally, after more than an hour, I managed to get those two little devils to sleep peacefully.
Su Sinan was finally able to do other things.
Tidy up the toys, and then put all the paper airplanes into a box.
The formula is kept in a special cabinet.
Once everything was almost done, Su Sinan went to rest.
This was a very busy day. While leisurely relaxing on the sofa, Su Sinan was unaware of something that had happened at Tiandu University.
Inside the school lobby, a group of reporters stood below. Some school leaders were also standing to the side. Li Maxin is right in the very center. She stood tall and graceful, her poise and confidence prompting many reporters to ask her questions.
It has to be said that Li Maxin is completely different from before at this point. It seems to have become much more meaningful.
Her temperament is also otherworldly. Li Maxin is now considered the school beauty, surpassing Ma Xinliu.
We'd like to ask, this is your alma mater, what kind of feelings do you have for your alma mater?
Li Maxin smiled slightly, as if she were a lady from a respectable family.
It gives people a very comfortable feeling.
Everyone sighed inwardly, thinking that if Li Maxin's acting skills were good enough, her future would be limitless.
I am very grateful to my alma mater. Without it, I might not be who I am today.
So I hope that many future students will be able to make a contribution to our alma mater.
I once heard a rumor that you and Su Sinan don't seem to have a good relationship.
When a reporter asked a question, Li Maxin's expression changed. It became very subtle, and almost no one present noticed. However, her voice sounded uneasy, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, I have no bad relationship with him, we're just strangers. Many reporters also felt that this topic was too awkward.
So we changed the subject. Xiaodong, watching Li Maxin's performance in the lobby, smiled disdainfully.
Li Maxin really knows how to pretend.
Most people might actually be confused. However, Xiaodong didn't want to expose Li Maxin's true colors. He sent a message to Su Sinan. Ask Su Sinan what she's been up to, we haven't heard from her for days. Su Sinan was asleep and wouldn't care about these things. What's Brother Nan doing?
Xiaodong wondered why he was watching such a lively scene all by himself.
It's really getting boring.
Forget it, I should focus on my own career. Li Maxin can do whatever she wants in the future. Just avoid running into their guns. At 8 p.m., Su Sinan received a message from her counselor. They said they had to go to class, but missing classes for the next few days would affect their graduation. Left with no other choice, Su Sinan had to attend classes whenever she had free time. He felt a little uneasy about leaving the household affairs to his wife. After all, my wife has never done these kinds of housework before.
What if they suddenly clean up? When he told Ma Xinliu the news,
Ma Xinliu said she had no problems. She told Su Sinan that she could do the housework, but as for things like cooking,
Su Sinan had to prepare them in advance. This heartwarming scene warmed Su Sinan's heart. My wife is so wonderful. He is so lucky to have such a wife. I couldn't help it. He gave Ma Xinliu a big kiss on the cheek.
Although we've been married for a long time. However, Ma Xinliu was still very shy about such intimate gestures.
Get out of here right now.
As she spoke hesitantly, Ma Xinliu's face was already flushed.
Su Sinan got a great deal and left the place with a smirk.
Ma Xinliu touched her face. A trace of saliva was still on it.
I wiped it with a tissue.
There was a hint of disdain, but also a touch of happiness.
Looking at the lyrics on the table, I seemed to have some inspiration again. Chapter 140, Taking on Jobs During Class, Zhang Lei's Phone Call. After preparing the meal, Su Sinan went to school, wearing a black face mask.
I thought that since I arrived early, I could find a secluded spot to sit down. Unexpectedly, a large number of people came.
Looking around, the only place to live is in front of me.
In a daze, I suddenly saw a familiar figure.
Brother Dong, what brings you here?
Upon seeing that it was Su Sinan, Xiao Dong happily made way for her.
How could I not come?
You don't know that the counselor has already sent out information to all of us students. If we don't come, the counselor might get angry, and we won't have any jobs after graduation.
Su Sinan nodded.
He sat down next to Xiao Dong.
Neither of them said anything more.
The content of this lesson was somewhat unfamiliar to Su Sinan.
If it weren't for that solid foundation I had built before, I might not even know what I was understanding. Perhaps out of boredom, Xiao Dong whispered, "You know what?
Li Maxin has become the new goddess, even surpassing my sister-in-law." Su Sinan didn't care much about these empty titles, while Ma Xinliu was just waiting to graduate.
The school's affairs are no longer their concern.
However, since Xiao Dong said that, he still had to agree with him.
Where did Li Maxin go? Why is she in the spotlight so much? She's doing really well now.
She's been noticed by some big directors in China.
If she can gain popularity, it won't be long before she becomes a top star. A list celebrity? Her? Su Sinan didn't believe that Li Maxin had just too much dirt on her.
Those who know about Li Maxin's scandals are probably eager to see her fall from grace.
Or perhaps they could use Li Maxin's reputation to do something.
Regardless of which one it is, Li Maxin's situation is likely not good.
Otherwise what? But I do admire Li Maxin's mental fortitude. If someone like her can become a top-tier star, I think people like us can too. Su Sinan smiled and said, "Brother Dong, you're something else. You actually want to enter the entertainment industry. I don't have that in mind. I've recently taken on a new project." What? It's about short video live streaming.
I want to live stream our spicy hot pot and milk tea, and make our spicy hot pot and milk tea a brand.
Recently, Xiangzi and I have been discussing what this brand should be like. Great idea. If it's packed every day, then you can just sit back and collect your money. Absolutely. Once more people join, I won't have to work as hard as I do now. Su Sinan nodded slightly. It seemed that Xiao Dong's thinking had become more flexible.
Doing business really can be a great way to hone your skills.
Did Su Sinan come today? Finally, it was time for roll call.
Many people looked around when they heard the name called.
The name Su Sinan is too famous. He has become a role model for many people.
Su Sinan raised her hand and took off her mask. It was a little awkward. He wasn't used to being called by his name so suddenly.
Next, Li Gao.
The person who called out the names was very indifferent.
It seems that Su Sinan is not a celebrity, but just an ordinary student. This attitude relieved Su Sinan.
If he were really treated differently, he would be somewhat at a loss.
But the other students didn't think that way. Su Sinan is a celebrity. After all, he should at least be polite and courteous. I think Su Sinan has too good a temper. If it were me, I would definitely teach that person a lesson. Yeah, this celebrity is really degrading. It's nothing special, it's just origami. I heard that as long as you practice every day, you can achieve this.
I think if I practice every day, I might be able to reach Su Sinan's level.
I don't believe it, but
The voices of the crowd crashed into Su Sinin's ears like the beat of a small drum. He wasn't in much pain.
I just feel that I can't talk to these students. Xiaodong felt aggrieved. What kind of people were these? Brother Nan, you'd better not come.
Just say hello to the counselor, and I think the counselor will at least give you face.
It doesn't matter, you don't need to get angry at these people. Su Sinin was reminding Xiaodong of her breadth of mind and perspective.
Xiaodong may meet many people in the future. If Xiaodong hadn't seen the truth of the matter and had acted rashly, this will cause big problems.
Okay, I understand.
After the roll call was completed, the students finished their day's classes.
Su Sinin stretched. Xiaodong and I walked out of the school gate together. Xiaodong went to check on the situation at the store and left first. Su Sinin also returned home. Babies, are you able to eat some eggs now? Ma Xinliu thought about reheating the food.
But to everyone's surprise, the healthy kids grabbed eggs and started smashing them on the ground. When you smash it, the protein comes out.
The babies grabbed the egg whites and put them in their mouths. When Ma Xinliu saw this, she became anxious. Oh dear, if you're eating egg whites, can mom help you peel them?
Carefully, Ma Xinliu placed the eggshell in the trash can next to her.
The first thing I gave it to Jian was to eat.
As the older brother, Kong Kong suddenly felt unhappy. She immediately burst into tears.
Oh dear, mom will give it to you right away, so don't be jealous of your sister, okay?
Ma Xinliu gave Kong Kong another egg white to eat.
I don't know if eating like this is the right thing to do.
Ma Xinliu also gave Jiankong some milk powder. I saw that Jiankong made a swallowing motion and there was nothing unusual about it.
Suddenly I thought, maybe I should make some meat dishes for the babies? Have you eaten? I just got back. Su Sinin yawned, feeling exhausted. Not yet, I'm feeding the babies egg whites. Egg whites. Babies should definitely eat more of them. Su Sinin went to the kitchen. Heat up the food. Be healthy, remember that. If you want to eat eggs, I can peel them for you, but you can't do that, because you're too young to do such things. Healthy and adorable.
Suddenly, the egg white in my hand fell to the ground.
Seeing the shattered protein, Jianjiang felt heartbroken. Wow.
Ma Xinliu looked helpless as she cleaned up the egg whites on the ground.
She said softly, Mommy will boil you another egg later, so don't cry. Busy here. Su Sinin answered a phone call. Brother Lei, what brings you to call me?
There's no need to thank Aunt Zheng for her.
We've been friends for so many years. You want to come over? Sure, I'll give you the address in a bit. Well. Chapter 141, Personally visiting to express gratitude. Honey, one of my childhood friends is coming over later. Is it now? No, tomorrow.
Then you'd better treat him well.
I will. When Zhang Lei was coming, Su Sinin's first thing to do was go to the market to buy some pig's trotters and seasonings. Then there were some fruits.
When he was almost done with his work, Su Sinin was covered in sweat.
I went and took a shower. Crawling healthily on this ground.
They seem to be able to play some things on their own now.
Su Sinin has already built a wall. It's similar to a small amusement park. There are many toys in this amusement park.
It can ensure the safety of the babies.
Wow.
The two babies seem to be communicating, but no one knows what they are saying.
It was almost nighttime, time to go to sleep. Jiankong finally has a new environment to sleep in. At first, Jian was quite unhappy. I always have to go out.
But older brother Kong Kong was already asleep, lying motionless in the stroller.
They seemed to be tired. This immediately made Jian seem depressed.
Back in the stroller, her eyes were brimming with tears.
Su Sinin smiled and placed Jian and Kong Kong next to each other.
This seemed to improve Jian's mood.
Go to sleep, you've had a long day. Zhang Lei arrived at Su Sinin's place early in the morning. He was carrying a lot of fruit. I also bought some imported milk. It weighs about 30 kilograms. It's very heavy when you lift it up. But he didn't feel anything. He only found out a few days ago when he got home that his mother had broken a bone. Su Sinin paid for most of the expenses. This favor is so immense, how could Zhang Lei possibly ignore it?
After taking good care of Aunt Zhang, I bought some gifts for Su's mother and father. Then, without stopping, they arrived at Su Sinin's place. I'm so grateful, so incredibly grateful. Hearing that Su Sinin was doing quite well, he felt a little uneasy. I wonder if Su Sinin will even take a liking to these things. Finally, we arrived at Tianshan Community according to the address. Tianshan Community truly lives up to its reputation as the most famous community in City A. Not only is it spacious inside, but you can also hear singing and English readings at any time. How could anyone not like such a great learning environment? Walking. Zhang Lei suddenly realized he was lost. I don't know exactly where these two buildings are located. I finally got there after asking someone. Xiaonan, I've arrived at your doorstep. I wonder if you're home. We are here. Su Sinin opened the door and was stunned by what she saw. He had expected that Lei would bring many gifts. But to my surprise, both of my hands ended up full. Brother Lei, why did you bring so many gifts? You really went to so much trouble. Zhang Lei wiped his sweat. I'm a little nervous. Your house is so beautiful. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you've become more successful than me. Brother Lei, I heard you're doing pretty well now, earning 8,000 yuan a month. If it were anyone else, how could they possibly do that? I knew you'd say that. It was still Su Sinin, and Zhang Lei felt much more relaxed. Then Su Sinin let Zhang Lei in and took all the gifts. The gift is quite heavy, it really isn't light. Zhang Lei became somewhat reserved as soon as he entered. This house is so beautiful, the flooring seems to be imported. That dining table seems rather special. Zhang Lei also heard some of Su Sinin's stories in City A. I know Su Sinin is doing quite well now. He appeared on television and won a big prize. More importantly, he married a campus beauty. Su Sinin firmly grasped the promise of academic success, a virtuous wife, and a loving family. What a winner in life! Brother Lei, why are you so reserved? Just make yourself at home here. Zhang Lei took a deep breath. Xiaonan, I really envy you. I never thought you would become a winner in life. I was originally going to set an example for you. Brother Lei, you've always been my role model. You know, in our area, Brother Lei is the most successful one. That's true, Zhang Lei now earns 8,000 a month. You can live a comfortable life. If you spend some money in City A. Buy the house. Zhang Lei was the first young person to own a house in City A. Zhang Lei shook his head. Don't belittle me. You're a role model in our village now. Su Sinin poured Zhang Lei a glass of water and smiled. The two chatted for a while. Zhang Lei then took out a bank card. This is Zhang Lei's savings over the past few years. Although it wasn't much, Zhang Lei didn't like owing people money. Xiaonan, take this bank card. Although there's only 20 or 30,000 yuan in it, which isn't much for you right now, if you think highly of Brother Lei, I hope you won't refuse. Su Sinin knew what Zhang Lei was talking about. Zhang Lei's family is not one that likes to owe favors. Even if it's just $1 or $2 owed, I'll find a chance to pay it back. Because of the Zhang family's style, they have accumulated a good reputation. He was quite well connected in the village. Su's family often needed the help of others. But money is money, and favors are favors. The favors between the two families can no longer be repaid with money. But money is acceptable, and Zhang Lei and Su Sinin were quite clear about this. Then, Brother Lei, I'll take this bank card. Without refusing, Su Sinin carefully put away the bank card. Just then, Ma Xinliu came out of the room. Ma Xinliu's appearance left Zhang Lei somewhat at a loss. It's so beautiful. Although she has gained weight, that kind of beauty still remains. Hello, Brother Lei. Ma Xinliu gave a brief greeting and then went to comfort the healthy children. This indifferent attitude actually made Zhang Lei feel a little more relaxed. He had also heard some rumors about Ma Xinliu. She is said to be very aloof. I don't know where Su Sinin got such good fortune to marry such a wonderful wife. These were just thoughts in his mind. Zhang Lei didn't mention Ma Xinliu's beauty, but only said, Xiaonan is really lucky. Su Sinin smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Zhang Lei arrived around noon. The pig's trotter soup that I simmered all night is finally ready. Su Sinin asked Zhang Lei to sit down and eat with them. Zhang Lei did not refuse at all. But he was filled with admiration. He originally thought that Su Sinin was like most people. When life gets better, people tend to forget their former companions. Unexpectedly, Su Sinin remained unchanged. She was deeply in love with him. The thought of his mother lying in bed overwhelmed Zhang Lei. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably.
Chapter 142 Feelings Heat Up. Su Sinan rarely saw Zhang Lei cry.
It seems like I've never seen Zhang Lei like this before, from childhood to adulthood. In his memory, Zhang Lei should be very proud.
Don't cry, Aunt Zhang is alright, isn't she? I'm so grateful for your help. If it weren't for you,
I really wouldn't know how to borrow money to save my mother.
If you really want to thank me, then don't cry. Let's have a meal and talk about some happy topics. Zhang Lei wasn't one to be sentimental, so he wiped away his tears.
Ma Xinliu sat next to Su Sinan without saying a word. He didn't know how to talk to his husband's friend. Su Sinan didn't seem to care and casually brought up a topic. Brother Lei, you're not getting any younger. When are you going to find a girlfriend and settle down about marriage?
Zhang Lei was a little embarrassed when the topic came up. How is he supposed to date this girlfriend?
I just got a stable job, and I heard there are still several rounds of evaluations to go.
If you fail in these rounds of assessments, this job is gone. No rush. There's no rush. Do you want me to find you a few? No need.
I prefer to search by myself. Then you'd better hurry up, Aunt Zhang is really pushing you, you should know Aunt Zhang's temper.
Zhang Lei smiled wryly, that's true.
His mother's mouth could literally kill.
Forget it, we'll deal with that later.
Suddenly he saw a bank card placed in front of him. Brother, I know you're grateful to me, but if you really want to get your money back, you should hurry up and find a girlfriend.
You should be able to spend 20,000 or 30,000 yuan with her, right? Su Sinan is just too good. After hearing what he said, Zhang Lei really wanted the bank card. But as soon as it was sent out, Su Sinan knew that Zhang Lei was a bit concerned about saving face. He added, just accept it. This is for Aunt Zhang's own good. If you really feel bad about it, just give me 1,000 yuan a month. 1,000 yuan is indeed an option. He now lives at the company and eats there. Their living expenses are relatively low. Then I'll accept it, Xiaonan. I really have to thank you. If it weren't for a brother like you, stop talking.
You protected me when we were little, now that I'm all grown up, I can't just stand by and watch someone die, can I?
Alright. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhang Lei relaxed as soon as he finished speaking. We all ate and drank together. Ma Xinliu only chatted for a few minutes before leaving.
They said they were full and wanted to see her work.
We entered the small room. The lights are on. Many words appeared on the computer screen. Ding dong, would you like to become one of our artists? Ding dong, I really like you. Could I get your contact information so we can chat privately? Ding dong, I think you really have the potential to become a superstar. Could you tell me your contact information? Ding dong.
A lot of information appeared, and Ma Xinliu read it carefully.
I replied seriously. She won't become an artist, and she won't give out her contact information.
She stayed true to her original intention.
Just quietly be a producer. After processing one piece of information after another, another phone call came in. Ma Xinliu. You're amazing. You're so popular here now. Hey, I'm already pretty good, okay?
No, you weren't as good as me before, but now you're much better than me.
I'm really not convinced. So what do you want? Should I change my phone number? Hey, just say what's on your mind, stop beating around the bush.
You apologized, but actually, a producer wanted to meet Ma Xinliu. One day, a rumor spread that she knew Ma Xinliu. That's how the producer contacted her.
This is just to see if Ma Xinliu has the time to meet his producer. Upon hearing this, Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes. Do you think I would go to see this producer just because of you? I knew you wouldn't. You won't even give me face, so how could you easily give it to others? Now that you know the result, is there nothing else to discuss? That's all. We'll be holding a concert in Citya next time. You wait. Okay, I'll wait. Ma Xinliu hung up, wondering if she should change her phone number. But phone numbers are really linked to a lot of things. She really didn't want to change. I'll be going now, Xiaonan. Brother Xiazi will treat you to a meal. Okay, I'll wait. We talked for about 2 hours. Su Sinan and Zhang Lei are going to separate. Hearing the sound, Ma Xinliu came out.
The other party is a guest, so we should at least offer them a ride.
But as soon as they came out, Zhang Lei took the elevator and left. Su Sinan sighed. Zhang Lei has really had a tough time.
Previously, I was just a general laborer, earning only 3,000 or 4,000 a month.
They are about the same as the average college student.
I finally managed to get a salary of 8,000 yuan.
It's still not very stable. They still need to go through many tests. I have to say, there's a saying that's very true. Nothing in the adult world is simple. Why did you leave so soon? Didn't you even see them off? I can't do anything if they won't let me deliver. But Brother Lei has really had a tough time.
I don't know how much effort he has put in to get to where he is now.
Ma Xinliu didn't feel anything. She wasn't familiar with Zhang Lei.
As for whether you work hard or not, aside from those who were born into good families.
Which family has it easy? I just overheard you talking to someone on the phone. Who was it? Who else?
My best friend said I'm famous now, and her producer wants to meet me. Su Sinan was surprised that the producer had come to her door.
It seems his wife is doing quite well here. Did you agree? I did not agree. Why not agree? You don't want things to end like this in this industry, do you? Your current fame is only temporary. If this popularity fades, it won't be easy to make money anymore. Ma Xinliu glanced at Su Sinan with her beautiful eyes and said firmly, "Are you willing to let me become famous and venture out into the world?" Ha! What's there to be unwilling about?
You've supported me participating in the competition, so why would I stop you?
Real? Of course it's true. Idiot. Ma Xinliu hugged Su Sinan tightly, not gently.
Then, I don't know how much time passed, I let go.
Ma Xinliu blushed and closed the door. Chapter 143. Something happened with Xianzi. Brother Nan, how have you been lately?
For several days in a row, Su Sinan took care of the babies in addition to attending classes.
I have to say, these babies are really smart. Yes, she's adorable and clever. Now you can use it to hold things. You can also say a few words, like mom, dad, grandpa, grandma, etc. He held Jiang Kanking and smiled, saying, "Babies, do you like daddy?" Dad. Mother. Jian Jian mischievously said mom. This made Su Sinan laugh out loud. I'll make you some delicious food, so you have to be good. Su Sinan put down Jiang Kanking and let the elderly Jiang Kanking play around on the colorful phone board.
After cooking the rice, Su Sinan subconsciously picked up her phone to play. Then I saw that my brothers had sent a lot of messages in the group. Upon seeing this, her previously calm expression suddenly became unsettled. Xianzi got into trouble. It seems the school discovered he was helping some students make money through certain means.
We don't want Xianzi to open a shop near this school.
Sure enough, Xianzi's store was closed early this morning.
And a penalty was imposed. Su Sinan's expression turned serious. Wasn't this just bullying Xianzi because he had no one backing him? Anyone who has been to school knows that if a school doesn't want a store to operate, it's fine.
Then it must be subject to approval from higher authorities.
There was no approval process. It was locked out immediately. They didn't even give Xianzi a chance. It was simply outrageous. Xianzi, are you alright? Brother Nan, you're finally here.
I never expected my shop to be shut down.
Damn it. Don't worry, let's all work together to figure out a solution. Xiaodong, Brother Nan, we just discussed it. We think it's better not to compare it with the school.
After all, it's not honorable for students to make money from this.
If it implicates you, it will definitely affect your reputation.
Yeah, Brother Nan, you'd better not get involved, Xiao Wang said. Seeing how much his brothers cared for him.
How could Su Sinan just watch Changzi collapse like that? This won't do.
We must find a solution for our brothers.
You underestimate me. Why would I care about such a little bit of empty fame?
I'll come to the shop after I've taken care of the babies. I won't open the shop tonight, so we can all discuss it.
Brother Nan. Stop being so wishy-washy.
I can't stand seeing my brother being bullied like this.
All right.
And so, Su Sinan took care of the baby with a heavy heart. After finally managing to make some food and coax the babies to sleep, I managed to do so.
He quietly left home.
At this moment, the three brothers had already entered the shop. Xianzi smiled bitterly. I didn't expect my matter to affect everyone.
I want to apologize to everyone here. Let's not talk about that. Now we should be thinking about how to solve this. Closing the store is fine, but you can't just close it down without any notice. It's not illegal.
That's right, Xiao Wang agreed while reading.
Xiangzi didn't know what to say.
Actually, he had already somewhat anticipated the store closure. Recently, those students revealed that it seemed someone was planning to harm them. He didn't care much at the time. He didn't break the law, so how could he just close the store like that? As it turned out, the store actually closed down after just over 10 days. And those students, seeing that there was no money to be made, left. But thinking about all the skewers I bought from the shop makes me feel a little heartbroken.
You've all arrived. Su Sinan walked in and saw Xiangzi. Xiangzi nodded. Brother Nan, we just talked about it, but there probably isn't anything we can do. Su Sinan chuckled. I just made a phone call. Xiangzi was stunned.
That smile was.
Xiaodong turned to look at him. Brother Nan, you didn't call the Industry and Commerce Bureau, did you?
Yes, I just told them about your situation. They said they'll start investigating tomorrow.
Holy crap! Brother Nan, you're amazing. I called that Bureau of Industry and Commerce and they didn't even answer me. Xiaodong couldn't help but admire, and Xiangzi's eyes lit up.
If someone really comes to investigate, his shop won't have to be shut down. Excited, Xiangzi pulled Su Sinan to sit down. I want to drink and properly thank Brother Nan.
Su Sinan smiled and said, Don't rush to thank me. Tell me what exactly happened. I feel like there are other reasons behind this.
Xiaodong and Xiao Wan looked at Xiangzi at the same time.
Xiangzi couldn't help but sigh.
He shared some of his guesses. It's possible that a conflict occurred between some students. So he was reported, and some people saw that his business was booming.
That's why I'm envious. Heh, it's nothing. Su Sinan smiled.
I know it's a small matter, but I never expected them to shut down my shop directly. You have no idea how rude the people who shut down my shop were. I can imagine it, but I think there must be someone we know at this school, otherwise they would never do something like this. Su Sinan smiled mysteriously. He hadn't made that call for nothing.
The school's dean of students was actually one of his junior high school classmates. He didn't have a good relationship with this junior high school classmate.
That's when we saw Xiangzi here, and after inquiring about Xiangzi's friends,
they went all out. Who is it? Xiaodong was surprised it was someone she knew. University classmate or high school classmate? It's one of my junior high school classmates. We didn't get along very well.
I guess he was jealous of me, so he had someone shut down your shop.
Damn it. Is it that Li Zihao? Xiaodong knew the kid. He wasn't well behaved even in high school.
They frequently came to their class to harass them.
Yes, that's the guy. That guy is disgusting. Xiao Wang and Xiangzi didn't know much about it.
They were both people Su Sinan met in college.
Xiangzi asked in confusion, Do you two have such a deep-seated hatred for each other? I didn't know he still hates me to this day. What a despicable person.
Once we expose him, let's see how he continues in school.
Su Sinan shook his head.
He was capable of becoming the dean of students.
They are all extraordinary people.
That guy Li Zihao, besides having excellent grades, their family background is also quite impressive. There's no need to get so entangled with someone like that. Of course, if someone bullies his brother, you should think about how to just crush him to death.
We will not give him another chance to make a comeback. Brother Nan, what do you mean by shaking your head?
It's nothing much, it's just that Li Zihao is a very cunning person.
If we don't take him down completely, we might suffer the consequences.
I think we should investigate what Li Zihao has done over the years.
Chapter 144 Former Classmates.
When he got home, he found Machine Liu looking at him with a serious expression. It was as if they were trying to read something from his face.
Su Sinan felt slightly uneasy when she saw that beautiful face so serious. My wife has such a sharp eye.
Indeed, aloof people can be quite terrifying when they get serious.
Tell me what you've been doing. The babies have been crying and their diapers are all wet. Su Sinan slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this?
This is troublesome. His wife might yell at him. Machine Liu was very angry, but given his composure and character, he wouldn't do anything outrageous. He simply said coldly, You can't make that mistake again next time.
You have to tell me before you go out. Honey, I understand.
Su Sinin breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting to get through this hurdle so easily.
However, things are clearly not that simple.
Ma Xinliu sat coldly at the dining table. I want to ask you what you were doing just now.
Well, I still have to tell you the truth. Su Sinin took a deep breath.
He told them about Xiangzi's situation. Ma Xinliu hadn't expected it to be this. It was indeed quite difficult to handle. The school does have the authority to refuse to allow shops to operate in this area. There seems to be no way to resolve Xiangzi's situation. But as Su Sinin's brother, if we don't take care of him,
that definitely won't work. She looked up at Su Sinin with her stunningly beautiful face. Do you have any ideas now? There's nothing I can do.
I heard that someone at the school is one of my classmates, and I'm currently investigating how this classmate got into Tiandu Middle School.
Classmate? Judging from Su Sinin's indifferent attitude, this classmate and Su Sinin do not get along. Then we might need to start from this angle.
Ma Xinliu didn't want to get involved in this matter, nor did she want Su Sinin to get too involved.
Now I'm a father, and in the future, I will protect my child well. What if my child gets hurt and goes to Tiandu Middle School when she grows up? Their family is just an ordinary family. But she wouldn't say any of this. The clever girl knew Su Sinin wouldn't listen now.
He could only leave the dining table coldly and return to his room.
Su Sinin scratched his head, wondering what was going on. Is my wife angry? I'm so angry, why are you being so cold?
Su Sinin thought for a while, but still couldn't figure out what Ma Xinliu was thinking. He shrugged and went to clean the toilet.
Diapers and other waste products need to be disposed of. After a while, a message came in the brothers' group. Xiaodong exclaimed excitedly, I just discovered a big secret.
It seems that Li Zihao got in through connections, not through his own abilities.
Really? Xiao Wang asked. Even through connections, it seems like we can't really do anything to him, can we?
Xiangzi asked, puzzled.
Foolish. You guys still haven't been out in the world enough. This news can be used as a reason to blackmail him. I believe no one would want to get in through connections, right? Upon hearing Xiaodong's words, Xiangzi exclaimed in amazement, Xiaodong, you're amazing.
Your mind is much sharper than ours.
Xiaodong sent a smug emoji.
Xiao Wang also gave a thumbs up.
Su Sinin remained silent. However, the three brothers tacitly avoided mentioning Su Sinin. Directorly, you're living the high life now.
A woman who looked to be in her 40s smiled at Li Zihao. Li Zihao raised his head, looking extremely smug.
No problem, no problem. I've heard something about this recently. Li Zihao's ears perked up. What is it?
The woman chuckled secretly, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Directorly, there are rumors circulating that you got to your current position through connections.
Ugly.
Li Zihao has changed. His previously smug demeanor suddenly turned awkward. Then, his tone turned cold. Who told you that? I heard it from someone else, and it seems that they also heard it from someone else.
Damn. This is going to embarrass Li Zihao. This person is really insidious. Are they from the school? Or is it someone from outside? Who in the school would dare to mess with Li Zihao? Why did you even announce this news? Li Zihao pondered for a moment.
The woman smiled dismissively. She was a deputy director of studies, a position that should have been hers. But unexpectedly, it was taken by a young man from who knows where. He was naturally filled with resentment. We investigated it first to see if there was anyone involved.
This investigation confirmed the findings.
But she dared not say it, because if she did, she would lose her position as deputy director of teaching. Upon arriving at the room, Li Zihao took out his crazy fruit phone and made a call.
Xiao Mao, have you heard the rumors going around lately?
Brother, I was just about to tell you about this.
Tell me. What exactly is it that's messing with me?
It was the shop you reported. They knew you were the one who brought the shop down, so they hired some people to investigate your secrets.
Smack.
Li Zihao was furious. He never imagined it would be the shop owner.
Isn't he just an ordinary citizen? Where did they get the audacity to defy him? Are they courting death? Brother, I have something to tell you.
The owner of that shop and Su Sinin are brothers.
What? Li Zihao was shocked. Su Sinin?
That guy who's making a name for himself in City A. I was too hasty. I never expected there to be such a connection. A thorough investigation should have been conducted back then. Clenching his fists tightly, Li Zihao considered countless possibilities. Brother, they said, if you really want to negotiate, then come with sincerity. They're more approachable here.
Easy to talk to? Oh. With Su Sinan around, how could he possibly let him off so easily?
His eyes turned slightly cold. Now that things had come to this point, even if it was dangerous, he had to see what the other party was really up to. Please contact him for me, I want to see him. The phone call ended, and in that instant, Li Zihao, filled with rage, smashed the cup to pieces with a burst of force.
Su Sinan. Su Sinan was busy for almost several hours. Just lie down on the sofa and get some rest. Call.
I'm so tired today. But thankfully, as soon as he saw the babies, for some reason, all his tiredness didn't seem so bad anymore.
Su Sinan turned on her phone.
I read through all the messages in the densely packed group chat with my brothers.
His expression immediately turned serious. Why did they make a move? She didn't consult him at all. Su Sinan typed a few large characters in the group chat. Chapter 145 Short Video Martial Arts Tournament. Xianzi wants to negotiate.
Xiao Wang then took charge of guarding the shop.
Xiaodong, the seasoned veteran, will help. Xianzi lit a cigarette.
He didn't want to smoke, but for some reason he felt a little nervous. Xiaodong also took a bite, wondering what situation she would face next. Soon, a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall came over with 3 or 4 other people.
Xiaodong put down the cigarette. He said coldly, "Keep your distance."
Next to his hand was a stone the size of a palm.
One for each person.
Li Zihao coldly sized up Xiaodong and Xiangzi as they stood there.
What, you dare to do some things, but you're afraid to take responsibility for them?
Xiaodong was initially a little nervous, but for some reason he became less nervous.
It seemed that Li Zihao's arrogant attitude had angered him. Hold the stone.
Xiaodong said coldly, I'm being merciful by not exposing your school for closing our brother's shop for no reason.
Li Zihao didn't want to waste any more words.
He had just taken the position of Dean of Students, and he couldn't let it be taken away by someone else so easily.
I don't know what you want. It's very simple.
I don't expect an apology or anything, you have to give me some compensation. My brother earns over 100,000 a month, and you suddenly shut him down, so it should be at least 100,000, right?
A few 100,000?
Li Zihao's face turned ugly. Although their family was not poor.
But tens of thousands of yuan isn't something you can just take out and leave. It cost a lot of money to get this position as head of teaching. Now we have to spend money again. If his family finds out, they'll definitely beat him to death. Could you lower the price? How about 100,000? Xianzi sneered, are you trying to fob me off? Just because you took over my shop, I've lost far more than 100,000.
Faced with the two men's aggressive questioning, Li Zihao frowned. These two are so difficult to deal with.
If 100,000 isn't enough, how about 120,000? That's my limit. 12,000, I could borrow some from someone.
Li Zihao believed that with that much money, it should be enough. Xiaodong glanced at Xiangzi, unsure of Xiangzi's potential losses, and decided not to agree immediately.
Xiangzi did the math and figured 120,000 would be about right.
However, he needs a condition attached.
I have one more condition. Li Zihao's face contorted in rage. He's not as cold as before.
He couldn't understand it was already 120,000.
These people still aren't going to let me go?
He clenched his fist, and the image of that figure he could never shake off came to mind.
Hateful. Don't go too far. It's not excessive.
I've been renting this shop for over a year, and your sudden closure makes it impossible for me to get my rent back. So let us do the math, 130,000 in total.
An extra 10,000 was added.
Not only did the loss disappear, but a profit was actually made. Xiangzi never intended to simply compensate for the losses.
Li Zihao took a deep breath. 10,000. It seems there aren't many. He can raise the money in a month. Could you give me a month?
Xiangzi and Xiaodong looked at each other.
Xiaodong noticed the hesitation in Xiangzi's eyes. He knew that Xiangzi didn't quite trust Li Zihao.
I've also been thinking that so much time has passed. Delay will only lead to unforeseen changes. If it can be resolved as soon as possible, then it should be resolved as soon as possible.
Xiaodong, that won't do. We can only give you 3 days.
If you don't gather enough in 3 days, don't blame us for being unkind.
Pa! You call yourselves benevolent.
Li Zihao cursed loudly, feeling extremely aggrieved.
He has always had a smooth and successful life.
Many students simply didn't dare to mess with him.
Where did you go to get trendy clothes? You met Su Sinan, and Su Sinan is still doing very well now.
He was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment.
Xiaodong smiled coldly. That's all I have to say. We'll meet here in 3 days. Su Sinan was worried all night. Not a single person in this group chat said anything.
He knew his brothers didn't want him involved.
Dad.
When Jian Jianqing got hungry, her pink little feet stood up on the phone board.
Oh, I'm here, wait a minute. Holding the milk powder. Let's feed the babies first.
Ma Xinliu was then allowed to breastfeed again. Ma Xinliu walked out of the room, her hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall.
There's a captivating feeling about it. Is it time to feed the babies? Yes, but I'm wondering whether to breastfeed the children.
They seem to have developed some ability to think for themselves. Ma Xinliu rolled her eyes. Of course breastfeeding is better. The babies only have a little bit of milk, and they'll forget about it in a little while.
Okay, I'll go make some pork rib soup.
Su Sinan was so busy that she forgot about the brothers' group. After a morning had passed, the coach arrived.
He taught Ma Xinliu many moves.
Ma Xinliu loosened her grip on Sister Hua.
I was incredibly happy.
After several days of training, his pelvis gradually corrected.
In addition, there's food and control. The weight loss gradually came in. With a good mood, Ma Xinliu quickly went to practice. Su Sinan was covered in sweat. I turned on my computer and saw an animated film. Chinese animated films seem to be on the rise these days.
There's a feeling that the student has surpassed the teacher. At least domestically produced products have broken free from some of the methods used by island nations.
They are refining the animation using their own aesthetic sense and techniques. Could you please let Jian Jianqing make an animation? Play animation? That's a great idea.
With his abilities, creating 2 animation models a day shouldn't be a problem.
Without thinking, Su Sinan took the clay and sculpted a healthy-looking object.
The explosions occurred in places like houses and bamboo groves.
Make an ancient-style clay model. What are you doing?
Ma Xinliu stretched out her beautiful legs and finally finished the last movement. She had just seen Su Sinan do a lot of strange things.
I was immediately drawn to it.
I want to make a clay martial arts film. That's what I want to do with short videos.
Really? Ma Xinliu looked at it carefully. The figures on it were incredibly lifelike. Su Sinan's technique was also very skillful. A character can be completed in just a few minutes.
Without realizing it, she suddenly began to admire Su Sinan.
Su Sinan is truly a treasure. Origami is such an amazing skill.
The clay modeling technique is also amazing. In addition, there's his singing ability, which he rarely showcases.
This should be enough to live a pretty good life. Why was Su Sinan completely unknown before this? Can I ask you a question? Ma Xinliu sat down next to Su Sinan.
A fragrant aroma wafted over, and Su Sinan's mind wandered. His wife smelled so good, and she was so beautiful. Ma Xinliu seemed to sense this and grabbed Su Sinan's clothes, saying, "Be serious, I'm asking you about Chen."
Okay, what question do you want to ask?
Chapter 146. Classmates meet, eyes filled with resentment.
I just want to ask, with such amazing skills, why weren't you famous before? Ha! That's the question. Su Sinan smiled, exuding a very calm demeanor. Don't you think I'm like a legendary reclusive master?
Naturally, I wouldn't care about fame and fortune.
A reclusive master? Indifferent to fame and fortune?
Ma Xinliu felt as if she were looking at a monster.
Is this really the attitude a young person should have? Something's not right, is it? How could Su Sinan have such thoughts?
She recalled some of Su Sinan's previous actions. He truly seems unfazed by both honor and disgrace.
Good heavens, is her husband some kind of unparalleled genius?
Ma Xinliu's eyes shone with a starlight filled with admiration for Su Sinan. Su Sinan was secretly delighted to see such a stunningly beautiful woman looking at him like that.
That was a really good show-off. You are truly a treasure of a boy.
I will support you in making this short video, and I hope that my Douyin account will no longer be a record of my life, but a record of our family's life.
Su Sinan was surprised. Had she made this decision so quickly? But so be it, it's just a way of life anyway. There's nothing to worry about. Soon Su Sinan began his first martial arts tournament. Jianjianking's main role is that of a wandering beggar. Kong Kong wants to protect his younger sister, Jian Jian.
Therefore, I had no choice but to do heavy work. To spare her brother Kong Kong from having to work so hard, the younger sister diligently did things around the house.
But things change unpredictably, and some evil gangs have come to the town. It shattered the tranquility. Amidst the sounds of fighting, Jian Jian and Kong Kong were separated. This is the first episode the brother and sister are separated. Su Sinan quickly completed the script setting.
Then he pulled on the rope and performed a series of fighting moves. Furthermore, with the software's rendering, the evil forces that escaped alive wreak havoc everywhere, and the scene of the brother and sister being forced to leave appears.
Okay, I'm all done. Su Sinan showed the video to Ma Xinliu.
Ma Xinliu suddenly realized that this video was really good.
It would be even better with some voiceover and music.
This job belongs to Ma Xinliu. Meanwhile, Jian Kong, who was watching all of this from beginning to end, was completely dumbfounded.
Oh, my little ones. Don't you think Daddy is amazing? When you grow up, you should all be like Daddy. I kissed the babies. The babies were just coming out of their days. Seemingly exhausted, it laid down on the ground.
Su Sinan had no choice but to carry the babies back to the stroller. After he finished playing, he suddenly remembered the matter of the brothers' group. I quickly opened the group chat with my brothers. Brother Nan, we've resolved the matter. That Li Zihao has agreed to pay us 130,000 yuan in compensation.
I thought Li Zihao was some kind of amazing person. That's right, nothing special. Su Sinan smiled, surprised that the matter was resolved so quickly. He couldn't quite believe it. Great. I didn't expect you guys to solve it yourselves. Xiangzi, do you have any plans? How about starting your business near another school?
Xiangzi sent a head-scratching emoji. Brother, I've decided not to do it near the school anymore.
I've decided to try a different approach. What's the approach?
I was thinking about whether I could open a Malatang spicy hot pot shop in the center of a commercial street, or near a factory, but that would be too far from you.
Su Sinan knew that Xiangzi no longer wanted to make money through the students. You can't make the same mistake twice. But it's difficult to be in the center of a commercial street.
You know, people usually stay for over 10 years before they're willing to leave. I wonder if Xiangzi will have any good luck.
As for the area near the factory, Su Sinan doesn't recommend it. All sorts of people are there, and it's quite a distance from Tiandu University.
If something happens to Xiangzi, his brother might not be able to help him immediately.
Go look around the commercial street first.
I think we can get it there. Let's get it there. We don't need to worry too much about the others.
Xiangzi understood what Su Sinan meant. I replied with an and ended the call.
Right after hanging up the phone, Ma Xinliu said that he was out of strawberries, which he liked best, and hoped that Su Sinan could go to the supermarket to buy some.
Su Sinan naturally went. Brother, I really have no money right now. Can't you give me a little time? No money? Have you been the dean of students for nothing lately? If you don't want to give me money, just say so.
What are you trying to achieve with all this beating around the bush?
Brother, I got ripped off recently and I'm broke right now. How about next month? I'll definitely give you lots of money next month. Who would dare to cheat you? Why didn't you tell your brother?
Li Zihao had no choice but to tell the truth. Upon hearing that Li Zihao had been bullied to this extent, the person on the other end of the phone said, "How could you be so stupid?
You can't even handle this much public opinion? Let me tell you, you can't give them this 130,000. If they don't give it to me, what am I supposed to do?
If I'm investigated, I don't think I'll ever be able to become the dean of students again."
Pa, that's just a matter of me saying a word, so don't worry about it.
Li Zihao seemed to have received some support, and his previously gloomy mood brightened considerably. It was no longer pale, but rosy. Suddenly he saw a figure that he recognized very well. I could hardly believe it, so I rubbed my eyes. Finally, he saw that person clearly, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips.
I never expected to run into Su Sinan here. These strawberries are great.
Su Sinan saw the strawberries, which were large and very beautiful.
but I was overjoyed. It's a grab.
Others were somewhat surprised.
These strawberries are so expensive, how can you just grab a handful? Could he be a so-called second-generation rich kid? Despite the strange looks from the crowd, Su Sinan didn't pay much attention. After the bag is almost full,
Su Sinan heard a sound that made him very uncomfortable. The voice was disdainful and mocking. Su Sinan, I never expected to run into you in this place. He turned his head, his brows furrowed. He saw a young man who looked about the same age as him.
Su Sinan recognized him immediately from his striking features. What are you doing here? It's nothing, I just came to browse. Your brother is really ruthless. He wanted 130,000 from me. Is it ruthless? Su Sinan said it in a calm tone.
Seeing Su Sinan's nonchalant attitude, Li Ziheo's eyes turned fierce, and he whispered something in Su Sinan's ear.
I know this was your idea. You gave me the idea. No matter how well you're doing out there, I won't let you go.
And don't even think about getting that 130,000. I'm not afraid of any so-called public opinion.
Chapter 147 The Brothers' Opinions. You won't give it to me? Su Sinan was puzzled and angry. Where did Li Ziheo get this audacity? Could it be that someone is supporting Li Ziheo? By the way, who exactly is the person behind Li Ziheo? Many questions remain. It appeared in my mind. What? Scared now.
Li Ziheo grinned maliciously, seeing Su Sinan's somewhat unpleasant face, and felt extremely smug.
Su Sinan looked at Li Ziheo. Good luck.
With just a calm tone, Su Sinan had just figured it out. There was absolutely no need for him to fight to the death with Li Ziheo.
I'll leave everything to my brothers to handle. He will certainly take action if necessary.
But at that time, Li Ziheo could no longer stay at this school.
Bill, please. Su Sinan put down the strawberries. Back home, Ma Xinliu was still making music. This kind of martial arts children's song music is quite difficult to make.
She was dissatisfied with at least several of the samples that came out.
Why just won't it work?
Ma Xinliu felt that her creative process had reached a bottleneck. He felt he needed to think about it carefully.
Let's think about, what's the best course of action next? Clang. Su Sinan is back. Ma Xinliu walked out of the door and saw Su Sinan smiling as he took strawberries into the kitchen. Finally, we can eat strawberries again. This is so great. Honey, if you like to eat this, I can buy it for you every day. Then you have to buy it for me every day. Ma Xinliu walked into the living room.
Upon seeing her crawling healthily on the ground, a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face.
She thought very, very far ahead. I've thought about what my life will be like from now on. Is it about the babies doing things with him, or giving her a massage?
And so on, which really made her feel very happy. Ma Xinliu noticed Su Sinan's clay figures and saw all sorts of characters in them. For some reason, she suddenly had a lot of inspiration.
Yes. I understand. Ma Xinliu thought to herself, since it is indeed a classic martial arts film. Why not combine the traditional martial arts atmosphere with the melody of a children's song? That should work, right? Rapid creation.
In just 30 minutes, Ma Xinliu finally produced a piece that she was very satisfied with.
Knock knock. Su Sinan washed the strawberries and came in. Seeing that Ma Xinliu was still making short videos, I couldn't help but ask, how's it going? Can you come out today?
It's a bit difficult to get out today, but I can still manage if I try.
Don't overwork yourself, I'm not in a hurry at all. It's nothing, thank you.
Bring over the strawberries, and Ma Xinliu eats them while listening to music.
Su Sinan stopped bothering Ma Xinliu. His expression suddenly turned serious.
On his way back, he told his brothers about Li Ziheo. The brothers decided to teach Li Ziheo a lesson. Su Sinan figured that it was still necessary to investigate who Li Ziheo's backer really was. Only by knowing who the powerful backer is, can we capture them all at once. There will absolutely be no future problems. The brothers naturally agreed, but it was just too difficult.
It may take a long time. When that time comes, we'll want to deal with this matter. It will be even more difficult. Su Sinan had another idea. Brothers, I have a suggestion, we can amplify this by going through journalists. Reporter?
Xiangzi and Xiaodong were both a little confused.
Brother Nan, What do you think we should do? It's very simple.
There's been a lot of work going on lately, and short videos are very popular. We can use this to our advantage, post it on short video platforms, and then spend a little money to amplify it.
Everyone suddenly understood Su Sinen's intentions. This is actually a pretty good method.
However, there is a possibility that both sides could suffer losses. Xianzi lit a cigarette in loneliness. He still wanted to get his hands on the 130,000.
I don't want to suffer a lose-lose situation with Li Zihao. Brother Nan.
I still want to get my hands on that 130,000.
I don't want to get involved in other people's business. The group chat fell silent. Su Sinen frowned slightly. What's wrong with Xianzi? Has something happened at home? Otherwise, why would they insist on this 130,000?
Xiaodong said directly, then we don't need the 130,000. The important thing is that we can't hold back our anger. I want to show Li Zihao what we're capable of. Xiao Wang, that's right, but we also need to respect Brother Chang's wishes. If we can get 130,000 yuan and teach Li Zihao a lesson,
I think this is a very good option. Xiaodong laughed on the spot. How could such a good thing exist? You can't have your cake and eat it too.
If you think about things this way, you'll definitely end up in a dead end.
Su Sinen didn't say anything. The reason he was willing to help was, the main thing to consider is whether Xianzi can handle it.
The victim in this incident was Xianzi, not his brothers.
Xiao Wang understood it very well.
So he said a few words.
I think we all need to calm down and think things through before we talk about it. The group chat fell silent immediately. The atmosphere was very heavy. Just over 10 minutes later, Xianzi suddenly called, Brother Nan, can you help me get this 130,000? Xianzi.
I'll be frank with some things. I don't know if it'll work out, but I'll definitely help you.
You called me, so you must have some ideas, right? I've got it. I have good news for you. Some students have found out who Li Zihao's backer is. They heard that Li Zihao isn't going to pay me back the 130,000 yuan, so they decided to help me. Su Sinen was overjoyed.
This was truly a case of after passing through mountains and rivers, one thinks there is no way out, but then a village appears amidst the willows and flowers. It seems that Xiangzi has a pretty good image among these students.
Otherwise, students wouldn't have helped. Then who is his backer? Xiangzi said something slyly, and Su Sinen immediately understood.
I never expected that Li Zihao had such a powerful backer.
Principal. That's incredibly arrogant. So what are you going to do next?
I want to use your reputation, Brother Nan, to get that principal to force Li Zihao to give us 130,000.
Can. Su Sinen trusted Xiangzi completely, saying that he was using his reputation.
I will never abuse it, and I will never act like the second-generation rich kid who says his brother is Brother Nan or something.
As adults, we have our own way of doing things. Thank you very much, Brother Nan. After hanging up the phone, Su Sinen went to do her homework.
I didn't expect that even though my graduation thesis passed, I still have to do homework. I should have known better than to rush to finish my graduation thesis.
Su Sinen was in some pain and went into her room to cultivate. Chapter 148. Beautiful, my wife is amazing. Wow! In the middle of the night, the babies suddenly cried. Su Sinen had no choice but to wake up.
It's been a long time since my baby has cried in the middle of the night.
What happened? Turn on the light. Su Sinen looked on with her dazed eyes.
Suddenly I saw many red dots. Su Sinen rubbed her eyes.
Holy crap! Why have so many red spots suddenly appeared? That's terrifying. Su Sinen didn't know what to do. At this moment, Ma Xinliu came out. What's wrong? My wife is in big trouble.
The babies have developed a lot of red spots.
Ma Xinliu walked over, and with a gasp, I felt a chill run down my spine. How could it be so terrifying?
At this moment, Ma Xinliu was also completely at a loss.
I don't know what to do. Su Sinen calmly made a phone call.
I don't know if the doctor is there or not.
Fortunately, the doctor answered the phone.
After learning that Su Sinen's baby had these symptoms, they very seriously told Su Sinen to go to the hospital for a checkup.
Su Sinen agreed without hesitation and took the babies to the hospital.
The air conditioning inside the RV was set to a very comfortable level.
The baby seemed to have gradually stopped crying. However, the red spots on his body did not seem to have disappeared. Even now, Machinlio still can't bear to look at the babies. Finally, we arrived at the hospital. Su Sinin hurriedly took the babies to the hospital. Doctor, nurse. Su Sinin's voice echoed in the hall. A nurse rushed over. What's wrong? My child has a problem, could you please take a look at him? The nurse glanced at me, her expression very serious. Are you living alone at home? No, my wife is coming right away. Okay, your wife will pay the bill later, and I'll take you to the emergency room. There are dozens of people in the hospital who need treatment. The hospital has an emergency department, but only 3 doctors are on duty. The adults were very anxious as they waited for the doctor's treatment. Upon seeing Su Sinin carrying the babies in front of them, they felt a little annoyed. What's going on? Why is this person in front of us? Yeah, why did this person get to us without waiting in line? I'm so angry. My son urgently needs medical treatment. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, but Su Sinin paid no attention to it. Although he knew it was wrong, he was willing to risk it all for the sake of the babies. They entered the ward. A doctor is examining a patient. Your condition is a bit serious, but luckily you came to our hospital today. We happen to have a specialist who can treat this disease. I suggest you find a place to rest first, and come back around 8 or 9 o'clock, it won't be too late. Thank you so much, doctor. If my illness can be cured, that would be such a blessing. After examining this patient, the doctor shifted his focus. He saw Su Sinin glance at the people in line again. What's going on? It seems like this patient wasn't mentioned before? The nurse stuck out her tongue. Doctor, I saw that this child was covered in red spots, and I thought it might be because he was too hot. So I thought it wouldn't take much time, so I brought him here. The doctor didn't say anything more. I stood up and looked at the babies. The red dots are still there. He flipped through it. Look at the small hands and tongue. She frowned slightly. This isn't hot, it's something you ate that caused an allergic reaction. An allergy? Su Sinin was surprised, then worried. What exactly did the children eat today? Yes, it's an allergic reaction. What did you eat today? It's just some fruits and vegetables, and milk powder. Is the quality of the formula good? Did this happen immediately after the baby started drinking it, or has it been going on for a few days? Yes, it was just changed today. That's right, then you shouldn't give your child that formula anymore, since your child is allergic to it. So what treatment should I pursue now? It's nothing serious, just a shot. The doctor wrote out a prescription and asked Su Sinin to pay the fees. Then I took the children to get their shots. Ma Xinliu came out of the stairwell and saw Su Sinin going to pay the bill. Is there really some kind of illness? It's nothing, just an allergic reaction. An allergic reaction? How could they suddenly have an allergic reaction? The products we give our babies are all good. Su Sinin did not answer Ma Xinliu's question. I walked over quickly. Pay the fee and get the injection. It took about an hour. Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu planned to stay in the hospital a little longer. Wait until the red spots on the babies disappear. This family is quite beautiful, but I didn't expect their manners to be so poor. Yes, if my son hadn't been cured, I might have caused trouble for this family today. 1 or 2 middle-aged women were talking here. Su Sinin knew that the 2 people were talking about him. He knew that something had indeed gone wrong just now. She did not resist the other party. Ma Xinliu remained silent, her expression cold. Seeing that Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu didn't dare to say anything, the 2 middle-aged women pressed their advantage, saying, I will expose this family. This sentence was enough for Su Sinin to lose her temper. You've already said it. You also need to do things that affect their lives. Isn't this challenging his bottom line? Ma Xinliu pressed Su Sinin down and shook her head. This is not a sign of weakness. Ma Xinliu stood up. Ladies, have you said enough? Would you like me to hire someone to give you a massage? Upon hearing the mention of a massage, the 2 middle-aged women were immediately clueless. Ma Xinliu is beautiful, so she must have suitors. Those people will cause them trouble then. The women's expressions immediately turned sour. Instead, he apologized to Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu. I'm sorry, we shouldn't have said that. Be careful not to end up with a bad reputation at your age. Holy crap! My wife did a great job.
they took care of the old lady in no time.
I admire you.
He still had no idea how to deal with these two middle-aged women.
As soon as the aunt left, the red spots on the babies disappeared.
Su Sinin and Ma Xinliu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this.
My eyelids suddenly felt very heavy.
Su Sinin yawned, "Hurry up and go back to sleep, or our lives will be in danger."
Chapter 149 Waiting here, luring the enemy into the trap.
I slept for so long that I didn't wake up until noon.
Fortunately, I changed the babies' diapers and fed them before they went to sleep. Honey, are you hungry? Su Sinin hugged Ma Xinliu and yawned. It's a little late, go and cook. Right now, the babies might be crying. Letting go, Su Sinin stood up. The babies didn't cry instead, they slept soundly. It seems they were just too tired after yesterday's commotion. I'm making something.
Seeing that the red dots had disappeared, Su Sinin was relieved.
I looked at the milk powder on the table and decided to just throw it away. My baby can't drink this kind of formula.
Just as Su Sinin was cooking, something seemed to happen at Ma Xinliu's place.
My God! This video has 2 million likes. That's incredible.
Ma Xinliu hadn't seen such a viral video in a long time. Especially his own short videos, which at most only get a few 100,000 views.
2 million likes is just too outrageous. I read the comments.
All of this says that the clay modeling is excellent, and the martial arts movements are incredibly lifelike.
It's amazing that there are such extraordinary people in the folk.
Ma Xinliu then realized that Su Sinin had done the work. Amidst everyone's praise, I watched the video from beginning to end. It has to be said that Su Sinin's rubber figure really has the feel of a martial arts movie.
How could someone like that not gain everyone's approval?
Ma Xinliu was excited, and her beautiful face turned red.
Upon opening the door, I saw Su Sinin preparing something to eat in the kitchen. I was both excited and moved.
He rushed over and hugged her tightly.
Su Sinin was taken aback and put down the vegetables in her hand. What's wrong? Honey, you're amazing. I've realized that our collaboration was the wisest decision I've ever made. I'm amazing? How am I amazing?
Su Sinin was completely bewildered, but for some reason, he felt a sense of comfort when his wife hugged him like that.
Did you know what?
After the short video was released yesterday, we got 2 million likes.
You can imagine how amazing that number is. 2 million? Holy crap! That's really quite scary. Su Sinin had anticipated that this would become a hit. But I never expected it to become so popular. It seems that people still like this kind of thing. That's great. Let's keep up the good work. Maybe we'll be able to do some things we enjoy. Aren't we doing something we enjoy right now? Su Sinin grinned. An entertainment company in City A. Some talent scouts are mainly responsible for recruiting people online. They hope that some promising individuals can join their company. This is why Ma Xinliu and Su Sinin's video attracted their attention. This video is really good. The rubber man is so lifelike. How were the fight scenes made?
A talent scout, who was probably in his early 20s, scratched his head. He thought to himself, if they poached someone like that, he wondered how much star power it would bring him. I looked through the documents and was shocked. This is actually the man who was all the rage in City A before. Forget it, there's probably no hope for this man.
Let's give up.
Just as he was thinking this, a woman came to his side.
This woman is his boss.
She was beautiful and charming, and often helped him.
Find out where this Su Sinin lives. Boss, I know Su Sinin's address, but I think it's too difficult to make him a member of our company. We have to try, even if it's difficult. After all, he's a celebrity in our City A. It would be good if we could have a collaboration.
The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exuding confidence. Her goal was not to make Su Sinin a member of their company.
The hope is to cooperate with Su Sinin. Then I'll give you the address. No need to pay, you can be my driver.
With that one sentence, the woman left, leaving behind her fragrance. Su Sinin took the baby out for a stroll. I feel quite relaxed.
He was wearing a mask, so no one knew who he was. He went on his way and came back. I received a phone call. It's Qiangzi's. Li Zihao promised you 130,000? What? You want me to come here? Do you know what kind of tricks Li Zihao is up to? Okay, I'll be right there. Su Sinan put the babies down and asked Machine Liu to take care of them. We finally arrived at where Qianzi was. Su Sinan looked at the 3 or 4 people outside the door. His expression was somewhat serious. What happened?
Qianzi clenched his fist. Li Zihao still refuses to give it to us. We also investigated the principal's background and found out about their shady past.
At this point, Su Sinan understood. This is a threat to Qianzi. Are they going to resort to such dirty tricks? A smile suddenly appeared on Su Sinan's lips. So you're Su Sinan? I advise you not to reveal anything about our boss, otherwise no matter how famous you are in City A, we won't let you get away with it. Su Sinan didn't say anything. I was mentally calculating the time.
Qianzi was a little nervous when he saw Su Sinan remain silent.
What's wrong with Brother Nan? Why isn't he saying anything?
Looking at the curve of his lips, he exuded confidence and arrogance. Qianzi suddenly realized that Brother Nan must have made some preparations.
Otherwise, it would never have happened.
I felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness.
What will Su Sinan do? Here you come, I'd like to see just how capable you are. Surprisingly, Su Sinan chose this direct confrontational approach. Xiao Mao was a little surprised why wasn't he playing by the rules. Logically, shouldn't we just calculate it? Could it be that Su Sinan has something to rely on?
He gritted his teeth slightly. If he really had something to rely on.
That's beyond his ability to handle. Brother Mao, what are you afraid of? Let's beat him up. Yeah, this kid is so arrogant. Does he really think he's some kind of celebrity? Should we be so polite to him? At this moment, Su Sinan added, go ahead and fight. Let me see what you're really capable of.
This remark reignited Xiao Mao's anger.
They ran over. Su Sinan, holding Qianzi, said, run. Are you really going to be beaten to death?
Qianzi's mind went blank, but his body reacted faster than his brain.
Run alongside Su Sinan. Kill him. I thought he had some special skills. Xiao Mao and the others immediately gave chase.
Su Sinan and Qianzi ran to a deserted place.
He gave a cold laugh. Okay, we don't need to run anymore.
Qianzi stopped and said loudly, the 7th day of the lunar month. Xiao Mao was overjoyed to see the two stop.
But then a police siren sounded. Chapter 150 Fan Meeting, Playing with the Babies. Holy crap!
There were police officers present.
Xiao Mao stopped in his tracks, shocked.
A cold sweat broke out. Su Sinan is really that ruthless. The police were called right at the start.
But nothing should happen, right? They haven't even started hitting anyone yet.
The other thugs also stopped in their tracks instinctively. Their first instinct was to run away.
But Xiao Mao didn't do anything, so they just stood there. Terrified and uneasy. Did you call the police? Yes, these people want to beat us up. I see.
1 or 2 policemen walked towards Xiao Mao. Why are you hitting people for no reason?
Xiao Mao was a little nervous. Officer, we didn't hit anyone. So what are you trying to do with those sticks? Damn it, they actually put down the sticks they were holding. Now, even if they don't want to admit it, they have to.
They could only say, we had a little dispute with him, officer.
Who said we're on good terms? All of you, go back to the police station and behave yourselves. Both parties were taken to the police station and given statements.
Taking advantage of this situation, Su Sinan inquired about how to resolve Qianzi's matter.
The officer paused for a moment, slightly taken aback.
Then, with a slight frown, he said, you'd better resolve this privately.
If that doesn't work, then you should find someone to help you.
This means that these police officers didn't want to get into this trouble.
Su Sinan and Qianzi exchanged a glance. Disappointment in his eyes.
Su Sinan took off her mask, and the police officer looked at her.
Shock. Isn't this Su Sinan? Oh dear, I felt this name has been familiar for a while now. So you are Mr. Su Sinan. I never expected such a thing to happen here. We will definitely deal with this seriously. Will this really be dealt with seriously? Yes, I really can, but could you please sign my autograph?
I'll sign your autograph, but only if you've already done your job properly, then I'll sign it for you.
Wiping his sweat, the police officer wondered what was going on. These two important figures are vying for supremacy here. Why involve them? It's really quite annoying. I understand. We will definitely handle this matter properly. Xiangzi and Su Sinan were given a brief question and then left the police station.
Xiangzi hadn't expected Su Sinan to have such a high reputation in City A. It actually made the police officer change color instantly.
He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Nan, you're amazing. I never imagined you had such great abilities.
Shaking his head, Su Sinan said, "It's not that I have much ability.
I'm just a celebrity at most.
Compared to those with power, I'm still far behind. This matter won't end so easily."
Xiangzi nodded. Things had escalated to this point. How could it possibly end so simply?
He had already made up his mind. If things didn't work out, he could always go somewhere else.
It's okay if it's tiring. He's still young, it's really nothing.
Su Sinan was very grateful that he had gone to such lengths.
Brother Nan, thank you for your help today. I'm now looking for shops in other places.
Life must go on, it can't just come to a standstill because of this.
Su Sinan also returned home. When she returned home, Ma Xinliu and her baby were not there.
This made Su Sinan nervous.
I made a phone call. Where are you? I can't find you when I get home. Oh, you're at the supermarket. I see. You sent me a message? Okay, I understand.
Su Sinan checked the messages and confirmed it.
Ma Xinliu had sent the message. I've just been so busy that I almost forgot. But can Ma Xinliu take good care of the babies by herself? Su Sinan was a little uneasy, so she went out as soon as she entered the door. Your baby is allergic to formula? Then you shouldn't give your baby formula anymore. Avoid giving your baby spicy foods. Is there really no other way? No. That's not true.
Ma Xinliu frowned slightly. She rarely heard of babies having milk powder allergies.
There were no symptoms when I was drinking formula before. How? It's not enough for you to ask me.
You should go to the hospital and ask a doctor to see what kind of response they will give you.
Ma Xinliu nodded. She hadn't actually come out about the baby formula. It's mainly for the babies to play with. It's not good to just stay home all day. Going out and seeing the wonderful world can be very helpful for a baby's growth. Wow, this little brother is so cute, Mom. That little girl is nice too.
Before we knew it, we arrived at the supermarket play area, where some children were gathered around the healthy area. A pair of bright, healthy eyes blinked.
He was humming and laughing there.
Suddenly, a little boy looked at Ma Xinliu and said, "Sister, you're so pretty."
Thank you.
Ma Xinliu smiled, a smile that left the little boy stunned. The parents standing nearby were a mix of envy and nervousness. This silly kid can't tear himself away when he sees a pretty girl.
Ma Xinliu didn't care about any of that. Instead, she patted the little boy's head. The parents standing nearby breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the beautiful woman wasn't angry. But whose husband married such a beautiful girl? They are truly blessed.
After a group of little ones played with the babies for a while, Ma Xinliu saw the babies' surprised and delighted looks. Coming here was the right decision. Babies need social interaction too. Staying at home for extended periods might make one feel attached to it.
That definitely won't work. Babies must be self-reliant and independent. Isn't this Ma Xinliu? What's she doing here? Yeah, Ma Xinliu is actually in this shopping mall. Hey, her baby.
One or two girls looked at Ma Xinliu with surprise. They are Ma Xinliu's #1 fans, the die-hard fans, the really die-hard fans. The two girls walked over with great surprise.
He greeted Ma Xinliu. Ma Xinliu, is that you? Ma Xinliu turned her head and saw two mischievous girls.
These two quirky and mischievous girls are quite clever and eccentric.
Ma Xinliu greeted everyone. Hello. It really is you. I'm your fan. Could you please give me your autograph? Sure, but did you bring a pen? Just take the lipstick. The two quirky girls took out lipsticks, which were rather ordinary in color.
However, both of them had very good makeup. Judging from the fact that they wore ordinary lipsticks, they had put a lot of effort into their makeup.
Can I sign it on your clothes? The girl is dressed in white today.
That's the best place to write. Please feel free to do as you please, I'm so happy. I never expected to run into you, senior.
Ma Xinliu smiled and said, then you must work hard and mold yourselves into good materials.
They signed their names and took photos.
The two girls left very happily.
The parents standing nearby were stunned.
Was this beautiful woman a celebrity?